Ruan transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic novel, becoming a cannon fodder female supporting character who had nothing but her looks. Her starting scenario was hell mode. Heartless teammates threw her into a zombie horde as bait. Just as she was about to die, she encountered the strongest human commander, Lu Shiyuan, a legendary man who was said to kill without blinking and suffered from severe mania. To survive, Ruan cried pitifully and clung to Lu Shiyuan like an octopus, refusing to let go. She expected to be kicked flying by the cleanliness-obsessed man, yet the moment he touched her, the raging man miraculously calmed down. The entire base was betting on when the commander would throw that useless pretty face to the zombies. Instead, they witnessed during a zombie siege Lu Shiyuan shattered the horde with one hand while his other hand protected the delicate woman in his arms who was playfully complaining of exhaustion. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her waist, his eyes bloodshot, yet full of obsession. Ruan, you bumped into me yourself. Don't even think about running away in this life. Cough, cough. Her throat felt stuffed with cotton, and a suffocating pressure shot straight to the top of her head. Ruan clawed desperately at her neck as her consciousness scattered in the lack of oxygen. This was definitely the most absurd way to die in history. She had merely been wearing a facial mask while reading Sovereign of the Apocalypse, a male lead power fantasy, and when she saw the cannon fodder female supporting character with the same name as hers being devoured by zombies, she couldn't help mocking idiot. But she laughed too hard, the mask slipped into her mouth, and she choked to death. Darkness engulfed her. Then came violent jolting. The nausea of having her internal organs shaken loose made her eyes snap open. What came into view was not her own ceiling, but a grimy car roof. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of rot mixed with the burnt scent of cheap gasoline. The engine roared like it was about to die. Captain Lin, we can't shake the tail behind us. Those mutated zombies are too fast. A sharp female voice pierced her eardrums. Ruan's mind buzzed and countless unfamiliar memory fragments forced their way in. Apocalypse virus supernatural abilities Dawn base. And the owner of this body, Ruan, the spoiled daughter of the Su family. She had transmigrated into a book. She had transmigrated into that cannon fodder supporting character who had nothing but her looks and was thrown to the zombies by her teammates at the very start. Right now it was 1 minute before her death scene. Ruan suddenly raised her head and looked at the driver's seat. A man in a leather jacket sat there, Lin Chung, the original owner's boyfriend and captain of this survivor squad. In the passenger seat sat, by way, the original owner's good sister. We're also almost out of gas. Lin Cheng's knuckles were white as he gripped the wheel. He glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror, and there was no trace of former affection in his gaze. Only calculation and ruthlessness. Carrying a useless person, none of us will survive. Bai Wei turned back, her gaze landing on Ruan's face. A face that was still breathtakingly beautiful, even covered in dust. Jealousy flashed in her eyes before she put on a self-righteous expression. Ruan, you've seen it too. Everyone has done their best to protect you. The situation is critical now, and someone has to make a sacrifice. Before Ruan could process the situation, her body's instinctive fear made her shrink back. Sacrifice. That sounded nice, but didn't they just want to use her as bait to lure away the zombies? Lin Chung, I'm the daughter of a spatial ability user. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Ruan tried to pull rank. Lin Chung sneered and floored the accelerator. The vehicle sharply decelerated at a sharp turn. Your father. The Su family was already wiped out in the first wave of zombies. Ruan, accept your fate. Click. The door lock was released. Lin Chung controlled the steering wheel with one hand and reached back with the other, grabbing Ruan's shoulder. The force was shockingly strong, giving Ruan no chance to resist. Get out. A huge shove hit her. Ruan lost her balance and was thrown out of the vehicle like a rag doll. Bang. Her body slammed hard onto the rough asphalt. Sharp pain shot from her knees and elbows. Ruan gasped, and tears of pure physical agony instantly welled up. It hurt so much. This body was incredibly delicate. After just rolling twice on the ground, large patches of skin were scraped off and blood seeped out. Roar. A spine-chilling roar came from behind her. It was the excited growl of zombies. In the apocalypse, the smell of blood was the best stimulant. The off-road vehicle ahead didn't stop at all. Black smoke shot from the exhaust pipe as it sped away. Ruan lay on the ground, her heart pounding wildly. Damn it. Was she going to die again right after transmigrating? And by being bitten alive? No. She absolutely refused to become one of those pus-oozing monsters. Gritting her teeth and enduring the sharp pain in her knees, Ruan propped herself up. The will to survive defeated her fear at this moment. She looked around. It was an abandoned national highway with dry yellow weeds on both sides. More than a dozen ferocious gray-skinned zombies were charging at her at full speed, the nearest one less than 50 meters away. That mouth split open to its ears with yellow-brown liquid dripping to the ground. Ruan's stomach churned violently. Run. She had to run. She kicked off the troublesome high heels and barefoot on the scorching ground stumbled forward. But this body was far too weak. After only a few steps, her lungs burned and her legs felt like noodles. The footsteps behind her grew closer, and she could even smell the suffocating stench of the zombies. Just then a deep beast-like engine roar came from ahead. The ground began to tremble. Ruan looked up. In the backlight, a heavy war vehicle, pitch black and like a steel fortress, was speeding toward her. The body was modified, covered with sharp alloy spikes, bulletproof, glass reflecting cold light under the sun. That was... An image from the book flashed through Su Ruan's mind. An S-class modified Humvee forged from meteorite iron known as the Mobile Reaper. It was that man's vehicle. Lu Shiyuan, the male lead of this novel, the supreme commander of Dawn Base, the only dual-system max-level ability user in all of humanity. He was also a madman with severe mania, who killed without batting an eye. The book had said that because Lu Shiyuan's abilities were too powerful, his spiritual seat was always on the verge of collapse. Nothing except slaughter could calm him. Encountering him might mean dying even faster than facing zombies. But at this moment, he was her only chance at survival. Dying by Lu Shiyuan's hand was still better than being devoured by zombies. Su Ruan stared fixedly at the black beast, using the last of her strength to wave her hands and rush to the middle of the road. Stop! Help! Her voice was shaking, but she still struggled to raise the pitch. The black war vehicle showed no sign of slowing down, like a moving mountain charging straight at her with the force to crush everything. Su Ruan shut her eyes in terror, her body frozen in place. Screech! An ear-splitting braking sound pierced the sky. 2 black tire marks appeared on the road surface. The massive front of the vehicle stopped less than 10 centimeters from Su Ruan's nose. Roiling heat blasted over her, messing up her long hair. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. She had gambled correctly. Before she could even feel relief, the car door was kicked open violently from inside. With a loud bang, the heavy bulletproof door deformed on the spot and hung loosely. A black military boot stepped onto the ground. Then a tall figure stepped out. The man was dressed entirely in black combat gear, standing tall and straight as a pine, surrounded by a terrifying aura visible to the naked eye. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. Crackle! Purple arcs of electricity jumped at his fingertips, making a heart-stopping crackling sound. He didn't even look at Su Ruan on the ground. Irritably raising his hand, he casually waved it at the zombie horde approaching from behind. Boom! A thick thunderbolt descended from the sky. The dozen ferocious zombies didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly reduced to charred black powder. A pungent smell of burning filled the air. Su Ruan was paralyzed by the earth-shattering power. This was Lu Shiyuan, that man known as Human Weapon. After disposing of the trash, he slowly turned around. Against the light, Su Ruan couldn't see his face, clearly only the tangible murderous intent locked onto her. He was in a terrible state right now. The riot in his spiritual sea made his head feel like it was splitting apart, as if countless electric drills were churning wildly inside his brain. Every living thing in his sight made him feel unbearably annoyed and irritable. He only wanted to destroy. He only wanted this world to fall completely silent. Lu Shiyuan lowered his gaze to Su Ruan, who was blocking his way. She was an extremely disheveled woman. Clothes tattered, covered in dust, still bleeding from her knees. Weak. Dirty. Trouble. That was Lu Shiyuan's first impression. He raised his hand, and lightning gathered at his fingertips again. Scram. Just one icy word without any warmth. Su Ruan's heart stopped. She could feel death approaching. This madman really was going to kill her. Running was impossible. Fighting was suicide. Su Ruan watched the descending hand, her mind racing. The book had said that although Lu Shiyuan was mad, he was also human. He too craved moments of peace. Screw it. Su Ruan didn't know where the strength came from. At the very instant Lu Shiyuan moved, she suddenly lunged forward. Like a frightened little rabbit, she charged recklessly into the man's murderous domain. She wrapped both arms tightly around the long leg wrapped in military pants. Brother, help! The cry was full of twists and turns, with sobs soft and glutinous like freshly made mochi. Su Ruan looked up. On her dirt-streaked face, tears had carved 2 clean trails. A teardrop hung on her long lashes, about to fall, but not quite falling. Fear, helplessness, dependence. All the emotions were perfectly calibrated. The lightning in Lu Shiyuan's hand had already condensed into a sphere, and with just a slight press downward, this reckless woman would be reduced to charcoal. And yet, the second Su Ruan's palm touched his thigh muscle, a strange sensation spread through his entire body. It was like a stream of cool spring water being poured into boiling magma. The excruciating pain that had been tormenting his nerves and driving him to shred everything actually stopped miraculously. The noisy, crazy roars in his mind were as if someone had pressed pause. The world had never been this quiet. Lu Shiyuan's hand, frozen midair, stopped. The restless lightning at his fingertips, as if meeting its natural enemy, quietly extinguished. He lowered his head. His gaze passed through the drifting smoke and landed on the trembling little ball curled beside his leg. The woman was clinging to his leg with her whole body, her cheek pressed tightly against his trouser leg, her warm body temperature seeping through the fabric. It was the kind of touch he usually hated most. He had a cleanliness compulsion. Anyone who tried to get within 3 meters of him. Their grave grass was already 2 meters tall. But now, he didn't find it disgusting. Instead, he wanted her to hold him a little tighter. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. In those eyes once filled with raging storms, a flicker of bewilderment and shock appeared for the first time. What is this thing? A human-shaped sedative. Seeing that the lightning didn't strike down, Su Ruan grew a little bolder. She sniffled, buried her face deeper, and spoke in a small voice with tentative flattery. Brother, don't leave me. I'm so scared. The palm brimming with world-destroying energy halted abruptly just 3 inches above Ruan's head. Lu Shiyuan stood frozen in place like a killing machine suddenly cut off from its power source. The moment her small, mud-stained hands gripped his thigh, the agonizing pain that had long been lodged deep in his skull, like thousands of steel needles twisting at once, vanished without any warning. In its place came an indescribable coolness rising through their touching skin, spreading upward until it surged into the long devastated sea of his consciousness. The world fell silent. No roaring, no explosions, none of the maddening noise. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the dirty little bundle clinging to his leg, his mind going blank for a moment. What kind of devilish sorcery was this? Ruan waited for a long time, but the lightning strike she had expected never came. She secretly shifted her face away from the man's pant leg, just a crack revealing one watery eye. Looking up, that terrifying man was staring at her. Though she couldn't see his exact expression, the purple lightning at his fingertips had indeed died out. She had won the gamble. Ruan's heart pounded wildly. Her survival instinct made her instantly choose the most advantageous move, push her luck. Since clinging to his leg worked, she would hold on even tighter. She sniffled. Her arms, which had merely been loosely wrapped around him, suddenly tightened. Like a koala, she clung with both arms and legs, entwining herself firmly around Lu Shiyuan's long left leg. She even rubbed her cheek unceremoniously against the expensive combat uniform fabric, wiping her tears and mud all over it. "Big brother, please don't kill me." Her voice was so soft it could squeeze out water, trembling with post-escape fear and coaxing. "I'll be obedient, I'm very good, don't leave me to the zombies." Lu Shiyuan's muscles instantly tensed all over. No one had ever dared touch him like this. Even before the apocalypse, women who tried to climb into his bed were thrown out by bodyguards before they could get within 3 meters. After the apocalypse, no one dared act recklessly in front of him. Everyone treated him like a nuclear bomb ready to explode, staying as far away as possible. But now this woman who had appeared from nowhere had not only hugged him, but also wiped her snot and tears all over him. By his usual standards, she should have already been reduced to a pile of ashes. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand, intending to tear off this reckless creature. His large hand clamped around Ruan's slender arm, the touch beneath his palm impossibly soft, as if a slight squeeze would crush her. The very second their skin touched, that cool, comfortable sensation magnified tenfold. If it had been a gentle trickle before, now it was a raging tide of soothing energy, instantly suppressing the restless, supernatural power inside him. It felt good. So good. Lu Shiyuan's hand, originally meant to fling her away, lost all its strength. Involuntarily, his fingertip stroked her arm. That feeling was utterly addictive. Like a man who had trekked through the desert for 3 days and nights, suddenly taking a sip of ice-cold cola. Lu Shiyuan's movements halted. Not far away, several armored vehicles stopped one after another. Fully armed soldiers jumped out, initially intending to clean up the battlefield, but every single one froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Qin Feng, the leading adjutant, nearly dropped his jaw. What was he seeing? That commander, with severe mysophobia, terminal mania, who would electrocute even a female mosquito that came near, was actually letting a filthy woman cling to his leg. And that woman was rubbing her face against the boss's crotch. Ahem, upper thigh. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had fallen under some mental zombie illusion. "Boss," Qin Feng called out cautiously, almost losing his grip on his gun. What's going on here?" Lu Shiyuan ignored him. He was in an extremely conflicted state. His reason told him he should snap the woman's neck right now or throw her out to the zombies to preserve his dignity and cleanliness. But every cell in his body was screaming, "Keep her. Get closer." This feeling of not having to endure agony was simply too wonderful. Roar. At that moment, the zombie horde's follow-up forces, which had been cowed by Lu Shiyuan's thunderous might, surrounded them again. Several speed-type mutant zombies burst out from the ruins on the side, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, charging straight at the fresh flesh hanging on Lu Shiyuan's leg. Ruan screamed in terror. Completely forgetting her dignity, she scrambled up with hands and feet, as if trying to burrow into Lu Shiyuan's embrace. "Help! They're coming!" She buried her face firmly against Lu Shiyuan's hard lower abdomen, her warm breath seeping through the thin fabric onto his taut muscles. Lu Shiyuan stiffened all over. A tingling sensation shot up his spine to the crown of his head. A strange red flush crept over his ears. Damn it! Did this woman have any idea what she was touching? But he didn't push her away. Instead, a surge of savage rage rose from his heart, not directed at the woman in his arms, but at the garbage that had interrupted his treatment. Courting death. Lu Shiyuan clamped one hand on the back of Ruan's head, pressing her face firmly into his chest. He raised his other hand, fingers spread wide. Boom. A thunderclap rose from the ground. With him at the center, a sea of purple lightning engulfed the area for 100 meters. Countless thick serpentine bolts danced wildly, tearing the air with piercing crackles. The mutant zombies that charged forward didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized midair, leaving no trace. The terrifying pressure made every soldier present feel their knees weaken, almost kneeling. This was the power of a dual-system max-level superhuman. The human weapon truly lived up to its name. Ruan was held in that embrace, filled with male pheromones, hearing only the deafening thunder outside and the steady, powerful heartbeat of the man's chest. There was no pain as she had imagined. Although the raging thunder exploded right beside her, it seemed to have eyes perfectly avoiding her position. A vacuum-like safe circle even formed around her. It was over. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand. The air around still carried the smell of ionized ozone. He looked down at the little thing still trembling in his arms. So small, curled up no bigger than a pocket on his combat uniform. Yet this tiny thing could actually suppress his mania. Qin Feng swallowed hard, plucked up his courage, and walked over. Boss, this. How should we handle this woman? Throw her away. According to the usual rule, unknown survivors were either killed or discarded, especially one who looked like a fragile burden. The words "throw away" made Su Ruan shudder violently. She poked half her head out from Lu Shiyuan's embrace, her red, tearful eyes like a startled fawn gazing at him pitifully. The knuckles of her fingers clutching his clothes turned white, refusing to let go. Don't throw me away. She sobbed softly, tears about to fall again. I can wash clothes and cook. Though it won't taste good, I can learn. Please take me with you. I eat very little. To survive, what was dignity? As long as she could cling to this golden thigh, she was willing to be a mere pendant. Lu Shiyuan looked at her utterly shameless survival instinct, and a strange hint of delight stirred in his heart. Women in the past had either been terrified of him or pretended to be holy and aloof in hopes of reforming him. None had ever been like her. Her face clearly read, I'm weak, but useful, and please use me. It was honestly a little cute. And his head was starting to ache faintly again. The sudden outburst earlier had consumed much of his mental energy, and now that her contact was gone, that damned pain was beginning to surge back. Lu Shiyuan frowned slightly. He didn't want to return to that world full of noise and agony. Take her. He spat out two cold words. Qin Feng was stunned. Take her. Where? My car. With that, Lu Shiyuan looked at no one else, directly picked up Su Ruan, who was still clinging to him with one hand, like lifting a kitten, and turned to stride toward the black steel beast. Qin Feng and the other subordinates stood in the wind, dumbfounded. Had the boss gone mad? That clean freak, who didn't even allow people in the passenger seat, was actually going to bring a filthy woman into his personal vehicle, and taking her back to base. The sky must be about to rain blood. The door closed. The noise outside was instantly cut off. The modified Humvee's interior was enormous, even equipped with a small living area. The leather seats were soft and comfortable, and the climate control maintained the perfect temperature. It was a world of difference from the leaky old Jeep Su Ruan had ridden before. Lu Shiyuan casually tossed her onto the passenger seats, genuine leather. Sit still. Move and I'll throw you out. The man sat in the driver's seat, his voice still icy, unreadable. Su Ruan immediately curled up, nodding eagerly like a pecking chicken. She secretly studied the man beside her. Up close, his profile was perfect, like a work of art carefully carved by God. His nose was high and straight, his thin lips pressed tight, his jawline sharp as a knife. However, his intimidating aura was so strong that one dared not look too long. The car started, the engine growling low like a waking beast charging onto the highway. The speed was high yet exceptionally smooth. Su Ruan curled up in the corner, gradually relaxing. As long as she wasn't thrown out, her life was temporarily safe. She needed to find a way to prove her value, not be a disposable item. Just as she was thinking, she noticed the pressure around him seemed to drop again. Lu Shiyuan's hand on the steering wheel had bulging veins, knuckles white. His brows were locked, cold sweat beating on his temples. Deep in his eyes, which had returned to normal, a dangerous hint of crimson began to glimmer again. Was his mania flaring up again? Su Ruan's heart skipped a beat. This was her long-term meal ticket. If he went mad and drove into a ditch, she would die with him. And that feeling she got from touching him could soothe him. Could this be her golden finger? Su Ruan swallowed hard, plucked up her courage, and tentatively extended a finger. Slowly, cautiously, she poked the back of Lu Shiyuan's right hand, which rested on the gear lever. Brother, are you feeling unwell? The instant their fingers touched, Lu Shiyuan whipped his head around, his crimson eyes fixed on her, filled with savagery and murderous intent. Su Ruan flinched and instinctively tried to pull her hand back. The next second, a scorching large hand turned and seized her wrist. The force was so strong it felt like it would crush her bones. Lu Shiyuan gave her no chance to escape, directly pulling her boneless little hand over and wrapping it tightly in his palm. Skin against skin. That cool spring surged in again, instantly extinguishing the impending blaze of rage. Lu Shiyuan's tense body visibly relaxed, sinking back into the seat. He didn't let go. Instead, as if playing with a newly acquired treasure, his thumb repeatedly stroked the back of her delicate hand, savoring the endless, soothing sensation. It really was her. She was medicine. The only medicine. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on Su Ruan's still frightened little face, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint yet bone-chilling smile. Since you're so useful, he said hoarsely with a hint of morbid obsession, then don't even think about running away. The carriage was dead silent save for the faint hum of the air conditioner vent. Lu Shiyuan's words, don't even think about running, still echoed in her ears, carrying a possessiveness that sent chills down her spine. But Su Ruan did not tremble in fear as Qin Feng had expected. Instead, she seemed to have found the most comfortable pillow. She leaned sideways, collapsing softly against Lu Shiyuan's precious arm, and even went so far as to hook her fingers around his cuff. I'm not running. Her voice was soft and sticky with a nasal tone from having just cried, making it impossible to be angry. The outside is full of zombies, and I have no powers. Running out there would just be delivering myself as takeout for them. As long as Big Brother doesn't throw me away, I'll be your leg pendant sticking to you like glue. The words were blunt and shameless. Lu Shiyuan turned his head to look at her. This woman was very clever, or rather she knew how to read the room. Knowing that he needed this body to ease his pain, she immediately positioned herself. Even if she had to be an object, she would be the most favored one. He didn't shake off the hand that was causing trouble. That endless cool sensation traveled through the meridians of his arm, spreading throughout his body. The nerves that had long been on the verge of explosion received unprecedented comfort. This feeling was far too addictive. Lu Shiyuan took an unmarked carton of plain milk from the car fridge and tossed it into her arms. Drink. He was sparing with his words. Ruan's eyes lit up. This was the apocalypse. Outside, a bottle of yellowed water could cost a life, and this man casually handed her a chilled carton of fresh milk. Was this the joy of latching onto a top-tier patron? She fumbled to insert the straw and took a big gulp, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster eating. So sweet. Ruan squinted in satisfaction, then held the milk carton to Lu Shiyuan's lips, shaking it coaxingly. Big Brother wants some. First sip for you. Sheen foam driving in the front jolted, sending the car swerving in an S shape. Was she crazy? The boss hated sweets most of all, let alone something someone else had drunk from. This woman was dancing on a minefield. Lu Shiyuan lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the ring of glistening moisture on the straw. Dirty. But he wasn't angry. In fact, he found this little creature offering him a gift far more pleasing than those high-ranking officials in the base who only schemed for profit. Drink it yourself. He looked away, fixing his gaze on the barren road ahead, tapping his fingers idly on the steering wheel. He was in a good mood. His head no longer ached, and even the ruined world seemed a little more tolerable. The convoy sped along the national highway, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled with Qin Feng's voice, tinged with surprise. Boss, there's a situation 2 kilometers ahead. An off-road vehicle has broken down and is being attacked by 7 or 8 zombies. Looks like they're about to be overwhelmed. Lu Shiyuan said nothing, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. In the apocalypse, incidents like this happened every minute. He wasn't a savior and had no time to meddle. Just ram through. The order was cold and merciless. Qin Feng acknowledged, yes sir. But that car looks familiar. It might be that group of survivors we passed earlier. Ruan, who was chugging her milk, paused. That group? Wasn't that the scumbag ex-boyfriend who had thrown her out of the car and her White Lotus best friend? So their retribution had come this quickly. Ruan swallowed the milk, sat up straight, and her originally soft and cute face instantly switched to an expression of gleeful excitement, eager to watch the drama unfold. Big Brother. She tugged at Lu Shiyuan's sleeve, pointing at the faint black dot in the distance. That's my car. That's the car that threw me off. Lu Shiyuan glanced sideways, catching the sly and schadenfreude-laden look in her eyes. This woman was not only delicate, but also held grudges. Still, since they had thrown away his medicine, they truly deserved to die. Stop. Lu Shiyuan slammed on the brakes. The massive inertia threw Ruan forward, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. 200 meters ahead, Lin Cheng was wielding a fire axe, desperately hacking down a lunging zombie. Foul black blood splattered across his face. Brother Lin. I can't take it anymore. My powers are depleted. Bai Wei hid behind the car, firing a pistol wildly. Her originally delicate face was now covered in black grime, her hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. There was no trace of her usual goddess-like appearance. Their off-road vehicle's radiator had burst, leaving it dead in the middle of the road. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the scent, were gathering. Though not many in number for the 2 exhausted individuals, it was enough to be fatal. Damn it. Lin Cheng kicked away a zombie with a broken leg, screaming in despair. He should never have taken this national highway to save on gas. Just as they thought they would meet their end here, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The roar of engines grew louder, approaching from afar. Lin Cheng jerked his head up. Against the blinding light, a fully armed black convoy rumbled forward like a steel torrent. The lead vehicle, a modified Hummer, was especially imposing. The heavy machine gun mounted on its roof glinted with a chilling metallic luster in the sunlight. A golden emblem was spray-painted on the vehicle's body, a sword piercing the dawn. The Dawn Base. The personal guard of Commander Lu Shiyuan. A wild gleam of ecstasy erupted in Lin Cheng's eyes, the desperate frenzy of a drowning man grasping at the last straw. We're saved. It's Commander Lu's convoy. He threw away his axe, ignoring the zombies behind him, and rushed madly to the middle of the road, waving his arms high. Stop. Help. I'm an ability user. I'm useful. Bai Wei also snapped out of it, stumbling out, even taking a moment to smooth her messy hair and force a pitiful expression. If she could catch Lu Shiyuan's eye, even if only as a servant to wash his feet, she would never have to worry in the apocalypse. With a screech, the black Hummer stopped steadily 10 meters away from the 2. The massive tires were taller than half of Lin Cheng's body. Trembling with excitement, Lin Cheng rushed over and bowed obsequiously before the heavy bulletproof window. Sir, I'm Lin Cheng, a level 2 strength-type ability user. We've encountered a zombie horde, and our car is broken. Please allow me to join your team and serve you. As he spoke, he greedily surveyed the legendary war vehicle with his peripheral vision. If he could ride in it, who would dare to look down on him back at the base? Bai Wei also edged closer, her voice deliberately high-pitched and syrupy. Sir, please save us. I'll do anything to survive. There was no response from inside the car. The pitch-black window was like a mirror reflecting the two's wretched and greedy ugliness. A full half-minute passed. Just as Lin Sheng's unease began to swell, the bulletproof glass slowly rolled down. A gust of cold air mixed with a faint milky scent wafted out. Lin Sheng and Bai Wei instinctively held their breath, craning their necks to look inside, expecting to see the legendary strongest human. Yet what came into view was a face so familiar it made them do a double take. Ruan was curled up in the spacious passenger seat, holding a carton of premium fresh milk, a luxury they had only seen before the apocalypse, with a ring of white milk stains around her lips. Although she still wore the tattered dress, she looked clean, comfortable, and even exuded a lazy, pampered air. The contrast with the two grimy, blood-soaked figures outside was stark. Ruan. Lin Sheng's eyes nearly popped out, his voice cracking like a duck being choked. What are you doing here? Bai Wei was struck as if by lightning, her nails digging deep into her palms. Impossible. That way Ruan should have been devoured by zombies by now. Why was she sitting in Lu Shiyuan's passenger seat? A position even the base's high-ranking officials dared not dream of. Ruan slowly finished the last of the milk, placed the empty carton on the dashboard, then turned to look at the man radiating coldness in the driver's seat, blinking, with a voice dripping with sweetness. Commander Big Brother, it's them. She extended a slender finger, pointing through the window at the two stunned figures outside. It's these two bad guys. They stole my supplies and pushed me out of the car to feed the zombies. See, my knee still hurts. To add conviction, she deliberately moved her injured leg closer to Lu Shiyuan. In truth, the scrape had already scabbed over. But that didn't stop her from playing the victim. Lu Shiyuan glanced sideways, his eyes lingering on the scar the size of a fingernail for a second. Though it was only a superficial wound, this body was now his medicine. If the medicine was damaged, its efficacy would be compromised. That displeased him greatly. Lu Shiyuan turned his head, his deep, cold eyes boring through the window at Lin Sheng. There was no emotion, just the look one gives a pile of rotting garbage. Lin Sheng's scalp crawled under that gaze. His legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. That was the pressure of an apex predator, something a level 2 ability user could never withstand. See, Commander, please let me explain. Cold sweat poured down Lin Sheng's face as he stammered his defense. Ruan has no powers. Keeping her would only slow the team down. We did it for the greater good. And I never intended to actually kill her. Yes, sir. Bai Wei chimed in frantically. Ruan has always been spoiled and never did any work. We protected her the whole way. That's more than enough. Don't let this woman fool you. She didn't believe it. A decisive man like Lu Shiyuan would never go against 2 ability users for the sake of a useless vase. Lu Shiyuan couldn't even be bothered to listen to their nonsense. He only knew one thing: these two had touched what was his. When did I give you the right to dispose of my belongings? The man's voice was low and pleasant, but carried a chill that could stop a heart. Before the words faded, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A bolt of purple lightning struck without warning. Boom. The bolt landed precisely less than 5 centimeters from Lin Sheng's foot, blasting a charred crater into the hard asphalt. Stones and debris flew, cutting Lin Sheng's cheek. Oh! Lin Sheng shrieked in terror, his crotch instantly soaked, a stench of urine spreading. He had actually wet himself. If that bolt had been a fraction off, he would now be a charred corpse. Bai Wei collapsed on the ground, clutching her ears and screaming, any trace of her earlier arrogance gone. Inside the car, Ruan was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Was this the joy of latching onto a powerful patron? It was better than drinking 10 bottles of ice-cold cola. She couldn't help cheering Lu Shiyuan on in her mind. Well done. This is what a qualified tool. No, a qualified sugar daddy looks like. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze, wrinkling his nose in disgust. The stench of urine was too strong, polluting the air around him. Qin Feng. He spoke coldly into the walkie-talkie. Unload all their supplies. Pop the tires. Since they like to abandon people on the road to feed zombies, let them taste that same fate. This was crueler than killing them outright. Stranded on this desolate highway with no vehicle, no supplies, and having just survived a zombie horde, only endless despair and death awaited them. Yes, sir. Qin Feng from the rear vehicle immediately jumped out, with several soldiers swiftly moving toward the broken-down off-roader. Lin Sheng and Bai Wei watched helplessly as their remaining food and water were hauled away, not even sparing the spare can of gasoline in the trunk. No, that's our lifeline. Bai Wei cried, lunging to grab back a pack of biscuits, only to be shoved away ruthlessly by a soldier. Get lost. You're lucky the boss is in a good mood. He didn't kill you. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out. All 4 tires of the off-roader were blown out, leaving it a useless heap of scrap. Having done all that, Qin Feng saluted, turned, and got back into the vehicle. Lu Shiyuan rolled up the window, shutting out the wails and pleas. Move out. The Hummer let out a low roar, its tires grinding over the rubble as it sped away. In the rearview mirror, Lin Sheng and Bai Wei knelt on the ground, staring in despair at the retreating convoy. And from the surrounding wilderness, new growls were approaching. The zombie horde drawn by the commotion. Inside the car, silence returned. Ruan was in high spirits, even her stomach, which had felt uneasy from the bumpy ride, now settled. She turned to look at Lu Shiyuan, who was driving. This man, though crazy and fierce, looked really handsome when he was protective. Big Brother is so good. She fished out a piece of milk candy she had secretly hidden earlier, peeled off the wrapper, and held it to Lu Shiyuan's lips. A reward for you. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the white candy. Sweet. Cheap. He should have refused. But looking at Su Ruan's bright adoring eyes, the words of refusal lingered on his tongue before he swallowed them back. Somehow he opened his mouth and accepted the candy. The warm touch of her fingertips brushed his lips and was gone. The sweetness spread through his mouth, unexpectedly suppressing the constant smell of blood. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the sweetness. Sit still. His voice was a little hoarse, his fingers tightening on the steering wheel. Move again, and I'll throw you back to them. Su Ruan stuck out her tongue and obediently shrank back into her seat. Liar. I saw your ears turn red just now. This mad dog didn't seem so hard to tame after all. Just then the vehicle's radar suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Beep, beep, beep. The smoothly moving vehicle jolted violently. Qin Feng's frantic voice exploded from the walkie-talkie, laced with unprecedented terror. Boss, something's wrong. The road ahead. It's gone. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, a shrill screech of brakes tore through the air once more. The violent inertia hurled Su Ruan forward with brutal force, the seatbelt biting deep into her clavicle, searing pain, flaring instantly. Plop. The empty milk carton she'd just finished slipped from her hand and landed on the floor mat, rolling twice. The vehicle came to a halt. Ignoring the sharp ache in her shoulder, Su Ruan stared in terror at the windshield. It was gone. The national highway, once stretching straight ahead, had been severed mid-air. Less than half a meter before the hood lay an abyss of impenetrable blackness. This was no ordinary darkness. It was void where light itself was devoured. As if some unseen hand had taken a colossal black eraser and violently scraped away the world ahead. What in hell is this? Qin Feng's voice shrieked over the radio, warped and distorted, laced with crackling static that pierced the eardrums. Su Ruan's heart hammered wildly. She had read the original novel. She knew exactly what this was, the domain of an S-class psychic zombie, abyssal gaze. Though physically frail, such zombies possessed monstrous psychic power, weaving hyperreal illusions that trapped prey in paralyzing dread until their minds shattered. In the original narrative, this very event triggered Lu Shiyuan's first full-blown psychotic episode, a catastrophic unraveling of his long-suppressed mania. ZZZT. The dashboard suddenly erupted in a shower of sparks. The suffocating pressure in the air surged instantaneously, temperature plummeted to freezing. Su Ruan turned stiffly toward the driver's seat, where Lu Shiyuan gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled ferocity. The specially forged alloy rim bored deep, grooved indentations from his fingers. His head bowed low, temples bulging with throbbing blue veins, as though something inside his skull were about to detonate. For ordinary people, this psychic assault manifested as illusion. But for Lu Shiyuan, whose mental sea was already fractured beyond repair, it felt like a white-hot branding iron thrust directly into his brain. Agony, searing, bone-deep, soul-rending. In an instant, the dam of reason collapsed. Lu Shiyuan snapped his head up. Those once profound eyes were now wholly consumed by crimson. No scara remained, only feral, murderous intent. He saw none of it, not Su Ruan, not the car, not even the yawning chasm ahead. All he perceived were twisted human faces surging toward him, while 10,000 voices shrieked in unison. Shrill, deafening, inescapable. Kill them all. Destroy everything. Violet-black lightning erupted chaotically around him, scorching the leather seats black, shattering the overhead light bulb with a sharp pop. Ah, don't come near me. Stay back. A squad member's gut-wrenching scream blared over the radio, clearly ensnared in the same hallucination. Outside the window, the featureless void began to writhe. Countless black spiders, each bearing a grotesque human face, crawled across the bulletproof glass, their razor-sharp limbs scraping against the surface with a teeth-grinding hiss. Su Ruan trembled violently. She wanted to scream, but her throat constricted, choked shut. Yet she understood one truth more clearly than ever: those things outside couldn't breach the vehicle. The real Reaper sat beside her, unleashed, unstable, unstoppable. An errant arc of electricity grazed her cheek, singeing strands of hair. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. Lightning coalesced violently in his palm. A terrifying volatile energy capable of reducing the armored Humvee, and everyone inside, to ash in an instant. He meant to obliterate himself, and the entire world along with him. She could not let him pull the trigger. Survival instinct overrode terror. Plop. With trembling fingers, she unbuckled her seatbelt and lunged forward without hesitation. In the cramped cabin, she vaulted over the center console and knelt squarely atop Lu Shiyuan's thighs. Her palms cradled his burning cheeks. With every ounce of strength left in her body, she slammed her forehead against his. Hard. Thud. A muffled impact echoed between them. Brother, look at me. Her voice cracked with tears, but rose sharply, piercing through layers of psychic noise, desperate to reach him. It's false. All of it is false. The moment their skin made full contact, that peculiar coolness surged again, stronger, deeper, undeniable. If their earlier handshake had been a gentle stream, this, forehead pressed to forehead, hands cupping his face, was a cascading waterfall. A soothing icy calm infused with faint milky sweetness flooded Lu Shiyuan's exploding mind. The monsters tearing through his thoughts froze mid-lunge. The axe grinding relentlessly against his temples ceased its motion. His descending hand halted midair. The apocalyptic thunderbolt in his palm flickered twice. then extinguished, unwilling but powerless to resist. The dense, undiluted crimson receded from his irises like retreating tide, revealing the profound obsidian depths beneath. His vision cleared. No distorted faces. No shrieking phantoms. Only a small pale face, mere inches from his own. Seeing his movement cease, Ruan still wept uncontrollably, her wet lashes brushing softly against his cheek. "Don't blow up the car. I don't want to die." Terrified beyond measure, her body quaked like a leaf in gale winds. Yet her hands remained locked tight around his face, refusing to release him, fearing that the slightest loosening would unleash the madman within once more. Lu Shiyuan stared at her. The pain was gone, utterly vanished. That chronic gnawing torment, like a parasite rooted deep in his bones, had dissolved without a trace. In its place bloomed the delicate texture of her palms against his skin, and the gentle, temperate coolness resting upon his brow. She was the antidote, truly irrevocably the antidote. A shadow, dark, unreadable, flickered across Lu Shiyuan's newly lucid gaze. He did not push her away. Instead, his free hand closed firmly around the nape of her neck. His large fingers sank deep into her soft hair, pressing downward, forcing their foreheads tighter together. Drawing upon this ceaseless, revitalizing coolness, he forcibly gathered his scattered, shattered spiritual energy. His gaze swept past Ruan's shoulder, fixing upon the void beyond the windshield. Now lucid, it was time for reckoning. "Dare to die?" His thin lips parted, uttering two words. His other hand rose, index finger extended, aimed precisely at the abyss ahead. His suppressed, refined psychic ability responded with unprecedented obedience and focus. Shatter. Boom. A thunderbolt, violet black and blinding, descended from the heavens without warning, striking a precise point in the void 100 meters ahead. Crack. A sound like shattering glass. Then, an ear-splitting, soul-piercing shriek tore across the wasteland. The endless abyss cloaking the convoy collapsed, instantly fracturing like a broken mirror. Sunlight returned. The national highway reappeared, whole, unbroken. In their dead center of the road 100 meters away stood a mutated zombie, grotesquely oversized head, withered limbs frozen mid-scream. In the next instant, pop! Its skull exploded into a crimson mist. The illusion dissolved. The spitterous phantoms clinging to the windows vanished without a trace. Over the radio, the squad's screams cut off abruptly, replaced by ragged, gasping breaths. "We're alive." Sheen foam slumped over the steering wheel, drenched in cold sweat, as if freshly dragged from icy water. Inside the armored Humvee, Ruan felt the crushing aura dissipate. Her taut nerves finally slackened, and she collapsed, utterly spent. She tried to retreat. In the heat of crisis, she hadn't considered it. But now, with danger past, she became acutely aware of how intimate their position truly was, straddling his thighs, hands cradling his face, foreheads pressed together, breath mingling. Too close. Close enough to see the fine down on his skin. Brother. The monster's dead," she whispered softly, cautiously attempting to withdraw her hands. No movement. His grip on her nape remained ironclad, unyielding, absolute. Lu Shiyuan held perfectly still, maintaining the embrace. He greedily absorbed the quiet, calming essence radiating from her. The aftershock of his near-total collapse still lingered, cold, visceral, terrifying. That abyssal despair had nearly swallowed him whole, and she was the sole lifeline. The faintest whisper of headache threatened to return the moment he loosened his hold. He refused to let go, refused to return to that world of unrelenting agony. Lu Shiyuan lowered his gaze slightly, fixing upon her trembling lips. It was this mouth that had pulled him back from hell's threshold. "From now on," he said, his voice raw, gravel-thick, vibrating with dangerous undertones. His thumb glided slowly across her smooth cheek, its calloused pad sending faint, tingling warmth through her skin. Ruan tilted her chin upward, meeting his bottomless gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. His fingers traced downward along her jawline, coming to rest lightly, but deliberately, upon the vulnerable pulse point at her throat. "Do not let go." Leaning forward, his warm breath brushed her ear, his tone devoid of negotiation, saturated instead with pathological possession. "Or I will kill you." A suffocating low pressure filled the cabin. Ruan's fingers froze upon that slender neck, her fingertip brushing the artery pulsing powerfully beneath. She dared not loosen her grip. That madman's earlier words, "I'll kill you," had been no jest. The armored Humvee roared across the wasteland, tires churning up torrents of ochre dust before screeching to a violent halt before a colossal steel leviathan. Dawn base. 30-meter alloy walls pierced the heavens, their surfaces scarred with dried crimson bloodstains and massive claw marks. Metals earned in countless zombie surges. Guards atop the wall recognized the signature black war machine instantly. No identity check was needed. They pressed the highest clearance access button without hesitation. With a thunderous groan, colossal hydraulic gates slid open in unison. 2 rows of fully armed soldiers snapped rigidly to attention, saluting in perfect synchrony. None dared lift their eyes toward the driver's seat. It was reverence for absolute power. The convoy surged inward, cutting straight through the outer slums before halting at the inner city's central plaza, the heart of the base. This was the mission handover hub, and the most vibrant nexus of the entire base. Countless mutant-powered squads rested here, traded supplies, forged alliances. The moment Lu Shiyuan's personal vehicle halted, the plaza's clamor hushed. just for one breath, then erupted into barely suppressed frenzy. The commander's back. He's been gone so long. He must have brought back treasures. Look, there's Deputy Officer Chin. The crowd parted instinctively, carving a wide corridor. Noble daughters and elite female mutants rose onto tiptoes, straining desperately for a glimpse. In this apocalypse, the name Lu Shiyuan embodied supreme authority and safety itself. A single glance from him could lift a soul from hell to heaven. Qin Feng leapt down first, still gripping his heavy machine gun, dripping fresh blood, his aura thick with slaughter. No one dared approach. Lu Shiyuan killed the engine, pulled out the key. That ceaseless coolness still seeped up his neck, calming his volatile nerves into an eerie, unnatural serenity. He turned his head. Ruan shrank into the passenger seat, her delicate face pale from holding the same posture too long. Her elegant high heels had vanished long ago. Her bare feet rested on the black floor mat smudged with dirt and grime. Though the wound on her right knee had scabbed over, its surrounding swelling burned fiercely, a shocking crimson blot against her luminous porcelain skin. Dirty. His first instinct was revulsion. He suffered severe obsessive cleanliness. Normally burning garments, the instant dust settled upon them, letting something so filthy soil his domain. Unthinkable. Ruan sensed the sudden chill radiating from him. She curled her toes, trying desperately to tuck those grimy feet beneath her skirt. Brother, I can walk myself, she whispered, timidly fumbling with her seatbelt. Once inside, the base survival was possible. No need to cling to this walking powder keg. Click. The buckle released. Ruan reached for the door handle, just as a large hand slammed down onto her shoulder. Lu Shiyuan stared at her mud-streaked feet, his brow furrowing into a deep mountain crease. Let her walk like that. Versal scraping across bacteria-laden plaza stones. Then parade that filth before him. No. Just imagining it sent his suppressed mania surging back. Don't move. His voice cut cold and sharp. Ruan froze, uncomprehending, until the next second. He unbuckled his own belt, swung one long leg over the center console. In the cramped space, his masculine dominance engulfed her entirely. Lu Shiyuan bent low, his long arms sliding beneath her knees and back. Ruan felt weightlessness, then vertigo, before she was swept off her feet, cradled fully in his arms. Oh! A startled gasp escaped her lips as she instinctively hooked her arms around his neck, clinging to him. Had this man truly lost his mind? Wasn't he obsessed with purity? Didn't he loathe being touched by anyone? Ignoring her rigidity, Lu Shiyuan kicked the door wide and strode forward, carrying her. By now the plaza teemed with onlookers. All craned their necks, breath held, awaiting the legendary slaughterer. The door opened. Black combat boots struck the ground. Then emerged the man, tall, clad in black tactical gear, radiating terror like a physical force. But he carried no weapon. No crystal cores. Instead, cradled in his arms, was a woman. A princess Carrie. Silence. The plaza's murmurs died mid-breath, plunging into absolute tomb-like silence. Even the rustle of wind over discarded newspapers rang clear. Every face froze, eyes bulging near to bursting. Was that really Lu Shiyuan? The same Lu Shiyuan who'd kick his deputy across the room for stepping too close, whose 3-meter radius remained barren of life. He was holding a woman, and she looked filthy, barefoot, dress torn as if dug from refugee rubble. Qin Feng stood beside the vehicle, nearly dropping his rifle. He'd already reeled once inside the car, but witnessing his commander do this before the entire base shattered his worldview. Was this truly the ruthless, blood-soaked commander who slaughtered without blinking? Under thousands of fixed stares, Ruan's spine prickled with ice. Those gazes held shock, envy, scrutiny, even lethal intent. Had glances been blades, she'd have been flayed alive 10,000 times over. To falter now, to look unworthy, would be death by morning. Ruan drew a slow, steadying breath and buried her face against Lu Shiyuan's hard chest. Only her dewy, fawn-like eyes peeked out, timid, fleeting, before vanishing again. Her fingers clutched his collar tighter, knuckles bleaching white. Brother. Her voice trembled soft as moth wings melting bone and will alike. There are so many people. That man is glaring. I'm scared. Textbook guile. Yet in this moment, it was her sharpest weapon. Lu Shiyuan paused. He felt the delicate tremor within his arms. That dependence thrilled him deeply. If she was his medicine, then only he could observe her. Only he could torment her. What were these rabble worth? Slowly Lu Shiyuan lifted his gaze. His obsidian eyes swept the crowd, cold, bottomless, devoid of mercy. No mutant ability deployed. Yet the sheer slaughter-born malevolence dropped ambient temperature by 15 degrees. Those who'd stepped forward to curry favor, or peer at Ruan's face, felt invisible hands clamp shut their throats. Sweat drenched their backs in an instant. What are you staring at? His tone was flat, yet laced with such visceral, chilling malice it froze blood. Care to lose your eyeballs? Whoosh. The packed crowd recoiled en masse, retreating over 10 meters, clearing a vast path in seconds. No one spoke. Not even a loud breath dared escape. The commander killed without hesitation. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze, never deigning to glance at those insects again. He strode onward, boots echoing, bearing Ruan straight through the parted throng, toward the black cluster of buildings at the base's deepest core, the Forbidden Zone. His private domain. Within 500 meters, no living thing endured. Not even patrol units diverted their routes. for the zone perpetually crackled with violent lightning essence. Any ordinary soul entering would be reduced to charred ash. As their silhouettes receded, the plaza finally exploded. Who was that woman? Did I just see right? That the commander carried her? No trace of mutant energy. She's just a normal human. A normal human. Are you joking? Could any normal survive 3 seconds near him? Humph. Just another ornament, seduced with fox-like allure. She entered the forbidden zone. Whether she lives past tonight remains doubtful. Exactly. When his episodes strike, he spares no kin. She'll likely be discarded tomorrow. Jealousy and venom spread like contagion among the crowd. No one believed a useless wretch could endure beside that lunatic. Before the Forbidden Zone's gate, the heavy black alloy doors slid open soundlessly, sensing Lu Shiyuan's biofield. Inside the villa, no servants, no guards. Only a frigid autonomous AI system humming softly. Its decor was minimalist monochrome, sterile, unfeeling, utterly devoid of warmth, mirroring Lu Shiyuan himself. Lu Shiyuan strode into the grand hall, kicked the door shut behind him, and carried Ruan directly to the opulent Italian leather sofa, bending low to set her down gently. The moment Ruan sank into the plush cushions, she recoiled instinctively toward the corner. It was too silent here, so silent she could hear their breathing interlace. Without the crowd's scrutiny facing him alone amplified the pressure tenfold. Lu Shiyuan straightened, gazing down at her, towering, immovable. The calm facade he'd worn outside now peeled away, revealing turbulent depths beneath. Separated from her touch, the faint gnawing headache threatened to return. Ruan's scalp prickled under his stare. She hugged her knees tight. Brother, thank you for bringing me home. She offered docility, hoping to soften his edge. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He turned toward the entrance, making Ruan exhale in relief, thinking he'd leave. Click. A crisp metallic locking sound echoed. Not a standard lock. 3 layers of reinforced mechanical bolts snapping shut. Then black blast-proof metal shutters descended over every window, sealing out all sunlight. The hall plunged into gloom. Ruan's heart seized. She whipped her terrified gaze toward the man standing in the doorway. Lu Shiyuan stood cloaked in shadow, methodically peeling off his black tactical gloves, tossing them carelessly onto the entryway console. From today onward. He turned, advancing step by deliberate step, his boots striking the floor with heavy muffled thuds. This is your cage. He halted before her, bracing one hand against the sofa's backrest, trapping her completely between his body and the leather. His overwhelming masculine presence flooded her senses, domineering, inescapable. Step beyond this threshold without my permission. He reached out, seized her chin, and forced her gaze upward. His thumb ground roughly against her flawless skin, sharp pain flaring. I'll break your legs. Understood. Understood. A massive hand gripped her chin, its calloused palm grinding painfully against her skin. Ruan was forced to tilt her head upward. The man before her was nothing short of a ruthless lunatic. He'd barely brought her here, and already threatened to break her legs. Better to yield than provoke disaster. Ruan's eyes instantly welled with tears, her expression that of a terrified little rabbit, her head bobbing frantically like a pestle pounding rice. I understand. I'll obey. I won't run. Her small hands clutched Lu Shiyuan's wrists, her fingertips whitening from the strain, her voice trembling with unmistakable sobs. Brother, please don't be angry. I'm already in pain. My leg is broken without needing to be struck. Her words were both meek and achingly soft. Lu Shiyuan held her gaze for 2 silent seconds, those dewy, glistening eyes, before the cool, soothing sensation radiating from their point of contact eased the tautness coiling through his nerves. If she obeyed, then her legs would remain intact. After all, she still needed them to walk. Lu Shiyuan released her and straightened up. Right before Ruan's eyes, he casually peeled off his dust-streaked black combat jacket and tossed it onto the entryway cabinet. Beneath lay a form-fitting black tactical vest, its fabric taut over his powerfully sculpted torso, arms corded with lean explosive muscle crisscrossed by several jagged old scars. Medals earned on the battlefield, the strongest force in the apocalypse. Ruan shrank into the corner of the sofa, using the pretense of massaging her jaw to surreptitiously survey her surroundings. She'd been too panicked earlier to notice, but now it struck her this was no apocalyptic shelter. It was paradise. The grand hall soared to an immense height, crowned by a dazzling crystal chandelier. Though it was daytime, armored blast shields had descended, flooding the interior with brilliant, even light. Cold air streamed steadily from concealed HVAC vents, holding the ambient temperature at a perfect 25 degrees Celsius. Most astonishing of all stood the floor-to-ceiling windows. There, lining the sill, grew a lush row of vibrant green plants. Ripsalis leaves gleamed with healthy oiliness. Money trees flourished with dense, luxuriant foliage. In the apocalypse, flora either mutated into flesh-eating horrors or withered into dust. To sustain such ordinary, thriving greenery demanded staggering resources. Daily purified water and simulated sunlight alone would cost more than the lives of an entire mid-sized survivor squad. This man was obscenely wealthy. Ruan swiftly recalculated in her mind. Yes, this cage was still a cage, but its specifications matched those of a 5-star presidential suite. As long as she could pacify this madman, wouldn't life thereafter be one of luxury and indulgence? Lu Shiyuan strode to the open-plan kitchen's bar counter, and poured himself a glass of iced water. Ice cubes clinked sharply against the glass. He tilted his head back and drained half the glass in one motion, the sharp rise and fall of his Adam's apple betraying raw tension. Though Su Ruan's presence had quelled the heat within him, a nameless fire still smoldered deep in his core. Turning, he held the glass in one hand, his gaze locking unerringly onto the small figure huddled on the sofa across several meters. Remember the rules here. Lu Shiyuan strode back, his long legs eating up the distance, black combat boots making no sound upon the thick carpet. He stopped directly before Su Ruan, towering over her as he delivered his decree. First, never leave my line of sight. Second, never exceed 10 meters from me. Third, speak to no male being without my explicit permission. Su Ruan blinked slowly. This wasn't keeping a person, it was keeping a dog. And not just any dog, a leash-bound one tethered to his belt loop. Then, she bit her lower lip, raising her tiny hand with feigned hesitation. What if I need to use the restroom? Must I stay within your line of sight, even then? The mental image was too grotesque. She dared not dwell on it. Lu Shiyuan remained impassive. Leave the door open. 3 words, crisp, absolute, irrevocable. Su Ruan nearly choked on her own breath. Pervert. Absolutely, undeniably, irredeemably perverse. But that's private. She attempted reason, her voice soft and honeyed, laced with quiet negotiation. Brother, I'm a girl. I get embarrassed. Lu Shiyuan toyed idly with the glass, his fingers tightening until the rim emitted a faint protesting whine. Try closing it. His tone was flat, yet beneath it ran a chilling, bone-deep threat. Provided you're willing to bear the consequences. Once visual contact broke, or distance widened, that accursed headache would erupt anew. He would never gamble his life against her modesty. Su Ruan snapped her mouth shut. Fine. You're the boss. You call the shots. She'd simply switch off the bathroom light next time. So long as she couldn't see, it didn't count. Seeing her submission, Lu Shiyuan placed the remaining half-glass on the coffee table. I'll retrieve some documents from the study. The study lay on the opposite side of the ground floor, roughly 15 meters from the living room. He turned and walked away. Su Ruan stayed curled on the sofa, not moving. She was testing him. Was his 10-meter rule mere caprice, or rooted in biological necessity? And truly her leg did ache. The fall had reopened the scab on her knee. She had no desire to move. 1 step, 2 steps. Lu Shiyuan walked with steady, unhurried strides. Yet as the distance between them widened, the soothing coolness began collapsing, precipitously like a cliff's edge. At 5 meters, discomfort flickered, like a rubber band snapping inside her skull. At 8 meters, her temples throbbed violently, while a low staticky hum buzzed faintly in her ears. At 10 meters, Lu Shiyuan did not pause, but every muscle along his spine locked rigid. In the moment he took his 11th step, the agony he'd suppressed surged forth like a breached dam, exploding with brutal, deafening force. Countless needles pierced straight into his brainstem. For a split second his vision doubled. Crack! Without warning, the thick-bottomed whiskey tumbler shattered in his palm. Shards flew outward. Blood mingled with melting ice, dripping steadily between his fingers. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-stride, his body swaying slightly. On the sofa, Su Ruan jolted upright, startled. Brother! Before she could process what had happened, a deafening thunderclap ripped through the air. ZZZZT. And the man who'd stood 15 meters away vanished, gone without trace. In the next instant, a fierce iron-scented aura slammed into her. Su Ruan's vision blurred. And there he stood again, reappearing before her, as if summoned from thin air. Lu Shiyuan's face was terrifyingly dark, veins pulsing fiercely at his temples, fury radiating so intensely it seemed to freeze the very air around him. He seized her waist in one swift, crushing motion, hauling her hard against him, pressing her flush to his chest, as though trying to fuse her into his bones. MMPH. She collided with his unyielding pectorals, her nose stung, tears pricking her eyes. Skin met skin, and like a receding tide, the excruciating pain dissolved. Lu Shiyuan gasped raggedly, burying his face in the curve of Su Ruan's neck, inhaling deeply, greedily, as if drawing life itself from her scent. He had survived. For a heartbeat, he'd feared falling once more into that endless, suffocating hell. I told you, he growled low beside her ear, voice raw, thick with barely contained rage. Don't stray too far. Do you not understand human speech? Had he lost control, just then the energy unleashed might have vaporized the study entirely. Su Ruan struggled, nearly breathless beneath his grip. She felt his tremors, raw, visceral, drenched in aftershock. So it was true. He truly couldn't exist apart from her. Distance meant collapse. That realization melted much of her fear, replacing it with quiet, cunning triumph. If he was the one bound to her, then she held the leverage to make demands. Su Ruan reached out, gently patting Lu Shiyuan's rigid back, like soothing a massive, furious hound bristling with aggression. Brother, it hurts. She sniffled, her voice trembling with wounded sweetness. I wanted to follow you, but I ran too fast and my knee hurts terribly. I can't walk. To prove her truth, she lifted the injured leg, deliberately brushing it lightly against his thigh. Don't believe me. Look, there's blood. Lu Shiyuan stiffened entirely. That soft, yielding touch sent a jolt of electric warmth spiraling up his leg. He loosened his grip slightly and looked down. There on Su Ruan's pale, slender calf, fresh crimson seeped from the reopened wound, vivid against her flawless skin. She was injured. Not disobedient, merely hurt. His anger evaporated, half gone in an instant. His brows knotted into a tight, grim furrow as he stared at the wound. The catalyst was damaged, requiring repair. Troublesome. Lu Shiyuan muttered coldly, yet made no move to discard her. Instead he bent low, sliding one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back, and lifted her smoothly, securely into his arms. Speak up when you can't walk. He carried her toward the sofa, striding with purpose, rough, yet careful to avoid aggravating her injury. Don't make me repeat myself. Ruan nestled into his hold, her lips curling upward, secretly triumphant. See, with the right justification, even a rabid dog could be ridden like a horse. Ding dong. The villa's doorbell chimed abruptly. Lu Shiyuan lowered Ruan onto the sofa, then sat beside her, his arm draped possessively across her waist, maintaining constant physical contact. Enter. The automatic door slid open. Qin Feng strode in, carrying 2 enormous military-grade supply packs. Boss, the items you requested. His voice died mid-sentence. What did he see? His commander, the relentless workaholic, the untouchable authority, now sat sprawled across the sofa like a sovereign on his throne, holding a document in one hand. And Ruan, the woman called Ruan, lay sprawled across his lap, wielding his razor-sharp tactical dagger, not to kill but to meticulously trim her nails. Most absurd of all, rather than flinging her aside, the commander glanced down periodically, checking whether she'd cut herself. Qin Feng thought he belonged under the car. This scene was surreal, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex cradling a snow-white rabbit and gently grooming it. Set them down. Lu Shiyuan didn't look up, merely turned the page. Qin Feng snapped back to awareness and hurriedly dropped the packs onto the floor. Boss, as instructed, everything is S-class grade. The dresses were sewn by the base's finest tailor, silk fabric, 10 sets total. The shoes have soft soles, no risk of blisters. And, Qin Feng paused, pulling from his pack a delicate insulated box, his expression pained. These strawberries were freshly picked from the greenhouse, 12 berries total. Boss, each one trades for a crystal core rifle now. Isn't this too extravagant? Feeding top-tier rations to a mere plaything. Lu Shiyuan finally lifted his gaze, his deep obsidian eyes sweeping over Qin Feng with glacial disdain. Too many words. Qin Feng snapped his mouth shut, placing the box reverently onto the coffee table. Anything else? Lu Shiyuan's impatience flared. One more person meant one more source of noise. Qin Feng hesitated, glancing at Ruan still draped across Lu Shiyuan's lap, then swallowed his words. Speak. Well, Lin Sheng and the other man. They've been left on the national highway. But High Command is asking questions. After all, they're 2 awakened individuals. Such treatment seems. Tell them. Lu Shiyuan cut him off, voice icy lethal. Let anyone object, send them to me. And henceforth, don't trouble me with trivialities. Qin Feng shivered. Yes, sir. He saluted sharply, and fled the villa like a man escaping execution. Staying longer risked blindness, not from light, but from sheer, soul-scarring absurdity. The door sealed shut behind him. Ruan instantly dropped the dagger, her eyes sparkling as she fixed them hungrily on the strawberry box atop the coffee table. Vibrant red, plump, glistening with dew. In the apocalypse, these were rubies. Want one? Lu Shiyuan watched her feline anticipation, asking the obvious. Ruan nodded vigorously, swallowing hard. Brother's the best. Lu Shiyuan selected a single berry, holding it between thumb and forefinger, turning it slowly. Go shower first. He eyed her filthy dress and the blood staining her knee with undisguised distaste. Wash thoroughly, then eat. Ruan blinked, glancing down at herself. Indeed, she was filthy, mud, blood, and sweat streaking her skin. To a young woman raised on elegance and vanity, this was intolerable. All right, I'll go. She rummaged through the supply pack, pulling out a white silk nightgown, and bolted toward the ground floor bathroom. She'd taken only 2 steps, when a cool, detached voice halted her. Return. Ruan froze, turning back. Lu Shiyuan hadn't moved from the sofa, only pointed toward the bathroom doorway. Don't close the door. Ruan's smile froze. Brother, must it really be like this? She made one final desperate plea. The bathroom has a powerful exhaust fan. The noise would drown out your movements. I wouldn't hear you inside. Lu Shiyuan rose, his long strides closing the distance between them in moments. An overwhelming pressure descended, absolute, inescapable. I won't listen. He leaned down, bringing his gaze level with hers, his black eyes reflecting her flustered, frightened face. I'll watch. Ruan's pupils dilated in shock. Watch. This wasn't merely perversion, it was outright criminal. No. She crossed her arms protectively over her chest, stepping back resolute. Even if you're my patron, I'm not that kind of girl. If you dare peek, I'll die right before your eyes. Lu Shiyuan studied her indignant, flustered defiance, and the faintest ghost of amusement flickered in his eyes. Who'd want to look at you? He straightened, grabbed a nearby chair, and carried it deliberately to the bathroom entrance, setting it down with finality. I'll sit right here. He pointed to the doorway. Leave the door ajar, just enough for water sounds to reach me, and for me to sense your presence. Only thus could he confirm she hadn't fled, or collapsed. Only thus would the headache remain at bay. Ruan assessed the chair's position, directly facing the bathroom door. If the gap remained narrow, no detail would be visible. This was the lunatic's absolute limit. Push further, and he might rip the door off its hinges. Then turn around. Don't look back, Ruan insisted, blushing fiercely. Lu Shiyuan seated himself, back turned to the doorway, and picked up the document he'd set aside. Hurry, 10 minutes. Ruan clutched her clothes, slipping into the bathroom like a thief in the night. She closed the door, leaving only a 2-finger-wide slit. Through it she glimpsed his broad, unmoving back, silent and movable as a mountain. Shoo! The faucet roared open. Hot water cascaded, steam blooming instantly. Ruan shed her soiled garments and stepped into the tub. Warm water enveloped her, washing away exhaustion, terror, the grime of survival. She sighed softly, deeply content. Outside the bathroom, Lu Shiyuan listened to the rush of water and that gentle sighing murmur. His fingers tightened imperceptibly around the document. Yes, the maddening headache had not returned, but in its place bloomed a far more torturous heat. Water rushed, and against his will his mind painted vivid images: porcelain skin glistening with droplets, long black hair clinging damply to her shoulders, those ever-tearful eyes. Lu Shiyuan's throat worked, his Adam's apple rising and falling. Frustrated, he tossed the document aside. This wasn't healing. It was self-inflicted torment. Brother, a tentative voice echoed from within, soft, resonant, somehow even more beguiling. Where's the body wash? I can't find it. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress the wildfire blazing in his veins. Left side, second shelf. His voice emerged hoarse, strained beyond recognition. Silence lingered. Then came the soft clink of bottles. Found it. Ruan chirped, bright and cheerful. Then came the rhythmic, soothing sound of lather being worked into skin. Lu Shiyuan sat rigid, spine taut as tempered steel. He suddenly realized 10 meters was still far too close. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased. A wave of humid warmth surged through the crack in the door, carrying the sweet, milky scent of body wash compellingly invading the nostrils. Lu Shiyuan remained seated on the chair, unmoving. Not until a soft patter of footsteps halted behind him. I'm done washing. The voice was tender and languid, still steeped in the laziness of steam. Lu Shiyuan stood up and turned. His gaze suddenly froze. The white silk nightgown that Feng had brought was a bit too large, hanging loosely on her frame. The two thin straps pressed against her rounded shoulders, and a droplet of water still lingered in the hollow of her collarbone. Her long wet hair cascaded down her back, and water droplets slid from the tips, darkening the fabric over her chest and clinging to her skin, revealing a breathtaking hint of flesh. She stood barefoot on the floor, her toes round and pink, curling in shyness. This was not just being clean. This was clearly delivering herself stripped bare to his doorstep. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The restless heat he had just suppressed began to stir again. Your hair. He stared at the dripping strands and uttered 2 words. Ruan shrank her neck, looking a bit flustered, and grabbed a handful of wet hair. I can't find the hairdryer. Lu Shiyuan said nothing, strode into the bathroom and pulled a black hairdryer out of the cabinet. He plugged it in. The whirring sound of the fan filled the air. He sat down on the sofa and patted his thigh. Come here. Ruan hesitated for a second, then obediently walked over, sat on the carpet with her back to him, and rested her head on his knee. A rough, large hand threaded through her soft, fine hair. These hands of Lu Shiyuan had killed zombies, wielded heavy machine guns, and crushed enemy skulls. But they had never performed such a delicate serving task. His movements were clumsy, even stiff. Yet he tried his utmost to control his strength, afraid of hurting the fragile porcelain doll in his hands. The hot air blew steadily. Occasionally his fingertips brushed against her scalp, sending a tingling numbness. Ruan squinted in contentment, like a cat being petted, nuzzling her head against his knee. That cool, soothing sensation spread through his entire body, through his fingertips. The taut nerves that had been wound tight all day finally relaxed completely. This feeling was even better than slaughtering a city of zombies. He even entertained an absurd thought: if he could keep drying her hair like this forever, this apocalypse might not be so unbearable. The hair was dry. The strands were fluffy and soft, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Lu Shiyuan turned off the hairdryer, lingeringly twirled a lock of her hair around his fingers, somewhat unsatisfied. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, inopportune as ever. Lu Shiyuan's face darkened and his aura plummeted. The door slid open. Feng stood at the entrance holding a small insulated box, and before he even stepped inside, he sensed a surge of killing intent. Be-boss the strawberries you wanted. Feng braced himself and placed the box on the entryway cabinet, not daring to look inside, then turned and fled. If he stayed one more second, he feared he would be silenced. Lu Shiyuan walked over, picked up the box, and tossed it to Ruan. Eat. Ruan opened the lid, and her eyes instantly lit up. 12 bright red strawberries, plump and full, still bearing droplets of water. In an era where even compressed biscuits were fought over, this was nothing short of a priceless treasure. She eagerly grabbed one and stuffed it into her mouth. Juice burst forth. The sweet and sour flavor exploded on her tongue. Delicious. Ruan's eyes curved into crescent moons with happiness. A bit of red juice stained the corner of her lips, making her delicate face even more alluring. She picked up the largest one, and without thinking lifted it directly to Lu Shiyuan's mouth. Brother, eat. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head looking at the strawberry at his lips, then at Su Ruan's face, which was even more tempting than the fruit. He hated sweets. Even more he hated this sticky mushy fruit. But looking at the slender fingers pinching the strawberry, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come out. He leaned down and opened his mouth. As his tongue swept away the strawberry, he deliberately sucked her fingertip heavily. It was moist and rough. Su Ruan jerked her hand back as if shocked, her cheeks blazing red. Sweet. Lu Shiyuan looked at her startled expression, his mood greatly improved, and even the cloying sweetness didn't seem so unpleasant. Sweet. Su Ruan murmured softly, hiding the bitten finger behind her back. This madman. Even eating a strawberry was like devouring a person. The next day, an explosive piece of news swept through the entire Shiguan base. Commander Lu Shiyuan, the god of slaughter who kept everyone at a distance and forbade even a female mosquito from entering his restricted zone, had actually hidden a beauty in his gilded chamber. Not only had he searched the entire world for a silk dress for that woman, but he had even used his privilege to procure the freshest batch of strawberries from the plantation. Those were strawberries. How many S-class ability users had risked their lives on missions and still couldn't get a single one? And that woman was eating them as snacks. The news reached the logistics department. A redwood desk instantly turned to ashes. Lin Yan stood amidst the ashes, flames swirling around her, her beautiful face twisted with rage. She was the base's only S-class fire-type ability user and the head of the logistics department, controlling the entire base's supply lifeline. She had pursued Lu Shiyuan for 3 whole years. She hadn't even received a single proper glance. And now an unknown wild woman had suddenly appeared, stolen her position, and even ate strawberries that she herself couldn't bear to eat. Worthless. Delicate little thing. Lin Yan sneered, a flame flickering in her palm. Let's see what kind of vixen can survive 3 days in that forbidden zone. She stepped on her high heels and strode out of the office. Prepare the car. To the forbidden zone. Inside the villa in the forbidden zone, the atmosphere was strangely harmonious. Lu Shiyuan sat on the sofa, a massive holographic projection screen floating before him. A joint video conference of major bases was underway. The screen was divided into a dozen small windows, all showing the heads and high-ranking officials of various factions sitting upright, with solemn expressions reporting on the movements of the zombie tide. Lu Shiyuan leaned back against the sofa, twirling a fountain pen in his hand, occasionally uttering a few cold words that sent chills down the spines of those on the other side. But in the corner out of the camera's view, Su Ruan was lying on the carpet doing a jigsaw puzzle. It was a huge sunflower pattern with 1,000 pieces scattered all over the floor. She was wearing that silk nightgown, her bare legs swinging in the air, occasionally letting out soft sighs of frustration when she couldn't find a piece. Lu Shiyuan's gaze was fixed on the screen, but his peripheral vision was locked onto that small figure. The moment she moved slightly or left that patch of carpet, his brow would furrow almost imperceptibly. Regarding the deployment of the eastern defense line, we suggest. On the screen, a white-haired old general was passionately stating his case. Clatter. The crisp sound of breaking glass interrupted his words. The entire room fell into dead silence. Every high-ranking official's heart skipped a beat. Making such a noise during Lu Shiyuan's meeting was practically suicide. The last time an adjutant accidentally coughed, he was directly thrown to the front line to feed the zombies. Everyone held their breath, feeling the impending low pressure through the screen. In the camera, Lu Shiyuan indeed moved. He put down the pen, his face dark, stood up, and strode out of the camera's range. This was it. The person who made the noise was doomed. The old general closed his eyes, already imagining the scene of blood splattering. But the next second, a low male voice tinged with helplessness and indulgence came through clearly. Clumsy. Then came the rustling of fabric. Lu Shiyuan reappeared in the frame, but now he had someone in his arms. Su Ruan was held sideways on his lap, her arms around his neck, wearing a wronged expression, as if she had done something wrong. The cup was too slippery, she whispered in defense. And that was my puzzle, it's all wet now. Lu Shiyuan ignored the eyeballs bulging out on the other side of the screen. He pulled out a few tissues, grabbed one of Su Ruan's feet, and patiently wiped the water stains from the sole. His movements were alarmingly practiced. If it's wet, get a new one. He placed the dried foot back on his own lap, and even pinched her ankle. Move around again, and I'll tie you up. On the other side of the screen, the old general's dentures fell onto the table. The other high-ranking officials were struck as if by lightning, completely petrified. Was this the Lu Shiyuan known as the Tyrant? Was this the emotionless war machine who killed without mercy? He was actually wiping a woman's feet. And that tone, though it sounded harsh, anyone who wasn't deaf could hear the indulgence in it. The world had turned upside down. Lu Shiyuan seemed utterly indifferent to the reactions on the other side. Or rather, he simply didn't care about these people at all. He pressed Su Ruan closer to his chest, letting her find a comfortable position, then lifted his head, and his face instantly switched back to an icy mask. Continue. 2 words snapped everyone back to reality. The old general tremblingly picked up his dentures, glanced at the woman, playing with the commander's buttons in his arms, and felt his worldview shatter. This wasn't keeping a pet. This was keeping an ancestor. The meeting ended. Lu Shiyuan closed the holographic projection and looked at the little thing in his arms, who was already starting to yawn. Sleepy. Su Ruan rubbed her eyes and nuzzled against his chest. Wanna sleep. Eat, and then sleep. She was truly a little pig. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the rare sunlight outside. Being cooped up indoors for too long wasn't good for her health. The medicinal catalyst needed some sun, or it might go moldy. Get up. He lifted Su Ruan out of his arms and set her on the floor. Then he turned and walked into the walk-in closet, taking out a heavy black military coat. This was what he wore when patrolling the city walls, windproof, waterproof, and excellent at retaining heat. He wrapped Su Ruan entirely in the coat from head to toe, leaving only her small palm-sized face exposed. The coat was too long, the hem dragging on the floor. Su Ruan tried to take a couple of steps, wobbling like a clumsy penguin. I can't walk. She looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Lu Shiyuan hadn't expected her to walk anyway. He bent down, scooped her up, coat and all. Let's go. The door slid open. Blinding sunlight streamed in. Lu Shiyuan, holding the big bundle in his arms, strode out of the villa, stepping onto the golden halo of light, heading toward the black war chariot parked at the entrance. In the shadows at the villa's perimeter, a red sports car sat quietly. Behind the window, Lin Yan stared at the woman who was protected in Lu Shiyuan's arms, not even allowed to walk a single step. Her nails viciously snapped the cigarette in her hand. Sparks fell onto the leather seat, burning a scorched black hole. The black war vehicle screeched to a halt before the lift platform beneath the city wall. Su Ruan squirmed in the passenger seat like a restless caterpillar. The heavy military overcoat wrapped her so tightly that only her round, gleaming eyes peeked out in protest. I'm not wearing this. Su Ruan tried to pull her hands back from the sleeves, but the coat was so thick that her arms seemed sealed in place, flailing uselessly within the fabric. This thing looks like a black trash bag, an extra-large reinforced edition. She was a woman of dignity. Even in the apocalypse, if she was to be a decorative vase, she'd be the most exquisite one. If the soldiers on the wall saw her in this pitch-black getup, what would become of her reputation as the most beautiful woman of the end times? Lu Shiyuan ignored her whining. He walked around the front of the vehicle and opened the passenger door. A blast of frigid wind rushed in through the gap, scattering most of the cabin's warmth. Su Ruan shrank back from the cold. Get out. Lu Shiyuan extended his hand. Su Ruan made one last desperate stand, planting both feet firmly against the door frame. No, I want to wear my little dress. The silk one sheen feng scent, white with lace trim. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the gray, overcast sky outside. The wall stood 30 meters tall, and the wind at its top could strip the skin from a man's face. Wear a silk dress. She'd be frozen into a permanent grimace. Troublesome. Lu Shiyuan spat out 2 words, giving her no more chance to argue. He stepped forward, reached out a long arm, and clamped onto Su Ruan's waist, yanking the flailing, black cocoon out of the vehicle. Then, amidst Su Ruan's startled cry, he bent his knees slightly and hoisted her up with his shoulder. The world spun. Su Ruan felt her stomach lurch as she found herself draped over Lu Shiyuan's shoulder like a sack of grain. Lu Shiyuan, I'm going to throw up. Su Ruan hung head down, watching the gravel rush by beneath her, and angrily pounded his back with her soft, feeble fists. The force of her blows barely registered to Lu Shiyuan, no more than a massage. If you throw up, you'll eat it back up. He strode onto the metal platform of the lift and pressed the ascent button. The lift rumbled upward. Su Ruan instantly went still. This man was truly a beast. He could say the most disgusting things without batting an eye. She lay sprawled across his broad shoulder, her view widening as they rose. The wind at the top of the wall was indeed terrifyingly fierce. Before they even reached the top, the howling gale was already roaring in their ears, rattling the metal railings of the lift. Lu Shiyuan felt the person on his shoulder flinch. He freed one hand, pulled up the collar of the military overcoat, and draped it over the back of Su Ruan's head, tucking her snugly within the confines of the garment. Ding! The lift came to a stop at 30 meters above the ground. The iron gate slid open. 2 rows of patrolling soldiers, rifles at the ready, immediately turned and saluted with synchronized precision, radiating a military aura of solemn lethality. Commander! Their roars shook the air. However, as they took in Lu Shiyuan's current appearance, the sir that was halfway out of their throats got brutally stuck. Dozens of eyes stared fixedly at the dark, wriggling bundle on Lu Shiyuan's shoulder. What was that? The latest tactical gear? Or some new type of mutant beast they'd captured? Just as everyone's minds were short-circuiting, a small, fair-skinned hand suddenly emerged from the black bundle and grabbed hold of Lu Shiyuan's ear. Put me down. My head spinning. A soft, delicate female voice laced with breathless annoyance. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. The soldiers nearly dropped their rifles on their own feet. A woman. The commander had brought a woman to inspect the defense line. Lu Shiyuan, expressionless, walked to a sheltered spot and set the person down from his shoulder. But he didn't let go. The moment Su Ruan's feet touched the ground, before she could even find her balance, he pulled her into his embrace with one arm. Lu Shiyuan stood with his back to the wind, his tall frame like an impenetrable wall, shielding her completely from the gale that carried grit and sand. Su Ruan poked her disheveled head out from the military overcoat, taking deep breaths of fresh air, her cheeks flushed from being hung upside down moments before. I'm never coming out with you again, she muttered, reaching up to smooth her flattened bangs. Lu Shiyuan looked down at her delicate, petulant expression and didn't retort. He simply reached out and pulled her collar tighter. Stand still. Don't wander off. Just then, a crisp sound of high heels mixed with the dull thud of military boots echoed from the direction of a nearby watchtower. Commander. The woman's voice was cold, brisk, carrying an undeniable authority. Su Ruan poked half her head out from Lu Shiyuan's embrace. A squad of female soldiers in red combat uniforms was marching towards them. At the lead was a tall, strikingly attractive woman. Her form-fitting combat suit accentuated powerful explosive muscle lines, and her short sharp hair was dyed a bold wine red. She held no weapon but a faint red glow pulsed in her palm. Lin Yan, an S-class fire ability user. Also the only woman in the entire base who dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Shiyuan in battle. Lin Yan stopped 3 meters in front of Lu Shiyuan. Her gaze swept over the dark bundle and his arms lingered for less than half a second, then quickly looked away, as if a second longer would sully her sight. The energy shield on the western defense line is fluctuating. We've detected traces of a high-tier zombie lurking nearby. Lin Yan produced a tactical tablet and extended it with professional detachment. These are the patrol logs. I need you to review them personally. She stood straight, chin slightly raised, her efficient demeanor forming a stark contrast to the whining bundle in Lu Shiyuan's arms. She was demonstrating her worth. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, only the strong deserve to stand beside the strong. Lu Shiyuan didn't take the tablet. He was currently engaged in a battle with a stubborn strand of Su Ruan's hair that kept sticking up, trying to smooth it down. Have Qin Feng deal with it. Lu Shiyuan didn't even look up, his tone cold enough to freeze the air. Do I have to teach you everything? Lin Yan's hand still holding the tablet froze midair. A flash of humiliation crossed her beautiful face. She had deliberately chosen this moment to come just to show that waste what real difference looked like. Yet Lu Shiyuan hadn't even granted her a proper glance. Commander. Lin Yan withdrew her hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed the sourness surging within her. She stepped forward, releasing the oppressive pressure of a high-tier ability user bearing down directly on the person in Lu Shiyuan's arms. This is a critical military zone, a top-level combat readiness area. Lin Yan's voice rose sharp with accusation. According to base regulations, unauthorized personnel are not permitted inside. You've brought an ordinary person with no combat capability up here. If a zombie horde suddenly erupts, what can she do besides scream and hold us back? And then we'll have to waste troops to rescue her. Though the words were directed at Lu Shiyuan, every syllable landed like a slap across Su Ruan's face. The soldiers around exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Lin Yan's words were harsh, but they held truth. The apocalypse had no room for idlers, let alone a decorative vase with nothing but a pretty face. Su Ruan, nestled in the military overcoat, rolled her eyes. This wasn't about following rules. This was clearly an attempt to steal her meal ticket. If she actually got driven off by this woman's words, who would peel strawberries for her in the future? Who would serve as her personal human heater? Su Ruan tugged on Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. Lu Shiyuan was about to tell Lin Yan to get lost, but the slight pull at his cuff made him pause. The little creature that had been curled up like a quail suddenly emerged from the military overcoat. Su Ruan grabbed onto Lu Shiyuan's arm with both hands, resting her chin on his elbow, blinking her big, innocent eyes directly at Lin Yan. Is Big Sister talking about me? Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with naive confusion, sounding utterly harmless. Lin Yan sneered. Is there a second waist here besides you? Su Ruan didn't get angry. Instead, she seemed to find it amusing, covering her mouth with a giggle. But it was Big Brother who insisted on bringing me here. Su Ruan tilted her head, letting out a troubled sigh. I wanted to stay home and sleep, but Big Brother said he gets headaches without me, that he can't bear a single minute away. If I don't come, he can't even focus on work. As she spoke, she tilted her head up, and right in front of all the gathered soldiers nuzzled against Lu Shiyuan's jaw. Isn't that right, Big Brother? Lu Shiyuan dropped his gaze to the little fox currently pouring on the charm. He didn't deny it. He even went a step further, resting his hand on her waist to keep her from falling. This tacit approval was the final straw for Lin Yan. Her originally cold and beautiful face twisted in an instant, nails digging deep into her palms. What nonsense are you talking? The commander would never. Oh, don't be upset, Big Sister. Su Ruan cut her off, her gaze roaming over Lin Yan's face, which was dry and chapped from the wind. Big Sister works so hard out in the wind and sun every day. Look, your skin is so dry it's peeling, and there are fine lines at the corners of your eyes. Su Ruan touched her own smooth, supple cheek, feigning a humble brag. Not like me. I can't do anything. I just stay home every day waiting for Big Brother to come back. He insists I wash my face with milk, worried my skin will get dry. I told him it's such a waste, but he just won't listen. It's so annoying. Critical hit. A perfect landmine strike. Lin Yan looked at Su Ruan's face glowing white under the sunlight, and thought of her own days of not even daring to shower, just to save water. Jealousy slithered through her like a venomous snake, instantly devouring her rationality. Washing her face with milk. That was a luxury she wouldn't even dare to dream about. This parasite clinging to a man. Why did she get to live better than her? Shut up, you bitch. Lin Yan shrieked, all her usual composure shattered. She raised her hand abruptly, and a ball of crimson flame erupted from her palm. The heat was extreme, distorting the surrounding air. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Lin Yan was completely unhinged, no longer caring that Lu Shiyuan was present. She hurled the fireball directly at Su Ruan's face. That face she envied so much. Up. Su Ruan gasped as if terrified, clinging tightly to Lu Shiyuan's waist and burying her face in his chest. But in a corner no one could see, a triumphant smile curled at the corner of her lips. She made a move. Good. That made things easier. Boom. Before the fireball could fly even a meter, a whip of purple-black lightning lashed out of thin air. Crack. The lightning whip struck the fireball with pinpoint precision, shattering the high-temperature flame into scattered sparks. Then with its momentum undiminished, the whip slammed into the stone bricks at Lin Yan's feet. Crash. The hard granite tiles exploded on impact, sending debris flying and slashing across Lin Yan's calf. A deep, bottomless black fissure now lay between Lin Yan and Lu Shiyuan. That was an absolute boundary. Lin Yan was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, rolling twice in a pathetic heap covered in dust. She raised her head in terror. Lu Shiyuan still held the woman with one arm, not having moved a single step. But his entire aura had transformed. If moments ago he was a silent iceberg, now he was a volcano on the verge of eruption. His pitch-black eyes held no warmth, only suffocating murderous intent. He looked down at Lin Yan, sprawled on the ground like an ant he could crush at will. Go on. Touch her. Try it. His voice was low, but it struck like a hammer against everyone's chest. The surrounding soldiers instantly dropped their heads to their chests, not daring to breathe. Lin Yan trembled all over, her face pale as paper. She had never imagined Lu Shiyuan would actually make a move against her. For a waste. For a plaything who only knew how to act cute and play the victim. Commander, I did it for the base. Lin Yan tried to explain, her voice shaking. Shut up. Lu Shiyuan cut her off impatiently. He raised his hand, lightning crackling at his fingertips. I don't care who you are or what contributions you've made. Lu Shiyuan looked around, scanning every soldier present, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yan's bloodless face. He was establishing a rule. For this disobedient little pet, he was setting a rule that would let her walk freely through the entire base. She is my life. Lu Shiyuan spoke each word deliberately, his voice clear across the entire wall defense line. Anyone who makes her unhappy, I'll make their entire family unhappy. Understood? Dead silence. Only the wind howled. Lin Yan sat collapsed on the ground, staring at the woman so thoroughly protected by Lu Shiyuan, the light in her eyes completely extinguished. She had lost. Completely and utterly. Ruan stirred in Lu Shiyuan's arms, poked her head out, and made an extremely provocative face at Lin Yan. Then she looked up at Lu Shiyuan's cold, hard profile, the little calculations in her mind clicking away. This powerful leg she'd latched onto, totally worth it. Big brother, the wind is strong. I want to go home and eat strawberries. She whined softly, nuzzling against his chest. The murderous aura around Lu Shiyuan instantly receded. Without sparing Lin Yan another glance, he turned and carried Ruan back toward the lift. Put your shoes on when you get back. No, those shoes rub my feet. Their voices faded as the lift descended, leaving behind a group of soldiers on the wall questioning their life choices, and Lin Yan collapsed on the ground, her fingernails broken off in her palms. The black armored Humvee roared into the restricted zone. Lu Shiyuan steered with one hand, the other resting casually on the open window frame, fingers tapping rhythmically against the edge. His mood was unusually light. Earlier atop the city wall, that little fox, baring her teeth and flailing her tiny claws at others, had looked unexpectedly pleasing. Women who'd previously thrown themselves at him either trembled in abject terror or feigned saintly compassion to reform him, both utterly nauseating. Only this one, timid yet mischievous, shamelessly wielding his authority. She embodied the phrase, fox borrowing the tiger's might, with flawless, unapologetic flair. The vehicle came to a smooth halt. Ruan was still waging war against a pair of non-existent, blister-causing shoes, stubbornly refusing to budge from the passenger seat. Lu Shiyuan circled the front of the car, yanked open the door, and hauled her out bodily. Still need carrying? He glanced down at the small figure dangling limply from his arm. Ruan lifted her legs defiantly. Qin Feng's shoes have soles too hard. They're rubbing my feet raw. He cast a single dismissive glance at her delicate bare feet. Pale, unblemished, not a single red mark in sight. Spoiled. Yet he said nothing. Bending low, he swept her up and strode resolutely toward the villa. The heavy alloy gate sealed shut behind them with a deep, resonant thud, cutting off the desert winds, the dust, and every prying eye. The sky had fully surrendered tonight. The AI steward silently adjusted the lighting. Warm amber halos bloomed across the grand hall, softening the cold metallic austerity. Ruan was set down upon the sofa. She instantly coiled like a fish returning to water, scrambling on all fours to the farthest corner, clutching a cushion before her like a shield, eyes locked warily on Lu Shiyuan. All afternoon she'd been dazed by the overwhelming primal musk radiating from him. Now finally, she could draw breath. Lu Shiyuan shrugged off his wind-dusted coat and tossed it carelessly toward an autonomous cleaning drone. Unfastening his cufflinks, he rolled his shirt sleeves up to his elbows, revealing forearms sculpted with lean, sinuous strength. Go shower. Again, those 3 words. Ruan hugged the cushion tighter and shrank back slightly. I bathed yesterday. In this apocalypse, water was rarer than gold. No one indulged in daily ablutions. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, bracing both hands on the sofa's high backrest, encircling her in his shadow. I won't repeat myself. He'd spent the entire day tracking through blood-soaked ruins and rotting corpses. The stench of gore and decay clung to his skin. Without thorough cleansing, sleep would be impossible tonight. Ruan watched his unyielding expression, pursed her lips, and dragged herself reluctantly toward the bathroom. Fine, she'd wash. After all, it wasn't her water being wasted. Half an hour later, Ruan emerged, long hair dripping wet, wrapped in an oversized white dress shirt. She'd unearthed it from the wardrobe. Though Qin Feng's silk nightgowns were exquisite, their scant fabric offered no sense of safety, not in front of that man. This shirt swallowed her whole. The hem fell just above mid-thigh, and she'd rolled the sleeves thrice just to expose her palms. Lu Shiyuan sat on the edge of the bed, meticulously polishing a tactical dagger. At the sound, he lifted his gaze. His eyes lingered, just 2 seconds, on her pale, luminous legs, then slid away, utterly indifferent. Come here. He patted the space beside him, the vast black velvet bed dominating half the bedroom. Ruan froze mid-step, every alarm bell shrieking. She pointed weakly toward the door. Brother, where's the guest room? I'm exhausted. I'd like to sleep. Lu Shiyuan didn't pause his polishing. Cold light gleamed along the blade's edge. Who said you may sleep in the guest room? Ruan blinked, stunned. Where else could she possibly sleep? Could it be? Her eyes darted between the enormous bed and Lu Shiyuan's calm, expectant expression. Her fingers clenched tightly at the shirt's hem. This isn't appropriate, is it? She stammered backward. Men and women must observe propriety. And besides, aren't you famously fastidious? I grind my teeth, snore, and drool in my sleep. I'll ruin your sheets. To preserve her dignity, she resorted to self-sabotage. Lu Shiyuan slid the dagger back into its sheath with a crisp metallic click. He rose, step by deliberate step, until the air itself thickened with the presence of a supreme predator. I hold no interest in bean sprouts. He stopped directly before her, his gaze sweeping, cold, clinical, over her slender chest. Ruan choked on indignation. Bean sprouts. Granted, this body was lean, but every curve was perfectly proportioned. It was an outright affront to her womanhood. Before she could retort, her wrist seized. Lu Shiyuan's large hand closed around it, and with effortless strength he yanked her to the bed's edge. The world spun. She tumbled headlong into the plush black velvet bedding. Before she could rise, a searing hot body pressed down, firm, unyielding. Not with lustful intent, more as if locking her in place like a treasured, oversized doll. Lu Shiyuan lay beside her, one long arm curling possessively around her waist, his leg draped heavily across hers, locking her completely. Utterly immobilized. Don't move. His voice, low and gravelly with fatigue, brushed her ear. Headache. That maddening, volatile restlessness, suppressed all day, now stirred again within his mind, a storm brewing beneath the surface of his consciousness. Only holding her close could quell the agony, threatening to fracture his skull. Ruan gasped, crushed tight, breath nearly gone. This wasn't a pillow, it was a prison. Brother, too tight. She strained her head, free, voice thin with protest. I'll suffocate. Lu Shiyuan kept his eyes closed, his jaw brushing gently against the crown of her head. Endure it. 2 words, final, absolute, silencing every objection. Ruan fumed, inwardly ready to bite. But then she felt his breathing gradually slow, steady, and the large hand, anchored at her waist though firm, remained motionless, respectful. She slowly ceased struggling. Fine. Better a living pillow than dead meat for the undead. In this wasteland, sleeping on such sumptuous silk, guarded by a deranged but overwhelmingly powerful protector. What more could anyone ask? She consoled herself with that thought, nestled into a comfortable position, and buried her face against Lu Shiyuan's chest. The faint scent of tobacco mingled with cool, clean soap, strangely soothing. Drowsiness crept in. Soon soft, even breaths rose from within his arms. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes, clear, sharp, unervingly alert in the darkness. He gazed down at the girl asleep in his embrace, like a blissfully oblivious piglet, and his thumb traced the impossibly soft skin at the nape of her neck. Truly soft. An astonishingly deep sleeper. That utter defenseless surrender ignited a dark, possessive satisfaction deep within him. From now on, she was his pillow. No one would ever take her. Midnight. Wind howled outside like legions of tormented souls wailing in despair. Ruan dreamed. No climate-controlled villa. No Lu Shiyuan's arms. Only an endless tide of rotting corpses. A rugged SUV vanished into the distance, tires kicking up dust, while the grinning face of her traitorous squad leader loomed grotesquely in the rearview mirror. Ruan died. She was shoved headfirst into a writhing heap of decay. Skeletal hands seized her ankles, tearing at her clothes. Fetid jaws snapped inches from her face, fangs dripping with mangled flesh. Pain. Excruciating pain. No, go away. She thrashed in the nightmare, tears carving glistening tracks down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. Her body convulsed violently. Lu Shiyuan slept lightly, and the moment her soft sobs began, he awoke. Help me. Whimpers. Fragile, terrified, utterly desperate. He frowned. She'd been sleeping peacefully moments ago. Why this sudden flood of anguish? He propped himself up, catching her silhouette in the faint moonlight filtering through the window. Ruan had curled into a tight, trembling ball, face ashen, forehead slick with sweat. Both hands gripped the front of his sleep shirt with white-knuckled desperation, as if clinging to the last lifeline in existence. Don't eat me. I'll. Delirious babble. A flicker of irritation crossed Lu Shiyuan's eyes. Insufferable noise. He despised meaningless sound above all else. Under normal circumstances, he'd have hurled her out without hesitation. Yet staring at those tear-streaked cheeks, the words, "Shut up," lodged in his throat, and instead emerged as a massive hand landed awkwardly upon her back. Patting. Stiff, mechanical, like a malfunctioning automaton. "Stop crying." His voice, low and rough with sleep, resonated deep in his chest. He possessed no talent for comfort. He'd never once consoled anyone, ever. So he mimicked fragmented memories, stiff rhythmic taps one after another like a clumsy, dutiful machine. "I'm here. No one dares devour you." Anyone who dared touch what was his would have every tooth torn from their jaw, one by one. Perhaps that warmth was simply too comforting. Or perhaps those two words carried an unexpected quiet power. Within her nightmare, Ruan seemed to sense something. Her struggles ceased, and instinctively, she burrowed deeper toward the heat. Like a frightened fawn, she pressed herself fiercely into Lu Shiyuan's chest, desperate to vanish into his very bones. Her cheek pressed against his feverish skin, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 proof of life itself, and the strongest fortress imaginable. Her grip on his shirt loosened, softening into a gentle, trusting clasp. Her breathing settled. Lu Shiyuan held the patting pose, his arm growing stiff and heavy. He looked down at the girl, now peacefully asleep again. A small patch of his shirt, where her tears had soaked through, clung damp and sticky to his skin, unpleasantly clammy. Yet he did not stir, nor did he push her away. For the first time in years, the iron hard shell encasing his heart developed the faintest, almost imperceptible fissure. Raising a pet. Perhaps it wasn't so burdensome after all. Dawn. First sunlight pierced the narrow gap in the blast-proof shutters, spilling across the black velvet bed. Qin Feng stood frozen at the bedroom door, gripping the latest battlefield report, torn between entering and fleeing. Knock. Risk disturbing the commander's rest, and earn execution. Stay silent. Delaying this urgent dispatch would also cost him his life. Either way, death awaited. Qin Feng drew a deep, steadying breath, and resolved to meet his fate, tapped twice softly on the door. "Commander, urgent military intelligence." Silence. His pulse lurched. Had something gone wrong? Last night the commander had brought that woman inside, and not a sound since. Had his violent episodes flared, ending in tragedy? Without further thought, Qin Feng threw protocol aside, and shoved the door wide open. "Commander." His voice died midair. Eyes wide he stared, and the report slipped from his numb fingers, scattering across the floor. Upon the vast black velvet bed, Lu Shiyuan lay on his side, arms stretched outward, muscles taut and defined, and cradled in his arms, Ruan, entwined around him like an octopus. One leg draped over his waist, her head pillowed on his bicep, face buried deep in the crook of his neck, breathing softly in slumber. Most terrifying of all, the commander, renowned for waking at the whisper of a fly's wing, remained deeply, uncharacteristically asleep. Even more astonishing, the hand that had slaughtered hundreds now rested protectively, possessively upon her back. Qin Feng felt momentarily blind. Was this truly Lu Shiyuan, the man who demanded 10 meters of emptiness around his sleeping form? This was no commander. He was a love-drunk sovereign clinging to his consort in bed. Just as Qin Feng prepared to retreat silently, those closed eyes snapped open. Black, lucid, no trace of drowsiness, only cold, razor-edged displeasure. Lu Shiyuan's gaze sliced toward the doorway, sharp as forged steel, scraping Qin Feng's nerves raw. "Get out." His voice was low, meant not to disturb the sleeping girl, yet devastatingly lethal. Qin Feng jolted, scrambled to gather the fallen papers, and fled, backing out hastily, pulling the door shut behind him. Terrifying. Indeed, the gentle embrace was the true tomb of heroes. Their commander had fallen, completely, irrevocably. The soft click of the door startled the sleeper. Ruan stirred groggily, eyelashes fluttering open. Before her, solid sun-warmed pectoral muscle marked with faint pink scratches. Her own frantic marks from last night's nightmare. Memory flooded back. She jerked upright, only to collide nose first with a pair of bottomless dark eyes. Awake. Lu Shiyuan observed her dazed expression, then pinched her cheek, lightly with evident amusement. Texture delightful, softer than yesterday. Ruan flushed crimson, scrambling off him, and dragging the blanket tightly around herself, shrinking into the far corner of the bed. Last night. Fragments returned, tears clinging, burying herself against him. Humiliating beyond measure. Lu Shiyuan sat up, sheets sliding away to reveal a torso honed by relentless discipline. Ignoring her fluster, he swung his legs over the edge and retrieved the shirt from the floor, pulling it on. "Prepare yourself." He fastened the buttons back, turned to Ruan, voice regaining its familiar glacial edge. "Qin Feng has delivered an S-class mission directive." Ruan blinked. "A mission? You're leaving?" Then she could finally relax, unfettered, safe at home. Her fleeting joy lasted barely 2 seconds. Lu Shiyuan turned, securing the final button, his gaze alight with a chilling, exhilarated madness. He approached the bed, leaned down, and braced his hands beside her, caging her in a private, intimate space. "Not me. Us." His eyes locked onto her suddenly pallid face, and a cruel, delighted smile curved his lips. "This time I'm taking you to true hell." Afraid? He bent lower, brushing his lips feather-light against the trembling corner of hers, as if a demon whispering temptation. "Fear won't save you. You are my pendant. Wherever I go, you follow." even into mountains of the dead. The pale light of dawn sliced through the gap in the curtains, drawing a slender bright line across the black bedding. Lu Shiyuan was jolted awake by the heat. His chest felt heavy, as if a warm, sticky rice cake were pressing down on it. He lowered his gaze. Ruan was clinging to him like an octopus, one leg assertively draped across his waist, her head pillowed on his arm. The most outrageous part was her hand. At some point it had slipped under his pajama shirt, pressed against his firm abs for warmth, her fingertips occasionally twitching unconsciously, as if confirming that this large heater was still there. Lu Shiyuan didn't move. That endless cool sensation seeped through the points of contact, permeating his limbs and bones, soothing the turbulent storm within his spiritual sea until not a single ripple remained. He hadn't slept so peacefully in years. He raised his hand, and the pad of his finger brushed across her flushed, rosy cheek. Incredibly soft. Just as he was about to doze off again, a piercing communication request beeped. Beep. Beep, shattering the silence of the bedroom. Lu Shiyuan's brow instantly twisted into a tight knot. The person in his arms grumbled discontentedly, scrunched her nose, and burrowed deeper into his chest, obviously disturbed. Lu Shiyuan could have killed someone. His face dark, he raised his hand and tapped the air. A holographic projection unfolded. Qin Feng's enlarged face appeared in midair. Before he could speak, he met his boss's eyes, the kind that looked ready to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Qin Feng shuddered, nearly dropping to his knees. "B-boss morning. You have 3 seconds." Lu Shiyuan's voice was hoarse, carrying the laziness of just waking up, yet laced with unadulterated menace. "If no one's dead, then you die." Qin Feng swallowed hard, his words spitting out like a machine gun. "It's the council. Those old geezers sent a top-level red emergency, demanding you report to the central building immediately for the Crimson Moon Defense Strategic Conference." Lu Shiyuan let out a derisive laugh. Crimson Moon Defense. More like a spoils-sharing meeting. He idly played with a strand of Ruan's hair, completely dismissing the so-called supreme order. "Cancel it. I'm busy." "Don't do that, boss." Qin Feng was sweating with anxiety. "This time is different. I heard people from the tribunal are coming too, saying they want to reassess resource allocation across all bases." And Qin Feng paused, his gaze darting guiltily to the side. "And what?" The notice specifically highlighted one line in bold red. Qin Feng steeled himself and read aloud. "This meeting is solemn and concerns the survival of humanity. Pets, family members, and any unrelated personnel are strictly prohibited from entering." Lu Shiyuan's movements halted. Unrelated personnel? He looked down at the little thing sleeping soundly in his arms. Even a fool could tell who this was aimed at. The entire base knew that Lu Shiyuan never went anywhere without his accessory. Those old bastards were overreaching. Humph. Lu Shiyuan let out a cold laugh from his throat, a flash of savage chill in his eyes. "Unrelated personnel? Without her, I would have torn that broken building down long ago. Do they think I'd still be letting them spout their nonsense?" The commotion finally woke Ruan. She opened her eyes groggily, her lashes fluttering. Before she could even see the situation, she yawned. "Brother, so noisy." Ruan rubbed her eyes and sat up, her pajama straps loose, revealing a large expanse of snowy white skin. Qin Feng quickly covered his eyes on the screen. "Eyes off. Eyes off. Boss, I saw nothing." Lu Shiyuan cut the communication without another word. "Peace at last." He pulled the blanket up, wrapping Ruan tightly, until only her head was visible. "Up you get." He pinched her cheek. "Get ready. You're coming with me to the central building." The moment Ruan heard those words, half her drowsiness evaporated. The central building. That was the heart of the base's power, full of old foxes with wrinkled faces and roundabout speech. This kind of meeting was the most boring. No snacks, no phone, and she'd have to sit there like a mascot listening to them argue. "I'm not going." Ruan went limp, flopping back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head and throwing a tantrum. "I'm dizzy. I feel sick. I want to sleep in." A muffled voice came from under the blanket, carrying obvious resistance. Lu Shiyuan didn't indulge her. He scooped her up, blanket and all, into his arms. "Dizzy?" He patted the rounded shape of her head through the blanket. "Perfect. Let those healing quacks take a look at you." Ruan threw off the blanket, revealing her displeased little face. "Brother." She deployed her play poor little girl routine, grabbing his collar and shaking it, her voice sticky sweet. "That kind of meeting is so serious. A weak girl like me wouldn't be appropriate. I'll just wait obediently at home for you, okay? Look, the notice says no family members. If I go, those old men will just scold you again. I don't want to make things hard for you." Her words were sincere, all for his sake. But in reality, her little mental abacus was clicking away furiously. Isn't it better to lie at home, eat strawberries, and enjoy the air conditioner? Who would want to stand around at that place? Lu Shiyuan stared at her shifty eyes, seeing through her little scheme in an instant. "Not want to make things hard for me." He curled his lips, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Leaving me alone with that trash heap for 4 hours. That's your version of being considerate." He'd get a headache if he were 10 meters away from her. For hours. He might just twist off everyone's head in that building and use them as soccer balls. But no buts. Lu Shiyuan got out of bed, leaving no room for argument. "Either you walk on your own, or I tie you to my belt and drag you there." Ruan was speechless. This madman. Not a shred of personal space. 10 minutes later. In the dressing room. Ruan stared at herself in the mirror, sinking into deep silence. She was wearing a black officer's greatcoat. It was Lu Shiyuan's spare uniform. Heavy woolen fabric, windproof, waterproof, and bulletproof. The key point, it was huge. The shoulders were wider than her entire body, the sleeves long enough to cover her hands completely, leaving only a few fingertips exposed. The hem dragged all the way to her ankles, wrapping her up so tightly that not a single curve was visible. You couldn't even tell if she was male or female. She looked like a giant baby who had stolen an adult's clothes. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan waved the enormous sleeve, protesting. This is so ugly. It's like a black trash bag. I want to wear that little dress from yesterday. She was supposed to outshine everyone. How could she flaunt her femme fatale charm dressed like this? Lu Shiyuan was fastening his cufflinks. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over her. Very satisfied. That conference room was full of men with ill intentions. He didn't want anyone to see an inch of her extra skin. Not even her ankles. Ugly. He walked over and buttoned up the row of golden buttons all the way to the top, even covering her neck. I think it looks good. He adjusted the stand collar that could bury half her face, his tone brooking no dissent. The air conditioning there is strong. If you catch a cold, there's no cure. Besides, he leaned close to her ear, his voice dropping low. A skirt is too easy to expose yourself. I don't want to gouge out the eyes of every man around you. It's too messy. Ruan. Fine. You're the psycho, you're the boss. She resignedly sighed, dragged the heavy hem, and waddled forward like a clumsy penguin. Can't walk. Carry me. She shamelessly extended her two hands, swallowed by the sleeves. Lu Shiyuan chuckled. This time he didn't complain about the trouble. He bent down, hooked one arm under her knees, and easily lifted her like a rag doll. Spoiled brat. Central building. The majestic white edifice stood at the center of the base, symbolizing absolute order and power. At this moment, the entrance was already lined with all kinds of luxury cars and armored vehicles. Fully armed guards were posted at every step, the atmosphere somber and murderous. A black heavy off-road vehicle roared arrogantly through the security cordon, screeching to a halt sideways in front of the main gate. The door opened. A pair of black military boots hit the ground. Lu Shiyuan stepped out. Today he wasn't in combat gear, but a sharp black suit, the golden insignia on his shoulders gleaming in the sun. But the black, unidentified object in his arms instantly shattered that dignified image. Ruan nestled in his arms, only her eyes visible, curiously surveying the surroundings. Halt! The two guards exchanged a glance, then steeled themselves and stepped forward to block the way. Though their legs were trembling, duty demanded they stop him. See, Commander. One guard swallowed hard, his gaze darting nervously to the person in Lu Shiyuan's arms. The council has ordered that today's meeting is of the highest security level. Bringing family members inside is strictly prohibited. Please leave this young lady in the lounge. We will arrange for someone to attend to her. After saying that, the guard felt as good as dead. The other high-ranking officials who were entering stopped in their tracks, arms crossed, ready to watch the show. Everyone knew Lu Shiyuan was a madman, but the council represented the rules of the entire base. Would a madman dare to challenge the rules? Lu Shiyuan halted. He didn't even bother to look directly at the two guards. The council's order. He repeated the words, his tone flat, unreadable. Ruan stirred in his arms, poking half her face out from the coat collar, muttering softly, "Brother, they're so mean. Are they picking on me for being a burden? Maybe I should just go back." Retreating to advance. Pouring oil on the fire. Lu Shiyuan looked down and pinched her face that was pleading. "I'm so wrong. Go back. There is no turning back in my dictionary." He lifted his head again, his gaze sweeping over the two guards and the closed sensor glass door. "My rules are the rules." The moment the words fell, a crackling sound burst forth. A blinding flash of purple-black electricity erupted in the air. Without even lifting a hand, the violent lightning element exploded outward from him in an instant. Boom. The two supposedly bulletproof, special reinforced glass doors, along with the metal sensors on the frame, were blasted into powder in a single moment. Countless glass shards rained down like diamond dust. The shockwave knocked over the guards at the entrance, and even the high-ranking officials who had been watching were sent stumbling, their hairstyles ruined. Before the alarm could even sound, the electrical wiring was fried by the current, turning into a hoarse buzz. Absolute silence fell over the entire scene. Lu Shiyuan stepped on the glass debris, carrying Ruan, and strode through the dark, gaping doorway. "Anyone else want to stop me?" His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear clearly. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone lowered their heads, wishing they could shrink into the cracks in the floor. Ruan, peering over his shoulder, watched the terrified crowd behind them, and curled the corner of her mouth into a mischievous, triumphant smirk. This was no banquet of doom. This was clearly Lu Shiyuan taking her out for a feast, feasting on the faces of those old fossils. Inside the vast circular conference chamber, the air hung thick and still, solid as poured concrete. Dozens of eyes locked rigidly upon the black-clad figure standing in the doorway. Lu Shiyuan strode across the floor littered with shattered glass, each step echoing with a grating, bone-chilling crunch. Cradled in his arms was a shapeless mass wrapped in dark fabric. His gait unwavering, serene, as though this were not the highest-level military summit, but merely the tranquil garden behind his own estate. Wang Defa, deputy speaker, seated to the left of the central chair, froze mid-motion. Teacup suspended in midair. A few tea leaves spiraled lazily upon the water's surface. Just 1 minute earlier he had been spitting fervently at the assembled clan elders, boasting that the Crimson Moon crisis was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. If they seized proof of Lu Shiyuan's obsession with women and dereliction of duty, they could force him to surrender half his command. The draft of his impeachment motion was already concealed within his sleeve. Then, no knock. Just a violent kick. Those two supposedly rocket-proof reinforced glass doors now lay scattered across the floor, glittering jagged debris. Wang Defa felt that kick not on the door, but squarely across his meticulously groomed, aging face. Lu Shiyuan. With a sharp clack he slammed the teacup onto the table, scalding liquid splashing over his hand. He ignored the burn, his trembling fingers stabbing toward Lu Shiyuan. What is this insolence? Do you hold the council in any regard? Lu Shiyuan did not so much as lift his eyelids. He walked straight down the length of the long conference table, passing the frozen senior officers who dared not even draw breath, carrying with him a chilling glacial wind. Silent, absolute, utter unflinching disregard. This contemptuous dismissal struck Wang Defa like a thunderous slap, his blood pressure surging violently. Halt! Wang Defa rose abruptly, slamming both palms onto the table. His chair shrieked against the floor. This is the Supreme Military Council. It concerns humanity's very survival. What is that you're carrying in here? What kind of decorum is this? His voice boomed, desperate to drown out the tremor in his own nerves. Several high-ranking officials who had planned to sit back and watch now bowed their heads, terrified the conflagration might leap to them. Lu Shiyuan paused. He stopped 3 paces short of the central seat, turned slightly, and those obsidian-black eyes finally settled upon Wang Defa. No emotion, no flicker, as if observing a mangy stray dog that had suddenly yapped its way into view. What did you say? His voice emerged flat, eerily, unervingly level. The dark military greatcoat cradled in his arms stirred. From beneath its tightly wrapped collar a small pale hand emerged, delicate fingers tugging twice at the heavy fabric. Then, a tiny tousled head pushed its way out with visible effort. Ruan's long hair, static-charged and slightly disheveled, stood up in soft, innocent tufts, adorable, disarmingly guileless. She blinked slowly, those large dewy eyes still clouded with sleep, as her gaze swept across the hushed chamber, finally landing on Wang Defa, flushed, spittle-flecked, furious. Oh! She shrank instinctively, burrowing deeper into Lu Shiyuan's chest. Brother, who's this, Grandpa? Her voice was honey-soft, laced with sleepy nasality, crystal clear in the suffocating silence. He's so loud, so scary. He startled baby. Huffed. A young junior staff officer at the far end choked, barely suppressing a spray of water, clamping both hands over his mouth until his face purpled. Bah, baby. The entire council reeled as if struck by lightning. She looked fully grown, yet called herself baby, and addressed the deputy speaker as Grandpa. Wang Defa was barely 50. His hair dyed jet black to preserve youthfulness, his vanity wounded most deeply by any hint of age. That single word, Grandpa, cut deeper than a blade forged from lightning itself. Wang Defa's chest heaved with rage, his fingers shook uncontrollably, like advanced tremors. You shameless wretch. Shoo. Ruan lifted one slender finger to her lips, silencing his tirade. Grandpa, elders must regulate their emotions, or risk cerebral hemorrhage. She offered the warning with earnest concern, and even glanced pointedly at the bulging veins straining along Wang Defa's neck. If you collapse here, brother, we'll need to summon attendants to carry you out. How undignified that would be. Words that pierced soul and spirit. Wang Defa's vision dimmed. He nearly fainted outright. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the petite vixen nestled in his arms, blithely infuriating yet utterly blameless, and felt the abrasive irritation clawing at his chest soften miraculously into quiet calm. He raised a hand, gently smoothing down the rebellious strands of hair springing from Ruan's crown. Did you hear? His voice dropped, icy lethal, as he fixed Wang Defa with a stare. Lower your voice. Disturb her rest again, and I'll tear out your tongue. A collective gasp tore through the room. This wasn't a meeting. It was a declaration of absolute, unassailable patronage for this little sovereign. Wang Defa gaped, mouth agape, breathless like a fish floundering on dry land. He was pinned, not by force, but by an invisible, suffocating aura of killing intent. His instincts screamed Lu Shiyuan meant every word. One more shout, and tomorrow base command would have a mute deputy speaker. Lu Shiyuan dismissed the clown without another glance. He carried Ruan forward, 2 strides, and stood before the black central chair, symbol of ultimate authority. He pulled out the chair, sat down, each motion fluid, commanding, radiating raw, unchallenged dominance. Yet he made no move to set Ruan down. She remained perfectly balanced atop his thighs, her bottom cushioned by the hard, taut muscle beneath her back pressed against his broad, warm chest. This posture was mortifying. This wasn't their private quarters. It was a chamber filled with dozens of top-tier base commanders. Even Ruan's legendary boldness faltered. She wriggled slightly, attempting to slide off his lap. Brother, may I sit beside you? She pointed discreetly toward the empty leather chair nearby, voice barely above a whisper. There are so many watching, isn't it inappropriate? His large hand anchored firmly at her waist, immovable. Inappropriate, he countered, then picked up a document from the table and flipped it open with one hand. That chair is leather. Cool. He stated it as irrefutable fact, without even glancing at the chair. You suffer from cold constitution. Sit too long, and your abdomen will ache. Ruan. That justification was flawless, absurdly, devastatingly logical. Cold constitution indeed. The chamber maintained a steady 26 degrees Celsius. The chairs were plush, temperature-regulated leather. Where was the cold? Clearly this madman simply refused to let go. I'm not cold. She braced her palms against the table's edge, trying to push herself upright. I want that one. Lu Shiyuan paused mid-page turn. Setting the document aside, he encircled her waist with both hands, and gently, inexorably drew her deeper into his embrace. Don't move. He leaned close, his warm breath brushing her sensitive earlobe. Fidget again, and I'll kiss you. Right here, in front of them all. Ruan froze instantly, petrified like a deer caught in moonlight. She twisted her head to stare at him. Those deep-shadowed eyes held no jest, only absolute terrifying sincerity. This lunatic would do it. She surrendered instantly. Snuggling obediently back into his chest, she found a comfortable perch, and idly began twisting his fingers between hers. Fine. I'll graciously stay here, she muttered softly, saving face. Anyway, brother's muscles are soft and cozy. A faint relaxation softened Lu Shiyuan's lips. He reclaimed the document, his gaze sweeping coolly over the stunned assembly. Have you all lost your voices? You dropped the file onto the table with a sharp snap. Wasn't this meeting about Crimson Moon defense? Proceed. Silent, bewildered glances passed between them. How could they proceed? Their commander sat cradling a breathtakingly beautiful woman, playing with her fingers while listening to zombie deployment reports. The scene was surreal, intoxicating even, and dangerously cardiac stressful for anyone with a fragile heart. Wang Defa, a seasoned politician, that he was sucked in several deep breaths, suppressing the fire blazing within. He resettled into his seat, adjusted his tie, and attempted to reclaim dignity. Now that Commander Lu has arrived, we shall commence discussion immediately. Clearing his throat, he deliberately avoided looking at the inconvenient presence in Lu Shiyuan's arms. The Crimson Moon tide is unprecedented. Monitoring confirms abnormally high viral concentration emanating from S-City. To safeguard the base, the Council proposes a reallocation of Legion defensive zones. Here it was, revealing the dagger beneath the silk. Though Ruan appeared distracted, fiddling with fingers, her ears pricked sharply upward. That old fox clearly harbored ill intent. How exactly will the zones be reassigned? Lu Shiyuan asked, languidly tracing slow circles upon her palm. It tickled. She tried to withdraw her hand, only to have his grip tighten, gentle but unyielding. Wang Defa withdrew a map from his folder and spread it across the table. First Legion, the elite vanguard, shall assume frontline duties, full-scale clearance operations around S-City's perimeter. Internal security and supply logistics. Wang Defa paused, offering what he believed a benevolent smile. To alleviate Commander Lu's burden, the Council has decided, temporarily, to assign 3rd Legion and Captain Lin Yan's Special Task Force to these critical responsibilities. Oh, a textbook diversionary maneuver. Lure Lu Shiyuan away, then seize control of his stronghold. Dispatch the most elite 1st Legion into S-City's meat grinder frontline, while handing internal authority to loyalist forces. The calculation rang so loudly one could hear it echoing down the street. Ruan rolled her eyes, disgusted. That old man was truly despicable. She tilted her head upward, glancing at Lu Shiyuan. His expression remained unreadable, not a twitch of brow or lip. Alleviate pressure. He repeated the phrase, tasting it as if savoring irony. Deputy Speaker Wang is remarkably considerate. Mistaking encouragement, Wang Defa pressed forward eagerly. Naturally, Commander Lu oversees countless affairs. And lately, he's been occupied with new personnel. His focus inevitably fragments. We act solely for the greater good. He emphasized new personnel, shooting a pointed, disdainful glance towards Ruan. Before Ruan could react with indignation, Lu Shiyuan smiled. A fleeting frostbitten curve, so cold it seemed to freeze the air itself. For the greater good. He toyed idly with Ruan's slender fingers. Then why not deploy the Council's private militia as well? Wang Defa's face paled. They're tasked solely with internal order, lacking battlefield experience. Experience can be forged. Lu Shiyuan cut him off, voice dropping to glacial severity. A few deaths will suffice. He lifted his head, those eyes swirling with ominous crimson undertones. Seeking to strip me of authority. One hand cradled Ruan's nape, gently pressing her face into his chest, shielding her from whatever carnage might follow. His other hand tapped once, lightly, upon the tabletop. ZZZZT. A jagged arc of violet-black lightning shot across the surface, blindingly swift. Wang Defa had no time to react. The bolt struck the map directly, incinerating it instantly in a flash of white heat. Boom. The solid oak tabletop beneath it blackened and collapsed inward, leaving a gaping charred crater. Less than 2 centimeters separated the scorch mark from Wang Defa's trembling fingertips. Had it deviated ever so slightly, that hand would have been severed. Ah! Wang Defa screamed, toppling backward with chair, and all crashing helplessly onto the floor. Lu Shiyuan, you're insane. Are you trying to murder me? He scrambled backward on hands and knees, face contorted in primal terror. Lu Shiyuan remained seated, unmoved, unruffled, utterly composed. Murder you. A scornful snort escaped him, laced with utter contempt. That would soil my carpet. His gaze swept the chamber, each senior official paling under that crushing sovereign weight. The oppressive aura of a supreme cultivator bore down like a mountain, crushing every heartbeat. Where First Legion deploys, is my decision alone. Base defense, likewise my sole prerogative. As for you, he lowered his gaze, finding only two wide, darting eyes peering out from beneath his protective hold. His tone softened, just fractionally. So long as you do not disturb her slumber, I shall pretend you do not exist. But should any of you dare reach out? He lifted his head, locking eyes with the newly risen Wang Defa, and slid one finger slowly, deliberately across his own throat. I shall sever that hand, and feed it to the dogs. Silence swallowed the chamber whole, broken only by the low, steady hum of the air vents. Every soul trembled. A madman. An unmitigated, terrifying madman, who would slaughter the entire council for one woman. Ruan nestled deeper, listening to his powerful, steady heartbeat, and that declaration, raw, absolute, possessive. She knew rationally she was merely a prop. Yet, this feeling was exhilarating. She rubbed her cheek against his chest, like a contented, purring cat. Lu Shiyuan felt the subtle shift within his arms. He withdrew his gaze, reclaimed the document, and resumed his neutral tone. Next agenda item. City supply retrieval. He turned the page, never lifting his eyes. Any objections? Silence reigned. Who dared object? When Wang Defa's scorched desk still smoldered, Ruan stealthily slipped one hand from beneath the greatcoat, tugging lightly at Lu Shiyuan's cuff. Brother. A whisper, audible only to him. He tilted his head, ear inclining toward her. Yes. I'm hungry. She pressed a hand to her hollow stomach, eyes wide with plaintive appeal. I want that. She extended a finger, pointing discreetly toward the exquisitely arranged fruit platter at the table's center. A cluster of grapes, deep lustrous purple, almost black. They looked impossibly sweet. Lu Shiyuan followed her gaze. That platter was ceremonial, ornamental, untouched by attendees. Wanted. She nodded vigorously, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He said nothing. In full view of all assembled, he reached across, lifted the massive crystal tray, and placed it before himself. Then, plucked a single grape, peeling its skin with meticulous care, held it to her lips. Open. Every senior officer stared, speechless. And it all. This meeting was irretrievably over. Only the soft, delicate sound of Ruan chewing grapes remained in the conference room. Juicy and cloyingly sweet. Lu Shiyuan's grape-peeling technique grew increasingly deft, his fingertips stained with violet juice, lending an eerie, sensual contrast to that large, calloused hand, normally gripping a firearm, its knuckles sharp and defined. More. After swallowing one grape, Ruan parted her rosy lips, mouth slightly open, like a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. Lu Shiyuan showed no sign of irritation. He plucked another. The senior officers seated below squirmed uneasily. This was no military briefing. It was a public spectacle of romantic dominance executed with chilling precision. Wang Defa still sat on the floor, dazed and breathless, watching the scene unfold. His false teeth trembled with fury. He staggered upright, straightened his rumpled collar, and fixed Ruan with a venomous glare. If force-failed subterfuge would suffice. Commander, what refined amusement you indulge in? Wang Defa spoke with a smile that never reached his eyes, his voice laced with hidden barbs. However, since City's supply retrieval has been raised, a matter demands immediate reporting. He shot a silent signal to his secretary beside him. The projection screen flared to life. A grainy photograph appeared before the assembly. Its background, an abandoned laboratory in City. Though dimly lit, the corner clearly revealed a figure clad in a white lab coat. Though only a profile was visible, the contours bore a striking 7 out of 10 resemblance to Ruan. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Ruan paused mid-chew. She narrowed her eyes, studying the image on screen. No such memory existed in the original host's recollection, yet the photograph bore no signs of digital manipulation. This was captured at the periphery of the Zero laboratory. Wang Defa pointed emphatically at the screen, his tone sharpening into accusation. According to our investigation, this facility is among the origins of the zombie virus outbreak. And facial recognition analysis confirms a 90% match between this individual and Miss Su. He pivoted sharply, locking his gaze onto Ruan nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms. Miss Su, would you care to explain why you appear in such a place? Or are you in fact intrinsically linked to this catastrophe? A damning label, anti-human, was hurled without restraint. A ruthless gambit. If Ruan truly connected to the virus's origin, then Lu Shiyuan's protection of her rendered him guilty of betraying all humanity. His fate, and his command, would be forfeit. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion, the peeled grape suspended in his fingers. He lifted his gaze toward the screen, and a flicker of shadow passed unseen across his irises. He had seen this photograph before. It had arrived on his desk weeks earlier, delivered by intelligence services prior to rescuing Ruan. He had buried it. He hadn't expected the old man to retain a backup. Explain. Lu Shiyuan placed the peeled grape into Ruan's mouth, then gently wiped juice from the corner of her lips. What precisely should I explain about a blurred, indistinct image? This is no ordinary photograph. Seeing Lu Shiyuan's calm response, Wang Defa mistook it for guilt, and his voice rose sharp and shrill. This is irrefutable evidence. Ruan may well be an experimental subject of that deranged scientist, or even a viral carrier. To keep such a perilous element at the heart of the base, and bring her into a military briefing, Lu Shiyuan, do you intend to drag every soul here into oblivion with you? Whispers erupted among the assembled officials. Their stares shifted, from shock to fear to revulsion. If true, she was a walking time bomb. Ruan swallowed the grape in her mouth, sour now. The old man would stop at nothing to dismantle Lu Shiyuan, even dredging up ancient buried history. She straightened up from Lu Shiyuan's embrace, abandoning pretense of drowsiness. Grandfather. Her gaze met Wang Defa's. No panic, only a sweet, guileless smile. Are your eyes failing you? That person wears a lab coat. Do I look like someone who'd wear such attire? She tugged at the priceless black military greatcoat draped over her shoulders, wrinkling her nose in disdain. That hideous garment. Not even a dog would wear it. Besides, she tilted her head, feigning innocent curiosity. If I were a viral carrier, wouldn't brother have mutated after holding me in his arms for so many nights? Does he look unwell to you? As she spoke, she poked playfully at Lu Shiyuan's rock-hard pectoral muscle. Firm as steel, perfectly healthy. Lu Shiyuan, this little vixen, still seizing opportunity even now. Yet he made no move to stop her, permitting her teasing touch to ignite warmth beneath his stern exterior. Wang Defa choked on his retort. Indeed, Lu Shiyuan not only remained unaffected but appeared sharper, calmer, his chronic agitation markedly subdued. But that defied logic. It's the incubation period. Wang Defa clung to fallacy. Who knows what dark sorcery you've wielded? For safety, Sake, she must be quarantined and interrogated. Draw blood for testing. Guards, take her now. At his command, armed soldiers stormed through the conference doors. These were private troops loyal solely to Wang Defa. Dozens of black gun barrels instantly trained upon the pair seated at the head table. Tension coiled like a drawn bowstring. Lu Shiyuan finally set aside the fruit tray. From his pocket he withdrew a handkerchief, and slowly, deliberately wiped the juice from his fingers. His gesture was elegant, reminiscent of a formal banquet. Yet the bone-deep chill radiating from him dropped the room's temperature to freezing. Take her. Lu Shiyuan discarded the handkerchief. The white cloth drifted silently to the floor, like a declaration of war. ZZZT. Violet black lightning erupted across the chamber. Not mere warning sparks, but a full-blown savage thunder domain. All electronics died instantly. Crystal chandeliers shattered, raining glass like hail. Gun barrels glowed cherry red, then warped, melted, molten metal dripping onto polished floors. My hands. Guards screamed, dropping their searing weapons, clutching blistered palms in agony. Wang Defa collapsed backward, face ashen with terror. Lu Shiyuan, are you staging a coup? Lu Shiyuan rose. With one arm cradling Ruan, he strode forward, step by deliberate step, across the wreckage, until he stood directly before Wang Defa. He towered over him, godlike, implacable, gazing down upon an insect. A coup. A cold, bloody laugh escaped him. Within this base, I am the law. Against whom would I rebel? Myself. He lifted his boot, black gleaming, and pressed it firmly against Wang Defa's chest. Crack. The sickening snap of fractured ribs echoed clearly. Ugh. Wang Defa's eyes bulged, his body convulsing like a dying shrimp. I asked you to lower your voice earlier. You seem not to have heard. Lu Shiyuan ground his heel deeper, listening impassively to the grinding crunch of bone. Since you cannot comprehend human speech, then kneel and listen. Kneel. A crushing wave of psychic pressure descended, not merely upon Wang Defa, but upon every soul present. Thud. Thud. Senior officers who had watched in detached amusement now dropped, knees buckling uncontrollably. A hollow thud of knees striking marble rang out, overlapping, relentless. Within 3 seconds, not a single person remained standing, except Lu Shiyuan. 1,000 knees bowed in submission. True sovereignty, unassailable absolute. Ruan nestled against his shoulder, witnessing it all, her inner self shrieking with exhilaration. Incredible. This was the pillar she had chosen to lean upon. Council's deputy chairman. All meaningless before overwhelming power. Now, Lu Shiyuan looked down at Wang Defa, sprawled like carrion beneath his boot, voice utterly devoid of inflection. Who else wishes to investigate her? Wang Defa, sweat-drenched and bleeding from the mouth, shook his head frantically. And no investigation. I dare not. Regret flooded him. Why provoke this madman? Lu Shiyuan withdrew his foot, and contemptuously wiped dust from his sole onto Wang Defa's ruined coat. Remember this face. He gestured towards Ruan in his arms. Henceforth treat her as you would treat me. Should I hear even a whisper spoken against her? His gaze swept the kneeling assembly, soft-spoken, yet carrying the finality of death's decree. I will cast every one of you, useless, trembling wretches, into the zombie-infested ruins of S City to serve as sacrificial offerings to that so-called Zero laboratory. Silence reigned, absolute, suffocating. Every head pressed low to the floor, trembling. Dismissed. Lu Shiyuan uttered the 2 words and turned away. Such a farce of a meeting wasn't worth another second of his life. At the doorway, Ruan tugged lightly at his collar. Brother, wait. Lu Shiyuan halted. What is it? Ruan pointed toward the untouched crystal fruit tray on the table. Those grapes were sweet. I want to take them. Lu Shiyuan. All assembled dignitaries. Even now, she thought only of dessert. A resigned sigh escaped him. Yet he returned. Before dozens of prostrate elites, he lifted the tray. Anything else? Ruan pondered, then glanced at a box of premium cigars on a nearby table. That box is pretty. I'll use it to hold hairpins. Without hesitation, Lu Shiyuan emptied the cigars onto the floor and tucked the empty box into his pocket. Let's go. One arm held Ruan close, the other bore the fruit tray. His pocket held the sleek, empty box. He strode out unruffled and regal, leaving behind a room full of kneeling aristocrats stunned into existential doubt, and Wang Defa unconscious on the floor, ribs shattered and pain overwhelming. Back inside the vehicle, Ruan wriggled free from the greatcoat and dove into the fruit tray. Delicious. She popped a grape into her mouth, speaking around it muffled and cheerful. Those old men are stingy. Such fine things, and they won't even taste them. Lu Shiyuan started the engine and glanced sideways at her. Her face bore no trace of the earlier confrontation, only guileless, unburdened delight in eating. Remarkably fearless. Won't ask about the photograph. Lu Shiyuan broke the silence. Blurred as it was, he recognized her in that image. Or rather, the original occupant of this body. Ruan paused mid-chew. She swallowed, turned to meet his gaze. Eyes clear, unclouded. Ask what? She shrugged, utterly indifferent. You wouldn't believe me anyway. So long as you believe me, what anyone else says is irrelevant. That statement was dangerously pleasing. Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He knew full well she spun half-truths, but damned if he didn't crave them. I don't believe those things. His eyes stayed fixed ahead, voice low and resonant. I believe only what I feel. As long as she remained near him, his headaches vanished. That alone was enough. Whether she was an experiment subject or a viral vector, what did it matter? If she was a virus, she was the sole antidote to his torment. However, Lu Shiyuan shifted tone. We will go to S City. Ruan blinked. Huh. Why? That cursed wasteland teemed with zombies, entering meant certain death. Because there lies what you need. He freed one hand to ruffle her hair affectionately. Your constitution is too frail. Unless we locate the source in S City and resolve your physical instability, you may not survive this winter. The grape slipped from Ruan's fingers. What? Not survive winter? So her cheat code existence came with an expiration date. Then, when exactly are we going? Panicked, she seized both his arms, eyes wide with urgency. Survival trumped all. Lu Shiyuan watched her frantic expression, and a sly, knowing curve lifted his lips. No rush. First, we must feed you properly. He pressed the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared forth from Central Command. Home. Tonight, we'll conduct a thorough, physical examination. Ruan. Why did those two words, uttered by him, sound so thoroughly improper? She pulled the greatcoat tighter, suddenly aware. Compared to the zombies outside, the wolf beside her felt infinitely more dangerous. Compared to the zombies outside, the wolf beside her felt infinitely more dangerous. The air in the conference room felt as heavy as lead, stifling and suffocating. After the earlier trampling incident, although Wang Defa had been carried off for emergency treatment and then brought back after all, the old bastard was risking his life to seize power. The atmosphere in the room had reached an eerie, tense extreme. Lu Shiyuan sat imposingly in the main seat, one arm wrapped around the woman in his embrace, the other hand tapping the table idly. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound seemed to strike directly upon everyone's skull. Ruan nestled in his arms, utterly bored. Her restless little hands were devoted to unbuttoning the second button of Lu Shiyuan's shirt, then buttoning it back up, playing with it happily. Lu Shiyuan let her do as she pleased, even slightly puffing out his chest to make it easier for her, coordinating seamlessly. Beneath them, the executives reporting their work couldn't help but let their gazes drift toward the main seat. On one side, the murderous commander, on the other, the playful little enchantress. The stark contrast was so jarring that several people stumbled over their numbers, stuttering themselves into a cold sweat. Next, Lu Shiyuan impatiently cut off a logistics supervisor who was still stammering. A woman in a white research uniform stood up. She was around 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with her hair meticulously pinned up in a bun. She was Chun Jie, chief consultant of the research department. She was also known as the aloof genius beauty of the base, rumored to have secretly admired Lu Shiyuan for years, priding herself on being someone who could resonate with the commander on an intellectual level. Chun Jie adjusted her glasses, her gaze sweeping over the woman in Lu Shiyuan's arms, who sat with no proper posture, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. A pretty vase. Nothing but a face and a body, utterly useless. Regarding the viral mutation triggered by the Red Moon Tide, Chun Jie activated a holographic projection and dense data cascaded down like a waterfall. We have detected abnormal recombination in the RNA virus sequence. Especially in the activity of telomerase on chromosome 7, it shows a geometric multiplication trend of reverse transcription. She spoke rapidly, all obscure technical jargon. This mutation will lead to the regeneration of neuronal synapses in zombies, meaning they will possess basic tactical coordination capabilities. This involves epigenetic modifications. Chun Jie grew more excited, occasionally glancing at Lu Shiyuan, trying to use her professional expertise to draw the commander's attention. She believed that compared to that useless clingy woman, Lu Shiyuan needed a comrade who could help him solve problems. She spoke for a full 5 minutes. All of it was dry data models and genetic maps. Chen Jie paused, then looked confidently at the main seat. Commander, these data are extremely critical. Although some of it is abstruse, this concerns the survival of all humanity, not a game. She shifted her tone, her gaze directly attacking Ruan. I wonder if the young lady in your arms can understand any of this. If not, perhaps she could be asked to leave temporarily so as not to interfere with our strategic deployment. The dagger was revealed. This was a crushing strike on both intelligence and breadth of vision. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Ruan, waiting to see the pretty vase make a fool of herself. The button in Ruan's hand snapped back into place with a click. Can't understand. She could recite this exact plot from the original novel backwards. This genetic theory. She'd learned something similar in her high school biology class back in her original world. Chen Jie's theory seemed profound, but its core was just one sentence: the zombies had gotten smarter, they'd learned to fight in groups. Why did she have to go around in such a long circle? Wasn't it just to show off her smart brain? Ruan yawned, squeezing out 2 physiological tears from the corners of her eyes. She went limp, melting bonelessly against Lu Shiyuan's chest, her cheek rubbing against the hollow of his neck. Brother. Her voice was so soft it could drip water, carrying a nasal tone of just having woken up. She's so fierce. Ruan pressed her forehead, looking frail and weak. She keeps chanting, buzzing and buzzing, giving me a headache. All that stuff about enzymes and chains. Can you tell her to stop? The confidence on Chen Jie's face froze. Fierce. Chanting. Her proud academic presentation had become lullaby material in this woman's mouth. You. Chen Jie trembled with rage. This is science. It's rigorous data. Someone as uneducated as you would naturally think it's chanting. Enough. A cold male voice cut through, directly severing Chen Jie's outburst. Lu Shiyuan's large hand covered Ruan's forehead, gently massaging her temples. His movements were incredibly gentle, but when he lifted his head to look at Chen Jie, his eyes held only brutal, murderous coldness. Can't even give a proper briefing. Lu Shiyuan tossed the electronic pin in his hand, hitting the hologram's power switch with pinpoint accuracy. Snap. The dense data vanished instantly. Speak human language. He leaned back in his chair, his tone icy. Do I fund your research department just to listen to this garbage? If I hear one more useless word from you, you can forget about keeping your tongue. Chen Jie's face flushed red instantly, as if she'd been slapped in public. Her proud professional ability was nothing but garbage in Lu Shiyuan's eyes. All because that woman complained of a headache. Commander, Chen Jie tried to explain. Sit down. Lu Shiyuan didn't even bother to look at her. Someone else continue. Chen Jie bit her lip in humiliation, her eyes red, as she slumped back into her seat. The laser pointer in her hand nearly snapped in her grip. Ruan snickered in Lu Shiyuan's arms, trying to explain science to a madman. This sister must have read herself stupid. Lu Shiyuan only cared about results. Who cared how complicated the process was? Ahem. Ruan cleared her throat, tugging at Lu Shiyuan's tie. Brother, I'm thirsty. She'd been watching the show for a while, but there were no snacks to munch on, and her throat had gone dry. Lu Shiyuan paused. He reached for the black military thermos placed before him. Unscrewing the lid, he tested the temperature of the water, then brought it to Ruan's lips. Open up. The assembled executives studiously kept their eyes lowered, pretending to be blind. That Lu Shiyuan who killed without blinking was actually feeding a woman water from his own cup. That cup was his personal item. Anyone who so much as touched it would have their hand chopped off. Ruan took 2 sips from his hand, then frowned with distaste. No flavor. I want milk tea. Bear with it. Lu Shiyuan set the cup back down. I'll make it for you when we get back. Though his words said endure, there was not a hint of impatience in his tone. It was clearly coaxing. Wang Defa, seated below, could no longer watch. At this rate, the meeting would completely become a stage show for that pair of adulterers. Lu Shiyuan's authority was still intact, but the terrifying mystique around him was being eroded piece by piece by this woman. This was an opportunity. A chance to drag Lu Shiyuan down from his pedestal. Lu Shiyuan. Wang Defa slammed the table violently and shot to his feet. The ribs that had been broken earlier still throbbed painfully, and blood was seeping through the bandages, but at this moment, he didn't care. The red moon is coming. All of humanity faces annihilation. Look at yourself now. Wang Defa pointed at Lu Shiyuan, his voice full of grief and indignation. Addicted to women, neglecting your duties. What do you think this serious meeting is? A place for flirting? That roar was so loud it shook the entire conference room 3 times. Several colluding executives exchanged glances and chimed in. Indeed, Commander, the pressure on City S's defense line is immense. Your behavior is truly inappropriate. We need a leader who maintains reason at all times, not a lovesick fool who only knows how to coddle women. For the safety of the base, we suggest. Wang Defa saw the momentum rising, and his courage swelled. He stepped forward, the dagger finally revealed. Lu Shiyuan, given your current extremely unstable mental state, and the distracting element you keep by your side. He shot Ruan a venomous glare. The council has unanimously decided that you must hand over the command of the 1st Corps and the 3rd Corps. The council will temporarily manage them until you pass a mental evaluation. A coup. A naked power grab. The justification was grand. You're insane, you're harboring a femme fatale, you no longer deserve to hold power. The air instantly solidified. Everyone held their breath waiting to see Lu Shiyuan's reaction. Would he kill in a rage? Or retreat in compromise? Ruan stopped drinking. She lifted her head from Lu Shiyuan's arms looking at the righteous-faced Wang Defa. This old man must be tired of living. Lu Shiyuan smiled. He leisurely wiped the glistening drop of water from the corner of Ruan's mouth, then slowly raised his head. In those pitch-black eyes there was no anger, only the calm of looking at a dead man. Mental evaluation. He repeated those 4 words, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Each tap was like the countdown of death itself. You want to test whether I'm mad? Lu Shiyuan released his hold on Ruan and stood up. At that instant a terrifying pressure exploded like a collapsing mountain and raging tsunami. The light tubes above flickered with a hissing sound, dimming and brightening erratically. Perfect timing. He rolled his neck joints, cracking with crisp pops. I've been feeling it's been too quiet lately. My hands are getting rusty. Lu Shiyuan walked step by step toward Wang Defa, a cruelly cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you're all so eager to wield power, then let's see if you have the lives to take it. The scent of blood in the air seemed to have been spent in advance. With every step Lu Shiyuan took, a fine crack spread across the floor tiles beneath him. Those violet-black arcs of electricity were no longer faintly visible. Like hungry vipers they slithered down his pant legs to the ground, then coiled toward Wang Defa's feet. The temperature in the entire conference room instantly plunged to freezing. The few surviving emergency lights above flickered wildly, emitting the crackling sound of electrical overload. Wang Defa collapsed on the floor, watching the man approach like the Grim Reaper himself, a guttural rattle escaping his throat, as if someone had seized his neck. He regretted it. He should never have provoked this lunatic when his mind was unstable. Lu Shiyuan stopped half a meter before him. He raised his hand. Lightning blazed in his palm. That terrifying wave of energy made everyone's hair stand on end from static electricity. If this palm strike landed, Wang Defa wouldn't even leave ashes behind. Curled in his arms, Ruan was the first to sense something amiss. The man's muscles were as hard as iron and his body temperature was rising sharply. A prelude to his mania spiraling completely out of control. Killing was easy, of course. But if all the high-ranking officials in this room died, who would manage logistics tomorrow? Who would repair the walls? Who would find fresh strawberries and milk for her? It wouldn't matter if Lu Shiyuan exhausted himself, but if no one was left to serve her, that was a serious problem. Besides, if he really started a bloodbath here, the splatter would stain her new dress. No. The leash on this mad dog had loosened too quickly, she had to pull it back. Just as the thunder in Lu Shiyuan's palm was about to strike, the bundle of black military coat in his arms suddenly writhed violently. Then a coquettish, almost theatrical cry shattered the dead silence of the conference room without warning. The sound was too abrupt. It was like inserting the opening theme of a romance anime into the climax of a horror film. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The violent ball of lightning in Lu Shiyuan's palm froze in midair. The murderous aura that had been climbing steadily deflated like a punctured balloon. He looked down. The savagery that wanted to destroy the world receded, swiftly replaced by a nearly neurotic tension. What's wrong? Lu Shiyuan's hand even trembled slightly. He thought the leaked energy had hurt this delicate little thing. Where does it hurt? Ruan poked half her face out of the coat collar, her features scrunched together, looking utterly pained. She sniffled, and her eyes instantly reddened. Brother. Her voice choked with tears as she reached one hand from under the coat and pointed at her leg. My leg. It's asleep. The entire hall of high-ranking officials. Wang Defa, who had already closed his eyes awaiting death, nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. Leg asleep. In the middle of a supreme military council at a life-or-death power struggle, just when the commander was about to go on a killing spree. You screamed because your leg was asleep. Ruan paid no attention to the looks of utter disbelief around her. She pitifully shoved her leg into Lu Shiyuan's hands and rubbed it against his palm through the thick fabric. It's all that chair's fault. So hard it made my butt sore and my leg numb. It's so uncomfortable. Ruan tilted her head, her big watery eyes full of accusation. Brother, give me a rub, please. Otherwise I can't walk. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Even the crackling electricity had stopped. Everyone waited for Lu Shiyuan to explode. Interrupted at such a moment would enrage anyone, let alone the mad commander already in a fury. That woman was dead meat. Wang Defa even felt a flicker of schadenfreude. But then the next second, everyone heard the most spine-chilling sentence of their lives. Delicate. Lu Shiyuan scolded lightly. But where was the anger in his tone? It was laced with a hair-raising indulgence. He dissipated the lightning in his palm that could have leveled the entire building. That large hand meant for killing actually followed Ruan's wishes and slipped under the wide military coat. It found her calf with unerring accuracy. His fingertips were calloused, his palm scorching hot. He pressed down with just the right force. Here. Lu Shiyuan asked. Ruan hummed in contentment like a cat being petted. A little higher. Left. Gentler, it hurts. Lu Shiyuan's brows furrowed slightly, but he lightened his touch, patiently kneading that small soft spot. I'll bring a cushion for you next time. He lowered his head, his expression as focused as if he were defusing a bomb. This crappy chair really is uncomfortable. The entire hall was petrified. Hundreds of people knelt on the floor watching the dreaded commander now like a manservant massage the legs of the woman in his arms. This scene was more surreal than when Lu Shiyuan was about to kill someone. Wang Defa's jaw nearly hit the floor. Was this still the same Lu Shiyuan? He must have been possessed. Lu Shiyuan, while still rubbing, looked up nonchalantly. His gaze swept over the stunned high-ranking officials on the floor. That suffocating pressure descended again, but this time it was less savage and more impatient at being interrupted. Where were we? He didn't stop his hand movements, even pulling up her slipped sock. The power grab. The two words were uttered softly, but they struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Lu Shiyuan let out a mocking laugh. Fine. Anyone who thinks they're tough enough can come and take it. His other hand rested idly on the conference table. His index finger curled. He tapped his knuckle lightly on the solid wood table. Thud. The sound was soft, but the moment it landed, a violet ripple exploded outward from his fingertip. No explosion. No flames. Only a grating sound of matter disintegrating. Crack. Crash. That 10-meter-long table made of solid black gold wood in that instant seemed to have weathered 1,000 years. Except for the small area in front of Lu Shiyuan and Su Ruan, which remained intact. The rest, along with the documents, cups, and projector on the table. In that 1 second, all turned into fine powder. It scattered down like a gray snow. The high-ranking officials who had been sitting at the table now had nothing before them but a pile of sawdust. This precise control of power was more despairing than sheer destruction. He could shatter the table, and he could shatter the internal organs of everyone present. And all without harming the woman in his arms. Or, Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and continued focusing on rubbing Su Ruan's leg. Do you want to try it right now, eh? Try what? Try turning into powder like that table. No. No. Wang Defa shook his head frantically, already a puddle of mud. The murderous intent from a moment ago might have spurred him to fight to the death. But this absolute display of dominance crushed all his ambition. This was a monster. A monster that could never be defeated. Commander, please calm down. We never meant that. It was all Wang Defa's instigation. We are utterly loyal to you. The surrounding high-ranking officials came to their senses and scrambled to kowtow, shifting the blame at lightning speed. Are you kidding? Who would dare contend for power with this monster? Who wanted to die? Lu Shiyuan didn't even glance at them. He felt the muscles of the person in his arms relax, as if the numbness had passed. Better, he asked. Su Ruan stretched in his arms like a well-fed little pig. Emma, much better. She yawned, a teardrop at the corner of her eye. Brother is amazing. This perfunctory praise completely dispelled the chill from Lu Shiyuan. He pulled his hand out from under the coat and neatly arranged the hem to wrap her up tightly. Tired? Want to go home and sleep. It was all dust here, filthy. Lu Shiyuan stood up. By now the conference room was empty of tables, feeling especially spacious. He carried Su Ruan and strode toward the door, stepping over the sawdust. When he passed Wang Defa, he didn't even pause. Like passing a bag of trash. At the door, Lu Shiyuan suddenly stopped. The kneeling officials behind him held their breath, terrified he might change his mind. Tomorrow morning. Lu Shiyuan didn't turn around, his voice cold. I want a real-time map of all zombie distribution in S-City plus detailed data on that lab. Missing even one sheet of paper. You'll go keep that table company. With that, he kicked open the deformed door frame and strode away. Only when the roar of the heavy battle vehicle faded did the people in the room collapse like puppets with their strings cut. Terrifying. That woman. Everyone's mind conjured Su Ruan's seemingly harmless face. Leg asleep. Lies. That was a cry for help. Whenever that woman said she was in pain, the madman could transform from a death god into a gentle lover. Wang Defa trembled as he got up from the floor, staring at the powder, and suddenly understood something. In this base, Lu Shiyuan was the sky. But the woman named Su Ruan was the ancestor who could poke a hole in the sky and make the sky mend itself. In the car, Su Ruan curled up in the passenger seat, shedding half of the heavy coat to reveal the white shirt beneath. The car's heater was on full blast. She held a pack of compressed biscuits she had just found in Lu Shiyuan's car, chewing with relish. Though they tasted awful, acting earlier had been exhausting, and she needed the energy. Lu Shiyuan drove with one hand on the wheel, his gaze constantly on her. Was it really numb? He suddenly asked. Su Ruan paused mid-bite. She turned her head, blinking her big eyes, looking innocent. Of course. Sitting in that position for so long cuts off circulation. Lu Shiyuan didn't respond, but the line of his lips softened slightly. Only she knew if it was true. But he didn't care. As long as she was willing to act spoiled with him and let him touch her, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, he would find a way to pluck them down, let alone just rubbing her leg. Brother. Su Ruan suddenly leaned over, holding the half-bitten biscuit to his lips. This is so dry. Help me finish it. Lu Shiyuan looked at the biscuit she had nibbled unevenly. It was covered with her saliva. Germophobia. What was that? He opened his mouth and took the half-biscuit, even briefly sucking on her fingertips. Su Ruan yanked her hand back as if electrocuted, her cheeks blazing red. You're like a dog. Lu Shiyuan swallowed the dry biscuit, his Adam's apple bobbing. It tasted good. Sweet. Yeah. He stared straight ahead, his long fingers strong on the wheel. Your dog. Su Ruan. This conversation was over. Had this madman's flirting skill tree gone wrong? The car drove into the restricted zone. The villa's gate slowly opened. Lu Shiyuan parked steadily and unbuckled his seatbelt. But he didn't get out immediately. Instead, he turned sideways, his pitch-black eyes gazing deeply at Ruan. The space in the cabin was cramped and intimate. Ruan, he called her name, his voice a little hoarse. My. Ruan was unbuckling her seatbelt and looked up. Before she could react, Lu Shiyuan suddenly leaned in, one hand cupping the back of her head, the other braced against the seat behind her, trapping her completely in this small space. I didn't get to kiss you in the conference room earlier. His gaze fell on her rosy lips, a dangerous undercurrent churning in his eyes. Let me make up for it now. Ruan's eyes widened. Wait, this was... Before she could refuse, his handsome face zoomed in. Their breaths intertwined. All protests were swallowed in a domineering, forceful kiss. Outside the window, the dying rays of sunset spilled over the black car, casting a long shadow. Inside the car, the commander who made the entire base tremble in fear was devoutly kissing his entire world. Only the sound of ragged breathing remained in the carriage. Lu Shiyuan finally released her swollen, reddened lips, pressing his forehead against Ruan's as his scorching breath sprayed across her face. But he didn't pull away. The large hand gripping Ruan's waist tightened, instead his fingertips sinking into her soft flesh, as if he wanted to crush her whole being into his body. Ruan winced from the tight grip, letting out a soft whimper as she tried to push against his chest. He didn't budge. The man's muscles were as hard as a red-hot iron, the searing heat palpable even through his shirt. Don't move. Lu Shiyuan buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the faint milky fragrance of her skin, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Let me recharge. The violent urge he had forcibly suppressed in the conference room earlier, though interrupted by her little leg fell asleep, episode had not dissipated. It merely lurked deep within his spiritual sea, waiting for the moment to erupt. Ruan sensed something was wrong with him. Normally this man was clingy, but it was a teasing possessiveness. Now he was more like a man on the verge of drowning, clinging desperately to the only floating log in sight. Outside the car window, the sky had darkened without her noticing. It wasn't the normal descent of night. It was an eerie, viscous dark red. The clouds hung low like cotton wads soaked in blood, weighing heavily overhead. Looking out from above Lu Shiyuan's shoulders, Ruan's heart skipped a beat. The precursor of the Red Moon. The original novel mentioned it wasn't just visually terrifying. On the night of the Red Moon, the activity of airborne viruses would increase tenfold, and all zombies would evolve into a frenzy. For high-level ability users, it was also a gateway to death, especially for a madman like Lu Shiyuan, who already suffered from mania. Tonight would be a hard one to endure. The car drove into the villa's underground garage. Before the vehicle even came to a full stop, Qin Feng rushed over with a worried expression. Boss, the monitoring station sent an alert. The Red Moon radiation index is off the charts. The zombie horde in S-City is already starting to riot. Lu Shiyuan pushed open the car door and stepped out, still holding Ruan. He didn't even glance at Qin Feng, cutting off his report directly. Lock down the villa. He strode toward the elevator with hurried steps. Activate the first-level defense system. Within a 1-kilometer radius, kill anything living that approaches. Qin Feng froze for a moment, then caught sight of Lu Shiyuan's faintly glowing red pupils under the dim light. His heart jolted. Yes, sir. Understood. Qin Feng didn't dare ask further and ran off to the control room. Tonight's boss was a nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. The elevator doors closed. In the confined space, the heat radiating from Lu Shiyuan was alarmingly intense. Ruan pressed against his chest, feeling like she was embracing a furnace. Brother. She tested a call, reaching up to touch his cheek. It was scalding. Lu Shiyuan said nothing, only nuzzling his face into her palm, a low, satisfied growl rumbling in his throat like a contented beast. That extreme craving and dependence was completely unconcealed. Ding. They reached the top floor. Lu Shiyuan didn't head to the bedroom. Instead, he carried her straight into the bathroom. In the huge circular bathtub, the smart system had already filled the water. Steam rose in thick waves. Lu Shiyuan set Ruan down on the vanity counter and began unbuttoning his shirt. His movements were rough and impatient. A few buttons flew off, clattering crisply against the tiles. Brother. Ruan shrank back, slightly intimidated by his ferocious demeanor. I can wash by myself. Lu Shiyuan tore off his shirt, revealing his powerful upper body. His muscles were taut and bulging, each one brimming with explosive strength. But his chest was heaving violently, his skin flushed with an unnatural heat. No. He pulled Ruan over and stripped off the bulky army coat and the shirt beneath in a few quick motions. Together. There was no room for negotiation. Lu Shiyuan carried her and stepped directly into the bathtub. Warm water surged past their chests. Before Ruan could gasp, she was pressed firmly against him. Lu Shiyuan held her from behind, seating her on his lap with her back flush against his chest. The water rippled gently. The moment their skin touched, Lu Shiyuan let out a stifled sigh. The feeling of his veins about to burst finally found his sliver of relief. But he was still in agony. It felt like 10,000 needles stabbing his spiritual sea, the murderous urge relentlessly battering the dam of his sanity. He wanted to kill. He wanted to see blood. He wanted to tear apart everything in sight, except for the soft little thing in his arms. Lu Shiyuan rested his chin on Ruan's shoulder, gently gnawing at the tender skin of her neck. He didn't dare use force. He was afraid of breaking her. He could only release the restless agitation inside him through this almost torturous friction. Su Ruan felt both ticklish and slightly pained. She could feel the man behind her straining with immense effort. His taut muscles and rapid scorching breath all testified to his current suffering. This mad dog, though usually fierce, still knew to protect her at critical moments. Su Ruan sighed. Who said she wasn't a soft-hearted deity? Since her power was to soothe, she might as well see it through. Su Ruan turned around in the water to face Lu Shiyuan. She reached out her arms, wrapped them around his neck, and pressed her face against his burning forehead. Be good now. She smoothed his wet hair gently, as if comforting a big dog. I'm here. It won't hurt anymore. I'll blow on it and make it better. Lu Shiyuan's entire body stiffened. Those previously unfocused eyes slowly zeroed in on Su Ruan's face. The unique coolness emanating from her body flowed into him continuously through their touching skin. It was incredibly soothing, like being drenched with ice water while engulfed in flames. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes and buried his face in her neck, greedily absorbing this life-saving coolness. In that moment, he wanted to fuse this woman into his very bones, never to be separated. Time ticked by. The mist in the bathroom grew thicker. Outside the window, that dark red moon finally tore through the clouds, completely hanging at the center of the night sky. An eerie crimson light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting its glow upon the water in the tub. The previously clear water was instantly dyed the color of blood. Su Ruan's hand, which was stroking Lu Shiyuan's hair, suddenly froze. Something was wrong. Just moments ago, she could clearly feel his emotions calming. But now, as that red light fell upon him, his body temperature rose instead of falling. The suppressed violent aura, like a powder keg ignited, surged back with a vengeance. Lu Shiyuan jerked his head up. Su Ruan jumped in fright. His once pitch-black, deep eyes had now turned completely crimson. Even his pupils were contracting, morphing into an inhuman vertical slit. That was a sign of beast transformation. Brother. Su Ruan barely opened her mouth when Lu Shiyuan suddenly grabbed her shoulders with a force that threatened to shatter her bones. Su Ruan cried out in pain. That cry exploded like a thunderclap against the last shred of Lu Shiyuan's sanity. He was hurting her. He was losing control. Lu Shiyuan looked at Su Ruan's instantly pale face, a flicker of intense struggle and torment flashing in his eyes. The next second, splash, a massive spray of water erupted. Lu Shiyuan shoved hard, pushing Su Ruan to the other end of the bathtub. She slammed against the tub wall, choking on water before she could even react. Get out. Lu Shiyuan turned his back to her, his hands gripping the edge of the tub so tightly that his knuckles turned white and the veins on his hands bulged. He was trembling violently. The voice that was squeezed from the depths of his throat was hoarse and grating, laced with a thick, bloody edge. Get out. Lock the door. Stay away from me. He didn't dare look at her, afraid that one more glance would make him lunge forward and devour the only medicine that could save him whole. This red moon was too sinister. Even her soothing touch was useless now. Su Ruan wiped the water from her face and looked at the hunched figure in the corner, radiating terrifying black aura. The water around him began to boil, and purple-black lightning crackled erratically within it, splitting the bathtub with hairline fractures. He was on the verge of a complete berserk. If she left now and locked him inside, he might exhaust himself to death. If she stayed, she might be torn to shreds. Su Ruan bit her lip. She was definitely afraid of death. But if she lost this pillar of support, she wouldn't survive long in the apocalypse either. Fortune favors the bold. She'd go for it. Su Ruan didn't run toward the door. She stood up in the water, enduring the numbing, stinging pain from the wild currents, and step by step walked back toward the beast on the edge of collapse. Lu Shiyuan. It was the first time she called him by his full name. Turn around. Look at who I am. The ceramic tiles in the bathroom began to crack. Purple-black arcs of lightning like crazed serpents wildly lashed across the water's surface and the walls. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. Lu Shiyuan, with his back to Su Ruan, was curled up in the corner of the bathtub. His hands were clenched desperately into the marble edge of the tub, his fingernails snapping as blood dripped from his fingertips into the water, instantly staining it a dark crimson. He was battling the monster within himself. Get out, he roared on the verge of collapse as he heard the sound of water approaching from behind him. A whip of lightning lashed out of control. Crack. The shelf beside Su Ruan exploded, showering broken bottles of body wash across the floor. A shard sliced across her arm, leaving a trail of blood. It hurt. Su Ruan winced, drawing in a sharp breath. But she didn't stop. I'm not leaving, she said, her voice soft, yet resolute, staring at his trembling back. Didn't you say I was your lucky charm? She asked. So how can you just throw your charm away? Wading through the water, each step sent a needle-like sting across her skin. It was the overflow of lightning energy. Any ordinary person would have been reduced to a pile of ash by now. Only she, with her special, insulated constitution, could barely withstand it. Hearing her words, I'm not leaving, Lu Shiyuan froze. He whipped his head around, his crimson vertical pupils locking onto Su Ruan. There was no hint of humanity in them, only pure, unadulterated killing intent. You're seeking death, he hissed through gritted teeth, his body primed to pounce and tear apart the living creature before him. But a sliver of remaining sanity, like a thread-thin steel wire, held the beast within him by the throat. Don't hurt her. She is Ruan. She is his medicine. This extreme internal conflict was agonizing, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently, as if they might burst at any moment. Su Ruan had already reached him. She ignored his terrifying man-eating expression. She paid no heed to the chaotic lightning crackling around them. She reached out and gently cradled his contorted, ferocious face in her hands. "Look at me," she commanded, rising on her tiptoes to force him to meet her gaze. "Who am I?" Lu Shiyuan's pupils constricted violently. The cool touch of her palms was like sweet rain after a long drought. But he dared not touch her. He was afraid that once he did, he would lose all control. Su Ruan. He struggled to utter the name, his teeth grinding audibly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Go to hell." Su Ruan cut him off bluntly. She looked at this once arrogant commander, now reduced to a pathetic, drenched stray dog. A strange ache welled up in her heart. "Since you know I'm Su Ruan, then you have to listen to me." Su Ruan took a deep breath, making a bold decision. Since mere skin contact wasn't enough, she needed to do something more drastic. She remembered the original novel mentioned that Lu Shiyuan's ability went berserk because of energy overload. He needed an outlet. And her blood was the perfect neutralizer. Su Ruan brought her wrist to Lu Shiyuan's lips. The skin there was thin, the veins clearly visible, emanating a tantalizing fragrance. For Lu Shiyuan, who was currently in a beast-like state, this was the ultimate temptation. "Open your mouth," Su Ruan commanded. Lu Shiyuan stared at that fair wrist, his atoms apple bobbing wildly. Craving. Intense craving. He wanted to bite down. He wanted to taste the blood. But he kept his mouth firmly shut, shaking his head, desperately leaning back to avoid it. No. If he bit, there would be no turning back. He would suck her dry. Be good. Su Ruan was getting anxious. The walls around them were already starting to crumble. If this continued, he would tear down the entire villa. With her other hand, she grabbed a fistful of his wet hair and yanked his head back towards her. Her movements were rough, devoid of any reverence. "Lu Shiyuan, aren't you a mad dog?" Su Ruan pressed her wrist firmly against his lips, her voice fierce, yet her eyes were turning red. "If you're a dog, when your master feeds you, you have to eat. Open your mouth." Perhaps it was the word master that triggered him. Or perhaps the intoxicating scent of blood so close by shattered his last vestiges of reason. The struggle in Lu Shiyuan's eyes vanished. Letting out a low growl, he abruptly opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Su Ruan's wrist. The sound of his sharp fangs piercing her skin was followed by a gush of blood. Su Ruan sucked in a sharp breath, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. It hurt like hell. This dog-like man didn't know his own strength. But she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she pushed her wrist deeper into his mouth, wrapping her other arm tightly around his head. "Eat." Su Ruan soothed him softly, enduring the pain. "Once you're full, you have to stop acting crazy." The warm blood slid down his throat. It wasn't ordinary blood. It was a surge of cool, pure energy with immense purifying power. It swept through his entire body in an instant. The violent maelstrom of Lu Shiyuan's spiritual sea was suddenly covered by a blanket of white snow. The voices screaming for bloodshed vanished. The agonizing pressure threatening to burst his body subsided. Only the sweet metallic taste in his mouth remained intoxicating him. He sucked greedily. His previously crimson vertical pupils began to fade, gradually returning to the black of a human's. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Shiyuan finally released his bite. He looked up somewhat dazed, his lips stained with her blood, looking both dangerously beautiful and alluring. His sanity returned. He saw the scene before him. Su Ruan was pale, leaning against the bathtub wall, 2 deep tooth marks on her wrists still seeping blood. And he was covered in blood. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted sharply. It felt like his heart was being squeezed in a vice. What had he done? He had hurt her. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch her wound, but afraid to. Afraid the dirt on his hands would infect her. "It's okay." Su Ruan smiled weakly, using the thumb of her uninjured hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It just hurts a little. Next time bite a bit softer, or I'll have your teeth pulled out." Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He abruptly scooped her out of the water and grabbed a nearby towel, wrapping her tightly in it. Then he carried her out of the bathroom, moving with the speed of the wind. In the bedroom, Lu Shiyuan pulled out the first aid kit and knelt by the bed to tend to Su Ruan's wound. His hands were steady, but his expression was terrifyingly grim, dark enough to drip water. Each layer of bandage he wrapped around her wrist felt like it was being wrapped around his own heart. From now on, Lu Shiyuan said, his head bowed, voice hoarse with self-loathing. "Don't ever do that again. I'm not worth it. Injuring herself like this just to save a madman like him. It was stupid." Su Ruan looked at his defeated expression and sighed inwardly. This man, usually so arrogant and boundless, was absolutely devastating when he was vulnerable. She reached out with her uninjured foot and gently nudged his knee. "Whether it's worth it or not, I'm the one who decides that," Su Ruan said, leaning against the headboard, wiggling her bandaged hand. "Besides, you've drunk my blood. From now on, that makes you my person," she declared, tilting her chin up with a proud, spoiled look. "Sealed with a stamp, you can't deny it." Lu Shiyuan's movements paused. He looked up at this little liar who was clearly pale from pain, yet still smiling at him. The hard ice in his heart shattered completely into powder. He stood up. He leaned over. Carefully avoiding her wound, he gently wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tender embrace. Then he placed a deeply reverent kiss on her forehead. "All right," Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes, his voice barely a whisper. "I won't deny it. For the rest of my life is yours." That night, a crimson moon hung high in the sky. All the ability users in the base were suffering in agony and the howls of zombies echoed through the heavens. But inside this villa alone, the most dangerous madman holding his medicine slept soundly and peacefully. However, early the next morning, when Xin Feng came to deliver breakfast, he saw his boss staring at himself in the mirror, measuring his sharp canine tooth with a pair of pliers. Xin Feng was scared shitless. Boss, what are you doing? Toothache. Lu Shiyuan gave him a cold glance. They're too sharp. I need to file them down, so he wouldn't hurt her again. Xin Feng. This man is insane. Absolutely insane. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins of S City, in the Zero Laboratory, a place Lu Shiyuan considered taboo, a pale, slender hand picked up an old photograph from the ground. In the photo, there was a girl in a white lab coat with a sweet smile. Standing behind the girl was a gloomy-faced boy. The boy was holding an experimental report, the code name on it being Perfect Body Eve. The hand gently caressed the girl's face in the photo, letting out a low sigh. Finally found you. My other half. Bang. The heavy solid wood door slammed shut right in front of her nose, the gust of wind stinging Su Ruan's cheeks. Before she could steady herself, the clicking sound of the door lock turning followed. Locked. Su Ruan stood barefoot on the wool carpet in the corridor, the towel wrapped around her body loose and dripping water. Get lost. A hoarse roar came from inside the door, followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the wall. Clatter. It sounded like that priceless antique vase had shattered. Su Ruan shrank her neck. With such a commotion, even a demolition crew would have to offer cigarettes. She looked down at her wet toes, then glanced back at the long, dim corridor. Run. This was a good opportunity. While that mad dog locked himself in to have his fit, she could easily run downstairs, find a guest room to hide, or simply go to Xin Feng for help. But the thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. With Lu Shiyuan's level of mania, once he completely lost control, not a single corner of this villa would be safe. Then, not to mention the long-term meal ticket, whether she, as his accessory, could even keep her body intact was a question. Moreover, Su Ruan touched the still damp bloodstains on her wrist. Just now in the bathroom, that man would rather dig his nails into the stone than hurt her. For that alone, she was determined to cling to this powerful thigh. Fortune favors the bold. If she could soothe him tonight, wouldn't she be able to walk sideways in the base from now on? Su Ruan took a deep breath and reached into the fold of her towel, fumbling for a moment. She touched a cold, hard object. It was the spare magnetic card key that Xin Feng had secretly given her earlier, saying it was to prevent the boss from locking himself in and getting into trouble. She hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. Su Ruan's hand holding the card trembled slightly. If she walked in and happened to catch him in a murderous frenzy, it would be a suicide mission. The crashing sounds from inside grew louder, mixed with the agonized growls of a beast. Forget it. For the future, strawberry cake and air-conditioned room. Let's go all in. Beep. The magnetic card swiped over the sensor. The soft click of the door lock unlocking was barely audible amidst the clamor of crashes. Su Ruan pushed open the door. A heavy scent of blood mixed with the smell of burning hit her. The bedroom was pitch black, lit only by the eerie red moon outside the window. In the red light, Su Ruan saw the devastation inside. The once luxurious bedroom now looked like a typhoon had swept through. The bed was collapsed, the cabinets shattered into pieces, and the floor was covered in wood chips and glass shards. And in the darkest corner of the room, Lu Shiyuan was curled up there. His bare upper body was covered in sweat and bloodstains, his hands gripping the floor, tightly digging 10 deep grooves into the expensive hardwood floor. His nails were torn, dripping with blood. He was using this extreme pain to forcibly maintain the last shred of his wavering sanity. Hearing the door open, the shadowy figure in the corner shuddered violently. Lu Shiyuan slowly raised his head. His originally dark, deep eyes were now completely gone, replaced by a pair of vertical pupils glowing with a faint golden light. Not human. Like a ferocious beast cornered. Get out. This roar carried a tangible psychic impact, making the window glass buzz. Su Ruan felt her eardrums about to burst. Her legs cramped, and instinctively she wanted to turn and run. But her feet seemed rooted to the ground. If she left now, Lu Shiyuan would truly be destroyed. Who would peel grapes for her in the future? Who would be her human cushion? Su Ruan gritted her teeth, and steeling herself took the first step. Her bare feet stepped on the debris, stinging slightly. I won't leave. Her voice trembled, but her tone was unusually stubborn. You said it yourself, Su Ruan said as she shuffled forward, her gaze locked tightly on the man who could pounce at any moment. You said I'm not allowed to leave your 10-meter radius. If I walk out now, it's you who's breaking the rules. Lu Shiyuan stared at the small figure approaching. Reason told him to throw her out as far away as possible, but his body screamed with desire. She was his medicine. She was the only source that could stop his pain. Don't come closer. Lu Shiyuan forced out these words through gritted teeth. Purple-black lightning erupted uncontrollably around him. Crackle. A thunderbolt as thick as a wrist shot straight towards Su Ruan. Su Ruan closed her eyes in terror. It's over. This time she was really going to become charcoal. But the anticipated intense pain never came. The raging lightning bolt, a split second before touching her skin, dissipated instantly in the air, as if encountering an insulator. It didn't even harm a single strand of her hair. Su Ruan opened her eyes, stunned for a moment. Then ecstasy. So this cheat was this hardcore. Since lightning couldn't kill her, what was there to fear? Su Ruan's courage instantly swelled. She no longer shuffled cautiously, but directly jogged 2 steps, and rushed in front of Lu Shiyuan. At this moment, Lu Shiyuan was on the verge of collapse. Seeing her charge over, he instinctively tried to retreat, but the wall behind him blocked his escape. Lu Shiyuan! Ruan shouted, throwing herself at him. She recklessly reached out her hands and cupped his head, which was about to smash into the wall. The skin under her palms was terrifyingly hot and trembling violently. Lu Shiyuan was forced to look up. His beastly eyes were filled with violence and murderous intent, along with a sliver of despair about to be consumed. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp canine teeth, and let out a threatening growl from his throat. He wanted to bite her neck. He wanted to drink her blood. These thoughts screamed wildly in his mind. Ruan looked at the twisted, ferocious face so close to hers. Scared to death. But ordinary skin contact was clearly no longer enough to suppress the side effects of the red moon. It called for a drastic measure. Ruan steeled her heart and closed her eyes. She slammed her lips hard against his thin, blood-stained lips. MMPH. Their lips pressed together. No technique, all emotion. The force was so strong that their teeth clacked painfully. But the moment they touched, the world went silent. It felt like throwing a red-hot branding iron into an icy lake. The extensive mucosal contact caused the soothing effect to explode exponentially. A cool breath never felt before rushed through the intertwined lips and teeth, surging into Lu Shiyuan's spiritual sea. Lu Shiyuan's entire body stiffened. The rampaging energy that had been tearing through him now seemed to encounter its natural enemy. They were afraid. They fled. Then they were mercilessly devoured and calmed by that cool breath. That feeling was too comfortable. So comfortable that he wanted to sigh, wanted more. The muscles that had been taut to the extreme slowly relaxed. The terrifying vertical pupils began to dilate, the golden light gradually fading, reverting to human black. Ruan felt his change. It worked. Overjoyed, she was about to pull back. After all, keeping her mouth puckered was tiring. Just as she was about to let go, the back of her head was suddenly pressed. A scorching hot hand clamped down hard with a force that seemed to crush her skull. MMPH. Ruan yelped, but it gave him an opening. Lu Shiyuan took the initiative. If Ruan's kiss just now was a dragonfly skimming the water, Lu Shiyuan's kiss now was a storm. It carried a madness of surviving a disaster and the obsession of having regained something lost. He was no longer the patient passively receiving comfort. He was a hungry wolf that had finally tasted sweetness. His tongue forcefully pried open, her teeth sweeping through every inch of territory, drawing in every trace of breath that could calm him. Pain. Her lips were numbed from sucking, the root of her tongue aching. Ruan felt she was about to suffocate. She reached out to push against Lu Shiyuan's chest, but it was like pushing against a wall. Lu Shiyuan's other hand locked around her waist, lifting her whole body and pressing her against his chest, as if he wanted to knead her into his body. It wasn't until Ruan was truly about to faint that Lu Shiyuan loosened his grip slightly. But he still pressed his forehead against hers, his nose tip rubbing against her nose tip, their breaths intertwined, indistinguishable. Provoke me. Lu Shiyuan's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, heavy with panting. He opened his eyes. Those eyes no longer held the earlier violence, only a bottomless darkness. As if to suck the person before him in. You asked for this. Lu Shiyuan's fingers caressed Ruan's swollen lips, his thumb rough with a hint of danger. From now on, don't even think about running. Sunlight pierced through the torn curtains like golden knives, stabbing into the dim bedroom. The air still carried the bloody scent left from last night's frenzy, mingled with an indescribably sweet fragrance. Lu Shiyuan leaned against the headboard, idly toying with a strand of soft hair. He hadn't slept. Or rather, he didn't need to sleep. Nourished by that mouthful of blood last night, his spiritual sea, which had been riddled with holes and on the brink of collapse, was now as calm as a stagnant pool. Instead, due to excess energy, it was in a state of eerie hyperarousal. He lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the small face buried in the pillow. Ruan slept soundly. Her face was the size of a palm, pale as paper, void of color. Her neck and collarbone were covered in blue-purple marks as if ravaged by a wild beast. Especially the thick bandage around her wrist, which was glaringly conspicuous. Lu Shiyuan's fingers gently brushed over the bandage, his rough fingertips scraping against it with a soft rustle. The urge to crush her and swallow her whole surfaced again. But he held back. This little thing was too fragile. Oh, another round like that, and she'd likely break. A soft knock sounded at the door. The sound was light, carrying a cautious tentativeness, as if the knocker was prepared to be struck by lightning at any moment. Boss. Qin Feng's voice came through the door, frantic as an ant on a hot pan. The eastern defense line has collapsed. An S-class mutant is leading the charge. The first wall has already fallen. If we don't go now, we'll be overrun. Lu Shiyuan's fingers paused. The strand of hair slipped from his fingers. Irritation. A desire to kill. He had just coaxed her, just gotten a taste of sweetness, and now he had to leave. Lu Shiyuan threw off the covers and got out of bed. His movements were so light that even the mattress barely stirred. Barefoot, he stepped over the wood shavings and glass shards scattered on the floor, picked up the black shirt that had been crumpled and torn, and casually slipped it on. He buttoned it all the way to the top, concealing the clear bite mark on his collarbone. The mark she had left last night when the pain had been too much. Lu Shiyuan walked to the bedside and knelt on one knee on the carpet. He pulled a ring from his pocket. It wasn't a diamond ring, but a black band, neither metal nor jade. A faint purple glow flowed across its surface. Without close inspection, one would never notice the terrifying lightning energy compressed within. This was something he had condensed overnight from his own ability core. As long as she wore it within a kilometer radius, wherever she was he would know. Whoever dared to touch her would be obliterated by the energy stored in the ring. Lu Shiyuan lifted Su Ruan's uninjured hand and slowly slid the ring onto her ring finger. It fit perfectly. Su Ruan wrinkled her nose and instinctively retracted her hand. It was so cold. She muttered something in her dream, turned over, and buried her face in the blanket, leaving Lu Shiyuan with only the back of her head. Lu Shiyuan stared at that back of her head, his lips pressed into a tight line, pretending to sleep. Her breathing rhythm was already off, but he didn't expose her. "I'm leaving." He leaned down and patted her back through the blanket, his force neither too heavy nor too light. "Stay put. Don't run around. Don't take off the ring." With that he straightened up, cast one last glance at the lump on the bed, turned, and strode out of the room. The moment the door closed, Su Ruan's eyes snapped open. There was no trace of sleep left. She crawled out from under the blanket, looked at the black ring on her hand, and let out a long breath. Finally he's gone. If that mad dog hadn't left, her waist would be broken. Su Ruan raised her hand and shook the ring in the sunlight. It seemed that last night's gamble had paid off. This wasn't just a ring. It was a certificate of a long-term meal ticket and a pass to walk sideways in the base. As long as Lu Shiyuan was alive, this ring was a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not bad looking. Su Ruan kissed the ring with delight, then flopped back onto the bed. Since she had secured a strong backer, she'd sleep some more. Catching up on sleep was the right thing to do. Outside the villa, a convoy of heavy black armored vehicles was ready to depart. Dozens of fully armed ability users stood rigidly beside the vehicles, not daring to breathe loudly. They could clearly sense that their commander was in a very bad mood today. Very bad. The oppressive aura was suffocating even through the bulletproof glass. Lu Shiyuan pulled open the car door, swung his long legs in, and sat down. "Drive." 2 words cold enough to freeze. Qin Feng in the passenger seat glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. The collar of his shirt wasn't properly arranged, revealing a glimpse of his neck. There was a bite mark. Qin Feng's hand trembled, nearly throwing the tablet. Holy crap, that intense. No wonder the boss looked so unsatisfied. He'd been pulled out for work before he'd had his fill. The convoy roared away from the restricted zone. The dust they kicked up had barely settled when a few sneaky figures appeared at the street corner. Leading them was a young man in a flashy leather jacket, his hair dyed a sickly yellow, a cigarette dangling from his lips, walking with a swagger. Zhao Tai, the biological grandson of Vice Chairman Wang Defa. He was also the notorious second-generation rich kid of the Dawn base. Relying on his grandfather's power, he often bullied and harassed people. Gone. Zhao Tai exhaled a smoke ring, squinting at the departing convoy, a lecherous smile spreading across his face. Good that he's gone. With that madman away, this restricted zone is our playground, right? A henchman hesitated. Zhao Ji, this is Lu Shiyuan's territory. If we barge in, and he comes back. Scared of what? Zhao Tai slapped the henchman on the back of his head. With the chaos in S City, he won't be back for at least 10 days, or half a month. Besides, Zhao Tai pulled a golden magnetic card from his pocket and waved it in his hand. The old man gave me the highest level access card. The defense system of this broken villa is nothing more than a display in front of me. He had heard rumors that Lu Shiyuan had brought back a stunning beauty. She was hidden away so tightly that even a male fly wasn't allowed near. At the meeting last night, although the old man had his ribs broken by Lu Shiyuan, he had scolded Zhao Tai afterward, saying that woman was a seductress and must be eliminated. Eliminate? What a waste. A beauty like that should be tasted first, and only after playing with her would it be time to dispose of her. Zhao Tai licked his lips, his mind already conjuring unspeakable images. Let's go. He threw the cigarette, but to the ground, and stomped on it hard. Follow me inside to take a look. Let that little beauty know who really runs this base. The group swaggered toward the villa gates. The 2 guard robots at the entrance just raised their laser guns. Beep. Zhao Tai swiped the golden card. The robots' electronic eyes flickered red twice, then went dark, their arms dropping to their sides, reverting to 2 piles of scrap metal. See that? Zhao Tai whistled smugly. Technology improves life, boys. He pushed open the ornate iron gate and swaggered inside. The villa was silent. Only a few low-level cleaning robots hummed in the corners. Zhao Tai looked around. Damn, this is extravagant. That crystal chandelier in the living room alone must be worth hundreds of thousands of crystal cores. That madman Lu Shiyuan usually lived like an ascetic, but he sure spared no expense when it came to hiding a beauty. Split up and search. Zhao Tai waved his hand, signaling his men to spread out. Don't break anything. Soon all this will be mine. He himself headed straight for the 2nd floor. That was the direction of the master bedroom. A faint milky fragrance still lingered in the air. Zhao Tai took a deep breath, feeling all his blood rush downward. This scent. Damn, it's exciting. He walked to the master bedroom door. The door was closed. Zhao Tai reached for the handle and twisted it. Locked. Tisk. He stopped at the door, straightened his flashy leather jacket, and ran a hand through his greasy hair. Little beauty. Zhao Tai knocked on the door, his voice dripping with repulsive oiliness. Brothers come to see you. Open the door. Inside, Su Ruan had just fallen asleep. Half asleep, she heard someone knocking and calling herself brother. She instinctively thought that lunatic Lu Shiyuan had come back. Get lost. Su Ruan buried her face in the pillow, letting out an annoyed grunt. Didn't he leave? Why is he back? Oh, quite a temper. The voice outside was clearly not Lu Shiyuan's deep cold tone. Instead it was a thin, frivolous sound like a drake's voice being squeezed. Ruan's eyes snapped open. Something was wrong. This wasn't Lu Shiyuan. This voice. Unfamiliar. And it carried a lecherous quality that made one's skin crawl. Lu Shiyuan, that mad dog, was perverse, but never lecherous. Ruan was instantly alert. She sat up in bed, grabbed the coat beside her, wrapped it around herself, and padded barefoot to the door. She didn't open it right away. Instead she pressed her ear against the door panel. Don't be shy. Zhao Tai outside continued to babble. What's so good about that wooden Lu Shiyuan? Always with a deadpan face, no sense of romance. How about having some fun with Big Brother? I promise I'll make you feel amazing. As he spoke he even slammed against the door. Bang. The lock let out a strained groan. Ruan's face darkened. What idiot was this? Was he treating Lu Shiyuan's home like a red light district? She glanced at the ring on her finger. A purple shimmer flickered faintly in the dim room. Ruan felt reassured. Since someone was coming to die, she wouldn't be polite. Who are you? Ruan spoke, her voice carrying through the door. It was soft, delicate, with a hint of lazy drowsiness. To Zhao Tai's ears it was the most potent aphrodisiac. I'm your Zhaoji. Zhao Tai rubbed his hands excitedly. This whole area is under my control. That kid Lu Shiyuan is just a worker for my grandpa. Open the door, sweetie. If you come with me you'll have the best of everything. Ruan rolled her eyes. This dialogue was ridiculously cliché. Couldn't a villain have some originality? But Ruan deliberately dragged out the last syllable, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation and fear. Brother Lu said I shouldn't open the door to strangers. And this door lock is broken, so I can't open it anyway. Zhao Tai sensed an opportunity. That was practically an invitation. Broken? No problem. Zhao Tai stepped back and drew a modified energy pistol from his waist. I'm coming to save you. He fired at the lock. Bang. Sparks flew. The expensive wooden door panel was blasted with a large hole. The lock was completely destroyed. Zhao Tai kicked the door open, a lewd grin on his face, and rushed in eagerly. Little beauty, I'm here too. Before he could finish, he froze in his tracks. The room was dimly lit. The legendary beauty was sitting in a single armchair by the window. Wrapped in Lu Shiyuan's large black military coat, her face looked even smaller and more delicate. She held a glass of red wine, actually Lu Shiyuan's leftover grape juice. She looked at him with a mocking smile. Those eyes held no trace of panic. Only a look of amusement at a dead man. Zhao Ji, is it? Ruan swirled the glass in her hand, the black ring clinking softly against the rim. Trespassing comes with a price, you know. Zhao Tai was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. A price? He seemed to hear a hilarious joke. In this base, I am the law. Not only can I break into a house, but even if I were to take you right here, what can Lu Shiyuan do when he comes back? As he spoke he advanced towards Ruan. His gaze roamed freely over her exposed calves. White. Damn white. 100 times better than those top-tier hostesses in the clubs. Is that so? Ruan set down the glass. She raised her hand, aiming the finger with the ring slowly at Zhao Tai's forehead. The motion was light, as if playing some shooting game. Then let's see whether your law is greater, or my husband's lightning. The words had barely left her mouth when she pressed her thumb against the inner side of the ring. A whirring sound. A terrifying energy fluctuation swept through the room. Static electricity crackled in the air. Zhao Tai hadn't even reacted when a flash of purple light filled his vision. A thunderbolt as thick as an arm burst forth from the tiny ring. It was precise. It shot straight at his face. Ah! The scream was swallowed by the deafening rumble of thunder. Zhao Tai flew backward like a rag doll kicked by a giant, crashing hard into the wall across the corridor. His shit yellow hair instantly turned into an afro, still smoking. Ruan blew on the non-existent smoke from her ring, looking innocent. Oops. Accidental discharge. The henchmen downstairs who had been looting supplies heard the commotion and jumped. Zhaoji. Several of them drew their weapons and scrambled upstairs. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs they saw their boss embedded in the wall, twitching with foam at the mouth. And at the blasted doorway a delicate little beauty poked her head out, looking at them with an apologetic expression. Sorry about that. Ruan blinked, her big eyes pointing at Zhao Tai on the wall. Your boss seems to be allergic to lightning. Maybe you should pry him off and take him away. The henchmen stared at the bizarre scene, their legs trembling. Allergic to lightning. He was clearly struck by lightning. And that lightning ability, aura. It was all too familiar. It was exactly the same as Lu Shiyuan's. Run! Someone shouted. They scrambled down the stairs, wishing they had extra legs. That woman had a deadly weapon. Not to be messed with. Don't leave. Ruan leaned against the doorframe, watching their fleeing backs, and scoffed. I wasn't even done playing. She looked down at the ring on her finger. Her fingertips were still cold, but her heart was warm. That mad dog Lu Shiyuan. What he left behind was really useful. Just then, the ring suddenly vibrated. A cold holographic projection flickered in midair. On the screen Lu Shiyuan's handsome, yet grim face appeared. The background was the rushing scenery outside a moving vehicle. He seemed to be on his way, his brows furrowed. The ring was activated. His voice came through the projection, carrying an irrepressible anxiety and murderous intent. Who touched you? Ruan looked at the man on the screen. Suddenly she felt that this apocalypse wasn't so hard to endure. She raised her face and gave a sweet smile to the projection. No one. Just a delivery guy who got the wrong address. I've already escorted him out. Lu Shiyuan stared at her for a few seconds. His gaze swept over her unharmed body, and only then did the taut line of his jaw relax a little. Wait for me. That was all he said. Then he cut off the communication. Ruan looked at the vanished projection and shrugged. She glanced back at Zhao Tai still twitching in the wall. Tisk. So dirty. She disdainfully closed the ruined door. Looks like I'll need to ask Deputy Qin to replace the door. A blast-proof one. The projection faded, and the suffocating pressure in the air dissolved with it. Ruan leaned against the doorframe and glanced down at the black ring on her finger. The violet luminescence had vanished, reverting to its unassuming, ordinary appearance. Cold, utterly devoid of warmth. Yet the energy it had unleashed just moments before had burned scorching hot. Cough, cough, cough. A ragged, intermittent groan echoed from the wall across the hallway. Zhao Tai was embedded in the wall like a crucified figure, his garish leather jacket reduced to charred carbon, fused tightly to his flesh. He wasn't dead, not yet. After all, he was a metahuman, his physical resilience surpassed that of ordinary people, but only marginally. That single strike hadn't claimed his life outright, yet it had stripped him of half his vitality. You bitch. Zhao Tai strained to lift his head. His once handsome face was now pitch-black, eyes rolled back to expose only the whites. Blood-tinged foam bubbled from his lips as he spat out venomous curses. Wait, until my grandfather arrives. I'll kill you. Ruan arched one delicate eyebrow. His vitality remained stubbornly tenacious. She didn't hurry back inside. Instead, she tightened the military greatcoat around her shoulders and barefoot stepped slowly toward Zhao Tai. The carpet was soft and silent beneath her feet. She halted 2 meters away, close enough to witness his grotesque ruin, yet distant enough to avoid the nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Young Master Zhao. Ruan tilted her head, those exquisite peach-shaped eyes utterly free of fear. Only a faint theatrical amusement flickered within them. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance moments ago? So, where's your big brother now? Zhao Tai fixed her with a glare steeped in pure venom. He tried wrenching his hand free from the wall, but the slightest movement sent waves of agony through his body, as if every bone were being ground to dust. You dare even speak of Lu Shiyuan? Gritting his teeth, blood trickled down his chin. He's nothing but a madman, a rabid dog trained only to kill. Once he's gone, this base will belong to the Zhao family once more. Ruan's smile faded, vanishing like mist under morning sun. She disliked hearing others speak of Lu Shiyuan that way. Though she herself called him rabid dog, monster, those were her names, hers alone. Others, they held no right. Rabid dog. Ruan let out a light silvery laugh and raised her hand, turning the ring toward the light. You're absolutely right. He is a rabid dog. She idly smoothed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice airy and effortless, yet laced with an icy, unshakable certainty. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. She took a single step forward, gazing down upon Zhao Tai's twisted, contorted face. Even rabid dogs have masters. And I, she pointed first to the ring, then to herself. I am the chain that binds him. So long as that chain remained in her grasp, the rabid dog would tear apart anyone who dared threaten her. Zhao Tai froze, then erupted into a wheezing, broken laugh, like rusted bellows forced to breathe. Chain. Cough, cough. Who do you think you are? Just a plaything. Plaything. Ruan cut him off. She turned and gestured toward the bedroom behind her. The bed, where Lu Shiyuan had slept, lay rumpled and disordered, radiating an aura of forbidden sanctity. Did you know? She turned back, her gaze sharpening into glacial coldness. No one dare sit on Lu Shiyuan's bed, except me. Even Qin Feng, when delivering documents, stands 3 meters outside the doorway. If your filthy foot had truly crossed that threshold. Ruan paused, her eyes locking onto Zhao Tai's convulsing right foot. Would you believe me if I told you his first act upon returning would be to chop that foot into pieces and feed them to zombies? Zhao Tai stiffened entirely. A wave of bone-deep chill surged up his spine, piercing straight into his skull. He knew well Lu Shiyuan's pathological obsession with cleanliness. Once a senior female executive attempted to seduce him, merely brushing his sleeve, and had her wrist snapped on the spot. And now, this woman had not only slept in his bed and worn his clothes, but wore the ring symbolizing his core power. What kind of plaything was that? She wasn't a toy. She was a deity enshrined upon an altar. Fear. Delayed, overwhelming fear finally eclipsed fury and resentment. Zhao Tai stared at the seemingly fragile woman, and suddenly found her far more terrifying than Lu Shiyuan himself. Lu Shiyuan killed openly, brutally. This woman smiled while pushing you step by step into the grave. Afraid? Ruan instantly detected the tremor of terror in his eyes. She curled her lip in mild disdain. Moments ago he'd swaggered as if he could shatter heaven and earth. Now he cowered. How utterly dull. Since you're afraid, then silence yourself. Ruan yawned, turning to head back to her room. You've soiled this entire hallway. Someone will have to scrub it clean later. The instant she turned away, a flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Zhao Tai's eyes. Seizing the moment she faced away, he summoned every shred of strength and wrenched his charred right hand violently free from the wall. Palm flipping upward, a compact energy pistol materialized in his grip. His ultimate lifeline. Die you bitch. Zhao Tai roared, and slammed his finger toward the trigger. At such close range, even with her ring's protection, she wouldn't have time to react. Yet, before his finger could depress the trigger, the woman who had her back turned moved as though eyes grew from her nape, suddenly freezing mid-step. Su Ruan did not turn. She simply lifted her left hand and flicked it backward as if swatting away an insect. No incantation. No build-up. A low hum resonated. The black ring vibrated once more. This time no lightning flared. Instead, a deep violet-black gravitational field erupted instantly from Su Ruan's center. Boom. Zhao Tai's vision blacked out, as if a mountain had plummeted from the heavens. Crack. His gun-wielding arm twisted grotesquely under unbearable pressure, bones snapping through skin like shattered twigs. The pistol clattered to the floor, crushed flat into a mangled disc of scrap metal. A shriek of agony ripped through the hallway once more. This time 100-fold more harrowing than before. Zhao Tai lay pinned flat to the ground, face mashed into the carpet, features grotesquely distorted. The crushing gravity intensified steadily. He could hear each rib snap one after another. Only then did Su Ruan leisurely pivot back around. She regarded Zhao Tai, sprawled there like a slaughtered dog, with undisguised revulsion. I warned you, I'm fastidious. She covered her nose and stepped back, twice avoiding the splatter of blood. You forced me to resort to force. How utterly filthy. She glanced down at the ring. So, it possessed a gravitational mode too. It seemed Lu Shiyuan, the rabid dog, had spared no expense to protect her, handing such a devastating weapon to a so-called useless girl as if it were mere child's play, not even fearing she might level the entire base. Enough. Stop your wailing. Su Ruan kicked the flattened pistol disc aside. Save your breath, for your grandfather to collect your corpse. With that, she slammed the door shut behind her and locked it thrice. Silence at last. Leaning against the door panel, Su Ruan exhaled deeply. Her legs trembled. She'd thrown herself fully into the performance. Now with adrenaline ebbing, she realized her back was slick with cold sweat. After all, this was her first true act of violence against another human being. Granted, she'd used to cheat, yet the sight of blood and torn flesh still proved overwhelmingly intense. Sliding down to sit on the floor, she wrapped her arms around her knees and buried her face in the collar of the greatcoat. It still carried Lu Shiyuan's crisp wintry scent of Siberian pine, blended subtly with the faint smoky trace of tobacco. It smelled wonderful, strangely profoundly calming. Rabid dog. Su Ruan traced the ring with her thumb, murmuring softly, "You'd better return soon. Or if this chain snaps, I won't bother saving you." Downstairs, the few lackeys who'd fled in panic hadn't gone far. Huddled in the garden's shrubbery, they listened to the screams echoing from above, their faces drained of color. What do we do? Is Brother Zhao ruined? Ruined. He's the Grand Counselor Wang's own grandson. The men exchanged horrified glances. If Zhao Tai truly died, here their own fates would be sealed. Quick, alert Grand Counselor Wang. One sharper-minded man gritted his teeth. Tell him Lu Shiyuan's woman has staged a mutiny. She murdered young Master Zhao. I refuse to believe she can defy fate itself, without Lu Shiyuan present. The men scrambled toward the base's central command, stumbling over roots and gravel. Storm clouds gathered. The base, already restless beneath the crimson moon, now churned with invisible currents. A tempest was brewing, targeting this villa, or rather targeting her. The door panel blocked the view from outside, but it couldn't block Zhao Tai's heart-wrenching roars. Come back. All of you get back here. I'm not dead. Whoever dares to run, I'll have my grandfather exterminate their entire clan. This bellow was full of vigor, causing the entire corridor to tremble. Su Ruan leaned against the back of the door, head bowed, fiddling with the unremarkable black ring on her finger. That gravitational crush from earlier had seemingly drained half of the ring's energy reserve. After all, it was a portable version hastily crafted by Lu Shiyuan with limited capacity. If she had to endure another blow like that, it would likely be completely finished. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Those lackeys who had fled earlier, terrified by Zhao Tai's threats, reluctantly turned back and returned. Blast the door open. Zhao Tai's voice was laced with a frenzied cruelty. Boom. The already fragile door panel was completely destroyed, wooden splinters exploding throughout the room. The 4 ability users surged in, conjuring fireballs and earth spikes in their hands. Though wary of the ring on Su Ruan's finger, seeing their boss in such a miserable state, they had no choice but to attack. Zhao Tai had already pried himself out of the wall. Half his body was covered in blood. His right hand hung limply, bone fragments piercing through the skin and flesh, a sight painful to behold. But he didn't care. The pain only ignited the innate cruelty buried deep within this spoiled rich kid. Bitch. Zhao Tai spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. His once decently handsome face was now twisted like a malevolent ghost. Weren't you acting so tough just now? Go on, show me that toughness again. He kicked aside a piece of broken wood blocking his path and roared at his 4 subordinates. Get her. Grab her. Just leave her breathing, don't kill her. The 4 ability users exchanged glances and encircled her in a fan formation. The earth ability user stomped his foot, causing the floor to surge, and several sharp earth spikes to seal off Su Ruan's escape route. The fire ability user conjured 2 blazing flames in his palms, ready to block her attack paths at any moment. This was a gang-up. Ruan pressed her back against the wall, her fingers stroking the ring. She couldn't withstand this. The ring could defend against focused single-target attacks, but not against this kind of all-around siege. If she tried to fight head-on, her small frame would probably be burned into a plucked chicken by those fireballs. Since a hard approach wouldn't work, then she'd go soft. Ruan's originally cold and icy expression, that arrogant and fierce aura, instantly receded like the tide, replaced by a look of terror that made anyone want to mercilessly bully her. Don't. She shrank her shoulders, pressing herself into the corner of the wall. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes immediately filled with tears, threatening to spill over, but not quite falling. Don't hit me. Ruan's voice trembled, laced with sobs, soft and weak like a frightened little kitten. I'm scared of pain. As long as you don't make a move, I'll be obedient, okay? This change of face was as fast as a Sichuan opera mask change. The female demon who'd been threatening to crush someone into mincemeat just moments ago seemed like a mere illusion. The tense, hostile atmosphere in the room was completely shattered by her delicate, pitiful plea. Zhao Tai was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into manic laughter, laughing so hard his wounds split open and blood spurted out. Ha ha ha. See? A whore who made it by riding a man's coattails, how capable can she really be? He thought Ruan's previous actions were just a bluff, and now that she saw the real deal, she was scared. After all, she was just a woman. A useless trash without any abilities. Without Lu Shiyuan backing her up, she was nothing more than a slightly prettier plaything. Stop. Zhao Tai waved his uninjured left hand, halting his subordinates' attacks. Did you hear that? The beauty wants to come with me. He licked his dry, cracked lips, his gaze glued to the exposed sliver of Ruan's calf, lust almost spilling from his eyes. That's right. What's so good about following that lunatic Lu Shiyuan? Living in constant fear every day. Come with big brother, I'll treat you well. Dragging his injured leg, Zhao Tai inched closer to the corner. Ruan trembled violently. She hid her hand behind her back, her fingernails digging tightly into the intricate patterns on the inner side of the ring. There was an emergency sensory slot there. By continuously channeling her emotional fluctuations of fear, she could, through their contract, directly trigger a mental explosion within Lu Shiyuan's spiritual sea. Mad Dog, your home is being robbed. If you don't get back now, your wife is going to be boiled and eaten. While furiously repeating this message in her mind, Ruan coordinated by showing an even more terrified expression. You? Don't come any closer. My husband will get angry. This mention of husband only fueled Zhao Tai's fury. Angry, let him rage himself to death. Zhao Tai sneered and reached out a hand, trying to grab Ruan's hair. When he gets back, all he'll see is you lying on my bed looking like a slut. 100 miles away, the edge defense line of S City. The sky was stained a dirty gray-black by thick smoke, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. Tens of thousands of zombies surged against the defense line like a black tide wave after relentless wave. Lu Shiyuan stood atop a mountain of corpses. In his hand, he held a long blade condensed from lightning. Purple light swirled around the blade, and with every swing it brought forth a shower of blackened blood and gore. A 3-meter-tall S-class strength-type zombie roared as it charged. Before its massive fist could even land, Lu Shiyuan had already cleaved its head open with a single stroke of his blade. Squelch. Black blood splattered across his face. Lu Shiyuan didn't even blink. He swung his blade in a reverse arc, impaling another stealthy agility-type zombie that had tried to ambush him. The slaughter. Only through slaughter could he find peace. Just then, his heart clenched violently. The sensation was abrupt, as if someone had taken an ice pick and ruthlessly stabbed it into the softest part of his soul. Fear, despair, and a panic of being violated. These were Ruan's emotions. They came through the freshly established blood pact without reservation. Someone was touching her. Someone was forcing her. Lu Shiyuan's blade-wielding motion came to a sudden halt. The zombie that had narrowly escaped death didn't have time to feel relieved before it noticed the change in the aura of the human before it. If before he was a cold-killing machine, then now, he was a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. Boom. The purple-black lightning surrounding Lu Shiyuan instantly turned a bloody crimson. That shade of red was even more bewitching, even more terrifying than the red moon in the sky. You're asking for death. The two words were squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a hatred that could crush bones. He kicked the zombie in front of him, flying, ignoring how many enemies remained, and turned to leave directly. Chief. Qin Feng was struggling to hold the flank with his men. Seeing Lu Shiyuan suddenly retreat, he was scared out of his wits. Where are you going? The zombie tide hasn't receded yet. If he left now, the line would definitely collapse. Lu Shiyuan didn't even look back. He casually dismissed the lightning blade, channeling the violent energy directly into his legs. It's in your hands now. His voice drifted back on the wind, so cold it made one shiver. If you can't hold it, die here. I'm going back to kill someone. Qin Feng. Kill someone. Kill who? More important than killing zombies. Before Qin Feng could even react, he saw Lu Shiyuan charging towards a heavy off-road motorcycle parked at the roadside. It was a modified beast of a machine, one that only Lu Shiyuan could handle normally. At this moment, Lu Shiyuan mounted the bike, gripping the handlebars. Crackle. Terrifying red lightning surged from his arms, frantically pouring into the motorcycle's engine. The steel beast let out a pained groan of unbearable strain and from its exhaust pipes shot not fumes, but two blinding streams of thunderfire. Boom. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving trails of scorched white smoke. The next second, the entire motorcycle shot forward like a cannonball, leaving the barrel tearing through the air, leaving only a blur of afterimage across the ground. A sonic boom exploded. The surrounding zombies were flung away by the terrifying shockwave before they could even react. Lu Shiyuan crouched low over the bike, throttle twisted to the max. His blood-red pupils reflected the rapidly retreating scenery. Whoever dared to touch her, he would skin them alive and hang their hides on the city walls to dry. Inside the villa bedroom, the air was thick enough to choke on. Zhao Tai's filthy hand was less than 10 centimeters from Su Ruan's face. Black dirt and dried blood were wedged under his fingernails. Su Ruan backed against the wall with nowhere left to retreat. She could feel the ring growing hot. It was the signal that Lu Shiyuan was closing in at breakneck speed. Almost there. That mad dog had caught the scent and was on his way. Su Ruan's finger hanging at her side twitched slightly. The tip of her finger gathered the last wisp of energy. Just as Zhao Tai's hand was about to touch her cheek, Su Ruan suddenly looked up. The pitiful, terrified expression on her face vanished without a trace. She tilted her head, offering Zhao Tai an extremely sweet, yet deeply unsettling smile. Brother Zhao. Su Ruan spoke softly, her tone as gentle, as if she were coquettishly pleading with a lover. Don't move, okay? If you do, you'll die. As the words fell, the air was dead silent. Zhao Tai stood frozen in place, his charred right hand still extended forward a hair's breadth from Su Ruan's cheek. The muscles in his face twitched, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and into his eyes, stinging unbearably. He waited for the lightning that would reduce him to ashes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The anticipated excruciating pain never came, and even the suffocating energy fluctuation in the air vanished without a trace. The smile on Su Ruan's face froze. She felt the ring on her finger, which had been scorching hot, cooling down at an alarming speed. The gravity crush and the earlier lightning strike seemed to have completely drained the stored energy within. The flowing purple light flickered twice, then died out completely. It reverted to an ordinary cold black iron band. Damn it. It fails at the critical moment. Su Ruan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Inwardly, she cursed Lu Shiyuan, that unreliable madman, 180 times. Giving her a cheat that's only a limited trial version. Heh. Zhao Tai let out an extremely strange laugh. He tentatively leaned forward, and his filthy hand finally touched Su Ruan's smooth cheek. Nothing happened. He wasn't dead. Not even a spark of static electricity. Ha ha ha. Mad joy overwhelmed his senses. Zhao Tai shook with laughter, his smoke-scorched face twisting into a grotesque mess. Out of juice, huh? No energy left, is there? He suddenly reached out and clamped his hand around Su Ruan's slender wrist. The sensation at that moment was greasy slick, carrying a nauseating stench of blood and burnt flesh. Su Ruan's goosebumps erupted all over her body. Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. 100 times more repulsive than being surrounded by zombies. Let go of me. Su Ruan shrieked, instinctively struggling with all her might. Though she had no abilities, the explosive force of a person in desperation was not to be underestimated. Her other hand flailed wildly, sharp nails scraping harshly across Zhao Tai's revolting face. Ryup, several bloody scratches instantly appeared on his face, skin and flesh curling open. Damn it. Zhao Tai held in pain. The humiliation of being toyed with mixed with the agony ignited the savagery deep within his bones. You ungrateful bitch. He squeezed Su Ruan's wrist with a force that seemed intent on crushing her bones. Her face turned pale from the pain as he brutally dragged her out from the corner. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Keep pretending. Zhao Tai raised his intact left hand and viciously swung it towards Su Ruan's delicate face. The wind of the slap whistled through the air. If that slap landed, Su Ruan's face would be swollen for at least half a month, even if not permanently disfigured. Su Ruan closed her eyes in despair. You mad dog. If you don't come now, I'm really going to have to marry someone else. Just 1 second before that palm was about to make contact with Su Ruan's skin. Boom. A deafening explosion, as if the sky were falling and the earth were splitting open. The entire villa shook violently, and the priceless crystal chandelier above shattered into countless fragments, crashing down in a shower of glass. Then the once impregnable reinforced roof, strong enough to withstand rocket attacks, crumbled like a brittle biscuit crushed underfoot from directly above. Countless chunks of concrete and steel mixed with dust and smoke poured down like a violent storm. Before Zhao Tai could even register what was happening, he was sent flying by a terrifyingly powerful shockwave. He tumbled through the air twice like a discarded ragdoll, slamming heavily into the wall behind him. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, mixed with a few broken teeth. Before he could recover from the searing pain, a thick, suffocating stench of blood filled the entire room. Not the ordinary kind of bloody smell. It was a stench mixed with decay, gunpowder, and the faint, extremely dangerous scent of a wild beast. The dust slowly cleared. In the center of what was once a luxurious living room, there was now a 3-meter-wide crater. The floor was completely charred, still sizzling and emitting black smoke. And in the heart of that wreckage stood a man. His originally crisp black shirt was unrecognizable, soaked through with dark dried blood clinging wetly to his body. His sleeves were torn, revealing forearms covered in gashes so deep they exposed the bone. His hair was disheveled with black blood beads still dripping from the ends. Drip, drip. They fell onto the scorched floor, making a heart-stopping sound. Lu Shiyuan slowly lifted his head. Those eyes. They no longer resembled anything human. Scarlet. More bewitchingly beautiful and more insane than the red moon outside the window. His pupils had contracted into thin vertical slits, churning with murderous intent and a rage hot enough to incinerate everything. He was an Azura crawled out from the depths of hell. A demon whose sanity had completely snapped. Lu. Zhao Tai clutched his chest, collapsed on the ground, staring at the terrifying figure, his soul nearly fleeing in fright. His teeth chattered, unable to form a coherent sentence. How is this possible? City S is hundreds of kilometers away, and a zombie tide was erupting there. How could he be back so fast? A misunderstanding. Zhao Tai desperately tried to shrink back against the wall, attempting to push himself up with his good hand, his face contorting into a smile uglier than a cry. Commander Lu. It's all a misunderstanding. I just came to see the missus. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He didn't even spare a glance at that revolting face. He just kept his head bowed, his gaze locked intensely on Ruan, who was huddled in the corner. She was curled up there, her coat hanging open, revealing a ring of bruised purple marks around her wrist. Those were from when Zhao Tai had grabbed her. Amidst the blood and dust of the wreckage, those injuries were glaringly conspicuous. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted violently. It felt like a chunk of his heart had been ripped out. It hurt. A pain that pierced to the bone. He held this woman in the palm of his hand, unwilling to even raise his voice at her. And the moment he turned his back, she was reduced to this. Humph. A faint cold sneer escaped Lu Shiyuan's throat. He moved. He took a step forward. The floor beneath him let out a mournful groan, leaving behind a charred footprint. Zhao Tai watched the god of death approaching step by step, his psychological defenses completely crumbling. Don't come closer. I'm Zhao Tai. My grandfather is Wang Defa. If you dare touch me, the Alliance won't let you get away with this. He screamed hysterically, trying to use the last straw of power and influence to suppress this mad beast. However, Lu Shiyuan acted as if he hadn't heard a single word. He walked up to Zhao Tai and looked down at this piece of rotting flesh. His gaze was like that of a man looking at an ant he could crush with a flick of his finger. No emotional fluctuation. Only pure, unadulterated, destructive desire. This hand. Lu Shiyuan suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, as if filled with gravel, his emotional state unreadable. He bent down, and with his large hands still stained with zombies' black blood, he grabbed Zhao Tai's intact left wrist. This was the hand. The one that had tried to slap her face just now. Before Zhao Tai could even beg for mercy, he felt an irresistible, immense force. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed in the silent room. Lu Shiyuan didn't hesitate, didn't even furrow his brow. He closed his fingers, directly crushing Zhao Tai's wrist bone into powder. Not broken. Pulverized. Like crushing a brittle biscuit. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the roof. Zhao Tai was convulsing in agony, his eyeballs bulging, tears and snot streaming down his face. Does it hurt? Lu Shiyuan tilted his head, a flicker of confusion passing through his scarlet vertical pupils. As if wondering why this ant was screaming so loudly. He released the hand that had been turned into pulp and straightened up. Then he raised his foot. Those military boots caked with mud and blood heavily stomped on his Zhao Tai's already useless right hand. That hand had touched her face and had grabbed her wrist. Dirty. Too dirty. Or was it this one? Lu Shiyuan asked, softly pressing down and grinding his foot mercilessly. Crack. Squelch. The sound of bones shattering mixed with the grinding of flesh was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Zhao Tai couldn't even manage a scream anymore. He rolled his eyes back in pain, mouth agape, flopping around on the ground like a fish on the verge of death. Lu. He wanted to beg for mercy to make this madman stop. But Lu Shiyuan clearly wasn't planning to end things here. He wiped the blood off his soul contemptuously on Zhao Tai's body, then looked up, his gaze sweeping over the lackeys cowering and shivering by the door. Those men had already pissed themselves in fear. The moment they saw Lu Shiyuan looking their way, one by one they fell to their knees with a thud, banging their heads against the floor with loud thumps. Commander, spare us. We were forced to come. It was all Zhao Tai. He made us do it. We didn't lay a hand on her. We really didn't touch her. Annoying. Lu Shiyuan frowned. His head was buzzing with a cacophony of murderous static. The buzzing of these flies only made his already frayed nerves even more manic. They all deserve to die. Since they're here, they might as well stay and fertilize the ground. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand, not even bothering to look at them. He gave a casual wave. Zzz. Several thick arcs of crimson lightning burst from his fingertips like bloodthirsty vipers, instantly piercing through the chests of those men. There was no room for resistance. They didn't even have time to scream. Several human-shaped fireballs ignited instantly, then turned into piles of black charred ash scattering onto the carpet. Finally, the world fell silent. Lu Shiyuan lowered his hand, his scarlet eyes turning back to Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai had already fainted from the pain. But Lu Shiyuan wasn't done with him. He crouched down, grabbed a fistful of Zhao Tai's shit yellow hair, and lifted his bloody, mutilated face off the ground. Smack! He delivered a backhanded slap with enough force to knock someone out. Lu Shiyuan's voice was soft, yet carried a hair-raising gentleness. It was a stark command to wake up. We're not finished yet. Which foot was it that stepped in here first? Which eye was it that looked at her? Let's settle the score one by one. Zhao Tai's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the blood-soaked man before him. He finally realized. This wasn't a human being. This was a complete and utter madman. He had messed with the wrong person. Please. Zhao Tai squeezed out broken syllables from his throat, tears mixing with blood as they streamed down his face. Lu Shiyuan ignored him. He calmly pulled a dagger from his waist. The blade still had unwiped zombie brain matter on it, emitting a foul stench. Don't be afraid. Lu Shiyuan pressed the dagger against Zhao Tai's eyelid to cold steel, making Zhao Tai shudder. It'll be over soon. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce the eye, from the corner came a very soft sob. Lu Shiyuan. The voice was small, thick, with a runny nose and grievance. But it struck like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving through the chaotic berserk sea of Lu Shiyuan's mind. The hand holding the knife jerked to a halt. He turned his head stiffly, looked at the disheveled woman huddled in the corner. Su Wan was looking back at him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were brimming with tears, red-rimmed like a rabbit's. The dagger in Lu Shiyuan's hand clattered to the floor. He panicked. In that instant, all the brutality, the murderous intent, the madness was replaced by a colossal, overwhelming panic. Does he look really ugly right now? Is he too scary? He's so dirty, covered in blood and brains. And he just killed people. She's so delicate and timid. Will she be disgusted by him? Will she be afraid of him? Lu Shiyuan instinctively took a step back, hiding his bloodstained hands behind his back. He opened his mouth to explain, but his throat was dry and no sound would come out. So he just stood there like a child who had done something wrong, looking at her helplessly, at a loss for what to do. In those scarlet vertical pupils, for the first time, a hint of humility and pleading appeared. Don't. Look. His voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. I'm dirty. The air hung thick with nauseating blood stench, laced with an acrid, unidentifiable odor of charred flesh. That half-step backward, Lu Shiyuan's retreat, landed like a blade upon Su Ruan's heart. Lu Shiyuan. Su Ruan opened her mouth to speak. Then the pulpy mass on the floor twitched, barely but unmistakably. Zhao Tai was not yet dead. Excruciating agony had plunged him into fleeting unconsciousness, only for that bone-deep aura of slaughter to jolt him back to wakefulness. With immense effort, he pried open his swollen eyelids and beheld Lu Shiyuan's hesitant, almost cowering posture, whereupon a warped, venomous glee instantly drowned out his terror. So this was Lu Shiyuan's weakness. Seize it, and even this rabid hound would crumble. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Blood spattered from Zhao Tai's lips as he laughed. A grotesque guttural sound, his distorted face twisted into monstrous relief beneath the dim light. Lu Shiyuan. You too know fear. Propping himself up on his sole functional elbow, he inched forward 2 inches like a writhing maggot, then raised his head, defiant, broken, yet baring teeth, as if determined to bite, even in ruin. Dare you kill me? I am Zhao Tai. My grandfather is Wang Defa, the deputy speaker of Dawn Base. I command half the base's armed forces. Zhao Tai grew increasingly feverish, as though his grandfather's name alone were an inviolable imperial edict. If you so much as lift a finger against me today, the Alliance Tribunal will sentence you to death tomorrow. They'll flay your skin and hang it on the city wall. And that wretched woman. His venomous gaze slashed past Lu Shiyuan, locking onto Su Ruan with lethal fixation. Once I survive, I'll find 100 of the lowest gutter scum and make them take turns defiling her. Crack. A crisp, sickening snap severed every boast. Lu Shiyuan did not turn. He did not shift his stance, not even slightly. He merely repositioned the foot he'd planted upon Zhao Tai's right hand onto Zhao Tai's chest, then pressed down hard. Thump. A visible collapse buckled Zhao Tai's ribcage inward. Shattered ribs pierced his lungs, blood mingled with viscera erupted from his mouth in violent torrents, splattering across the floor. No longer the booming roar of before, now a ragged, wheezing rasp like wind leaking through a ruptured bellows, chilling enough to raise goose flesh. At last Lu Shiyuan lowered his gaze. Those crimson, vertically slitted pupils held no fury, no hesitation, only the hollow, absolute indifference reserved for carrion. Wang Defa. He repeated the name softly, his toe grinding slowly into Zhao Tai's sunken chest. You truly believe a dead old man can stand over me? Zhao Tai convulsed violently, eyes bulging, but his ruined lungs denied him even a plea. Only a strangled, wet gurgle escaped his throat. Lu Shiyuan bent low. That massive hand, still dripping black blood, clamped around Zhao Tai's throat and lifted him bodily off the ground. Feet dangling in air. Zhao Tai kicked wildly like a dying fowl, his face purpling with suffocation. Don't even mention you're his grandson. Lu Shiyuan leaned in, so close that the stench of rot and iron flooded Zhao Tai's nostrils. Even if the old man himself stood here and dared lay one finger upon my woman. His fingers tightened, knuckles bleaching white. I would slaughter his entire bloodline and raise this base to dust to bury him beneath its ruins. Understood? Not a threat. A simple statement of fact. In this madman's world, there was no grand strategy, no political calculus, only one immutable law. Su Wan was his order. Touch her, and die. Zhao Tai's eyes rolled back, his larynx emitting a brittle, grating crunch. For the first time, death descended. Not as shadow, but as certainty. He would die. This lunatic would end him. Just as Lu Shiyuan prepared to crush that fragile neck utterly. Footsteps, hurried barefoot, pattered across shattered glass, sharp and grating. Brother. The cry trembled with raw panic. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-grip. Before he could react, a warm, supple body crashed into his back. Ruan clung fiercely from behind, arms locked around his waist. Her oversized black military coat had slipped halfway down her shoulders. She wore only a thin silk nightgown, pressing herself against his blood-smeared, dust-caked back. Her cheek pressed tightly against his grimy shirt. Don't kill him. Her voice quavered, but carried unwavering urgency. You'll stain your hands. Lu Shiyuan went rigid. That familiar warmth, sweet with milky softness, radiated up his spine, flooding his entire being. The savage, shrieking imperative in his mind. Kill everything. Sputtered and died, doused like flame beneath icy water. Yet he did not release Zhao Tai, nor did he turn. He trembled, not with rage, but with dread. His entire body was soaked in blood. Zombie blood. Zhao Tai's blood. Nameless filth. She abhorred dirt. Even a single crease in her clothing would draw a petulant sigh. And now she embraced this. Let go. 2 words scraped from his throat, hoarse, raw as shattered glass. He tried, leaning forward, desperate to widen the space between them. It's filthy. No. Ruan only tightened her grip. Her slender arms locked around his lean waist, nails biting deep through fabric into his flesh. So you know it's filthy? She muffled a sob against his back. If you kill him, blood will splatter everywhere. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? And is such trash even worthy of your hand? Lu Shiyuan hesitated. In his grasp, Zhao Tai's tongue lolled, eyes rolling white. After 2 breaths, he flung Zhao Tai aside, as if discarding refuse. Thud! He slammed into rubble in the corner, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Shiyuan turned slowly, arms hanging limp at his sides, palms outward, deliberately avoiding contact with Ruan. Those scarlet eyes locked onto hers, unblinking. His gaze swept downward, to her bare feet. Those delicate porcelain-white soles were now streaked with grime, fine cuts drawn by glass, shards bled faintly. Lu Shiyuan's heart clenched, sharper than any psychic backlash. Why aren't you wearing shoes? His brow furrowed, voice harsh, but beneath it unmistakable tenderness. Ruan sniffled, tilting her tear-streaked face upward. Red-rimmed eyes, damp cheeks. Pitiful, yet radiantly lovely. Ran too fast, I forgot. She declared the lie with brazen confidence. Truth be told, she deployed this very gambit, a calculated act of self-inflicted vulnerability, to divert the madman from slaughter. After all, if Zhao Tai perished here, old Wang Defa would erupt in fury. Though Lu Shiyuan was formidable, he was not yet strong enough to wage war against the entire alliance alone. For long-term survival, this complication was best avoided. Lu Shiyuan watched her pout, throat bobbing twice. He ached to hold her, to crush her against his chest, to verify she was whole, unharmed. But his eyes fell to his own hands, blackened with gore. Hands that had pulverized bone, that had torn through zombie flesh. Too foul. He stepped back, shoving both hands behind his back, and rubbed them fiercely against his trousers, only to smear them further. That sticky, viscous residue gnawed at his nerves, until he wanted to sever his own limbs. Stay back. Head bowed, refusing to meet her eyes, like a chastened child. I'll wash. Unfinished. Ruan surged forward. Her pristine, slender fingers seized his blood-caked hand, without pause, without flinch, and pressed it, firmly, against her own flawless cheek. Cold. Clammy. Reeking of copper and decay. Yet Ruan didn't so much as blink. She tilted her face, rubbing gently against his stained palm, like a kitten nuzzling its master. Wash. What for? Lifting her gaze, those peach blossom eyes reflected his stunned expression. Brother's home. That's all that matters. I don't mind. Crack. That final thread of reason snapped, not with violence but dissolved, melted away by a sudden, overwhelming tide of honeyed warmth. Every shred of savagery, murderous intent, terror, and self-loathing evaporated, leaving only one crystalline truth. She was his. This life. The next. All lifetimes. Bound to him irrevocably. No force in heaven or earth could sever that bond. No one would dare touch her. Lu Shiyuan seized her wrist, gripping hard enough to fracture bone, then softened his hold, interlacing their fingers with reverent precision. That perfect, seamless fit anchored him, deeper than any vow. He bent low, planting a fierce, possessive kiss upon her blood-smeared cheek. Tainted with iron, yet tasting inexplicably sweet. Yes. His voice broke, gravel thick and wrecked. I won't kill him. Straightening, he cast his gaze past Ruan, cold, lethal, onto Zhao Tai, crumpled in the debris. All gentleness vanished. What remained was glacial, soul-chilling frost. If you're still breathing, listen well. Zhao Tai had just drawn a ragged breath, huddled, trembling in the corner. At Lu Shiyuan's voice, he nearly voided his bowels again. Go tell your grandfather. Lu Shiyuan spoke idly, even as he smoothed Ruan's tangled hair with tender care. I've noted this debt. I spare your dog's life today, for my wife's virtue. But should you ever cross this line again? He lifted his gaze, the crimson glow in his eyes had faded, but the crushing weight of his presence intensified tenfold. Even a single fly trespassing upon my domain. I will erase your entire bloodline. Not one soul. Not one beast. Leave. That final word landed like a guillotine. Lu Shiyuan kicked. No energy, no power. Just brute devastating strength. Boom. Zhao Tai flew, body arcing like a ruptured sack, straight through the shattered doorway. He traced a perfect parabola through the air, then slammed onto the concrete outside the villa with a sickening thud. Plop. Another torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. By now the villa's perimeter teemed with onlookers, patrol squad spies from rival faction survivors drawn by proximity. The commotion had been impossible to ignore, lightning strikes collapsing roofs, too violent to dismiss. Whispers spread. Had the madman finally destroyed himself? Or had his delicate golden canary finally broken? Instead, they witnessed Zhao Tai, the arrogant, untouchable heir of the Zhao clan, flung out like carrion. Bathed in blood, chest collapsed, wrists shattered beyond repair. A spectacle of utter ruin. Silence swallowed the crowd whole. Not a breath stirred. Every eye, wide with horror, fixed upon the yawning pitch-black doorway. It loomed, not as an entrance, but as the maw of some ancient ravenous god. Had Lu Shiyuan truly lost his mind? Would he dare cripple the deputy speaker's grandson? Amid mounting dread, a tall commanding figure emerged from the shadows. Lu Shiyuan cradled the petite woman in his arms. Stained, battered, yet radiating an aura so potent none dared meet his gaze directly. He stood atop the steps surveying the crowd with regal, contemptuous disdain, the gaze of a lion surveying his savanna, warning every covetous predator. Cross this threshold, and suffer his fate. From somewhere in the crowd a dry swallow echoed. Then, instinctively, every person took a single synchronized step backward. Fear, not abstract, but visceral absolute. This lunatic would rend the heavens apart, for her. Lu Shiyuan's attention returned to Ruan. She nestled against his chest, nose wrinkled in distaste. It stinks. A soft murmur, drowned by the coppery reek of zombie blood and Zhao Tai's sour musk. Lu Shiyuan frowned. He smelled it too, felt the grime clinging to his skin. His eyes swept across the villa, once his sanctum, now desecrated. Roof collapsed, door gone, blood and viscera smeared across the carpet. This place, no longer fit for his treasure. We're leaving, Lu Shiyuan announced quietly. Ruan blinked, lifting her head. Where then, Oi? Within the base. What sanctuary remained besides this? Lu Shiyuan offered no answer. He adjusted his hold, settling her more securely, then raised his gaze. Past layer upon layer of decaying architecture, his eyes locked upon the base's zenith, the highest, most opulent structure of all. The Sky Garden, built at the base's founding, its crown jewel. An ecological marvel, self-sustaining, climate-controlled crown with a genuine skyborne swimming pool. Wang Defa's private retirement haven, so guarded not even birds dared approach. We're going there. Lu Shiyuan tilted his chin toward it, tone as casual as suggesting a trip to the market. Ruan followed his gaze, and her eyes lit up. She knew that place. According to the original text, its mattresses were salvaged from royal exclusive vaults. But that belongs to Deputy Speaker Wang. Ruan feigned concern. We'll take it. Lu Shiyuan cut her off. He strode forward, long legs carrying Ruan through the wreckage, step by deliberate step down the stairs. With each advance the crowd parted like water before a prowling leviathan. No one dared block his path. No one dared question. Since his grandson defiled my home. His voice, low resonant, carried effortlessly to every ear present. Brutal, unyielding, utterly devoid of compromise. Then his grandfather's house shall be forfeit as restitution. Only justice. Beneath the setting sun, a blood-splattered figure, back unbowed, walked toward the heart of power, cradling a woman untouched by dust or despair. Their shadows stretched long, like a drawn blade plunging deep into the rotting core of the base. Ruan rested her cheek on his shoulder, watching the Sky Garden draw nearer. A subtle knowing smile curved her lips. This lifeline, truly worth grasping. Soon this base would bear a new name. Hers. That very night the news spread like wildfire across Dawn Base. Lu Shiyuan had returned. He had crippled Zhao Tai, seized the Sky Garden from Wang Defa, and declared, unwaveringly, Ruan is my life. Touch her and die. In the rooftop pool of the Sky Garden the water temperature was constantly maintained at 26 degrees Celsius. Ruan lay draped over the legendary inflatable unicorn salvaged from the Imperial warehouse, holding a straw in her hand, as she idly poked at the ice-cold watermelon juice in her glass. Below lay the panoramic view of the entire Shiguang base. Those ability users who usually held themselves high and mighty were now nothing more than ants on the ground. Ever since the day Lu Shiyuan publicly crippled Zhao Tai and kicked open the gates of this mansion, the entire base had undergone a complete upheaval. The people who used to point fingers at her and curse her as a waste now knelt and kowtowed from nearly 300 meters away. Ruan turned over her silk nightgown, slipping to reveal half of her calf, dazzlingly white. Boring. She sighed and bit the straw flat. Life had become too comfortable. So comfortable that she almost forgot this was a cannibalistic apocalypse. Lu Shiyuan had been so busy these past few days that he was nowhere to be seen. Although the Zhao family dared not retaliate openly, their sneaky moves behind the scenes never ceased. Restructuring defenses, purging Zhao's informants, redeploying forces. That mad dog was so busy he didn't even have time to sleep. Of course he still returned on time, every night. No matter how late, he would hold her tightly in his arms, gripping her like a body pillow, confirming she was breathing before he closed his eyes. Madam. Qin Feng's eternally sour face appeared at the edge of the pool. He held a document, the paper crumpled and wrinkled, its edges bearing faint scorch marks. It had clearly just been rescued from some fiery pit. The boss wants you to come down. Qin Feng swallowed hard, not daring to look at the dazzling white scenery in the pool, staring at his own toes. Something happened. Ruan pulled down her sunglasses and slid off the unicorn. Qin Feng's funeral-like expression meant nothing good. The council issued a mandatory order. Qin Feng's voice trembled. An S-rank mission. Downstairs in the living room. The air pressure was so low it was suffocating. The once luxurious leather sofa had been charred by lightning, still smoking. Lu Shiyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the door. He wasn't wearing his military uniform, only a black tactical vest revealing the taut muscles of his arms, veins bulging like snakes ready to strike. An extremely dangerous, violent aura radiated from him. Ruan walked over wrapped in a bathrobe, and before she got close she felt a sharp sting on her skin. The static electricity in the air was too strong. What's wrong? She stepped onto the carpet barefoot and poked his rigid back. Lu Shiyuan spun around. The murderous intent in his crimson eyes hadn't faded, but when he saw Ruan his pupils constricted violently. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sparks that crackled around him, but his voice was still hoarse. Pack your things. We're going back to the Forbidden Zone. Ruan was startled. We're not staying here anymore. She had just gotten used to sleeping here. No. Lu Shiyuan grabbed the document from the table, a flash of lightning in his palm, and blasted the paper into ashes. That old bastard Wang Defa is courting death. He wants you to go die? Dream on. Ruan looked down at the ash on the floor. She could faintly make out the words S-rank, abandoned pharmaceutical factory, and mandatory conscription. And the names circled, Ruan. Her heart skipped a beat. It was here. That plot point from the original story. The abandoned pharmaceutical factory. Located hundreds of kilometers from S-City in a heavily infected zone, it was said to be the lair of a psychic zombie king, and no one who entered ever came out alive. Those sly old foxes on the council were trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Ostensibly they were searching for urgently needed antibiotics, but in reality, they knew Lu Shiyuan couldn't leave her. As long as they sent her to that hellish place, Lu Shiyuan would surely follow. Then either he would die at the hands of the zombie king, or they would ambush him from the periphery. Kill two birds with one stone. Poisonous enough. Then we won't go. Ruan tilted her head and reached for Lu Shiyuan's fingers. You're the boss, who would dare force you? They're using the entire base's antibiotic reserves as leverage. Lu Shiyuan gripped her hand back, his force so strong it hurt. If we don't go, they'll cut off the Forbidden Zone's medicine. And he paused, a flash of brutality in his eyes. They said you're the descendant of a spatial ability user, and only your genes can open the factory's secret vault. Bullshit. Lu Shiyuan spat. Some gene lock. They just want to feed you to the zombies. Ruan blinked. A gene lock. That excuse was almost plausible. Although she wasn't a spatial descendant, there was indeed something in that factory she had to obtain. In the original story, the psychic zombie king's brain contained an extremely rare purple crystal core. It was the key to Lu Shiyuan's breakthrough to SSS rank and the complete cure for his rage disorder. If she missed this chance once the zombie king fully evolved, Lu Shiyuan would have to pay half his life to kill it. And in the third basement level of that factory, there was a research manuscript belonging to the original owner's father. The true secret of the perfect vessel. She had to wade into these troubled waters. Brother. Ruan stepped forward, pressing herself into Lu Shiyuan's chest, and looked up at him. I want to go. Lu Shiyuan froze. He looked down at the reckless little woman in his arms, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? I said I want to go. Ruan toyed with the buttons on his tactical vest, her tone as light as if she were talking about going on a picnic. Staying in the base all day is making me moldy. Besides, that factory used to be my family's property. Maybe there's even some New Year's money hidden inside. Nonsense. Lu Shiyuan growled, pushing her away and spinning around to punch the wall. Boom. A hole blasted through the wall. That's an S-rank restricted zone. It's full of mutants. I can't even guarantee I'll come out unscathed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the word waste. What are you going to do? Feed the zombies an extra meal. Ruan wasn't scared by his ferocious appearance. She knew this mad dog too well. The fiercer he acted, the more panicked he was inside. I have you. Ruan circled around to face him, stood on tiptoe, and cupped his gloomy, dripping face in her hands. You're the strongest commander. With you here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take me. Or is it? She deliberately drew out her words, her fingers gently caressing the scar beside his eye. You think you can't protect me? A provocation. Very crude. But for a paranoid like Lu Shiyuan, it was the most effective. Lu Shiyuan stared at her intensely. A storm raged in his crimson eyes. Can't protect her. There was no one in this world that Lu Shiyuan couldn't protect. As long as he was here, even if the sky fell, he would push it back up, let alone a zombie king. But she was his life. What if she got a scratch? What if those bastards shot from behind? Don't be afraid. Ruan leaned in and pecked him on his tightly pressed lips. Let's go empty that factory. Piss off those old geezers. Lu Shiyuan's breathing faltered. The raging fire of brutality was extinguished by that light touch. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again the red light in his eyes had receded, leaving only deep resignation and compromise. Fine. He pressed Su Ruan into his arms, his chin resting on her hair, his voice muffled. We'll go. But you don't leave my side for even a step. If you dare run off. Lu Shiyuan's palm pressed against the back of her neck, squeezing in a threatening manner. I'll break your legs and lock you in the car. Since the decision was made, Lu Shiyuan's execution was terrifyingly efficient. Half an hour later, half of the entire Forbidden Zone's arsenal had been cleared out. Heavy armored vehicles, single-man rocket launchers, high-explosive mines, even electromagnetic cannons that hadn't passed testing, all loaded into the convoy. This wasn't a mission. This was clearly a world war. Put this on. Lu Shiyuan held a white piece of clothing, his face dark as he handed it to Su Ruan. Su Ruan took it and looked. A special protective suit. Reinforced explosion-proof version. The thickness would make it impossible to even bend her arms. She'd look like a walking polar bear. I'm not wearing it. Su Ruan threw the thing back onto the bed in disgust. It's hideous. If I go out in that, how am I supposed to keep my reputation in the zombie world? The veins on Lu Shiyuan's temple twitched. Her life was at stake, and she cared about whether it was ugly. You have to wear it. He picked up the suit and tried to force it on his Su Ruan. This material is scratch-proof, bite-proof, corrosion-proof, and bulletproof. If you don't wear it, you're not going. Su Ruan struggled like a fish out of water. It's too heavy. I'll die of exhaustion. And it's so thick I won't even be able to hug you. Lu Shiyuan paused. Can't hug him. That was a problem. If danger came, and she couldn't hold on to him, what if she got thrown off? Lu Shiyuan looked at the bulky suit in his hands, then at Su Ruan's slender arms and legs. Indeed, if she wore this, she couldn't even walk, let alone run. He'd have to carry her. Modify it. Lu Shiyuan tossed the suit to Qin Feng. Remove the armor at the joints, replace it with soft, puncture-proof material. Add a layer of temperature-regulating inner lining. Have it done in half an hour. Qin Feng hugged the protective suit on the verge of tears. Boss, this is military equipment. Modify it into a high-end custom fashion piece in half an hour. Do you think I'm a tailor? Half an hour later, the base gate slowly opened. A convoy armed to the teeth roared out, the sound deafening. On the city wall, Wang Defa leaned on his crutch, standing in the shadows, watching the departing convoy, the wrinkles on his old face creasing into a chrysanthemum. Go ahead. Don't bother coming back. That place is a grave prepared just for you. In the center of the convoy, inside the modified black beast, Su Ruan wore the altered protective suit. Though still a bit bulky, at least she could move. She sat cross-legged on the spacious leather seat, hugging a bag of potato chips, crunching happily. Beside her lay the combat supplies Lu Shiyuan had prepared for her. All snacks. Chocolate beef jerky, even 2 bottles of cola. Anyone would think she was going on a spring outing. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, wiping a black long blade in his hand. The blade gleamed with cold light, exuding a bloody aura. He looked up at Su Ruan from time to time, his brows furrowed, as if worried she might choke on a potato chip. Brother. Su Ruan held a chip to his lips. Don't be so grumpy. Smile. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and bit the chip from her hand. He even took her fingertips into his mouth. His tongue brushed lightly over them. Su Ruan yanked her hand back as if shocked, her ears burning. This mad dog. Even eating a chip managed to taste erotic. Ahead is the fallen zone. Lu Shiyuan swallowed the chip, his gaze fixed on the desolate ruins outside the window. The once prosperous city was now nothing but rubble. A faint stench of decay hung in the air. Are you scared? He took Su Ruan's hand, his palm dry and warm. Su Ruan held his hand back, their fingers interlaced. Not scared. She looked at the outline of the massive factory hidden in the toxic mist. There lay her origin. There lay Lu Shiyuan's future. And the nightmare of those who wanted them dead. Let's go. Su Ruan stuffed the last chip into her mouth and brushed the crumbs off her hands. Let's crack open that psycho zombie king's skull. See what kind of mush is inside. The boundary of S City lay just beneath their feet. The off-road vehicle's engine emitted a low, muffled growl as its tires rolled over a weathered concrete barrier and came to a halt. There was no wind here. A thick gray fog like a solid wall enveloped the entire abandoned pharmaceutical factory. Visibility was extremely poor. The headlights pierced the gloom, but were devoured completely, illuminating only the 10 meters ahead. A scent hung in the air, cloying, like overripe fruit rotting on the ground mixed with the fetid stench of decaying meat. This odor seeped through the gaps in the armored vehicle, churning the stomach even with the windows closed. The door opened. Lu Shiyuan was the first to jump out. His combat boots struck the ground with a crisp crunch. He looked down. It was a thigh bone. Bone white, riddled with holes from years of erosion, crumbling to powder at the slightest pressure. Beneath these bones, dark red vines spread like a vast network of blood vessels, densely covering the entire ground. They climbed over the rusted, collapsed iron gate, extending far into the endless gray fog. Get down. Lu Shiyuan turned and reached out his hand toward the vehicle. Su Ruan, wrapped in a modified, somewhat bulky white protective suit, climbed down awkwardly, like a clumsy penguin, steadying herself on Lu Shiyuan's hand. The moment her feet touched the ground, she shivered. Cold. Not the physical cold of low temperature, but a bone-chilling chill that seeped from the marrow. It felt like countless invisible hands were touching her skin through the thick protective suit. Her heart pounded rapidly. Thump thump. Thump thump. The throbbing sensation from the depths of her bloodline was stronger than ever before. Something here was calling to her. Or waiting for her. Feeling unwell, Lu Shiyuan noticed her trembling. He stepped forward and wrapped Su Ruan entirely in his arms. Crackle. A thin purple arc of lightning spread from his fingertips, forming a 2-meter vacuum zone around them. The gray fog that tried to approach sizzled upon contact with the electricity, retreating in terror. The nauseating sweet and fishy smell diminished considerably. Su Ruan took a deep breath, but the panic didn't subside. She gripped Lu Shiyuan's arm, her fingernails digging into his muscles through the tactical vest. Brother. Su Ruan's voice was very soft, muffled by the gray fog. Something's wrong here. It's too quiet. Indeed, it was too quiet. This was a heavily infected zone, supposedly filled with the howls of zombies. But now, aside from the engine cooling sounds of their convoy, the surroundings were deathly silent, like a tomb. Not even a crow. Yo, Miss Su is scared already. A sarcastic voice came from behind. From the following armored vehicle, 3 men in Alliance standard combat uniforms descended. The leader was a bald man with a knife scar across his face, twirling a high-frequency vibration dagger. He was the monitor sent by Wang Defa, named Li Biao, an A-rank strength enhancement psychic. Li Biao glanced at Su Ruan cowering in Lu Shiyuan's arms, an undisguised sneer on his face. We're barely at the gate. He walked to the collapsed iron gate, kicking aside the obstructing vines. There's not a ghost here, it's quiet. If Miss Su is scared just by this, will she wet herself when we go inside? The other 2 monitors joined in the laughter. They had long resented this woman, who only knew how to act spoiled. She was useless, yet monopolized the strongest commander, forcing them elite soldiers to accompany her to this godforsaken place. If not for Lu Shiyuan's sake, this dead weight should have been thrown into a zombie horde as bait long ago. Lu Shiyuan paid no attention to these flies. He only held Su Ruan tighter, his crimson eyes coldly scanning the shadows around. Quiet. The most dangerous thing in the world was never noise. It was the predator's breath holding before the attack. Shut up. Lu Shiyuan uttered 2 words. Li Biao's smile froze, then turned to anger. Commander, even if you're S-rank, you can't be so unreasonable. He pointed at the empty factory grounds. This place has clearly been cleared. Not even a low-level zombie. It's just this woman being delicate and paranoid. Before he could finish, Su Ruan suddenly jerked her head up. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes contracted violently. She sensed it. Right above. Above. Su Ruan screamed, instinctively shrinking into Lu Shiyuan's arms. At almost the same instant, a bloody red streak shot out from the shadow of the factory roof that had been empty a moment ago. Too fast. So fast, even an afterimage was invisible. Li Biao was still chattering when the streak wrapped around his neck. It was a tongue. A tongue covered in barbed hooks dripping with slime. MMPH. Li Biao only managed a short, stifled grunt. The next second, he was yanked off the ground like a hooked fish, flying straight up toward the ceiling over 10 meters high. Crunch. The sound of fangs piercing flesh was starkly clear in the dead silence. Then came a sickening, grinding, chewing noise. Drip. Drip. Warm liquid fell from above, landing on the faces of the 2 monitors, who were still grinning foolishly. They instinctively reached up to touch. Their hands came back red. Blood. Before they could process what had happened, half a body dropped from above. It slammed onto the ground with a thud. It was Li Biao, but his head was gone, the neck stumped jagged, as if bitten off by some beast. Aya! The remaining 2 monitors finally reacted, letting out piercing screams. They frantically raised their guns and fired wildly at the ceiling. Rat-tat-tat. Flames spewed bullets, striking the steel structure, sending up sparks. But there was nothing there anymore. Only a black shadow darting swiftly among the steel beams, its limbs scraping against the metal with a screeching sound. Scree, scree. The sound grew closer, more frequent. Not just one. From deep within the formerly silent factory, countless crimson dots suddenly lit up, dense like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark. Roar! A sharp howl tore through the feigned peace. The things hidden in the gray fog and shadows finally bared their fangs. They had no skin, raw red muscle tissue exposed directly to the air. Their limbs were long and twisted claws like blades. Their brains lay bare, pulsing with each breath. Lickers. And a swarm of mutated lickers. Battle stations. Qin Feng bellowed, and Lu Shiyuan's personal guard instantly formed a defensive formation. Heavy machine guns roared. But these monsters were too fast. They didn't stay on the ground, they scaled walls and ceilings, dodging most of the fire, charging straight at the crowd. Before a guard could reload, a licker pounced on him. The razor-sharp claws tore through his protective suit, blood spraying everywhere. Chaos. Bloodshed. The 2 monitors who had mocked Su Ruan's cowardice were now paralyzed with fear, forgetting to use their abilities, watching the monsters approach in despair. Help. One of them crawled toward Lu Shiyuan, face streaked with tears and snot. Commander, save me. Lu Shiyuan stood still, not moving a step. He held Su Ruan in his arms, his free right hand slowly raised. Palm up, fingers spread. So noisy. He tilted his head, looking at the licker that was about to pounce on the monitor. The monster seemed to sense danger, pausing, turning its ugly head to hiss at Lu Shiyuan in a threatening manner. It was challenging him. Lu Shiyuan smiled. A smile of extreme cruelty and savagery. Since you've come, none of you will leave. Boom. Purple thunder crashed down from the sky without warning. Not just one bolt. A net. A net of death woven from high-voltage electricity instantly covering the entire factory entrance. The lickers still airborne didn't even have time to scream before being struck by the terrifying current. Crackling. Like flies hitting an electric swatter. Their tough muscle tissue was as fragile as paper before the lightning instantly charred, disintegrated, turned to ash. The cloying rot smell was instantly replaced by a thick, burnt odor. The ferocious monster horde was halved in the blink of an eye. Only a pile of smoking debris remained. The monitor who had crawled for help was stunned. He stared at the man standing in the center of the lightning. Lu Shiyuan's clothes weren't even disturbed. He held the delicate woman in one arm, the other hand still in the posture of releasing his ability. Bathed in the thunderlight, his cold, sharp profile resembled a god or demon. So this is S-rank, the monitor murmured, his pants soaked. They had dared to mock the woman this man brought. This wasn't a suicide mission. This was a slaughter. Lu Shiyuan lowered his hand. The surrounding thunder gradually faded, leaving only a few arcs dancing on the ground. He looked down at the person in his arms. Ruan had buried her face in his tactical vest, hands gripping his collar tightly, but she wasn't screaming in terror as before. She was watching. Through the gaps in her fingers, those peach blossom eyes were fixed on the charred corpses, a faint trace of scrutiny flickering in their depths. These monsters seemed to be following some kind of command. That attack, though ferocious, felt more like a test. Testing Lu Shiyuan's strength. It's not over yet. Lu Shiyuan suddenly spoke. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the carnage straight toward the main building at the deepest part of the factory. The gray fog there was thicker than outside, black as ink, and in that darkness a gaze stared back from hundreds of meters away, fixed on them. Cold, greedy, with the arrogance of a superior looking down on ants. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes, the crimson light in them flared again. He sensed it. That thing. Inside there. Since it doesn't want to come out. Lu Shiyuan adjusted Ruan higher, making her sit more securely. Then he strode forward, stepping over the bones and charred remains, moving step by step toward the deepest darkness. Then I'll go in and drag you out, skin you alive. He didn't even pause as he passed the monitor still lying on the ground. The man reached out, trying to grab Lu Shiyuan's pant leg. Take me. Lu Shiyuan kicked aside a piece of rubble. The rubble flew and hit the man's hand. A bone crack sounded. Didn't you say it was safe here? Lu Shiyuan's voice drifted on the wind, cold as ice. Then stay here. Enjoy this safety. He carried Ruan and walked into the gate leading to hell without looking back. Behind him the gray fog closed in again. The monitor's screams resumed, but were soon cut short. In the darkness, something seemed to be whispering. Welcome, my food. The darkness was so thick it seemed unbreakable. The deeper they went, the heavier the suffocating silence around them became. The ground beneath their feet shifted from broken concrete to smooth tiles. Though covered in thick dust, one could still discern the former whiteness and precision of this place. A sign on the wall hung crookedly, reading Core Experiment Zone, its surface torn to shreds by several dark red claw marks. Lu Shiyuan walked at the front. He held Ruan in his arms, each step steady and sure. His military boots tread on the tiles without making a sound. The lightning net around them had contracted to its limit, clinging only to the half-meter radius around him and Ruan. The purple arcs no longer danced but solidified into a tangible armor, sealing all danger outside. Qin Feng led the remaining guards closely behind, rifles raised, fingers on the triggers, knuckles white from excessive tension. Cold sweat trickled down their temples. It was too oppressive. This feeling was less like entering a zombie nest, and more like stepping into a trap waiting for prey. We're here. Lu Shiyuan stopped. Before him stood a massive blast-proof glass door. The door was unlatched ajar, revealing a pitch-black slit. Inside there was no gray mist. The air seeping through the gap carried an eerie smell of disinfectant, clean to the point of being pungent. Lu Shiyuan raised his leg. Bang! The heavy blast door was kicked open, crashing against the wall with a deafening roar. Light flooded in through the opening. The moment he saw the scene inside, Qin Feng gasped. This was not a ruin. This was a laboratory still in operation. All the instruments blinked with faint indicator lights. Huge cultivation tanks held unknown biological tissues with green nutrient fluid gurgling bubbles. And in the very center of the lab was a black leather executive chair. The chair faced away from the door. A hand pail with no trace of blood rested on the armrest, tapping rhythmically. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was slow but precisely matched each person's heartbeat. The chair slowly turned around. Sitting on it was not some fanged monster, but a man in a white lab coat. Or rather he, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his hair combed immaculately, and even a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket. If not for the livid cadaver spots covering his face and the grayish-white eyeballs devoid of pupils, no one would believe this was a zombie. Guests. A bizarre fluctuation exploded directly in everyone's minds. Not sound. It was a psychic shockwave. The zombie king pushed up his glasses and his stiff face pulled into an eerily human smile. Welcome to my kingdom. Lu Shiyuan wasted no words. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. A pillar of purple light instantly pierced the air, carrying a world-destroying momentum straight for the zombie king's brow. The dead should lie in their graves. No need for words. Yet just as the lightning was about to touch the zombie king, an invisible barrier unfolded before it. Crackle. The violent thunderbolt crashed against that barrier only to vanish like a stone sinking into the sea, dissipating without a trace. The zombie king remained seated, not even shifting his posture. He looked at Lu Shiyuan, a glint of mockery in his grayish-white eyes. Impulsive. The voice echoed in their minds again, carrying a condescending judgment. A perfect body unfortunately paired with a defective brain. He raised that pale hand, and toward Qin Feng and the others behind Lu Shiyuan, casually snapped his fingers. Snap! That crisp sound became the signal for hell to open. Ear-piercing screams erupted without warning. Qin Feng felt as if a blender had been shoved into his skull, churning his brain matter wildly. Agony. Indescribable agony. His gun clattered to the floor, and he curled up in pain, clutching his head, fingernails tearing bloody furrows into his scalp. It hurts. So much. Not just him. All the guards lost combat effectiveness in that instant. They writhed on the ground, dark red blood seeping from their 7 orifices, bodies twisted into grotesque poses from violent convulsions. A psychic storm. This was an S-class psychic zombie king. It didn't need to lift a finger. A single thought could turn an ordinary person's brain to pulp. Lu Shiyuan grunted. His figure swayed. That psychic impact also crashed into his mind like a red-hot branding iron thrust deep into his already scarred spiritual sea. The mania that had been soothed by Su Ruan was now detonated completely. Boom. The suppressed violent emotions surged like a breached dam, wildly assaulting his rational defenses. Kill. Kill everything here. Tear every living thing apart. Lu Shiyuan's breathing grew heavy, veins bulging on his neck, black vascular patterns spreading madly along his jawline. But he did not fall. Not even a step back. Because there was still someone in his arms. Su Ruan let out a pained whimper. Although Lu Shiyuan's energy shield blocked most of the impact, the pervasive psychic pressure still turned her face pale and churned her stomach. That whimper became Lu Shiyuan's final anchor. He couldn't go mad. Not now. If he did, she would die. Close your eyes. Lu Shiyuan squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. He tightened his arms, abruptly pressing Su Ruan's head firmly against his chest, shielding her from the horrific scene. At the same time, his energy churned wildly. Not for attack. For defense. He forcibly compressed all his lightning energy into a visible purple cocoon around Su Ruan. That was all his psychic power and energy. He had turned himself into Su Ruan's shield. The zombie king rose from his chair. He looked at Lu Shiyuan's cocoon, his mockery deepening. Foolish. He stepped down the platform, his white coat billowing behind him. Abandoning your own defense to protect a weak burden. Human emotions are indeed an obstacle to evolution. He raised his hand. This time it was not an invisible psychic shock. The air around him suddenly warped. Several translucent air blades coalesced, their sharp edges slicing the floor tiles. Go! The zombie king waved his fingers. The air blades shot toward Lu Shiyuan from all directions, screeching. Lu Shiyuan stood still, unable to move. If he moved, his psychic energy would waver, and the cocoon would shatter. She would be hurt. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades cutting into flesh rang out. If he moved, his psychic energy would waver, and the cocoon would shatter. She would be hurt. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades cutting into flesh rang out. Blood splattered. Lu Shiyuan's thigh, arm, and back instantly bore several deep wounds visible to the bone. His black combat suit was torn, flesh split open, blood streaming down his pant legs, quickly pooling at his feet. Yet he remained motionless. His crimson eyes fixed on the approaching zombie king, the murderous glare almost tangible. Is that all you've got? Lu Shiyuan curled his lips, revealing a row of white teeth. He was smiling. A contemptuous, insane, reckless smile. The zombie king stopped. He tilted his head, seemingly puzzled. Why wouldn't this man fall even as a living target? Since you want to die, the zombie king's psychic wave turned icy cold. I'll grant your wish. He opened his mouth. This time it was a true shriek. Screech. Visible soundwave patterns exploded in the air, shattering even the blast-proof glass into powder. This was the full-force strike of an S-class psychic zombie king. A soul-killing blow. Lu Shiyuan's brain buzzed, and his vision went black. It felt like someone had driven an electric drill straight into his skull. Crack. The cocoon he had maintained showed a fissure. Lu Shiyuan bit his tongue, forcing clarity through the searing pain. It must not break. Hold. He frantically overdrew his life force, trying to repair the crack. In that moment when his old strength was spent and new strength had yet to arise, a shadowy figure darted out from the empty darkness. It was not the zombie king. It was the zombie king's hidden ace, a petite, invisible, mutated assassin zombie. It had been lurking in Lu Shiyuan's shadow, waiting for this moment of defense collapse. A blind spot. An absolute blind spot. The assassin zombie held a dagger ground from bone, aiming at Lu Shiyuan's defenseless left shoulder, and stabbed down viciously. Thud! The bone blade pierced through the shoulder, exiting from the back. The strike was brutally precise, pinning the collarbone wedged in the bone gap. Hot blood gushed out, splashing onto Su Ruan's exposed cheek. Warm, metallic and coppery. Su Ruan trembled. She felt it. The arms holding her were shaking violently. The man who had always stood like a mountain before her, shielding her from the wind and rain, suddenly sagged downward. Brother. Su Ruan ignored Lu Shiyuan's order and lifted her head from his chest. What met her eyes was a blinding red. Lu Shiyuan's left shoulder was pierced, blood pouring. His once stern face was now deathly pale sweat and blood dripping from his chin. But he was still smiling. The moment he saw Ruan lift her head, he instinctively turned sideways, trying to block her view with his uninjured right side. "Don't look." His voice was soft, carrying a heartbreaking tenderness. "It's dirty." Ruan's pupils dilated. Her heart felt as if it had been violently squeezed and crushed. The invincible commander. The madman who had trampled everyone underfoot. To protect her, he had been stabbed through the shoulder. And he was still worried about getting blood on her. "Lu Shiyuan." Ruan screamed, tears streaming down her face. This scream became the final straw that broke Lu Shiyuan's sanity. She was crying. She was afraid. These bastards. These damn bastards. They dared to scare her. They dared to make her cry. Boom. A wave of energy 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from within Lu Shiyuan. It was not energy. It was a pure destructive psychic storm. The assassin zombie that had been pinned to his shoulder didn't even have time to scream before it was blasted into a mist of blood. Lu Shiyuan slowly raised his head. His eyes showed not a trace of white. Completely black. Black as an abyss that devours everything. The corners of his mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, revealing bestial fangs. Mania. Complete loss of control. The guardian was dead. What stood here now was a demon of pure slaughter. "You." Lu Shiyuan pulled the broken bone from his shoulder and crushed it in his hand. He stared at the zombie king whose face had changed color, his voice drifting up from the depths of hell. "All of you will die." Boom. That was not a sound a human could make. It was the roar of thunder, the shrieking of countless evil spirits scrambling out after the gates of hell were kicked open. The pure purple lightning surrounding Lu Shiyuan had completely changed color in that instant. Red, crimson, as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood for 1,000 years, carrying a nauseating stench of rust and an aura of destruction. The assassin zombie that had just succeeded and was about to hide its form hadn't even finished its escape. Sizzle. A thick bolt of blood-colored thunder exploded out of nowhere, directly piercing through its crown. No scream, no struggle. Its body melted and evaporated like a pat of butter thrown into a furnace, leaving not even a trace of ash. But this was only the beginning. The violent energy radiated outward in a ring from Lu Shiyuan, indiscriminately engulfing everything around. Zombies, rows of precision laboratory instruments, and even Qin Feng and the others standing not far away. All were targets. Holy shit. Qin Feng barely had time to curse before he was blasted away by a terrifying shockwave. Bang. He crashed heavily into the wall over 10 meters away, the bulletproof vest letting out a teeth-grinding crack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Boss, it's me." Ignoring the pain, Qin Feng struggled to his feet and roared at the mass of blood-red thunder. It was useless. Lu Shiyuan could not hear him. The man stood at the very center of the storm, his once upright back hunched, as if enduring some extreme torture. One hand clutched his mask, fingers white with strain, almost crushing the special alloy. The other hand still held the pose from when he had crushed the assassin zombie. But his arms were empty. In that instant, just before his reason completely shattered, he had pushed Ruan away. With the gentlest gust of wind, he sent that delicate woman to the safest corner of the laboratory. "Aya!" Lu Shiyuan threw back his head and let out a miserable roar. The sound was filled with endless pain and madness. He could no longer control it. It felt like 10,000 drills were working simultaneously in his mind, churning his brain to pulp, tearing his soul to shreds. Killing. Only killing could quell this agony. Destroy this place. Destroy everything. Zzz. Countless bolts of blood-colored lightning burst from his body like mad pythons, lashing at everything around. The ground cracked, the ceiling collapsed, reinforced concrete fell like tofu dregs. "Get out." Lu Shiyuan spun around sharply, his face completely twisted, black veins crawling over half of it, as ferocious as a demon. He roared at Ruan in the corner. "Get away. Don't let me see you." That was the last shred of his humanity. Before he completely turned into a monster, while he still remembered that face, "Get out." As long as she was in his sight, the urge to tear everything apart multiplied. He was afraid. Afraid that in the next second the thunder that could melt steel would fall upon this woman. Ruan curled up in the corner, trembling all over. She was wrapped in the heavy white protective suit like a frightened quail. Blood that Lu Shiyuan had splashed onto her was still on her face. Warm. It burned her skin. She looked at the man who usually couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her, who would get anxious for half a day if she even frowned. Now he was kneeling in the ruins, snarling at her like a wounded beast, telling her to get out. He's gone mad. Completely mad. Not far away, the surviving monitor had wet his pants in terror. He had personally seen a bolt of lightning brush past his scalp, blasting the explosion-proof glass behind him into powder. Was this an S-level superpower user? This was clearly a human-shaped nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. Run. Run now. The monitor no longer cared about the mission or surveillance. His life was at stake. He scrambled to his feet, didn't even look back at his still unconscious comrade, and ran like mad toward the exit. "Don't go that way. That's a minefield," Qin Feng shouted. Too late. The monitor, panicking, stepped right into the thunder force field Lu Shiyuan had unconsciously released. It was like stepping into a giant meat grinder. The living man didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently. It was over. completely out of control. Lu Shiyuan was now a moving death zone. Whoever approached died. Sister-in-law, get out. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face and shouted towards Su Ruan. Don't worry about the boss. He doesn't recognize anyone now. If we don't leave, we'll all die here. Qin Feng didn't want to leave. That was his boss whom he would follow to the death. But he was even more certain that if Su Ruan died here, even if Lu Shiyuan woke up, he would go completely insane and destroy the entire world. He had to take her away. As long as she lived, the boss could still be saved. Su Ruan didn't move. She seemed frozen, staring blankly at the figure writhing in agony in the center of the thunderstorm. Lu Shiyuan was kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, his nails digging deep into his scalp, leaving bloody scratches. He was harming himself, trying to use physical pain to fight the mental collapse. The black tactical vest had burst open, revealing muscles that had taken on a strange purple-red hue, as if they might explode at any moment. So this is the strongest human. On the high platform, the zombie king adjusted its glasses, but did not attack. It stood at a safe distance, watching the show from above. How fragile. I don't even need to lift a finger, he'll destroy himself. It savored the sight of its prey struggling in despair, killing each other, and finally turning into a pile of rotten flesh. It even leisurely took a handkerchief from its pocket to wipe the dust off its hands. Let it out. When you've exhausted your energy and turned this place into rubble, your brain will be my perfect trophy. Su Ruan heard the monster's mockery. She also heard Qin Feng's heart-wrenching shouts. Around her was the deafening roar of thunder and the crash of collapsing buildings. Hell, this was hell. If she turned around and ran toward the exit, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Qin Feng was waiting there to assist her. Su Ruan's fingers gripped the rubble beneath her, scraping her skin, drawing beads of blood. Should she run? She was the delicate Su Ruan, the useless one who couldn't even unscrew a bottle cap and would only scream for help when in danger. At a time like this, running was her instinct. But Su Ruan's gaze pierced through the rain of blood-red lightning and landed on that man, the arrogant commander, the ruthless madman. Just now, the moment the bone blade pierced his shoulder, his first reaction was not to counterattack or defend, but to turn sideways, using his uninjured half to block her view. Afraid of scaring her, afraid of blood splattering on her. Even in the last second before his reason collapsed, his only thought was to push her away to this safe corner where even the shockwaves couldn't reach. Liar. Su Ruan sniffled, tears mixing with the blood on her face. You said I was your life. You said we'd die together. Now you want to drive me away. Dream on. Su Ruan let go of the rubble she had been clutching. She leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. The thick protective suit made her look clumsy and ridiculous, like a penguin. But her back was straight. Sister-in-law? Qin Feng was about to rush over and forcibly drag her away, but when he saw Su Ruan's movement, he froze. She wasn't heading for the exit. She turned around, facing that death zone, facing that monster that could tear her apart at any moment. She lifted her foot. She stepped forward. Don't go over there. Qin Feng's voice cracked. That's the center of the thunderstorm. You'll die. Su Ruan ignored him. She looked at Lu Shiyuan, at the man sinking in pain. 1 step. 2 steps. Sizzle. A bolt of blood-colored lightning struck the ground beside her, blasting a deep crater. Flying debris cut her cheek. Su Ruan didn't even blink. She kept walking, each step slow and laborious, as if pushing against a level 12 typhoon. The static electricity in the air made her hair stand on end and her skin felt like needles pricking. Lu Shiyuan. She called his name. Her voice was soft, instantly drowned by the thunder. Lu Shiyuan seemed to sense something. He jerked his head up, his pitch-black eyes reflecting the white figure. The little thing approaching him. Roar. He let out a warning bellow. Don't come closer. You'll die. You really will die. He couldn't control the killing intent, couldn't control the violent energy. He didn't want to kill her. He didn't want to turn her into that mist of blood. Get out. Lu Shiyuan hammered the ground in agony, trying to scare her away. Boom. Another terrifying shockwave exploded. Su Ruan staggered, nearly falling. But she quickly steadied herself. She took off the cumbersome protective helmet and tossed it aside. She revealed her delicate, beautiful face, though stained with blood and tears. Those peach blossom eyes held no fear, only a stubbornness that made one's heart tremble. Why did you push me away? Su Ruan walked, sobbing as she cursed him. Weren't you just saying you would break my legs and lock me to your belt? Don't you want me anymore? Tired of me? She stepped into the edge of the thunderstorm. The violent energy field cut into her skin like knives. The outer layer of the protective suit started to scorch and melt. Lu Shiyuan, you bastard. Just try to abandon me. Su Ruan gritted her teeth, pushing against the crushing pressure, and reached a spot less than 3 meters from him. The smile on the zombie king's face vanished. Its gray-white eyes flickered with confusion. What was this human female doing? Suicide. What was the point of this meaningless self-destruction? Seeking death. The zombie king snorted, twitching its fingers. Several blades of air formed again, ready to put an end to this melodrama. But before it could strike, the kneeling man suddenly moved. Lu Shiyuan leaped to his feet, not to attack the zombie king, nor to attack Su Ruan. With a twisted, awkward posture, he forcibly suppressed the wild lightning around him back into his own body. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was forcibly withdrawing his power. Even if his meridians snapped and his organs ruptured, he could not let those lightning bolts touch her even once. Don't. Come. Closer. Lu Shiyuan forced out broken syllables from his throat. His whole body trembled. It was willpower battling instinct. Ruan looked at his miserable state, her heart aching as if it would stop. She rushed over without any hesitation and threw her arms around the man covered in blood burning like a flame. I'm coming anyway. Ruan pressed her face against his scorching chest, her arms locked tightly around his waist. Go ahead, kill me if you can. If you have the heart to kill me, then I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The embrace lasted less than half a second. Boom. An overwhelming, irresistible force erupted from within Lu Shiyuan's body. Ruan felt as though she had collided head-on with a speeding train. Her entire body was hurled sideways, crashing violently into a pile of rubble 5 meters away. A metallic gurgle rose in her throat. Her internal organs shifted violently. Agonizing pain nearly stole her breath. The once sturdy white protective suit now hung in tatters. Its exposed cotton wadding had been instantly carbonized by searing heat, blackened and clinging grotesquely to her skin. Senior sister-in-law, have you lost your mind? Qin Feng's voice pierced the distance, shattered with terror. Get back. Now. That's an indiscriminate attack. He lunged forward to pull her back, but a jagged arc of violet-black lightning forced him to recoil the moment he neared the edge. This was the forbidden domain of gods and demons. Mortals must not approach. Ruan lay face down on the ground, ears ringing with hollow dissonance. She could no longer hear Qin Feng's cries, nor did she wish to. Bracing herself against the earth, she tried to rise. A sharp stabbing pain shot up from her knees. The fall had likely fractured bone. Twice she attempted to stand, but her legs trembled like noodles, utterly refusing to bear her weight. Worthless creature. She cursed herself bitterly. Once so spoiled, she refused to walk even a step. Now she couldn't walk at all. She lifted her head. The man still knelt at the storm's heart. He seemed unaware he had just repelled something vital. Lu Shiyuan clutched his head with both hands, nails digging deep into his scalp, emitting guttural, inhuman roars. The surrounding lightning grew more frenzied, like a deranged meat grinder tearing apart everything in its path. He was in agony. Ruan clenched her teeth. She couldn't stand. Then she would crawl. Reaching out, her fingertips hooked into the grooves between cracked floor tiles, she pulled. Her body dragged across the coarse rubble, scraping with a dry, rasping whisper. 1 inch. 2 inches. Each centimeter forward intensified the lacerating pain, slicing deeper into her flesh. The static field in the air became 1,000 minuscule blades, sliding through the suit's rents, carving open her tender skin, drawing beads of crimson blood. Pain. Excruciating pain. Once she'd whimpered for hours over a manicure. Now she rolled upon razor's edge. Tears streamed uncontrollably, mixing with blood and grime, blurring her vision into a smeared crimson haze. Yet she did not stop. Even as her nails tore free, even as her knees shredded raw. Like a stubborn snail bound by unwavering resolve, she inched. Inch by agonizing inch. Toward that maelstrom capable of crushing her to dust. A long, harrowing trail of blood stretched behind her. Blackness. Infinite, suffocating blackness. Lu Shiyuan felt himself sinking, 10,000 meters deep beneath the sea. Icy seawater flooded his nostrils, compressing his lungs. Every breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. Kill him. Monster. Don't let him escape. A cacophony of voices detonated inside his skull. Words spoken in childhood, when he'd been locked in sterile laboratories by men in white coats. Screams erupting the first time his powers spiraled out of control, when he slaughtered the couple who'd sought to adopt him. That was the world's collective malice toward him. All lies. No one wanted him. Everyone who drew near did so only to exploit or execute him. Then kill. Kill them all. If only he remained, alone upon this earth, no one could betray him. No one could abandon him. In the abyssal dark, Lu Shiyuan thrashed wildly, rending every shifting shadow before him. Unwearying, unfeeling. Until Lu Shiyuan. A whisper impossibly faint, like a needle-piercing, dense, suffocating night. Who? Who called his name? That voice trembled with tears, soft, fragile, like the whimper of some wounded creature. Another trap. More researchers eager to dissect him alive. Get away. Lu Shiyuan whirled violently, lashing out with a brutal whip kick toward the source of the voice. In reality, a thick violet-black lightning whip coalesced midair, screaming as it tore through the atmosphere, and struck towards Ruan, who crawled desperately forward. Watch out. Qin Feng's heart seized in terror. Ruan looked up. Within her pupils the lightning whip expanded, blinding, inevitable. There was no time to evade, nor strength left to flee. Instinctively she squeezed her eyes shut and lowered her head. Crack! The lightning whip grazed her cheek, slamming instead into the ground beside her. Shrapnel exploded outward. The searing heat and concussive blast severed a lock of hair beside her ear. Her face burned, raw, stinging, unbearable. A slender, jagged wound ran from cheekbone to jawline. Flesh peeled back, blood welling instantly. Ruan convulsed with the shock of it. But she did not retreat. Instead, seizing the fleeting moment, as Lu Shiyuan's momentum waned, she surged forward with every ounce of strength she'd hoarded. Like a tiny cannonball launched from its barrel. This time, she wasn't thrown back. She crashed into a scorching embrace. Ruan locked her arms fiercely around Lu Shiyuan's waist, clinging to him like an octopus, her cheek pressed tightly against the torn fabric of his tactical vest. Scorching, unbearably scorching. His body temperature soared past 50 degrees, like a white-hot branding iron. She felt her facial skin blistering against him. Still she refused to let go. She tightened her grip, her nails piercing through the vest's rents embedding deep into his iron-hard muscle. Got you. Gasping raggedly in his arms, she smeared tears and snot across his chest. Try striking me again, if you dare. If you kill me, you'll have no wife. Do you hear me, Lu Shiyuan? She roared, pouring every shred of her being into that shout. Desperate to drag the maddened man back from oblivion. Yet, no soothing calm followed. Before merely touching him would quiet his storm, like stroking a lion's fur. But now, his body went rigid as stone. That violent energy did not subside, instead it flared more wildly, provoked by this foreign intrusion. ZZZZT. Lightning arcs crackled erratically across Lu Shiyuan's skin, some leaping along their point of contact surging into Su Ruan's body. Paralysis. Excruciating agony. Her heart threatened to cease beating. Had it failed, that infallible calming constitution, powerless now before this S-class psychic tempest. Get away. A pained guttural growl escaped Lu Shiyuan's throat. He lowered his head. His eyes, entirely black, held no focus, only primal bloodthirsty instinct. His massive hand rose, clamping hard around Su Ruan's slender nape. The pressure was monstrous. A single squeeze would snap her cervical vertebrae. Don't touch me. He resisted, not just her, but salvation itself. His soul, long accustomed to darkness, recoiled from this antidote, arriving too late, too fiercely, burning like fire upon ancient frost. Su Ruan choked, her face flushing crimson. Yet she stared into those pitch-black eyes, and saw beyond the killing intent a sliver of buried, shattering fear. He was begging, this rabid hound, pleading for rescue. I will touch you. 3 words strained from her constricted throat. She released one hand, reaching, straining, until her fingers found the back of his skull. Without hesitation, she forced his head down, tilted her own face upward, and slammed her mouth onto his snarling lips. Not a kiss. A bite. Ferocious, bloody, desperate, charged with reckless finality. If she could not soothe him, then she would descend into madness with him. The metallic tang of blood exploded across her tongue. Su Ruan sank her teeth in with savage ferocity. No mercy, no restraint. Lu Shiyuan's entire body locked rigid as though struck by a jolt of high-voltage current. A guttural muffled groan tore from his throat, instinct flared, to hurl this audacious creature from his arms. Wild lightning surged chaotically along the searing contact between their bodies. Su Ruan felt her viscera burning. Her tattered protective suit had long since failed. Her skin prickled with static fine burns blooming across it, some patches already charred black. Pain. Agony so profound it begged for death. Yet she did not release her bite. Her hands clenched fiercely behind Lu Shiyuan's skull, fingers burying deep into his sweat-damp hair, forcing his head down to endure her bloody, ravenous gnawing. Get away. Lu Shiyuan finally erupted. Primal instinct drowned reason utterly. A hand like iron vice clamped around Su Ruan's throat. Crushing pressure severed her breath instantly. She was wrenched upward, feet torn from the ground. Air fled her lungs, darkness pulsed at the edges of her vision. That suffocating brink of death triggered her body's raw impulse, to thrash, to claw at that killing grip. But she stilled it. Her arms fell limp, no resistance offered. Only her eyes strained wide, blurred by tears, fixed upon the man before her. Utterly unrecognizable alien. Within those obsidian pupils her own ravaged reflection flickered. No trace of humanity remained. Only annihilation. Only slaughter. He truly meant to kill her. Lu Shiyuan. From her crushed throat, Su Ruan scraped out a broken, breathless whisper. Oxygen starvation flushed her face a livid violet. Tears streamed helplessly down her temples, falling onto the back of his hand, still locked tight around her neck. Scalding hot. His knuckles recoiled, just slightly, yet his grip tightened further. A voice roared inside his skull, kill her. Kill this weakness. Let her die, and no one will ever threaten you again. Look at me. Su Ruan ignored the agony constricting her throat. Trembling, she lifted her hands and cradled Lu Shiyuan's face, etched now with writhing black demonic sigils. Her fingertips traced the brutal scar ridging his brow. Once a badge of honor, earned saving lives, now branded as the mark of a demon. I am Su Ruan, the worthless girl you swore to protect with your life. Have you forgotten? Her voice was frail, fractured, each syllable drawn from the marrow of her being. Lu Shiyuan's motion froze, for a single heartbeat. A flicker, faint, desperate, stirred in those depthless black eyes, but only for an instant. Then a fresh wave of merciless slaughter surged forth. He loathed this tethering, this hesitation born of a fragile mortal thing. Die. His lips parted, revealing fangs stark white and lethal. His grip on her throat tightened anew. Crack, crack. Her cervical vertebrae groaned under unbearable strain. Su Ruan felt her neck bending toward breaking. Consciousness frayed. Everything receded. The thunder, the crumbling ruins, Qin Feng's distant, despairing cries, all faded into silence. Only him remained. This monster, yet still the foolish, tender-hearted man who made her heart ache. Was this truly the end? To die by his hand, Perhaps a kind of cruel perfection. At least he would not descend into madness upon losing her. No, impossible. If she perished, and he later awakened to realize he'd slain the one he loved most, he would shatter utterly. He would dwell forever in hell's unending torment, damned beyond redemption. She could not die. She must pull him back, even if it cost her life. Fool. She cursed him silently. Words would not awaken a beast. With her final breath, she arched her spine and drove herself forward, body surging against his. Closer, closer still. In the sliver of time before his iron fingers shattered her larynx, she pressed her lips to his cold, blood-smeared lifeless. This time, no gentle fleeting comfort. She struck with fury. Her teeth bit deep into her own tongue. Shoo! Blood welled hot and thick. Excruciating pain convulsed her, but she held fast. Warm, fragrant liquid spilled across their joined mouths, flowing into Lu Shiyuan's throat. Her blood, the so-called divine elixir, the perfect vessel's essence revered in ancient texts, and the sole antidote capable of quelling S-class mania in this world. Gulp! Lu Shiyuan swallowed reflexively. In that moment, time ceased. The strange honey blood slid down his gullet and detonated within his stomach. Not sustenance. Light. A blinding, searing radiance. Cleaving chaos, illuminating abyssal void. Lu Shiyuan convulsed violently. The psychic tempest raging through his mind, stilled just for a breath beneath the blood's soothing tide. That scent, so achingly familiar. That sweetness, engraved in bone, echoing even in dreams, evoking absolute safety. Who fed him? In the dark, Lu Shiyuan turned bewildered. He saw a figure. The ever-pampered girl who complained of fatigue, demanded apples peeled, wept for hours over scrapes. The little nuisance. She wept. She bled. She cried his name. Lu Shiyuan. Boom. Memory flooded back like a tidal wave. She was his very life. What was he doing? Killing her. Ugh, Reality crashed in. Lu Shiyuan screamed, a sound raw with horror, not rage. The terror of realizing he was destroying his most sacred treasure. His hand sprang from her throat, as if scalded. Ruan collapsed, limp, unsupported. Yet she did not strike the ground. An arm, shaking yet unwavering, caught her waist. Gentle, reverent, as though cradling a porcelain doll already fissured beyond repair. Lu Shiyuan gasped, chest heaving. That all-consuming blackness receded from his eyes like retreating tide. In its place, bloodshot wide eyes brimming with shock and panic. Clarity returned. The indomitable commander, reclaimed. Yet he wished he hadn't awakened. For the sight before him eclipsed nightmare itself. In his arms, the girl. Her once flawless, delicate face now smudged with grime and gore. Crimson streaked her lips. Most harrowing of all, her throat. A livid purple ring deeply imprinted into tender flesh, whose fingernails had pierced skin, beating tiny drops of blood. His doing. His hands. These hands had rotted. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan opened his mouth, but sound refused to form. His throat felt choked with gravel, dry, raw, agonizing. He stared at his own hands. Those same hands, moments ago throttling her. What had he done? He had nearly slain the one he vowed, on his life, to shield. Brother. Ruan leaned against his chest, eyelids fluttering open weakly. Seeing those familiar human eyes, she smiled. It was ghastly. Blood filled her mouth. The movement tore wounds sharp with pain. Yet she smiled. You're awake. Her hand rose, aiming for his face. But halfway up, it fell spent. Too exhausted. That fierce struggle had drained her utterly. Don't move, please don't move. Lu Shiyuan seized her falling hand, pressed it hard against his cheek. Scalding tears burst unbidden from his crimson eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops. Mixing with blood and grime, they fell onto Ruan's shoulder, burning her skin. I'm sorry. He repeated the words, fractured, endless. The S-class warrior who never shed tears, now wept like a child who'd shattered something irreplaceable. Guilt and dread crashed over him, threatening to rip his heart apart. Had she failed to reach him? Had he pressed just a fraction harder? She would now lie, cold, lifeless, before him. It's all right. Ruan buried her face in his neck, rubbing gently against the torn tactical vest. I'm not hurting. Truly, not at all. Liar. How could it not hurt? Her neck was nearly broken. Lu Shiyuan felt her body trembling faintly, still racked by pain. But he said nothing. Instead, he pulled her tighter, crushing her into his chest with force enough to fuse her bones to his. Never part. Never let go. Even if hell awaited, he'd bind her to his waistband and drag her down with him. In that instant, the last thread of reason in Lu Shiyuan's mind snapped clean. Restraint. Endurance. Damn them all. He wanted only her alive. Only her breathing in his arms. Let him become a devil. Let him slaughter the world. He accepted it. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan murmured into his chest. His voice emerged hoarse-shredded. The zombie king is still watching from the stage. She gestured weakly toward the dais. It tried to kill me. Called me a burden. Tattling. Ruan's finest art. Even near death, she wielded it with ruthless precision. Lu Shiyuan's body stiffened. Then slowly, he raised his head. Those eyes, moments ago soft with sorrow, froze solid as they locked onto the dais. No longer frenzied crimson. A glacial, terrifying calm, more dreadful than madness itself. Burden. Lu Shiyuan released one hand. gently cupping Su Ruan's nape to settle her more comfortably. His other hand lifted, palm open. Upon his palm, silently coalescing, a sphere of black lightning. No thunderous roar, only quiet absolute density. Smaller than a fist, yet blacker than void devouring light itself. Compression, absolute lethal. S-class erasure annihilation. Since you've watched your fill. He gazed upon the zombie king now rising, face twisted in dawning terror. A cruel razor-thin smile curved his lips. Then leave your life as admission. Boom. The black sphere launched. Not flight, teleportation. It materialized inches before the zombie king. That vaunted S-class mental barrier shattered like glass before this blow. It held for less than a second, then dissolved. No. The zombie king's final shriek tore the air, then cut off. The dais, and its arrogant, brilliant brain, vanished. No explosion. No gore. Simply erased, annihilated by that black lightning. Silence descended, absolute. Lu Shiyuan didn't glance at the void. He lowered his lips, kissing Su Ruan's blood-streaked forehead with impossible tenderness. Good girl. It's over. Brother will take you home. He carried her, stepping past rubble, walking steadily outward. His back stood straight as a pine, yet radiated a terrifying, unblinking obsession. From this day forward, no more commander. Only a madman, ready to drag the entire world into ruin for the woman in his arms. Sheen Feng staggered upright, wiping blood from his face as he watched that retreating silhouette. He knew Dawn Base, and the entire human alliance, would soon tremble, for that woman's blood had not merely awakened a beast. It had forged, truly, a sovereign of damnation. Su Ruan collapsed limply. That final spurt of blood had drained her last ounce of strength. Her body melted like spring water, dissolving upon Lu Shiyuan's chest, sliding downward in silent surrender. Lu Shiyuan caught her, so swiftly that only a phantom blur remained, yet with such feather-like precision that not a whisper of wind stirred. Kneeling on one knee, he laid her gently onto the pristine tile, untouched by chaos. He stripped off his tattered tactical vest, folded it neatly, and cushioned her head upon it. Only then did he rise slowly to his full height. The gaping wound that had pierced his left shoulder was now sealing itself at a terrifying visible pace. Dark crimson tissue pulsing, writhing, weaving shut. In under 3 seconds the wound vanished. No scar, no trace. That blood, fragrant with an alien sweetness, surged through his veins, repairing flesh, not merely as medicine mends injury, but as fresh coolant reignites a dying nuclear core. The storm within him stilled. Reason reasserted its dominion. Lu Shiyuan rotated his neck, crack, a sharp clean sound, and turned facing the zombie sovereign still standing atop the dais. The feral world-devouring aura had vanished. In its place reigned a stillness as absolute as a frozen sea, utterly placid, utterly depthless. No warmth radiated from him, yet a single glance sent icy dread seeping into marrow. Upon the dais, the zombie sovereign froze mid-gesture, its hand suspended halfway to adjusting its spectacles. Its highly evolved intellect shrieked silent alarm: something is wrong. That volatile, self-destructive madman has become ice. Absolute, unyielding ice. Its vaunted psychic tendrils recoiled violently the instant they probed his mind, slammed back by an invisible, impenetrable wall. Even that psychic barrier fractured under the impact. You? The zombie sovereign's ashen eyes twitched, a flicker of genuine wariness crossing its face for the first time. It opened its mouth, preparing another psychic shriek. Too late. Lu Shiyuan raised his right hand. No flourish. No incantation. No theatrical declaration. Just 5 fingers closing upon empty air. Boom. The very atmosphere of the underground laboratory vanished in an instant. Black lightning erupted from nowhere. Not wild, indiscriminate bolts, but surgical strikes precise as scalpels carved from shadow. Zzz. The zombie sovereign's atmospheric shield shattered before it could hold for even a second. Limbs. Torso. Those black lightning strands solidified into chains, piercing joints, pinning the sovereign rigid against the wall behind it. Ruan. A shrill, agonized howl tore from its throat. It thrashed wildly, unleashing S-class strength, cracking the wall with seismic tremors. Futile. The chains held fast, tightening burning flesh to charred black, exposing bleached bone. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward. His combat boot ground into scattered glass shards, grating teeth rattling. 1 step. 2. Each footfall deliberate, grounded, irrevocable. He passed several mutated lickers still crawling feebly across the floor, didn't glance down. Squelch. His boot descended. Their grotesque skulls exploded instantly, scarlet and ivory splattering across the floor. He walked onward, treading a crimson path straight to the base of the dais. He looked up. Within those obsidian eyes reflected the sovereign's contorted, terrified visage. Afraid? Lu Shiyuan asked. His tone was as calm as asking, have you eaten? The sovereign trembled violently. It sensed it now. This was not mere hierarchical dominance. This was ontological annihilation, the crushing weight of a higher evolutionary tier. This man was no human. He was an ancient primordial beast, awakened, draped in human skin. Please, spare me. The words forced themselves from its throat, raw and ragged. It did not wish to die. Not now, not after ascending to intellect, not after forging its own kingdom. Lu Shiyuan smiled faintly. He reached out, empty-handed, and wrenched the sovereign from the wall with brutal suction, slamming it hard at his feet. Thud! A crater cracked open in the floor. Lu Shiyuan crouched, his long, powerful fingers slowly encircling the sovereign's throat, just as he had done moments earlier, when madness gripped him and he'd choked Su Wanswan. But this time no hesitation, no tremor, only absolute, unadorned cruelty. You made her bleed. His voice was soft, almost tender. To the sovereign it sounded like the death knell of gods. No. Desperate psychic assaults battered his mind, the last convulsions of a dying god. Lu Shiyuan didn't flinch. His fingertips tightened, crack, its reinforced cervical vertebrae snapping like brittle biscuit. Then pop. His fist clenched, crushing that hyper-evolved brain into pulp. Black ichor sprayed outward. He tilted his head just enough to avoid the filth. A violet-black crystal tumbled from the ruin. S-class psychic core, a legendary treasure beyond price in the apocalypse. Lu Shiyuan picked it up, drew a relatively clean handkerchief from his pocket, and meticulously wiped away the gore, until the crystal gleamed, translucent, refracting hypnotic halos in the dim light. Fine quality. He slipped it into his inner pocket and tapped it lightly. A toy for her. Far away, Qin Feng and the others huddled behind cover, faces ashen, teeth chattering uncontrollably. They had seen Lu Shiyuan kill, seen him slaughter entire zombie hordes alone, but never this Lu Shiyuan, calm, precise, emotionless, killing with the same effortless naturalness as breathing, 10,000 times more terrifying than the berserk beast he'd been moments before. See, Captain? Qin Feng ventured, voice trembling. Lu Shiyuan turned. One glance. Qin Feng felt pinned beneath the gaze of a ravenous tyrannosaur, his blood turned to ice, breath forgotten. But then, Lu Shiyuan looked away. He turned back, towards Su Wanswan. That suffocating pressure dissolved the moment he bent down. He lifted her, gentler than any lullaby, nestling her head into the crook of his neck, drawing her tattered protective suit tighter around her, shielding her from the cold. Let's go. Cradling Su Wanswan, he strode across the carnage toward the exit. Sunlight pierced the thick ash haze, bathing them both in golden light, gilding the blood-soaked silhouette with radiant gold. Qin Feng and the others stared numb, until that figure nearly vanished from sight, then scrambled after him, stumbling and frantic. Beyond the ruins the wind died. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the woman sleeping in his arms, deeply vulnerably, tears still clinging to her lashes, brows knotted tight in some lingering nightmare. Don't be afraid. He bent low, brushing her tear-streaked temple with his lips. Within those black eyes churned something unfathomable, deep, turbulent, inscrutable. Possession. Obsession. The manic euphoria of reclaiming what was lost. Su Wanswan, he murmured against her ear, each syllable etched like sacred vow into bone. Since you dared to entangle yourself with me, for this lifetime, you belong to me alone. Su Ruan felt as if she had been dismantled and reassembled. Every crevice of her bones was steeped in soreness, and the slightest movement of her fingers sent a dull, dragging pain crawling along her nerve endings to every part of her body, especially her neck. It was burning as if it had been strangled all night. She struggled to force her eyelids open. The light was dim. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn tight, letting in only a few faint rays of early dawn. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant mingled with a familiar cold, sharp aura, the smell of Lu Shiyuan. Her vision slowly focused. Someone was sitting by the bed. Lu Shiyuan wasn't on the chair. He sat directly on the carpet, his back against the bed frame. He wasn't wearing his iconic black combat uniform, only a loose gray casual t-shirt, with a slightly sagging collar revealing a stretch of cold white collarbone. In that slender, handsome hand, he was tossing something up and down, a round purplish-black object. Up, caught, then again caught. The motion was mechanical and monotonous. Su Ruan blinked. Her throat was parched and smoking. Water. Even with all her effort, the cry came out as nothing more than a faint breath of air. But that weak sound was like a thunderclap. The man who had been tossing the object froze abruptly. The purple sphere in his hand slipped, rolling away into the depths of the carpet. Lu Shiyuan didn't even bother with the thing. He turned, moving so fast he stirred a breeze, and lunged directly to the bedside. That perpetually cold, stern face leaned in close. A layer of dark stubble had sprouted on his chin, his eyes were bloodshot, and he exuded a decadent, restless agitation. Awake! He reached out, wanting to touch Su Ruan's face, but his fingertips recoiled the moment they touched her skin, as if afraid of breaking her. Su Ruan tried to nod, but the movement of her neck made her hiss in pain. Lu Shiyuan's expression changed instantly. He immediately stood up, took a glass of warm water that had been prepared on the nightstand first, touched the back of his hand to the cup to test the temperature, then took a small sip to confirm it wasn't hot. Only then did he carefully help Su Ruan sit up, letting her lean against his chest. The rim of the cup pressed against her cracked lips. Drink slowly. Lu Shiyuan fed her very slowly, tilting the cup bit by bit, while his other hand gently stroked her back. The warm water slid down her throat, finally easing the burning sensation somewhat. Su Ruan drank more than half of the glass in one go, then let out a long sigh, feeling reborn. She leaned limply against Lu Shiyuan's chest, listening to the steady, powerful heartbeat within. Dazed. How long did I sleep? Her voice was still hoarse like sandpaper. 3 days. Lu Shiyuan put down the glass, tightened his arms, and encircled her within his territory. 3 days. Su Ruan was surprised. No wonder every bone in her body felt like jelly. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her still aching neck. Her fingertips met a layer of rough gauze. Lu Shiyuan had been watching her every move. When he saw her touch her neck, his pitch-black eyes instantly darkened. It was his hand that had done it. That day in the underground laboratory, he had lost control and nearly twisted that slender neck with his own hands. During these 3 days, every time he changed the dressing and saw the circle of purple finger marks, he wished he could chop off his own hands. Does it still hurt? Lu Shiyuan caught her hand, not letting her touch the wound. His thumb gently rubbed the back of her hand, a bit heavy, carrying a barely suppressed guilt. Su Wan looked up at him. This man's current appearance was hardly decent. His hair was a mess, dark circles under his eyes. None of the commander's majesty remained. She guessed he hadn't left for a single step during these 3 days. It hurts. Su Wan deliberately drew out her tone, whining coquettishly. Feeling the arms holding her stiffen sharply, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, rubbing against him like a kitten. But brother saved me. If it weren't for brother, I would have been killed by that ugly zombie by now. This pain is nothing. Su Wan said it with righteous conviction. As long as she wasn't dead, it was a gain. Besides, this injury wasn't for nothing. At least this mad dog looked much more agreeable than before. Lu Shiyuan didn't speak. He just buried his face in her hair, taking a deep breath. The familiar sweet fragrance filled his lungs, finally dispelling the gloom that had weighed on his heart for 3 days. Alive, warm, still able to act spoiled and complain of pain. As long as she was here, he would give his life without hesitation. All right. Lu Shiyuan seemed to remember something. He released one hand, leaned over to retrieve the object that had rolled onto the carpet. Soon the purplish-black sphere reappeared in his palm. For you. He pressed the object into Su Ruan's hand. Su Ruan looked down. It was a crystal core. About the size of a walnut, it was a deep purplish-black with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting an eerie luster in the dim light. It felt heavy in her hand, and she could sense an extremely pure energy surging inside. What is this? Su Ruan held it up to the light to examine it. The brain of that zombie king. Lu Shiyuan said it casually, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. An S-grade spiritual type crystal core. Play with it. Su Ruan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the thing. The brain of the zombie king. You disgusting. But she quickly realized the value of this item. An S-grade crystal core. In the original story, it was a supreme treasure that all superpowered beings would fight tooth and nail over. Especially a spiritual type, one which was extremely rare. Such a crystal core could buy a small base on the black market or elevate an ordinary superpowered being directly to an S-grade powerhouse. It was truly priceless. And now it was just casually handed to her to play with. It's so ugly. Su Ruan pouted, tossing the crystal core in her hand a couple of times with a look of disgust. The color is too dark, like a rotten grape. And it's hard and not fun at all. If the superpowered beings outside heard this, they would probably be so angry they'd cough up blood. That was an S-grade crystal core. An energy source. Not a toy marble. But Lu Shiyuan didn't see anything wrong at all. Watching her picky expression, he even curled his lips. Don't like it? Then I'll have someone pick something else from the warehouse. I heard a batch of mutated beast-colored crystals came in a few days ago. The colors should be brighter. As long as she was happy. Even if it meant plucking the stars from the sky for her to kick around, he would find a way to build a ladder. Su Ruan toyed with the rotten grape in her hand, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Brother. She turned around, straddling Lu Shiyuan's thighs, and looped her arms around his neck. Can we drill a hole in this? Lu Shiyuan was taken aback, but he steadied her waist to keep her from falling. Drill a hole. Yeah. Su Ruan held the crystal core against her collarbone, gesturing. Even though the color is ugly, at least the luster is decent. I want to polish it and make it into a necklace. It would go perfectly with my purple velvet dress. What do you think? Turning an S-grade spiritual type crystal core into a necklace. If this idea got out, it would probably give the old men in the Research Institute of Donbase a stroke. Once the energy inside was channeled, it could create a mental storm, a weapon of mass destruction. But in her eyes, it was just an ornament. Lu Shiyuan looked at the purplish-black bead resting against her pale collarbone. The eerie deep purple made her skin look even colder and more delicate. It was indeed beautiful. Okay. Lu Shiyuan nodded without hesitation. What shape do you want it? I'll have a craftsman come take measurements later. Want some diamonds set around it. It's a bit plain just hanging there. He was even seriously considering the design. Just then the bedroom door cracked open from the outside. Qin Feng poked half his head and holding a stack of documents that needed Lu Shiyuan's signature. Chief, about that. Before he could finish, he heard the conversation inside. Qin Feng's foot slipped, his knees went weak, and he nearly collapsed at the doorway. Make a necklace. Set with diamonds. That was an S-grade crystal core. That was the strategic level resource they had fought half to death to obtain. The divine artifact that could create an S-grade mental powerhouse. And they were going to turn it into jewelry. A monstrous waste. Qin Feng felt his heart bleeding. He trembled as he leaned on the doorframe, trying to salvage the poor crystal core. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng swallowed, attempting to reason with these two spendthrifts. This crystal core. Its energy is too strong. Wearing it as a necklace might cause radiation. How about switching to a ruby? The warehouse has a box of top-grade rubies scavenged before, each as big as a pigeon's egg. Before he could finish, a freezing gaze swept over him. Lu Shiyuan looked up at this oblivious third wheel, his eyes that had been full of affection instantly turning to ice. Very bored. 2 words. Qin Feng shivered. No, I'm very busy. Extremely busy. He immediately retracted his head. If it's radioactive, Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze and looked back at the woman in his arms, his tone softening again. Then have them drain the energy first. Make a hollow shell for you to wear. Qin Feng outside the door heard this and covered his face in utter despair. Drain the energy. Turn an S-grade crystal core into scrap just to make a necklace pendant. Mad. His chief had completely lost his mind. Su Ruan, however, was quite satisfied with this plan. She stuffed the crystal core back into Lu Shiyuan's hand and snuggled back into his arms. I want it heart-shaped and engraved with your name. Okay. Lu Shiyuan toyed with the treasure that was about to become scrap, agreeing without a shred of guilt. As long as she wanted it. Even if it meant tearing this world apart to build blocks for her, he would find it perfectly justified. Hungry. Lu Shiyuan patted her flat stomach. She had slept for 3 days and hadn't eaten anything but that glass of water. Su Ruan nodded honestly. I want meat, braised pork, and that very sweet little cake. In the apocalypse, such demands were the height of luxury. But in Lu Shiyuan's eyes, they were the highest command. Wait. Lu Shiyuan laid her back on the pillow and tucked the blanket around her. He stood up. When he reached the door, he pulled it open. Qin Feng was still slumped in the hallway, questioning life. Go prepare some food. Lu Shiyuan kicked him. Braised pork cake. And have the best craftsman from logistics bring tools. Immediately. Qin Feng scrambled up from the floor, looking utterly defeated. Yes, Chief. He had finally figured it out. From now on, this base wasn't run by the commander. Only that little darling lying in bed whining about pain was the true sky. Lu Shiyuan ignored his adjutant's breakdown. He closed the door again, shutting out the noise from outside. He walked back to the bedside. Su Ruan was staring at him with those peach blossom eyes, looking expectant like a little animal waiting to be fed. Lu Shiyuan's heart softened. He leaned down and kissed her on the eyes. Sleep a bit more. I'll call you when the food's ready. Su Ruan obediently closed her eyes. But her hand reached out from under the blanket and grabbed the hem of his shirt. Don't go. I'm not going. Lu Shiyuan sat down on the edge of the bed, taking her soft little hand in his. I'm right here. I won't go anywhere. The room fell silent. Only the sound of their breathing intertwined. Lu Shiyuan watched her gradually calm, sleeping face, his thumb gently stroking the delicate skin on the inside of her wrist. The pulse beating, there was now his only tranquilizer. The S-grade crystal core was casually tossed on the nightstand, glowing alone in the dim light. Once a treasure that countless people had gone mad for, and even died for, now it was nothing more than a stone to please a beauty. Lu Shiyuan lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the bandage around Su Ruan's neck. The tenderness in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a bottomless darkness. Those who hurt her must die. That zombie king's death was too easy. As for this injury, Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and pressed an extremely light kiss on the edge of the bandage. This was the last time. From now on, even if a god wanted to touch a single hair on her head, they would have to step over his corpse first. Outside the window, the sun finally pierced through the clouds, casting light onto this wasteland. A new day had begun, and for Dawn Base. A new era was also dawning with the complete awakening of this tyrant. Su Ruan turned over and mumbled something in her sleep. That cake. Strawberry flavor. Lu Shiyuan curled his lips. Okay, whatever you want. As long as you're here. This mortal world was still worth guarding. Lu Shiyuan trembled as he leaned on the doorframe, trying to salvage the poor crystal core. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng swallowed, attempting to reason with these two spendthrifts. This crystal core. Its energy is too strong. Wearing it as a necklace might cause radiation. How about switching to a ruby? The warehouse has a box of top-grade rubies scavenged before, each as big as a pigeon's egg. Before he could finish, a freezing gaze swept over him. The villa's front door was pounded with thunderous force. Lu Shiyuan, come out here. We demand an explanation. That's an S-grade crystal core. How dare you keep it for yourself? The clamor outside was like a chaotic marketplace. Yet the living room was eerily silent. Lu Shiyuan sat on the sofa holding a black dagger, the same blade that had slain the zombie king and been stained with countless blood. At this moment, the blade was peeling an apple, so red it seemed to glow. The peel fell in one continuous ribbon as thin as a cicada's wing, unbroken. Qin Feng stood nearby, sweat beading on his forehead, clutching a communicator that was vibrating violently. Boss, I can't hold them off anymore. Qin Feng grimaced, feeling like a filling squeezed between two crackers. The deputy speaker of the council is personally leading them, followed by that bunch of old scholars from the research institute. They say if we don't hand over the core, they'll initiate the highest impeachment procedure. Lu Shiyuan's hand never paused. The final strip of peel fell. He cut a piece of flesh and brought it to the lips of Su Ruan, who was curled up on the sofa reading a comic book. Open up. Su Ruan bit into it with an ahem, her cheeks bulging like a hamster's. It's so noisy outside. She complained, vaguely chewing the apple. It's disturbing my reading. Lu Shiyuan pulled a tissue and wiped the juice from her lips. Qin Feng. He didn't even look back, his voice quiet, yet carrying a chill that crept down one's spine. Tell them to leave. If they make another sound, I'll cut out their tongues and feed them to the dogs. Qin Feng's legs nearly gave out. This was the council after all. Though it was the apocalypse, and might made right, there was still a pretense of civility to maintain. If the deputy speaker were actually killed, the Dawn base would surely descend into civil war. Before Qin Feng could figure out how to smooth things over, the front door was forcibly smashed open from outside. Bang! The heavy wooden door shook violently. A group of uniformed men stormed in, led by a middle-aged man with a balding head and a potbelly, his face radiating self-righteousness. It was none other than the council's deputy speaker, Zhao Dekang. Behind him trailed several old men in white lab coats, their eyes gleaming with greed, clutching various detection instruments. Lu Shiyuan, what kind of attitude is this? Zhao Dekang pointed a finger at Lu Shiyuan the moment he entered. That core is the hope of all mankind. It's the key to evolution, and you dare to hoard it. Hand over the S-grade core immediately. The Research Institute has prepared an isolation box for its ceiling. Lu Shiyuan didn't even lift an eyelid. He cut another piece of apple and fed it to Ruan. That nonchalant disregard was more infuriating than a direct retort. Zhao Dechang's face trembled with rage. He stood second only to one man in the entire base. When had he ever endured such humiliation? I'm talking to you. Zhao Dekang lunged forward, trying to snatch the dagger from Lu Shiyuan's hand. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. The black dagger whistled past Zhao Dechang's hand and embedded itself deep into the marble coffee table before him. It sank 3 inches into the stone. A mere centimeter more, and Zhao Dechang's hand would have been severed from his wrist. He let out a shriek of terror and collapsed to the floor on his rear. I'm not deaf. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and leisurely picked up an orange to peel. You want the core? It's gone. Gone. The old scholars nearly fainted on the spot. How can it be gone? It's an S-grade core. Its energy is extremely stable. It wouldn't dissipate even in 100 years. Commander Lu, if you don't want to give it up, at least come up with a more believable excuse. Zhao Dekang scrambled to his feet, his face purple as a pig's liver. Search. Search the place. I refuse to believe he swallowed something that large. The guards behind him were about to move when a light laugh suddenly came from the top of the stairs. Looking for this. Every single person froze in their tracks. All eyes snapped upward. Ruan had risen to her feet at some point. She wore a silk-slip nightgown draped with Lu Shiyuan's oversized black shirt. The shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a generous expanse of snow-white skin. And right in the center of that dazzling whiteness, a purple-black heart-shaped object lay nestled in her collarbone. It hung from an impossibly thin silver chain. In the light of the crystal chandelier, the object refracted a strange, mesmerizing luster. The S-grade crystal core. The treasure that had kept the entire base's high command awake all night, that made the Research Institute's old men itch with obsession. At this very moment, it had been polished into the shape of a heart, and drilled with a hole, hung around a woman's neck, worn as a necklace. Dead silence. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Zhao Dechang's ragged breathing sounded like a broken bellows. You. An old professor from the institute, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ruan, rolled his eyes back and fainted dead away. What a criminal waste. That was a power source capable of forging gods, and it had been drilled, ground into such a gaudy shape. The energy circuits within must have been destroyed. Ruined. Completely ruined. Do you like it, eh? Ruan seemed completely oblivious to the murderous glares aimed at her. She descended the stairs slowly, hooking a finger under the crystal to dangle it before Zhao Dechang's face. Brother had it specially made for me. Qin Feng's craftsmanship is really good. It's so smooth and round it doesn't poke at all when I wear it. She spun around and plopped herself into Lu Shiyuan's lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she shoved the priceless trash right in front of his face. Brother, look, doesn't it bring out my skin tone? Lu Shiyuan looped an arm around her waist, lowering his head to press a kiss upon the crystal. It suits you perfectly. Their blatant intimacy detonated the atmosphere in the room. Zhao Dekang felt his veins about to burst. Lu Shiyuan. He let out a shriek, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Are you insane? You're using the future of all humanity to please a woman. This is an S-grade core. Do you have any idea how many lives it could save? How many years of technological advancement it could bring us? And you turned it into jewelry. Zhao Dekang grew increasingly agitated, even lunging forward to rip the necklace off Ruan's neck. Give it to me. Even a damaged one. The Institute can extract some energy from it. His hand had barely extended when crack. A crisp sound. Lu Shiyuan didn't rise. He just kicked out with one leg. The blow landed squarely on Zhao Dechang's knee. Zhao Dekang held collapsing to the ground with a shattered kneecap. Lu Shiyuan pressed Ruan's head into his chest, shielding her from the bloody scene. He looked down at Zhao Dechang, his face utterly expressionless. It's my property. I'll give it to whoever I please. Whether I turn it into a necklace. Lu Shiyuan grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the fruit bowl and scattered them on the table. Or if she wants to hear the sound, she can smash it for fun. It's none of you worthless bastards' business. This is a crime against humanity. Zhao Dekang sweated profusely from the pain, but still managed to bluster. The council won't let this go. Crime against humanity. Lu Shiyuan smiled. He played with a strand of Ruan's hair, speaking with casual indifference. Then go tell the council this. I earned that core with my life. If anyone wants it, fine. Go resurrect that zombie king and kill it again. Or Lu Shiyuan paused. His pitch-black eyes swept across everyone in the room. Step over my corpse. But before that, I'll send you all to hell first. No one dared to speak. The guards who had marched in with such bravado now hung their heads, not even daring to breathe. Who would dare to fight this madman? He was the monster who had single-handedly slain an S-grade zombie king. Zhao Dekang was dragged out like a dead dog. The contingent of experts clutched their instruments and slunk away, not even daring to make a peep. The living room fell back into silence. Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hauled away the shattered coffee table. Boss, this is basically a complete rupture now. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. The council will definitely make a move. They might cut off our supplies. Lu Shiyuan ignored him. He looked down at the woman in his arms. Ruan was toying with the crystal, a sly, victorious smile on her face. Brother is so fierce. She cooed, softly tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Is it worth offending so many people for my sake? Lu Shiyuan caught her mischievous hand and playfully bit it. Just a bunch of trash. Offending them means nothing. He pressed the heart-shaped core against Ruan's chest, feeling the faint but pure pulse of energy within. As long as you're happy, I'd punch a hole through the very sky. Ruan's eyes curved into crescent moons. She leaned in and pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. Then I want strawberries. The big, sweet, milky kind. Lu Shiyuan raised an eyebrow. It's winter. I don't care. I want them. Ruan started acting up, squirming in his lap. No strawberries, no happiness, and if I'm not happy the crystal won't glow. Only she would dare to utter such nonsense. But Lu Shiyuan actually indulged it. He patted her rear to make her settle down. Qin Feng, who had been about to slip away, froze mid-step. Go drag that plant-type ability user over here. Lu Shiyuan ordered. Tell him to stop growing potatoes. Force ripen a greenhouse full of strawberries. Right now. Qin Feng. This world is truly cursed. An S-grade core worn as a necklace was bad enough. Now he was ordering a high-tier ability user to grow strawberries. Life simply wasn't worth living anymore. Qin Feng, holding a basin of freshly ripened milk strawberries, had just reached the villa's entrance when a rotten cabbage leaf smacked him square on the forehead. Smack. Juice splattered everywhere. Hand over the witch. Burn the vampire. Commander Lu has been bewitched. We must purge the evil beside him. Beyond the villa's open grounds, a crowd of several hundred people had gathered in a dense mass. Banners were strung up more festively than New Year's, scrawled in blood-red paint, with 8 chilling characters. Ruan, the witch drinker of blood, eater of flesh. Get out of the base. Qin Feng wiped the vegetable juice from his face, his hands trembling with fury. Have these people lost their minds? Daring to make a scene at the entrance of the commander's restricted zone. He didn't need to guess. It was definitely those old bastards from the council stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Unable to get their hands on the crystal cores, they'd resorted to trashing his sister-in-law's reputation. They'd even twisted the incident of her feeding the commander her blood that day into Ruan drinks human blood to maintain her beauty. What was even more absurd was that people actually believed it. Move aside. Qin Feng shielded the strawberries in his arms and kicked aside several radicals trying to charge forward. Anyone who takes one more step forward will be shot on sight. The guards raised their machine guns, and the dark, gaping muzzles finally cooled the fervor of the frenzied mob somewhat. But the torrent of abuse continued unabated. Some people even began hurling stones into the courtyard. Before the French windows on the second floor, the heavy velvet curtains parted just a crack. Ruan stood barefoot on the carpet, holding a bright red strawberry in her hand. Uneaten, she gazed down at the indignant faces below. Some had even brought homemade Molotov cocktails, looking as if they were about to dispense justice on heaven's behalf. Brother. Ruan turned around and offered the strawberry to Lu Shiyuan's lips as he sat on the sofa reviewing battle reports. Have I caused you trouble? Her eyelids drooped, lashes trembling slightly. Her voice was so soft it could squeeze out water. They're calling me a vampire. And a fox spirit, saying I'm draining your vital essence. How about handing me over? After all, a useless thing like me is just wasting food by staying alive. With that, she sniffled, and her eyes conveniently reddened at the rims. That look, as pitiful could be, as understanding could be. Lu Shiyuan closed the documents in his hand. Snap. A crisp sound. He didn't take the strawberry. Instead, he seized Ruan's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. His thumb brushed across the faintly reddened corner of her eye. Rough and calloused, it scraped against her skin with a tingling sensation. Who taught you to talk nonsense? Lu Shiyuan glanced at the window, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any warmth. Hand you over? If I hand you over, who's going to cure me, eh? Those fools down there. He rose to his feet, holding Ruan with one arm, and walked to the French windows. Shhhh. The curtains were yanked open. The sunlight was blinding. The crowd below erupted into frenzy at the sight of the tall figure appearing. It's the commander. The commander came out. Commander, kill that witch. She's a spy sent by the zombies. A torrent of curses and rotten eggs flew toward the second floor. Of course, they were all blocked by the invisible barrier of lightning. Ruan curled up in Lu Shiyuan's arms, gazing at the twisted faces below. Her heart was utterly calm. She even felt like laughing. Foolish humans. So easily deceived. Still, the performance had to run its full course. She clutched Lu Shiyuan's collar, buried her face in his chest, and gave a small shudder. Brother, I'm scared. That delicate whimper became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The pressure emanating from Lu Shiyuan plummeted. The air around the villa seemed to solidify. The crowd that had been shouting moments before suddenly felt a suffocating pressure, as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats. All sounds ceased abruptly. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan spoke. His voice was low, yet it reached the ears of every single person below with perfect clarity. Qin Feng, who had just stepped inside, shuddered and nearly dropped the strawberry basin on the floor. Sir, patch me through to the citywide broadcast. Lu Shiyuan looked at the rabble below, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. Since they have ears but don't want them, I'll help clear them out. Qin Feng froze. Citywide broadcast. That was the highest authority, reserved only for first-level combat readiness or a zombie-tide attack. All this just to clear a rumor. Yes, sir. Qin Feng didn't dare waste a second. He immediately pulled out his terminal and began operating. 3 seconds later, buzz. A piercing electrical screech resounded across the entire Dawn base. From the refugees scrabbling for food in the slums to the elites sipping red wine in their high towers, everyone froze mid-action. All public screens forced themselves to black. Then, only a black audio waveform appeared. No picture, but that voice. Every person in the base recognized it. I am Lu Shiyuan. 5 simple words, carrying that signature, bone-chilling coldness. The entire base fell into dead silence. The crowd that had been shouting at the villa's entrance now shrank their necks, not daring to breathe too loudly. I hear some people want to purge the evil on my behalf. A cold laugh came through the broadcast, calling Su Ruan a vampire, saying she drinks human blood. In the villa's living room, Lu Shiyuan spoke into the microphone while casually toying with Su Ruan's fingers. Su Ruan obediently lay across his lap, gazing up at him. The way this man looks when he's angry. Handsome as hell. Since you're all so idle, let me tell you a story. Lu Shiyuan's voice suddenly deepened. 3 days ago, S-City's underground laboratory, an S-class psychic zombie king set an ambush, detonating a psychic storm. My spiritual sea collapsed, and my mania erupted in full force. I couldn't recognize friend from foe. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire city erupted in shock. S-class zombie king. The commander's mania outbreak. Such classified information had never been leaked to the public before, not even a word. At that time, my adjutant and my personal guard were all retreating. No one dared come within 10 meters of me, because getting close meant death. Lu Shiyuan paused. He looked down at the faint bruise that hadn't yet faded on Su Ruan's neck. His fingertip gently traced the scar. Only one person. A woman you all call worthless, a pretty vase of burden. She crawled through the minefield, enduring my indiscriminate attacks. With the resolve to die, she charged straight to me. Dead silence on the broadcast. Everyone held their breath. She has no supernatural ability. She can't even hold a gun steady. But to awaken me, to stop me from completely degenerating into a mindless killing monster. She bit open her own wrist and fed her blood into my mouth. Lu Shiyuan's voice grew hoarse. No longer that lofty, icy coldness, but a deeply suppressed, almost mad obsession. You say she drinks blood? Heh, yes, there was blood. But it was blood she shed to save my life. Boom. This truth detonated like a nuclear bomb inside everyone's minds. Outside the villa, the Molotov cocktail in the hand of the man who had been leading the chants clattered to the ground. Smack. It shattered. Flames licked upward, but no one paid them any mind. Everyone's mouth hung open, faces etched with utter disbelief. That delicate, pampered young miss. That Su Ruan who wouldn't even walk a step on her own. She crawled through a minefield to save the commander. Fed him her own blood. This wasn't a witch by any stretch. This was clearly, without her. Lu Shiyuan's voice rang out again, cutting through the crowd's shock. Your commander right now would already be a corpse. Or a madman slaughtering the entire city. The fact that you can stand here hurling insults, breathing every breath of air. It's all because she snatched his life back from the jaws of death. Lu Shiyuan switched off his microphone. But he didn't sever the broadcast. He stood up, carried Su Ruan to the French windows, and kicked the bulletproof glass clean out of its frame. Crack. A shower of glass rained down. He stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down from above at the terrified crowd below. Su Ruan in his arms still appeared as soft and fragile as ever. The purple-black crystal core necklace at her throat gleamed with an eerie light in the sun. See clearly now. Lu Shiyuan's voice no longer came through the broadcast. It detonated directly in the air, riding the terrifying pressure of an S-class supernatural ability user. This is the witch you speak of, and she is my savior. His gaze swept across the crowd, and wherever it passed, people fell to their knees. It was physiological terror, and the instinctive reaction of shame reaching its absolute peak. From today onward, Dawn Base has only one iron law. Lu Shiyuan pulled Su Ruan closer into his embrace, as if displaying his possession or making a sacred declaration. Anyone who speaks a single word against her, anyone who dares touch a single hair on her head, shall be convicted of treason. On the spot. Executed without mercy. The final 4 words slammed into every heart, like dripping bloody slaughter. No one dared question the truth of this statement. Because just moments ago, the man who had been leading the riot was already struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens, reduced to charred remains. He hadn't even had time to scream. Lu Shiyuan turned and carried Su Ruan back inside. leaving behind the scattered glass shards and a crowd of believers kneeling and trembling in fear. Satisfied now, back on the sofa, Lu Shiyuan popped the strawberry that Qin Feng had heroically rescued into Su Ruan's mouth. Su Ruan chewed the strawberry, her eyes narrowing in delight at the sweetness. Brother is the best. She leaned over and planted a kiss on his chin, leaving behind a pink strawberry mark. But Su Ruan swallowed the fruit, blinking her big eyes with an innocent expression. Isn't the trees in charge a bit too harsh? What if they're just jealous of my good looks? Lu Shiyuan took a tissue and wiped her mouth, his movements impossibly gentle. Jealousy isn't allowed either. Your beauty is for my eyes only. Su Ruan's smile grew even sweeter. In her heart, she lit a memorial candle for those old geezers on the council. Well, they tried to ruin her reputation. But instead they'd not only cleared her name, they'd gilded her with his savior halo. From now on in this base, if Su Ruan wanted to walk sideways, even the crabs would have to make way. Alright. Lu Shiyuan seemed to remember something. That old bastard Zhao Dekang sent a message earlier saying he wants to see you. Says he wants to apologize in person. Su Ruan raised an eyebrow. Apologize? More like a weasel paying respects to the chickens if you ask me. See me. Su Ruan toyed with the crystal core necklace around her neck, tracing circles on the heart-shaped pendant with her fingertip. Fine. I've been meaning to ask him anyway. About my special blood. Exactly how much does he know? Lu Shiyuan's eyes darkened. If he dares utter a single extra word, I'll make sure he's silenced forever. Less than half a day after that broadcast incident, the winds had completely shifted in the Dawn base. Previously, whenever Su Ruan stepped outside, everyone would treat her like a plague, keeping a distance of 10 yards, and even spitting on the ground to show their disdain. Now, however, as soon as she stood in the street, everyone within 100 yards would practically kneel down on the spot. Miss Su, this is a freshly baked sweet potato. Please have a taste. Miss Su, the road is dirty. Shall I lie down and be your stepping stone? Su Ruan bit into the candied hawthorn stick Lu Shiyuan had handed her, staring at the overly enthusiastic survivors, her head throbbing with irritation. Too noisy. There wasn't even a quiet place to shop. Lu Shiyuan was clearly annoyed as well. He raised his hand, and an invisible barrier of lightning thrust outward, pushing the crowd trying to curry favor 3 meters away. To the black market. Lu Shiyuan wrapped his arm around Su Ruan's waist, pulling her closer to shield her from the surrounding clamor. It's quieter there, and there are good things. The black market was located on the second underground level of the base. This was a lawless zone where all sorts of shady rare items circulated. As long as you had spirit cores, you could even buy the cubs of mutant beasts. The moment they entered the black market, a blend of spices, blood, and mildew assaulted their senses. Su Ruan wrinkled her nose and buried her face in the collar of Lu Shiyuan's coat, rubbing against it. The scent on Lu Shiyuan was pleasant, cold, clean like cedar. Smells bad. Lu Shiyuan stopped, glancing at the guard on duty. The guard was so startled, he nearly dropped his gun. Why had this demon of a man come? Clear the area. Lu Shiyuan uttered 2 words. The guard grimaced, about to say the black market's rules couldn't be broken, when he saw a wisp of black electric arc flickering at Lu Shiyuan's fingertips. Rules. In the face of an S-rank powerhouse, rules were nothing but a fart. 10 minutes later, the once bustling black market was empty, leaving only the trembling stall owners who wished they could shrink their heads into their crotches. Su Ruan finally felt comfortable. She wriggled out of Lu Shiyuan's arms like a happy rabbit, touching and looking at everything. Brother, this stone glows. Buy it. Brother, this grass looks just like your face, cold and aloof. Buy it. Qin Feng, following behind, turned green with despair. He was carrying 7 or 8 bags in both hands, a string of mutant garlic around his neck, and a useless iron pot strapped to his back. This was not shopping. It was a full-scale acquisition. Su Ruan stopped at a stall in the corner. On the stall was spread a huge white fur, pure white, without a single impurity, looking incredibly warm. So soft. Su Ruan crouched down and reached out to touch the fur. The texture was exquisite, even more comfortable than her velvet sofa. If this were laid on the bedroom floor, walking barefoot would definitely not be cold. The stall owner, a one-eyed man, saw Su Ruan's naive, delicate demeanor, and a glint of cunning flashed in his single eye. A fat sheep. Definitely a fat sheep. Miss, you have excellent taste. The one-eyed man rubbed his hands together, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. This is the pelt of a mutant snow wolf king. There's only one like this in the entire base. I went through a lot of trouble to get it, even lost 2 brothers in the process. He began to play the sympathy card, spittle flying everywhere. Since you like it so much, I won't ask for much. Just 10 third-grade spirit cores. How about that? This is a rock-bottom price. 10 third-grade spirit cores. Behind them, Qin Feng rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. A third-grade spirit core could buy a modified off-road vehicle in the black market. And this scoundrel dared to ask that much for a piece of hide. Was this old man crazy for money? Su Ruan was also taken aback. Although she wasn't short of money after all she spent Lu Shiyuan's, she wasn't stupid. 10 third-grade spirit cores could feed an ordinary survivor family for a whole year. Too expensive. Su Ruan pouted, stood up, and prepared to leave. Forget it, I'll just tear up your fox fur coat at home and lay it on the floor, same effect. Lu Shiyuan, however, didn't move. He glanced at the fur, then at the spot Su Ruan had just touched. She liked it. That made it worth it. Clatter. A bag of items was thrown onto the stall. The bag's mouth opened, spilling out a dozen or so translucent spirit cores. Not third grade, fourth grade. Each one radiated an energy fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. The one-eyed man's eyeball nearly popped out. He picked one up, tremblingly bit it, and nearly broke his tooth. Real. All fourth-grade spirit cores. Keep the change. Lu Shiyuan didn't even glance at the stall owner, instead pointing at a pot of vibrant mutant red flowers beside the stall. Wrap that up too. The one-eyed man was shaking all over. This wasn't a fat sheep. This was a god of wealth descending to earth. Right away, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll pack it for you now. And I'll throw in 2 mutant wolf tails as scars for free. Ruan looked at Lu Shiyuan's extravagant, filthy rich demeanor and couldn't help but pinch him. Are you stupid? He was clearly ripping you off. That bag of spirit cores could buy an entire street. Lu Shiyuan let her pinch, even pushing his arm closer to make it easier for her. Not stupid. He lowered his head and tidied her bangs, which had been messed up by the wind. You like to step on it, so we buy it. As for the spirit cores, Lu Shiyuan said in a calm tone. If we run out, I'll just go kill a few more zombies. It's no big deal. Ruan was speechless. Fine. Having a husband who could forge nukes and print unlimited money really meant you could do whatever you wanted. For the next half hour, the black market witnessed a scene called looting. Anything Ruan glanced at for more than a second, regardless of whether it was useful or not, Lu Shiyuan bought it all. He even bought a stone that looked vaguely like a heart on the roadside for 5 third-grade spirit cores and stuffed it into Ruan's hand. Qin Feng was already numb. He had become a mobile shelf, his vision blocked by the items in his arms. Boss. Shouldn't we head back? Qin Feng struggled to poke his head out from a pile of junk. The car can't hold any more. Just then a sharp, abusive shout came from the side. Idiot. Idiot. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome bird before. Ruan followed the sound. Inside an iron cage was a half-bald mutant parrot. The bird was extremely ugly, beady eyes, a red beak, and the few remaining feathers sticking up in disarray. When it saw Ruan looking over, it flapped its wings excitedly, shedding 2 feathers. Beautiful lady. The parrot screeched in a hoarse voice. Beautiful lady. Give me a kiss. Moi? Ruan cracked up. This bird was quite the flirt. Lu Shiyuan's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He stared at the reckless feathered creature, sparks already crackling at his fingertips. Qin Feng. Yes. Buy this bird. Lu Shiyuan's voice was ice cold. It's an extra dish tonight. Roast it. Qin Feng. The bird was ugly, but it was still alive. Besides, it was a mutant parrot. Its meat was sour, not tasty at all, boss. The parrot in the cage seemed to sense the killing intent. It shrank its neck, its beady eyes darting around, then suddenly shouted at Lu Shiyuan, Big bro. Big bro is so handsome. Big bro is mighty. Big bro and the beautiful lady are a perfect match. The sparks at Lu Shiyuan's fingertips stopped. He raised an eyebrow. This bird. Maybe it wasn't that ugly after all. It's complimenting you. Ruan laughed so hard she could barely stand, hanging on to Lu Shiyuan. Look how strong its survival instinct is. Don't roast it. Let's take it home for amusement. Lu Shiyuan snorted coldly, clearly still holding a grudge about that. Give me a kiss. It flirted with you. It's a male bird. Lu Shiyuan's logic was simple. Male alive dared to have thoughts about Ruan. All must die. Ruan was helpless. This man's jealousy could drown a person. She stood on tiptoe, cupped Lu Shiyuan's face in both hands, and in front of Qin Feng, and that silly bird gave him a loud kiss on the lips. Smack. The sound was crisp. That was just bird talk. Ruan pressed her lips against his, coaxing softly. I won't kiss it. I only kiss you. Okay. The chill around Lu Shiyuan instantly dissipated. The murderous aura that had been about to annihilate the bird was soothed by this single kiss. He cupped the back of Ruan's head and deepened the kiss. Only when she was breathless did he reluctantly pull away. Okay. Lu Shiyuan wiped her rosy lips with his thumb. His mood was visibly improved. He turned to look at the parrot, still shouting, Big bro is mighty. Qin Feng. Bring it. Hang it in the living room. Qin Feng sighed, resigned, and hung the birdcage around his neck. Great. Another overlord in the house. And one that was a born flatterer. The group returned with a full load. The stall owners of the black market stood by the roadside, watching the luxury car loaded with junk drive away, tears in their eyes, waving goodbye. Come again. Take care, Commander Lu. Wishing you and your wife 100 years of harmony. In the car, Ruan was curled up in the passenger seat, playing with the heart-shaped stone. The parrot in the back was still chattering. Beautiful lady. Give me some food. Starving to death. Lu Shiyuan drove, glancing sideways at Ruan. She had a smile on her lips, looking relaxed. That was enough. As long as she didn't insist on leaving, didn't mention going away. Even if she wanted to buy the entire base as a playground, he would give it to her. Brother. Ruan suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling. Can we lay that rug as soon as we get back? I want to roll around on it. Lu Shiyuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened. His Adam's apple bobbed. Rolling around on that pure white wolf fur. That image was a bit stimulating. Okay. Lu Shiyuan stepped on the gas. The speed shot up instantly. We'll lay it as soon as we get back. I'll roll with you. Qin Feng shrank in the back, holding the birdcage, and silently raised the partition between the front and back seats. He hadn't heard a thing. Really. He was just an emotionless porter. Wail, wail, wail. An ear-splitting air raid siren threatened to shatter the dome of Dawn Base. Along the northern ramparts, tension hung taut as a bowstring about to snap. An incalculable horde of mutated wolves surged forward like a gray tide from the edge of the wasteland. Fangs dripping foul saliva, claws scraping frozen earth, with grating teeth, clenching screeches. Defenders clutched their rifles, palms slick with sweat, faces paled, eyes locked in grim silence upon that churning sea of gray below. All units stand by. Code red alert. Heavy machine guns, engage. Esper squads, advance to the front line. The commander's roar detonated across the comms channel. Directly above this blood-soaked battlefield, where life and death collided in brutal chaos. On the highest observation platform atop the wall, the tone shifted so abruptly it defied reason. At its center stood an ornate European-style armchair draped in pristine white wolf fur. Above it floated a lace-trimmed parasol. Beside it rested a delicate three-tiered dessert stand, the top tier cradling a freshly ripened bowl of milk strawberries, each berry plump and vividly crimson. A steaming cup of black tea sat nearby. Ruan nestled deep into the armchair, knees swaddled in a newly purchased woolen blanket, nibbling daintily on a buttery shortbread cookie. Crunch. A few crumbs scattered onto the wolf pelt. Feng, standing rigid at her side, twitched at the corner of his mouth, then resigned himself, bending low to lift the fragments with a tissue and deposit them into his ever-present disposal bag. This was no battlefield. It was the sun-dappled rear garden of some aristocratic estate. Below, soldiers reloaded magazines, and couldn't help glancing upward. That's Miss Sue. Has the commander lost his mind? Bringing a woman here. This is war, not a picnic. What if those beasts breached the wall? Their protests dissolved into the wind. Ruan heard them, but chose not to care. She leaned forward slightly, casting a single glance down at the teeming mass of wolves. How hideous! She wrinkled her nose in disdain, then withdrew her gaze, settling instead upon the tall, broad-shouldered black silhouette before her. Lu Shiyuan stood at the very precipice of the rampart. His trench coat billowed violently in the gale. He did not turn, only stood with one hand buried deep in his pocket, the other hanging loosely at his side. That effortless nonchalance stood in stark, jarring contrast to the suffocating tension gripping every soldier around him. A woo! Below, a colossal, mutated wolf launched itself first, using fallen kin as stepping stones, leaping over a dozen meters high straight toward the battlements. The machine gunner frantically swung his barrel before a single round left the chamber. Zzzz. A jagged arc of black lightning snapped from Lu Shiyuan's fingertip. Too swift to trace. The airborne beast froze mid-leap, then exploded inward, collapsing into a smoking, charred husk that plummeted, spitting embers. Not even a cry escaped its throat. How precise, Ruan murmured, cheeks cupped in her palms. A compliment utterly devoid of sincerity. She plucked a strawberry, bit into it. Its juice stained her lips scarlet. Feng, refill my tea. With sugar. Feng's hand jerked, nearly sending the teapot flying. Ancestor. Men fought for their lives below, yet she demanded sugar. He dared not protest. Silently, he poured, added 2 cubes, stirred thoroughly, and presented the cup with reverent precision. Lu Shiyuan heard the rustle behind him. He tilted his head slightly, his peripheral gaze grazing Ruan, who sipped contentedly. His stern, unyielding features softened. Just a fraction. It's windy. His voice cut cleanly through the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, reaching her ears with flawless clarity. Pull the blanket tighter. She obeyed without hesitation, swaddling herself completely, emerging only as a pale, doll-like face. Brother, do your best. She lifted the half-eaten cookie, waving it gently. When you're done, we'll feast on roasted meat. Nearby Esper squads rolled their eyes skyward. Were these two here to flaunt affection? Could they at least show some respect for the beasts beneath them? Combat reached fever pitch. The wolf horde was simply too vast. Though Lu Shiyuan's thundernet sealed most avenues of assault, dozens still breached the wall. Screams, snarls, and the wet rending of flesh fused into one deafening roar. Thick iron-scented blood hung thick in the air. Yet Ruan remained seated, unchanged in posture, unmoved in spirit, as if the hellscape before her were nothing more than a flawlessly rendered 3D film. Then, abruptly, everything shifted. The wolves' assault grew chaotic, disordered, almost deliberate, like a feint masking something far deadlier. Lu Shiyuan sensed the anomaly instantly. Even as he obliterated a wave of attackers with a sweep of his hand, a gray blur erupted from the shadows to his left, unseen, unheralded. It was the alpha wolf. Twice the size of ordinary mutants, its bristling fur stood rigid as steel needles, twin emerald eyes gleamed with unnerving cunning. It ignored Lu Shiyuan. It bypassed the fully armed Esper squads. Its target was singular, clear, unwavering, the woman seated upon the soft chair, seemingly defenseless, radiating warmth and fragrance. Miss Sue, look out. Strategically sound. Capture the leader, strike the weakest link. This beast had evolved intelligence far beyond instinct. Feng screamed in terror. His teapot shattered on stone as he lunged forward too late. The alpha wolf moved faster than sight. S-class mutant velocity. In the blink of an eye, foul breath struck her face. Those fanged jaws hovered less than half a meter from her throat. She could even see morsels of rotten flesh wedged between its teeth. Soldiers closed their eyes in despair. It was over. That delicate porcelain-skinned young lady would lose her head in the next heartbeat. Yet Ruan, standing at the storm's heart, did not flinch. She still held the half-eaten cookie in her fingers. No scream, no recoil, not even the blanket across her lap stirred. She merely watched the gaping maw rush toward her. Eyes calm, unblinking, filled not with fear, but with absolute, unshakable trust. That trust was not born of recklessness. It sprang from certainty. He was here. So long as he stood, nothing in this world could harm her. Not even death itself. Boom. At the exact instant the alpha's claws grazed the hem of her dress, a colossal bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens. Not a strike, a crushing blow. Carrying apocalyptic weight and wrath, it pierced the alpha's spine with surgical precision. Flump. Its body slammed into the ground, pinned motionless, 3 meters from Ruan's bare toes. Thunder detonated, flesh and bone vaporized. Yet strangely, every drop of gore, every fragment of viscera halted at an invisible barrier 3 meters outward. Not a single speck of blood touched the snowy white wolf fur blanket draped over Ruan's knees. Only a gust swept past, lifting strands of her long hair. The alpha wasn't yet dead. Impaled by the lightning spear, it convulsed violently, throat gurgling a final broken whimper. Its emerald eyes widened, not with pain, but with primal terror and disbelief. Why? He stood dozens of meters away. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy combat boots struck stone with deliberate resonant force. Lu Shiyuan approached. With each step the air crackled, charged with raw volatile lightning. Mutated wolves still prowling the ramparts recoiled, as if sensing a primordial dread. Tails tucked, backs hunched, some even hurled themselves off the wall to their deaths. He stopped before the alpha, gazed down, tall, silent, implacable. His handsome face bore no expression, yet within those obsidian eyes churned a storm of lethal fury. You sought death. 2 words, gritted out like shards of ice. He raised his boot, and brought it down squarely upon the alpha's skull. Splat. Like bursting a rotten melon, pink and red sprayed outward. Lu Shiyuan didn't glance at the ruin beneath his soul. He stepped over the carnage, straight to Ruan. In that instant all savagery vanished, as if it had never existed. Did it frighten you? He bent low, hands braced on the armrest, drawing her gently into the shelter of his frame. His gaze swept over her, checking, confirming. Not a single hair disturbed, not a thread displaced, before the rigid lines of his shoulders eased just slightly. Ruan shook her head. She extended the remaining half-cookie toward his lips. Not frightened. Just that dog stinks. Ruins my appetite. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, taking the biscuit from her fingers. Sweetness bloomed on his tongue, dissolving the coppery tang of blood lingering in the air. He swallowed, then lifted a hand, gently smoothing the wind-tousled fringe from her forehead. Indeed, it reeks. Next time, let them die farther away. Silence fell, absolute stunned. Those soldiers who just braced for Ruan's decapitation now gaped, jaw slack, eyes wide enough to swallow their own reflections. That was it. An S-class alpha's ambush, met with a woman calmly eating cookies and a man casually erasing it from existence. This was absolute dominance. Someone shouted, first hesitant, then louder. Commander's might is unmatched. Cheers erupted, deafening, triumphant. And the soldiers' gaze upon Ruan changed. No longer pitying, no longer dismissive. Now, awestruck, reverent. To remain utterly unruffled amid such carnage. That woman's composure dwarfed even veteran warriors' steel. Truly, only someone extraordinary could tame such a volatile commander. Tired, Ruan drew forth a handkerchief embroidered with strawberries, and dabbed lightly at Lu Shiyuan's brow where no sweat glistened. Her gesture flowed effortlessly, like decades of shared intimacy. Fine. Lu Shiyuan let her wipe freely, then caught her wrist, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. Let's go home. It's filthy here. He turned, bent, and lifted her, blanket and all, into his arms, as though cradling a cherished doll. Sheen Fong, bring the strawberries. One missing, and your head answers for it. Sheen Fong clutched the dessert stand, sprinting after them, breath ragged, face flushed. Yes, sir. As dusk bled across the western horizon, the dying sun stained the ramparts crimson, stretching their shadows long and solemn. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan down the observation tower, stepping over the carcasses of fallen wolves. That silhouette, arrogant, unassailable, yet beneath the ferocity, strangely, profoundly serene. Ruan nestled against his chest, listening to the steady, unhurried rhythm of his heart, her lips curving, faint and knowing. This performance, flawless. Not only had she asserted her presence, she'd cemented an image, unshaken, unflinching, untouchable. From now on, no one in this base would dare call her a weeping liability. Brother, moi. Tonight, I want roasted wolf leg. Agreed. The alphas. Its meat must be wonderfully chewy. As you wish. Days of ease had dulled the memory of this being the apocalypse. In the top-floor office of Dawn Base, the climate control system hummed steadily, sealing out the outside world's bitter cold with absolute precision. Lu Shiyuan sat behind his broad black walnut desk, a steel pen in hand, its nib tracing quiet, rasping lines across official documents. Ruan lounged on a plush chaise nearby, idly flipping through a pre-cataclysm fashion magazine unearthed from ancient ruins. Barefoot, her feet swung lazily. Around one delicate ankle shimmered a lightning elemental anklet, studded with diamonds catching the light until it dazzled the eye. Hiss! Ruan recoiled her finger. Sharper than any blade, the magazine's stiff edge had sliced a thin gash across her fingertip. Before even a bead of blood could well up, the wound accelerated as if time itself had leapt forward. Flesh knit seamlessly, the red line faded, vanished. All within 3 seconds. She held her finger aloft, turning it slowly in the light. No scar remained. Lately her body had changed markedly. Not only did wounds heal with uncanny speed, but her skin had grown smoother, like polished Yangji jade, so supple that even the gentlest pressure seemed to draw forth dew. Once 2 steps left her breathless. Now, after an entire night spent with Lu Shiyuan, she rose the next morning to eat breakfast without hesitation. Evidently the effect of that human tranquilizer flowed both ways. While she soothed his volatile psychosis, the S-class energy radiating from him silently nourished her fragile frame. Snap! The pen landed softly on the desk. Lu Shiyuan lifted his gaze, locking instantly onto the finger she'd just withdrawn. Come here. 2 words, devoid of inflection, yet laced with unyielding authority. Ruan dropped the magazine and padded barefoot across the carpet, settling effortlessly onto his lap. He seized her hand, inspecting the vanished wound with meticulous care. His thumb pressed firmly against her fingertip, almost possessive. How did this happen? Cut by paper, she murmured, resting her head upon his shoulder, voice soft and languid. It's already healed. I don't feel a thing. He said nothing, only held her hand tighter, his obsessive claim surging across their shared skin like static. Lately his vigilance had sharpened into near obsession. Before he merely required her within his line of sight. Now he might as well tether her to his belt. Even during a 5-minute briefing, he insisted she sit beside him, scrolling silently on her phone. If she stepped away for even a moment, the air thickened with his chilling, suffocating presence. Knock, knock, knock. The office door sounded. Enter. Qin Feng pushed it open, holding a black, gold-embossed invitation. His expression unreadable. Boss Hope Base has sent emissaries. The smiling Viper himself dispatched it. Qin Feng placed the invitation on the desk and retreated 2 paces, careful not to intrude upon their private sphere. Hope Base, the largest survivor enclave in the neighboring province, second only to Dawn Base in strength. Its leader, a middle-aged man named Wang Zhen, bore the infamous moniker, Smiling Viper, all benevolence on the tongue, betrayal in the shadow. Lu Shiyuan didn't glance at the invitation. One arm circled Ruan's waist, the other toyed absently with her seaweed dark hair. Discard it. No time. Qin Feng remained motionless, his face tightening with reluctant concern. Boss, this one cannot be refused. They convene under the banner of a United Survivor Summit, inviting leaders from over a dozen surrounding enclaves, claiming to negotiate a mutual defense pact against the northern zombie tide. And Qin Feng paused, stealing a cautious glance towards Ruan. Hope Base has recently produced someone extraordinary, a dual elemental adept, one lineage being the exceedingly rare Holy Light Healing. Outside circles call her the Goddess of Healing. Wang Zhen specifically noted in his letter that this goddess may hold the key to curing your condition. The air in the office froze solid. Ruan arched a brow. So it had arrived. The original plotline delayed but inevitable, the healing goddess. Lin won, the secondary female antagonist from the source novel. She appeared pure and guileless, draped in flowing white gowns, radiating saintly halos to all who crossed her path. Yet in truth, she was a master manipulator. In the original narrative, Lin Wan pursued Lu Shiyuan, relentlessly cloaking her schemes beneath the pretense of treatment, while undermining Ruan at every turn. Ruan leaned from Lu Shiyuan's embrace and plucked the invitation from the desk, black silk stock gold foil lettering faintly scented with cheap rose perfume. The Goddess of Healing. She wafted the card beneath her nose, then pulled it away with a wrinkle of distaste. Can she truly cure brother's illness? Then should I step aside? She turned to Lu Shiyuan, blinking wide-eyed, playful teasing. His grip tightened sharply around her waist, nearly crushing her spine. Silence. He snatched the invitation from her fingers, and without glancing at it, ignited a flicker of black lightning at his fingertips. ZZZT. The elegant card dissolved instantly into fine black ash, scattering across the polished surface. Cure me. A cold, mirthless laugh escaped him as he leaned back. Haughty, imperious sovereign. Only you. Anyone else who touches me dies. Qin Feng instinctively shrank back. He'd known it. His boss held no interest whatsoever in this so-called goddess. In Lu Shiyuan's eyes, women fell into only 2 categories: Ruan and everything else. Shall I decline on your behalf? Qin Feng ventured cautiously. No. Lu Shiyuan abruptly reversed course. His gaze lingered on the pile of ash, and something feral gleamed deep within his pupils. We go. Why wouldn't we? When someone extended their face for a blow, refusing would insult the very distance such arrogance had traveled. Moreover, though none dared speak openly within the base, whispers persisted. Fools still coveted Ruan's unique constitution. Hope Base's grand spectacle served only one purpose: to assert dominance, seize Dawn Base's resources, and perhaps most brazenly steal her. Let them witness it firsthand. Who reigns supreme in this apocalypse? Prepare. Lu Shiyuan rose, lifting Ruan effortlessly onto the desk. Bracing his hands on either side of her, he enclosed her entirely within his domain. Retrieved the crimson ceremonial gown from storage. And the pigeon blood ruby set acquired at that auction. Qin Feng blinked in surprise. That crimson gown. A final masterpiece by a pre-cataclysm designer. Woven from mutated fire silk offering armor-grade resilience. Yet its cut was deliberately fiercely audacious. Boss, that's for formal banquets. What? Lu Shiyuan tilted his head, eyes flashing in his eyes. Must I conceal my companion when attending a banquet? Qin Feng snapped his mouth shut. Yes. Immediately. He fled, faster than any hare. Only the two remained. Ruan hooked her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, legs swinging playfully at his hips. Brother, is this a raid? He lowered his face, nose brushing hers. Breaths entwined. Not a raid. A declaration of sovereignty. He bit her lower lip, firm chastising. Let every unworthy I see clearly who she is. She flinched, but didn't retreat. Instead, she surged forward, deepening the kiss. This feverish pathological possession, thrilling beyond measure. Then I must look exquisite. Panting softly, she released him, fingertips tracing the ridge of his Adam's apple. I can't embarrass brother. He captured her hand and kissed each knuckle. You are the most beautiful. Should anyone dare utter otherwise, I'll gouge out their eyes. Departure was scheduled for 3 days hence. For those 72 hours, Dawn Base revolved entirely around Ruan. Stylists, makeup artists, even nail technicians, were excavated by Qin Feng from refugee camps. Inside the fitting room, Ruan stood before a towering floor-length mirror. The crimson gown fit as though forged for her alone. Scarlet mutated silk clinging tightly, sculpting curves that stole breath. The hem split high, reaching her upper thigh. With each step, the long leg adorned with its diamond-studded anklet emerged tantalizingly. Her back bore an expanse of daring cutouts, revealing delicate scapulae and the elegant valley of her spine luminous as moonlit porcelain. Lips stained flame red, hair cascading like ink. Around her throat hung a violet-black crystal pendant, its eerie beauty stark against the scarlet silk. Lu Shiyuan sat on the sofa behind her, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, his gaze riveted, unblinking, unwavering. The stylists held their breath, terrified that one misstep might reduce the salon to rubble. Turn, Lu Shiyuan commanded. Ruan lifted the skirt and spun, fabric billowing like a blooming flower of the underworld. She halted before him, bending slightly, just enough to hint at what lay beneath. Brother, do I look beautiful? He said nothing, crushed the cigarette in his palm, tossed the fragments into the bin, and rose. Stepping before her, he adjusted the slender strap, slipping off her shoulder. Too revealing. His brow furrowed at the blinding expanse of bare skin. He wanted to drape it, conceal it. Only his eyes were permitted that privilege, even a single glance from another constituted theft. Oh darling, that's how evening gowns are made. She pressed his hand, gently cooing. Besides, this fabric repels bullets. And besides, she leaned, close breath warm against his ear. I wear it for them outside. I take it off for you inside. Agreed. His Adam's apple rolled violently. This enchantress, she would be his undoing. He drew a slow, steadying breath, quelling the heat rising in his chest. Slipping off his black military greatcoat, he wrapped her snugly within it, leaving only her small, smiling face exposed. Wear this. Remove it only upon arrival. It was his final concession. Ruan snuggled deeper into the coat, grinning like a cat who'd just stolen cream. On departure day, Dawn Base's convoy rolled forth in solemn majesty. 10 modified heavy armored vehicles led the way. Out at their center loomed an elongated bulletproof off-road limousine. Its roof mounted with heavy machine guns, its matte black hull resembling a slumbering leviathan. Lu Shiyuan sat in the rear seat. Ruan nestled in his arms, idly twisting fragments of the crumpled invitation between her fingers. Hope Base. She watched the ruined landscape blur past the window. Her mind rehearsed the script ahead. That white lotus blossom would surely stage a performance, demonstrating healing powers, publicly invoking moral duty as coercion. Perhaps even planting stooges to elevate herself by tearing others down. All predictable, all rehearsed. Yet, Ruan shifted comfortably, twirling Lu Shiyuan's long fingers between her own. Before absolute power, every shade of deceit was mere farce. What are you thinking? He sensed her distraction, pinching her earlobe lightly. About the healing goddess, she answered honestly. If she truly cures your affliction, would you discard me? A question designed to trap. Lu Shiyuan didn't hesitate, not for a heartbeat. He gripped the nape of her neck, forcing her gaze upward. Dim light bathed the cabin. Within his obsidian eyes churned a storm that chilled the soul. Ruan. He spoke her full name. Say that again, and I'll lock you in bed. Nowhere will you go. Ruan instinctively shrank. Fine. This rabid possessiveness proved more potent than any healing artifice. The convoy surged into the wasteland. Dust roiled skyward, half obscuring the horizon. Ahead, a colossal steel fortress emerged from the haze. Hope Base. Arrived. Lu Shiyuan studied the impregnable citadel looming in the distance. A cruel smile curved his lips. He pressed Ruan's palm flat against his chest. Beneath her palm pulsed a rhythm, not of life, but of hunger, for slaughter. Go. Let us teach them what true order means. The roar of engines gradually faded across the desolate wasteland. A colossal steel gate loomed ahead studded with grotesque iron spikes, dozens of heavy machine guns swiveled atop, watchtowers their black muzzles locking onto the foreign convoy. Hope Base had been reached. No sooner had the convoy halted than several guards clad in exoskeletal armor surrounded it. Guns still raised unwavering. Kill your engines. Everyone out. The lead guard, a scarred brute, rapped sharply on the bulletproof glass, his arrogance palpable. Qinfeng lowered the window halfway and handed out the credentials. Dawn Base. Invited guests. The scarred man snatched the pass, glanced at it dismissively, then tossed it onto the ground and ground it beneath his boot. Light or no light, you've crossed into Hope Base's territory. Here, even dragons coil low and tigers lie still. His gaze slid past Qinfeng, lingering greedily over the indistinct figure seated in the rear. Though obscured by specially treated one-way glass, the silhouette and that faint, elusive fragrance were undeniably exquisite. Zombie virus mutations have escalated recently. For safety, all outsiders must undergo full-body searches. The scarred man pointed toward the back seat. Especially that woman. Step out and remove your coat for inspection. Qinfeng's expression darkened. His hand already rested on the pistol at his waist. This was no inspection. It was a calculated display of dominance. Before Qinfeng could react, the rear window descended slowly. Lu Shiyuan sat cloaked in shadow, idly flipping a metallic lighter open and shut, the crisp click-click echoing like a metronome. He did not glance at the scarred man. His eyes remained fixed on the sapphire flame dancing at his fingertip. What did you say? The words were barely a whisper, yet the air temperature plummeted several degrees. The scarred man staggered half a step back under the invisible pressure, but emboldened by home turf, he bellowed defiantly, I said, search her. That's protocol. Don't think being Lu Shiyuan grants you immunity. Boom. A bolt of violet-black lightning struck without warning from the heavens. No wind-up. No warning. The checkpoint booth, forged from specialized alloy, and the scarred man's rifle alike dissolved instantly into molten slag. A searing wave blasted outward, singeing the eyebrows of nearby guards. The scarred man collapsed backward onto the ground, his trousers soaked through with terror. That bolt had grazed his scalp. A deviation of merely 1 centimeter would have melted not his weapon, but his skull. My vehicle, is it yours to search? Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand, not deigning even a second glance at the crumpled wretch. Get out of my way. Guards scattered in blind panic, scrambling aside like startled insects. The once tight cordon crumbling instantly. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from within the gates. Misunderstanding. Entirely a misunderstanding. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit strode forward, briskly flanked by an entourage of armed escorts. Wang Jun, the commander of Hope Base. Benevolent-faced, perpetually smiling, he resembled nothing so much as a retired schoolteacher, if not for the apocalyptic world surrounding him. Brother Lu, my subordinates acted recklessly, offending such esteemed guests. Rest assured I'll discipline them severely. Wang Jun kicked the scarred man aside and rushed forward, beaming warmly, as though the thunderbolt that nearly leveled the gate had never occurred. Please come in. The welcome banquet is prepared. We've been awaiting you. Lu Shiyuan remained seated. Leaning back, he swept Wang Jun a cold, appraising look through the tinted window. Commander Wang's hospitality is indeed distinctive. Wang Jun's smile stiffened for a fleeting instant, then smoothed seamlessly back into place. Oh, come now. Harsh times demand stern measures. Subordinates occasionally overextend themselves. He gestured, and the massive steel gates groaned open in unison. Brother Lu, please enter. The convoy rolled forward. Ruan nestled against Lu Shiyuan's chest, peering through the window at this so-called Hope Base. Unlike Dawn Base's post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic, this place bristled with soaring metallic architecture, streets gleamed pristine, even flickering holographic billboards pulsed overhead. It appeared prosperous, advanced. Yet Ruan sensed something deeply wrong. Pedestrians lining the sidewalks wore identical gray uniforms, numbers stamped over their chests, faces eerily vacant. They halted upon the convoy's passage and bowed in perfect mechanical unison, like automatons programmed to obey. Don't like it here. Lu Shiyuan felt the subtle tension coiling in her frame and gently squeezed her palm. She buried her face in his chest, voice muffled. The scent here is unpleasant, disinfectant masking decay. More nauseating than zombies themselves. Lu Shiyuan curved his lips, twirling a strand of her hair between his fingers. Then let's tear it all down. His tone was effortless, akin to discarding an unwanted toy. The convoy halted before a sumptuous white edifice. VIP residence. Wang Jun had arranged everything meticulously, the entire building cleared exclusively for Dawn Base personnel. Scarcely had they alighted when medical staff in white coats approached en masse. At their head stood a young woman. Immaculate white gown, long hair cascading over bare shoulders, face untouched by cosmetics, yet radiating ethereal grace. Lin Wan, the legendary goddess of healing. She held a diagnostic scanner, her gaze sweeping past the crowd to fix unerringly upon Lu Shiyuan. In that instant, raw admiration, an absolute unyielding possession, flashed across her eyes. This was true strength. Only a man like this deserved her, the chosen one. Commander Lu. Lin Wan stepped forward, her voice soft melodic, imbued with a soothing resonance that calmed the very soul. I am Lin Wan, responsible for your physical assessments. I understand you suffer from chronic agitation syndrome. Fortunately, my ability proves remarkably effective against it. Might I? Her fingertips shimmered with a gentle silvery luminescence. Confident. Elegant. Certain no tormented soul could resist such salvation. Ruan stood beside Lu Shiyuan, observing the rival from the original narrative. Indeed, a masterful player, striking directly at the wound, posing as savior. Alas, she faced Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He swept Ruan into his arms horizontally, and strode inside his black military greatcoat, enveloping her completely. Step aside. 2 words, colder than the lightning before it. Lin Wan's hand froze midair, the sacred glow flickered twice then died. Her smile nearly shattered. Dozens of eyes, Dawn Base soldiers, Hope Base attendants, witnessed her public dismissal. It stung more than any slap. Commander Lu. Lin Wan pursued him, a single step, voice strained. Untreated agitation syndrome will utterly shatter your spiritual sea. I act only for your sake. Bang. The response was the heavy blast, door slamming shut, its edge grazing her high nose bridge, sending up a puff of dust. Lin Wan stared, fists clenched, nails biting deep into her palms. Refuse the wine, and you'll drink the poison. When he lost control at tonight's banquet, she'd watch him beg on his knees. Inside the chamber, Lu Shiyuan placed Ruan upon the vast velvet circular bed. He didn't rise immediately. Instead, bracing himself above her, hands planted on either side, caging her between his body and the mattress. An intensely predatory aura descended instantly. Were you watching her just now, eh? Lu Shiyuan held her gaze, thumb brushing her cheek. Downstairs, Ruan had watched Lin Wan several times, provoking his ire. Profound, incandescent ire. She blinked, arms looping around his neck, pressing her nose playfully against his jaw. She's quite beautiful, isn't she? And she glows like a lamp. Lu Shiyuan scoffed. Ugly. Blindingly so. The light hurts the eyes. He dipped low, biting her lower lip. Never look at anyone else again. Neither man nor woman. Ruan whimpered softly, but didn't pull away. Only smiled sweeter. All right, only you, brother. Shall we change now, eh? She gestured toward the gift box beside them, the crimson ceremonial gown prepared before departure. Lu Shiyuan rose, retrieved the box, and opened it. Flames of crimson mutant silk spilled forth, vibrant as living fire. He lifted Ruan from the bed and deftly unfastened each button along her garment. Layer by layer it fell away, until her luminous alabaster body stood revealed in the air. Lu Shiyuan's breath deepened ragged. He lifted the red gown and slipped it over her form. It clung like a second skin, every curve sculpted with breathtaking precision, especially the daring high slit. Any movement exposed her entire leg. And the plunging back, her scapulae poised like unfolding wings, her spine a deep, seductive valley, beauty so potent it bordered on sin. Lu Shiyuan stood behind her, studying her reflection in the mirror, crimson against ivory, purity fused with temptation. 2 irreconcilable essences harmonized into lethal allure. He regretted it. He no longer wished to take her outside. He wanted to weld this door shut, lock her inside, keep her wholly, irrevocably his. Brother. Ruan saw his shadowed, inscrutable expression in the mirror and waved her hand before his eyes. What's wrong? Not beautiful enough. Lu Shiyuan caught her wrist, turning her fully to face him. His gaze settled on her slender neck, where a faint crimson mark bloomed. A trace from last night's loss of control. Though her regenerative capacity was formidable, the mark lingered, vivid against her snow-pale skin. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted. He refused to let another see it. This was his brand, private, absolute. He turned, strode to the nightstand, opened its drawer, and withdrew a black velvet box. Inside lay a black velvet collar, 2 fingers wide, centered with a blood-red gemstone encircled by minuscule black diamonds. This was no mere ornament. Forged from the hide of an S-class, mutated black panther, it bore an intricately carved miniature lightning defense formation. Tilt your head back. Lu Shiyuan returned with the collar. Ruan obediently lifted her chin, exposing her vulnerable throat. The cool velvet brushed her skin. Click. The clasp snapped shut, clean, resonant. The black band hugged her neck, perfectly concealing the mark entirely. The blood-red stone rested precisely below her throat's delicate prominence, rising and falling with each breath. In that moment she ceased to be the fragile heiress. She became a golden canary exquisitely tended by a demon. Beautiful, breakable, yet utterly possessed. Lu Shiyuan surveyed his creation, satisfied. His thumb pressed lightly upon the gemstone. Never remove it. He leaned close to her, ear, voice gravel rough, edged with ruthless intent. This is a collar. Wear it, and you are mine. There is no escape. Ruan did not flinch, not even a flicker of anger. Instead, she touched the collar, eyes crinkling with delight. Woof! She mimicked a puppy's yelp, soft, sweet, utterly devoid of threat. Then master must hold the leash tightly. What if wicked people steal me away? Lu Shiyuan seized her nape and kissed her fiercely, silencing that honeyed mouth completely. Only when Ruan's breath grew shallow did he relent, then gently smoothed her disheveled hair. Steal you? Lu Shiyuan took her hand, interlacing their fingers. His obsidian eyes churned with apocalyptic fury. Let anyone dare reach for you. I'll sever their hands. Stay close to me. The grand banquet hall on the top floor of the VIP building stood behind tightly shut doors. Inside, the gentle strains of a violin drifted faintly outward, separating this realm of light and elegance from the outside world steeped in gunpowder smoke and decay, as though they existed in entirely different dimensions. Qin Feng stepped forward and pushed open the heavy, intricately carved door. Light, blinding chandeliers poured forth in torrents of crystalline brilliance. Lu Shiyuan did not rush to enter. He paused in the doorway's shadow, raised his hand, and slowly unfastened the black military greatcoat wrapped around Su Ruan. Each button popped loose with deliberate precision. The coat slid away, and Qin Feng caught it deftly before it touched the floor. That flash of crimson erupted into view, unshielded, undeniable, before every pair of eyes. The banquet hall, moments earlier abuzz with clinking glasses and hushed conversation, froze as if time itself had been suspended. Silence absolute and suffocating. The only sound was a violinist's trembling bow producing a jarring dissonant screech. In this desolate era, scarce in resources, brutal in survival, beauty and refinement had long since faded from memory. Everywhere one looked, gray walls, brown bloodstains, black shambling corpses. Yet now, Su Ruan stood there clad in a fiery red gown woven from mutated silkworm fibers, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels gleaming beneath her. Her skin glowed with luminous pallor, her lips burned with incandescent scarlet. Especially the black velvet choker at her throat, set with a blood-red gemstone, that shimmered with an eerie, otherworldly luster under the lights. She was the kind of siren once confined to vintage high-fashion magazines of the old world. No, those magazine women were static, lifeless. She was alive, vibrantly, fiercely alive. So much so that men would gladly surrender their very lives for just one glance from her. A soft, audible gulp echoed sharply across the hushed hall. Greed. Oh, jealousy. Raw, unfiltered desire. Countless gazes clung to her like viscous tar, desperate to peel away that thin veil of crimson silk. Lu Shiyuan took a single step forward. His combat boot struck the carpet with a muffled thud. Thump. That single sound resonated like a hammer blow against every heart in the room. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Above them, the massive crystal chandelier flickered twice, its bulbs emitting strained, crackling electricity. Zzzt. Black arcs of lightning danced across Lu Shiyuan's fingertips, snaking up his arms, before coalescing into a terrifying electromagnetic field that pulsed around him. The men who moments ago had stared brazenly at Su Ruan now recoiled, eyes burning as if pierced by needles. As they dropped their gazes, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. That was the warning of an S-class transmutant. Look again, and your eyes would be gouged out. Lu Shiyuan found the effect deeply satisfying. He reached out and drew Su Ruan's bare waist into his embrace. His palms seared hot against her smooth skin, its rough texture making her shiver faintly. Let's go. Guiding her with unwavering composure, he strode straight through the parted crowd toward the central head table. A path opened before them, people instinctively recoiling from the lethal magnetic aura encircling him. Su Ruan leaned into his chest, chin lifted ever so slightly. She could feel the shift in those stares upon her. From covetous hunger to visceral dread. Was this the thrill of borrowing another's power, the fox cloaked in the tiger's might? Exhilarating. Several figures already occupied the head table. Wang Zhen sat at its center. Seeing them approach, his smile stiffened for a fleeting instant, then vanished as he sprang upright, pulling out 2 chairs with exaggerated warmth. Brother Lu, sister-in-law, please sit down. That dress, absolutely stunning. A perfect match for you, sister-in-law. As he bantered, Wang Zhen discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, that wave of killing intent. Even he, an awakened leader himself, had felt his pulse stutter in fear. Lu Shiyuan ignored him entirely. First he gently seated Su Ruan, then bent low to adjust her skirt, carefully covering the exposed curve of her thigh, before finally taking his seat beside her. His movements were effortless, even practiced, like a devoted servant tending his sovereign. Onlookers gaped stunned. Was this truly the same Lu Shiyuan, the legendary mad dog, said to slaughter without mercy, erupting in fury at the slightest provocation? This was unmistakably a devoted husband, loyal beyond measure. No sooner had Su Ruan settled than a hostile gaze struck her from across the table. She lifted her eyes. Directly opposite sat a woman in white. Lin Wan. She had changed attire. If downstairs she'd worn functional workwear, this ensemble was a meticulously crafted battle gown. A pure white gown, unadorned, austere, cinched at the waist by a slender silver sash. Her hair was simply drawn back, secured by a wooden hairpin. She radiated serene purity, like a white lotus blooming defiantly amid ruins. Her immaculate whiteness formed the sharpest possible contrast against Su Ruan's audacious crimson. A red rose versus a white one. A temptress versus a saint. Lin Wan held a glass of red wine, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the choker at Su Ruan's throat. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. So she truly was just a plaything, collared like a dog, and yet prancing about smug and self-satisfied. Only a soul stripped of dignity would sell her body merely to survive. Lin Wan set down her glass and offered a practiced, compassionate smile. Commander Lu. Her voice rang clear and crystalline across the hall. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Lin Wan, a dual-awakened transmutant specializing in holy light healing. She emphasized dual-awakened and healing with deliberate weight. In this apocalyptic age, dual-awakened transmutants were rarer than phoenix feathers, and healers even more precious than giant pandas. That was her confidence. That was her license to challenge him openly. Earlier downstairs amidst the crowd and noise, I didn't have the chance to speak properly. Ruan lifted her wine glass, raising it across the circular table toward Lu Shiyuan. I've heard Commander Lu suffers severely from chronic mania, sleepless nights, episodes of violent loss of control. Fortunately, my ability possesses extraordinary efficacy against psychic trauma. If you'll permit it, I'd like to offer you a full course of deep-level psychic integration therapy. After all, a warrior of your caliber isn't merely your own possession. You embody humanity's last hope. Your body belongs not only to you, but to all mankind. Such words, elegant, righteous, poised. They displayed her value while anchoring her firmly atop the moral high ground. Guests nodded approvingly. Indeed, Miss Lin is our living bodhisattva here. It was she who calmed that rampaging high-tier transmutant last month. If Commander Lu receives Miss Lin's treatment, it will be a true union of titans. All eyes waited expectantly for Lu Shiyuan's nod. For high-tier transmutants, mania was a death sentence. No one could refuse the lure of survival. Ruan held a small silver fork, delicately piercing a slice of chocolate mousse on her plate. At these words, her hand never faltered. Only inwardly did she roll her eyes. Deep-level integration. According to the original text, that depth required locking the two participants alone in a room, merging spiritual energies. In plain terms, it was psychic cultivation through intimate resonance. That scheme was so loud she could hear its echo from the dawnlight base. Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his chair, idly twirling an empty wine glass in his fingers, never once glancing toward her. No time. 2 words, brutal, final, clogged Ruan's throat mid-sentence. Ruan's smile nearly cracked. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the fire rising within her, struggling to preserve her saintly facade. Commander Lu may not fully grasp the scope of my abilities. My healing art does more than soothe pain. It repairs fractured spirit seas. This remains the sole, known method of treatment. Will you truly gamble your life on pride? She pressed forward relentlessly, her tone edged with reproach as if addressing a stubborn child refusing medicine. Then, a soft silken laugh broke the tension. Hee. Ruan set down her fork and licked a trace of cream from her lower lip. She tilted her head, gazing innocently at Ruan across the table. Big sister, is that your profession? A doctor? But, my brother's health is perfectly fine. Ruan blinked her large dewy eyes, her gaze sweeping over Lu Shiyuan, then settling deliberately on his collar. Their several buttons remained undone, revealing faint livid scratch marks. Her handiwork from last night. Last night brother stayed awake the entire time playing with me. Her cheeks flushed faintly, her voice quiet, yet carrying perfectly to the entire table. His spirit is utterly vibrant. What need does he have for treatment? Wang Jin mid-sip choked and sprayed water across the table. Others straining to eavesdrop wore awkward stifled grins, dying to laugh, but too terrified to do so. That metaphorical vehicle, launched without warning. Lu Shiyuan turned his head, studying the woman beside him. She tilted her head sideways, wearing an expression of pure, guileless bewilderment, as if genuinely questioning whether she'd spoken wrongly. Yet beneath the table, her bare foot unshod crept slowly up his pant leg. Restless, defiant. Lu Shiyuan's pupils darkened. He reached beneath the table, his hand closing firmly around her mischievous foot, gripping it tightly in his palm. A reprimand. And an invitation. Ahem. Lu Shiyuan cleared his throat, masking the sudden tightness in his voice. He picked up his napkin and tenderly wiped away the last trace of cream clinging to Ruan's lip. Don't talk while eating. You'll choke. His tone dripped with indulgence, thick as honey. Then slowly he turned his head, bestowing upon Ruan a single dismissive glance. Did you hear that? I'm in perfect health. I require no outsider's concern. Outsider. She was an outsider. That frivolous, simpering creature. Was she the insider? Humiliation flared so violently it scorched her reason. The goddess-like composure shattered. Commander Lu. Ruan slammed her wineglass down onto the table. A few drops of wine splashed onto the white linen, staining it crimson. Your so-called perfect health is merely temporary suppression, isn't it? And what sustains it? Her gaze slashed like a blade across Ruan's form. This woman. Forgive my candor. Ruan rose, standing tall and authoritative as she pointed directly at Ruan. What use is she? No awakened ability. No combat prowess. Not even capable of defending herself. In this apocalypse, she is nothing but dead weight. A parasite clinging to strength for survival. You treat such a person as treasure and reject professional treatment for her sake. This is nothing short of foolishness. Those final 2 words struck with the force of a thunderclap. Silence crashed over the hall once more. Every guest stared at Ruan in horror. She was mad. Utterly mad. To dare call Lu Shiyuan foolish to his face. To publicly strip Ruan bare. Didn't everyone know Ruan was his most inviolable taboo? Lu Shiyuan remained still, but the air around him warped. Silver cutlery trembled on the table, humming with rising resonance. The precursor to magnetic collapse. Just as he prepared to reduce that reckless woman to ash, a soft, delicate hand pressed gently upon his arm. Ruan. She wasn't angry. Her smile, if anything, had grown sweeter. She swallowed the last bite of cake, then dabbed her fingers clean with her napkin. Then, she stood, though shorter than Lin Wan, lacking her commanding presence. Her mere stance exuded innate nobility and haughty grace, so potent it visibly eclipsed Lin Wan's authority. Su Ruan lifted a hand to her choker, her fingertip tracing the blood-red gemstone. Miss Lin speaks truth. I possess no awakened ability. I hold no power. Even this choker, I wear because brother fears I'll wander off and gave it to me as a safeguard. She displayed the collar, symbol of possession and restraint, openly unashamed. Not as a mark of shame, but as a crown she chose to wear. But, Su Ruan shifted her tone. She walked behind Lu Shiyuan and slipped her arms around his neck, leaning her full weight against his back. Her chin rested atop his head. Facing Lin Wan, she flashed a grin both insolent and dazzling. I make brother happy. I make him lower his blade, even mid-murder, just by meeting his gaze. I make him lay the world's greatest treasures at my feet, just to hear me call him husband. Su Ruan tilted her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes glittered, venomous and chanting. Miss Lin, can you? A fatal strike. That single question trampled every shred of Lin Wan's pride, every asset she possessed, every illusion of superiority, into dust. Can you? You cannot. No matter how formidable your ability, how lofty your status. In his eyes you are merely background noise. An expendable extra, discarded without hesitation. Lin Wan's face flushed a deep, mortified purple. She opened her mouth to retort, yet found herself utterly speechless. Because it was truth, naked, brutal, irrefutable. Lu Shiyuan laughed, a low, resonant chuckle vibrating from deep within his chest. Joy. Unrestrained exhilaration. He turned, seized Su Ruan's nape, and pulled her down, kissing her sharp, clever mouth fiercely before hundreds of witnesses. Well said. When the kiss ended, he released her, thumb brushing across her glistening lower lip. His obsidian eyes, once storm-dark with violence, now overflowed with nothing but tender adoration. Even if you are worthless, you are my worthlessness. He turned, fixing Lin Wan, now pale as chalk, with a gaze no longer dismissive, but lethally intent. This time it was not indifference, it was murder made manifest. Understood. My medicine has only one name, hers. As for you. Lu Shiyuan snapped his fingers. A thin arc of electricity shot forth, striking Lin Wan's wineglass with surgical precision. Crack. Shards exploded outward. Red wine drenched her front. Her pristine white gown was instantly stained with a grotesque vivid crimson, rendering her pitifully disheveled. Do not insult her again. Otherwise, it won't be the glass that shatters. It will be your skull. The sharp, brittle shatter of glass echoed through the grand hall. Crimson wine stained Lin Wan's pristine white dress, spreading like an ugly scar. Guests held their breath. No one dared provoke misfortune in that charged silence. Lin Wan dug her nails deep into her palms, nearly piercing flesh. She drew a slow, steadying breath and forced a rigid, brittle smile onto her face. Commander Lu is absolutely correct. I have lost composure. Adaptability, knowing when to bend, when to break. A formidable adversary indeed. Wang Zhen, sensing the tension curdling into hostility, stepped forward to mediate. Ah, this is all just a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. Tonight's purpose is camaraderie, not conflict, and the demonstration of our evolved abilities. Let us not let trifles tarnish goodwill. He clapped sharply. Overhead lights flared brilliantly across the hall's center. Now that everyone has assembled, let us begin our signature event, the ability exhibition. Let each of you witness humanity's evolutionary triumph in this apocalyptic age. This was the banquet's true centerpiece. Though termed an exhibition, it was in essence a display of raw power. One by one, psychics from various strongholds took the stage. Fireballs, ice spears, earthen ramparts, flying wildly, battle roaring with dazzling intensity. Lu Shiyuan had no patience for such child's play. Leaning back in his chair, he peeled a mutated tangerine, its pith stripped clean, feeding each segment tenderly into Su Ruan's mouth. Su Ruan chewed with cheeks puffed, like a contented hamster, utterly indifferent to the volatile energies streaking past her, until Lin Wan stepped onto the stage. She had changed into a fresh gown, reapplied her makeup with meticulous care, and now stood at the center of the arena, radiant, serene, untouchable, the very embodiment of divine grace. I humbly offer my modest skill. Lin Wan inclined her head slightly. Every ounce of dignity lost moments before would be reclaimed. Here now, at the edge of the arena, a soldier, his legs severed earlier during sparring, charred and splintered, was carried in on a stretcher. His wound was black and bone, jutting grotesquely through torn flesh. Lin Wan approached, hovering her hands above the ruin. A low hum resonated. Soft, milky white light cascaded from her palms. Where the light touched, necrotic tissue sloughed away, pink granulation tissue pulsed visibly, knitting itself together with impossible speed. The soldier's contorted, agonized expression softened into quiet repose. Within 5 minutes, his severed limb regenerated, whole, seamless, leaving only a faint rose-pink trace where scar tissue might have been. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. A miracle. This is divine providence. Unbelievable. Is this the legendary holy light healing? So long as there remains a single breath, Miss Lin can restore life itself. Thunderous applause erupted. Eyes turned toward Lin Wan. burning with fervent, unbridled devotion. In a world where death lurked around every corner, a master-level healing adept was walking immunity, a living guarantee against oblivion. Lin Yuan basked in the adulation radiant under the spotlight. Wiping fine beads of sweat from her brow, she turned, her gaze slicing cleanly through the crowd to fix with unnerving precision upon the woman at the head table who calmly ate tangerines. A challenge, blunt, unvarnished, deliberate. Miss Su, her voice amplified, reverberated across every corner of the hall. How do you assess my ability? Su Ruan swallowed the last morsel, blinking innocently. It's quite good. Next time he breaks his leg again, he can come back for repairs. A stifled snort escaped someone's lips. To call healing a repair service. Only she would dare speak so plainly. Lin Yuan's smile thinned almost imperceptibly. She advanced a single step, locking eyes with Su Ruan. Miss Su possesses remarkable wit. Yet in this apocalypse, wit cannot shield you from death. Only true strength grants one the right to stand beside Commander Lu, as his ally, not his burden. A vase may be exquisite, but it is fragile. Her gaze flickered pointedly toward the collar around Su Ruan's throat, and once shattered, it becomes nothing but refuse. The word struck with brutal finality, public, humiliating, absolute. Lu Shiyuan's fingers stilled mid-peel. The air grew thick, suffocating. Then, a faint crystalline crack echoed from above. No one noticed that the chandelier's mounting point, several screws had silently sheared away. Someone was orchestrating this. This was no accident. An instant later, boom, a multi-hundred-pound crystal chandelier plummeted without warning. Its trajectory locked precisely onto Su Ruan seated at the head table. Screams tore through the hall. At such proximity, such velocity, even adepts couldn't react in time. That delicate, pampered young lady would be crushed into pulp. A flash of cruel satisfaction flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Shatter. Let it all end cleanly. Yet, no blood, no carnage followed. Lu Shiyuan hadn't even shifted in his seat. He simply raised his left-hand palm upward, executing a subtle suspended gesture. Zzz. A dense violet lightning net materialized mid-air, cradling the falling chandelier with surgical precision. Its crushing momentum dissipated instantly within the lattice. Then, Lu Shiyuan clenched his fist. Pop. Crystal metal frame, and all dissolved into shimmering dust within the web. Glistening motes drifted down like a lavish diamond rain. Su Ruan sat unmoved, her hair not a strand disturbed. She reached up, catching a few glinting particles on her palm, then blew gently. Oh, how beautiful. Silence descended, absolute stunned. Was this the terrifying mastery of an S-class lightning adept? Capable not only of annihilation, but of reducing hundreds of pounds of solid matter into weightless ash in an instant. But no one saw. Lu Shiyuan's right hand, hidden beneath the table, gripped the edge of the oak tabletop with lethal force. The hardwood splintered into fine sawdust beneath his fingers. Veins throbbed violently along his temple, tense, pulsing, exposed. That exquisitely controlled maneuver had detonated his already unstable spiritual sea. Rampant energy surged through his veins, threatening to rupture them. His skull screamed with agony, a primal bloodthirsty urge to obliterate everything clawed at the edges of his consciousness. The air warped, vibrating ominously. Porcelain plates fractured with spiderweb cracks. Those nearby choked, strangled by an invisible, suffocating grip. Commander. Qin Feng was first to sense the shift, his cry sharp with alarm. Danger. His spiritual energy is spiraling out of control. Lin Yuan's eyes ignited, bright, predatory. Opportunity. This was the perfect moment she'd waited for. Lu Shiyuan teetering on the brink of collapse, vulnerable, desperate for guidance. If she intervened now, soothing his spiritual sea with her healing aura, he would finally recognize her as the one indispensable to him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan swept forward, skirts billowing, her palms glowing once more with that sacred milky white radiance. Commander, don't move. Your spiritual sea is destabilizing, extremely dangerous. Let me stabilize it, now. She lunged to his side, reaching for his temples. That certainty, that savior's posture, as if she already owned him. Get away. The roar cracked like thunder. Lu Shiyuan whipped his arm sideways, a colossal lightning whip lashing forth, striking directly into Lin Yuan's cherished healing light. Crack. Her luminous aura shattered instantly. Lin Yuan flew backward like a broken marionette, hurled by sheer, devastating force. She crashed hard onto a buffet table 5 meters away. A cacophony of shattering porcelain, splintering glass, and cascading food. Cake and broth smeared her from head to toe. The immaculate healer lay sprawled, filthy, disheveled, grotesque, like a beggar dragged from a refuse heap. Cough, cough. Blood welled at the corner of her mouth. Her face twisted in disbelief. Why? I am the only one who can save you. Have you gone mad? Lu Shiyuan was teetering on madness. Crimson bled into his irises, threatening to overflow. Purple arcs erupted uncontrollably from his body, omnipresent, indiscriminate. The prelude to total annihilation. Guests scrambled in blind panic toward the exit. S-class self-destruction meant the entire base would be erased. At that razor's edge, a small soft hand settled lightly atop Lu Shiyuan's knotted, vein-ridden wrist. No psychic resonance. No holy luminescence. Just a simple, ordinary touch. Then fingers interlacing firmly. Big brother. Su Ruan's voice honey-soft and quiet pierced effortlessly through the storm's deafening roar. Your hand is so cold. Warm it for me. Miraculously, the cataclysmic world-ending energy surging within him recoiled upon contact, as if meeting its natural predator, and fell utterly still. The crimson receded from his eyes like ebbing tide. Taut muscles slackened. The warping air stilled, returning to calm. Errant lightning threads obediently retracted into his body. All within 3 seconds. A calamity poised to erase existence dissolved into silence. Absolute stillness descended, so profound a pin drop would echo like thunder. Every pair of eyes stared wide with incredulity, as though witnessing sorcery. The psychosis Lin Wan had strained every fiber to soothe. The spiritual collapse declared terminal by every expert. Had it truly been cured by that woman's mere handshake? Was this science? Was this logic? Wang Zhen's cigar slipped from his lips, burning a hole through his trousers, unfelt. Lin Wan lay motionless on the floor, dazed, whispering hollowly. Impossible. This is impossible. She has no ability. She's merely human. How could this be? Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip around Su Ruan's hand. That familiar cool serenity flowed up his arm, soothing his entire being. More potent than any drug, more addictive than any healing art. He inhaled deeply, drawing Su Ruan closer into his embrace, resting his chin gently atop her hair. He had returned to life. Next time, don't bring me to events like this. Lu Shiyuan lifted his gaze, scanning the frozen assembly, before fixing it cold and contemptuous upon the ruined figure of Lin Wan. His revulsion was absolute, as if observing a foul, clinging insect beneath his boot. Your healing art is worthless to me. The light is tainted. The scent is overwhelming. Do not approach me again. Lu Shiyuan rose, lifting Su Ruan effortlessly into his arms. I find it nauseating. He didn't spare Lin Wan another glance, marching resolutely toward the exit. Qin Feng hurried after him, pausing briefly beside Lin Wan. Looking down at the once unassailable goddess now caked in filth and humiliation, he shook his head. Miss Lin, some things were never yours to claim. Do not reach for them. You'll lose your hand. The heavy doors slammed shut behind them, sealing the chaos and shock inside. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Ruan nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms, idly twisting the buttons of his coat. Big brother was fierce just now. You made that pretty lady spit blood. Lu Shiyuan kept his eyes closed, savoring her warmth, her presence against him. I spared her life. That was entirely for your sake. Had he not feared frightening this delicate creature in his arms, that bolt would not have struck her light, but her crown. So am I stronger than that healing goddess. Su Ruan tilted her chin up, seeking praise. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes. His gaze was fathomless dark. He caught her jaw gently, biting softly, playfully, on those endlessly chattering lips. You are my life. She is nothing. Is that even comparable? Su Ruan. His love language was undeniably, brutally uncompromising. That chandelier. Lu Shiyuan spoke suddenly, voice glacial. Was no accident. Su Ruan nodded. I know. A metal adept severed those bolts. From that corner, just now. Though powerless herself, she'd read the original text, and sensed malice with preternatural acuity. Lu Shiyuan's lips curved, fin sharp-edged with bloodlust. Excellent. Daring to strike at you beneath my very gaze. Then this hope base deserves a new sovereign. Outside the window, night pressed in, dense ink black. A storm of slaughter brewed in the dark. At its heart, Su Ruan yawned, settling deeper into Lu Shiyuan's embrace, drifting into sleep. As long as he was near, even if the heavens collapsed, a taller shoulder would bear the weight. Qin Feng's words had barely faded, and his hand had not yet touched the handle of the ornately carved door. Crack. A crisp, brittle sound of shattering exploded in the deathly silent hall. It was not the wine glass before Lin Wan. It was the priceless antique teacup in Wang Zhen's hand on the main table. Shards of porcelain flew, and scalding tea splashed across the floor. Suddenly from outside the tightly shut door came a perfectly synchronized stomp of footsteps, heavy as iron hammers pounding on the heart. Boom. The door was violently smashed open from the outside. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers surged in like a black tide, their dark muzzles instantly raised, densely locking onto the 3 people standing at the entrance. Lu Shiyuan, Su Ruan, and Qin Feng. Red laser sighting dots danced on Lu Shiyuan's black military coat, like a swarm of bloodthirsty flies. Brother Lu leaving so soon. Wang Zhen sat at the head table, the mask of benevolence finally torn from his face. He wiped the tea stains from his hands with deliberate slowness, his murky old eyes brimming with calculation and greed. The meal isn't over, the show isn't finished. Leaving in such a hurry. Are you giving me Wang no face at all? Lin Wan scrambled up from the ground, not even bothering to wipe the dirt from her clothes. She stared fixedly at Su Ruan, who was held protectively in Lu Shiyuan's arms, her nails digging red marks into her palm. Stop them. Lin Wan screamed, her originally clear voice now sharp and piercing. That woman is strange. She is the virus host. She must never leave alive. Lu Shiyuan has been controlled by her. As long as that woman is killed, Commander Lu can return to normal. This accusation was heavy enough. It gave Wang Zhen a reason to act, while satisfying her own selfish desire for Su Ruan's death. Wang Zhen stood up and waved his hand. The encirclement instantly shrank by half. The soldier's fingers rested on the triggers, waiting only for the order to turn the three into sieves. Lu Shiyuan. Wang Zhen no longer addressed him as brother. He greedily stared at the badge on Lu Shiyuan's chest, symbolizing an S-rank superpowered individual, and then glanced at Ruan. I know you are strong, but this is Hope Base. This banquet hall is buried with 3 tons of high explosives and the walls are made of insulated alloy. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than an explosion? Wang Zhen was confident of victory. He stepped forward 2 paces, revealing his true intentions. Hand over that S-rank lightning-type crystal core. And that woman. Leave her here for me to experiment on to develop antibodies. That would be her final contribution to humanity. As long as you agree to these 2 conditions, I will let you live. The air froze. Qin Feng's hand had already reached for the tactical dagger at his waist, a fine layer of cold sweat beating on his forehead. 3 tons of explosives. Was this old bastard insane, planning to die together? Everyone expected Lu Shiyuan to erupt in rage, to fight, or at least to negotiate. But he did not. He did not even glance at the gun barrels aimed at his head. Lu Shiyuan, holding Ruan, turned and walked back a few steps. He stopped at an empty table nearest the door, set Ruan down on a chair, and pulled out the chair beside her to sit. His posture was as relaxed as if he were sunbathing in his own backyard. On the table was a plate of freshly served poached shrimp still steaming. Lu Shiyuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing a section of his muscular forearm. He reached out and picked up a shrimp, peeled the shell. His movements were elegant and fluid. His slender fingers deftly removed the head, tore off the shell, and deveined the shrimp. The white tender shrimp meat fell into the small bone dish. He picked up another, continued peeling. Several hundred people in the hall with several hundred guns stood dumbfounded, watching this man, known as the strongest human, at a moment of life and death, focus entirely on peeling shrimp for the woman in his arms. Wang Zhen's face twitched. The humiliation of being ignored made his temples throb. Lu Shiyuan, I am talking to you. Do you really think I wouldn't dare, eh? Lu Shiyuan fed the 3rd peeled shrimp to Ruan's lips. Eat. Ruan opened her mouth, took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. A bit overcooked. She wrinkled her nose, looking disgusted. And they are so noisy. Ruan leaned back in her chair, playing with the buttons on Lu Shiyuan's coat, casually scanning the soldiers, bristling with murderous intent around them. Brother, I don't like being pointed at by guns. I want to go home and sleep. Lu Shiyuan took a wet towel and wiped his fingers one by one. All right. He tossed the towel onto the table. Snap. A soft sound, but it seemed like some terrifying switch had been pressed. Did you hear that? Lu Shiyuan stood up, shielding Ruan and her chair behind him. He raised his head, finally letting his gaze fall on Wang Zhen's face. Those pitch-black pupils held no anger, no fear. Only the coldness of looking at a dead man. She said. He spoke. You are too noisy. Zzz. A harsh electrical crackle exploded without warning. It did not come from Lu Shiyuan's body, but from the entire banquet hall. All metal utensils, knives, forks, spoons, silver plates, even the soldiers' guns, began to vibrate violently at this moment. The metal moaned. Wang Zhen's face changed drastically. Before he could speak, whoosh. The silver steak knife on the table suddenly levitated, its tip turning to point directly at Wang Zhen's forehead. Then a second, a third, 1,000. An ocean of silver light. The entire banquet hall instantly transformed into a metal hell. The soldiers watched in horror as their guns uncontrollably flew out of their hands, hovering in midair, muzzles reversed, aimed at their own heads. The accompanying ability of the S-rank lightning element, magnetic field control. Here all metal was his subject. You? Wang Zhen stumbled back 3 steps in terror, falling heavily onto the ground. His intelligence had never mentioned that Lu Shiyuan could control magnetic fields. Wasn't it said that mania prevented superpowered individuals from fine manipulation? Such terrifying control. How could it look like he was sick? Fire. Fire now. Blow him up. Wang Zhen roared hysterically. But it was too late. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Go to hell and be noisy. Boom. Purple lightning erupted from him in a ring-shaped shockwave. Those suspended metal blades, wrapped in wild lightning, turned into countless streams of light, shooting indiscriminately in all directions. Thud. 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 The sound of blades piercing flesh fell as densely as a rainstorm. The screams were barely voiced before being drowned by the thunder. Blood splattered, staining the snow-white tablecloths, the remnants of the crystal chandelier, and Lin Wan's terrified, twisted face. It was a one-sided massacre. There was no room for resistance. Even the soldiers in heavy bulletproof vests had their throats pierced by electrified dinner knives as easily as cutting through tofu. In less than 10 seconds, the only people still standing in the hall besides Lu Shiyuan and his group were Wang Zhen and Lin Wan. The rest had all fallen. Blood flowed like a river, pooling in the grooves of the carpet and winding its way toward Lu Shiyuan's feet. But it was stopped 3 meters away by an invisible electromagnetic barrier. Ruan sat in her chair. Not even a drop of blood touched her skirt. She even had the leisure to pick up the unfinished glass of juice from the table and give it a shake. Is that all? Ruan looked at the bodies scattered across the floor, her tone as flat as if she were commenting on a boring movie. They really can't fight. Wang Zhen collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, a large dark patch spreading on his crotch. He stared at the man standing in the pool of blood surrounded by lightning like a demon god, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a complete sentence. Your illness. Is it cured? This was utterly not the calmness and precision a mania patient could possess. He had been deceived. The whole world had been deceived. Lu Shiyuan stepped through the blood and bullet casings, walking step by step toward Wang Zhen. The soles of his military boots scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound. He crouched down. In his hand a dinner knife had appeared, the same one Wang Zhen had used to cut steak. Want to do experiments? Lu Shiyuan toyed with the knife, its tip lightly tracing across Wang Zhen's eyelid, leaving a line of blood. Want to study her? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wang Zhen broke down, crying, snot and tears covering his face. I was wrong. I have supplies. I have crystal cores. The entire base's warehouse is yours. Please. Thud. Lu Shiyuan's hand moved and the knife fell. Without any unnecessary words, the dinner knife pierced straight through Wang Zhen's hand, pinning him to the floor. A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang through the hall. Lu Shiyuan frowned in distaste. He stood up, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and calmly wiped the few specks of blood that had splashed onto his hand. Supplies. Kill you, and the entire base is mine. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Lin Wan, who was trembling in the corner. The so-called goddess of healing was now curled up under the table, hugging her head, making herself into a ball, muttering, "Don't kill me," in a neurotic chant. Gone was the lofty, holy air from before. As for you, Lu Shiyuan tossed the bloodstained handkerchief onto Wang Zhen's face. Keep him. For Ruan want to play with. Or. He crooked his finger. The dinner knife pinning Wang Zhen suddenly electrified. ZZZT. Wang Zhen convulsed, rolled his eyes, and passed out. Lu Shiyuan turned and walked back to Su Ruan. The murderous aura around him instantly vanished. He bent down, picked Su Ruan up from the chair. Let's go. The smell here is too strong. I'll roast a wolf leg for you when we get back. Su Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his chest, and took a deep breath of his cold, sharp scent. This was true security. Brother. Next time you peel shrimp, make sure to devein them more thoroughly. Okay. Lu Shiyuan, carrying Su Ruan, had barely taken 2 steps when a venomous spiritual fluctuation suddenly erupted from beneath the overturned table behind them. Lin Wan was not insane. She had been playing the fool, cowering in the corner, waiting for this very moment. With his back to her, Lu Shiyuan's entire being was focused on the useless woman in his arms. This was the only opening. If she could control Su Ruan, even for just a second, she could use her spiritual power to detonate the explosives hidden in the banquet hall and force Lu Shiyuan to submit. Die. Lin Wan suddenly raised her head. The filthy face, once so holy, was now twisted with desperate ferocity. An invisible spiritual spike condensed into something tangible and shot straight for Su Ruan's skull. Fast, precise, ruthless. It was meant to reduce a person to a mindless vegetable. Su Ruan lay resting against Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, facing Lin Wan's direction. She did not dodge. She did not even blink. She simply raised her hand and shook the middle finger adorned with a pink diamond ring. A pale golden barrier suddenly unfolded behind the two of them. The spiritual spike collided with the barrier, like an egg smashing against granite. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed not in the air, but within Lin Wan's own mind. Aya. Lin Wan clutched her head, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, rolling frantically on the ground. Her ambush had backfired. The pain of spiritual backlash was 100 times worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Lu Shiyuan's steps faltered. The temperature around them plummeted to freezing in an instant. He slowly turned around. The calm detachment of someone looking at a corpse was gone, replaced by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Seeking death. 2 words fell like judgment. His figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, a long, powerful hand gripped Lin Wan's throat and hoisted her off the ground like a dead dog. Lin Wan's feet kicked desperately in the air, her face turning a deep purplish hue from suffocation. She looked in terror at the man inches from her face. In those pitch-black pupils, violet lightning surged. I gave you a chance. Lu Shiyuan's fingers tightened. Bones creaked under unbearable pressure. Since these eyes cannot learn to read people, and this ability cannot learn to save lives, then you have no need for them. ZZT. Thick purple lightning surged along his arms and brutally invaded Lin Wan's body. It was not meant to kill. It was meant to destroy. The lightning coursed through her meridians, precisely locating her ability core in her abdomen. Crush. Bam. Lin Wan's body convulsed violently, and a soul-shattering scream tore from her throat. The holy aura that had once surrounded her completely dissipated. Her ability core was shattered. From this moment on, she would be nothing more than a cripple, worse than ordinary people. Lu Shiyuan released his grip. Lin Wan collapsed onto the ground like a pile of rotting mud, too weak even to scream, gasping for breath like a dying fish. You've dirted my hands. Lu Shiyuan took the wet wipes from Qin Feng and methodically cleaned each finger, as though he had not just touched some healing goddess. He had touched a piece of trash. Wang Zhen, who had been pretending to faint beside them, could no longer maintain his act. Witnessing Lin Wan's gruesome state, his soul nearly fled his body. Ignoring the agonizing pain of his palm nailed to the ground, he desperately shrank backward. Lu Commander. Don't kill me. I was blinded by greed. I have spirit cores. I have supplies. I have Crack. A military boot slammed down onto his chest. Rib bone shattered. Wang Jun vomited a spray of blood, his words crushed back into his throat. Lu Shiyuan looked down at him from above. His soul ground against Wang Jun's chest. You have... No. Now all of it belongs to me. Lu Shiyuan bent down and wrenched the dining knife from Wang Jun's palm. A spray of blood followed. He wiped the blade clean on Wang Jun's expensive Zhongshan suit. Go back and tell everyone who is still alive. Lu Shiyuan straightened his gaze, sweeping over the representatives from various bases who were peeking from the banquet hall entrance, already terrified into paralysis. His voice was not loud, but it carried the crushing weight of thunderous authority. Su Ruan is my one weakness. Anyone who dares to lay a single hair on her head, I will dismantle their bones, grind them one by one into powder. The Hope Base is your warning. Boom. As his words fell, multiple violent lightning pillars descended from the sky, smashing into the banquet hall's load-bearing columns. The entire VIP building began to shake violently. Debris rained down, dust billowed everywhere. Let's go. Lu Shiyuan pulled Su Ruan close, shielding her head with his coat, and strode out through the doors. Behind them, the luxurious banquet hall collapsed in a thunderous roar. Flames erupted into the sky, dyeing half the night red. Qin Feng and his men quickly cleared the battlefield and took control of the Hope Base's armory and supply warehouses. No one dared to resist. Even the once arrogant Wang Jun was dragged away like a dead dog. Who would dare defy this god of death? The convoy set off again. This time no one dared to block their path. All the guards had dropped their weapons and knelt along the roadside, not daring to even lift their heads. Inside the RV, Su Ruan nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms, playing with the pink diamond ring that had played such a crucial role. This was custom-made by Lu Shiyuan, using a rare spatial spirit core, encasing one of his lightning defensive barriers within. It would automatically activate upon detecting hostile attacks. Does your hand hurt? Lu Shiyuan took her hand and examined it carefully from every angle. The activation of that defensive barrier had caused quite a shock. He was afraid the vibrations had numbed her delicate fingers. It doesn't hurt. Su Ruan shook her head and leaned in to kiss his chin. You were so handsome just now. Can Lin Wan never glow again? Lu Shiyuan grunted and tucked her restless hands back under the blanket. She's ruined. She'll spend the rest of her days begging in the slums. For a woman who had once been high above everyone, basking in adoration, to become a cripple fallen from grace was 10,000 times more painful than death. That was the truest punishment. What about Wang Jun? Su Ruan asked again. Is he dead? Not dead. Lu Shiyuan played with her hair, his tone as calm as if commenting on the weather. Someone like him deserves more than a quick death. I had him thrown into the zombie arena. No abilities, no weapons. Let him experience what it feels like to be used as bait. Su Ruan blinked. This man, he held grudges deeply. But she liked it. Brother. Su Ruan rested her head against his chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat. You destroyed the Hope Base for me. What if the whole world comes after us? After all, Lu Shiyuan's actions in the eyes of those so-called justice alliances were nothing short of a true villain. Massacring allies, seizing supplies, all for one woman. He was in their eyes an enemy of all mankind. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the delicate face in his arms. His fingers traced the black collar around her neck. The whole world. He chuckled softly. His smile did not reach his eyes. Only boundless arrogance remained. Then I will kill them all. In this world. Only I set the rules. And you are the rule. Outside the car window, the wasteland night wind howled past. That night, the news of Lu Shiyuan's bloody purge of the Hope Base, where he crippled the healing goddess and crushed the leader's chest bones, all for one woman, spread like wings across the entire apocalypse. Every surviving base remembered two names, Lu Shiyuan, and his one weakness, Su Ruan. Whoever touched them would die. Wheels rolled over the gravel on the wasteland, the jolts transmitted up through the chassis. Lu Shiyuan did not let go. He wrapped Su Ruan entirely in his arms, the black military coat, like a cocoon wrapping her tightly, without a gap. The carriage was very quiet, only the low hum of the engine. The massacre at Hope Base earlier had not calmed the restlessness inside him. Instead, it was like pouring a bucket of oil onto the fire. Not enough. Killing all those people could not seal off those greedy gazes. As long as she was still outside, as long as she could still be seen, this covetousness would never disappear. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head. The person in his arms slept restlessly, her lashes trembling slightly. The ankle exposed outside the coat was so white it dazzled the eyes. Thin. Too thin. As if a little force could snap it. Lu Shiyuan's fingers slid down her calf, stopping at the protruding ankle bone. His fingertips were rough with thin calluses from years of holding a gun, caressing the delicate skin. Once. Twice. If a chain were fastened here. That special alloy chain connected to the wall. Would she then be unable to go anywhere? Only stay where he could see her. Only smile at him. Only cry for him. Once this thought emerged like wild grass growing wildly, it instantly occupied his entire mind. Lu Shiyuan's fingers suddenly tightened. Su Ruan, hurt by the pinch, let out a drowsy moan. She did not dodge. Instead, she burrowed in his arms, finding a more comfortable position. Her hand, wearing a pink diamond ring, accurately found his chin and rubbed it soothingly. Brother. Her voice was slurred with the softness of just waking up. Are we home? The violent aura about to erupt from Lu Shiyuan was forcibly suppressed by that soft brother. He took a deep breath, pressing the impulse to devour her deep into his heart. Almost there. He tucked her feet back into the coat and covered them well. Sleep. The convoy drove into Dawn Base. In the dead of night, the base was utterly silent, with only the patrol's searchlights occasionally cutting through the night sky. The car stopped at the villa's entrance. Lu Shiyuan got out holding Ruan. Qin Feng was about to step forward to take the coat, but was driven back by a cold, sharp glare from Lu Shiyuan. Go rest. Don't let anyone near here. Qin Feng immediately stopped, turned, and withdrew cleanly with the guards. Lu Shiyuan did not go upstairs. Holding Ruan, he walked straight to the end of the first-floor corridor. There was an inconspicuous hidden door. Fingerprint recognition. Iris scan. Beep. The heavy alloy door slid open slowly, revealing a stairway leading underground. Cold air rushed in. Ruan instantly woke up. She tightened her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, looked at the gloomy passage, and blinked. Brother, are we going on an adventure? Lu Shiyuan did not speak. His combat boots stepped on the metal stairs, making hollow echoes. They walked to the deepest part. Before them was a circular vault door half a meter thick, covered with complex mechanical dials. Lu Shiyuan set Ruan down, letting her stand beside him. He reached out, entered the password, turned the crank. Clank, clank, clank. The heavy mechanical sound of engagement echoed in the underground space. The door swung open with a loud boom. The motion sensor lights inside instantly turned on. Ruan instinctively raised a hand to block. Too bright. It wasn't the light's brightness. It was reflection. In the hundreds of square meters of underground vault, there was nothing else. Only crystal cores. Multicolored, mutated crystal cores piled up like trash into hills. Red for fire, blue for water, purple for lightning. Each one emitted pure energy fluctuations. Amidst these crystal core hills, there were also boxes of gold jewelry and compressed biscuits and canned food, even more precious than gold in the apocalypse, piled messily. This was all of Lu Shiyuan's wealth accumulated over the past few years. Enough to rival a nation. Lu Shiyuan led Ruan inside. What they stepped on was not the floor, but a layer of crushed diamonds and gems. Extravagant to the extreme. He lifted Ruan and placed her on the highest pile of crystal cores. The cores were hard and uncomfortable, but the feeling of being surrounded by energy made one feel completely relaxed. Do you like it, eh? Lu Shiyuan stood before her, hands on either side of her, trapping her in this small space. Ruan casually grabbed a handful of crystal cores. Those were things that countless people outside would risk their lives to grab, just one. Now she was playing with them like marbles. I like it. Ruan smiled, eyes curved like crescent moons, holding a beautiful pink crystal core up to the light. So pretty. Are they all mine? Lu Shiyuan nodded. All yours. If you want them, I can snatch those outside for you too. Ruan was about to cheer. Suddenly Lu Shiyuan leaned down, closing in. That oppressive aura instantly enveloped her. He pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. But here came the twist. Lu Shiyuan's voice was deep, like the low pressure before a storm. There is a price. Ruan blinked. What price? Pay with my body. Lu Shiyuan did not smile. He looked at her with extreme seriousness, his thumb caressing the collar on her neck. From today on, you are not allowed to step out of this villa. The outside world is too dirty. The way those people look at you, I want to gouge out their eyes. Rather than killing every time, it's better to hide you away. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. Their breaths mingled. Ruan. There is endless food here, endless crystal cores to spend. I will take care of you. You stay in this cage. Show only to me. Okay, this was not a discussion. It was a notice. If she dared say no. Lu Shiyuan could not guarantee that he wouldn't find a chain right now and lock her up here forever. The air froze. The vault was so quiet that only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard. Ruan looked at this man who was paranoid to the extreme. He was trembling, not from cold, but from fear of losing her. This mad dog regarded her as his only bone. Ruan smiled. She let go of the crystal cores in her hand. Clatter. The cores rolled down, making crisp sounds. She stretched out her arms, wrapped them around Lu Shiyuan's neck, and hung on him. Okay. No hesitation. No dissatisfaction. Even with a hint of triumphant cunning. Outside is full of zombies, dirty and smelly. I've long wanted to be a lazy parasite. Since brother is willing to keep me, then I won't go out for the rest of my life. Ruan leaned in and gave him a firm kiss on the lips. Seal, if you go back on your word, you're a dog. Lu Shiyuan's whole body stiffened. Then he suddenly tightened his arms, pressing her firmly into his chest. The force was so strong it seemed he wanted to merge her into his bones. No going back. Never, even in death. As long as she didn't leave. Even if it cost him his life, he would give it. Lu Shiyuan buried his head in her nape, taking a deep breath. The heart that had been hanging in the air finally landed. The cage was closed. The canary flew in by itself. Locked tight. No one would ever open it again. Boom. A thunderclap exploded over the base. A torrential rain poured down. The rain washed away the bloodstains on the wasteland, also covering up the restless conspiracies. Under the villa, the heavy vault door slowly closed. Click. Locked. Shutting out all the wind, rain, and danger outside that door. Ruan nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms, listening to the faint thunder outside the corner of her mouth, lifting into a barely perceptible arc. A cage. Who is caging whom it's still uncertain. This life is unbearable. Ruan collapsed on the top-floor soft couch covered with 3 layers of mutated beast hides, staring blankly at the ceiling. It had been a full week since the massacre at Shiyuan base. In this week, she had almost forgotten what the floor felt like. Lu Shiyuan kept his word. He said she wouldn't be allowed to step out of the villa, and not even a fly could get in. The elevator leading downstairs had been physically fused shut, 3 fingerprint locks were added to the staircase entrance, and all windows were replaced with bulletproof, blast-proof, one-way glass. This was no home. It was nothing but a luxuriously decorated high-class prison. Even worse was Lu Shiyuan himself. The man seemed determined to make up for all the lack of security from before all at once. He fed her every meal, gave her every drink. Even when she wanted to go to the bathroom, as soon as she lifted the blanket, those long, powerful hands would immediately reach out and lift her horizontally. Where are you going? The bathroom. I'll carry you. Ruan felt she was quickly being raised into a useless person. If this continued, let alone escaping, she might even forget how to walk. Click. The bedroom door opened. Lu Shiyuan walked in. He had just come up from the training ground downstairs, still carrying a faint, lingering smell of gunpowder and cold air. In his hand, he held a piece of white flannel cloth, leisurely wiping the black sidearm. Ruan turned over, burying her face in the pillow. Playing dead. She didn't want to deal with this pervert. Lu Shiyuan walked to the bedside and sat down. The mattress sank under his weight. He didn't speak, just placed the gun on the nightstand, reached out, and dug Ruan out from the pillow, letting her lean against his chest. Not happy, he asked, knowing perfectly well. His fingers deftly circled a strand of her hair. Ruan slapped his hand away, puffed out her cheeks, and stuck her foot out from under the covers, kicking him on the thigh. Lu Shiyuan, I want to go downstairs. I want to go to the garden and bask in the sun. I want to step on the soil instead of being carried around by you every day. My feet are going to atrophy. She shook her tender white foot in front of him. Because of this week of extreme pampering, her feet were almost translucent, with the veins clearly visible. Her toes were round and cute, tinged with pink. There were no calluses or scars at all. Totally unlike something that should exist in the apocalypse. Lu Shiyuan stared at that foot. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He reached out and grabbed it firmly. The rough calluses on his palms scraped against her delicate sole. Ruan shrank from the ticklish sensation, but couldn't pull it back. No need to walk. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, his thumb slowly rubbing the protruding bone at her ankle. The pressure was a bit heavy. It carried a kind of alarming possessiveness. Wherever you want to go, I'll carry you there. The garden. Let's go now. As he spoke, he started to rise to pick her up. No. Ruan panicked, pressing her hands against his chest, refusing to budge. I want to walk myself. I'm not crippled. Lu Shiyuan, are you crazy? Who locks up their girlfriend like a prisoner? Lu Shiyuan paused. He sat back down, looking at the little kitten in his arms, bristling with anger. He wasn't angry. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up. I'm crazy. Didn't you already know that? He admitted it with utter confidence. He even carried a hint of a rogue attitude of, I'm crazy, and I'm proud. Ruan was choked, speechless. Reasoning with a madman. She must have water in her brain. Lu Shiyuan looked at her angry face, feeling quite pleased. He let go and pulled a black velvet box from his pocket. It was small but very delicate. I was planning to give this to you tonight. Lu Shiyuan placed the box in his palm and held it out to her. Since you want to walk on your own, then wear this. Ruan gave him a suspicious look. Since when did this man become so agreeable? She reached out and opened the box. Her breath caught. What lay inside was not a ring or necklace. Instead, it was an extremely thin silver metal chain. The material was unknown, but under the light it flowed with a mercury-like sheen. The chain had no extra ornaments except at the clasp, where a fingernail-sized purple crystal core was set. The crystal core was cut into a perfect teardrop shape. Inside, it seemed as if lightning was flowing. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. And dangerous enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is... Ruan was about to reach out and touch it. But Lu Shiyuan picked up the chain first. He slid down from the bed. He knelt on one knee, right in front of her. This posture was as devout as praying to a deity. But what he held in his hand was a shackle meant to drag the deity down from her altar. Don't move. Lu Shiyuan grasped her left ankle. He pressed the cold silver chain against her warm skin. Click. A very faint crisp sound. The chain's ends clicked together. It encircled her slender ankle perfectly snugly. The purple crystal core hung at the side of her foot, swaying slightly with her movements, striking the metal chain with a clear sound. Tinkle. Pleasant, yet also jarring. Lu Shiyuan didn't rise. Still kneeling, he gently stroked the chain with his fingertips, as if admiring a just-completed masterpiece. This was forged from memory metal and my source lightning power. He spoke, his voice a little hoarse. It contains a positioning chip. It also has an S-level defensive shield. Even if a nuclear bomb explodes beside you, it can keep you alive for 3 seconds. Ruan was stunned. So precious. This single chain was probably worth more than the entire defense system of Shiyuan base. However, Lu Shiyuan's tone shifted. The pressure in his hand increased. It's also an alarm. As long as you leave me more than 1 kilometer, or try to forcefully remove it, it will sound an alarm. When that happens, Lu Shiyuan lifted his head, and in his pitch-black eyes surged an unabashed madness and obsession. I will immediately appear before you, break your legs, lock you in the underground vault, for the rest of your life. Don't ever think about seeing the sun again. Ruan shuddered. A chill crawled up her spine. She knew. He wasn't joking. He was serious. This beautiful chain was not a gift at all. It was his mark. His declaration of ownership. Ruan shook her foot. Tinkle, tinkle. The clear sound echoed in the quiet bedroom. This was no anklet. This was clearly a dog leash. Ruan was furious inside. But seeing Lu Shiyuan's "if you dare take it off I'll go crazy" expression, she chickened out. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, as long as she didn't run, this was a talisman. Ruan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to kick him in the face. She deliberately stretched her foot to Lu Shiyuan's face and rubbed her toes against his nose. Brother, this looks like a dog leash, doesn't it? Do you have some special fetish? She thought Lu Shiyuan would get angry. Or embarrassed. But he didn't. Lu Shiyuan grabbed the foot that was causing mischief on his face. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on the purple crystal core. His cool lips pressed against her warm skin. It sent a shiver through her. Lu Shiyuan looked up at her, the possessiveness in his eyes so thick it couldn't be dissolved. You are my little dog. Lu Shiyuan, that rabid dog, had sworn fealty with alarming speed. Yet even bound in loyalty, the madness rooted deep within his bones refused easy cure. Dawn broke the next morning. An emergency meeting on base expansion. Qin Feng knocked 3 times at the door, pacing like a frantic ant atop a scorching pan. Expanding the West Zone was critical. Thousands of awakened individuals and displaced refugees mingled chaotically, like boiling porridge, and demanded Lu Shiyuan's personal presence to impose order. Inside the bedroom, Lu Shiyuan knelt beside the bed, slipping white cotton socks onto Ruan's feet. Delicate lace edging framing slender ankles adorned with a silver chain, an image both tender and dangerously intimate. Ruan kicked him sharply. Stop touching me. Qin Feng's voice is nearly shredded. Lu Shiyuan caught her wriggling foot firmly, drawing the sock up to its place. Let him shout. He had no intention of leaving Ruan alone in the villa, not even though it had been fortified into an impenetrable fortress. His absence unsettled him utterly. What if someone slipped in during his absence? What if she tried to flee again? The only sure solution was to keep her close, bound to his side like a pendant fastened to his belt. Lu Shiyuan rose, retrieved a thick ivory cashmere blanket from the wardrobe, and gently lifted Ruan from the bed, wrapping her snugly inside. She was swaddled so tightly only a palm-sized face remained visible. What are you doing? Ruan squirmed like a silkworm cocooned in silk. Taking you somewhere. With one arm he lifted her effortlessly, cradling her securely in the crook of his elbow, a posture as natural as holding a child. Or perhaps more like carrying a living, breathing accessory. Ruan protested. I'm not going. It's dusty outside, and deafeningly loud. I'd rather sleep here. Fine. Lu Shiyuan ignored her objections entirely, shifting her weight slightly to settle her more comfortably in his arms. No. You'll die without me. That was his sole justification, arrogant, irrational, and irrefutable. For the silver chain truly did possess a strict range limit. Ruan rolled her eyes and buried her face deeper into the blanket. All right then. You're in charge. Whatever you say goes. At least I won't have to walk. The front door swung open. Qin Feng had raised his hand for a 4th knock, frozen midair, as he stared dumbstruck at his commander emerging while cradling a soft snowy mound. See, Commander. Who or what is that? Lu Shiyuan strode forward without glancing sideways, his pace unwavering. To the West Zone. But Miss Su. Qin Feng hurried after him, watching as Ruan extended a hand from beneath the blanket to idly tug at a lock of Lu Shiyuan's hair. Bring her. Lu Shiyuan's reply was terse, absolute. Qin Feng snapped his mouth shut. Understood. So the devoted husband persona would be carried out to its most absurd, unrelenting extreme. At the West Zone construction site, dust hung thick in the air, machinery roared incessantly. Thousands of survivors labored feverishly, hauling bricks and mortar, fighting desperately for their next meal. A convoy of heavy armored vehicles thundered toward the site, halting at its periphery. As doors swung open, every worker paused, eyes fixed reverently upon the lead black SUV. That vehicle was the God of Dawn base, and their grim reaper. Lu Shiyuan stepped out. But unlike usual, he did not stride directly into inspection. Instead, he pivoted, subtly shielding Ruan from the biting wind. Then, before thousands of stunned gazes, the ruthless, decisive commander emerged from the vehicle, holding a woman. Silence fell like a shroud. Thousands of eyes locked onto the ivory bundle cradled in Lu Shiyuan's arms. Ruan peeked out, sand stinging her eyes, and coughed twice. Instantly, Lu Shiyuan pulled the blanket higher, concealing all but her wide, curious eyes. It's filthy. He frowned, disdain sharpening his gaze as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Bear with it. We'll return shortly. Ruan nestled deeper into his embrace, yawned luxuriously. Oh. Then hurry up. That exchange left jaws slack across the crowd. This was Lu Shiyuan, the tyrant who struck down dissenters with lightning. Now being gently chided like a servant, and actually quickening his pace. Lu Shiyuan walked onward, carrying Ruan across the uneven, rubble-strewn ground. His military boots crushing gravel, with effortless grace, his grip steady as iron, her body undisturbed by even the faintest tremor. The chief engineer, a geokinetic awakened named Zhao Gang, rushed forward, sweat pouring down his face, knees trembling as he beheld the scene. "See, Commander, why have you come in person?" Zhao Gang wiped his brow while stealing glances at the woman nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms, her face obscured, yet her hands, unmistakably luminous, nails delicately rounded and painted pale pink. She held an open bag of potato chips, crunching softly, savoring them with quiet delight. In this starving wasteland, someone was eating chips, cradled in the arms of the commander himself. Zhao Gang felt his entire life had been rendered meaningless. Lu Shiyuan ignored him entirely, his gaze sweeping over the half-built defensive walls. "Progress is too slow." His voice cut like frost. "You have 3 days. Fail, and feed yourself to the undead." Zhao Gang flinched violently, nearly collapsing to his knees. Yes, guaranteed." Workers murmured among themselves. "Who is that woman? Did she break her legs?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Haven't you seen how fiercely protective he is? They say she's Ruan, the one who dismantled Hope Base entirely. Good heavens, that's the infamous beauty who brings calamity. She doesn't even look fearsome, just a pampered little thing. You know nothing. Precisely because she's so delicate is she lethal. Look at him. His very soul is tethered to her." Though hushed, those whispers carried far. Lu Shiyuan in S rank awakened heard every syllable. He halted mid-step. His gaze swept coldly over the gossips, each feeling as though a feral predator had locked eyes upon them. Their faces blanched, bricks tumbled from nerveless fingers. "It seems you have too much time on your hands." His voice low and glacial sent shivers down spines. "Since you possess such energy for chatter, your daily rations are halved, and you'll undergo 3 additional hours of drills." Groans erupted across the site. Ruan shifted in his arms, tucking the empty chip bag neatly into his coat pocket. "Brother, they're so noisy. Can't you make them be quiet?" Lu Shiyuan withdrew his glare and glanced down at her. The ice in his eyes melted instantly into warm water. "All right." He raised a finger to his lips in silent command, and across the expanse of thousands, absolute silence descended. Even breaths softened lest they disturb the lady herself. The inspection resumed, Lu Shiyuan moving like an emotionless mobile throne bearing Ruan through the entire site. 2 full hours passed. Ruan never touched the ground. She finished her chips, drank a bottle of milk, and finally, overcome by boredom, drifted off to sleep against his shoulder. Until, boom, a deafening explosion shattered the calm. A massive steel plate hoisted high plummeted from 20 meters, its cables snapped by age and strain, falling straight toward Lu Shiyuan and Ruan below. Several tons of steel accelerated by gravity. Impact would flatten not just flesh and bone, but tanks alike. "Look out!" Zhao Gang's scream cracked with terror. Workers clapped hands over mouths, unable to bear witnessing the carnage about to unfold. At such proximity, such velocity, there was no time to evade. Lu Shiyuan stopped walking. He didn't glance upward. He made no motion to dodge. Instead, instinctively, he tightened his arms, drawing Ruan's head deep into his chest, shielding her completely, utterly. In the instant before impact, half a meter above his crown, a searing violet light erupted. Its source, Ruan's ankle. The purple crystal core, set by Lu Shiyuan himself into her silver chain, detected mortal peril and ignited instantly. Zzzz. A dome of crackling violet lightning surged forth, forming an impenetrable hemispherical shield. Thud! The steel plate slammed into the lightning barrier, producing a shockwave deafening boom. And then, silence. The multi-ton slab rebounded as if striking an invisible, unyielding wall, catapulted sideways, landing with a metallic crash dozens of meters away, gouging a crater into barren earth. Dust billowed. Lu Shiyuan stood unmoved, his hair unruffled, his stance unshaken. Ruan stirred drowsily in his arms, lifting her head. What was that noise? Did thunder strike? A tomb-like hush blanketed the site. Mouths gaped wide, like ducks strangled mid-quack. Staring at the fading violet luminescence still shimmering above her ankle, their minds went utterly blank. What was that? An absolute defense shield, forged from S-rank lightning affinity. On the black market, even a single-use artifact of this caliber could trade for an entire city. Yet now, it had been fashioned into a mere ankle chain worn by a woman solely to guard against chance mishaps. What profligate extravagance! Was this the devotion of a supreme sovereign? Utterly inhuman. Lu Shiyuan paid no mind to the stunned, splintered gazes surrounding him. He resettled Ruan against his chest, gently patting her back. It's all right. Just some trash falling from above. Then he turned, his gaze locking onto Zhao Gang, who lay paralyzed on the ground. Murderous intent churned in his eyes. Is this the standard of your supervision? If even a single strand of her hair had been harmed. His voice dropped to a whisper, yet Zhao Gang felt death's icy grip tighten around his throat. You won't be feeding the undead. I'll carve you into slices. One piece at a time. Zhao Gang convulsed, his trousers darkening instantly. He knew Lu Shiyuan wasn't bluffing. In that heartbeat, true, unvarnished murder had bloomed in his heart. The air itself grew suffocatingly dense. Purple lightning began snapping violently around Lu Shiyuan's silhouette. He was enraged beyond restraint. Just as Zhao Gang braced for annihilation, a soft, small hand emerged from the blanket, lightly stroking Lu Shiyuan's rigid chest. Brother. Her voice, husky with sleep, was as yielding as spun sugar. Don't be angry. Was that fireworks? Too loud. It startled me. She tilted her head, pressing her cheek against his stern jawline, like a kitten seeking comfort. Hold me tighter, or I'll get scared. His fury deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing in an instant. He looked down at the woman nestled in his arms, whose words were pure fiction. Scared. She'd slept like the dead, eyes sealed shut, terrified of nothing at all. Yet he cherished it. Deeply. He suppressed the lightning crackling around him, drew the blanket closer, and murmured, "All right, I'll hold you tighter. From now on." He didn't spare Zhao Gang another glance as he turned striding away with Ruan in his arms. We won't return to such wretched places. Only when the black armored Humvee vanished beyond the horizon did Zhao Gang collapse, gasping ragged, desperate breaths. He'd survived. Actually survived. Workers exchanged awestruck glances, mirroring each other's disbelief. That woman named Ruan, was no ornamental liability. She was the sole chain binding the rabid dog. As long as she remained, the sky itself would not fall. Inside the vehicle, Ruan wriggled free of the blanket, cheeks flushed from heat. Lu Shiyuan, are you trying to smother me just to inherit my chips? Lu Shiyuan brushed damp strands of hair behind her ear. That shield just now. Its energy is depleted. Ruan glanced downward. Indeed, the once vibrant violet crystal embedded in her ankle chain now lay dull and lifeless, resembling nothing more than inert stone. Off. Her expression twisted in genuine anguish. That was an S-rank core. Just gone. Millions of credits. Wasted. Lu Shiyuan cupped her ankle thumb, gently tracing the dimmed crystal. It doesn't matter. We have a whole vault at home. I'll replace it with something larger. Ruan blinked slowly. A monstrous capitalist. Still, the ankle chain had worked perfectly. She hadn't felt even the faintest tremor from the impact. Brother. She leaned in and planted a soft, wet kiss on his cheek. You're wonderful. From now on, I'm your permanent leg ornament. No one, not even fate, will pry me loose. Lu Shiyuan's lips curved upward, genuinely visibly. Even if someone pried you loose, it wouldn't matter. It's welded on for good. The black off-road vehicle churned up a cloud of yellow dust roaring out of the western construction site. The crowd had not yet dispersed. Thousands of workers remained frozen in their previous poses, some slumped on the ground, others craning their necks, staring blankly at the direction where the convoy had disappeared. What had just happened was too shocking. The purple light of the exploding S-class crystal core burned into everyone's minds like a branding iron. No one noticed that in the most inconspicuous corner stood a man in gray work clothes. He did not look frightened or envious like the others. In his hand he clutched a palm-sized black block, and on its old display screen a string of red numbers was jumping wildly. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent buzzing was drowned out by the surrounding noisy chatter. The man pushed up his thick black-framed glasses, the lenses reflecting light and hiding the greed that flashed in his eyes. Found it. He lowered his head and stared at the nearly threshold-breaking wavy line on the screen. Just as the purple shield exploded, this specially crafted bioradar designed to capture high-level zombies had detected an extremely faint, yet terrifyingly pure biological wave. It was not an ability. The wavelengths of abilities were restless, full of destructive intent. But this fluctuation was gentle, stable, yet contained an advanced life signature that made the instruments tremble. It was existence above humans, even above the zombie emperor. The source was the woman held in Lu Shiyuan's arms. The man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry, cracked lips. His name was Chenemo, chief biologist of the base. Also the madman who had been secretly conducting human body modification experiments. A perfect carrier. Chun Mo's fingers flew over the instrument, locking and saving the few seconds of data. He had survived 3 years in this apocalypse, dissected tens of thousands of zombies, and sliced hundreds of ability users. He had never seen such beautiful data. If he could get his hands on her. If he could extract her genes. Chun Mo's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a physiological reaction to extreme excitement. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flying dust, staring fixedly at the off-road vehicle that had already become a black. Like a venomous snake hiding in a gutter, eyeing the most delicious prey. Lu Shiyuan. Chun Mo muttered the name, his fingers pressing so hard that his knuckles turned white, almost crushing the instrument in his hand. You hit her well. Pity. I saw her. Inside the carriage. The air conditioning was very strong. Ruan curled up in Lu Shiyuan's arms, still wrapped in the thick cashmere blanket. At the moment the convoy drove out of the construction site, she suddenly shuddered violently. The feeling was strange. It was as if something wet and sticky crawled over her spine, raising a layer of fine goosebumps. What's wrong? Lu Shiyuan immediately sensed the change in the person in his arms. He wrapped the blanket tighter, reached his big hand into it, and grasped her cold hand. Cold. Ruan shook her head. She burrowed deeper into Lu Shiyuan's arms, burying her face in the fabric of his chest. Brother. Her voice was muffled with a faint, barely noticeable tremor. Just now it felt like someone was looking at me. Not the kind watching for fun. Ruan thought for a moment, trying to describe that disgusting feeling. Like choosing pork. Like they wanted to cut me open. Screech. A harsh breaking sound suddenly rang out. Lu Shiyuan slammed on the brakes, and the inertia caused the vehicle to jerk violently. The escort vehicles behind didn't understand what was happening and braked sharply, nearly rear-ending him. Wary, Lu Shiyuan ignored the chaotic convoy behind him. He held Ruan with one arm, the other hand already on the gun holster at his waist. In his dark pupils, purple lightning instantly exploded. The killing intent was tangible, instantly filling the entire carriage. Qin Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, was startled by this sudden murderous aura and quickly turned around. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Enemy attack." Lu Shiyuan ignored him. He lowered the car window, his gaze like a knife coldly sweeping toward the rear. A few kilometers away, the western construction site was only a blurry outline. Dust filled the sky. Nothing could be seen clearly. The feeling of being watched had disappeared. It was as if the venomous snake had retreated back into its cave. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes, his mental power pressing down like a flood, thoroughly scanning every corner within a few kilometers. No high-level zombies. No S-class ability users. Only ordinary survivors busy like ants among the ruins. Ran pretty fast. Lu Shiyuan retracted his gaze and closed the window. His fingertips tapped the steering wheel idly. The rhythm made Qin Feng's scalp tingle. This was a precursor to Lu Shiyuan's true rage. Investigate. Lu Shiyuan restarted the vehicle and floored the accelerator. The engine roared like a wild beast. Everyone in the West District today, names, backgrounds, recent whereabouts. Even a rat. I want its ancestors traced back 18 generations. Qin Feng immediately sat up straight, opened his terminal, and began issuing orders. "Yes, boss, did you find something?" Lu Shiyuan glanced at the trembling Ruan in his arms. He reached out, pressed her head back into his neck, and rubbed his chin against the top of her head. "Someone doesn't want to live. They're after her." Qin Feng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the terminal. In this Dawnlight base, there was actually someone who dared to have designs on this young lady. That was no different from sticking one's head directly into a meat grinder. "Understood." Qin Feng took a deep breath, his tone turning grim. "The list will be on your desk before tonight." Back at the villa, the atmosphere was 10 times more tense than before they left. The 2 guards originally at the door had increased to a whole row. All surveillance cameras were turned on, and infrared scanning covered every corner within 500 meters of the villa. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan out of the car and strode into the living room. "Draw all the curtains. No one is to approach the main building without my orders." The servants nervously obeyed, and the heavy blackout curtains completely blocked out the sunlight outside. The lights were turned on inside. Lu Shiyuan placed Ruan on the sofa, crouched down, and checked the chain on her ankle. The spent crystal core had already been removed. He took out a new one from his pocket. This time it was deep purple. The crystal core of an S-class peak lightning-type zombie emperor. Its energy was more violent than the previous one, and its defense even more terrifying. Click. The crystal core snapped into the slot. A purple glow instantly flowed along the silver chain. "Don't be afraid." Lu Shiyuan held her ankle, the warmth of his palm transmitting through her skin. He looked up at Ruan's still pale face. "As long as you wear it, no one can touch you." Ruan looked down at him. The man crouched at her feet, his posture humble, but his eyes burned with a madness that could incinerate everything. She reached out her fingertip, gently tracing his brow bone. "Brother, are there bad people in the base? Besides those who want to take your position, are there other bad people?" Lu Shiyuan grabbed her hand and bit it gently, not hard. It was like a kind of comfort, or perhaps a warning. Yes. He didn't hide it from her. In this world, good people had long died out. What remained were all ghosts in human skin. Those madmen who want to slice you up for research. Those trash who envy that I can hold you. And those rats hiding in gutters dreaming of stealing you away. Lu Shiyuan stood up, pulling her entire body into his arms, pressing her against the back of the sofa. His breath was scorching. "Ruan, remember my words. Accept me. Anyone who comes near you is trying to harm you." Ruan blinked, a layer of mist forming in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. "Then what should I do? I only have you." She wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, her voice so soft it could drip water. "If you don't protect me, well, I'll be caught by bad people and used for experiments. I heard experiments hurt a lot. They'll give you injections and cut you open." "Shut up." Lu Shiyuan abruptly lowered his head, silencing her chattering little mouth. The kiss was fierce, carrying the taste of blood, as if trying to swallow all those terrifying words. He didn't let go until Ruan was almost out of breath. His thumb rubbed firmly over her swollen lips. "That possibility doesn't exist." Lu Shiyuan's voice was hoarse, laced with a ruthless edge. "Whoever dares to reach out a claw, I'll twist their head off. And kick it like a ball." Late at night. Underground, level 3 of the base. This was an absolute forbidden zone. A place even patrol teams dared not approach. The heavy lead door blocked all radiation and sound. In the laboratory, the harsh, shadowless light dazzled the eyes. Everywhere were specimens soaked in formalin, hearts of mutated beasts, brains of zombies, and some flesh masses whose origins were unclear. Chen Mo, wearing a blood-stained white coat, stood before a huge dissection table. The table was empty, but he looked as if he were seeing some rare treasure. In his hand was a photograph. It had been secretly taken with a telephoto lens. The photo was somewhat blurry, only capturing a side profile. The woman was wrapped in a black military overcoat, revealing a stretch of snow-white neck and the hand that clutched Lu Shiyuan's collar. Fragile. Beautiful. Full of temptation. So beautiful. Chun Imo stared at the photo obsessively, his finger rubbing repeatedly over that neck, as if what he touched was not photographic paper, but warm, delicate skin. He picked up a sharp scalpel, the tip lightly pressed against the woman's carotid artery in the photo. If I cut here, the blood that flows out must be very sweet, right? Chun Imo let out a low chuckle. The laughter echoed in the empty laboratory, sending chills down one's spine. He turned and walked to a huge display screen. The screen was densely packed with data. It was all the conjectures about the perfect physique he had collected over the years. And today, these conjectures finally had empirical evidence. Lu Shiyuan. Chun Imo stuck the photo to the center of the screen and stabbed it fiercely with the scalpel. You think she's your pet? No. She's the key to the evolution of all humanity. She's mine. He pulled a light blue reagent from a drawer. It was his latest neurotoxin. Colorless and odorless. Just one drop could instantly paralyze an S-class mutated beast. Just wait. Chun Imo swirled the test tube, the blue liquid refracting an eerie light under the lamp. I'll bring her back. Right under your nose. I'll take her apart piece by piece and reassemble her into a specimen that belongs only to me. Rip. The sound of the scalpel tearing through the photo was especially piercing in the dead night. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of the top-floor villa, Ruan turned over, kicking off the blanket. In her sleep, she seemed to sense something and frowned uneasily. The next second, a big hand reached over, pulling her back into his arms and covering her with the blanket. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes. In the darkness, his eyes shone eerily bright. He heard it. The sound of a rat grinding its teeth carried by the wind. Looking for death. You're asking for death. These words had barely dissipated in the air when the black off-road vehicle, like a runaway steel beast, roared and smashed through the outer wire fence of the granary. North Suburb Granary. It was the lifeline of Shuguang Base for winter survival and the easiest target for those lurking rats in the dark. Lu Shiyuan had no intention of reasoning with anyone. Since someone had stretched out their claws, he would cut them off. The vehicle executed a perfect drift, coming to a steady halt in the center of the open space. Lu Shiyuan unbuckled his seatbelt and turned. Ruan was still asleep. The in-car climate control was set to a comfortable warmth, and she was wrapped in a thick blanket, her cheeks flushed pink, like a carefree porcelain doll. She had no idea what was about to happen outside. Lu Shiyuan reached out, rubbing his thumb against her warm cheek. Wait for me here. He whispered in her ear, then activated the vehicle's highest defense mode. Click. 4 alloy locks dropped simultaneously, and the bulletproof windows rose with black light-blocking panels. The entire vehicle instantly transformed into an impregnable mobile fortress. Unless a nuclear bomb was used, no one could get her out of there. Lu Shiyuan pushed open the door and stepped out. His combat boots landed on the concrete floor with a dull thud. The granary was silent. Eerily silent. Only the wind whistling through the rusty iron roof made a grating squeak. Lu Shiyuan stood in the middle of the open space, slowly pulling on his black tactical gloves. Come out. The voice was not loud, yet it shook the air around him. Several dark figures leaped down from the beams of the granary roof. There were 5 of them. They wore mismatched combat gear, wielded modified heavy firearms, and their faces were twisted with greed and malice. Not zombies. Bounty hunters. The kind of scum who would sell their own mother for a crystal core. Commander Lu, long time no see. The leader was a bald man with a long scar across his face, twirling a poisoned dagger in his hand. Someone paid a high price for your little canary's life. The bald man licked his lips, his greedy gaze sweeping toward the fully sealed off-road vehicle. I heard that girl is something special. Why don't the brothers have a taste first? Boom. Before he could finish, a purple thunderbolt struck from the sky, without warning. The bald man didn't even have time to scream. His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Nothing was left. The remaining 4 killers were stunned. They knew Lu Shiyuan was strong, but they never imagined he was this strong. No ability casting time. Instant. Run. Someone shouted. The 4 turned and fled, wishing they had more legs. Lu Shiyuan stood still. He raised his hand, lightning surging in his palm. Since you came. Stay and fertilize the soil. ZZZ. 4 thunder serpents shot out like living things, accurately chasing each fleeing figure. There was no suspense. It was a one-sided massacre. In just 3 seconds, 5 charred corpses lay on the ground. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand, his breathing not even disturbed. Too weak. These scum weren't even enough to warm him up. He turned to go back to the vehicle. At that moment, the air behind him suddenly twisted. No sound. No killing intent. Like a passing breeze. But Lu Shiyuan sensed it. It was the instinct honed from years of living on the edge of life and death. Something was there. Right behind him. Lu Shiyuan reacted swiftly. Without turning around, he slashed backward with a thunderblade. Uff! The sound of the thunderblade cutting into flesh. A giant mutant lizard materialized in the air. Its entire body was transparent, only the wound oozing green blood. A mutant invisible lizard. An S-level assassination type ability beast. This was the real killing move. The 5 fools earlier were just cannon fodder to draw attention. The lizard shrieked, but its spiked tail lashed out with momentum. Too close. No way to dodge. Lu Shiyuan could only twist to avoid the vital spots. Tear. The sharp tail spike ripped through his military coat, cutting a half-foot-long gash in his sturdy back. Flesh turned outward. Blood instantly soaked the black fabric. Lu Shiyuan didn't even frown. To him, this injury was no different from a mosquito bite. Even the pain was barely perceptible. He lifted his boot and stomped hard on the lizard's head. Thunderlight surged. Bang! The lizard's head exploded like a watermelon. The fight was over. Lu Shiyuan shook the blood off his hand about to take off his coat and treat the wound to avoid the smell of blood bothering the delicate girl in the car. Just then a piercing scream came from the soundproof off-road vehicle. Ah! The voice was sharp, filled with extreme pain and terror. It was Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's heart skipped a beat. A panic he had never felt before flooded him. What happened? The car was on maximum defense, the bulletproof glass intact, no sign of attack. What was she screaming about? Lu Shiyuan teleported to the door. Fingerprint unlock. Pulled open the door. Ruan. Inside the car, Ruan was curled up on the back seat, drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of water. Her hands were gripping the backrest, knuckles white, her once rosy face now pale as paper. It hurts. Ruan sobbed, unable to catch her breath, tears streaming down in large drops. It hurts so much. Whoa. Lu Shiyuan climbed into the car and pulled her into his arms. His hands were trembling. Where does it hurt? Tell me, where are you injured? He quickly checked her body. No external injuries. No blood. Even that damn ankle bracelet was working normally, indicating everything was safe. Then what was she hurting from? My back. Ruan buried her face in his chest, her body convulsing. A physiological reaction to extreme pain. My back hurts so much. Like it's being cut open with a knife. Lu Shiyuan. Am I going to die? Her back. Lu Shiyuan froze. He immediately turned Ruan over and roughly tore open the clothes on her back. Nothing. There was nothing. Her back was smooth as jade, fair and delicate, without even a red mark. Not a knife wound. Not even a mosquito bite. You're not injured. Lu Shiyuan pulled her back into his arms, his voice hoarse with a tremor. He didn't notice himself. Ruan, look at me. You're not injured. No blood, no wounds. Ruan cried even harder. The pain was real. Skin torn, nerves severed, a burning, piercing agony. But it hurts. She grabbed Lu Shiyuan's arm, her nails digging deep into his flesh. It really hurts. You're lying. Lu Shiyuan was frozen. He looked at the woman writhing in pain in his arms, then felt the still bleeding wound on his own back. An absurd yet terrifyingly real thought struck his mind like lightning. He hadn't felt any pain. From the moment he was injured until now, he hadn't felt even a trace of pain. It was as if someone had borne it for him. Lu Shiyuan slowly raised his hand and touched his back. His hand came away warm and sticky with blood. The wound was deep enough to see bone, but he couldn't feel it. All the pain, through some invisible connection, had been transferred entirely to the delicate girl in his arms, who would cry for half a day over a mere scratch. Damn it. What was this? Was this the side effect of that perfect physique? Or some damn symbiotic curse? Seeing Ruan's lips bitten through from the pain, Lu Shiyuan felt helpless for the first time. He would rather the wound be on himself. Even if it were 10 times, 100 times deeper. It would be better than watching her suffer like this. I'm sorry. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and kissed away her tears. The commander who killed without blinking now had a voice laced with a hint of pleading. It's my fault. I got injured. Ruan, dazed from the pain, paused at these words. She opened her tear-filled eyes and looked at Lu Shiyuan. You got injured. Lu Shiyuan nodded. He took her hand and guided it behind his back, pressing it against the edge of the wound. Warm, wet blood. Ruan felt it. She understood instantly. So I am hurting for you. Ruan sniffled, a surge of grievance overwhelming her. Why? Why did she have to feel the pain when he got hurt in a fight? What kind of broken cheat was this? It was a total scam. Whoa, Lu Shiyuan, you bastard. Ruan cried and cursed, smearing her tears and snot all over his expensive combat uniform. Don't you ever get hurt again. It's killing me. If something happens to me, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you every day. Lu Shiyuan let her curse. He rested his chin on her head, tightening his arms as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Okay, I won't get hurt anymore. From now on, whoever dares to hurt me, I'll annihilate their entire clan. Lu Shiyuan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the car window at the corpses outside. The murderous intent in his eyes was 100 times more intense than before. In the past, he killed to establish authority to survive. Now, he killed so she wouldn't hurt. Nothing in this world could drive him more insane than that. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan spoke into the communicator, his voice cold as a demon crawling out of hell. Find out where that bald man came from. No matter who hired them. I'll peel their skin off and make a rug for Ruan. Inside the car, Ruan was still whimpering about the pain. Lu Shiyuan took out the best painkillers and healing potions from his spatial storage. Not for himself. He fed them to her. Even though he knew the wound wasn't on her body, the medicine might not work. But he still wanted to try. If it could make her feel even a little better, he would even tear a hole in the sky. At this moment, Lu Shiyuan finally understood. This woman was not only his medicine. She was his life. In the truest sense, live and die together. The carriage was thick with the smell of blood and the stifled sobs of a woman. Ruan curled up in Lu Shiyuan's embrace, trembling like a sieve. The pain was no illusion. It was as if someone had sliced open a gash on her back with a knife. The flesh rolled back, nerves exposed to the air, and even breathing brought a bloody agony. It hurts. Lu Shiyuan. I'm going to die. She clutched his collar, her knuckles white with strained tears, soaking the small patch of fabric completely. Lu Shiyuan did not move. He maintained the embrace, his left hand pressing the back of Su Ruan's head, while his right hand slowly rose before his eyes. He removed his gloves. Slender fingers were stained with thick, viscous blood. It was flowing from his own back. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone. But he felt nothing. It was as if this body was not his own, all pain, nerves severed, or rather transferred elsewhere. Lu Shiyuan stared at the glaring red on his fingertips, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of the woman in his arms. In his dark eyes something was growing wildly. Not guilt, not pity, but a perverse, spine-chilling excitement. To verify that absurd hypothesis, Lu Shiyuan drew the black tactical dagger from his waist. The blade was sharp, gleaming coldly. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the tip against his left index finger and made a light cut. A faint tearing sound of skin and flesh. Blood instantly welled up. Lu Shiyuan did not even twitch an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the woman in his arms. Oh! Almost at the same instant, Su Ruan jerked her left hand back, shoved her index finger into her mouth, and cried out in a tearful, slurred voice, My finger is cut. At that moment, Lu Shiyuan smiled. His chest heaved violently, emitting a low, stifled laugh. It was real. Pain transfer. Or rather pain sharing. Because of that blood feeding, because of that damned genetic fusion, this woman had become his pain bearer. From now on, every wound he suffered would be reflected on her 100-fold, 1,000-fold. What was this? A curse? No, this was a blessing. The best gift heaven had ever given him. Lu Shiyuan tossed away the dagger, grabbed the back of Su Ruan's head, and forced her to look up. Their eyes met. Su Ruan's face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen like walnuts, looking utterly pitiful. And Lu Shiyuan, his handsome godlike face now wore a demonic smile. Ruan. He lowered his head, his tongue licking the tears from the corner of her eye, his voice hoarse, as if filled with gravel. Can you feel it? We are in pain. Together. Su Ruan was frightened by his mad demeanor, even forgetting to cry, and let out a hiccup. You're insane. She tried to push him away, but was held even tighter. Lu Shiyuan cared nothing about his own back still bleeding, nor about the possibility of infection. He only cared about this feeling. This true bond of blood and flesh. Before I wanted to lock you up, chain you up, so you could never go anywhere. Lu Shiyuan's kiss landed on the corner of her lips, carrying the scent of blood, maniacally suffocating. But I was still afraid. Afraid you would run away, afraid someone would steal you. But now I'm not afraid. He grabbed Su Ruan's hand and pressed it against his still bleeding chest, feeling the frantic beating of his heart. Ruan, you can't escape. You have become part of my body. If I hurt, you hurt. If I die, you won't live either. We will rot together, this life and the next. Su Ruan's scalp crawled. This was not a lover's whisper. It was a declaration of death from a madman. The searing pain in her back persisted, and the sting on her finger reminded her of the brutal truth. She had truly become this mad dog's scapegoat. Whoa, Lu Shiyuan, you bastard. Su Ruan broke down, biting hard on his chin. Who wants to rot with you? Stop the bleeding. It hurts so much. Are you made of wood? Don't you feel pain? But I do. I'm dying of pain. If I die of pain, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. She cursed and cried, tears and snot smearing all over his face. What kind of cheat was this? Other transmigrators got cheats to crush scumbags, but she had become the male lead's human pain receiver. How was she supposed to live from now on? He fights, she screams. He gets hurt, she suffers. This was a total trap. Watching the woman in his arms lose her temper, the madness in Lu Shiyuan's eyes finally faded, replaced by a suffocating tenderness. All right, stop the bleeding. I won't let you hurt. He couldn't bear it. Though this connection made him tremble with excitement, he hated to see her tears even more. Lu Shiyuan pressed the communicator. Tell Lao San to get over here. Bring the best medicine. Now. Less than half a minute later. The car door was pulled open from outside. A man carrying a medical kit scrambled in. He was the healing type ability user in the team, and everyone called him Lao San. Boss, you're injured. As soon as Lao San entered the carriage, he caught the strong smell of blood, his face turning pale with fright. Lu Shiyuan was an S-rank powerhouse, aside from his mania, when had he ever suffered an external injury in recent years. And judging by the amount of blood loss, it was serious. Cut the crap. Lu Shiyuan pressed Su Ruan's face into his chest, not letting Lao San see her crying and disheveled appearance. Heal it. If even a single scar is left, I'll chop off your hands. Lao San shivered, quickly opened the medical kit, and a soft green light glowed in his palm as he pressed it against Lu Shiyuan's back. The healing ability activated. The wound, deep enough to see bone, began to close at a visible rate. New flesh grew, skin sealed. The whole process was actually itchy, even with a faint sting. But Lu Shiyuan remained expressionless throughout, not even a muscle tensed. He was always watching the person in his arms. Does it still hurt? He asked softly in her ear. Su Ruan sniffled, feeling the fierce burning pain in her back gradually subside, turning into a numbing itch. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Just a little itchy. She tried to reach back to scratch, but Lu Shiyuan grabbed her hand. Don't move. Bear it. Lu Shiyuan watched as Lao San withdrew his hand. The wound on his back had completely vanished, leaving only a faint pink mark. Boss, it's done. Lao San wiped his sweat, inwardly relieved. Good thing he healed it quickly, or the oppressive atmosphere would have crushed him. Get out. Lu Shiyuan spat out 3 cold words. Lao Sen fled as if pardoned, grabbing his medical kit and running, nearly forgetting to close the door. The carriage fell silent again. Ruan was still sniffling. She had cried so hard that her eyes were now swollen shut, and her voice was hoarse. Lu Shiyuan picked up a wet towel nearby and wiped her face bit by bit. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if polishing a rare treasure. From now on, Lu Shiyuan tossed the towel aside, his fingers caressing her swollen eyelids. No matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing. If you feel pain, tell me. Ruan looked at him with grievance. What's the use of telling you? It's not you who hurts. Lu Shiyuan curled his lips, smiling with a hint of wickedness. It's useful. For every fraction of pain you feel, I'll make the one who hurt me feel 10,000 times more. He turned his head and pressed the all-channel broadcast button. His voice through the car speaker system spread throughout the entire convoy, and even across the wasteland miles away. Cold, brutal, without a trace of warmth. Listen up, everyone. From today, my life is no longer mine alone. If anyone dares to let me suffer even a scratch, even a graze that means making her hurt, whoever makes her hurt, I will slaughter their entire family, grind their bones to dust, and feed them to the dogs. Understood. Dead silence on the convoy channel. Then a unified roar erupted. Yes, Commander. All the team members felt their scalps tingle. Though they didn't know what had happened in the car from the boss's tone, this matter was more serious than the sky falling. From now on, protecting the boss was no longer for the mission. It was to keep that delicate crybaby from crying, and even more to keep their own lives safe. The convoy restarted. This time the speed was much slower. It was as steady as a hearse, afraid that even a bump would make that young lady uncomfortable. Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his seat, holding Ruan on his lap with one hand. The injured finger had healed, but he still picked it up from time to time to look at it. Then he would pinch Ruan's finger. Does it still hurt here? Ruan rolled her eyes. It's been fine for a long time. You're so annoying. Lu Shiyuan didn't get angry. He put her finger into his mouth and gently licked the tip with his tongue. The wet, warm touch made Ruan tremble all over her face, instantly reddening to the roots of her neck. Lu Shiyuan, are you disgusting? Disinfecting. Lu Shiyuan said it with a straight face. From now on, only I can touch this place. Ruan wanted to curse, but seeing the pathological satisfaction in the man's eyes, she swallowed the words. Forget it. What was the point of arguing with a madman? Anyway, from now on, he would definitely never dare to let himself get hurt. This counted as a kind of unconventional amulet, right? Even if the price was a bit high. Ruan sighed, rested her head on his shoulder, and found a comfortable position. Elder brother. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I want to eat that bald guy. Oh no, I want hot pot. She had been frightened by that bald bastard earlier, and had gone through so much pain her energy was severely depleted. She needed a good meal to replenish herself. Lu Shiyuan paused. Hot pot. In this desolate wilderness, where was he supposed to get hot pot for her? But looking at the expectant eyes of the person in his arms, the words of refusal got stuck in his throat. All right, we'll have it when we get back. Spicy. No, you just cried your throat is hoarse of clear broth. I want spicy. Extra spicy. Devil spicy. Lu Shiyuan looked at her fierce, clawing expression, and that empty place in his heart felt filled with something. Soft. Warm. Even the pain was proof of being alive. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on the top of her hair. As you wish. Anything you want. As long as you don't cry. I'd give you my life. Outside the window, the setting sun blazed like blood, dyeing the wasteland a deep crimson. Lu Shiyuan stared at the ruins receding outside the window. In his eyes, always filled with killing and brutality, there was for the first time a light of peace. Before he lived to slaughter zombies, to climb to the top of this hell. Now he only wanted to protect the warmth in his arms. Whoever dares to touch it. Kill gods if they stand in the way, slay Buddhas if they block the path. It was already deep into the night when they returned to the villa. The drive had been so smooth that not even a pebble was disturbed. As soon as the car came to a halt, Lu Shiyuan lifted Ruan out, without letting her feet touch the ground, carrying her directly to the master bedroom on the second floor. Ruan did not sleep soundly. In her dreams, she felt someone cutting her back with a knife. Though the sharp pain vanished upon waking, a lingering sense of dread remained. She rubbed her eyes, pushed aside the quilt, and prepared to get up for a drink of water. The moment her feet touched the floor, a soft, cushiony sensation startled her. The floor, once covered with an expensive Persian rug, was now layered with an additional thick, white plush carpet. Stepping on it felt like walking on clouds, her feet sinking halfway into the plush. Ruan took 2 steps and reached for the bedside table. The texture under her hand was wrong. The originally cold, hard marble corners were now wrapped in a thick layer of pink foam padding, soft and squishy to the touch. She turned on the light. She stood frozen in place. Where was the cold, minimalist master bedroom she knew? Every corner of the table, every chair leg, every cabinet handle, even the lower half of the walls, anywhere that was slightly hard or sharp, was now covered in thick foam strips and cotton padding. As far as the eye could see, the entire room had become round and soft like a nursery. Even a fly crashing into the wall would bounce right back. The corner of Ruan's mouth twitched. When this man went crazy, every aspect of his behavior exuded a suffocating sense of control. Awake! A sound came from the doorway. Lu Shiyuan walked in, carrying a glass of warm milk. He had changed into a set of black silk home clothes that clung to his body, outlining the contours of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. but his face was expressionless, looking somewhat gloomy. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" He set the milk down on the table that was now wrapped like a dumpling, strode over, picked Su Ruan up, and tucked her back into the bed. Su Ruan pointed at the pink foam strips around them. "Lu Shiyuan, are you treating me like a mentally disabled person? This carpet is so thick it could trip someone, and these walls. Are you afraid I'll bash my head and commit suicide?" Lu Shiyuan didn't argue. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently pinched her toes that were sticking out from under the quilt. "Just in case. You're too delicate. A bump will bruise you for days." Before, when she got hurt, it was she who suffered, and he could only feel some concern. But now it was different. If she hurt, he would suffer along with her. More importantly, he couldn't bear the feeling of watching her cry without being able to do anything. Since he was going to keep her by his side, he had to cut off all sources of danger. Even a table corner was unacceptable. "Drink this." He brought the milk to her lips. Su Ruan took 2 sips from his hand, then pushed the cup away. "I don't want any more. I want to sleep. And can you stop pointing that camera at the bed?" She pointed at the small red blinking device in the corner of the ceiling. That was something Lu Shiyuan had just installed. Round-the-clock surveillance with no blind spots. "No." Lu Shiyuan refused flatly. He pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, his movements gentle, but his tone leaving no room for argument. "I need to watch you at all times. In case you kick off the blanket and catch a cold, or roll off the bed and hurt yourself. I'll know right away." Su Ruan rolled her eyes and buried her face in the pillow. "Pervert." Lu Shiyuan turned off the light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp lit. "Sleep." He kissed her forehead. "I have some things to take care of downstairs." The door closed. Su Ruan initially thought he was going to deal with business or interrogate the bald man. But less than half an hour later, she was awakened by pain. Not the sharp pain of an injury. It was a kind of soreness. An extreme, unbearable ache. It felt like someone had forced her to run a 10-kilometer heavy-load cross-country and then do 500 squats. Her thigh muscles were painfully swollen, her arms were too heavy to lift, and a bone-deep fatigue permeated her entire body. Su Ruan tossed and turned in bed, moaning in discomfort. What was going on? She had been sleeping the whole time, barely walking a few steps. How could she be so exhausted? Was she catching a cold? Or a viral infection? The soreness grew stronger, accompanied by a burning sensation, like muscles tearing. Su Ruan sat up, abruptly gasping for air. No, this wasn't an illness. The feeling was too familiar. It was that damn pain sharing. What the hell was that bastard Lu Shiyuan doing? Self-harming in the middle of the night. Furious, Su Ruan's head throbbed as she threw off the covers to get out of bed. The moment her legs touched the floor, she nearly collapsed from weakness. Her legs felt like lead, trembling with soreness. "Lu Shiyuan, get your ass out here." Leaning against the wall, Su Ruan moved step by painful step. With each step, she mentally cursed his ancestors for generations. Downstairs, the underground training ground. This was Lu Shiyuan's private restricted area. The space of several hundred square meters was filled with all kinds of heavy equipment. At that moment, Lu Shiyuan was bare-chested, drenched in sweat. His fair skin was now covered with bulging veins, and his muscles were engorged to the extreme. He was performing extreme impact resistance training. Several automatic launchers were aimed at him, continuously firing high-intensity rubber bullets. Thud, thud, thud. The rubber bullets slammed into his muscles with a dull sound. Each strike could break bones of an ordinary person. But Lu Shiyuan didn't dodge. He gritted his teeth, bearing the impacts with his body. Not enough. Still not hard enough. Today's injury had made him realize that even an S-rank ability user still had a mortal body. If his defense was breached, he would bleed and feel pain. It didn't matter if he hurt. But the delicate woman upstairs couldn't handle it. She was so afraid of pain. A mere scratch would make her cry for ages. The tearing wound today nearly killed her. He had to become stronger. He had to forge this body into an impenetrable fortress, impervious to blades and bullets. Only then could he completely eliminate the possibility of her suffering for him again. Again, Lu Shiyuan growled, increasing the launcher's power level. The speed of the rubber bullets doubled instantly. The barrage of strikes fell like a torrential rain. Just then the door to the training ground was pushed open. "Lu Shiyuan, do you want to die?" A tearful roar came from the doorway. Lu Shiyuan paused. A rubber bullet hit him squarely in the chest. He felt nothing. But the little woman in pajamas at the door bent over, clutching her chest, tears streaming down her face from the pain. "Stop." Lu Shiyuan's face changed drastically. He kicked over the power supply of the launcher. In a few strides, he reached her, catching her in his arms just before she collapsed. "Why did you come down?" His body was scorching hot sweat trickling down his muscle lines and dripping on his Su Ruan's face. She struggled in his arms, hitting him with both hands and feet. "You asked me, what are you doing awake in the middle of the night practicing some kind of golden bell shield? Do you know I'm dying from the pain? My legs are sore like they're broken, my chest hurts, my arms hurt, everything hurts." Su Ruan was so aggrieved, she bit his sweaty shoulder. "You're made of iron, but I'm not. When you train your muscles, why does the soreness go to me? It's not fair." Lu Shiyuan froze. He looked at the woman crying with a runny nose in his arms, then at his own still engorged muscles. He had almost worn her out. He had actually forgotten about this. The pain sharing wasn't just for injuries. Even the muscle soreness and fatigue from extreme exercise would be transmitted to her. And because her physique was so weak, the sensation would be amplified to an unbearable degree. "I'm sorry." Lu Shiyuan carried her to a nearby rest chair, wrapped a towel around her. I forgot. He truly had forgotten. He had only wanted to raise his defense, ignoring the cost along the way. Forgot. A simple forgot makes it all better. Ruan slumped against him, too weak to move a finger. I feel like I've been run over by a truck. You have to take responsibility. Fine, I'll take responsibility. Lu Shiyuan placed her on his lap, his large hand gripping her calf. Though his hands were rough from years of holding a gun, his strength was perfectly controlled. He pressed firmly but gently on the tense muscles. Sir, here. Ruan hummed. A little harder. Lu Shiyuan increased the pressure, his fingertips kneading through the accumulated lactic acid. Here. His hand moved up, pressing on the outside of her thigh. Lighter. It hurts. Ruan kicked him in the stomach. It didn't budge. Instead, her own foot went numb from the impact. Lu Shiyuan served the little princess without complaint. As he massaged her, he observed her reactions. He watched her slowly go from bristling to calm, finally closing her eyes in contentment like a cat being petted. This feeling was strange. He had been the one to train all night, exhausting himself. Yet now he was here serving someone who hadn't done a thing. But he didn't find it annoying at all. In fact, he thought it wouldn't be so bad if he could keep massaging her like this forever. Brother. Ruan leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft and syrupy, tinged with a nasal tone from crying. Don't train anymore. You're already strong enough. If you keep going, I'll be the one to die first. Lu Shiyuan didn't stop his movements. No. If I don't train, how can I protect you? I can't let what happened today happen again. Ruan pouted. Then can't you find another way? Like training your abilities. Or getting some high-tech equipment. Don't keep torturing this body of yours. She poked his rock-hard chest. Hard as a stone, uncomfortable. Lu Shiyuan caught her wandering finger and kissed it. Too hard. Weren't you biting quite happily just now? Ruan blushed and pulled her hand back. Anyway, no more training. Not for this whole week. I need to rest. Lu Shiyuan looked at her spoiled expression, his Adam's apple bobbing. Fine. I'll listen to you. No training this week. As long as he kept her at home and didn't go anywhere, nothing should happen. Meanwhile, in the dark laboratory on the third basement level of the base, Chen Mo was staring at the surveillance screen in front of him. On the screen was the live feed from the top-floor villa's training ground. Though there was no sound, he could see clearly Lu Shiyuan was doing extreme training. Then the woman rushed in with a pained expression. Then Lu Shiyuan stopped and began to massage her. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, a fanatical gleam shining behind the lenses. As expected, it's not just pain. Even fatigue and muscle state are shared. He typed rapidly on the keyboard, recording data. This is a lifelink. A true sharing of life and death. A miracle. This is a divine miracle. Chen Mo trembled with excitement. If he could crack the secret of this link, if he could extract this gene and apply it to himself, would it mean that by linking to an immortal creature, he could achieve eternal life? Or if he could control that woman named Ruan, wouldn't that mean controlling Lu Shiyuan, the sharpest blade? I want it. I want it so badly. Chen Mo licked his lips and turned to a thermostatic incubator. Inside the box was a fist-sized fruit. It was entirely pink with a translucent skin emitting a faint fragrance. The scent was very subtle and audible to ordinary people, but for those with special constitutions, this was a fatal temptation, like a traveler in the desert seeing water and addict seeing drugs. It was a craving etched into their genes. A mutated snake fruit. Chen Mo put on gloves, carefully took out the fruit, and placed it in an exquisite gift box. Though it's a bit wasteful. But for the perfect experimental subject, it's worth it. He pressed the communication button on the table. Soon a young woman in a maid's uniform entered. She was Chen Mo's mole in the villa area, responsible for delivering supplies to the top floor. Send this up. Chen Mo handed her the box, his voice sinister. Say it's a newly cultivated fruit from the base, specially sent for the commander to taste. Remember, make sure that woman sees it. The maid took the box and nodded respectfully. Yes, doctor. Chen Mo watched the maid leave, a twisted smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Shiyuan, you think locking her in a cage keeps her safe? As long as she's a living person, she has desires. She has weaknesses. And I am the best at making bait. This fruit. She can't resist. As long as she takes one bite, the special biotoxin will explode inside her, causing intense hallucinations and dependency. When that happens, she will crawl out of that cage on her own. Crawl onto my operating table. Chen Mo picked up a scalpel, tracing a cut through the air. As if he could already see, Ruan's chest opened, revealing the perfect heart. Soon, very soon, you will be mine. That scent was intoxicatingly rich. Ruan lay sprawled across the railing of the second-floor balcony, her nostrils flaring. A cloying, almost obscene sweetness rode the wind, so potent it seemed to pierce straight into the marrow. It bore no resemblance to floral perfume nor cooked fare. Rather, it was an invasive allure, slithering directly into the brain, jolting nerves into frenzied convulsions. Saliva surged uncontrollably. Her stomach churned violently with hunger. I'm starving. She rubbed her abdomen. Just hours earlier she devoured an entire roasted chicken, yet now her gut felt cavernous enough to swallow an oxhole. The fragrance emanated from the mountains behind the villa, specifically from the restricted zone cordoned off by barbed wire. Lu Shiyuan had strictly forbidden her from approaching even a single step near that area. He'd even prohibited her from opening windows facing that direction. But today was different. Lu Shiyuan had barely stepped out to attend that accursed emergency meeting. Qin Feng, his rigid by-the-book deputy, stood guard downstairs. But as long as Lu Shiyuan was absent, Su Ruan felt certain she could stir up a little mischief. Qin Feng. Leaning over the railing, Su Ruan called down to the man standing below like a motionless wooden post. Qin Feng instantly raised his head, alert, vigilant. Miss Su, how may I assist you? Are you unwell? Ever since learning of their shared pain linked, Qin Feng's vigilance toward this living relic had reached fever pitch. He dreaded even the slightest bruise or scrape, knowing full well that any injury would rebound upon his commanding officer. I'm thirsty. She pointed at her empty glass. I want last night's freshly drawn milk, with 2 spoonfuls of honey warmed just right, not scalding. Qin Feng exhaled in quiet relief. So long as she wasn't scheming to slip outside, a cup of milk posed no danger. Understood, I'll fetch it immediately. He pivoted and hurried toward the kitchen. Opportunity had arrived. Su Ruan spun on her heel and bolted. Her movements were swift, precise, utterly unlike those of a pampered heiress. She'd long studied the layout. Behind the villa's rear door lay a dog-sized drain pipe, well, technically a drainage aperture. Narrow though it was, her slender frame, barely 90 gene, could easily squeeze through. For that tantalizing aroma, crawling through a pipe was nothing. 10 minutes later, Su Ruan brushed dust from her clothes and stood before the barbed wire perimeter of the mountain ridge. Guards here were conspicuously scarce. Normally sentries stood every 3 paces. Today not a soul stirred within sight. Had they all been redeployed to the front lines, or dispatched alongside Lu Shiyuan? Su Ruan didn't dwell. The scent grew denser, drawing her forward, irresistibly close. She followed a weed-choked path deeper inward. The landscape grew increasingly desolate. All around stood skeletal trees, scattered bones of unidentifiable creatures littered the earth. A chill wind whispered through the gloom. Ordinarily Su Ruan would have fled trembling, but today that scent held her in thrall, pulling her feet forward like an invisible tether. Just ahead, she swallowed hard, and then she saw it, a colossal pit hidden behind a tangle of boulders. The fragrance rose unmistakably from its depths. Su Ruan knelt at the edge, leaning halfway over to peer down. The pit plunged deep, some 5 or 6 meters beneath her. Its bottom vanished into utter blackness, yet faint shifting silhouettes shimmered within. Just as she strained to discern them clearly, the soil beneath her feet gave way. Crack! The protruding rock, unable to bear her weight, shattered clean away. Weightlessness seized her instantly. Su Ruan plummeted downward like a stone. Doomed. This fall would surely kill her, or leave her crippled beyond repair. Worse still, Lu Shiyuan, that madman, was mid-meeting. Would that shared agony drive him to demolish the conference room on the spot? Thud! She crashed heavily on his solid ground, her backside striking first. Pain exploded. Tears erupted instantly. Ugh, my backside. Before she could catch her breath, a dozen pairs of emerald green eyes ignited around her. Hungry, ravenous, bestial. Su Ruan froze utterly. By the faint light filtering down from above, she finally grasped where she stood. A breeding pit. And surrounding her, zombies. Not sluggish low-tier undead, but dozens of level 2 mutated zombies, grayish-blue skin, nails sharpened into lethal blades. They had been slumbering, or tearing each other apart. Now a fresh, fragrant morsel had dropped from the heavens, straight into their feeding trough. Low guttural growls swelled from every direction. Dozens closed in slowly. Rotting stench mingled with that eerie sweetness, creating a nauseating paradoxical reek. Su Ruan curled into a corner, trembling violently. Finished. Truly finished this time. Even if Lu Shiyuan raced here, now he'd arrived too late. Could the shield embedded in her ankle bracelet withstand 1 strike? Or 50? A single bite, and she'd become one of them. Would Lu Shiyuan then succumb to the same fate? That image was too horrifying to contemplate. Don't come closer. She snatched a stone from the ground, her hand shaking uncontrollably. I'm not tasty. I'm poisoned. I'm Lu Shiyuan's wife. If you dare bite me, he'll mince you into dog food. The zombies understood none of it. They only knew one truth: this creature smelled divine. So divine their very viruses seethed with ecstasy. The largest among them lunged first, jaws agape, yellowed teeth bared. Too close. Su Ruan could even see strands of flesh wedged between those rotting molars. Lu Shiyuan, save me. She squeezed her eyes shut, unleashing a final desperate scream, waiting for agony to descend. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No rending pain came. Instead, silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Even those bone-chilling growls had ceased entirely. Only the wind's hollow moan echoed through the pit. What had happened? Had it snapped her neck so swiftly she felt nothing? Trembling, Su Ruan cracked open one eye. Then, she froze, utterly stunned. The massive zombie that had lunged moments ago now lay prostrate at her feet. Not poised to attack, but flattened completely, face pressed hard against the dirt, body quaking violently, as if seized by some primal tremor. As though worshipping, she paused, then cautiously wiggled her foot. The zombie flinched, as if struck by terror, and buried its head deeper, emitting a soft whimpering whine. That was fear. Pure, absolute terror. She lifted her gaze, surveying the others. Dozens of once fierce zombies now knelt on the ground, heads bowed low. A sea of darkness. None dared raise their eyes, none dared meet her gaze. Not even their breathing dared disturb the air. As if before them stood not mere flesh, but an unapproachable deity. This. The stone slipped from Su Ruan's grasp, clattering onto the massive zombie's skull. Thud. The beast shuddered, but remained motionless, instead inching forward submissively. It extended its decayed hand. Clutched within lay a pink-hued fruit, the very source of that bewitching fragrance. It held the fruit aloft, offering it reverently before her. From its throat emerged garbled syllables. Ho ho, as if pleading, eat. For you. Su Ruan stared, at the fruit, then at the kneeling horde. A ludicrous thought blooming in her mind. Could it be? I am their ancestral sovereign. Meanwhile, in the underground surveillance chamber, level 3. Plop. Chunmo's coffee cup shattered on the floor, splattering dark liquid across his white lab coat, burning his skin red. Yet he registered nothing. Frozen, rigid eyes locked onto the monitor, bulging veined with crimson. Impossible. This cannot be. His voice trembled. These zombies were his own experimental subjects, bred, refined, perfected. To amplify their ferocity, he'd starved them for 3 days, and injected them with rage-inducing serum. Logically, not even an elephant falling in would survive 3 seconds. Yet now, what were they doing? Kneeling. Offering tribute. Chun-Mo lunged at the control panel, zooming the feed, zooming again, until only Su Ruan's pale, startled face filled the screen. And the trembling monstrosities huddled at her feet. That tremor wasn't feigned. It was genetic, instinctive, primordial. An inferior's innate surrender to supremacy. Royal lineage. He murmured, his lips twisting uncontrollably into a grotesque grin. No, not merely royal. A zombie sovereign commands the undead, but cannot instill such abject terror in these hyper-aggressive specimens. She is the origin. She is the progenitor. She is divine. Chun-Mo snatched up his logbook, pen slashing furiously across the page, gouging ink deep into the fibers. Each character bled crimson. So that was it. Lu Shiyuan hadn't guarded her for beauty's sake. He'd known the truth, all along. He'd imprisoned a god beside him. Ha ha ha. Manic laughter erupted, echoing sharply within the sealed chamber. Tears streamed down Chunmo's cheeks. He believed himself studying viral evolution. Yet the ultimate answer resided within that woman's very being. If he secured her, if he dissected her, extracted that genetic sequence, he would command every zombie on Earth. He would reign over the new world. Su Ruan. He extended his tongue, licking the cold glass where her face shimmered, leaving a glistening trail. Since you've delivered yourself to me, you won't leave again. His finger pressed a crimson button, the activation switch for the breeding pit's special mechanism. Lu Shiyuan, your god is mine. At the pit's bottom, Su Ruan still stared wide-eyed at the giant zombie. She gestured toward the fruit in its hand. You want me to eat this? The zombie nodded, stiffly yet unmistakably. Its motion was rigid, but its intent clear. Su Ruan hesitated. The fruit smelled overwhelmingly divine, and given the creature's demeanor, surely it wouldn't dare poison her. She reached out, her fingertips brushing the fruit's smooth surface. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted overhead. The open pit mouth slammed shut beneath a massive steel plate. Light vanished. Darkness swallowed the pit whole, absolute suffocating. Then, a shrill hissing sound pierced the silence. Hiss. Pale blue mist jetted from vents in the walls, carrying the sickly sweet tang of sedative gas. One breath, and Su Ruan's mind detonated into static. Her limbs turned leaden. Consciousness frayed. Oh no. In her final conscious instant, one thought crystallized. Done. This time, she truly faced dissection. Lu Shiyuan, if you don't arrive soon, I'll become a specimen on display. And the moment her eyelids fell shut, the kneeling zombies rose as one. In the blackness, their green eyes lost all trace of fear, replaced instead by incandescent fury, by a bloodthirsty, annihilating rage. They encircled Su Ruan, not to devour her, but to defend her. Whoever dared threaten their deity would die. The heavy steel plate overhead suddenly slid apart to either side. Blinding daylight flooded back into the dark, deep pit. Su Ruan squinted, still reeling from the suffocating vertigo that had just seized her. She had been certain she was dead, either drugged and dissected or torn apart by zombies. Yet now she sat perfectly intact upon the cold ground. The zombies surrounding her, moments ago teetering on the edge of frenzied rage, froze instantly as light pierced the pit, retreating silently into the shadows, their throats rumbling with low, wary growls, yet advancing not a single step. They were wary of whoever stood above. Miss Su. A slightly hoarse male voice drifted down from above. Su Ruan lifted her gaze. Silhouetted against the harsh light, a man in a white lab coat stood at the pit's rim. Thick black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, disheveled hair, and skin unervingly pale. He gazed down at her with detached clinical scrutiny. Though he smiled, every hair on Su Ruan's body bristled. This sensation was more revolting than tumbling headfirst into a writhing mass of the undead. It felt like a cold, slick serpent coiling tightly around her ankle. Are you injured? Chun-Mo adjusted his glasses behind the lenses, his gaze swept over Su Ruan with ravenous curiosity, finally settling on the cowering zombies huddled near her feet. As expected, unscathed. Not even a thread of her clothing was torn. Su Ruan pinched her palm hard, forcing herself fully awake. Anyone who could appear in this restricted zone wearing a lab coat was no casual passerby. And that concealed mechanism. The steel plate sealing shut the anesthetic mist. It had undoubtedly been his doing. This old fiend meant to harm her. I was terrified. Ruan instantly slipped into character, bursting into loud convulsive sobs as she scrambled crabwise toward the farthest corner. Pull me up, quickly. There are monsters everywhere. Wah. As she wept, her peripheral vision tracked Shenmo's every micro-expression. She made no mention, absolutely none, of the zombies kneeling in obeisance moments earlier. So long as she denied it, he held no proof. Shenmo's eyes gleamed with quiet amusement. She was quite the performer. Had he not watched the entire sequence unfold on surveillance, he might well have believed her delicate trembling facade. I'm Chunmo, lead researcher at the Base Institute. He pressed a button, a soft rope ladder descended from above. Hold tight, I'll pull you up. Ruan had no choice. Remaining below meant certain death. Ascending offered however slender a chance at survival. Clutching the ladder, limbs trembling, she hauled herself upward and collapsed on a solid ground, barely managing to steady herself before Chunmo's hand reached out seemingly to assist her. Ruan sidestepped, subtly evading the gloved hand. Thank you, Dr. Chun, she murmured, brushing dust from her chest with feigned breathlessness, her expression still raw with shock. Had it not been for you, I'd have become zombie fair. Chunmo withdrew his hand unruffled, slipping it back into the pocket of his white coat. You're most welcome, Miss Su. He stepped forward, closing the distance until the sharp, acrid scent of formaldehyde, permanently clinging to his lab coat, filled her nostrils. Still, I must confess my curiosity. He gestured downward toward the pit. Those are level 2 mutated specimens, starved for 3 days. They can gnaw through steel plating. So how is it, Miss Su, that after such a prolonged fall not one so much as laid a finger upon you? There it was, the fatal question. Ruan's heart lurched. He'd seen it then. Blinking wide-eyed, all innocence, she extended her leg, revealing the violet glowing chain clasped around her ankle. Because I have this, she said, giving the anklet a playful shake, her tone laced with pride and quiet triumph. Commander Lu Shiyuan specially crafted it for me. It repels any attack ranked below S-class. Those creatures tried biting me, but recoiled the moment my chain discharged its arcs. She tilted her chin slightly. Dr. Chun, as a scientist, surely you're aware of Commander Lu's mastery over lightning-based abilities. She deftly shifted blame onto Lu Shiyuan, whose overwhelming power rendered any extraordinary artifact plausible. Chunmo studied the anklet for several seconds. Indeed, it was exceptional. The residual high-tier lightning energy resonated with palpable intensity, even making him uneasy. Yet this explained nothing about the kneeling zombies. No matter. On the operating table beneath the scalpel, the truth would be laid bare. I see, he replied, offering a smile that strained the muscles of his face into something rigid and unnatural. The commander truly dotes upon you, Miss Su. Since you bear no injury, all is well. He stepped aside, extending a courteous open-palm gesture. You've suffered quite a fright. My laboratory lies nearby. Perhaps you'd join me for tea. I've just perfected a calming infusion remarkably effective against trauma-induced shock. Go to his lab. Was that tea? Or a death sentence? Alarms shrieked inside Ruan's skull. This desolate expanse alone with a man whose mind fixated on vivisection. No sane person would comply. No thank you. She retreated 2 paces, pointing toward the distant villa. I've been gone too long. My brother will be furious if he returns and finds me missing. He has a volatile temper. When enraged, he tears buildings apart. Invoking Lu Shiyuan, the unassailable titan, was her last desperate bid to intimidate this scheming wretch. She turned to flee, then froze. 2 black-clad security operatives materialized from nowhere, blocking her path, like twin monoliths. Expressionless, hands resting lightly atop the electroshock batons at their hips. Ruan halted, pivoting slowly to face Chunmo. Dr. Chun, what does this mean? Chunmo removed his gloves with deliberate slowness, exposing hands pale and faintly bluish. Miss Su, please misunderstand me. Not at all. Merely tea. He advanced steadily, cornering her against the iron fence. The commander oversees countless affairs daily. I doubt he'd object to such a trivial matter. Moreover, his voice dropped to a whisper, his cloudy eyes blazing with feverish, nauseating fervor. I find your physiology, know your essence, profoundly fascinating. A human being capable of commanding zombie submission. I've never witnessed its like in my entire life. So he'd abandoned pretense. He'd laid his cards bare. Ruan pressed her back against the frigid chain-link mesh, trapped. You're insane, she gritted out, jaw clenched, feigning composure. Lu Shiyuan is nearby. Harm me, and he'll reduce you to bloody shreds. He's currently in conference. From his pocket, Chunmo withdrew a small, elegant silver spray bottle, label as pristine. And all signals within this radius have been jammed. Even if you scream until your throat ruptures, no one will hear. He nodded toward a surveillance camera nestled in the treetops. I've hijacked its feed. The image you see is a 10-minute loop. His preparations were meticulous. This was no impromptu scheme. He plotted it for a long time. Be good. Lifting the vial, he aimed it at her face. Sleep now. When you awaken, we shall discuss science, properly. Hiss. A fine invisible mist dispersed into the air, odorless, colorless. Yet its permeability was absolute. Even the faintest contact with skin induced rapid neural paralysis. And she'd inevitably inhaled a trace while speaking. It was over. Truly over. Her mind filled with cotton wool, the world swam double-blurred. Watching her sway unsteadily, Chun Mo tucked the vial away satisfied. This was his pinnacle formulation, refined from the essence of 3 psychic-class zombie sovereigns. Not even a fragile young woman, nor an elephant, could resist its potency. 1 drop ensured 3 full days of unconsciousness. Take her. He waved dismissively toward the guards. Handle her carefully, don't damage my specimen. The operatives moved forward, just as one reached to grasp Su Ruan's shoulder. The woman who should have crumpled to the ground snapped her eyes open, wide, fierce, bloodshot, glazed with haze, yet undeniably focused, and burning with defiance. Get away. With unexpected force, Su Ruan drove her foot hard into the guard's knee. The blow lacked true strength, more a feeble scratch than a strike, yet it stunned all 3 men motionless. She wasn't unconscious. Impossible. Chun Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if confronting a specter. This dosage could fell 10 burly men. How could she still move? What monstrous drug resistance did she possess? Seizing their stunned silence, Su Ruan drew her left hand deep into her sleeve, where Lu Shiyuan's lifeline lay hidden, an emergency distress beacon embedded in her anklet. Pressing its crimson trigger would transmit a quantum band signal directly to Lu Shiyuan's terminal, bypassing all jamming, all dead zones. A failsafe he'd engineered solely to prevent her from vanishing. You think you can take me at? Leaning against the mesh, Su Ruan gasped, raggedly fighting the crushing tide of drowsiness. Her eyes locked onto Chun Mo's fingers, frantically jabbing the button beneath her sleeve. Dream on. Beep. The shrill alarm did not sound where she stood, but miles away in a conference room. The man reviewing reports glanced down as the terminal on his wrist erupted in searing crimson light, the highest priority distress call. Signifying one irrefutable truth: his most precious possession was in peril. The air in the conference room solidified in an instant. Everyone felt their eardrums burst. The alarm sound, representing the highest state of critical danger, pierced like a sharp blade into the nerves of everyone present. Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the table. Just a moment ago, he had been listening to a report on the movements of the zombie horde. The next moment, the solid wood conference table before him shattered without warning. Wood chips flew everywhere. Before his adjutant Shin Feng could react, the seat at the head was already empty. Only the massive human-shaped hole in the bulletproof glass window allowed the cold wind to howl in, and the suffocating, brutal lightning element lingered in the air. It's over, Shin Feng muttered, his face pale as he stared at the gaping hole. That alarm was Su Ruan's. Someone had touched the commander's most precious treasure. At the rear mountain laboratory, Chun Mo's fingers were still trembling. It was trembling from excitement. He stared at Su Ruan, who lay limp in the chair with a craving for the unknown genes that made him completely ignore the strangeness of his surroundings. What a perfect specimen. Even in her unconscious state, she seemed so defenseless. If only he could cut through this layer of skin, see the blood vessels inside, see what was so different about her heart. Chun Mo reached out his hand. The fingertips and white glove slowly moved towards Su Ruan's collar. If he could just undo this button, he would see the skin beneath her collarbone. Su Ruan kept her eyes closed. She was counting down. 1, 2. That pervert's fingers had already touched her collar. The icy sensation seeped through the fabric, raising goosebumps all over her body. Still not coming. If he doesn't come, this old creep is really going to touch her. Her hand in her sleeve was clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palm, ready to give him a devastating kick to the groin the moment that hand fell, even if it meant exposing herself. Free. Boom. The special alloy ceiling above was torn apart like paper. The deafening roar shook the entire laboratory. Smoke and dust billowed. Rubble fell with flashes of lightning. Chun Mo's hand hadn't even managed to undo that button. A terrifying force slammed directly into his chest. Crack. The sound of shattered ribs was clearly audible. Chun Mo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall of precision instruments behind him. Clatter and crash. The priceless experimental equipment shattered all over the floor, sparks flying. Uffed. Chun Mo lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He looked up in terror. The smoke cleared. A tall figure stood before Su Ruan. Black military boots crushed the shards of glass on the floor. Lu Shiyuan was shrouded in purple lightning, the air around him distorted by the heat. He didn't look at Chun Mo. He bent down and with extreme gentleness lifted the little woman who was unconscious into his arms. Ruan, Ruan. Lu Shiyuan called out. The person in his arms didn't move. Her breathing was steady, but there was no response. Lu Shiyuan's heart clenched. That feeling of panic crept through his veins. He reached out and felt for her carotid artery. It was beating. She had just fainted. Lu Shiyuan let out a sigh of relief, but that relief instantly transformed into overwhelming murderous intent. He turned around and walked step by step toward Chun Mo, who was sprawled on the ground. With each step, a scorched black footprint was left on the floor. What were you going to do to her? There was no war. Those words were eerily calm, yet they made Chun Mo feel as if death himself had seized his throat. A misunderstanding. Chun Mo clutched his chest, coughing blood as he scrambled backward. The oppressive aura of an S-rank powerhouse left him unable even to stand. Commander, let me explain. Miss Su got lost. I was just inviting her for tea. Tea. Lu Shiyuan walked up to him, looking down at this wretched dog, drinking tea until she passed out, drinking tea to the point of undressing her. Shinmo's face turned deathly pale. He wanted to argue to say it was for science for the base, but looking at the mass of lightning coalescing in Lu Shiyuan's palm, all his excuses stuck in his throat. Just then the person in Lu Shiyuan's arms stirred. Ruan let out a very soft sound. She slowly opened her eyes, pretending to have just woken up, looking around in confusion. Then her gaze focused on Lu Shiyuan's face. The next second, tears instantly filled her eyes. Brother. Ruan threw her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck, trembling all over. I'm scared. He sprayed something weird on me and tried to grab me. He said he wanted to slice me open and study my body. Boo-hoo-hoo. Brother, I'm so scared. When it came to tattling, Ruan was the most skilled. There was no need to exaggerate, or just repeating what Shunmo had done was enough to have the man killed 10,000 times over. Lu Shiyuan's arms holding her tightened abruptly. Slice. Study. Those two words touched the most sensitive nerve in his being. The treasure he had been so carefully hiding, the one whose slightest scratch would make his heart ache for hours, and someone wanted to cut her open. All right. Lu Shiyuan patted her back, pressing her fuzzy head against his chest, so she wouldn't see what was coming. Don't be afraid. Brother is here. Whoever wants to cut you, I'll cut them first. Lu Shiyuan lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Shunmo's right hand, which was still wearing the white glove. That was the hand that had tried to unbutton Ruan's collar. Shunmo let out a pig-like scream. The bones of his fingers shattered under the military boot. But it wasn't over. Zap! Purple lightning surged from Lu Shiyuan's foot. It was tens of millions of volts of high pressure, instantly carbonizing the hand and part of the forearm. The stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Shunmo writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he nearly passed out. That's the interest. Lu Shiyuan moved his foot away. He looked at the charred stump on the ground, his face expressionless. Base regulations state that killing a researcher requires a court-martial. I won't kill you today. Keep this dog's life and watch your hand. The next time you dare to extend your claws toward her, I'll crush every bone in your body one by one. Lu Shiyuan didn't give him another glance. He turned around and strode away with Ruan in his arms. Even after they had left the laboratory far behind, Ruan could still hear Shunmo's desperate wails. She curled up in Lu Shiyuan's arms and secretly smirked. Serves him right. Of all people to provoke, he had to pick this madman. Still scared, Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, brushing his chin against the top of her hair. The violent aura had subsided considerably, leaving only the lingering scent of blood. Not anymore. Ruan nuzzled her face against his chest, her voice soft and sweet. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. Lu Shiyuan said nothing, only held her even tighter. It wasn't enough. Still not safe enough. Even if he locked her up in the villa, there would still be these reckless rats sneaking in. He had to find a way to keep her within his sight at all times. Or give her the power to protect herself. Lu Shiyuan looked at the delicate little woman in his arms, recalling the location from the alarm that had just gone off. The rear mountain restricted zone. The zombie breeding pond. That madman Shunmo had built his lab there specifically to study the zombie virus. Why had Ruan gone there? And when he had kicked through the ceiling just now, he had clearly sensed an extremely faint yet extremely peculiar energy fluctuation. It wasn't an ability. It was more like some kind of primal suppression from a biological origin. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed his little Ruan still had many secrets. But that was fine. There was plenty of time. As long as she was still in his arms, nothing else mattered. Let's go home. Lu Shiyuan carried her into the car. I want to take a shower. Ruan wrinkled her nose and sniffed her sleeve. That old pervert smell is so foul it's rubbed off on me. All right. Lu Shiyuan started the engine. We'll go back and wash up. I want to use that expensive body wash of yours. It's all yours. The car sped away, leaving behind only the ruined laboratory and the half-dead Shunmo. In the wreckage, Shunmo clutched his severed hand, writhing in pain. But there was no trace of remorse in his murky eyes. Instead, an even more frenzied malice shone through. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan. Just wait. As long as I'm still alive. As long as that secret still exists. I will definitely get her. Shunmo struggled to crawl toward the smashed operating table. Under a pile of scrap metal, he pulled out the hard drive containing the backup data. It was the footage from the surveillance camera. Ruan stood in the midst of a zombie horde. 10,000 corpses bowed in worship. This is the true miracle. Shunmo grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. With this, even with one hand lost, he could still turn the tables. Beneath the ruins, Shunmo cleared shattered stone from his body with one hand. Agony seared up his nerves like wildfire. Yet he felt no pain, only savage exhilaration. He retrieved a black communications device from the inner lining of his white coat. It was contraband. In Dawn-based possession of such military-grade equipment, capable of cross-regional transmission, carried an automatic death sentence. But who cared for rules now? Shunmo bit open the antenna with his teeth and punched in a complex frequency code with his thumb. After a burst of static, a gruff, volatile male voice crackled through. Who is this? It's me, Shunmo. Leaning against a fractured concrete slab, blood trickled from his lips, staining the communicator crimson. I need to speak with Thunder King. A 2-second silence. Then a shrill mocking laugh erupted on the other end. Dr. Shun, heard you were doing well at Dawn Base. What brings you to us bandits for a nostalgic chat? Enough talk. Shun Mo gasped raggedly. The feverish edge of imminent death stripped him of all courtesy. Tell Thunder King I possess Dawn Base's complete defense schematics. And the woman's secret. The laughter died mid-breath. Which woman? The one Lu Shiyuan keeps closest to his heart. Shun Mo slotted a hard drive into the communicator's expansion port and pressed send. The progress bar crept forward with agonizing slowness. His gaze locked onto the screen, bloodshot eyes veined with crimson. This was his prize bought with one hand. Once that video reached its destination, the rabid hounds of Thunder Legion would descend without hesitation. They were the North's largest marauder faction, utterly lawless, led by Thunder King, a madman who sacrificed morality for power. If they learned that consuming Su Ruan's flesh or harvesting her genome granted dominion over zombies, even Lu Shiyuan could not withstand such overwhelming ravenous greed. Ding. Transmission confirmed. Less than half a minute later, the communicator vibrated again, this time with a different voice. Low, glacial, like metal scraping glass. Shun Mo. I viewed the footage. State your terms. Shun Mo bared his teeth. A grin stained scarlet with blood. Lu Shiyuan dies. The base is yours. The supplies are yours. That woman, leave her breathing. Just barely. A pause. Agreed. We arrive in 3 days. The line went dead. Shun Mo hurled the communicator to the ground and crushed it beneath his boot. He tilted his head upward, gazing through the colossal breach Lu Shiyuan had torn in the ceiling, laughing until his whole frame trembled. Lu Shiyuan, you are formidable. But can you slaughter every ounce of greed in this world? At the penthouse villa, Lu Shiyuan stood before floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the sun sink into dusk. His right eyelid twitched incessantly. That serpentine sensation of being watched had clung to him since leaving the rear mountains. Too quiet. A man like Shun Mo would never accept such ruin with grace. Losing a hand meant annihilation of his future at the research academy. A cornered rabid dog, capable of anything. Sheen Feng. Without turning, Lu Shiyuan tapped idly on the bulletproof glass. Bring out that vehicle. Sheen Feng froze at the doorway. Sir, is now truly the time. That fortress isn't fully calibrated yet. The interior soft furnishings are only half finished. Irrelevant. Lu Shiyuan turned, his brow heavy with unrelenting shadow. Load every S-class crystal core from the warehouse onto it. Also pack Su Ruan's favorite snacks, clothing, and pillows. Everything, sealed and ready. Sheen Feng's pulse lurched. Was this an evacuation? Sir, the base. The base? Lu Shiyuan scoffed, a flash of contempt flaring in his eyes. This wretched place has long rotted from within. He'd remained here only because it housed the most advanced defensive systems. No longer. Su Ruan's secret had been exposed. That image, the one where zombies knelt before her. Shun Mo had certainly seen it. Once that lunatic unleashed the truth, Dawn Base, seemingly impregnable, would instantly become a colossal arena of bloodsport. Everyone would rush to tear off a piece. If it couldn't be held, it would be razed, or relocated, to somewhere safer. Proceed. It must be loaded tonight. Sheen Feng dared not question further. He snapped a salute and sprinted away. Half an hour later, in the underground garage, Su Ruan stood before the monolithic armored vehicle, clutching a bucket of popcorn, her mouth agape. This isn't a car. It was a mobile steel citadel. Its hull sheathed in half-meter-thick alloy armor, tires solid blast-resistant, twin heavy machine guns, and a compact electromagnetic cannon mounted atop. Jet black and forbidding, radiating an aura that repelled all intrusion. This is your RV? Su Ruan popped a kernel into her mouth, speaking around a mouthful of crunch. Lu Shiyuan approached, plucked a stray kernel from her collar, and popped it into his own mouth. Come, let's take a look inside. The door swung open. Inside bore no resemblance to the exterior. No cold steel, no rigid seats. Every surface gleamed with ivory leather upholstery, thick plush carpet blanketed the floor, even table edges curved gently. A 2-meter-wide bed occupied the rear, buried beneath Su Ruan's beloved plush toys. There was even a compact temperature-controlled bathtub. Wow. Su Ruan kicked off her shoes, bare feet sinking into the carpet as she spun giddy. Lu Shiyuan, are we going on vacation? He leaned against the doorway, watching her tumble across the bed with quiet intensity. Something like that. Taking you somewhere untouched by others. Hiding you away. Su Ruan stilled, peering out from beneath a mound of stuffed animals. Has something happened at the base? Though delicate, she wasn't naive. Lu Shiyuan's sudden sweeping action could only mean one thing: Shun Mo. No. He stepped forward, extracted her from the blankets, and cradled her close. Just too much noise here. Too many flies. He lied. He wouldn't let her fear. Let him bear the filth, the gore, the burden alone. She needed only to eat well, rest deeply, and remain his joyful, cherished little fool. Oh, Su Ruan didn't call him out. She lifted a finger, poking gently at the tense ridge of his brow. Don't forget my potato chips. And that strawberry-scented body wash. If you omit even one, I'll bite you. Lu Shiyuan caught her finger and nipped it lightly at the knuckle. Understood. My sovereign. Night fell. Warm amber light glowed softly in the villa's dining room. Lu Shiyuan cooked, rarely but impeccably. pan-seared ribeye, creamy mushroom soup, and a vibrant vegetable salad, each dish artfully plated. In this apocalypse, where even compressed rations sparked violent scrambles, this spread bordered on obscene luxury. Su Ruan sat opposite him slicing her steak. The delicate chime of fork against porcelain echoed clearly. Lu Shiyuan. She spoke suddenly. Moi. He slid his neatly carved portion onto her plate, and took her uncut steak in return. If I ever turn into a zombie, would you kill me, eh? She propped her chin in her palm, blinking wide-eyed. She'd read this question 1,000 times in novels. The textbook answers, I'd die beside you. Or I'd cure you. Lu Shiyuan's knife paused mid-cut, a sharp screech as steel dragged across ceramic. He lifted his gaze. His obsidian eyes held hers, turbulent, inscrutable. No. His reply was absolute. Then you'd keep me alive, she pressed, intrigued. Feed me live humans. No. He chewed slowly, swallowing deliberately. I'd bind your limbs. Extract every tooth. Lock you in a cage. And feed you only my blood daily. A shiver ran down Su Ruan's spine. Her fork nearly slipped. This man was undeniably unhinged. I'm lying. Lu Shiyuan smiled, though warmth never reached his eyes. You won't turn. Those things dare not bite you. Su Ruan blinked, stunned. He knew. Of course he did. Chun Mo's incident had exploded across the base, and her earlier anomaly inside the cage hadn't gone unnoticed. He wasn't blind. But what if, she persisted. There is no if. Lu Shiyuan set down his cutlery and dabbed his lips with a napkin. So long as I draw breath, nothing, not even death himself, shall tear you from my side. Silence settled over the dining room, broken only by distant patrol sirens beyond the windows. Su Ruan studied the man across from her. Golden light traced the sharp, unyielding line of his profile. He appeared calm, yet beneath that stillness churned a volcano, on the cusp of eruption. He was afraid. Afraid of losing her. That fear drove him to seal her inside this armored cage, and flee this den of chaos. Lu Shiyuan. She rose, circled the table, and settled squarely onto his lap. Her arms wound tightly around his neck. I won't run. Not this lifetime. I'm clinging to you. Try to cast me off. I'll refuse to leave. Lu Shiyuan stiffened. Then his massive hands locked around her waist, crushing her against him. His grip was fierce, bone-deep, desperate. Remember those words. His whisper grazed her ear, raw and hoarse. If you betray them, I'll lock you away for real. Nowhere else will you go. Outside, the night deepened. Several unlit SUVs crept silently toward Dawn Base's perimeter under cover of darkness. On each door, a snarling lightning skull insignia, the emblem of Thunder Legion. Hunt commenced. The night was torn apart, not by dawn but by flames. A deafening roar. The massive explosion thundered against the outer wall of the Dawnlight base. Before the alarm could even sound, the alloy gate hailed as Indestructible collapsed in a blaze of fire. Shinmo's deployment map was far too precise. So precise that it even marked which watchtower was empty and which section of the electric fence had unstable voltage. Several modified heavy off-road vehicles roared into the base. The heavy machine guns on the roofs fired wildly. Tongues of flame spat out. The patrol team, caught off guard, fell in an instant. Kill. Loot all their supplies. The woman is in the top-floor villa. Thunder King said, capture her alive, reward 10,000 spirit crystals. The raiders, known as the Thunder Legion, surged like hyenas drawn to blood, their target clear, the tallest building at the center of the base. The war cries shook the heavens. The firelight dyed half the sky crimson. Inside the top-floor villa, Lu Shiyuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The flames reflected in the glass danced across his face. He didn't move. He didn't even frown. In his hand, he still held the plate of freshly cut steak. What's wrong? Su Ruan had just finished her bath and stepped out wrapped in a strawberry-scented bathrobe. She heard the commotion outside. It was loud. The floor was shaking. Lu Shiyuan turned and placed the plate on the table. His movements were gentle. Nothing. Just a few flies that got in. He walked over and tightened the loose bathrobe on Su Ruan. His fingertips brushed her collarbone, still damp from steam. Ruan, go inside the room. Su Ruan grabbed his sleeve. She wasn't naive. This kind of chaos was definitely not just a few flies. Is it Shinmo's men? Lu Shiyuan didn't deny it. He bent down, lifted Su Ruan with one arm, and strode toward the safest room in the bedroom. No matter what you hear, don't come out. This door is made of special steel, even explosives can't blast it open. He placed her on the small bed he had prepared. He pulled a gun from behind his waist. It was black, small but devastatingly lethal. Take it. He pressed the gun into Su Ruan's hand and helped her release the safety. Though you won't need it, but keep it for protection. Su Ruan gripped the cold iron, her palms starting to sweat. What about you? Where are you going? Lu Shiyuan straightened up. He adjusted his slightly disheveled cuffs. I'm going to clean up. Some filth got in, needs to be wiped out. He kissed Su Ruan on the forehead. Hard. Wait for me. 10 minutes. The door closed. The heavy lock clicked shut. Then, Su Ruan heard footsteps outside. Calm and unhurried. That was Lu Shiyuan's unique rhythm. Even when the world outside was turned upside down, he was always so composed. Su Ruan hugged the gun curling up in the corner. The gun was heavy. So heavy it made her wrist ache. But she didn't let go. She remembered what Lu Shiyuan had taught her. Hold the gun with both hands. Aim. Pull the trigger. Even though she couldn't hit the target, even though the recoil always hurt her shoulder. But now, this was the only thing she could do. Not to cause him trouble. To protect herself. Outside the villa, dozens of fully armed raiders had surrounded the place. They carried all sorts of modified weapons. Some even led mutated hounds. Right here, the woman is upstairs. A bald, burly man at the front grinned, shouldering a rocket launcher aiming at the villa's main gate. Brothers charge in. The woman belongs to Thunder King. The rest of the supplies we split equally. Roar. The crowd howled with excitement. Just as they prepared to rush, the villa door opened. No army of thousands. No heavy machine gun fire. Only one man stepped out, wearing a black silk house robe, holding no weapon. He stood there on the steps, looking down from above, at the motley crowd below. Lu Shiyuan. The bald man recognized that face. A name carries weight. For a moment the clamoring crowd fell silent. It was instinctive fear of the strong. Since you're here. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. Palm up. A ball of purple-black lightning condensed at his fingertips. The air around was instantly sucked away. An oppressive, suffocating pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. Then none of you will leave. Boom. The lightning ball exploded. It turned into countless raging thunder serpents covering 100 meters in an instant. No wasted words. No probing. He struck with a killing blow. Cries of agony erupted instantly. The more than a dozen men at the front didn't even have a chance to react before they were charred to cinders by the high-voltage electricity. The mutated hounds exploded into bloody mist. Open fire. Open fire now. The bald man was terrified out of his wits. This was no human. This was a monster. Rocket launchers, machine guns abilities. Countless attacks rained down on Lu Shiyuan. But before they could even touch his clothes, they were stopped a meter away by an invisible net of lightning. Lu Shiyuan descended the steps step by step. With each step a bolt of lightning struck, reaping a life. He didn't even bother to look at them. His attention was always half on the villa behind him. Anyone who crossed that line would die. Behind the villa, a sneaky figure moved along the wall. It was Chinemo. He hadn't followed the main force from the front. He knew Lu Shiyuan too well. That man was invincible head-on. Trying to snatch someone from him was a pipe dream. But he had a weakness. Too confident. Confident enough to think guarding the front door was enough. Fool. Chun Mo covered his broken arm, his face flushed with an unhealthy excitement. Behind him followed 3 assassins in black tight suits. That was his last trump card. Right here. Chun Mo stopped in front of a wall that looked ordinary. This was the back of the safe room. Lu Shiyuan must have thought this wall was also special steel. But he forgot. When the villa was built, a maintenance hatch was left here for the underground ventilation ducts. Though it was sealed, as long as there was enough explosives, it could be blasted open. Set the charges. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and ordered. The 3 assassins swiftly attached directional explosives to the wall. With this amount of explosives, not even a tank could withstand it. Su Ruan. Chun Mo retreated to a safe distance, clutching the detonator tightly. You are mine. No one can take you away. Boom. A muffled explosion. The entire villa shook. Inside the safe room, Su Ruan was holding the gun in a daze. Suddenly, the wall behind her exploded. Stones flew. The massive shockwave knocked her to the ground. Her ears were filled with a constant ringing. Dust choked her as she coughed. Cough, cough. Su Ruan struggled to get up. Before she could see clearly, several figures crawled through the blasted hole. The leader, one-armed, wearing a white lab coat, face covered in blood. Chun Mo. Su Ruan backed away in terror, until her back hit the door. Miss Su. Chun Mo stepped over the rubble, closing in. He laughed happily. His face muscles twitched. Come with me. Lu Shiyuan is busy killing people out front. He has no time for you. As long as you come with me, I won't hurt you. He extended his intact left hand, reaching for Su Ruan's arm. The 3 assassins also surrounded her, blocking all escape routes. Su Ruan trembled. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. Lu Shiyuan was outside. He was fighting. If she called him now, would it distract him? Would he get hurt? She couldn't scream. Su Ruan bit her lip until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. She raised the gun. The dark muzzle, aimed at Chun Mo. Don't come closer, she shouted. Her voice trembled, but her hands were steady. It was instinct born of extreme fear. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Shoot. Do you even know how? Is the safety off? Do you know how to aim? He didn't take this delicate lady seriously at all. In his eyes, the gun in her hand was nothing more than a toy. Be good, put the gun down. Don't hurt yourself by accident. Chun Mo continued forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance was less than 2 meters. Su Ruan watched that twisted face getting closer. Her mind went blank. She closed her eyes. Her finger pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The powerful recoil jolted Su Ruan's wrist, throwing her back, nearly falling. But she ignored the pain. She quickly opened her eyes. There was Chun Mo, who had been laughing arrogantly, now clutching his thigh, collapsing in disbelief. Blood. Bright red blood seeped through his fingers. She hit. She actually hit. Su Ruan was stunned herself. She had aimed at his chest, but hit his leg. Never mind. At least she hit. Ah. Chun Mo screamed in agony. He never expected. This little white rabbit raised in Lu Shiyuan's cage would actually bite. And bite hard. Get her. Get her. Chun Mo was mad. He pointed at Su Ruan, roaring at the 3 assassins. The assassins didn't hesitate. They lunged at her. Su Ruan panicked. She only had one gun. A few bullets. 3 opponents. How could she fight? In that critical moment, in the front yard, Lu Shiyuan, who was crushing a raider's head with one hand, suddenly froze. A gunshot. That was the gun he gave Su Ruan. A unique sound. Only that one. She fired. Why? Someone got inside. Boom. The lightning around Lu Shiyuan instantly went wild. The purple light turned into a desperate crimson. That was a sign of ability overload. Also the precursor to a complete berserk breakdown. Get out of my way. He punched out. The dozens of raiders in front were instantly engulfed by raging thunder. No bodies left. The next second, his figure vanished. Teleportation. A forbidden technique that burns life force. But he didn't care. He only knew. His life was in that room. Anyone who touched her would die. Whole family. Inside the safe room. One assassin's hand had already grabbed Su Ruan's ankle. Su Ruan kicked frantically to shake him off. Let me go. Lu Shiyuan. Help. She finally couldn't hold back and screamed. Her voice choked with tears. Just as the assassin was about to drag her away, the air suddenly froze. A terrifying pressure descended into the cramped space. The assassin holding Su Ruan's ankle. His movements halted. Then, his head, like a ripe watermelon, burst with a bang. Red and white splattered everywhere. Before Su Ruan could react, she was pulled into an embrace reeking of blood and gunpowder. It squeezed her ribs painfully. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's voice was right in her ear. Not his usual low tone, but trembling. A tremor of extreme fear and rage intertwined. He didn't even glance at the bodies on the floor, nor at Shin Mo, who was clutching his leg and screaming. He just cupped Su Ruan's face, checked her from head to toe. Which hand? He asked. Su Ruan was stunned. What? Lu Shiyuan turned his head, looked at Shin Mo, who was still alive, and the 2 remaining assassins frozen in terror. In those eyes, there was no human emotion left, only an endless abyss. Which hand touched her? Chop it off. Before the words faded, countless crimson lightning bolts exploded in the room. The 2 assassins didn't even have time to scream. They vaporized. Only Chun Mo remained, pinned to the ground by a bolt of lightning, unable to move. Lu Shiyuan released Su Ruan, gently lifted her wrist reddened from the gunshot. He blew on it softly. Does it hurt? He asked tenderly. But behind that tenderness was the madness that would destroy everything. Be good. Close your eyes. It's going to get a little noisy. Let me take care of it for you. His right hand. Su Ruan shrank against his chest, her fingertips still trembling, yet her voice carried a fierce, unyielding edge. That's the hand he used to touch me. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. In that single second, the suffocating pressure in the air surged to its apex. He lifted his gaze and swept it coldly over Chun Mo, slumped motionless on the floor. No verdict was pronounced. No words were wasted. And not even a superfluous gesture preceded it. And boom. A torrent of violet-black lightning plasma erupted through the gaping hole in the ceiling. It descended like divine retribution, swallowing the shrieking figure whole. Bone and flesh alike vaporized instantly, leaving not even ash behind. The 2 assassins vanished without a trace. Silence crashed down upon the room. Only the acrid stench of charred flesh lingered in the air, along with residual heat that shimmered faintly. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze, as though he'd crushed nothing more than a foul insect beneath his heel. He bent low, sweeping Su Ruan into his arms horizontally, wrapping her tightly in his coat to shield her trembling legs. Let's go. Where? To your new home. Su Ruan clutched his lapel, burying her face against his chest. Lu Shiyuan strode across the ruins and kicked open the crumbling front door with one decisive boot. Outside war cries shook the heavens. The Thunder Legion had breached the villa's front courtyard. Bald hulking man hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, blasting the 2nd floor relentlessly, while roaring, blow it all to hell. Drag that woman out. Lu Shiyuan ignored the swarm of flies. Cradling Su Ruan, he leapt straight from the shattered staircase of the 2nd floor. He landed without sound. Knees movement blurred, a streak of black lightning vanishing instantly into the underground garage. Inside, an black steel behemoth rested in silent repose. Lu Shiyuan settled Su Ruan into the passenger seat, a custom-modified position where supple leather upholstery yielded like clouds, and the widened safety harness pressed gently, never painfully. Sit tight. He leaned in, fastening her seatbelt with practiced ease, then brushed his thumb lightly across the tip of her nose. Just watch the show. Don't be afraid. Su Ruan gripped the belt, watching as he circled the hood and slid into the driver's seat. Ni's profile was carved from cold iron, unyielding, absolute. This was the man she had chosen. Even if heaven collapsed, he would hold it aloft with one hand, and still ask if she was tired. Lu Shiyuan pressed the ignition button. NBRROM. The engine growled, a deep resonant roar unlike any ordinary vehicle. It was the seismic tremor of a nuclear-powered core awakening. The entire machine stirred like an ancient beast rousing from slumber, the moment its headlights ignited twin blinding beams slashed violently through the darkness. Hold on. Lu Shiyuan engaged gear and slammed the accelerator to the floor. NKRAKOM. The garage's reinforced alloy shutter tore free like brittle paper. The The black steel tide roared upward into daylight. In the front courtyard, the marauders reveling in chaos felt the ground shudder beneath them. Before they could grasp what was happening, a colossal black war machine, vast beyond despair, crashed sideways through the villa's flank, bearing down with the unstoppable force of annihilation. No deceleration, and no evasion. What the narrator, brandishing a cleaver, hadn't finished speaking. Thud. His body exploded into crimson mist. The war machine's massive blast-resistant tires rolled over him, without so much as a tremor. Monster, run, panic detonated like a grenade. This wasn't a vehicle. It was a mobile fortress of steel. Above, the electromagnetic cannon atop the roof calibrated itself automatically, the obsidian barrel glowing with lethal azure light. Lu Shiyuan steered with one hand, his jet-black eyes utterly devoid of warmth. Obstructing my path. 2 words spoken flat and final. Ni's finger tapped once on the console. ZZZT. Rows of razor-sharp alloy blades snapped outward from both flanks, crackling with high-voltage current. The war machine executed a brutal sweeping drift, a colossal meat grinder carving through the battlefield. Screams rose in waves. The arrogant warriors of the Thunder Legion, once fearsome now fragile as hatchlings awaiting slaughter, shattered before this steel titan. Whether mutants or bioengineered hounds, in contact meant death, proximity meant grievous injury. Ruan pressed her forehead to the window, watching those who'd moments ago hunted her now flee in terror, crying out for mothers, fathers, gods. The sheer reversal of power sent her pulse racing wildly. Exhilaration. Pure, unadulterated exhilaration. Was this the bliss of clinging to true strength? Lu Shiyuan. Ruan suddenly pointed ahead. Someone's blocking the gate. At the base's main entrance stood a heavily modified armored vehicle, barred like a portcullis. Upon its roof stood a man, bare-chested, muscles coiled like ancient cables, skin etched with luminous lightning tattoos. Lei Wang, the Thunder Legion's sovereign, a level 4 strength class mutant, master of the Northern Wastes. Now he raised a massive alloy battle axe, laughing wildly at the onrushing black war machine. Lu Shiyuan, trying to flee. Leave that woman behind, or I'll spare you only as a dog. Ni's bulging muscles flushed a sinister, dusky crimson. He was charging, intending to cleave the vehicle in half with that axe. In his mind, no machine could withstand such raw, concentrated force. Lu Shiyuan didn't even raise his eyelids. Fool. He showed no sign of slowing. Instead, he pressed the accelerator deeper. Simultaneously, his thumb depressed the red button on the steering wheel. The electromagnetic cannon atop the roof, long held in readiness, blazed with searing white light. Lei Wang, is it? Lu Shiyuan's voice was soft, yet laced with effortless, chilling disdain. Remember this well for your next life. Never stand in my way. Kra boom. A colossal pillar of stormlight erupted from the barrel, so swift no afterimage remained. Lei Wang's manic grin hadn't yet faded from his lips. The beam struck before he could blink. Ni's vaunted strength, his impenetrable musculature, proved laughable before this fusion of hyper-advanced technology and transcendent ability. There was no contest, no scream escaped his throat. Man and armored vehicle alike were hurled skyward. Nan detonated midair in a dazzling, grotesque firework. Ruan dropped her lollipop in shock. That's it. That terrifying giant hadn't endured even a single blow. Lu Shiyuan turned the wheel sharply, the war machine barreling straight through the base's supposedly indestructible alloy gate. Dust and debris billowed, under the horrified gazes of countless survivors, the black fortress sped away, leaving behind only an audacious, indelible silhouette. Beyond the base stretched endless, desolate wasteland. Night wind howled, none fettered now that towering walls no longer stood between them and the void. Lu Shiyuan eased the throttle and halted atop a small hill. From here, he could see the distant dawn base, its sky ablaze with fire and smoke. Their former home. Now, it lay in ruin, screams and explosions echoing across the broken land. Ruan unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned against the window, staring toward that inferno. Flames danced within her pupils. Our home is gone. She murmured softly, though the people there had been cold, though every corner harbored deceit. Still, there had been a soft bed, hot water, and a room steeped in Lu Shiyuan's scent. Now all of it was ash. Would they wander this merciless wasteland forever? Ruan sniffled quietly, her chest tightening. Then a warm, broad hand covered hers. Lu Shiyuan had drawn near without a sound, he rested his chin on her shoulder, following her gaze into the distance. Nothing to regret. Ni's voice brushed her ear, calm, grounding, immutable. That sordid place was never worthy of housing you. Ruan turned, and met his bottomless dark eyes. No buts. He pinched her cheek gently, his thumb brushing away a glistening tear at her lashes. Ruan. Remember this. A house is not home. Nor is that bed. He guided her hand and pressed it firmly over his heart. Their knees' heartbeat pulsed, steady, powerful, resonant. Thump, and thump, and thump. Wherever you are with me. That is home. Even if we sleep on bare earth beneath open sky, so long as you rest in my arms, that is home. Su Ruan froze. In this man, usually colder than glacial ice. How could his words pierce so deeply? In her heart betrayed her, skipping a beat entirely. She wound her arms around his neck and bit hard, firmly, upon his thin, unsmiling lips. Then you're forbidden to make me sleep on grass. I demand a memory foam mattress. And meat. Every day. Lu Shiyuan smiled. And this time genuinely. And all the cruelty around his eyes dissolved completely. Agreed. All yours. I can't afford it. He restarted the engine. The black fortress roared anew, plunging deeper into the wilderness, leaving behind the firelit ruins, and the treacherous greedy human world, forever. In the next day, wanted posters plastered every major base's walls, neon the image Lu Shiyuan in black standing atop the war machine skies torn by thunder. Su Ruan nestled safely in his arms, only her breathtaking profile visible. Wanted in ATW crimes against humanity, mass slaughter of civilians, concealment of zombie matriarch targets. Lu Shiyuan extreme danger. Su Ruan capture alive and reward 10,000 S-class crystal sovereignty over Dawn Base, and the Thunder Legion seized Dawn Base and forged the so-called demon-slaying alliance with over a dozen regional factions. All humanity hunted them. Nall craved Su Ruan's unique flesh. Nall sought Lu Shiyuan's head. The desert winds blew fiercely. Yet that black war machine remained, a rivet driven deep into the heart of the wasteland. Flight. No. For Lu Shiyuan, this was merely relocating his beloved with her on a honeymoon. Elsewhere. As for those eager to die, none arrives, then dies. 10,000 arrive. Then he will stain the heavens crimson until dawn bleeds pure. Lu Shiyuan, I want chips. Na petulant voice drifted from inside the cabin. Second shelf, in the cabinet. You get them for me. I'm tired. Fine. The war machine crushed an ill-fated mutated beast beneath its treads, heading ever deeper into shadow. There lurked unknown perils. And also, in freedom there's alone. The wild wind howled outside the window, hurling sand and gravel against the special alloy armor with crisp cracking sounds. Inside the vehicle, however, it was so quiet that only the low hum of the engine could be heard. We're here. Lu Shiyuan stepped on the brake. The immense inertia made the vehicle lean forward slightly before it came to a steady stop at the edge of a cliff. This place had once been a 5A level scenic spot, now reduced to dead tree trunks and a dry riverbed. Yet under the moonlight, that desolation exuded a peculiar grandeur. Su Ruan unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned against the window, and looked out. It was pitch black, nothing but the wind. Sleep here tonight. She turned her head to look at the man who was turning off the engine. Lu Shiyuan said nothing, merely unbuckled his own belt, reached out, and pressed a red button on the center console. Click. It wasn't the sound of a door opening. It came from above. The roof armor, which had seemed perfectly seamless, suddenly slid open on both sides, revealing a huge, bulletproof, glass sunroof. Moonlight instantly poured in. Then the panel behind the passenger seat slowly descended, revealing a spiral staircase leading upward. Su Ruan was stunned. This car, was it a duplex? Go up and take a look. Lu Shiyuan pulled out the key, tucked the modified heavy pistol behind his waist, and took the lead up the stairs. Su Ruan kicked off her shoes and followed barefoot. What she stepped on was not cold metal steps, but solid wooden treads covered with thick wool carpet. Soft and warm. As soon as she reached the second floor, Su Ruan's mouth fell open. This was not a carriage at all. It was clearly a miniature 5-star presidential suite. A 2-meter-wide round bed occupied the center, covered with pure white velvet bedding. Beside it was a small bar, and the wine cabinet even held several unopened bottles of red wine. The most absurd part was the corner. There was actually a white bathtub. Though small, it was large enough for one person to lie down and soak comfortably. At that moment, steam was rising from the bathtub, and on the shelf beside it, bottles of her favorite brand of strawberry-scented shower gel were neatly arranged. Lu Shiyuan. Su Ruan turned around, pointing at the constantly heating temperature control system. Where does this car get its electricity? In the apocalypse, electricity was more precious than gold. Even the commander's villa at the Dawn Base only had 4 hours of limited power supply each day. But in this car, the air conditioner was running, the refrigerator was lit, and even the bathtub was heated at a constant temperature. How much fuel did that consume? Lu Shiyuan took off his blood-stained coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa. He walked to the bar, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Su Ruan. No fuel needed. He pointed at the faintly glowing purple lines on the car wall. They were energy-conducting arrays carved with high-purity crystal core powder. I am the battery. Lu Shiyuan took a sip of water, his Adam's apple bobbing. As long as I'm alive, this car's energy will never run out. Su Ruan held the cup, staring at the man who was stating the fact of being a human generator, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lightning abilities could be used like this. Others used their abilities to kill zombies. He used his to heat the bathtub. Truly extravagant. But it felt wonderful. Su Ruan set the cup down on the table and threw herself onto the big bed. She sank into the soft bedding, rolled twice, buried her face in the pillow, and took a deep breath. It smelled of sun-dried sheets. No musty smell, no blood. Comfortable. She hugged the quilt, her bright peach blossom eyes sparkling, and beckoned to Lu Shiyuan. Brother, this is way better than that hardboard bed in the villa. Are we going to live here from now on? Lu Shiyuan walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and reached out to tidy her messy hair. This vehicle is called Ark. As long as you don't mind, we'll live here. We can go anywhere. Ruan poked her head out from under the blanket and rubbed against his palm. I don't mind. There's food, drink, a soft bed, and hot water anytime. Only a fool would mind. Lu Shiyuan smiled. The nerves that had been constantly tense finally relaxed in this small, yet cozy space. He leaned down and kissed Ruan on the forehead. Hungry. I want steak. Ruan rubbed her empty stomach and made the demand with complete confidence. Medium well. And extra butter. Lu Shiyuan stood up, rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his toned forearms. Wait here. I'll pan-fry it. Half an hour later. The Ark restarted. The massive explosion-proof tires crunched over gravel, heading deep into the wilderness. The cabin was filled with the rich aroma of butter-fried meat. Ruan sat cross-legged in the passenger seat, now the commander's throne, holding a plate, wrestling with a T-bone steak using knife and fork. Lu Shiyuan held the steering wheel with one hand, while occasionally handing her a napkin with the other. The speed was not fast because Ruan said that if it was too fast she would cut her hand while slicing the meat. Ahead, the ruins of a dilapidated small town appeared. Among the broken walls and rubble, several figures could be vaguely seen moving. They were a group of survivors. Ragged and emaciated, they were rummaging through a trash can. Suddenly, a dirty man pulled out half a moldy loaf of bread from the garbage. Mine, the man roared, but before he could stuff it into his mouth, several people nearby lunged at him like mad dogs. They fought, bit, and clawed. For that half loaf of bread that even rats would reject, they rolled in the mud, and one even pulled out a rusty knife, stabbing it into a companion's thigh. Blood mixed with mud splattering onto the moldy bread. Rumble. The ground shook, interrupting the brawl. Everyone froze, raising their heads in terror. A black battle chariot like a prehistoric beast was slowly rolling down the street. Its body was so massive it nearly filled the entire road. The thick armor, the dark cannon muzzle, the unheard of low engine roar. To these refugees who didn't even have a decent knife, it was like an alien spacecraft. Worse still, as the chariot passed, a domineering, maddening scent wafted through the gaps in the windows. It was meat. The aroma of fresh, sizzling butter-fried prime beef. And the sweet fragrance of melted butter. Gulp. The man who had grabbed the bread swallowed hard, and suddenly the moldy loaf in his hand no longer smelled appetizing. He stared blankly at the vehicle. He thought he was hallucinating from hunger. In this world, could someone still eat such food? Inside the car, Ruan looked through the one-way bulletproof glass at the green eyes outside. Especially in the corner. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old was huddled against the wall, clutching an empty can, tightly sticking out her tongue to lick the residue inside. She was so thin she was just a pair of big eyes. She was truly starving to death. Ruan's knife and fork paused. The steak in her mouth suddenly became hard to swallow. She was no saint. She had read too many stories and novels where kindness was repaid with betrayal. But the look in that child's eyes, it was too much like the desperate reflection she had seen in the mirror when she first transmigrated. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan put down her plate and whispered. Lu Shiyuan stared straight ahead, not even a glance to the side. No rescue. 2 words. Cold, hard, decisive. They directly blocked the words Ruan hadn't even spoken. In the apocalypse, human life is the cheapest thing. Save one, and a whole group will cling to you. Then you won't be able to shake them off. He had seen this too many times. Give them food, and they'll want water. Give them water, and they'll want to get in the car. Don't give. Then they become enemies. Ruan bit her lip, saying nothing. She knew Lu Shiyuan was right. But in her heart something was blocked, making her feel suffocated. She picked up the knife and fork again and stabbed the beef on the plate hard. She had lost her appetite. Lu Shiyuan's fingers tapped twice on the steering wheel. He heard the little woman next to him sigh. Very soft. But it was more piercing than the screams of those refugees. TSK. Trouble. Lu Shiyuan frowned. He didn't care whether those people outside lived or died. But he couldn't bear to see Ruan with that furrowed brow. If this little ancestor was unhappy, in the end it would be him who suffered. Crack the window a little. Lu Shiyuan suddenly spoke. Ruan was stunned. Huh. Open the window. Lu Shiyuan reached into the side storage compartment with one hand and pulled out a pack of military compressed biscuits. He didn't look outside. He didn't stop the car. But as the vehicle passed the little girl, he flicked his wrist. The biscuit pack, as if guided by eyes, flew precisely through the window gap, drawing a perfect parabola. Thump. It landed right in the little girl's arms. Just this once. Lu Shiyuan closed the window, sealing out the wind and the stench. Never again. Ruan watched as the little girl frantically clutched the biscuits, then raised her head and kowtowed desperately toward the taillights. Even the adults around her all knelt down, as if witnessing a divine being descend. The car sped up, leaving the group of kneeling figures behind in the dust. Ruan turned her head and looked at Lu Shiyuan's cold, hard profile. This man. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. He had just said he wouldn't save anyone. What are you looking at? Lu Shiyuan sensed her gaze and awkwardly turned his face away a little. At how handsome you are. Ruan grinned, leaned over, and held a piece of steak to his mouth. A reward for you. This piece is too tough, I can't bite it. Lu Shiyuan glanced down at the piece of beef, still slightly bloody. How was it tough? It was tender and juicy. But he didn't call her out. He opened his mouth and bit the meat, also lightly sucking on Ruan's fingertip. His tongue curled gently. Ruan jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her face instantly turning red. Focus on driving. No fooling around. Lu Shiyuan chewed the beef in a good mood. You started it. I'm just collecting some interest. The battle chariot roared up a steep slope, leaving the lifeless little town far behind. Ruan picked up the knife and fork again, eating with extra relish this time. Lu Shiyuan. My. I want ice cream. There's some in the fridge. I want 2 scoops. No too cold. Only 1 scoop. Stingy. The wind outside was still strong. But inside this steel beast called Ark, it was as warm as spring. Someone was making a fuss. Someone was laughing. The despair of the apocalypse seemed to be shut out by the thick armor. Only this small world remained. A home belonging to the 2 of them. At high noon in the wilderness, the sun blazed mercilessly, as if intent on scorching the very earth to ash. The air shimmered and warped under waves of searing heat. An abandoned national highway stretched across the Gobi Desert, its asphalt surface fractured and buckled, sprouting withered mutant weeds from every fissure. This was the Demon's Bend, the most perilous raiding zone within 100 miles. Dozens of bare-chested men, their bodies crisscrossed with tattoos, squatted in the meager shade of grotesquely modified pickup trucks, gnawing on moldy compressed rations and sipping murky water while cursing under their breath. Boss, we've been lying in wait since dawn, and not even a mutated rat has crossed our path. A wiry man hurled his canteen onto the ground and wiped sweat and grease from his face. If we don't score something soon tonight, we'll be dining on nothing but dessert wind. A burly man perched atop the hood spat out a chewed grass stem. His name was Lang, the local warlord, a level 2 strength-type esper. Around his thick neck hung a necklace strung with human finger bones, his trophies. What's the rush? Lang's squinted gaze fixed on the distant road, trembling at the horizon. My instincts have never failed me yet. Today a fat lamb will surely pass. The words had barely left his lips when the ground shuddered faintly, a deep, rhythmic tremor like the approach of some colossal beast. The wiry man who moments earlier had been complaining dropped flat to the earth, pressing his ear to the cracked asphalt. Then leaping up, he cried out, wild-eyed with excitement. It's coming. A behemoth. By that rumble, it's at least a heavy-duty freighter. Instantly, every bandit surged with adrenaline. They tossed aside scraps, seized their weapons, and fanned out with practiced efficiency, securing advantageous positions. Lang vaulted off the truck, hoisting a 2-meter-long broadsword onto his shoulder, his grin sharp and cruel. Men, keep your eyes peeled. Kill the males, spare the females. All cargo is ours. Boom. The vibration swelled into thunderous resonance. On the horizon, a black speck appeared, then swiftly expanded. When the vehicle's full silhouette emerged, Lang nearly dropped his blade. What monstrous steel titan was this? Jet black from prow to stern, its chassis towered over their pickups by more than double. Thick armor plates gleamed coldly under the sun. Even retracted the electromagnetic cannon mounted atop its roof. Its sheer bore diameter alone sent chills down spines. Sweet merciful heavens. The wiry man swallowed hard, greed instantly drowning out fear. Boss, how many crystal cores would this thing fetch? If we seize it, we'll stride across the wastelands like kings. Lang's breath grew ragged. This was no fat lamb. It was a mobile mountain of gold. We strike now. Lang clenched his jaw, the reckless fury of a doomed outlaw igniting within him. I doubt this hull could withstand even a glancing blow. Stop it dead. Snatching up a battered megaphone, he leapt onto a boulder and roared toward the onrushing black war machine. Vehicle ahead. Halt. This road was paved by me, these trees planted by my hand. Pass this way. Pay your toll. His rasping voice, amplified through cheap electronics, echoed across the barren expanse, shaking even the withered trees. Inside the Ark. Second-floor bedroom. Heavy blackout curtains sealed out the scorching midday light and oppressive heat. Climate control held the room at a perfect 24 degrees Celsius. A delicate sweetness, strawberry, lingered in the air. Lu Shiyuan lay sprawled across a vast plush circular bed, one arm tucked beneath his head, the other resting gently on Ruan's waist. He slept, an extraordinary rarity. Since the cataclysm erupted, his chronic mania and hypervigilance had robbed him of uninterrupted rest. Yet now, the soft, warm presence nestled against him acted as the finest sedative imaginable. Ruan clung to his chest like an octopus, breathing slow and deep, lost in peaceful slumber. Her cheek pressed into his clavicle, occasionally nuzzling sideways, murmuring indistinct, sleepy syllables. Tranquility reigned, until, vehicle ahead. Halt. The distorted metallic bellow, amplified by a shoddy loudspeaker, penetrated even the armored silence. Lu Shiyuan snapped awake. In that instant, the room's pressure plummeted. Serenity vanished, replaced by suffocating, savage volatility. Who dares? Which fool courts death by disturbing him now? His gaze dipped downward. Ruan stirred. She wrinkled her nose, let out a discontented whimper, and fluttered her lashes, on the verge of waking. Lu Shiyuan swiftly covered her ears with his palms. His touch was astonishingly tender, yet too late. Ruan blinked open a narrow slit, her lower lashes reddened, eyes dewy with sleep. Big brother. She rubbed against him, voice husky and honey soft. It's noisy outside. Are there mosquitoes? To a pampered young lady, any intrusion upon her slumber qualified as an irksome gnat. Lu Shiyuan's palm cradled her cheek, his thumb traced gentle circles over her earlobe. Just a few oversized ones. He drew her back into his embrace and pulled the quilt over her head. Be still, sleep on. I'll swat them for you. She nestled deeper into his palm, settling into comfort before drifting off again. But softly, don't bruise your hand. And then, within 3 seconds her breathing steadied once more. Her composure was truly remarkable. Lu Shiyuan smoothed the blanket around her shoulders, ensured she wouldn't awaken again, and rose slowly. He did not descend from the bed, not even bothering with shoes. Instead, he reached for the remote on the nightstand, the Ark's weapon control interface. Leaning back against the headboard, his striking features remained utterly impassive, yet the crushing low-pressure aura radiating from him betrayed the commander's infamous morning wrath. If they seek oblivion, so be it. His long finger tapped once lightly upon the crimson activation button. Outside the vehicle, Hei Lang's throat burned raw from shouting. At last the black war machine ground to a halt, less than 50 meters from their barricade. Ha ha ha. It stopped. Boss, we terrified them. The wiry man brandished his iron rod, howling with triumph. Listen up, occupants of that vehicle. Hei Lang's confidence swelled. Wielding the megaphone, he sprayed spittle. Wise choice. Now, every soul dismount immediately. Leave behind all supplies, and the women. Men strip naked and flee. Refuse and I'll reduce this armored shell to scrap. The gang erupted in raucous cheers, whistling and hurling obscenities, already envisioning trembling captives inside mountains of food and beautiful women awaiting plunder. Yet their answer came not in surrender, but in a grating mechanical whir. Clack, clack, clack. The black war machine's roof plating slid apart with chilling precision. 2 sleek, futuristic dual-barrel Gatling guns rose smoothly into position, their obsidian muzzles locked unerringly onto Hei Lang's forehead. What is this? His smirk froze rigid as stone. Before he could react, the Gatlings did not fire bullets. They ignited with blinding violet light along their barrels. ZZZT. A deafening surge of electricity drowned all other sound. Lu Shiyuan hadn't bothered with ammunition, wasteful. Instead, he channeled his lightning-based Esper ability directly through the vehicle's amplification system into the weapons themselves. In the next heartbeat, BRRT. Countless fist-sized lightning orbs erupted like monsoon rain. Each orb compressed enough energy to pulverize boulders. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. A continuous concussive roar. The pickup trucks blocking the road erupted into blazing infernos. Shrapnel tore through the air. The bandits, still shrieking bravado, never managed even a cry, swallowed whole by the storm of lightning. Aya! Lightning. A lightning Esper. Run, run. It's him, the Reaper of Dawn Base. The madman. Hei Lang, once a local tyrant, now soaked his trousers in terror. His vaunted strength-based Esper power proved laughably impotent before this celestial tempest. He flung aside his greatsword and fled, desperate for extra limbs to outrun fate. This was no fat lamb. It was a Tyrannosaurus draped in wool. They'd kicked the steel plate. No one electrified at lethal voltage. Inside the Ark, Lu Shiyuan watched the fleeing figures on his monitor and offered a single icy smirk, disturbing his rest and thinking to escape. Not so easily. His fingertips swept across the screen, mode switched. Pursuit protocol. Across the wasteland unfolded a surreal chase. The massive black war machine did not crush them outright. Instead, it herded them like sheepdog guiding flock, maintaining steady, deliberate pace. Occasionally, it discharged a lightning orb, not aimed at flesh but detonating just beside their feet, blasting them into dust-choked, tumbling retreats. Any attempt to pause or veer off-road was met instantly with a bolt striking inches behind their backsides, forcing them onward along the highway. After 5 kilometers, the once feared bandits collapsed, lungs bursting, mouths frothing, too spent even to beg for mercy. And no more. Hei Lang lay prostrate, convulsing. Kill me. Or cut me, just make it quick. ZZZT. The black war machine halted before them with unnerving silence. The door opened. Lu Shiyuan descended, wearing silk sleepwear and slippers, cradling a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee. His nonchalant ease stood in stark, grotesque contrast to the wretched heap before him. You shouted quite fiercely a moment ago, he said, sipping his coffee, looking down upon Hei Lang with detached disdain. Continue. Raise your voice. I haven't heard enough yet. Hei Lang trembled as he lifted his head, gazing upon a figure who seemed less human, more divine wrath incarnate. Any lingering defiance extinguished. Elder brother. Grandfather. We were blind, unworthy to recognize your majesty. Please, treat us as mere passing wind. Lu Shiyuan ignored him entirely. His gaze swept over their tattered gear, then settled upon the undamaged supply truck parked nearby. Since you blocked the road, you know the rules. Setting down his cup, he pointed first to the truck, then to their clothing. Pay the toll. Everything. Including the underwear on your backs. 10 minutes later, the wasteland hosted a grotesquely comic sight. Dozens of grown men stood exposed in the wind, stripped bare, utterly humiliated. Every possession, including all cargo from the truck, had been confiscated. Lu Shiyuan didn't even spare Hei Lang's bone necklace. He yanked it off and tossed it into a waste bin. Filthy. He wiped his fingers fastidiously. Turning back toward the vehicle, he called over his shoulder, "Go. Should I see any of you within 10 li of my path again, I'll mount you on my bumper as ornaments." The war machine roared away, leaving behind a huddle of naked, shivering men, tearless, speechless, broken beyond measure. Never in their lives had they endured such degradation. Robbed while attempting robbery, down to their last thread. Where indeed could justice be sought? Inside the ark, Ruan finally awoke. Rubbing her eyes, she padded downstairs, and found a small glittering mound scattered across the living room. Rug spoils Lu Shiyuan had casually retrieved. The bandits were destitute, food moldy waterfowl. The sole valuables were these mineral specimens excavated from mutated or veins. Vividly hued, they shimmered under the lights. Lacking spiritual resonance, useless for cultivation, yet undeniably exquisite. Wow. Ruan's eyes lit up like stars. She lunged forward, snatching up a pink crystal and holding it aloft to catch the light. So beautiful. Like gemstones. Lu Shiyuan, where did these come from? He was washing his hands, methodically 3 times over. Hearing her voice, he dried his hands and approached, wrapping his arms around her from behind, chin resting gently atop her shoulder. "Dropped by those mosquitoes I swatted. Do you like them?" She nodded vigorously, turning the stones over in her palms. "Yes. This one could be a necklace. This one's set into my nails. That mosquito is remarkably generous." A faint, rare smile curved his lips. Next time I encounter such oversized pests, I'll catch them for you." If it brought her joy, even the stars themselves would be his quarry. As for the bandits, to amuse her, even once, was the greatest virtue they'd ever earned. "I'm hungry." Ruan, done playing, turned and pressed her palm against Lu Shiyuan's abdomen. "I want hot pot, extra spicy." "No. You ate ice cream yesterday. You cannot consume excessive heat today. Mild spice only." No. I demand extra spicy." "No negotiation." "Lu Shiyuan, do you no longer love me? Are you repulsed by me?" "Medium spicy." "Deal." The war machine carved a long, dusty trail across the wasteland. Inside, the rich aroma of simmering hot pot began to rise. On the map behind them, a crimson marker pulsed steadily, the nearest major survivor enclave since city. A haven for outlaws and black market traders. With spoils in hand, it was time to find a buyer, and perhaps incidentally, acquire a few elegant new dresses for his cherished little sovereign. The wind over the wilderness grew scorching. The ground cracked into countless fissures like the parched lips of the earth yearning for rain that would never come. This was the Kugu arid zone. Not a single drop of clean water could be found for hundreds of miles. Dried corpses hung from the withered trees by the roadside. Victims who had slaughtered each other for half a bottle of muddy water. A black steel beast rumbled over the cracked earth, kicking up a blinding haze of yellow sand. Inside the cabin, the climate control system hummed, yet the bone-deep oppressive heat was inescapable. Ruan lay sprawled on the sofa, flipping noisily through a fashion magazine looted from that unlucky town. Lu Shiyuan. She flung the magazine over her face and kicked her fair, slender legs in the air. "I'm so sticky. I want to bathe." Lu Shiyuan kept one hand on the steering wheel and tapped the control panel with the other. The water tank alarm flashed red. No water. Although he was a human generator, this vehicle couldn't conjure water out of thin air. The last tank had been filled 3 days ago, and between Ruan's baths and hair washes it had long since run dry. "Oh." Ruan writhed on the sofa like a fish out of water. "I can't go on. I'm covered in sand. It's unbearable. I want to bathe. I want to bathe right now, this instant." Her petulant complaints filled the cabin. Lu Shiyuan didn't find it annoying. On the contrary, he felt it was exactly the kind of noise a living person should make. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the woman twisting into a pretzel on the sofa and tapped his fingers twice on the steering wheel. "Stop that. I'll find you water." As he spoke, a group appeared ahead. 3 modified pickup trucks surrounded a broken-down water truck. The water truck had clearly been hijacked. The driver had been dragged out, and decapitated blood pooling on the ground, quickly absorbed by the thirsty earth. Several men in camouflage were excitedly inserting a hose into the tank, pumping water into their own pickups. One of them, a tall, skinny man with green hair, gathered a ball of water in his hand, drinking and washing his face while cursing. "Damn this weather, my skin's cracking." A water-type ability user. In the apocalypse, such people were rarer than giant pandas. They were usually pampered like royalty by the major bases. Who would have thought a wild one could be found in this desolate wilderness? Screech. The black war vehicle braked sharply. It came to a steady halt 10 meters from the group. The oppressive aura made the bandits pumping water freeze in their tracks. "Who goes there?" The green-haired man wiped the water from his face, staring warily at the steel beast. The door opened, and Lu Shiyuan stepped out. He wasn't wearing his signature black trench coat, just a simple white shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing the smooth lines of his forearms. He carried no weapon. He walked over, as if strolling through a park. "Water type." Lu Shiyuan stopped, his gaze landing on the green-haired man. The green-haired man felt a chill from that look. But emboldened by his numbers and his rare ability, he puffed out his chest. "So what?" The green-haired man gathered another ball of water, tossing it up and down in his palm, with an arrogant sneer. "Smart move, get lost. This water is mine first." Before he could finish, a streak of purple lightning shot from Lu Shiyuan's fingertip without warning. Crack! The water ball exploded, electrocuting the green-haired man, who convulsed his hair, standing on end as black smoke rose. The remaining bandits hadn't even drawn their weapons. Lu Shiyuan stamped his foot and several lightning serpents slithered along the ground, instantly shocking them unconscious. They twitched on the ground like dead fish. Only the green-haired man remained kneeling on the ground, foaming at the mouth, staring in terror at the sudden god of death. Don't kill me. I'm a second-grade water-type ability user. I'm useful. I can join you. Lu Shiyuan walked over, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him toward the vehicle like a dead dog. You are useful. I'm just short a water faucet. 10 minutes later. The second floor of the Ark. Bathroom. The green-haired man was tied up and thrown beside the bathtub, a rag stuffed in his mouth, tears and snot streaming down his face. He watched the man standing by the tub. Lu Shiyuan was rolling up his sleeves and nudged his rear with a foot. Let the water flow. The green-haired man was stunned. He whimpered. Lu Shiyuan pulled the rag out. Boss. The green-haired man wept bitterly. I'm a noble water-type ability user. I'm meant for combat. My water arrows can pierce steel plates. I told you to let the water flow. Lu Shiyuan cut him off, a faint electric arc dancing at his fingertip in front of the man's eyes. Fill the tub. If you're one drop short, I'll electrocute you into a dried corpse. The green-haired man trembled in fear. All dignity and pride of an ability user were thrown to the dogs in that moment. He stretched out a trembling hand toward the tub. Gush! Clear water streamed from his palm. Because of his extreme nervousness, the flow fluctuated, even trembling slightly. Ruan poked her head in from the bathroom doorway, her face scrunched in disgust. Lu Shiyuan, is this water clean? It came out of his hand. Could it have bacteria? At those words, the green-haired man nearly choked. This is pure elemental water. 100 times cleaner than that Evian mineral water. And she's worried about bacteria? Lu Shiyuan glanced back at her and reassured, it's fine. I'll sterilize it with high heat later. 5 minutes later, the tub was full. The green-haired man was pale as a ghost, collapsed on the floor like a dead dog. Filling such a large tub had nearly drained all his ability reserves. Get out. Lu Shiyuan grabbed the green-haired man by the scruff and tossed him out the second-floor window. Below was a pile of sand. He wouldn't die. But the green-haired man scrambled to his feet and ran, crying as he went. He'd never suffered such humiliation in his life. Used as a tap. In the bathroom, Lu Shiyuan dipped his hand into the tub. Purple lightning danced in his palm, controlled with exquisite precision. No violent explosions. Only the heat generated by high-frequency oscillation. Sizzle. The cold water began to steam. The thermometer's numbers jumped rapidly. 38 degrees. 40 degrees. 42 degrees. Precise. Steady. If the old-timers at Shuguang Bay saw this, they'd probably have a stroke from rage. An S-class lightning ability used to heat bath water. Such a waste. Criminal. But Lu Shiyuan didn't care. He tested the temperature, deemed it right, and took out a packet of dried rose petals, scattering them in. Ruan. The water's ready. Ruan cheered, grabbed a towel, and rushed in. Big brother is the best. She planted a loud kiss on his cheek, then impatiently pushed him out. Go guard the door. No peeking. Lu Shiyuan touched the damp spot on his cheek, a helpless smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right, I'll be right outside. As long as a door separated them, as long as he could hear her breathing, the ever-present restlessness wouldn't flare up. The window wasn't completely shut. A crack was left for ventilation. The steam rising from the bathroom, rich with the sweet scent of strawberry body wash, drifted out through that gap. At that moment, the war vehicle happened to pass a refugee camp. Dozens of survivors were digging in the dry riverbed under the scorching sun, trying to find any patch of moist earth. Suddenly a fragrance drifted over. It was the most wonderful smell they had ever encountered. Sweet. Moist with water vapor. What's that smell? A burly man digging stopped and sniffed deeply. Smells like strawberry. Bullshit. Where would strawberries grow in this hellhole? No, it's body wash. Someone's taking a bath. The crowd erupted. Eyes wide, they stared at the black war vehicle parked by the roadside. In this apocalypse, where even drinking urine had to be rationed, someone was actually bathing. And with such fragrant body wash. What a sin. An old man threw down his shovel and broke down, crying. Is there no justice? I haven't had water in 3 days, and they're soaking in a tub. The sheer disparity cut deeper than a blade. This was the chasm of the world. Some struggled for survival in hell. Some turned the apocalypse into a vacation in a luxury RV. In the bathroom, water splashed. Ruan buried herself in the foam, letting out a contented sigh. Lu Shiyuan. She called out, her voice soft and moist with steam. Outside the door, Lu Shiyuan leaned against the wall, toying with the crystal core he'd taken from the green-haired man. At the sound of her voice, his fingers paused. What is it? I can't reach my back. Come in and help me scrub. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. This little thing. She really knew how to torment him. Do it yourself. His voice was hoarse. No, my arms are sore. If you don't come in, I won't wash anymore. I'll come out dirty and hug you. A threat. A blatant threat. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes. He crushed the crystal core into powder. Wait. He pushed open the door. The bathroom was thick with steam. The little woman was lying on the edge of the tub, her bare back above the water, dotted with glistening droplets. Like a piece of fine suet jade. Hearing the door, Ruan turned her head, blinked at him, and handed over the bath sponge. Here. Be gentle. Lu Shiyuan took the sponge. He didn't move immediately. His gaze lingered on that fair skin for 2 seconds, the darkness in his eyes deepening. He rolled up his sleeves, dabbed some foam, and placed his large hand on her back. The rough calluses on his palm grazed her delicate skin, sending a faint shiver through her. Su-Wan shrank her neck. Tickles. Bear it. Lu Shiyuan's voice was dangerously low. Though his movements were gentle, the sense of control was undeniable. From her shoulder blades along her spine, all the way down. Each stroke was like kindling a fire. The temperature in the bathroom rose higher and higher. Not just from the hot water. Su-Wan sensed something was off. The man behind her was breathing heavier, his aggressive aura enveloping her completely. Lu Shiyuan, are you done? She tried to turn, but a large hand pressed her shoulder. Not yet. Lu Shiyuan dropped the sponge and pressed his palm directly against her skin. The pads of his fingers, rough with calluses, traced circles on her lower back. This part isn't clean yet. Su-Ruan's body went limp. She slid into the water, leaving only her wet eyes looking up at him. Your clothes are wet. In her slide, splashes had soaked Lu Shiyuan. His white shirt was drenched. It clung to his body, outlining the contours of his firm chest. Even the muscles moving with each breath were visible. Lu Shiyuan glanced down. He didn't care. He propped one hand on the edge of the tub, leaning down to trap Su-Ruan between himself and the tub. His dark eyes burned with undisguised desire. Let it be wet. He leaned close to her ear and bit her reddened earlobe. Anyway, it's going to get wetter. Before Su-Ruan could process what he meant, she was lifted from the water, dripping with foam. She was pressed onto the counter. The cold marble surface made her shiver. But the next second a scorching kiss descended. Laced with punishment and long-suppressed longing. Lu Shiyuan. I'm still bathing. No more. Lu Shiyuan's voice was muffled, his face buried in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the sweet strawberry scent. I'll eat first. Outside, the sandstorm still raged. But in this cramped bathroom, a far fiercer storm was just beginning. Fangzhou emerged from the Gobi Desert. The scenery beyond transformed. No longer the withered yellow gravel, but vast stretches of dark crimson. That was not soil. It was vegetation. A species of twisting, winding vines resembling blood vessels densely blanketing the entire earth. A cloying, nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. This was the Death Flower Sea, the only passage northward in a forbidden zone for humanity. It was said that even birds flying overhead would be dragged down by those vines, their flesh and blood drained dry. Inside the carriage, Su-Ruan had just woken up, still wearing Lu Shiyuan's oversized white shirt, her legs dangling over the edge of the leather seat. She held a cup of warm milk, curiously pressing close to the bulletproof glass. Lu Shiyuan, it's so red outside. Like a red carpet has been laid out. Lu Shiyuan held the steering wheel with one hand, the other swiftly operating the console. Sit properly. Don't get so close to the glass. Those are blood-sucking vines, S-class mutated plants. He didn't slow down. Instead, he pushed the engine power to the maximum. In a place like this, every extra second meant danger. The moment the war vehicle entered the Crimson Zone, an anomaly occurred. The dark red vines, which had been still, seemed to sense the scent of a living human. Boom. The ground exploded. Countless vines as thick as a human thigh shot into the sky, bristling with thorns like frenzied pythons, violently lashing out at Fangzhou. Bang, bang, bang. Tremendous crashing sounds echoed through the carriage. The entire heavy war vehicle was shaken violently by the strikes. Those vines attempted to entangle the wheels, pry open the doors, and some even plastered themselves against the windshield, secreting highly corrosive mucus. Sizzle. White smoke rose from the bulletproof glass. From the vehicle's communication device came a burst of harsh static. Then a man's anxious roar. Boss, the road ahead is blocked. These vines are too tough, the machine gun can't cut through. It was Qin Feng, Lu Shiyuan's old subordinate, who upon hearing that the boss had rebelled, had led an elite squad to clear the way ahead. At this moment, Qin Feng's modified pickup truck had been wrapped up by the vines like a zongzi on the verge of being crushed. Useless. Lu Shiyuan coldly spat out 2 words. His finger pressed a red weapon button. Hold on. Burn them down. Click. The armor plating on both sides of the vehicle opened, revealing 2 pitch-black flamethrower nozzles. Lu Shiyuan had no intention of reasoning with these plants. Since they blocked the way, he would burn them to ashes. Just as he was about to press the launch button, a soft, small hand suddenly covered his. Wait. Su-Ruan looked out the window. Those terrifying vines, writhing menacingly, held a strange, eerie beauty in her eyes. Seductive. Full of life. Don't burn them. Su-Ruan whispered. They seem like they don't want to fight. Lu Shiyuan paused. Don't want to fight. The attack alarms blaring all over the screen, the fangs outside the window desperate to devour the vehicle. This was called not wanting to fight. Ruan, don't be difficult. These are mutants, mindless, only know how to eat people. Lu Shiyuan turned his hand to grasp hers, intending to pull her back. But Su-Ruan didn't move. She reached out as if by some inexplicable force and pressed her palm against the still smoking bulletproof glass. Her palm was warm. Through the thick glass, facing the thick vine that was slamming against it frantically. Be good. Her lips moved slightly. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The vine that was about to strike again froze midair, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then, that frenzied, murderous agitation suddenly vanished, replaced by a cautious, tentative probing. The vine slowly approached. It pressed against the glass right where Su Ruan's palm was. It retracted its hideous thorns, becoming smooth and rounded. It rubbed against the glass, like a puppy begging for a pet. Lu Shiyuan's finger froze above the launch button. In the communicator, Qin Feng's roar also came to an abrupt halt. What the? Boss? Is this flower acting cute? The once violent crimson flower sea had now quieted down completely. All the vines stopped attacking. They turned and surged towards Fangzhou, not to strangle it, but to pay homage. Puff, puff, puff. Countless enormous bright red flower buds burst into bloom at that moment. Petals layered upon layers, breathtakingly beautiful. The originally sinister, terrifying death zone transformed into a dazzling sea of flowers. The vines crowded eagerly before the windows. Some bloomed into flowers. Some curled into heart shapes. Some even intertwined to form a huge canopy, shielding the vehicle from the scorching sun. A deathly silence fell inside the carriage. Lu Shiyuan stared at this surreal scene, outside his temples throbbing. He had killed the zombie emperor, suppressed the mutant tide, but in his life he had never seen mutated plants collectively go into a frenzy of affection. See, I told you they were good. Su Ruan withdrew her hand, looking smugly at Lu Shiyuan. Look, they even gave me flowers. Outside, the thickest vine holding a red flower larger than a wash basin was pressed against the glass, trembling incessantly. The gesture, if she didn't accept it, it would probably die of anxiety. Open the window. Su Ruan pointed at the window. No. Lu Shiyuan refused flatly. That's an S-class poisonous flower. Its pollen can paralyze someone instantly. But it's so beautiful. Su Ruan tugged at his sleeve, activating her coquettish mode. Just a tiny crack. Okay, brother. It came all the way here, it would be rude not to accept. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes. The greatest weakness of his life was being unable to resist when this woman called him brother, especially with that soft hook-laden tone. Only 1 second. He conceded. A surge of lightning rippled through the air, forming an invisible electric net around the window. If that thing dared any hostile move, it would be instantly reduced to charcoal. The window lowered a crack. The vine seemed to receive a blessing. It didn't force its way in. Instead, it carefully placed the large red flower at the edge of the crack. Then it curled around a bright red fruit. That was its companion fruit. Legend said one could awaken an ordinary person's superpower or allow an awakened to directly advance. Outside, it was a priceless myth. Now, like offering a treasure, it stuffed the fruit inside. Plop. The fruit rolled into Su Ruan's palm. Crystal clear, exuding an enticing fragrance. After giving the gift, the vine rubbed affectionately against Su Ruan's fingertip, then quickly retracted. As if shy, Su Ruan held the fruit up to Lu Shiyuan. See, it invited me to have some fruit. Lu Shiyuan looked at the priceless mutated fruit, then glanced at the vines outside, still wildly swaying as if cheering. His face darkened like a bottom of a pot. What was this? Even a weed dared to flirt with his wife right in front of him, and even gave a token of love. Throw it away, Lu Shiyuan said coldly. Why, oi? Su Ruan hugged the fruit protectively. This is a kind gesture from it. Dirty. Lu Shiyuan snatched the fruit away. A flash of lightning in his palm. That divine-level fruit, which countless people would kill to obtain, turned into a puff of smoke. Not even a trace remained. Lu Shiyuan. Su Ruan stomped her foot in anger. What did you do? That was my fruit. Want fruit? Lu Shiyuan took a box of washed cherries from the vehicle's refrigerator and shoved it into her hands. Eat these. From now on, don't accept gifts from strangers. Plants included. This damned possessiveness. He even got jealous across species. In the communicator, Qin Feng still hadn't recovered. Boss, did we just get through the desperate situation that had seemed life-threatening moments before? Now the vines had voluntarily cleared a path. Flat, spacious. Even the gravel on the road had been cleaned away. The flowers on both sides kept spraying pollen as if lining up to see them off. Move. Lu Shiyuan restarted the vehicle. He floored the accelerator. He didn't want to spend another second in this damned place. The reaction of these mutant plants towards Su Ruan made him extremely uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Fangzhou roared through the flower sea. Su Ruan lay against the rear window, waving at the gradually receding vines. Bye-bye. All the vines danced wildly again, as if in response. Only when the vehicle completely disappeared from sight did the crimson flower sea slowly return to calm. Reverting to the devouring death zone, Qin Feng drove the battered pickup truck behind. His mind was blank. He looked at the spotless black war vehicle ahead, then at the surrounding vines which bared their fangs at him but dared not attack because of the lingering aura of Su Ruan. His worldview shattered. Was this still the apocalypse? This was a fairy tale, wasn't it? What kind of monster was that woman? She could make the Thunder King, that god of slaughter, obedient. And now even mindless mutant plants had become her sycophants. Qin Feng swallowed hard. He silently upgraded Su Ruan's danger level from S-class to untouchable. Better to offend the king of hell than to provoke Su Ruan. Otherwise, even if Lu Shiyuan didn't act, the weeds by the roadside would bury you. Inside the car, Su Ruan was still sulking, because of the fruit that had been annihilated. She sat sideways in the passenger seat, facing away from Lu Shiyuan, hugging her knees, biting cherries with a crunching sound, like a little hamster guarding its food. Lu Shiyuan glanced at her, then glanced again. Finally he sighed. He switched the car to autopilot. unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned over, and pulled the pouting little woman into his arms. Are you angry? Ruan turned her head away, ignoring him. That fruit, though rare, has unknown side effects. Lu Shiyuan explained patiently. What if it gives you a stomachache? Your body is so delicate. And, he paused, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, his voice dropping a few notches. I don't like it when you smile at other living things. Even if it's a tree. Ruan had intended to keep up her aloof act a little longer. Hearing this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She turned around, cupped Lu Shiyuan's face, and planted a firm kiss on the corner of his mouth. Lu Shiyuan, how childish can you be? Jealous of a tree? Are you a vinegar jar reincarnated? Lu Shiyuan pressed the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Until he had kissed Ruan breathless, he released her. Yes. He admitted it openly. Anything that covets you. Whether it's human, ghost, or plants. I want to destroy them. Ruan went limp in his arms, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. Her heart was brimming with sweetness. This madman, though domineering. But, it was thrilling. Alright, don't be angry. Lu Shiyuan took out a crystal core from his pocket. Purple. An S-class lightning crystal core. It was obtained from the previous slaying of the Thunder King. 100 times more precious than that fruit. This is for you. Prettier than that shabby fruit. Ruan's eyes instantly lit up. The crystal core was like amethyst with lightning dancing inside. Wow. This is great. I'll make it into a necklace. Lu Shiyuan watched her beaming face, and the corners of his mouth lifted too. As long as she was happy. Even if it meant shooting down the moon from the sky for her to kick around like a ball, he would gladly do it. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan pressed the communicator. Boss, I'm here. Qin Feng's voice came immediately, filled with utmost respect. What's ahead? Reporting, boss. 50 kilometers ahead is the Machinery City ruins. It's been restless there lately. I heard a group of cyborgs are active. Lu Shiyuan tapped his fingers twice on the console. Cyborgs. He glanced at Ruan, who was playing with the crystal core in his arms. Perfect. The coffee machine in the car is broken. Let's go borrow some parts. Qin Feng. Going to a den of tigers like Machinery City just to fix a coffee machine. Fine. You're the boss, you decide. As long as the lady wants coffee, even tearing down Machinery City is reasonable. The wheels rolled over the thick layer of humus without a single jolt. The blood-sucking vines that would normally go wild at the scent of a living human now behaved like docile lapdogs. Not only did they clear a wide path, but several huge banana leaf-like plants even stretched their necks to form a canopy over the ark's roof. They shaded the entire journey, not letting a single scorching ray of sunlight through. The temperature inside the vehicle dropped several degrees. Ruan leaned against the window, her arms already piled with a chaotic assortment of items. Bright red mutant berries, fragrant flower petals, and even a few thumb-sized wood-type spirit crystals that gleamed an emerald green. All of these were tossed in by the plants. As long as the window was cracked open, things came flying in as if they were free. Plop. Another golden fruit dropped and landing right on Ruan's lap. She picked it up, wiped it clean, and turned to look at the man in the driver's seat, whose face was growing darker by the second. Brother, look at this. It's golden, like the legendary golden fruit that beautifies the skin. Lu Shiyuan did not respond. The veins on the hand gripping the steering wheel bulged. This entire journey, 20 kilometers, he had felt like a chauffeur driving his wife to a botanical garden to stock up. And the worst part was that the goods were forced on them. Throw it away. His voice was icy. No. Ruan stuffed the fruit into her pocket, guarding it fiercely. These are treasures. Once we get to the base, I can trade them for lots of pretty dresses. She counted the crystals in her arms, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She had struck it rich. Truly rich. Others crossed this sea of flowers at the risk of their lives, but she was here to stock up. Just then an exceptionally thick green vine stretched in from outside the window. Unlike the other plants that tossed their gifts and fled, this one crept in quietly, while Ruan was counting her crystals. The tip of the vine curled into a circle. It gently slipped around Ruan's slender wrist. Cool to the touch with a coaxing rub. Then a soft, yet irresistible force came. It tried to pull her out, as if wanting to take her deeper into the forest. Huh. Ruan was startled, her body leaning involuntarily toward the window. Do you want to take me to play? She sensed no killing intent. Instead, she found the vine somewhat endearingly clumsy. Just as she reached out to touch it. Crackle. A sharp explosion rent the air. A large hand shot out from nowhere, seizing the vine directly. Without a moment's hesitation, it yanked hard. Snap. The thigh-thick vine was violently torn apart. Green sap splattered everywhere. But it didn't end there. Purple lightning blazed in Lu Shiyuan's palm. Fierce thunderfire like a venomous snake raced back along the broken vine. Boom. The enormous mother plant outside the window was instantly engulfed in thunderfire. It didn't even have time to scream before turning into a charred stump. Ruan was startled. The severed half of the vine fell to the ground, still twitching. Lu Shiyuan, what are you doing? It didn't mean to hurt me. Lu Shiyuan ignored her protest entirely. He slammed on the brakes, stopping the vehicle in the middle of the road. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he pushed open the door and stepped out. His murderous aura was unmistakable. Ruan leaned out the window, watching the man standing in front of the vehicle. He faced the vast, endless mutant forest, his back to her. The wind whipped his shirt tails. They flapped loudly. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand palm upward. The clear sky instantly darkened with dense clouds. Countless purple thunderbolts churned within the clouds like celestial punishment ready to strike at any moment. His terrifying S-rank pressure was released without restraint. It covered an area of 10 li. Listen, Lu Shiyuan's voice was not loud, but amplified by the thunder it carried across the entire flower sea. Stay away from her. If you so much as stretch a single tendril toward her again, I'll burn this entire forest to ashes. She is mine. The last 4 words were gritted out, filled with absolute possession and warning. Rustle, rustle. The entire forest fell into dead silence. The mutant plants that had been flailing and vying to offer gifts just moments ago now seemed to have encountered their natural enemy. The enormous flowers quickly closed. Vines retreated underground. Even the shade-giving leaves curled up in terror. The whole earth trembled. Though they had no minds, instinct told them. This man would truly slaughter them all. And he would uproot them completely. Lu Shiyuan stood there scanning the area coldly. After confirming that nothing dared to show itself again, he withdrew his hand, turned, got back in the vehicle, slammed the door shut, locked the windows, leaving not even a crack. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was suffocatingly low. Ruan shrank into the passenger seat, watching the still angry man, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Brother. She reached out and poked his rigid arm. How childish are you? Jealous of a flower? It's just a vine, it doesn't even have a gender. Lu Shiyuan turned his head. His dark eyes still held residual lightning. He suddenly leaned over, trapping Ruan between the seat and his chest. His breath was hot against her face. No gender. He smiled. He reached out, pinched her chin, and forced her to look up at him. If it's alive, if it wants to touch you, then it's not allowed. Male or female, it doesn't matter. Alive or dead, it doesn't matter either. Ruan's heart skipped a beat at his domineering and unreasonable attitude. This mad dog. His possessiveness grew more twisted by the day. But why was it so thrilling? Ruan blinked, then suddenly leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth. All right. I'm all yours. Even my hair is yours. Don't be mad, okay? This trick always worked. The murderous aura on Lu Shiyuan visibly dissipated. He snorted, then bit her lip hard as punishment. Sit properly. If you accept any more random things, I'll tie you up. Ruan stuck out her tongue. She obediently sat back and tucked away the crystals. Tie me up. That sounded quite exciting. The vehicle restarted, this time moving at great speed. Lu Shiyuan didn't want to stay a moment longer in this place full of rivals. The convoy roared out of the flower sea. As the last pickup truck left the red zone, Ruan looked back. She saw the forest, which had shrunk into the ground, quietly emerge again. Countless vines swayed in the wind, waving toward the departing vehicle. As if bidding farewell, or as if anticipating the next visit of their queen. Lu Shiyuan saw this in the rearview mirror. His face darkened a few more shades. He floored the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring. In the pickup truck behind, Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel, staring dazedly at the eerie forest in the rearview mirror. That scene just now, he would never forget it. The boss had almost leveled this so-called human forbidden zone, the Death Flower Sea, for his wife. Even more absurdly, those mutant plants that usually devoured people without a trace had actually backed down. Qin Feng glanced at the pile of rare medicinal herbs and spirit crystals stacked on the passenger seat. They had been tossed into his truck bed by the plants as they passed by. Probably a tip, because he was the boss's underling. TSK. Qin Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. This was some sweet free ride. Originally, he thought this trip to Jixia City would be a desperate gamble. But now, as long as they followed the young lady in the front vehicle. This is a supply run. Qin Feng shouted into the intercom. Keep your eyes peeled. Stay close. Whether we strike it rich this time depends entirely on the sister-in-law's mood. The convoy raised clouds of dust. They drove toward the faint steel ruins on the horizon. Jixia City, that legendary place full of madmen and cyborgs. They had arrived. As the silhouette of the ruined mechanical city emerged from the yellow sands, a shrill alarm shattered the silence inside the cabin. Not triggered by the vehicle's radar, but by Qin Feng. Over the comm unit, Qin Feng's voice choked and cracked like a rooster strangled mid-crow. Boss. Stop the vehicle now. There's someone ahead. It's the Thunder Legion, and that madman Lei Bao himself is leading them. A sharp burst of static followed. Lu Shiyuan slammed the brakes, hard. The immense inertia jolted the chassis violently before settling into absolute stillness. Ruan held a violet lightning core crystal against her cheek, playfully imagining it as an earring. The sudden deceleration made her hand jerk. The crystal nearly slipped into the seat crevice. What's going on? She rubbed her shoulder bruised by the seatbelt and muttered discontentedly. We've run into an acquaintance. Lu Shiyuan set down his coffee cup and gazed through the windshield toward a vast plume of dust rising 2 kilometers ahead. There, an enormous convoy stretched laterally across the road, blocking the sole entrance to Mechanical City. Every vehicle was a heavily modified armored behemoth. Each bore a snarling lightning insignia. At the center stood a grotesquely upgraded main battle tank. Its cannon barrel was thick enough to swallow an adult whole, and several desiccated corpses hung from it, swaying with every tremor of the tank. This was the undisputed sovereign of the northern wastelands, the Thunder Legion. It was also the very faction that during the Dawn Base uprising had seized the chaos to strike from behind and carve out its own share of spoils. An acquaintance. Ruan leaned against the window, squinting. Ugly convoy. Looks like a mobile landfill. Indeed, it was hideous. Beside Lu Shiyuan's sleek black aerodynamic arc, a marvel of sci-fi elegance, those rusted monstrosities welded with iron spikes and draped with skull motifs resembled nothing more than industrial refuse assembled by madness. Stay in the vehicle. Lu Shiyuan unbuckled his seatbelt. He carried no weapon, not even his sand-resistant trench coat. He stepped out wearing only the white shirt Ruan had once mocked for its low collar. Wind and grit billowed his sleeves as he stood before the colossal black war machine, hands in pockets, one arm hanging loosely at his side. Faint violet arcs flickered at his fingertips. Across the dunes the modified tank rumbled forward, its treads crushing roadside stones with a grating, bone-chilling crunch. The turret hatch swung open. A man emerged, broad as a mutated bear, bald face thick with coarse flesh. A brutal scar cleaved his left cheek, from eye socket to jawline, twisting his grin into something monstrous. His bare torso bulged with muscle, each slab etched with grotesque, writhing demon tattoos. A thick gold chain heavy enough to leash a dog hung around his neck. Lei Bao, the Thunder Legion's chieftain. A level 3 strength-type mutant augmented with level 2 earth-based defense. A notorious lunatic who delighted in tearing living men in half. Hey! Standing atop the tank, Lei Bao loomed over Lu Shiyuan, his voice a brass-knuckle roar audible hundreds of meters away. Thought I'd see who dared roll up with such pomp. Why, it's none other than the illustrious Commander Lu himself. He bellowed with theatrical mirth, shaking flab across his cheeks. So, did you get kicked out of Dawn Base? Couldn't cut it anymore. Look at you, S-class powerhouse reduced to a stray dog scavenging the wasteland. His underlings cheered wildly from their pickup trucks, whistles, shrieking voices howling. Lu Shiyuan remained silent, not even lifting his eyelids. He simply watched Lei Bao as though observing a corpse already laid to rest. That utter dismissal froze Lei Bao's grin mid-sneer. Nothing enraged him more than Lu Shiyuan's icy aristocratic disdain. After all, they were both monsters. So why did Lu Shiyuan wear nobility like armor while he wore banditry like skin? Lu Shiyuan. Lei Bao leapt from the tank. His landing shook the earth thrice. Shouldering a 2-meter alloy battle axe, he strode forward, each step cracking the ground beneath him. Since we've met, let's settle old scores. Last year, I merely sought water at Dawn Base. You ordered your cannons to blast me off the gate. That debt, I've kept it fresh for a full year. He halted 10 meters from Lu Shiyuan. Hundreds of rifles rose behind him, all barrels trained on Lu Shiyuan and the Ark. One command from Lei Bao, and the vehicle would become a sieve. Then Lu Shiyuan moved, at last. He raised his wrist, glancing at his chronometer. 3 seconds. Leave, or die. His voice was quiet, not a shout, not a growl, yet colder than vacuum. That bone-deep chill dropped the desert heat to absolute zero. Lei Bao blinked, stunned. Then he threw back his head and roared with laughter, hysterical, uncontrolled. Ha, die. Lu Shiyuan, has your mind snapped? Do you think this is still your base? This is the wasteland, my domain. Look behind you. A single wrecked car and a trembling Qin phone. What do you have to fight me with? Still laughing, Lei Bao's gaze slid past Lu Shiyuan to the war machine behind him. From afar it had been indistinct. Now up close its craftsmanship stunned him, seamless armor, plating not a single weld visible. Behind the massive bulletproof glass a slender figure shimmered faintly. Lei Bao narrowed his eyes. With his exceptional vision, he caught her reflection in the one-way glass, leaning against the window. In that instant his breath stopped. He'd taken countless women, film stars, elite courtesans. Any he desired he claimed. But this one, mere silhouette through glass, possessed a beauty so devastating it sent his blood surging straight to his temples. Skin like fallen snow. Eyes like living hooks, speaking without words, and that delicate yielding softness, utterly alien in this merciless apocalypse, a treasure beyond measure, a peerless gem. His throat convulsed, greed instantly eclipsing fear of Lu Shiyuan. Who is she? He pointed at the window, tongue dragging over parched lips, twisting his mouth into a revolting leer. Lu Shiyuan, is she your caged songbird? Tisk tisk tisk, well hidden. No wonder you defected from the base for a woman. Even I'd lose my mind for such a rarity. The air around Lu Shiyuan warped. Lightning energy coiling ready to erupt. Slowly he lifted his head. Deep within his obsidian pupils violet light pulsed, like storm clouds gathering. Keep your eyes where they belong. One more glance, and I'll tear them from their sockets. Lei Bao dismissed the threat entirely. Lust had drowned reason. He could already picture seizing her, breaking her, devouring her. Lu Shiyuan, don't mistake mercy for weakness. With a thunderous stomp, he drove his axe deep into the earth, carving a crater. Let's make a deal. Hand over the woman in your car. All debts erased. I'll even grant you second in command of the Thunder Legion. How's that? A fair bargain, a mere plaything for your life. He whistled crudely at the window. Hey little beauty, what future's there with that pale-faced boy? Come with big brother, we'll show you what real manhood means. Inside the vehicle, Ruan nibbled potato chips pressed against the glass. Hearing the bald brute's words, she nearly spat hers out. Real man. Him. Resembling a mutated wild boar possessed by a demon. He dares call himself a man. It's an insult to the word itself. And, Ruan wrinkled her nose. Even through the vehicle's hermetic seal, she seemed to catch the stench radiating from him. A foul cocktail of unwashed sweat, dried blood, and musky decay, biological warfare distilled into odor. Ugh. She gagged, dry heaving. Setting aside the chips, she tapped the window control. The thick bulletproof glass descended halfway. Lei Bao beamed, ecstatic. Look, she opened the window. She's taken a liking to me. He puffed out his chest, matted with coarse hair, and struck what he imagined was a fearsome pose. Little beauty, come down. Big brother's got you. Before he finished, a slender porcelain white hand emerged from the window. Clutching half-eaten chips, Ruan leaned halfway out, not looking at Lei Bao, but pinching her nose shut with her free hand, brows knotted tight enough to crush insects. Lu Shiyuan. Her voice floated, soft, syrupy, dripping with disdain. Get him away, quickly. He reeks. Like a dead pig rotting in a sewer. He's ruined my chips. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Even the wind ceased. The hundreds of armed raiders gaped, jaws slack, certain they'd misheard. In these wastes, who dared speak thus to Lei Bao? Even leaders of major bases addressed him deferentially, as Lord Lei. Yet this woman called him a dead pig, and called him foul. His smile froze. Then his face flushed, swelling to the deep purple of a ruptured liver. Veins erupted across his forehead, pulsing like live wires about to detonate. He hated being called ugly. He loathed being called foul. Stink bitch. The words oozed from between clenched teeth, the last ember of sanity incinerated by public humiliation. No longer a prize, no longer exquisite. Now she was only a target to be dragged screaming from the vehicle, her teeth shattered one by one. You want death? Fine, I'll grant it. Lei Bao roared. His muscles swelled grotesquely, vibrating the air with concussive force. He swung the colossal alloy axe downward, aiming straight for the Ark's windshield. Shatter this wreck. The man, chop him to feed the dogs. The woman, leave her breathing. I'll break her myself. Boom, boom, boom. The tank's turret rotated, cannons locking on target. Hundreds of heavy machine guns opened fire. A torrent of lead, metallic, relentless, rained upon Lu Shiyuan and the Ark. War erupted, instantly. Yet, just as the axe blade hovered inches above Lu Shiyuan's skull, he moved. Not a step backward. Not a flinch. Only the hand that had hung idle rose. Palm open, fingers spread, reaching not to block, but to grasp the air before the descending axe. You dare? 3 words. Light as breath, yet heavy as thunderclap. ZZZ. A blinding violet light erupted from his palm. Not ordinary lightning, but condensed near liquid plasma, forged in fury. Time itself arrested. Lei Bao's snarl, the screaming bullets, the rotating turrets, all dimmed, dwarfed by that searing violet radiance. Lu Shiyuan stood at the heart of the light, his white shirt immaculate, untouched by dust or dread. He regarded Lei Bao mere centimeters away, as one might regard an ant beneath a thumb. I warned you. One more look, and I'd pluck your eyes out. Crack. A roaring violet dragon surged forth, swallowing the alloy axe whole. This was true S-class power. The wrath of the apocalypse's strongest warrior. The purple light dissipated. The 2-meter-long alloy battle axe had been utterly vaporized, leaving not a single trace. Lei Bao remained in his striking pose, clutching nothing but a bare, singed handle. The handle was so hot it made his palm smoke. A dead silence fell over the entire scene for 2 seconds. Then the thick muscles on Lei Bao's face violently twitched. Not from fear, but from rage and humiliation pushed to the extreme. In this wilderness, no one had ever dared to destroy his weapon in public, and in such a crushing, contemptuous manner. Open fire. Lei Bao hurled the handle to the ground, veins bulging on his neck, spittle flying as he roared. Blast that bastard to hell. Whoever blows up that car gets 10 women from me. No man could tolerate such provocation, let alone hundreds of desperados. Boom, boom, boom. The tank turrets rotated, muzzles spitting tongues of fire. A dense net of bullets cascaded down upon Lu Shiyuan like a torrent of water. Lu Shiyuan did not move. The air before him warped, and a layer of purple electric grid materialized out of thin air. The large-caliber bullets slammed into it, instantly melted into molten iron by the searing heat, and clattered to the ground in a shower of sparks. But he frowned. He could block the bullets, but not the shockwave of the shells. Ruan was still in the car. That delicate little thing was fragile. If her ears were injured by the concussion, or if she started crying, coaxing her would be a real hassle. Get in. Lu Shiyuan turned, pulled open the car door, his movements swift and without a wasted motion. Hold on tight. Before Ruan could react, the war vehicle's engine let out a beastly roar. Tires screeched against the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of yellow sand. The Fangzhou shot forward like a black cannonball, executed a sharp drift to avoid the falling tank shells, and charged into the side wilderness. Boom. A massive crater erupted where they had just been parked. Mud splattered against the bulletproof glass. Ruan gripped her seatbelt tightly, and the bag of chips in her lap scattered everywhere. Lu Shiyuan, why are we running? She looked at the Thunder Legion growing smaller in the rearview mirror, a hint of confusion in her voice. Didn't he just pull off that awesome move that scared the bald guy stiff? I don't want to dirty my clothes. Lu Shiyuan steered with one hand, the speedometer climbing to 200 miles per hour, gliding over the rock-strewn terrain as if it were flat ground. Besides, there are too many of them. Killing them all would be a waste of time. More importantly, he sensed several formidable auras closing in. Lei Bao was no fool. He had dared to ambush him here, so he must have prepared a backup plan. The communicator crackled with Qin Feng's tearful voice. Boss, wait for me. This beat-up pickup of mine can't keep up with your Fangzhou. The rattling wreck behind him was about to fall apart. Qin Feng had floored the accelerator, desperately chasing the black taillights ahead. After them, Lei Bao leaped back into the tank, smacking the driver on the head. Don't let him escape. Ahead is the Ghost Cry Gorge. That's a dead end. Drive them in. I'll catch them like a turtle in a jar. The Thunder Legion's convoy chased like a pack of mad dogs, refusing to let go. Heavy machine guns fired wildly ahead. Though they couldn't penetrate the Fangzhou's armor, the incessant clatter and clang were maddening. 2 kilometers. 5 kilometers. The terrain ahead grew narrower. The rock walls on both sides rose like 2 knives, piercing the clouds and blocking most of the sunlight. The light dimmed. A chilling wind gusted. This was the Ghost Cry Gorge. The terrain was treacherous, easy to defend, but hard to attack, and also easy to trap. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the navigation map, which was gradually turning red. His brow furrowed slightly. The road was gone. Ahead was a massive cliff. And behind him, Lei Bao's convoy had sealed the only exit tight. Squeal, the war vehicle stopped. Lu Shiyuan didn't rush to get out. He rolled down the window and listened. Besides the roar of engines behind him, from deep within the gorge came a sound that made the scalp crawl. HSSS roar, very faint, but very dense, like the suppressed growls of thousands of beasts deep in their throats. It came from the fissure beneath the cliff. Su Wan heard it too. Her face paled. She reached out and grabbed Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. Lu Shiyuan. In there. It feels like there are a lot of things. Her constitution was extremely sensitive to zombies. That cold, decaying aura, even from hundreds of meters away, made her hair stand on end. This wasn't an ordinary zombie horde. This was a tide, and a tide that had been starving for a long time dormant. A trap. Lu Shiyuan uttered 2 words. Lei Bao had driven them here not to surround them, but to use a borrowed knife to kill. They were the sacrificial bait to awaken this nest of monsters. Rumble, Lei Bao's tank blocked the gorge entrance. Hundreds of modified vehicles lined up, searchlights flooding the gorge with daylight. Run, keep running. Lei Bao stood atop the tank, megaphone in hand, laughing with insane arrogance. Why aren't you running now? Commander Lu, I picked this place specially for you. A blessed burial ground. Hear that noise inside? Down there are tens of thousands of little darlings starving for years, just aching for some meat. He pointed deep into the gorge, a mocking grin on his face. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over that woman, obediently kowed out to me 3 times, and I'll be in a good mood, and leave you a whole corpse. Second, I'll open fire right now, collapse this gorge, and send you down to feed the zombies. This was a vicious move. Zombies ahead, pursuers behind. No way to heaven, no door to earth. Qin Feng's car was also forced to stop beside them. He jumped out, rifle in hand, legs trembling. Boss, we're finished. This Ghost Cry Gorge used to be a mass grave. The zombies inside are all mutants. Lu Shiyuan paid no attention to the bluster outside. He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, looked at Su Ruan in the passenger seat. The girl was curled up in her chair, still clutching the half-eaten bag of chips, her big eyes filled with terror. But she wasn't crying. Lu Shiyuan reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips were cool. Are you afraid? He asked. His voice was very soft, mostly carried away by the wind outside. Su Ruan sniffled, looked at the man before her. Even in this desperate situation, his face showed not a trace of panic. Only in his pitch-black eyes surged a mad urge to annihilate heaven and earth. It was the prelude to his mania about to erupt completely. He was ready to fight to the death, to burn his life essence, forcibly detonate his S-rank ability, and take everyone here down with him. Su Ruan threw away the chips, reached out both hands, cupped Lu Shiyuan's face. Her palms pressed against his cool skin. I'm not afraid. Her voice was soft and sweet, but carried a stubborn edge. At worst, we'll be a zombie couple. If you dare bite any other female zombie, I'll pull out all your teeth. Even at a time like this, she was still thinking about such nonsense. Lu Shiyuan was stunned for a moment. Then a low laugh rumbled from his chest. The pent-up violence in his heart was actually dispelled quite a bit by those words. Fool. He pinched the back of Su Ruan's neck a little harder than necessary. I won't bite anyone else. Only you. With that, he bit her lip, hard, drawing blood. Then he pushed open the door and got out. Lu Shiyuan stood in the middle of the gorge. The wind blew his shirt, making it flap loudly. He didn't look at Lei Bao. Instead, he stared at the dark fissure deep in the gorge. Since they wanted to play, let's play big. Lei Bao. Lu Shiyuan's voice cut through the wind, ringing clearly through the entire gorge. Do you think these things can trap me? He raised his right hand. In his palm, a purple crystal core shattered. It was the S-rank lightning type core Su Ruan had been playing with. A massive surge of energy instantly flooded into his body. Lu Shiyuan was enveloped in purple electric light, like a god of thunder crawling out of hell. Since you woke them up, then don't expect to go back alive. He stomped hard. A purple lightning dragon shot along the ground, not toward Lei Bao, but straight into the fissure. Boom. A thunderous roar. The rock deep in the gorge shattered. The suppressed zombie tide was completely awakened by this strike. Roar. A terrifying howl erupted, instantly shaking the mountain walls. Countless black shadows gushed out of the fissure like a fountain. Dense. Overwhelming. They smelled the scent of living humans. The concentration of the hundreds of people gathered around Lei Bao was a feast beyond compare. The smile froze on Lei Bao's face. He hadn't expected Lu Shiyuan to be this insane. He actually triggered the zombie tide himself. Was he trying to bring everyone down together? Madman. You're a madman. Lei Bao panicked, frantically slapping the tank hatch. Retreat. Fall back. Fire. Stop those things. Too late. The black tide instantly flooded the floor of the gorge. Those mutant zombies were incredibly fast, running on all fours, climbing the rock walls like spiders. In the blink of an eye, they reached the Thunder Legion's convoy. Screams erupted instantly. Gunfire explosions and the sounds of tearing flesh mixed into a cacophony. And in the center of this chaotic hell, Lu Shiyuan stood before the Fangzhou. Lightning surrounded him, forming a 10-meter absolute exclusion zone. Any zombie that came near was instantly turned to charcoal. He turned his head, looked at Ruan in the car. The little woman was pressing her face against the window, making funny faces at him. Lu Shiyuan's lips curled. He turned back, faced the tsunami-like zombie tide and the Thunder Legion that had already descended into chaos. The show had begun. Violet lightning raged at the mouth of the canyon. The air was thick with the stench of scorched flesh, the scent of bodies carbonized by high-voltage currents in an instant, mingling with a nauseating rot that pierced straight through to the skull. Lu Shiyuan stood 10 meters before the ark. He did not move. He simply raised his hand and brought it down. With each gesture, over a dozen mutant zombies that lunged forward were reduced to ashes. But their numbers were overwhelming. Tens of thousands of starving beasts surged like a black tide, flooding through every gap. Though they feared the deadly lightning, their craving for living flesh overrode everything, especially inside the vehicle. Their delicacy emanated an utterly intoxicating aroma. Roar! A level 2 speed-type zombie with a gaunt frame but abnormally developed limbs seized the moment while Lu Shiyuan was clearing the frontal horde. It launched itself from the cliff wall to the side. It moved like a black gecko. Its speed was so extreme that only a blurry afterimage remained. Its target was clear. Not Lu Shiyuan, but the passenger window of the black war machine. Behind that thin sheet of glass sat the fragrant prey, courting death. Lu Shiyuan sensed the wind shift from the side. His brow twitched violently. He turned. Lightning gathered in his palm, ready to obliterate the foolhardy creature. But he was a beat too slow. The horde was too dense, consuming most of his attention. The speed zombie had already crossed the lightning net's perimeter. Bang! A deafening crash. A face rotted until only half its skin remained slammed against the bulletproof glass of the ark. It was less than 10 centimeters from Ruan's face. The zombie clawed at the window. Its grayish-white eyeballs seemed ready to burst from their sockets, staring intently at Ruan inside. Black blood dripped from its mouth, trailing down the glass. She could even see strands of flesh stuck between its teeth. Too close. The sheer impact of staring death in the face was nothing like observing from a safe distance. The potato chip Ruan had just picked up slipped from her fingers and fell with a soft tap. Her body went rigid. Her mind went completely blank. Even though she had read the novel and knew this vehicle's defenses could withstand even missiles, her instinctive terror was uncontrollable. The zombie continued to scratch frantically at the glass, producing a grating, teeth-curdling screech. It opened its mouth. It let out a desperate, hungry howl directed at Ruan. Ruan finally snapped. She squeezed her eyes shut. She hugged her head, curling into a tight ball, and let out an extremely piercing scream. Go away. Don't come near me. I'm scared. Her voice was shrill, laced with sobs. But within that sound there was a frequency inaudible to human ears, perceptible only to mutated creatures. Like an invisible ripple. Originating from the ark, as its epicenter it spread outward in an instant. A low hum vibrated through the air, which seemed to freeze for a moment. Just as the lightning orb in Lu Shiyuan's hand was about to be unleashed to blast the zombie clinging to the window into smithereens, a bizarre scene unfolded. The level 2 zombie, which had been clawing at the glass in a frenzy, abruptly stopped, as if a pause button had been pressed. Its grayish-white eyes, previously filled with greed and brutality, were suddenly overtaken by profound terror. It was a shudder that came from the depths of its bloodline. Like a lesser creature encountering an apex predator at the top of the food chain. Or perhaps, encountering their king. Growl. Whimper. A distorted sob escaped its throat. The claws gripping the glass began to tremble violently. Then, as if electrocuted, it released its grip and tumbled off the window. Once on the ground, it didn't attack again, nor did it flee. Instead, it prostrated itself, burying its rotting head deep into the earth, its entire body shaking like a leaf in a storm. But this was only the beginning. As the invisible ripple spread, the tens of thousands of zombies surging forward like a tsunami collectively slammed on their brakes. The leading hundreds halted in their tracks. Due to immense momentum, the zombies behind crashed into those in front, causing a huge pileup. In normal circumstances, such crowding would have triggered a stampede and self-destruction. But now not a single zombie dared to make a sound. The deafening roars that had filled the air moments before were cut short, as if an invisible giant hand had choked them off. The entire canyon fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind howled. Lu Shiyuan stood frozen, the orb of lightning still raised in his hand. He stared at the incredibly bizarre scene before him, a flicker of bewilderment appearing for the first time in his deep dark eyes. What's going on? Why aren't these things moving anymore? A moment ago, they were hell-bent on tearing him apart and devouring him. Now they're all playing dead on the ground. Furthermore, Lu Shiyuan keenly noticed that an absolute vacuum had formed within a 50-meter radius of the war vehicle. Those zombies would rather crowd together and trample each other than cross that invisible line by even a single step. It was as if some terrifying presence there made their very souls quiver. In the distance at the canyon mouth lay Bao was holding a telescope, a cigar dangling from his mouth, waiting to watch Lu Shiyuan be overwhelmed by the zombie horde. Instead he saw this. Plop. The cigar fell onto the tank's hatch, scorching a patch of paint. Lei Bao didn't even notice. His eyes bulged, practically pressing against the telescope lenses. What the hell? Is this a glitch? Why have those zombies stopped? He even saw several level 3 mutant breeds, usually ferocious as hell, currently tucking their tails and scrambling to squeeze into crevices in the rocks. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. Boss. The lackey beside him gulped, his voice trembling. That Lu guy. Does he know some kind of sorcery? Look at those zombies, they seem to be bowing. A shiver ran down Lei Bao's spine. He looked again. Indeed. Although their postures were distorted, all the zombies' heads were facing the same direction, the black war vehicle. Their heads bowed low. A sign of submission. Bullshit. Lei Bao slapped the lackey on the back of the head, though he felt uneasy himself. Bowing my ass. It must be some sonic weapon that Lu Shiyuan used. There's no way anyone can make zombies kneel. Even the zombie emperor wouldn't command this kind of respect. Inside the vehicle, Ruan was still curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her head. She waited for a long time. The expected sound of shattering glass never came. Neither did the pain. She cautiously parted her fingers and peered out. The terrifying face pressed against the glass was gone. In its place was an empty stretch of ground. Looking further out, those monsters that had been baring their claws and fangs moments ago were now all retreated dozens of meters away. Each one was as docile as a quail. Some in their haste to retreat had tripped themselves, but didn't dare get up, just lay there playing dead. Ruan blinked, long lashes still wet with tears. Left? She sniffled, hardly daring to believe it. They had been so ferocious just now. How did they all run away when she screamed? Did Lu Shiyuan kill them all? Ruan turned her head. She looked at the man standing outside the car with his back to her. Lu Shiyuan was still there, the lightning around him slowly receding. But he didn't turn around. Instead, he stared intently at the zombies lying on the ground, his brow furrowed so deeply it formed a deep crease. Something's wrong. This is too wrong. In that brief moment, he had indeed felt a strange fluctuation. It wasn't an ability. It felt more like a spiritual pressure. And it had come from behind him. Lu Shiyuan turned. His gaze passed through the windshield and landed on Ruan. The girl was looking back at him with a dazed expression, her eyes red-rimmed like a startled little rabbit. She was clutching the seatbelt tightly. She looked weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. Could it be her? That absurd thought flashed through Lu Shiyuan's mind. But he dismissed it almost immediately. Impossible. She couldn't even open a bottle cap and would jump at the sight of a cockroach. How could that terrified little thing have unleashed the terrifying pressure that suppressed tens of thousands of zombies? It must be a coincidence. Or maybe a new king had been born among these zombies and was summoning its subordinates. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan's voice was tinged with unease as he continued to stare at her without speaking. She pressed the window button, lowering the glass a crack. Those monsters. Why aren't they moving? Her voice was still shaky, thick, with a nasal twang. Lu Shiyuan snapped back to reality. He strode to the car, pulled open the door, and in one motion scooped Ruan out of the seat and pulled her into his embrace. The action was somewhat rough, but the muscles in his body were taut. I don't know. Lu Shiyuan's large hand cradled the back of her head, pressing her face against his chest. He didn't let her look at the disgusting things outside. Maybe they're scared of dying. A lot of them died just now after all. He casually made up an excuse. Though he didn't believe it himself. Ruan nuzzled against his chest, inhaling the clean, cool scent that clung to him, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally began to ease. You scare me to death. That ugly thing pressed its face right against mine. Don't let them get that close again. She was being coy, and also complaining, completely unaware that the source of the stillness that had frozen everything was her. Lu Shiyuan listened to her complaints, feeling the warmth of her body against his. The blood that had boiled from the slaughter slowly began to cool. All right, he murmured in response. But his gaze, passing over Ruan's head, swept coldly toward the group of zombies still trembling in the distance. Since these beasts didn't dare move, it was his turn. Hold on tight. Lu Shiyuan supported Ruan with one arm and raised the other hand again. This time the target wasn't the zombies. It was Lei Bao, who was blocking the canyon mouth. Enjoying yourself just now, eh? Lu Shiyuan curled his lips into a cruel smile. Now, it's my turn. Boom. The dark clouds above churned once more. Thunder, even more violent than before, brewed within the clouds. The zombies that had been lying on the ground sensed this destructive aura and trembled even harder. They wanted to run, but the king was still near the vehicle. The king hadn't given the order for them to leave, so they dared not move. Thus these unfortunate zombies were trapped between two terrifying presences, serving as nothing but background. Lei Bao stared at the approaching lightning and the man standing at the center of the zombie horde like a demon god. The telescope in his hand shattered with a crack. Retreat. Retreat. That thing's a monster. Even the zombies won't bite him. Lei Bao finally broke. He kicked the driver hard, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Reverse. Forget the formation. Run. Too late. Lu Shiyuan had no intention of letting this trash go. Since they dared to set their sights on Ruan, they might as well stay here as fertilizer. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan ordered coldly into the communicator. Seal off the road. Don't let a single one escape. Qin Feng, who had been hiding and playing dead, surged back to life upon hearing this. He popped his head out of the dilapidated pickup truck, looking at the figure wreaking havoc ahead, and was moved to tears of excitement. Roger that. Boss is unstoppable. Brothers, grab your weapons. Time to beat the stray dogs. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. Meanwhile, Ruan, lying on Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, secretly opened her eyes. She happened to lock eyes with a level 3 zombie hiding behind a rock, peeking out cautiously. The zombie saw Ruan looking at it. It trembled in fright. It even raised its 2 claws in a surprisingly human gesture, covering its face, as if saying, "Can't see me, can't see me." Ruan. These zombies really didn't seem to be the sharpest tools in the shed. That level 3 zombie still had its face covered. Its fingernails were long, coated with black, decaying flesh, trembling uncontrollably as they tapped against the rock surface. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was frantic. Not a prelude to attack. It was sheer terror. Through the gap in the car window, Ruan watched this monster, which could easily tear apart a tank under normal circumstances, now huddling up like a schoolchild who had done something wrong. And it wasn't just that one. All around the dense, countless horde of tens of thousands of zombies that had been ready to reduce this car to scrap metal remained frozen in that eerie prostrate posture. None dared to lift their heads. None dared to move. Even the signature guttural roar in their throats was suppressed, held back with all their might. The entire canyon was so quiet that only the wind whistling over the rocks could be heard. Ruan blinked. Her courage suddenly swelled. Once the fear of being hunted like prey faded, the pampered, willful young lady deep inside her resurfaced. Hey! Ruan rolled the window down a little further. She waved impatiently at that face-covering level 3 zombie and the endless black tide of corpses behind it. You're in the way. Get lost, all of you. Her voice was soft, weak, carrying a nasally tone from recent crying. In this empty, dead silent canyon, it wasn't even as loud as the wind. But to the ears of those mutated creatures, it was like a thunderclap exploding directly in their minds. It was the decree of a superior. Unstoppable. Boom. At that instant, the previously motionless black ocean erupted. Not an attack. In flight. That face-covering level 3 zombie was the first to leap up. It didn't even bother to look where it was going, scrambling frantically to the sides, crashing into the lower-level zombies nearby and breaking their bones. Then a chain reaction began. The tens of thousands of zombies crowded in the center of the canyon started retreating madly toward the rock walls on both sides. They pushed and trampled each other. Some had their legs broken and could only crawl with their hands. Others were forced directly into rock crevices, their bodies twisted into grotesque angles. Not a single zombie dared to complain. They had only one thought: make way. Clear the path in the middle. Whoever dared to block the car of that woman would face a death sentence. In just a few seconds, the canyon that had been completely blocked was forcibly cleared into a wide avenue. It was at least 20 meters wide. Even the larger pieces of gravel on the ground had been scraped away by the zombies' claws. But it wasn't over. The moment the path was cleared, whoosh, the heaps of corpses piled on both sides made a move that would make any human doubt their sanity. They knelt down. Whether it was the instinct-driven level 1 zombies or the higher-level mutants with rudimentary intelligence. Tens of thousands of monsters. All in perfect alignment. All facing the road, kneeling on both knees. They buried their rotting, hideous heads deep into the dust, hands flat on the ground, prostrating themselves completely. This was the most humble, most devout posture. Like ancient subjects welcoming their emperor on a royal tour. This scene was utterly shocking. The black mountain of corpses and sea of blood parted on both sides, leaving a smooth path to survival in the middle. Even the nauseating stench of blood in the air seemed to fade. Lu Shiyuan stood beside the car. The ball of lightning that had been condensed to its extreme, ready for mutual destruction, slowly dissipated. He looked at the path that had been yielded before him. Then he glanced at the neatly kneeling zombie horde on either side. Even for him. Even for this madman who had witnessed all the absurdity of the apocalypse. At this moment his throat felt dry. He turned around. In his deep, dark eyes the last trace of killing intent faded, replaced by an extremely complex emotion. Shock, inquiry, and a barely suppressed frenzy. He pulled open the car door and sat back in the driver's seat. Ruan was leaning by the window, looking at the scene outside with a smug expression. See, she turned her head, lifting her chin at Lu Shiyuan, that proud little look like a victorious peacock. I told you they're afraid of me. They're so ugly, trying to scare me. Humph. Lu Shiyuan didn't speak. He reached out his thumb, gently stroking Ruan's slightly cool cheek. From her brow bone down to the corner of her lips. The movement was very light, as if confirming whether this delicate little woman before him was real. Ruan. He called her name softly. Huh. Ruan looked at him, puzzled. You really are. Lu Shiyuan let out a low laugh. That laugh carried an inexplicable pride and a kind of madness that came from finding a rare treasure. A born queen. If anyone else possessed this ability, Lu Shiyuan would have killed them without hesitation. Because this power to control zombies was too dangerous, it threatened humans, and it threatened him. But if it was Ruan, this little good-for-nothing who would cry if he left her, and couldn't even twist open a bottle cap, then it was fine. She was his. Her power was his scepter. Hold on tight. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and gripped the steering wheel again. Let's go inspect the troops. The engine roared. The jet-black sleek arc slowly started moving. The wheels rolled over the smooth ground, passing through the rows of kneeling zombies on both sides. Not a single zombie dared to lift its head. Even the wind stirred up by the car made them tremble even more. Ruan sat in the passenger seat holding a newly opened bag of chips. Crunch, crunch. She munched while pointing at the scene outside. That one with the broken arm is kneeling crookedly, so ugly. That one with grass growing on its head looks so stupid. She treated this terrifying zombie tide like monkeys in a zoo. Meanwhile, at the other end of the canyon, less than 500 meters away, Lei Bao stood on top of his tank. The binoculars in his hand had long since shattered. But he still maintained the posture of holding the binoculars, his entire body stiff as a stone. His mouth was wide open, his jaw nearly dislocated. He had seen everything clearly. From the zombies stopping their attack, to Ruan waving her hand, to the parting of the zombie tide, and their kneeling. Every detail was like a heavy hammer smashing down on his skull, shattering his pitiful worldview into pieces. What the hell? Lei Bao's lips trembled as he finally squeezed out a complete sentence. Is this a hallucination? Am I poisoned? Seeing things. He slapped himself hard. Slap. It was loud. It hurt. Not a hallucination. That black war chariot was truly rolling along the path, cleared by the zombies swaggering forward, as if strolling through its own backyard. Boss. The younger brother beside him had already gone weak in the knees, collapsing onto the tanks, Hatch's crotch soaked through. Is that woman? Is she the zombies' mother? Why are the zombies kneeling to her? Boss. Do we still fight? Fight nothing. Lei Bao watched the approaching war chariot and the monsters on both sides that were bowing in respect unlike anything he'd seen. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to his head. He finally understood why Lu Shiyuan had been so calm earlier. Why he even wanted to detonate the zombie tide. This wasn't mutual destruction at all. This was summoning an army of thousands. That woman, the one he had treated as a vase of plaything, someone he wanted to snatch and have fun with, was the most terrifying monster in this canyon. Run. Lei Bao squeezed out a single word from his throat. Then with a pig-like squeal he scrambled frantically into the tank. Run. Retreat. Everyone retreat, damn it. That's not a human. That's a ghost. A demon. The Thunder Legion fell into chaos. The few hundred desperados who had been so menacing, ready to blast Lu Shiyuan into pieces, now wished they had been born with more legs. Vehicles turned around. They crashed into each other. Some even opened fire on their own people to clear the way. It was a complete mess. Trying to run, Lu Shiyuan watched the chaotic convoy ahead. He didn't step on the gas to chase. Instead, he hit the brakes. The war chariot stopped steadily at the front of the zombie tide, less than 200 meters from Lei Bao's convoy. Lu Shiyuan rolled down the window. He didn't look at the fleeing trash. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Ruan, who was eating chips. Ruan. He pointed at the Thunder Legion scurrying like headless flies ahead. That man said he wanted to take you away. He also said he would show you what a real man is. Lu Shiyuan's voice was calm, but every word carried a chill that could freeze bones solid. Ruan swallowed the chips in her mouth. She remembered that bald man reeking of filth with his yellow teeth. A wave of nausea hit her. I don't like him. Ruan frowned, crumpling the chip bag in her hand. He's too noisy, and he stinks. Lu Shiyuan curled his lips. He reached out, took Ruan's small hand in his palm, and guided her hand to point forward toward the direction Lei Bao was fleeing. Since you don't like him, then make him disappear. Tell them. Lu Shiyuan's voice carried a seductive undertone. Go eat. Ruan blinked. She understood Lu Shiyuan's meaning. Use a borrowed knife to kill. No need to do it herself, no need to dirty her clothes. Not a bad idea. So Ruan lifted her chin slightly at the zombies still kneeling on the ground. That gesture. Arrogant. Spoiled. Matter of fact. Did you hear that? She pointed at the tin cans frantically reversing ahead. Go bite them. Don't let them escape. The moment the words fell, the kneeling zombie tide moved. Roar. The bloodlust that had been suppressed for so long, now unleashed with the permission of their queen, exploded completely. Tens of thousands of zombies raised their heads at once. Their gray-white pupils no longer held fear or submission. Only extreme greed and brutality. They sprang up from the ground. Like a pack of wolves that had starved for 10 days, suddenly spotting plump sheep. This time, there was no hesitation, no pause. The black tide instantly reversed direction, surging past Lu Shiyuan's war chariot and charging toward the Thunder Legion. Their speed was more than double what it had been before. Because this was a commanded feast. Screams instantly echoed through the canyon. The last few pickup trucks at the rear were swallowed by the zombie tide in an instant. Not even a splash remained. The zombies madly tore at the doors, smashed through windows, dragging people out. Blood splattered. Limbs flew everywhere. Open fire. Open fire now. Lei Bao, hiding inside the tank, roared frantically into the communicator. The tank's main cannon thundered. Heavy machine guns spat flames. But against tens of thousands of zombies that felt no pain and knew no fear, this amount of firepower was like throwing pebbles into the ocean. Utterly meaningless. A level 3 strength-type zombie leaped onto the tank's roof. It swung its fists. Bang, bang. In a few blows it bent the machine gun barrel. Then it began tearing at the hatch frantically. Lei Bao listened to the sound of metal twisting above his head, the sound of death knocking at the door. Through the observation port, he saw that black war chariot in the distance. The car was parked quietly behind the zombie tide. The window was half lowered. That pretty boy he had looked down on was holding the steering wheel with one hand, a cigarette in the other unlit. And the woman he had treated as a plaything was leaning by the window, holding her ears with a disgusted expression, as if the screams were too loud. They looked like they were watching a boring circus. Aloof, coldly watching. Lu Shiyuan, I'll fuck your ancestors. Lei Bao roared in despair. The next second, clang, the tank's hatch was torn off. Several rotting faces squeezed in. Roar. The screams stopped abruptly. Only the bone-chilling sound of chewing remained. In the canyon, blood flowed like a river. The Thunder Legion, a force that had rampaged across the northern wasteland for 3 years within 10 minutes, was completely annihilated. Not even a trace remained. Lu Shiyuan watched the scene of carnage with no expression on his face. He rolled up the window, shutting out the smell of blood and the screams outside. The cabin became quiet again. Only a faint scent of aromatherapy lingered. Let's go. Lu Shiyuan tossed the unlit cigarette into the trash. Dirty. Don't look. He turned the car around. The Ark rolled over the gravel on the ground and headed toward the canyon exit. Behind him, the zombie tide was still feasting madly. And against that hellish backdrop, the black car stood out spotless and incongruous. Su Ruan leaned back in her seat and yawned. Lu Shiyuan, I'm hungry. I want steak. Medium rare. Lu Shiyuan's hands on the steering wheel tightened, then relaxed. Okay, I'll cook it for you when we get back. As long as you're by my side. Even if I have to kill my way through the whole world, I'll still cook for you. In that canyon soaked crimson with blood, the final shriek had just faded into silence. Lu Shiyuan brought the vehicle to a halt. He paid no heed to the zombies still feasting wildly in the distance, nor to the scattered wreckage left behind by the Thunder Legion. He only wanted to get Su Ruan out of here, fast. This place was too filthy, thick with the stench of death. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan unbuckled his seatbelt and turned sideways. He had promised her a pan-seared steak, medium rare precisely. He meant to ask if she'd like a touch of rosemary. Yet the moment he turned his head, Lu Shiyuan froze entirely. In that instant it felt as though his heart had been crushed barehanded, blood surging backward, mind collapsing into hollow void. The passenger seat stood empty. Only an unfinished bag of potato chips lay scattered across the leather, and the seatbelt latch bore a jagged tear, forcibly ripped apart. Where was she? Where was the girl who moments ago had pouted and pleaded hunger? Su Ruan. He called out. No reply. The cabin sank into a silence so profound it rang with dread. Only a faint alien ripple lingered in the air, a spatial distortion left by a high-tier esper who had torn open reality itself. In those few seconds, he'd glanced back at the storm. Someone had stolen Su Ruan, right before his eyes. Su Ruan. A guttural, soul-rending cry tore from his throat. In that moment, reason shattered utterly. Calm, restraint, all dissolved into ash. Boom. Thunder, once merely churning within the clouds, now descended without mercy. Not one bolt, but 10,000. Violet lightning surged like a waterfall, drowning everything within 10 li. Centered upon the black armored Ark, the entire canyon became a crucible of thunder and flame. Zombies still gnawing on corpses vanished. No scream, no resistance. Vaporized instantly. Rock shattered. Earth blackened. Lu Shiyuan kicked open the door and staggered out, standing at the storm's heart. Eyes burning crimson, as if ready to bleed. Come out. Show yourself, now. He punched blindly at the air violet arcs, detonating space itself into splinters. He refused to believe Su Ruan was gone. She had been there, just seconds ago, right beneath his gaze. Who did this? Who dared touch her? His chest heaved with ragged animal breaths. The terror of losing her eclipsed even his most violent manic episodes, 10,000-fold. He wanted blood. He wanted to slaughter every living thing in this world. Beep. Just as he teetered on the edge of total annihilation, dragging the canyon down with him, the comlink on his wrist chimed. A custom-built tracking signal. Lu Shiyuan snatched up his arm. On the screen, a red dot streaked forward at impossible speed. Already beyond the canyon. Racing toward downtown S-City, dozens of kilometers away. That was the chain on Su Ruan's ankle. The one he'd fastened himself, bound to his own life force. It's moving. Still moving. Lu Shiyuan stared, knuckles white, fingers trembling too violently to grip his wrist. She wasn't dead. She was alive. So long as that pulse, she lived. Wait for me. 2 words rasped from his throat. He didn't drive. Too slow. ZZZZT. Lu Shiyuan dissolved into a violet streak, burning his life essence, overloading his abilities, shattering the sound barrier with sheer flesh and will. Boom. A shockwave erupted outward. Lu Shiyuan launched like a human missile, hurtling toward the vanishing red dot, unstoppable, unrelenting. Whoever dared graze a single hair on her head would be torn limb from limb. Half an hour earlier, Su Ruan had just reached for her second bag of chips. Suddenly, the air beside her warped. Before she could react, a grayish-white hand tore through the void and seized her waist. Then, world-spinning vertigo, overwhelming. She felt hurled into a centrifugal vortex, stomach heaving, vision blurring. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the car. Wind howled past her ears. She was slung over someone's, or something's, shoulder, leaping between skyscrapers with acrobatic grace. Speed blurred reality into streaks of color. Oh, her scream choked off, replaced by a mouthful of wind. Her captor loomed tall and broad-shouldered, muscle hard as stone, bruising her ribs. And yet, no rotting stench clung to him. Instead, a faint earthen scent, like ancient soil buried deep beneath time. Let me go. Lu Shiyuan, help me. Tears streaming, Ruan pounded his back with trembling fists. He didn't flinch. Annoyed by her writhing, he reached back and gave her bottom a light, almost tender pat. As if soothing a child. Ruan froze, speechless. What monstrous being was this? One that flirted while kidnapping. Time lost meaning. Then, the wind ceased. The weightlessness vanished. She realized she'd been carried into an enclosed space. Her body lightened, and she landed softly. Not on cold tile, but on supple buttery leather, a genuine leather sofa. Ruan curled inward instantly, knees drawn tight, face buried, shoulders trembling. It was over. Truly over. Captured straight to the lair. She'd be fattened first, then devoured. Or perhaps boiled, roasted, slowly. The silence pressed in thick and absolute. No zombie moans. Only steady, deliberate footsteps, measured, unhurried, drawing closer. Ruan held her breath, tears falling silently. She dared not lift her head, terrified of meeting a gaping maw. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. I haven't bathed in days. I'm crawling with bacteria. Eyes squeezed shut, she babbled nonsense, desperate to repel her captor. The footsteps halted before her. Silence stretched. Then, a crisp crystalline chime. Tink. Glass striking glass. Followed by liquid pouring, smooth, rhythmic, elegant. Splash, splash. Refined. Cultured. Ruan blinked, confused. This ritual made no sense. Did zombies decant wine before devouring prey? Had post-apocalyptic undead developed such refined ceremony? Curiosity overrode fear. She lifted her gaze, peering through trembling fingers. What she saw stunned her, speechless. Yes, it was a zombie. Skin the eerie hue of ash-gray black, necrotic blotches marring its throat. Yet this creature looked unervingly composed. Features symmetrical, balanced. No missing limbs, no dangling eyes. Even wore a poorly fitting haute couture suit. Though dust-caked and misbuttoned, such attire in the wasteland marked it as an aberration. Now this suit-wearing brute stood behind a grimy bar counter. It held a bottle of 82 Chateau Lafite, dug from some forgotten cellar, and clumsily poured wine into a crystal flute. Wine sloshed across the table, crimson rivulets dripping over the edge. It frowned, tilted its head, studying the stain with quiet dismay. Then extended a grayish finger, wiped the spill, and tasted it. Uff! It spat, disgusted. Ruan stared dumbfounded. Was this zombie mentally unwell? She ventured, voice barely a whisper. It whirled around, blindingly swift, making Ruan flinch back. But it lunged not to bite. Instead it strode forward, wineglass held aloft, half full of ruby liquid. Bent low, offering the glass to her lips. Drink. A gravelly, rusted syllable scraped from its throat, vocal cords long and used, grinding like sandpaper. Ruan recoiled at the grime-streaked hand, and the cup unwashed for decades. Her face paled. Could she even survive one sip? Would she mutate? No thank you. She shook her head, retreating deeper into the sofa's corner. The zombie cocked its head, gray irises flickering with bewilderment. It mistook her refusal for dissatisfaction with portion size. So it set the glass down, turned, and lumbered to a corner where a mound of bundled cloth rose like a small hill. Hastily wrapped in bed sheets, it dragged the bundle forward and dumped its contents onto the coffee table with a loud cascade. Ruan's eyes widened, dazzled. Gleaming treasures spilled forth: diamond necklaces, jade bracelets, gold pocket watches, rubies the size of pigeon eggs, and hundreds of high-tier spirit crystals. Crimson, emerald, amethyst, glinting seductively in the dim light. This hoard would have been priceless in the old world. In the new, those crystals alone would ignite wars among espers. The zombie nudged the pile towards Ruan with both hands. It crouched low, gazing up at her, with an expression that grotesquely resembled pleading. Stiff, unsettling, but unmistakably earnest. Here. It pointed first at the treasure, then at her. All for you. Ruan blinked, once, twice. She stared at the fortune before her, then at the crouching gray-skinned sovereign resembling a giant eager golden retriever awaiting praise. And suddenly, it clicked. This wasn't abduction. It was a fan meet and greet. And the top donor had delivered gifts in person. You? Ruan swallowed hard, pointing at the crystals. All this is for me. The zombie king nodded, vigorously, nearly snapping his own neck. Seeing her speak at last, he brimmed with excitement. Dug into his pocket, pulled out a crumpled fistful of candy, looted from a convenience store en route. Peeling one open, he offered the half-melted chocolate to her lips. Eat. Ruan stared at the sticky, deformed confection. Fear evaporated, replaced by surreal absurdity. Before transmigrating, she'd never read of zombie kings indulging such peculiar obsessions. Did they keep humans as pets? Or, Ruan touched her own cheek. Had her beauty somehow transcended even undeath's aesthetic decay? Thank you. She declined the chocolate, but reached instead into the pile, selecting the largest pink crystal. Held it up, letting it catch the light. This one's lovely. The zombie king grinned, exposing rows of sharp, gleaming teeth. Though his smile resembled a grimace, the joy radiating from him was palpable. He raised a hand to stroke her hair, but paused halfway, glanced at his dusty palm, then at her porcelain skin. Afraid to smudge her, he scrubbed his hand furiously against his suit, still hesitated, withdrew, and simply knelt, gazing up, rapt and reverent. A soft rumbling purr vibrated from his throat, like a wild beast tamed, utterly devoted. Ruan watched him, strangely moved by his humility. How painfully, achingly humble he was. Just then, boom, a deafening detonation shattered the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. Shards exploded inward. A violet thunderbolt, charged with apocalyptic fury, obliterated the entire wall. Gale-force winds roared through the breach. Lu Shiyuan stood framed in the ruin, bathed in blood, wreathed in crackling lightning, a vengeful demon risen from hell's deepest pit. His gaze locked instantly on the zombie kneeling before Ruan. Die! Lu Shiyuan roared, granting no plea, no explanation. With a single gesture, he summoned a lightning column, 10 times more colossal, more merciless than any unleashed in the canyon, aimed directly at the zombie sovereign's skull. Dare touch her, then vanish, utterly, irrevocably. Ruan was about to savor the tangerine freshly peeled by the zombie sovereign when thunder exploded directly overhead. She flinched, her hand jerking, sending a segment tumbling to the floor. Lu Shiyuan, you'll pay for my tangerine. Her shriek pierced the air sharper than the thunder itself. Lu Shiyuan's lightning column, powerful enough to reduce an S-class zombie to ash, abruptly bent midair, veering away from its target. Zzzt. Lightning grazed the hem of the zombie sovereign's tailored suit and slammed into the adjacent leather sofa, which instantly erupted into a charred, feathery mass of blackened fibers. Amidst swirling downy feathers, Lu Shiyuan landed. Tiles beneath his feet fractured, radially spiderwebbing outward. His crimson eyes locked forward, unblinking, murderous aura boiling so fiercely it seemed to freeze the very air. He had steeled himself for the sight of Ruan maimed, limbs severed, body drenched in blood. He'd already devised a punishment, slicing that zombie into 10,000 pieces. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Lu Shiyuan's arm froze midair, still clutching the crackling sphere of lightning. For one fleeting instant, the lethal fury on his face dissolved into blank disbelief. Before him, Ruan sat unharmed on another single cedar sofa. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes smudged with dust, but not a single scratch marred her skin. At her feet crouched the zombie sovereign, the very creature he'd nearly incinerated moments before. It knelt in an unervingly precise posture, one knee planted firmly on the floor. Its 2 ashen claws hovered gently over her calf, forming loose fists as they delivered soft, rhythmic taps. Pressure measured. Tempo steady. On the nearby coffee table rested an array of offerings: peeled tangerine segments, an open bag of potato chips, a glass of poured red wine, and even a lopsided apple sliced haphazardly. This bore no resemblance to a kidnapping scene. It resembled nothing less than an empress's private chamber. Lu Shiyuan's throat tightened. The terrifying lightning orb in his palm fizzled out with a sharp hiss. His heart, already racing toward rupture, felt as though gripped tight by an invisible hand. Suspended, neither rising nor falling, choking with unbearable pressure. He'd raced here at breakneck speed, even burning his life essence. And for what? This? Grr. A guttural roar shattered the silence. The zombie sovereign finally registered Lu Shiyuan's intrusion, and the lightning that had nearly seared its suit. It bristled instantly. Launching upright, it spread its arms wide and stepped resolutely in front of Ruan. Its ashen-gray face, contorted jaws parting to reveal twin fangs sharp and gleaming. A low, threatening growl rumbled from its throat, like a guardian shielding its most treasured possession. Even as it sensed the man's terrifying aura, even as every primal instinct screamed flee, it did not retreat a single step. Instead, it waved its tangerine juice-stained claw toward Lu Shiyuan, meaning get lost. Lu Shiyuan actually laughed, bitter, furious laughter. In this age, even a zombie dared challenge him for someone's claim. Step aside. He took one deliberate stride forward. Shards of broken glass crunched into fine powder beneath his boot. He didn't deign to regard the zombie at all. His gaze swept past the broad shoulders of the immaculate suit, locking directly onto Ruan behind. Ruan, come here. His voice was glacial, laced with suppressed fury. Ruan instinctively shrank back. She recognized the volatile tension. The man was a live grenade primed to detonate. Yet she glanced at the zombie sovereign, trembling yet unwavering, standing firm between them. An unexpected pang of guilt stirred within her. After all, it had just offered her a diamond ring, peeled her tangerine, and massaged her legs. Its service demeanor far surpassed that of Lu Shiyuan, the ever-snarling, perpetually intimidating mad dog. Ruan poked her head out from behind the zombie sovereign, clutching the half-eaten tangerine segment in her hand. Brother, please don't scold it. It hasn't hurt me. She blinked, her large, dewy eyes attempting to diffuse the apocalyptic tension. It just wanted to invite me to dinner. A vein pulsed twice at Lu Shiyuan's temple. Dinner. Inviting her to dine inside a zombie lair. Was the menu human sashimi? Come here. He repeated, voice deepening. Air warped around him, violet arcs danced across his fingertips. Patience exhausted. The zombie sovereign sensed the danger and panicked. It whirled around, letting out two plaintive whines towards Ruan. Then pointed first to the glittering pile of crystal cores and jewelry on the coffee table. Then to Lu Shiyuan. And finally pantomimed, shoving him violently outward. Meaning that villain will steal your treasures, don't go with him. Ruan. Had this zombie misunderstood something entirely? Granted, Lu Shiyuan was rather ruthless, but he remained her primary provider. Enough of this, she said, patting the zombie sovereign's rigid back. Its surface felt like cold stone. He's my husband, no my employer. She corrected herself swiftly. Then she stepped carefully around the zombie sovereign and approached Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan, don't act rashly. It really is quite well behaved. Look, it can even peel tangerines. Admittedly somewhat messily, she held out the tangerine segment, offering it as peace tribute. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the segment. A faint smudge of grayish-black fingerprints stained its surface. A zombie's touch. His obsessive fastidiousness flared instantly. His expression darkened to storm black. He slapped the fruit from her hand, then seized her wrist and yanked her forward with brutal force. Ruan gasped as she crashed into his unyielding, feverishly warm embrace. His familiar icy fragrance enveloped her, mingled thickly with coppery blood. His arm locked around her waist tight enough to bruise. Yet he didn't loosen his grip, only pulled her closer, as if trying to fuse her into his bones. Filthy. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, confirming the scent of living flesh, of milky sweetness, not decay. The heart suspended in dread finally dropped heavy and final. Yet his words remained merciless. Next time you dare eat anything handed to you by others, I'll rip every tooth from your mouth. Ruan pouted, crestfallen. But I didn't even eat it. I told it to wash its hands first. And that tangerine was delicious. Before she could finish, Lu Shiyuan delivered a sharp smack to her bottom. Silence. Just then, a pitiful whimper rose from beside them. Whimper. The zombie sovereign sat hunched on the floor, staring at the tangerine segment, now trampled into pulp beneath Lu Shiyuan's boot. Then it turned its gaze towards Ruan, clutched tightly in Lu Shiyuan's arms, not even glancing its way. A glistening film shimmered in its ashen white eyes. It stretched out a hand, reaching for the hem of her sleeve. But upon meeting Lu Shiyuan's murderous glare, it recoiled, trembling. Instead it curled inward, knees drawn tight, emitting soft guttural whines. Like a massive hound abandoned by its master. Ruan's heart softened. She lifted her head from Lu Shiyuan's chest. Lu Shiyuan, please don't kill it. It's genuinely useful. Look, it's a spatial-type mutant zombie. It can help us carry luggage. She gestured toward the mountain of supplies piled neatly on the coffee table. A free laborer. Why waste such an asset? Lu Shiyuan scoffed coldly. He raised his gaze, surveying the kneeling zombie with disdainful contempt. His expression spoke volumes, judgmental, disgusted, hostile. That grotesque thing. Dare it presume equality? Holding Ruan effortlessly with one arm, he flicked his free hand through the air. The entire trove of crystal cores and jewelry levitated instantly, vanishing into his spatial ring. Not a single speck remained for the zombie sovereign. Let's go. He turned without hesitation, leaving no room for objection. Such trash only pollutes the view. The zombie sovereign stood frozen. It stared at the barren coffee table, its life's hoard accumulated over years. Its mate gone. Its fortune gone. Was this even human? Ruer. Rage ignited, true unbridled fury. It sprang upright, claws bared, lunging forward to fight to the death. Lu Shiyuan didn't glance back. With a backward sweep of his hand, a net of lightning flashed. Zzzt. The zombie sovereign convulsed violently, hair exploding into a frizzy halo, then collapsed rigidly onto the floor. Black smoke curled from its mouth. Lu Shiyuan strode onward, Ruan cradled securely in his arms, stepping over the smoking wreckage toward the penthouse exit. Wind howled through the shattered wall. It lifted Ruan's long hair as she nestled against his shoulder, her gaze lingering on the twitching figure left behind. A flicker of pity, but stronger still relief. Thank goodness. Lu Shiyuan had come. Yes, he was unhinged. Yes, he was terrifying. Yet his arms remained the safest haven in this desolate world. Lu Shiyuan. She poked his rock-hard pectoral muscle. Were you jealous just now, eh? He halted mid-stride. No. Answered without hesitation. Liar. She huffed. The look you gave it. You might as well have devoured it alive. Your heartbeat was racing. He said nothing, only tightened his hold on her. Several seconds passed in silence. Then gruff and terse the words emerged from deep in his throat. It touched you. Where? Your leg. Recalling the image of it massaging her calf, his temper flared anew. Burn those trousers tonight. No more skirts exposing your legs. And he lowered his head and bit down hard on her chattering lips. If you ever again recruit such chaotic underlings, I'll break your legs. Lock you to the bed. Nowhere, ever, again. Ruan sucked in a sharp breath, stinging pain. Was he part canine? Always biting. Yet she dared not protest. Because she felt it. His hands trembled. Even holding her, even knowing she was safe. The aftershock of near loss still gripped his body, uncontrollable, visceral. He was afraid of losing her, once more. Ruan sighed softly. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her cheek against the hollow of his throat. All right, no more recruits. Only you. You're the greatest of them all. His rigid frame gradually began to relax. He leapt from the skyscraper's upper floors, wind roaring past. Midair he tilted his head, gazing down at the woman in his arms. The crimson hue faded from his eyes, leaving behind only a possessiveness so dense it defied dissolution. Remember your words. I am the sole one. Who dares contest my claim? I will slay. Even a zombie sovereign was not exempt. Thunderbolt fled. Even though 2 of his tires had been blown out and the chassis was scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying, he didn't dare ease off the accelerator. In all his life he had never witnessed anything so uncanny. Tens of thousands of zombies kneeling before a woman. That zombie king, which could normally tear a psychic to shreds, was behaving like a docile lapdog in front of her. This news was too earth-shattering. If he didn't spread it, he felt he would be scared to death. Thunderbolt floored the gas pedal while tremblingly pulling out an encrypted communicator. That was an emergency line directly connected to the Human Alliance headquarters. It could only be used when an S-rank or higher zombie horde was discovered or a major crisis occurred. Connect. Damn it, connect. Thunderbolt roared into the microphone, spittle splattering across the screen. Crackle. The signal went through. An aged and arrogant voice came through. This is the Alliance Operations Center, code 093. Report your situation. Something huge has happened. Thunderbolt's voice was hoarse from shouting. That woman under Lu Shiyuan. Ruan. She's a monster. She can control the zombie horde. I saw with my own eyes tens of thousands of zombies kowtowing to her. Even the S-rank zombie king peeled an orange for her. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then came a stern reprimand. Thunderbolt, falsifying military intelligence will land you in a court-martial. Do you know what you're saying? I'm not lying. Thunderbolt frantic transmitted a blurry video captured by his dashcam. Though the footage was shaky, the dark, kneeling sea of zombies and the black armored vehicle gliding unimpeded through the horde were clearly visible. See for yourselves. Lu Shiyuan has gone mad. He's raised a zombie empress. If we don't kill that woman, all of humanity will be doomed. The video finished transmitting. Beep. The communication was cut off. Thunderbolt tossed the communicator aside, slumped into his seat, and gasped for breath. Though the Thunder Legion was gone, he had thrown this bomb. Lu Shiyuan, no matter how strong you are, so what? Opposing all of humanity. Let's see how you die. Shuguang Base. The highest conference room of the Alliance headquarters. A massive holographic screen was looping the video Thunderbolt had sent. The image froze on the moment Ruan leaned out of the car window and waved her hand to disperse the zombie horde. Dead silence. The dozen or so high-ranking officials seated around the table had grim expressions. Someone was wiping sweat, someone was trembling, and another had snapped his fountain pen in half. Fear. It was a primal, instinctive fear. 3 years since the zombie virus outbreak. Humanity had barely survived by relying on high walls, psychic powers, and technology. What they feared most wasn't how strong the zombies were. It was the zombies gaining intelligence and unified command. Now that commander had appeared, and it was a delicate, seemingly powerless human girl. She must be dealt with. The old man at the head of the table tapped the table. He was the Alliance chairman, holding the authority over humanity's last nuclear arsenal. Whether she's a mutant or a zombie queen, as long as she lies, she is a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. If she loses control or sides with the zombies. The old man didn't finish, but everyone understood. That would be humanity's end. But a middle-aged man in military uniform hesitated. That's Lu Shiyuan's woman. You know Lu Shiyuan's temper. Touch what belongs to him, and he'll tear down the base. The chairman sneered. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling base. Lu Shiyuan is strong, but he is still a man. Every man has weaknesses and must abide by the rules. If he remains obstinate and insists on protecting that monster. The chairman turned around, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his wrinkled face. Then we'll eliminate him too. For the future of all humanity, sacrificing one commander is worth it. 5 minutes later, an SSS rank red wanted notice was transmitted via the Alliance's satellite network to every survivor base across the globe. Target Ruan. Codename Calamity Empress. Directive extremely dangerous. Capture at all costs. If capture is impossible, kill on sight. Remarks, anyone who obstructs will be deemed an enemy of humanity and executed likewise. S-City. Penthouse of the Peninsula Hotel. Lu Shiyuan had just kicked out the unsightly zombie king and cleaned up the room. Though there was a large hole in the wall and the wind was strong, at least the zombie stench was gone. Ruan sat on the surviving single sofa, holding a glass of warm milk Lu Shiyuan had just heated for her. She was in a daze. The scenes from earlier replayed in her mind like a movie, zombies kneeling, the zombie king offering gifts, and Lu Shiyuan's devastating thunderstorm. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan called softly, holding the cup. Lu Shiyuan was inspecting the hole, considering whether to change rooms. Hearing her voice, he immediately turned around, crouched in front of Ruan, and reached out to touch her forehead. Are you cold? Want another layer? Ruan shook her head. She looked at this man, so murderous moments ago, yet now gentle with her, as if he were a different person. Su Ruan bit her lip. Did I cause you trouble? She was spoiled, but not stupid. That bald man had escaped. He would surely talk. By now the whole world probably knew she was a monster. Lu Shiyuan paused. He didn't speak. Instead he reached out and wiped the milk mustache from Su Ruan's lips. No trouble. Just a few flies. If they're annoying, I'll tear out their tongues. He said it lightly, as if opposing all of humanity was no different from stepping on a few ants. Just then, buzz buzz buzz, a dense whirring sound came from outside the window. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of machinery. Lu Shiyuan stood up, shielding Su Ruan behind him. He walked to the broken hole. Outside, dozens of black military drones were hovering around the hotel. Red laser targeting dots densely covered Lu Shiyuan's body and also Su Ruan's. These drones weren't carrying cameras. They were carrying micromissiles. Buzz, a red light lit up on the speaker of the leading drone. A mechanical icy voice echoed over the city. Lu Shiyuan, this is the Human Alliance Supreme Command. It has been confirmed that the woman beside you, Su Ruan, is a high-risk mutant life form capable of controlling zombie hordes. For the safety of all humanity, please immediately hand her over for isolation and examination by the Alliance. Repeat, immediately hand over Su Ruan. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. The voice was loud enough to make the windows vibrate. Su Ruan spilled a little milk. It scalded the back of her hand. She didn't cry out. She just set down the cup, stood up, walked behind Lu Shiyuan, and grabbed the hem of his coat. Lu Shiyuan. Her voice trembled slightly. Not from fear of death, but from fear of dragging him down. Lu Shiyuan was humanity's hero, the strongest commander. If protecting her made him the enemy of all humanity. Don't listen. Lu Shiyuan covered her ears with his hands. His palms were large and warm, blocking out the harsh broadcast. Lu Shiyuan stood in the wind. His black trench coat flapped loudly in the high-altitude gale. He looked at the drones hovering in the air, at the red dots representing death. There was no anger on his face. Only a contemptuous look, as if he were staring at garbage. Mutant life form. Lu Shiyuan let out a cold laugh. He released his hand from covering Su Ruan's ears, instead wrapping his arm around her waist, pulling her in front of him. He displayed her openly to the drones, to the cowardly high-ranking officials behind the screens. Look closely. Lu Shiyuan's voice was not loud, but he used his psychic power. Those words, carried through the drone's audio equipment, clearly reached the conference room of the Alliance headquarters. The old man's eardrums stung. She is no monster. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and kissed Su Ruan's forehead. The gesture was devout, as if he were kissing his faith. She is my god, and the only pure thing in this world. The conference room erupted in uproar. Mad. Lu Shiyuan had completely lost his mind. For a woman, he dared to say such treasonous words. Lu Shiyuan. The voice from the drone became urgent and stern. You are betraying humanity. If you persist in your delusion, the Alliance will strip you of all your positions and list you as an S-rank wanted criminal. This is the final ultimatum. Count down from 10 to 9. Lu Shiyuan didn't wait for it to finish. He raised his hand. In his palm, a purple thunderball instantly condensed. Not the wild explosive kind, but a spear formed from lightning. Pure, dazzling, exuding a suffocating aura of destruction. Betraying humanity. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lu Shiyuan's mouth. This pathetic alliance, I've long wanted to leave it. Since you can't tolerate her, since all of humanity wants her dead. Lu Shiyuan hurled the lightning spear with all his might. Boom. A purple streak tore across the sky like an enraged thunder dragon, instantly piercing the leading drone. A fiery explosion bloomed in the air. Then the thunder dragon did not vanish. It exploded in midair, splitting into dozens of fine arcs of electricity, precisely striking every remaining drone. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed through the sky. Dozens of expensive military drones turned into scrap metal, trailing black smoke as they fell. Like a magnificent fireworks display for this rupture. Lu Shiyuan lowered his hand. He watched the falling wreckage and spoke his final declaration to the void. From today onward, S-City is a restricted zone. Anyone who dares to step inside, I will make this world change its master. With that, he kicked the still glowing surveillance camera to pieces. The world fell silent. The wind stopped. Su Ruan stood beside him, looking at the shattered glass on the floor and the lingering smoke in the sky. She felt a lump in her throat. It ached terribly. Brother. Su Ruan wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her face against his broad back. Her tears soaked a small patch of his trench coat. It's not worth it. For me, you're a great hero. Without me, you'd still be the commander, the god everyone worships. With me, you become a wanted criminal. She was a burden, a trouble magnet that would constantly attract zombie hordes and pursuers. Lu Shiyuan turned around. He kissed away the tears on Su Ruan's face one by one with a gentleness that was almost unreal. Hero. He scoffed. That kind of empty title, whoever wants it can have it. I never wanted to save the world. I only wanted to save myself. His mania, his nightmares, his urge to kill. Only when he held her did they subside. She was his medicine and his life. If he lost his life, what use was this world? Soft, soft. Lu Shiyuan cradled her face, forcing her to look into his eyes. In those eyes were reflected Su Ruan's reddened eyes, and behind her the ruins. Nothing else. Listen well. All the things in this world, power, fame, before you they are but dust. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and kissed her fiercely on the lips. On this ruined rooftop abandoned by the whole world. In this moment of standing against all humanity, he wanted only one thing to possess her. Let the flood come, let the apocalypse fall. As long as she was in his arms, this was heaven. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan was breathless from the kiss, gripping his collar tightly, as if holding onto her only lifeline. Don't be afraid. Lu Shiyuan pulled back his thumb, brushing over her swollen lips. Whether it's humans or zombies, anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my corpse. He scooped Ruan up in his arms and strode toward the only intact large bed in the depths of the room. Since they were now enemies of the world, there was nothing left to hold back. He would finish what he had started earlier. Wait. Ruan struggled in his arms, her face flushed. The window. It's not fixed yet. That big hole. People will see us. Lu Shiyuan didn't stop. He raised his hand. Crackle. A layer of purple lightning barrier materialized, sealing the broken hole. Blocking the view, blocking the noise of the world. Now no one can see. He tossed her onto the bed and leaned over her. Focus. Mention anything else, and I'll really get angry. Ruan looked up at the man with dangerous eyes. She swallowed. It was over. She really couldn't escape now. But she didn't want to escape anymore. Since the whole world had abandoned her, she would cling to this madman. In this life and the next, he would never shake her off. The black war chariot rumbled over the gravel, its engine emitting a muffled roar. Beyond the window, the once barren Gobi landscape had transformed. The vegetation grew denser, but not with vibrant green. Instead, it bore an eerie inky hue. The tree trunks twisted and coiled like countless entangled pythons. The leaves were thick and fleshy, dripping with viscous fluid. Qin Feng's hands were slick with sweat as he gripped the steering wheel. He kept glancing down at the electronic map on the center console. The red dot representing their destination pulsed with a glaring warning light. Surrounding it was a massive black skull emblem. S-City, the 0 point of the apocalypse's outbreak. On the latest map of the Human Alliance, this area was painted entirely black. The only annotation read, enter and die. Boss, the warning line is just ahead. Qin Feng's voice was tight, his Adam's apple bobbing. The radar shows the virus concentration in the air has exceeded the detection limit. Our gas masks probably won't hold. Lu Shiyuan sat in the back. He didn't look at Qin Feng, nor at the grotesque plants outside the window. He was looking down, watching Ruan sleeping on his lap. The little girl slept soundly, her breath long, and even her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. Probably exhausted from the hotel earlier, she had fallen asleep soon after getting in the car. Drive in. Lu Shiyuan's voice was soft, afraid of waking her. He raised his right hand and pressed his palm against the window glass. Crackle. A pale purple thunderlight barrier instantly expanded like a giant luminous eggshell, enveloping the entire arc airtight. It was not only a defense against physical attacks, but also to seal off the air. As the wheels rolled over an invisible boundary, the world changed. The sunlight that had been visible vanished instantly. In its place, a sea of green mist spread across the sky. The mist was thick as soup, viscous and heavy, flowing slowly in the air. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters. This was the natural barrier of S-City, the corpse poison miasma. Even a speck of it on an ordinary person's skin would cause instant putrefaction. Inhaling just one breath would turn the lungs into bloody water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The poison mist made contact with the thunderlight barrier, emitting a teeth-grinding corrosive sound. Purple electric arcs leaped violently, constantly consuming energy to counteract the miasma's erosion. Lu Shiyuan's complexion visibly paled. This level of high-intensity ability output was equivalent to a fierce battle every second. Yet he didn't even flinch. He steadily maintained the shield, even diverting a strand of spiritual energy to seal Ruan's ears, blocking out the outside noise. Ruan turned over. She woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up groggily. Are we there yet? Her voice was soft and sweet with a trace of sleep-induced hoarseness. As she looked up, she saw the fine beads of sweat on Lu Shiyuan's forehead. They slid down his temples and dripped onto his black collar. Lu Shiyuan's lips were pressed tightly together, his jawline taut, a sign of him desperately enduring the pain of overexertion. Ruan was stunned. She had never seen Lu Shiyuan like this. Even facing tens of thousands of zombies or battling Alliance drones, he always wore a composed, almost madly confident expression. But now, just to maintain this barrier, he seemed to be struggling. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan reached out her fingertips, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Cold. Slick. Maybe we shouldn't go. Ruan frowned, looking at the nauseating green mist outside. This place looks disgusting, and you seem really uncomfortable. It's not worth risking your life, just to cure an illness. Besides, whenever his mania flared up now, all she had to do was hug him, and it would be fine. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her hand and pressed it against his cheek. No. He opened his eyes. There were some red veins, but his gaze was unwaveringly determined. There's a zero lab here. It contains data about your constitution, and also the cure for my mania. He didn't want to remain a madman who could lose control at any moment. He wanted to be clear-headed and stay with her for a long time. Not to hurt her accidentally one day when he went berserk. But Ruan wanted to say something else. Be good. Lu Shiyuan cut her off, picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and brought it to her lips. Drink some water. It might get a bit bumpy soon. Hold on to me. Ruan bit the straw looking at the man's resolute profile. Something struck her heart. A sour swelling feeling. This mad dog, once stubborn, couldn't be pulled back by 10 oxen. Bang! A heavy thud suddenly came from the roof. The entire heavy war chariot jolted violently, nearly tipping over. What the hell? Qin Feng screamed, yanking the steering wheel. In the green mist, a dark shadow flashed past. It was a mutated gecko as large as a crocodile. Its body was skinless, revealing only raw red muscle tissue, secreting a corrosive slime like strong acid. It had jumped down from a tree, slamming hard into the thunderlight barrier. Crackle! The barrier flickered violently. The mutated gecko was instantly scorched by the high-voltage electricity and fell shrieking. But its slime was too toxic. It had corroded a fist-sized gap in the barrier. Although Lu Shiyuan reacted instantly, channeling his ability to repair the breach, it was still a second too late. A wisp of green poison mist slipped through the gap into the cabin. It was like a green viper. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng in the driver's seat took the brunt. He inhaled only once. His face instantly turned liver-colored, then shifted to a bluish purple. He clutched his throat tightly, a wheezing sound like a damaged bellows escaping from his trachea. His lungs felt as if molten lava had been poured in, the pain so intense he couldn't hold the steering wheel. The vehicle began to snake wildly. Stop! Lu Shiyuan barked. He didn't have time to care about Qin Feng. The poison mist was spreading through the cabin, already drifting to the back seat. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted. Fear, unprecedented fear, instantly seized his heart. He knew the lethality of this poison mist best. Ordinary people would die upon contact. Ruan was so delicate. She would cry for half a day if she scraped her skin. If she inhaled this. Don't breathe. Lu Shiyuan lunged forward. His large hand clamped over Ruan's mouth and nose, pressing her down onto the leather seat. He shielded her with his own body, trying to block the encroaching green mist with his back. The lightning around him went berserk, forming a secondary vacuum isolation zone inside the cabin. Hold your breath. Don't inhale. Lu Shiyuan's voice trembled, a loss of composure born of extreme terror. Ruan was tightly covered by him, only her big eyes visible. She looked at Lu Shiyuan's panic-stricken face, so close, and then at the green smoke drifting right up to her nose. When Lu Shiyuan had lunged over, his hand had been a split second late. In fact, she had already inhaled a mouthful. Ruan blinked. She didn't feel the searing pain of lung decay, nor did she feel the suffocating burn. On the contrary, the gas traveled through her nasal cavity, cool and refreshing, carrying a faint herbal fragrance. It was like mint leaves freshly picked in summer mixed with a hint of lemon. It even instantly cleared the stuffiness in her chest from motion sickness. Lu Shiyuan was still clamping her mouth shut, his strength so great it felt like he might crush her bones. Ruan reached out and patted the back of his hand, signaling him to let go. Lu Shiyuan thought she couldn't hold her breath anymore, his face pale. He was about to give her mouth-to-mouth. Ruan took the chance to pry his fingers apart. She took a deep breath of the so-called lethal mist. Then, under the horrified gaze of Lu Shiyuan and the still rolling eyes Qin Feng in the front, Ruan smacked her lips. A look of aftertaste. She tilted her head, looking at the lingering green smoke, her eyes full of confusion. Brother, this mist, why does it taste like mint? It's actually quite pleasant. Want to take a sniff? Dead silence filled the cabin. Only the sound of Qin Feng's dying gasps in the front. Lu Shiyuan remained frozen in his covering gesture. He stared at Ruan's rosy, healthy little face, then at the wisp of poison mist that could kill an elephant. That thing, which to him was more terrifying than a sea of hellfire, was now swirling around the tip of Ruan's nose, like a docile pet. Brother. Ruan tilted her head, gazing at the wisp of lingering green smoke with wide, innocent eyes full of pure curiosity. This mist. Why does it smell like mint? It actually smells quite nice. Do you want to take a whiff? The inside of the vehicle fell into a deathly silence. Only Qin Feng remained on the driver's seat, fighting desperately for his life. He clawed frantically at his own throat with his fingernails, his body convulsing violently, on the verge of rolling his eyes back and breathing his last. Lu Shiyuan remained frozen in place, his hand still clamped over Ruan's mouth and nose. His mind went completely blank, his rationality severed like a blown fuse, utterly incapable of processing the absurd spectacle unfolding before him. Poisonous mist. A corpse-tainted miasma capable of instantly corroding the armor of an S-class mutant. In her mouth, it became nothing more than a mint-scented air freshener. Lu Shiyuan's fingers trembled. He released her, and in a flash seized Ruan's wrist while pressing his other hand against her lower back. His pure lightning-type ability cautiously probed into her body, conducting a sweeping, comprehensive scan. No signs of poisoning. No organ failure. Meridians, blood, bones. All perfectly normal. No, not merely normal. Lu Shiyuan could clearly see that the dark green poisonous mist she had inhaled was, upon entering her body, instantly decomposed and enveloped by a strange energy, then transformed into a gentle and pure life force that nourished every limb and bone. Her skin seemed even more radiant than before. This wasn't poisoning at all. This was being nourished. Cough. Cough. Help. Save me. Up ahead, Qin Feng's struggles grew increasingly feeble. He felt as though his lungs had been burned to charred cinders, every breath reeking of blood. It was over. He Qin Feng had been brilliant his whole life only to die a suffocating death from a single breath of poison. Su Ruan finally noticed Qin Feng, who was on the verge of kicking the bucket. She wrinkled her little nose, a trace of reluctance to see him die showing on her face. Even though this adjutant always looked at her with that strange expression as if she were some kind of femme fatale, he didn't deserve to die. He looks like he's dying. Su Ruan tugged at Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. She picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water she had been drinking and handed it over. Give him some water. Lu Shiyuan had yet to recover from the immense shock. His instinctive thought was simply that Su Ruan's belongings were not to be touched by others. It won't work. His voice was hoarse. This poison directly destroyed the genetic chain. Even calling in an S-class healing ability, user wouldn't help, let alone drinking water. Just try it. Ignoring him, Su Ruan unscrewed the cap herself and clumsily climbed into the front seat. She brought the bottle opening to Qin Feng's already purpling lips. Hey, drink some water. Qin Feng's consciousness was already fading, incapable of swallowing on his own. Growing slightly impatient, Su Ruan pried his jaw open and poured the remaining half bottle of water straight down his throat. Plenty of water spilled, soaking Qin Feng's collar, but some of it also flowed down his throat. That water had touched Su Ruan's saliva. And then a miracle happened in the very next second. Gulp. A swallowing sound emerged from Qin Feng's throat. Immediately after, his blue-purple face began to regain color at a visibly rapid pace. The searing pain in his lungs, as if doused by a torrential rain, quickly subsided. A cool, sweet sensation spread from his throat all the way down to his organs. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng abruptly sat upright, coughing violently. What he coughed up wasn't blood, but streams of black smoke tinged with a foul stench. That was the toxin being expelled from his body. A few seconds later, Qin Feng stopped coughing and began breathing heavily, gulping down the air inside the vehicle that still carried residual poisonous mist. He was fine. Not only had he survived, but he even felt more energetic than before being poisoned. Qin Feng stiffly turned his head, staring at Su Ruan, who was holding the empty bottle with an expression that clearly said, "See, I told you it would work." What kind of expression was that? Shock, bewilderment, fear. All of it finally coalesced into a fanatical look, as if she had witnessed a ghost. A miracle. This was absolutely a miracle. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng's lips trembled as he tried to say something. But in his excitement, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once again. This time he had fainted from sheer fright. Su Ruan pouted and tossed the empty bottle into the trash bin. So useless. She turned around, climbed back into the back seat, and buried herself in Lu Shiyuan's arms. Brother, look, I'm like a mobile air purifier. She tilted her face up, seeking praise. With me around from now on, we won't have to be afraid of these poisonous gases anymore, right? Lu Shiyuan remained silent. He reached out and gently stroked Su Ruan's hair. From her, he detected an extremely faint fragrance like fresh grass after rain. That was the scent emitted after the poisonous mist had been purified. An air purifier. No, she was the sole sovereign of this land of deadly poison. Lu Shiyuan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the shock and doubt within had transformed into an overwhelming, unshakable possessiveness. He withdrew the lightning barrier that had been consuming massive amounts of energy. With a crackling sound, the purple protective dome vanished. The dense, steel-corrosive, dark green poisonous mist surged in from all directions, seeking to devour the vehicle. However, when the poisonous mist approached within 3 meters of the vehicle, it halted abruptly, as if hitting an invisible wall. It churned and howled, yet dared not advance a single inch further. It even began to actively recede to both sides, clearing a distinct path, like courtiers yielding before the imperial carriage of their sovereign. Witnessing this incredulous sight, Lu Shiyuan let out a low chuckle. He lifted Su Ruan, settling her on his lap, and rested his chin on her small shoulder. Ruan, my, you truly are a treasure. A desperate situation that had seemed a near-certain death sentence had because of her instantly become a leisurely sightseeing trip. Lu Shiyuan completely relaxed, even finding the mood to admire the bizarre mutant plants outside the window. As for Su Ruan, she had completely let herself go. She pressed herself against the window, pointing and commenting on everything outside. Wow, that tree has eyes growing on it. Look at that flower. It's blowing bubbles. Oh, mushrooms. Su Ruan's attention was captured by a cluster of colorful mushrooms by the roadside. Those mushrooms were enormous, each one the size of a plate, their colors so vivid they looked fake. Red, yellow, purple, adorned with rings of beautiful spots. In the dim green mist, they even emitted a faint glow. Saliva uncontrollably welled up in Su Ruan's mouth. Those look really tasty. She pointed at the largest rainbow-colored mushroom and turned back to look at Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan followed her finger. Don't even think about eating that. He refused without a second thought. That's the rainbow soul-stealing mushroom, an S-class deadly poisonous plant. Even a high-tier ability user would be instantly paralyzed just from touching its skin. One bite, and within 3 seconds you'd dissolve into a pool of bloody water. Oh, Su Ruan obediently nodded and looked away. But her sparkling eyes kept sneaking glances out the window. They really did look delicious, though. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Lu Shiyuan leaning back in the rear seat, resting with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Su Ruan was leaning against the window, doing who knows what. Qin Feng, still shaken, touched his own neck and was about to open his mouth to thank his sister-in-law for saving his life. Suddenly, he saw Ruan quickly pull her hand back in from outside the window, then like a sneaky little hamster hurriedly stuff something into her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed up and full. Qin Feng looked closely. What Ruan was clutching in her hand was unmistakably a small piece of rainbow-colored mushroom. Qin Feng's soul nearly flew out of his body in terror. Sister-in-law, don't eat that. That's moi. Ruan turned her head, still chewing, looking at him with an utterly innocent expression. Lu Shiyuan was jolted awake as well. He opened his eyes and saw Ruan chewing on the very poisonous mushroom he had just warned her about. In that instant, Lu Shiyuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. He shot upright and reached out to pry the food from Ruan's mouth. Spit it out. But it was too late. Ruan had already swallowed. She smacked her lips, and a delighted expression spread across her fair, delicate face. Her eyes instantly sparkled like twin stars. Strawberry flavor. She shouted excitedly to Lu Shiyuan. Brother, this mushroom tastes like strawberry. It's so sweet. Burp. Ruan let out a satisfied burp. Lu Shiyuan's outstretched hand froze midair. He watched as Ruan, far from being poisoned, wore a blissful expression of lingering aftertaste. He fell into a long, profound silence. What exactly was it like to have a wife who could eat anything poisonous as a spouse? The wheels ground across a fractured overpass, emitting a grating, teeth-rattling screech. The closer they drew toward the city center, the more surreal the surroundings became. Once mighty skyscrapers were entwined by colossal vines cocooned in emerald shrouds. Along the streets, mounds of bleached white bones replaced abandoned vehicles, some human, most belonging to mutated beasts. The radar screen on the dashboard blazed crimson, a sea of blood. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm wailed in an unbroken, piercing shriek that set every nerve on edge. Oh Lord! Qin Feng's hands trembled on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening as tendons strained beneath his skin. His gaze locked onto the mist-shrouded ruins ahead, his throat parched and tight. Radar confirms over 30 S-class mutation sources within 1 kilometer, and countless A-class signatures. This was no city. It was a den of monsters. In the past, even dispatching a fully armed mecha battalion would have ended before touchdown. Torn to ribbons midair. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. Seated in the rear, he idly spun a lightning dagger still unsheathed in his palm. Violet arcs crackled and leapt across his fingertips, snapping with sharp electric fury. He drew Ruan closer into his chest and covered her ears with one hand. Drive steadily. His voice was colder than the toxic fog outside. Crash through anything that comes. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The armored vehicle roared forward like a steel beast, surging headlong into the veil of deathly mist. Yet, no assault came. Outside the windows, massive black shadows, long dormant in the gloom, stirred as the vehicle approached, as if sensing something unspeakably terrifying. A thunderous rumble shook the earth. A three-headed hellhound, its jaws clamped around a lamppost, had been gnawing at the metal post. At the sight of the vehicle, it whimpered, tumbled headlong from the pole, and scrambled, tail tucked, into a sewer grate. A flock of mutated vampire bats wheeled low overhead, each as large as a wash basin. They'd been drooling onto the roof, until the armored vehicle passed. Instantly, they braked midair, then frantically beat their wings in retreat, fleeing in the opposite direction. Some collided mid-flight, plummeting like dumplings tossed into boiling water, thudding lifelessly onto the pavement. Qin Feng stared dumbfounded, half convinced he'd slipped into hallucination. Was this a city? It felt less like a wasteland, and more like a zoo. A zoo where the keepers had arrived, and every creature had erupted into panicked, chaotic flight. What's happening? Qin Feng whispered, his foot hovering uncertainly above the accelerator. What are they afraid of? Lu Shiyuan lifted his gaze, scanning the retreating apex predators beyond the glass. Then he looked down at Ruan, nestled in his arms, blissfully crunching on a rainbow-colored mushroom. Afraid of this sovereign casually snacking. The vehicle rounded a crossroads, and a deafening boom shattered the air. The ground lurched violently. From the rubble of a collapsed shopping mall, a colossus leapt forth, landing squarely in the road. It was a rabbit, yet one towering 3 stories high, its body corded with bulging muscle, its fur stiff as steel needles. Its eyes burned crimson, its incisors larger than bulldozer blades dripped with unidentifiable flesh. An S-class mutant, the brutal demon hare, renowned for raw power. One kick could flatten a tank. Shit. Qin Feng yelped, wrenching the wheels sideways in desperate evasion. We're going to hit it. Lord, we can't break through its hide. Lu Shiyuan pressed Ruan's head against his chest. Around him, violet lightning flared, intense lethal gathering. If it blocked the path, then it would be obliterated, just as the cataclysmic sphere of lightning coalesced in his palm. The monstrous hare moved, not to attack, but to drop onto its forelimbs, rear end raised high, executing a flawless reverent digiza. Then it opened its cavernous maw, the size of a cargo truck, and expelled something. Clang. It struck the hood with such force the chassis shuddered. A carrot, technically a mutated ginseng shaped like one, golden-skinned, radiating potent herbal fragrance thick as an adult's thigh. Its root hairs clung with fresh, damp soil, dug up moments before. Silence fell, absolute, stun profound. Qin Feng's jaw dropped, nearly striking the steering wheel. The lightning orb in Lu Shiyuan's hand sputtered twice, then died. Only Su Ruan remained unfazed. She lifted her head from Lu Shiyuan's chest, peering through the windshield at the colossal hare, now bowing deeply, its massive head bobbing like a frantic metronome. Her eyes lit up, brilliant, wide, awestruck. Wow! She pushed open the door and leapt out. Such a big bunny. Lu Shiyuan failed to catch her. Or rather, he froze stunned for a single heartbeat. Su Ruan dashed barefoot to the front of the vehicle. The brutal demon hare grew even more animated at her approach. With infinite care it lowered its enormous head, ruby eyes shimmering with adoration. Its long ears drooped, gently brushing softly against her shoulders, as if begging to be petted. Su Ruan rose onto her tiptoes and stroked its nose. The fur was plush, slightly prickly, yet warmly alive beneath her fingers. Good bunny, she beamed, her eyes crinkling with delight. From her pocket, she pulled half a chocolate bar and slipped it into the hare's mouth. Here, have some candy. The beast, capable of crushing steel between its jaws, delicately rolled the tiny fingernail-sized treat onto its tongue. Then it purred, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated the very windows. Emboldened, it stretched its tongue toward her cheek, only to be intercepted. Zzzt. A violet arc lanced from nowhere, striking its tongue precisely. Yow! The hare recoiled, clutching its mouth, wounded and plaintive, staring up at the black-clad man who'd just stepped from the vehicle. Lu Shiyuan strode forward, face dark with displeasure. He seized Su Ruan by the back of her collar and lifted her clear off the ground, like a hatchling plucked from danger. Filthy! From his spatial ring, he produced a pack of disinfectant wipes and scrubbed her hand as though scouring away contamination. That is a mutant beast, riddled with parasites and pathogens. You dared touch it. Do you wish to lose that hand? Su Ruan's knuckles reddened under his vigorous cleansing, she pouted, lips trembling. But it's gentle. She pointed to the golden ginseng gleaming on the hood. And it brought me a gift. Looks nourishing, perfect for soup. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the root. Indeed, it was exceptional essence of an S-class mutated plant worth a city on the open market. Yet it glistened with saliva. Discard it, he declared, distaste etched across his features. No. Su Ruan clutched his arm, shaking it urgently. We can wash it. It's huge, such a waste to throw it away. Brother, that single soft plea disarmed him utterly. He raised his hand, and lightning flashed. The ginseng vanished inside a violet corona. Heat vaporized every trace of soil and spittle, leaving it immaculate, slightly charred, faintly aromatic. Lu Shiyuan tossed it into the trunk, then shoved Su Ruan back into the passenger seat, buckling her seatbelt with a final ironclad knot. Step out again to pet anything, and I'll skin that hare and stitch you a scarf. He slammed the door shut, then turned, fixing the cowering giant with a glacial, wordless glare. Go! The hare understood. It flinched violently, then fled, tumbling headlong into the ruins, too terrified even to exhale. The engine revved anew. After the spectacle, Qin Feng's nerves steadied, just a little. With her aboard, perhaps S-City wasn't so fearsome after all. Su Ruan leaned against the window, watching the ruins blur past. Strange. Profoundly strange. Everywhere lay rubble and grotesque creatures, yet fear never stirred within her. Instead, a quiet ease settled over her, like returning to her own garden. The monsters watched her not with malice, but reverence, intimacy. Even the suffocating dread hanging in the air felt to her like a silent, embracing embrace. Are we there yet? Su Ruan asked, suddenly pointing toward the city center. There, piercing the heavens, stood a black spire. Its surface choked with obsidian vines, its peak swallowed by viridian toxic clouds. The landmark of S-City, and once the world's tallest bio-research institute. There. Her voice was hushed, dreamlike, certain. Brother, go that way. I feel something calling me. Lu Shiyuan followed her gaze. Zero Lab. The workplace of her original father. The origin point of all corruption. Hold on. His fingers tapped twice against his knee. If she sensed it, then they had found the right place. 2 kilometers away, atop a derelict high-rise, figures clad in silver-white exoskeletal armor lay prone along the rooftop's edge. They breathed not. Their bodies emitted no warmth. Heartbeats, if present, were faint, almost imperceptible. Full-face tactical masks concealed their features. Red electronic eyes glowed coldly in the dim light. One held an oversized sniper rifle, not aimed at Lu Shiyuan, but locked unwaveringly on Su Ruan, seated in the passenger seat nibbling snacks. The crosshairs centered on her brow. Beep. A synthesized voice echoed beneath the mask. Target confirmed. Designation Eve. Genetic match 100. Status activated. The squad leader raised his hand and sliced it sideways. Mission amended. Termination cancelled. Directive from the Regent, live capture only. As for Lu Shiyuan, the commander drew a resonance blade from his back, its edge humming with cobalt particle waves. An obstruction. Eliminate. With a whisper of wind, silver figures launched from the roof, gliding silently like hunting falcons toward the armored vehicle nearing the black spire. Behind them, atop the black tower, a red light, extinguished for 3 years, flickered once, as if a demon had just opened its eye. The war chariot screeched to a halt beneath the black tower. This edifice, once the pinnacle of global biotechnology, now stood like a giant bleached bone thrust into the heart of the ruins. The outer walls were overrun with dark green mutated vines. The main gate was sealed tight, flashing a red access denied signal. Lu Shiyuan pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. He looked up at the half-meter-thick alloy door. There was no keyhole, only a row of complex biometric sensors. Qin Feng backed the car up 10 meters. Lu Shiyuan raised his right hand. In his palm, purple lightning began to compress frantically, emitting a piercing whine. Since there was no key, he would simply blast the door open. Just as the lightning orb was about to be unleashed, a soft little hand grabbed his wrist. "Don't blast it." Su Ruan jumped down from the passenger seat. She looked up at the cold, imposing door, and the strange sense of calling grew stronger. It was as if a child who had been away from home for years had finally arrived at their doorstep. Lu Shiyuan frowned, dispelling the lightning with a flick of his hand, and pulled her behind him. "Dangerous. Stay back." This place exuded an ominous aura. Back on the road, even the mutated beasts dared not approach this area, indicating something far more terrifying lurked within. Su Ruan shook her head. She broke free from Lu Shiyuan's grasp and walked toward the door as if in a trance. The red recognition sensor detected her approach and immediately shot a blue scanning beam, striking Su Ruan's face directly. Beep. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Initiating defense mechanisms. A mechanical electronic voice sounded as two heavy machine guns swung out from the walls on either side. Qin Feng was so terrified he nearly dove under the vehicle. "Sister-in-law, run. That thing is auto-aiming." Lu Shiyuan's expression changed drastically, and he blurred forward to take the bullets for her. But Su Ruan didn't move. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she raised her hand and pressed her palm against the identification panel. A cold sensation traveled up her fingertips. In that instant, a jumble of code-like numbers flashed through her mind. Before she could comprehend what they were, the panel, which had been flashing red, suddenly turned a soft green. The two heavy machine guns, already warming up, retracted with a click. Then the cold mechanical voice changed its tone. It was no longer a soulless warning, but took on a strange, joyful tone, as if greeting an emperor. Beep. Gene match confirmed. Serial number 001. Highest authority, Su Ruan. Welcome home. Rumble. The alloy door, sealed for 3 years and impervious even to nuclear blasts, slowly slid open on both sides. What gushed out was not the stench of rotting corpses, but a cool breeze from the constant temperature air conditioner mingled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Lights. Starting from the entrance, sound-activated sensor lights turned on one after another, stretching deep into the corridor. The entire dead tower came alive. Qin Feng poked his head out from behind the wheel, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. He looked at the obediently opened door, then at Su Ruan standing there in bewilderment. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "This laboratory, is it by any chance your family's property?" Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He walked to Su Ruan, grasped her shoulders firmly, and turned her to face him. He was checking if she was under some kind of psychic ability control. But her eyes were clear, only slightly dazed, with no abnormality. "Let's go inside." Lu Shiyuan released his hold and strode through the doorway first. Since the door was open, there was no reason not to enter. Even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would still dig out those documents. The lobby was spacious. The floor was marble polished, so clean it reflected people's images. It seemed untouched by destruction, and even the computer screen on the reception desk still displayed a blinking standby cursor. Everything remained exactly as it was the moment the catastrophe erupted 3 years ago. Su Ruan followed behind Lu Shiyuan. Her high heels clicked crisply against the floor tiles. With every step, her head throbbed. Blurry images began to surge through her mind. White walls, unidentifiable figures in protective suits, and those thick syringes plunging into delicate arms. It hurt so much. Su Ruan stopped clutching her head, her face turning deathly pale. "It hurts." Her body swayed, and she nearly fell. Lu Shiyuan reacted instantly, turning back to catch her waist and lifting her up. "Where does it hurt?" He pressed his fingers against Su Ruan's temples, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy. Su Ruan buried her face in his chest, her voice trembling with tears. "My head, so many strange things are flooding in. I remember a glass house so cold they locked me inside." Lu Shiyuan's fingers tightened abruptly. Glass house. Imprisonment. Those words stabbed into his ears like needles. So this was the life she had led before. No wonder she was so frail, no wonder she cried at the sight of a needle. "Don't think about it." Lu Shiyuan cut off her memories. He swept Su Ruan up into his arms and strode toward the elevator shaft. "Those garbage memories, why bother with them? Forget them." His tone was domineering and brooked no argument. Su Ruan nuzzled against his chest, breathing in his familiar cold scent, and the splitting headache finally eased somewhat. The elevator still worked. Lu Shiyuan pressed the button for the top floor. That was the director's office, the core area of the entire laboratory. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The top floor layout was simple, a long corridor ending in a red wooden door. This area was noticeably messier than the floors below. Papers were scattered on the floor along with a few overturned coffee cups. Clearly the evacuation that year had been rushed. Lu Shiyuan kicked open the red wooden door. The office was spacious. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dark green toxic clouds over S-City loomed like a doomsday painting. Behind the desk was an entire wall of bookshelves. Search. Lu Shiyuan placed Su Ruan on the sofa and began ransacking the place. Find all materials about perfect physique and virus origin. Sheen foam followed in his face, grimacing as he started digging through the piles of documents. Su Ruan sat on the sofa for a while to recover. She looked around the unfamiliar office. That sense of familiarity returned. It seemed she had often sat in this spot before. Su Ruan stood up and walked to the huge red wooden desk. A thick layer of dust covered the surface, but in the very center a clean patch revealed a black leather notebook. As if someone had deliberately left it there waiting for someone to read it. Su Ruan reached out. Her fingertips touched the gold-stamped lettering on the cover. Dr. Su's experiment log. Dr. Su. That was the title of her father in the original body's memory. The man known as the Mad Genius. Su Ruan opened the first page. The paper had yellowed, but the handwriting was forceful with a twisted fervor. October 1st, 2045. Experiment subject 001 was born. She is perfect. She requires no food, no sleep, not even breath. Her blood can kill all known viruses, and her genetic chain is the key to a new world. Su Ruan's hand trembled. She continued reading. But I discovered she is too human. She cries, laughs, and feels pain. This cannot be. How can a god have weaknesses? So, I named her Shiyuan, the progenitor of humanity and the source of sin. She is both god and demon. Thud. The diary slipped from Su Ruan's hand and fell to the floor. Lu Shiyuan heard the sound and spun around sharply. He saw Su Ruan standing by the desk like a porcelain doll, with no soul, her face pale to the point of translucence. What's wrong? Lu Shiyuan strode over in a few steps and picked up the diary from the floor. He glanced at the lines. His pupils contracted. Experiment subject. 001. Shiyuan. So this was her origin. This was why she was immune to the virus, why she could command the zombies. She was no wealthy young lady at all. She was a manufactured god. Lu Shiyuan. Su Ruan looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice so soft it seemed ready to shatter. Am I a monster? It says. I am the source of sin. Lu Shiyuan closed the diary. A flash of lightning in his palm. The notebook, which held earth-shattering secrets, instantly turned into a pile of charred ash. He reached out, cupped the back of Su Ruan's head, and pressed her toward himself. He forced her to look up, meeting his eyes. Listen. Lu Shiyuan's voice was deep, each word striking like a heavy blow. No matter whether you're a god or a demon. You are Su Ruan. You are my wife, Lu Shiyuan's wife. Whoever dares call you a monster, I'll turn into a corpse. Just then the office intercom suddenly crackled to life. After a burst of static, a male voice tinged with laughter echoed eerily through the empty room. Well said. Commander Lu is truly a devoted lover. But since Shiyuan has returned to her place, shouldn't you give back what's mine? Lu Shiyuan spun around, shielding Su Ruan behind him. Lightning crackled around his body. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dark green toxic clouds began to churn. A massive black shadow slowly pressed against the glass. It was a face. A colossal mechanical face composed of countless nanobots. Staring through the glass, it bared a sinister grin at them. Boom. The entire bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window, along with the eerie mechanical smile, shattered in an instant. Countless tempered glass fragments carried by the blast wave shot into the office like bullets. Lu Shiyuan reacted with lightning speed. He spun around and pressed Su Ruan tightly against his chest, arching his back to bear the brunt of the impact. Shards of glass slashed through his black trench coat, embedding into his flesh. Blood immediately seeped out. Dust and smoke filled the air. 10 silver-white figures emerging through the swirling debris crashed heavily onto the office floor. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds were perfectly synchronized, dull as a pile driver striking the ground. No sound of breathing, no heartbeat, not even the slightest adjustment of balance after landing. These 10 individuals wore identical silver full-body exoskeleton armor, their faces covered by black one-way visors, with only 2 crimson electronic lights glowing where the eyes should be. They stood there like 10 cold metal statues. Lu Shiyuan released Su Ruan from his embrace and pushed her behind the heavy rosewood desk. Stay hidden. He straightened up, flicking the blood droplets from his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 10 uninvited guests. God's layers. Lu Shiyuan uttered those 3 words. This was the highest-level classified weapon of the Human Alliance. Not human nor machine. Killing machines created from the corpses of high-level superhumans combined with cutting-edge biotechnology. They retained their former combat instincts, but had their pain nerves and emotional modules removed. Never tiring, never fearing death. Specifically designed to hunt S-rank superhumans who refused to be controlled by the Alliance. He never expected that the old council chairman, in order to capture Su Ruan, would release such a trump card monster. Target confirmed, Eve. The leading silver-armored figure stepped forward. His voice, processed through a voice modulator, was indistinguishable between male and female. Only a harsh metallic grating sound. Directive retrieve subject 001. The crimson electronic eyes rotated, locking onto Lu Shiyuan. Obstacle Lu Shiyuan. Assessment extremely dangerous. Execution plan eliminate on sight. Before the words had faded, all 10 silver figures moved simultaneously. Fast. So fast that after images trailed in the air. 5 charged at Lu Shiyuan, while the other 5 bypassed him, directly lunging towards Su Ruan behind the desk. Courting death. Lu Shiyuan roared. Purple lightning exploded around him, instantly forming a dense electric net that enveloped the entire office. Since you're here, none of you is leaving. ZZZT. Violent high-voltage current struck each silver-armored figure with pinpoint accuracy. If these were ordinary superhumans, they would have been turned to charcoal in an instant. However, the 10 silver-armored figures merely paused for a moment. A faint translucent ripple spread across the surface of the silver-white armor, deflecting all the purple lightning. The ground was scorched and cracked, but they remained unharmed. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted slightly. Insulating coating and phase-insulating material specifically designed against lightning-type abilities. Those old bastards in the Alliance had really spared no expense to kill him. Bang! The leading silver-armored figure was already in front of him. A heavy punch carrying the sound of breaking wind drove straight at Lu Shiyuan's face. Lu Shiyuan dodged by tilting his head, countering with a blade strike to the opponent's arm. The lightning-condensed dagger could cut through iron like mud, yet it left only a shallow white scratch on the armor. What a tough turtle shell. Get lost. Lu Shiyuan used the momentum to leap, kicking the leader squarely in the chest. The immense force sent the opponent flying backward, crashing into a row of bookshelves. But the opponent felt no pain. The moment it hit the ground, it bounced back up without even a pause, lunging again. Meanwhile, the other 5 silver-armored figures attempting to capture Ruan had also arrived. Ruan huddled under the desk, clutching the charred remnants of the diary tightly in her hand. She listened to the fierce sounds of battle outside along with Lu Shiyuan's suppressed grunts of pain. It was all to protect her. If he didn't have to constantly watch over her, even if Lu Shiyuan couldn't kill these monsters, he could have escaped unscathed. Don't come near. Ruan looked at a silver mechanical hand reaching for her, shrinking back in fear. That hand was cold, rigid, with sharp hooks at the fingertips. Just as the hand was about to grab Ruan's ankle, a dark figure crashed in from the side. Lu Shiyuan, enduring attacks from 2 behind him, teleported in front of Ruan. PTHD. A high-frequency vibration dagger pierced through his left shoulder. Blood splattered. It stained Ruan's snow-white dress like a glaring red plum blossom. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan screamed. Lu Shiyuan didn't even furrow his brow. His right hand grabbed the helmet of the attacker, lightning energy in his palm, compressing wildly into a blinding white light. Since the shell is insulated, then I'll blow you up from the inside. Die. Boom. A terrifying lightning bolt poured directly through the gap in the helmet. The silver-armored figure's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse swayed twice and fell to the ground. This was the first Godslayer to fall. But the cost was that Lu Shiyuan's shoulder was pierced through and his back was slashed with 2 wounds deep enough to see bone. Don't come out. Lu Shiyuan yanked the dagger out of his shoulder, bringing a spray of blood. He didn't look back, only kept his back to Ruan, shielding her firmly in that narrow corner. Blood dripped from his fingertips, forming a small pool at his feet. The remaining 9 Godslayers stopped moving. They felt no fear, no emotional fluctuation over their comrade's death. They were merely recalculating data. Target combat assessment upgraded. Activating level 2 combat mode. Restrictions lifted. Click, click, click. The armor plates on all 9 silver-armored figures popped open simultaneously, revealing the dense arrays of micro-missile launchers and high-energy laser cutters within. The temperature in the entire office plummeted. The cold, killing intent was almost tangible. Lu Shiyuan let out a heavy breath. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. His eyes, usually carrying a hint of nonchalance, now sank completely. They turned pure black. Like an unfathomable abyss. The wild factors within him began to pulse frantically under the stimulus of bloodlust. Reason teetered on the edge of collapse. But he couldn't go mad. Not now, at least. Once he lost control, the indiscriminate thunderstorm would tear Ruan apart along with everything else. You want to take her? Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip on the lightning-condensed long blade. Purple arcs coiled around him, casting his face in a ghastly, eerie pallor. He took a step forward, fully shielding Ruan behind him, cutting off all prying gazes. Unless I'm dead and gone. Otherwise no one touches a single hair on her head. 9 red targeting points converged simultaneously on Lu Shiyuan's chest. The leading silver-armored figure raised his arm. The laser cannon in his palm began to charge, emitting a piercing whine. As you wish. Executing elimination. Boom. 9 blinding beams of light shot simultaneously at the blood-soaked man. Boom. 9 laser beams converged into a single point, crashing violently against the lightning barrier before Lu Shiyuan. A blinding white light swallowed everything. The terrifyingly hot air current instantly tore off the roof, and reinforced concrete shattered like biscuits raining down. Lu Shiyuan let out a muffled grunt, his feet plowing 2 deep scorched furrows across the floor, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the desk. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, spattering onto the inner side of the lightning barrier. The barrier flickered violently. The once solid purple arcs grew thin, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. Warning. Target energy index dropped by 30. The leading silver-armored man paused. Not at all. He raised his wrist, and a trumpet-shaped emitter popped out from the armor's gap. Activating infrasound interference. Frequency 18 Hz. Target induce mania. Whoosh. A terrifying wave inaudible to the human ear, yet capable of shattering internal organs, instantly enveloped the entire office. Lu Shiyuan's body stiffened sharply. It felt like countless electric drills were working simultaneously inside his brain. The manic factors that Ruan had soothed away were now forcibly awakened by this sound wave rampaging back in a frenzy. His vision began to blur. The scenes before him became double images. Those silver monsters multiplied from 9 to 18, then into countless twisted, ghostly shadows. His heart pounded wildly, blood flowed backward, every nerve screamed at him to lose control. Ugh! Lu Shiyuan bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, using the sharp pain to forcibly maintain a sliver of clarity. The lightning blade coalescing in his hand flickered twice due to mental instability, then dissipated. In that fatal second of hesitation, a high-frequency vibroblade silently pierced the air, thrusting through the already fragile lightning shield, easily tearing apart Lu Shiyuan's proud flesh defense. It entered from the left abdomen and exited through the lower back. The high-frequency vibration on the blade instantly shredded the surrounding muscle tissue. Blood, scalding blood, instantly stained the pristine white shirt dripping from the hem onto the dusty floor. Lu Shiyuan. A piercing shriek cut through the thick smoke and dust. Ruan, hiding in the cramped space under the desk, saw this scene clearly through the gap. That man, always so arrogant, always shielding her behind him and complaining she was trouble, had been stabbed through. To protect her. The thread of reason in Ruan's mind snapped. Recklessly, she was about to rush out from under the desk. Don't move. Lu Shiyuan did not turn around. He struck the void with the back of his hand. A gentle wind-based ability manifested out of thin air, wrapped in an irresistible force, pushing Ruan, who had barely emerged halfway, back into that safe corner. Several shattered concrete slabs fell afterward, sealing that corner completely, leaving only a narrow slit. Stay there. Lu Shiyuan's voice was hoarse to the extreme, each word seeming to carry blood foam. He lowered his head, looking at the knife embedded in his stomach. He grasped the hilt. He did not pull it out. Instead, using the excruciating pain, he suddenly lunged forward a step. The silver-armored man who had successfully ambushed him clearly hadn't expected Lu Shiyuan to counterattack, while gravely wounded, and tried to withdraw the blade. Too late. Lu Shiyuan's left hand firmly clamped onto the opponent's wrist. His 5 fingers squeezed the fingertips, digging directly into the gaps of the hard exoskeleton armor. You stabbed me and want to leave. Lu Shiyuan pulled at the muscles of his cheeks, revealing a bone-chilling smile. In the palm of his right hand, a black lightning orb compressed to the extreme materialized out of thin air. No flashy arcs. Only the silence of annihilation. Die. He pressed the orb directly onto the opponent's visor. Boom. This time no insulating coating could withstand it. That was the strike of annihilation Lu Shiyuan had bought by burning his life essence. The silver-armored man's head, along with half his chest, instantly vaporized. The headless corpse collapsed limply. Lu Shiyuan pulled out the vibroblade from his abdomen and tossed it aside. But he could no longer stand steady. His figure swayed twice, and he dropped to one knee. Massive blood loss drained his body heat and strength. The infrasound targeting his mania continued. He felt his brain was about to explode. The surroundings were dead silent. Qin Feng had long since fainted in the corner, half buried under a pile of rubble. The elite subordinates he brought had also become corpses in the first exchange of fire. Now, in this ruined office, only he remained, and 8 unharmed monsters. Lu Shiyuan gave up. The remaining 8 silver-armored men formed a semicircle, closing in step by step. The leader's voice was still flat, as cold as a machine pronouncing a death sentence. Your ability core is already depleted. Your physical functions have dropped to 20. You can't protect her. Hand over Eve, and we'll grant you an intact corpse. Lu Shiyuan panted heavily. He braced his knees, trying with difficulty to stand, but failed several times. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground, blooming into glaring red flowers. An intact corpse. Huh. Lu Shiyuan raised his head. In those bloodshot eyes there was not a trace of fear. Only the ferocity of a mad dog. Dream on. He slowly mobilized the last bit of ability left in his body. This time he didn't intend to defend. He planned to detonate his own core. The self-destruction of an S-rank lightning-type ability user would be enough to level this tower and half the city. Although Ruan would die too. But at least she wouldn't fall into the hands of these scum to be dissected and studied. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan silently recited this name in his heart. I'm sorry. I promised to take you to eat strawberries. Seems like I'm going to break my promise again. He closed his eyes, feeling the lightning core in his heart beating wildly, ready to embrace the final destruction. The silver-armored men seemed to sense the dangerous energy fluctuation. Warning. Target attempting to self-destruct. Eliminate immediately. 8 vibroblades lit up with blue light simultaneously. They leaped high like a flock of vultures, swooping down, aiming to strike the kneeling man. At that critical moment. Thud. A heavy dull sound. Not an explosion. It was the pile of concrete slabs sealing the corner being pushed open from inside. The movement was gentle, yet it carried a chilling sense of oppression. The blades that were about to fall actually paused eerily midair for a moment. As if someone had pressed the pause button. Lu Shiyuan's eyes snapped open. He saw a sight that made his heart stop. Ruan. That delicate girl who couldn't even unscrew a bottle cap and would scream for ages at the sight of a bug. Right now she was barefoot, stepping on the shattered glass shards scattered across the floor. Step by step she walked out from the shadows. Sharp glass pierced her tinder Saul's blood, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. Yet she seemed to feel no pain. She didn't even frown. Her originally pristine white dress was covered in dust and blood spatters from Lu Shiyuan. She looked utterly disheveled, but the expression on her face was eerily calm. No crying, no fussing. That little face, always adorned with a sweet smile or a pitiful pout, now showed no emotion at all, like a delicate yet cold porcelain doll. Only her eyes, those originally moist dough-like black eyes, now undergoing a bizarre transformation. The black receded. A dazzling golden red hue spread from the depths of her pupils, instantly filling the entire eye sockets. Those were not human eyes. They were the eyes of a god high above looking down on ants. Also the eyes of a demon crawling back from hell, turning the world into a purgatory. Ruan stopped. She stood before Lu Shiyuan. Using her fragile body as if a gust of wind could blow her over, she blocked the 8 fully armed killing machines. She looked down at Lu Shiyuan, who was covered in blood and staring at her in shock. Her gaze fell on the still bleeding hole in his abdomen. Her golden red pupils contracted slightly. It hurt so much. Though the wound was on him, she felt it. That tearing pain, that coldness of life draining away, was transmitted clearly to her through the invisible line between them. The pain made her want to kill. Ruan turned around, facing the 8 S-rank artificial humans. She tilted her head. Her originally soft, sweet voice now seemed wrapped in a layer of biting frost, echoing in the empty office. Who allowed you to touch my dog? The 8 silver-armored figures paused for a second. Their crimson electronic eyes flickered. They rescanned. Target Ruan. Combat assessment 0. Threat level none. The leader of the silver-armored men emitted a piercing electronic sound, dripping with blatant mockery. A joke. He raised the vibrating blade, still dripping with blood, its tip pointing directly at Ruan's nose. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Remove the obstacle. Lu Shiyuan lay sprawled on the ground. The blood had soaked through the floor tiles beneath him, a glaring crimson. His fingers clawed desperately at the ground, fingernails torn back, trying to reach Ruan's ankle to pull her back. Ruan. Run. Leave me. Run. He had no strength left. Even the power to self-detonate his crystal core had been shattered by that damned infrasonic wave. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. Ruan didn't move. She didn't even blink. She simply watched the approaching edge draw nearer. Her golden red pupils constricted sharply. She took a deep breath, facing the dead silent ruins beneath her feet, facing the tower that had buried countless sins. She let out the loudest scream of her life. All of you get out here now. Who allowed you to hurt him? Her voice was shrill, cracking at the edges. It pierced through the thick floor slabs, traveled down elevator shafts and ventilation ducts, drilling all the way into the depths hundreds of meters below ground. Silence. Dead silence. The blade stopped 3 centimeters from Ruan's forehead. The silver-armored man's movements froze. It wasn't that he wanted to stop. It was that the floor beneath their feet was trembling. The entire tower was shaking. Rumble. A deep muffled roar rose from below, as if some colossal creature was turning over in the depths of the earth. Dust fell from the walls in cascades. Before the silver-armored men could react, crack, the floor behind Ruan exploded outward. Debris flew in every direction. A massive black tentacle covered in barbs shot up from below, tearing straight through the ceiling. Then, a second one. A third. Countless rotting arms, razor-sharp bones, spurs, and maws dripping with viscous fluid burst forth from the floor, from the walls, from the ceiling. This tower was never empty. This was once the largest biochemical laboratory. Those discarded failures imprisoned deep underground. Those ancient monstrosities that even zombies dared not approach. At this moment, all of them awakened. Beep, beep, beep. The silver-armored men's faceplates flashed with frantic red light. Alarms blared in a cacophony. Warning. High-energy biological responses detected. Count. Incalculable. Energy level. SSS class. System overload. Requesting retreat. Retreat. Too late. A zombie king with only half a body crawled out from the elevator shaft. It had no legs, dragging itself along solely with 2 enormous mutated claws. It crawled to Ruan's feet. On its twisted, horrifying face appeared an expression of utter submission. It lowered its head, gently rubbing its tumor-covered skull against Ruan's blood-stained calf. With a low whimper, all the terrifying creatures around them surged forward. They encircled Ruan and Lu Shiyuan in their midst. They faced the 8 silver-armored men, jaws gaping wide. Drool dripped to the ground, corroding it with sizzling white smoke. The leading silver-armored man took a step back. He felt no pain, no fear, but his logic core told him they were doomed. Ruan looked down. She reached out and gently stroked the zombie king's head. Her fingertips came away coated in sticky corpse fluid. She didn't flinch at the filth. She simply raised her head and gazed at the killing machines that had been so arrogant moments before. Her golden red eyes held not a trace of warmth. She raised her hand, pointing at the 8 silver-armored men. Her lips parted slightly, and she uttered 4 words. Tear them apart. Leave none alive. Roar. The creature's collective howl shattered every remaining pane of glass. The black tentacle immediately coiled around the leading silver-armored figure. It squeezed with brutal force. Crack. The exoskeleton armor claimed to withstand heavy artillery crumpled like paper. The silver-armored man didn't even have time to scream. He was crushed into a lump of scrap metal. The remaining 7 silver-armored men turned to flee. The zombie king lunged forward. Its claws swept through the air. 3 silver heads flew into the air. This was a slaughter. A slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Lu Shiyuan lay in a pool of blood. His vision was already blurring. But he forced his eyes wide open, staring at the girl standing amidst the monsters, her white dress stained with blood, a queen of the underworld. Was that his Ruan? She was so beautiful. Ruan turned around. All around her was a charnel house of flying flesh and blood. She didn't spare it a single glance. She knelt beside Lu Shiyuan. The wild, killing intent in her golden-red eyes faded in an instant, replaced by the tearful crybaby she always was. Tears streamed down her face, splashing onto Lu Shiyuan's blood-caked cheeks. Whoa, brother. You're bleeding so much. Does it hurt? She frantically pressed her hands over the wound on Lu Shiyuan's abdomen. But the blood wouldn't stop. Lu Shiyuan wanted to raise his hand to wipe away her tears. But he couldn't move. He couldn't even lift a finger. Don't cry. His lips barely moved, his voice nothing more than a breath. Dirty. Ruan shook her head. Suddenly she remembered something. What was written in that diary? She was the medicine. She was the perfect medicine. Ruan brought her wrist to her mouth and bit down hard. Blood welled up, carrying a strange, soul-trembling sweetness. She pressed her bleeding wrist to Lu Shiyuan's lips. Drink. It won't hurt once you drink. Lu Shiyuan wanted to refuse. That was her blood. How could he drink her blood? But his body's instincts betrayed him. The sweet fragrance invaded his nostrils. His exhausted crystal core suddenly began to pulse wildly. Instinctively he took her wrist into his mouth. Gulp. The first mouthful of blood went down. Bang. An immense, terrifying life force exploded within him. The wound on his abdomen sprouted new flesh at a visible rate. Severed meridians reconnected. His depleted powers refilled in an instant, even shattering the bottleneck that had trapped him for 3 years. The purple lightning that had been his signature turned pure black in that moment. The lightning of destruction. SSS class. Lu Shiyuan's eyes snapped open. He saw Ruan's pale little face. He saw the glaring teeth marks on her wrist. His heart ached as if it would tear apart. He released his mouth. In one motion, he pulled Ruan into his arms, crushing her against him with a force that seemed desperate to meld her into his very bones. Who told you to feed me your blood? Who allowed you to hurt yourself? His voice trembled, shaking even harder than when he was dying. Ruan lay in his embrace, light-headed from blood loss. Yet she still managed a silly smile, reaching out to poke Lu Shiyuan's newly restored solid chest. See, I told you I was that. Tang Monk's flesh. From now on, if you're hungry, just take a bite of me. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He lowered his head. He pressed his lips to the wound on Ruan's wrist. He licked the remaining traces of blood clean, drop by drop. His posture was one of reverence, as if worshipping a deity. Around them the battle had already ended. The 8 silver-armored men had become 8 piles of scrap metal. The terrifying creatures hadn't dispersed. They formed a circle, silently watching the 2 people embracing in the center. Like a legion of loyal guardians watching over their queen. And the queen's man. Lu Shiyuan felt the surging black lightning coursing through his body. A profound visceral fullness after desiccation, making every bone in his frame crackle with explosive resonance. He steadied himself by gripping Ruan's waist, rising upright. His gaze fell upon her wrist. Mangled raw flesh peeled back to reveal bone beneath deep, jagged tooth marks. His heart contracted sharply, a pain more piercing than any vibration blade could inflict. Ruan did not look at him. Her eyes remained fixed ahead, golden red irises utterly still devoid of ripple or reflection. That was absolute indifference. The remaining 3 silver-armored figures had already initiated their final self-destruct sequence, their exoskeletons blazing with searing crimson light as their high-energy battery cores surged toward catastrophic overload. Warning: extreme threat level detected. Executing terminal elimination. All 3 constructs lunged forward simultaneously, so fast their passage ignited sparks in the air. Ruan raised her right hand and pressed downward, palm facing the ceiling. Hold them down. Thunderous crash echoed as the ceiling collapsed entirely. From the rubble above descended a colossal slate-gray talon, broad as a millstone. It belonged to a mutated giant falcon. With terrifying force it stamped upon one silver-armored figure's back, bang. And the floor shattered inward, gouging a massive crater. The armored exoskeleton groaned under unbearable pressure, emitting grating, teeth-rattling friction. Sparks erupted violently. The other 2 armored figures attempted to flank the monstrous talon. Ruan's gaze shifted toward them. Tear them apart. Her words had barely faded when a crimson-furred mutant ape burst from the corridor's far end. Nearly 4 meters tall, its musculature resembled boulders fused into living stone. In 2 strides it crossed dozens of meters. It thrust forth 2 massive millstone-sized hands, and seized the shoulders of both armored figures. Laser blades flashed wildly across the ape's chest, scorching blackened fur and flesh. A pungent stench of charred tissue filled the air, yet the beast did not flinch, did not even blink. It unleashed a roar that shattered glass, then wrenched its arms outward with brutal symmetrical force. In Shrike, the alloy armor split open like brittle paper. Wires, hydraulic conduits, and synthetic muscle fibers erupted in a geyser of oil and viscera. With savage strength, the mutant ape twisted the armored figures into mangled, spiraling wreckage. Lu Shiyuan stood silently behind Ruan. He watched the legendary god-slaying squad, feared by countless adepts across the wastelands, reduced to crumpled tin cans beneath these beasts' claws. This was her power, no incantations, no visible energy fluctuations, only a single sovereign thought. And 10,000 beasts bowed. Lu Shiyuan gazed down at Ruan's silhouette. She looked utterly unfamiliar, yet devastatingly captivating. An aura of supreme dominion radiated from her very marrow, pressing even the highest-tier mutated beasts into silent, trembling submission. Exhilarating. His Adam's apple bobbed sharply. Within him the storm of brutality reached its zenith, sated, intoxicated, complete. This was his woman, a queen who stood unshaken atop ruins, gazing down upon all creation. One silver-armored figure still writhed, its lower half crushed beneath the ape's foot, yet its upper torso strained upward, raising a laser cannon. Ruan took 2 barefoot steps forward, her soul sinking into pools of oil and blood. The mutated beasts parted before her, instinctively carving a path through the carnage. You hurt him. Her voice held no inflection, yet Lu Shiyuan, kneeling on the floor, felt an icy dread pierce straight to his core. You hurt him. Her voice held no inflection, yet Lu Shiyuan, kneeling on the floor, felt an icy dread pierce straight to his core. Ruan lifted her foot and planted it squarely upon the soldier's visor. And crack. The reinforced mask fractured, revealing the grotesque fusion beneath half-machine, half-rotting flesh. No trace of human expression remaining. Eve, fragmented electronic voice stuttered. Return to the lab. Ruan increased the pressure beneath her soul. Golden red light pulsed faintly beneath her foot, an absolute genetic suppression field. The lab. I will return. I will turn it into a graveyard. Boom. The visor detonated completely. The soldier's optical sensors winked out, leaving only inert scrap. The battle ended. The entire office had become a vast hollow crater, walls gone, ceiling gone. Only the obsidian tower remained standing defiant amid the toxic mist. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts did not disperse. They gathered around the skeletal remains of the building. Countless crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, waiting for their new sovereign's next command. Sheen foam crawled from the rubble, blood streaming down his face. He stared slack-jawed as his pistol clattered to the ground. What had he just witnessed? S-class abominations, capable of leveling entire military bases, now queued obediently, vying for proximity to his sister-in-law. Even the savage ape, moments ago a whirlwind of carnage, now crouched low, carefully retrieving a torn scrap of cloth, offering it towards Ruan with tentative reverence. Its hideous scarred face bore an unmistakable expression, pleading. Lu Shiyuan approached from behind, black lightning still dancing along his fingertips. Yet he made no move to strike. He simply stepped beside Ruan and bent down, lifting her gently into his arms. Her body was ice cold, cold as frozen marble. Ruan. He murmured her name low and tender, and tucked her head beneath his jaw. Her body stiffened. The golden-red irises flared violently, wavering, churning, as if locked in fierce internal struggle, or perhaps dissolution. Seconds later the eerie hue vanished entirely. Black pupils reclaimed their domain. Ruan blinked slowly. She surveyed the severed limbs and splintered debris strewn across the floor, then glanced at the monstrous creatures surrounding her, before finally looking down at her own blood-slicked hands. Wah! Piercing, unrestrained wail shattered the silence. Ruan clutched Lu Shiyuan's neck with desperate, iron-tight grip, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Big brother. So many monsters. I'm so scared. Are they going to eat me? Lu Shiyuan, take me away now. I'm terrified. She sobbed hysterically, smearing tears and snot across his expensive trench coat. The impassive, godlike girl had vanished, erased without a trace. In her place stood the same spoiled, delicate girl who once leapt onto tables at the sight of cockroaches. The beast froze, bewildered. The ape still held the scrap of cloth, its massive skull tilted quizzically to one side. It did not understand. How could the sovereign whose mere presence had shaken its soul now dissolve into this weeping, shivering child? Hesitantly, it took a step forward. It's coming. It's going to eat me. Ruan shrieked, burying her face deeper into Lu Shiyuan's chest, her legs locking tightly around his waist, hiccuping between sobs. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the woman in his arms, her mood shifting faster than pages turning in a book, and let out a soft, incredulous laugh. The vibration resonated through his chest wound, drawing forth another cough of blood, but he found it deeply, thrillingly entertaining, utterly intoxicating. Whether the ruthless, decisive queen, or this terrified, tear-drenched little thing, he loved her with feverish, obsessive devotion. Don't be afraid. He stroked her back, eyes shimmering with possessive, almost pathological tenderness. Then he turned his gaze toward the bewildered horde. Leave. None word. Charged with the crushing authority of an SSS tier adept. The beasts drooped their heads crestfallen. The ape dropped the cloth and slunk dejected into the shadows. Tendrils retracted into the earth. The giant falcon soared skyward. Within a minute the ruined office stood empty once more, silent, but for the wind sighing through shattered concrete. Ruan continued to cry, sniffling softly, tiny fists clenched in his lapel. And, brother, can we go home? It smells awful here. I don't want to stay. And Lu Shiyuan kissed her forehead. And yes, and we'll go home. He carried her across the field of twisted metal descending from the obsidian tower. Qin Feng scrambled after them, breathless and wide-eyed. He swore then and there he would never again call his sister-in-law useless. What kind of useless person commanded legions of beasts to dismantle elite combat armor? She wasn't human. She was ancestral divinity, a walking thermonuclear weapon. The armored Humvee waited below, scuffed and dulled by shockwaves, yet fully operational. Lu Shiyuan settled Ruan into the passenger seat, closed the door, and paused abruptly. His gaze lifted to the tower's apex, to the heart of the viridian poison cloud swirling overhead, where deep within its murk a pair of eyes watched them coldly. A chill sharper than the god-slaying squad's malice slithered down his spine. A flash of fury flickered in his eyes. A bolt of black lightning snapped from his fingertip, obliterating a distant surveillance camera. Go. And the war vehicle roared, tearing through the ruins. And deep within the tower behind them, a concealed bioreactor chamber rose silently. Inside floated a body identical to Ruan's, except its eyes were open, gleaming with an eerie phosphorescent green light. The steel plating on the side of the war vehicle reflected the cold moonlight. Lu Shiyuan's body slid down along the wheel. One of his hands still clung desperately to the door handle, his knuckles white from the excessive force. His black windbreaker was soaked through with blood-thick liquid dripping from the hem onto the dry ground. Qin Feng stumbled over from the other side. He reached out to support Lu Shiyuan's back. The moment his palm touched the fabric, he recoiled, startled by the scalding wetness. Boss! Qin Feng's voice echoed through the empty ruins, trembling visibly. He quickly pulled several high-grade hemostatic agents from the pouch at his waist. The clear liquid was injected into Lu Shiyuan's shoulder. The agent that should have stopped the bleeding instantly had no effect. Black blood still surged from the gaping wound in his abdomen. The blood carried a faint corrosive quality, burning small wisps of white smoke from the gravel on the ground. Lu Shiyuan's face was drained of all color. His eyelids were heavy and closed, his breathing slowed to an extreme. Each rise and fall seemed agonizingly difficult. Ruan stood nearby. She stared at the pool of blood on the ground. The oppressive aura that had controlled thousands of beasts was gone, replaced by an emotion called fear. That fear surged from the soles of her feet, straight to her head. She crouched down, reaching out a trembling hand to touch Lu Shiyuan's face. His skin was scorching hot. It was the high fever from ability overexertion and toxin invasion. Qin Feng, what's wrong with him? Ruan's voice was barely a whisper. Qin Feng pressed hard on Lu Shiyuan's wound. The Godslayer's blade carried a suppressant targeting S-class ability users. These agents are destroying his cellular regeneration. The boss's ability core is shrinking. Qin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew what this meant. If Lu Shiyuan died here, the entire Dawn base would collapse into chaos. Ruan looked at those purple-black wounds. Her mind flashed back to the text she had seen in the high tower. Eve's blood is the universal antidote. Her gene chain is the key to a new world. That madman called Dr. Su had recorded these words with the most fervent strokes. Ruan lowered her head and looked at her own wrist. The blue veins under her skin were clearly visible. She was afraid of pain. Even a small cut from a kitchen knife would make her cry for a long time. But now Lu Shiyuan lay here. If he died, she wouldn't survive a single day in this man-eating apocalypse. More importantly, this madman had ended up like this, protecting her. Ruan searched the ground. She picked up a piece of silver armor shard that had been shattered moments ago. The metal edge gleamed coldly. She held it in her hand, feeling its sharpness through her fingertips. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Feng noticed Ruan's movement. Ruan didn't answer. She laid her left wrist flat on her knee. Gripping the shard tightly in her right hand, she slashed it hard across the blue vein. The sharp metal cut through skin and flesh. Intense pain shot through her body instantly. Ruan flinched, her eyes quickly filling with tears. She bit her lower lip, refusing to cry out. Blood gushed from the cut. Strangely, the blood wasn't pure red. Under the moonlight, fine golden specks shimmered within the blood. A strange, sweet fragrance instantly filled the air. Qin Feng froze. The moment he smelled the scent, he felt his exhausted spiritual sea ease slightly. Ruan brought her bleeding wrist to Lu Shiyuan's lips. Drink it, she whispered, her other hand supporting Lu Shiyuan's head. Lu Shiyuan was in a deep coma. His jaw was clenched tight, showing no response. Ruan used her fingers to force his mouth open. The warm blood slipped through the gaps between his teeth. The first drop entered his mouth. Lu Shiyuan's body shuddered violently. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he instinctively began to swallow. As the blood flowed in, the ability core inside Lu Shiyuan emitted a low hum. The lightning core that had been shrinking was like withered wood meeting a life-giving rain. It began to frantically absorb the energy contained in the blood. Ruan felt her life force draining away. The dizziness grew heavier. Lu Shiyuan's swallowing became more forceful. He grabbed Su Ruan's injured hand tightly. His grip was strong. Su Ruan winced in pain. She could feel him sucking. The connection established through blood was becoming clearer. Qin Feng stood aside, his eyes filled with shock. He saw the unhealable wound on Lu Shiyuan's abdomen now emitting thick black smoke. The deadly toxins were being forcibly expelled from the body. The purple-black flesh began to peel away. Pink new flesh grew at a visible rate. Within a few minutes the fatal hole had completely closed, leaving only a faint pink scar. The energy fluctuations around Lu Shiyuan began to turn violent. The originally purple lightning was now interwoven with countless black threads. These black lightning bolts carried a destructive aura. Qin Feng was forced to retreat a dozen steps. He felt the very air around him being electrolyzed. Lu Shiyuan's ability level was undergoing a qualitative transformation. The SS rank barrier was shattered effortlessly in that moment. SSS rank, a level never before seen in human history. Su Ruan felt her consciousness blurring. She felt her heartbeat accelerating. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seemed to sync with Lu Shiyuan's heart. A strange contract was formed between them. Su Ruan could sense the violence and unease inside Lu Shiyuan. She could also feel the world-destroying possessiveness in his subconscious. The feeling was both unfamiliar and familiar. Lu Shiyuan suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet storm in his gaze was gone, replaced by a profound blackness with flecks of gold and red fire dancing within. He took in the scene before him. Su Ruan lay in his arms, her face deathly pale. Her left wrist was still dripping blood. The blood flowed down his collar and onto his chest. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He grabbed Su Ruan's wrist. Lightning crackled at his fingertips, instantly cauterizing the wound to stop the bleeding. His movements were rough, carrying a frantic energy of survival. Who allowed you to do this? His voice was hoarse. He sat up, pressing Su Ruan tightly against his chest. Su Ruan leaned limply against his shoulder. She struggled to lift her eyelids, looking at Lu Shiyuan's face, which had regained its vitality. You're alive, she mumbled, then closed her eyes in exhaustion. Lu Shiyuan's arms tightened. He could feel Su Ruan's heartbeat. The connection was two-way. He could hear the deepest fear in her heart and feel her morbid dependence on him. He lowered his head and kissed Su Ruan's injured wrist. There was a charred mark there, one he had left with his own hand. Lu Shiyuan's gaze swept over Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. He felt that Lu Shiyuan was even more terrifying than before. The pressure of that level made him want to kneel. Back to base. Lu Shiyuan lifted Su Ruan and strode toward the war vehicle. His steps were steady. With each step, fine cracks appeared on the ground. Qin Feng hurried to start the vehicle. The engine let out a low growl. Lu Shiyuan sat in the back seat. He looked down at the woman in his arms. She looked so fragile, as if a slight squeeze would break her. Yet this useless woman had just saved his life with her blood, and in doing so she had also locked his soul to hers. Lu Shiyuan reached out a finger and gently traced Su Ruan's cheek. His movements were slow, with the focused scrutiny of a predator examining its prey. Su Ruan shrank in her sleep. She instinctively burrowed closer into Lu Shiyuan's arms, seeking the warmth that made her feel safe. Lu Shiyuan let out a soft laugh. The sound was strangely abrupt in the silent cabin. He could feel it. From this moment on, their lives were irrevocably bound together. In life and death inseparable. No one could untie it. The war vehicle broke through the poison fog blockade, racing toward the direction of Dawn Base. The black tower behind them gradually faded into the distance. Amidst those ruins, several surviving mutant beasts were bowing their heads toward the direction of the departing vehicle, as if bidding farewell to their king. Lu Shiyuan buried his face in Su Ruan's neck. He took a deep breath. That sweet fragrance was still there. It had even seeped into his marrow. He held Su Ruan's injured hand, their fingers interlaced. His fingernail traced a faint white line on the back of Su Ruan's hand. Ruan, Ruan. He whispered softly against her earlobe. You can't run away now. Su Ruan's fingers twitched. Her breathing became steady. The vehicle jolted. Lu Shiyuan's gaze turned to the window. The outline of the distant base was already faintly visible. There was a pile of unfinished business waiting for him there. Those who had dared to try to kill him. Those factions coveting his woman. He would crush them all one by one. A black arc of lightning flickered in Lu Shiyuan's eyes. He held Su Ruan even tighter. The feeling of having regained what was lost drove his obsession to its peak. Even the gods could not take her from him. The vehicle screeched to a halt at the base gate. Seeing the heavily damaged war vehicle, the guards immediately raised their weapons. Qin Feng rolled down the window, revealing his blood-stained face. Open the gate. The commander is back. The gate slowly opened. Lu Shiyuan stepped out of the vehicle holding Su Ruan. He ignored the stunned stares around him. With each step, black lightning flickered around him. The entire base's power supply seemed to be disrupted. The lights began to flicker. Lu Shiyuan walked through the crowd. He looked at the high-ranking officials who had once tried to boss him around. Their faces were written with disbelief. Lu Shiyuan stopped. He swept his gaze across them. The pressure of SSS rank was released instantly. Thud. Several weak-willed ability users fell to their knees directly. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze. He lowered his head and kissed Su Ruan's forehead. We're home. He carried her into the commander's villa, a symbol of supreme authority. The door slammed shut behind him. shutting out all external prying eyes. Lu Shiyuan placed Ruan on the wide soft bed. He didn't leave. Instead, he knelt on one knee beside the bed. He held her hand, gazing at her peaceful sleeping face. The resonance at the depths of his soul filled him with immense satisfaction. He lowered his head and kissed the charred wound again. Ruan's long lashes fluttered. She seemed to sense something. Her small lips pouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Shiyuan watched this scene. His fingers slowly moved downward. Finally, they stopped at her neck. There he could feel a strong pulse. That was his blood flowing through her body. And her life held in his hands. Lu Shiyuan's gaze darkened. He leaned down. By Ruan's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, he spoke a single sentence. Ruan's body stiffened suddenly. Lu Shiyuan leaned close to Ruan's ear, his warm breath cascading over her skin. Ruan, if you ever dare to do that again, I will destroy this world and drag you down to hell with me. Ruan shrank her neck slightly, her small hand clutching Lu Shiyuan's collar. He straightened up and reached out to take her injured left hand. The carbonized marks on her wrist had already fallen away, revealing tender pink new flesh beneath. He lowered his head, pressing his lips to the circular wound, kissing it with delicate reverence. A tingling numbness crawled up Ruan's spine from her wrist. Brother, it doesn't hurt, she murmured, her other hand brushing over Lu Shiyuan's healed abdomen. As long as you're alright, I don't feel a thing. Lu Shiyuan paused mid-motion. He lifted his head, his gaze settling on Ruan's limpid black and white eyes. At that moment, a strange undulation flowed between them. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes. He heard it. Not with his ears, but a rhythm that resounded directly within his mind. It was the sound of Ruan's heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Along with each beat, a thick, scorching, utterly unreserved emotion flooded his consciousness through their touching skin. It was Ruan's devotion to him. Within it lingered the remnants of her earlier fear, but also a nearly pathological love, a desperate desire to fuse herself into his very being. Lu Shiyuan felt his soul tremble. The mania that had plagued him for 3 whole years, those ceaseless screaming noises in his head, vanished completely in that instant. His mental sea had never been so tranquil. Ruan had become his only spiritual anchor. As long as she was by his side, he would never lose control again. So that's how it is. A low laugh escaped Lu Shiyuan, carrying a hint of madness that came from absolute control. He pulled Ruan back into his embrace, resting his chin on the crown of her head. Ruan, you've made me your slave. This absolute mutual perception allowed him to clearly capture every subtle thought of Ruan's. She was feeling a bit thirsty now, craving that ice-cold special milk. She also thought her bottom felt a little cold, having sat on the gravel ground for too long. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes and called out to Qin Feng, who was waiting at the door. Bring some milk, ice cold. Qin Feng, who had only recently woken from unconsciousness, was leaning against the wall in the corridor. He stared at the scattered mech wreckage on the ground, then at the mutated beasts crouching obediently at the entrance. That red-furred ape that had just torn apart a mech with its bare hands was now curled up on the steps like a giant furball. When it saw Qin Feng approach, it bared its teeth in what might have been a friendly grin. Qin Feng's legs turned to jelly, and he nearly collapsed to his knees again. Boss. This thing doesn't eat people, does it? Qin Feng pointed at the red-furred ape, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lu Shiyuan ignored him, simply taking the milk Qin Feng offered, inserting the straw himself, and bringing it to Ruan's lips. Ruan took a big sip through the straw, her eyes curving into crescents. Brother, they don't seem to want to leave. She pointed toward the window. Out among the ruins, tens of thousands of mutated beasts stood in silent vigil. They neither attacked nor roared. They simply lowered their heads and waited. Lu Shiyuan swept his gaze over the horde. He could sense that these creatures feared Ruan, yet were drawn to her on a primal instinct. For the genes within Ruan were the source of their existence. Since they don't want to leave, then we'll take them with us. With a wave of his hand, black lightning crackled at his fingertips. Could use a few guard dogs anyway. Qin Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Boss. Are you serious? These are SSS-class mutant apes, and that giant falcon. Any one of them could wipe out an entire base. Lu Shiyuan let out a cold snort. They listened to Ruan now. Anyone who has a problem can take it up with this monkey. The red-furred ape seemed to understand, suddenly rising and letting out a low growl at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately shut his mouth, shaking his head like a rattle. No objections. Absolutely none. Long live sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is awesome. The group walked out of the ruined tower. The setting sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a trace of dark red afterglow. The ruins of S City looked especially desolate in the gathering shadows. Lu Shiyuan stopped, setting Ruan down on a pile of rubble. Surrounding them was the vast army of mutated beasts. The red-furred ape stood to the left, the giant falcon circling overhead. Lu Shiyuan took a step back. Under the stunned gaze of Qin Feng and the surviving soldiers, this proud commander slowly lowered himself to one knee. He took Ruan's right hand and pressed a reverent kiss to the back of it. From this day forth, you are my queen. I will clear every obstacle for you and guard this realm for you. Should anyone harm you, I will annihilate this world. Lu Shiyuan's voice was soft, yet carried an unassailable authority. Ruan stood high above the golden-red sunset, bathing her white dress in light. She gazed at this madman who knelt before her. Within her once fragile body, it seemed an unprecedented strength had taken root. She was no longer the good-for-nothing who could only hide behind others. She was Lu Shiyuan's armor, and the only true deity of this apocalypse. Ruan reached out and gently stroked Lu Shiyuan's head. "Brother, let's go home." Lu Shiyuan rose to his feet and scooped her back into his arms. "Yes, let's go home." The war vehicle roared back to life, its engine shattering the silence of the ruins. Behind them, tens of thousands of mutated beasts let out an earth-shaking howl. It was a send-off for their new sovereign. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat watching the scene in the rearview mirror. He knew that from this moment on the balance of the human alliance would be irrevocably altered. Those old fools still scheming back at the base had no idea what kind of existence they had provoked. Twin sovereigns had been born. This apocalypse would finally usher in an era that belonged to them. The war vehicles surged into the thick fog. Ruan leaned against Lu Shiyuan's chest listening to his heartbeat. She knew there were many dangers ahead, including that mysterious laboratory. But she was no longer afraid, because her hound was the strongest in the world. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and gently bit Ruan's earlobe. "Ruan, what are you thinking?" Ruan shrank her neck, her eyes curving into a smile. "I'm thinking when we get back, I want to eat 2 boxes of strawberries." Lu Shiyuan smiled too. "All right, I'll plant you an entire base full of strawberries." The war vehicle disappeared down the road. The surveillance camera on the tower's peak flickered with a faint red light. The Ruan, submerged in the cultivation tank, slowly opened its eyes. Its pupils held a cold, deathly stillness. It opened its mouth and emitted a series of soundless frequencies. At the same moment, at the Dawn Base Central Hospital, the comatose base council chairman abruptly opened his eyes. His eyeballs were shot through with black veins. "Eve has returned." A dry whisper escaped his lips. Outside the window, a bolt of black lightning split the sky. The storm was coming. Inside the war vehicle, Lu Shiyuan seemed to sense something. He tightened his grip on Ruan's hand. "Brother, what's wrong?" Ruan felt the shift in his emotions. Lu Shiyuan shook his head and pulled her closer. "Nothing. Just thinking there's some trash that needs cleaning." He stared at the ruins speeding past the window. The black lightning in his eyes crackled with unprecedented ferocity. Whoever dared to touch what was his, he would make sure they died without a place to be buried. The war vehicle came to a stop at the main gate. The guards, spotting the red-furred ape squatting on the roof, were so terrified they could barely hold their guns. "Open the gate." Lu Shiyuan spat out the 2 words coldly. The gate slowly swung open. The last glimmer of the setting sun vanished. Darkness shrouded the earth. Yet Ruan, held in Lu Shiyuan's arms, felt more radiant than ever before. Because he was her light. And she was his very life. The war vehicle slowly rolled into the heart of the base. Everyone froze mid-action, staring at the sight. The commander had returned, with his queen and his beasts. At that moment, the base's bell tolled 3 heavy times, proclaiming the end of an old era and the dawn of a new one. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan out of the vehicle. He stepped onto the grand avenue leading to the command center. Each step was resolute. "Ruan, are you afraid?" Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck and shook her head. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Lu Shiyuan kissed the tip of her nose. "Good girl." He lifted his head toward the towering parliament building. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be contained. "Come on, let's go tear down a building." Ruan giggled. "All right, I want to tear down the biggest one." Lu Shiyuan nodded indulgently. "Whatever you say." The 2 walked side by side into the shadows. Behind them, the red-furred ape let out an excited howl. The battle had only just begun. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan into the top floor of the command center. The heavy door closed behind them with a dull thud. He laid her down on the plush bed draped with a velvet blanket, her body sinking into the soft fabric. Standing by the bed, Lu Shiyuan undid the buttons at his collar. He tossed his black trench coat onto a chair, revealing a shirt soaked through with blood. Ruan reached out, her fingertips brushing against the skin of his abdomen. The wound had completely healed, not even a scar left behind. Lu Shiyuan took her hand, his thumb tracing gentle circles on the back of it. Ruan felt a faint current of electricity course through her skin, sending a tingling sensation through her body. "Brother, how are you feeling now?" Ruan tilted her head up to look at Lu Shiyuan's face. He raised his right hand, fingers slowly curling into a fist. Crackle! A bolt of pitch-black lightning materialized out of thin air, coiling around his fingertips. The lightning gave off no blinding light. Instead, it seemed to absorb the brightness around it. A scorched smell filled the air. This was the power of the SSS class. Lu Shiyuan looked down at the lightning in his palm, black arcs leaping between his fingers. He could feel that if he so wished, this bolt could pierce through the entire building in an instant. The old tense feeling of his mental sea threatening to shatter at any moment was gone. In its place was an absolute sense of control. He glanced out the window. The base's perimeter wall seemed almost small in the night. Against power like this, humanity's defensive systems were as fragile as paper. Qin Feng pushed the door open, holding a maintenance report. "Boss, the war chariot is fully fueled, and the weapon systems have been recalibrated." Qin Feng stopped at the doorway, not daring to step further inside. He could feel the air pressure in the room drop, making it hard to breathe. The oppressive aura radiating from Lu Shiyuan made his knees feel weak. "Let's go." Lu Shiyuan uttered 2 words, then bent down to scoop Ruan back into his arms. Su Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her small face against his shoulder. They were heading out of the city. Lu Shiyuan needed to test this newfound power. The war chariot sped across the wasteland, the roar of the engine shattering the silence of the night. Qin Feng was driving, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. In the backseat, Lu Shiyuan was holding a box of washed strawberries, feeding them to Su Ruan one by one. She bit into one and red juice stained her lips. Lu Shiyuan reached out with his thumb, wiping away the trace of red, then brought his finger to his own lips. Su Ruan shrank back, slightly muttering under her breath. "Brother, where are we going to test it?" Lu Shiyuan looked ahead. A massive dark silhouette appeared on the horizon. It was an S-rank corpse king roaming the wasteland. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in a cyan-black carapace. Sensing the approaching war chariot, it let out a thunderous roar. It swung a massive arm, sending an abandoned truck flying off the road. Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, the war chariot skidding to a halt, leaving 2 black scorch marks on the ground. "Boss, it's an S-rank." Qin Feng's hands were sweating on the steering wheel. Lu Shiyuan pushed the door open and stepped out. He wasn't wearing protective gear, just that black shirt. The corpse king charged forward with a roar, each step shaking the ground violently. Lu Shiyuan stood still, his right hand slowly rising. He didn't gather his strength or chant any commands. A pillar of pitch-black lightning erupted from his palm. The beam crossed the distance of dozens of meters in an instant, striking the corpse king's chest. There was no explosion, no thunderous boom. The S-rank corpse king, famed for its impenetrable defense, began to disintegrate the moment it touched the black lightning. The cyan-black carapace turned to dust. Rotten flesh and bones were annihilated directly in the black lightning. In less than a second, the colossal monster vanished completely into thin air. All that remained on the ground was a deep crater 10 meters in diameter, its edges lined with crystallized red sand. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand, the black lightning vanishing. He turned and walked back towards the war chariot. Inside, Qin Feng sat with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. There had been an S-rank corpse king there a second ago, and now nothing was left, not even a trace. Was this the power of an SSS class? Qin Feng felt his entire worldview shatter. Lu Shiyuan got back into the back seat and pulled Su Ruan into his arms. "Ruan, your turn." Lu Shiyuan pinched Su Ruan's cheek. She blinked in confusion. "Me? What can I do?" Lu Shiyuan pointed at a pack of mutated dogs not far away. Those mutated dogs, sensing Lu Shiyuan's aura, were cowering in the grass, trembling. "Try controlling them." Su Ruan turned her head, looking at the mutated dogs covered in bone spurs. She took a deep breath, a flash of golden red light flickering in her eyes. "Come here," she called out the window. The mutated dogs froze as if they had received a divine decree. Then they came crawling out of the grass, their tails wagging furiously. A dozen mutated dogs lined up neatly beside the war chariot, lowering their heads and letting out whining, supplicating sounds. Su Ruan's eyes widened, and she pointed at the largest one. "Roll over." The mutated dog immediately flipped over, showing its belly, and rolled on the ground. Su Ruan giggled, patting the window with her small hand. "Brother, they're so obedient." Lu Shiyuan watched Su Ruan's excited expression, a flicker of profound thought in his eyes. Su Ruan's dominance ability was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This power didn't consume any mental energy, it was a suppression that worked directly at the genetic level. Qin Feng watched from the front, his scalp prickling. This couple, one was the god of destruction, the other the king of all beasts. Was there any hope for anyone else in this apocalypse? Qin Feng shook his head and reached for the car's radio. The static gradually became clearer. Crackle. "This is the Human Alliance headquarters broadcasting station. We now issue an urgent announcement." Qin Feng turned up the volume. Lu Shiyuan and Su Ruan also grew quiet. Due to the unfortunate death of Commander Lu Shiyuan of the Shuguang base during an S-rank mission, the Alliance Council has decided to take over all defense systems of the Shuguang base. Su Ruan's smile froze on her face. She grabbed Lu Shiyuan's shirt, her grip tight. "Brother, what are they saying?" The female voice on the radio continued with a theatrical tone of sorrow. "Commander Lu's widow, Ms. Lin Wan, will represent the Lu family in taking over all private assets. Ms. Lin Wan has stated she will carry on the commander's will and fully cooperate with the Alliance's restructuring efforts." Splat. Su Ruan crushed the strawberry in her hand into a pulp. "Lin Wan. Widow. Who is that?" Su Ruan's cheeks puffed up in anger like a furious little pufferfish. "She took over your assets." "What about my strawberry garden? My big bathtub? And my diamond-studded anklet, is she going to take that too?" Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his seat, letting out a low, cold laugh. "Widow." The word rolled off his tongue, carrying a thick, murderous intent. "Seems like I died just in time." Lu Shiyuan's fingers drummed lightly on his knee. Qin Feng in the front seat was cursing furiously. "Those old bastards. That woman Lin Wan, she'd barely even met the boss a few times before, and now she dares to impersonate the commander's wife. And she's taking over the base. Who does she think she is?" Su Ruan turned her head, glaring intently at Lu Shiyuan. "Brother, let's go back right now. I'm going to scratch her face off. That's my house. My bed." Lu Shiyuan watched Su Ruan's protective, possessive demeanor, and the gloom in his heart lifted a little. He pulled her onto his lap and kissed the tip of her nose. "All right, let's go collect the debt." Lu Shiyuan looked at Qin Feng. "Turn around." Back to Shiguang base. Qin Feng whipped the steering wheel around the war chariot, carving a huge arc across the wasteland. The crimson-furred ape poked its head down from the roof of the vehicle, letting out an excited roar. A giant falcon circled in the sky, its wings blotting out the moonlight. An army of mutated beasts thundered behind the war chariot, kicking up clouds of dust. Lu Shiyuan pulled a black communicator from his coat. He pressed a complex sequence of commands. A trembling voice came through the communicator. "B-boss, you're not dead." Lu Shiyuan watched the scenery rapidly receding outside the window. "Tell everyone, I'm back." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by a burst of ecstatic cheers. Lu Shiyuan ended the call. He looked down at Su Ruan, who was still huffing and puffing. Ruan, how do you want to tear that house down?" Su Ruan waved her little fist. "I want that Lin Wan to kneel at the door and wash my socks." Lu Shiyuan chuckled softly. "Washing socks is too good for her. Let her go feed that monkey instead." The war chariot roared towards the outline of the base in the distance. Back at the Shiguang base, it was all decorated with lights and banners. Inside the commander's villa, Lin Wan was wearing Su Ruan's favorite silk pajamas, swirling a glass of red wine. She admired her beautiful reflection in the mirror, her face full of smug satisfaction. "That useless Su Ruan is definitely dead in a pile of zombies by now. From today on, I'm the most powerful woman in this base." Lin Wan took a sip of red wine, practicing a sorrowful expression in the mirror. "Shiyuan, I'll take good care of this family legacy for you." She muttered to herself, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boom. A tremendous crash came from the direction of the base's main gate. The entire villa shook. The wine glass slipped from Lin Wan's hand, splattering red liquid across the floor. "What's going on?" she shouted towards the door. A guard rushed in, panicked and pale-faced. "MMS. Lin, the main gate has been smashed down." Lin Wan frowned. "A zombie horde attacking. Get the ability users to hold them off." The guard shook his head, his body trembling like a leaf. "And no, it's not the zombie horde. It's the commander. The commander is back." Lin Wan's face drained of all color. "What did you say?" she shrieked, rushing to the window. In the glare of the base's searchlights, she saw a sight that made her soul nearly flee her body. A heavily battered war chariot had smashed straight through the villa's garden wall. Perched atop the vehicle was a massive mountain-like crimson-furred ape. The car door opened. Lu Shiyuan stepped out, carrying Su Ruan in his arms. With every step he took, the grass beneath his feet was scorched black by arcs of black lightning. Su Ruan, still in her blood-stained white dress, held a half-empty box of strawberries in her hand. She looked up at Lin Wan standing on the balcony and pointed at the pajamas she was wearing. "Brother, I don't want that dress anymore." Lu Shiyuan looked up, his gaze locking onto Lin Wan. Black lightning crackled wildly around the villa. His voice boomed across the night sky. "Who allowed you to wear her clothes?" Lin Wan's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the balcony floor. Lu Shiyuan raised his right hand. A bolt of black lightning instantly shattered the villa's load-bearing wall. The entire structure began to collapse. Su Ruan took a bite of her strawberry, watching the woman screaming as she fell. "Brother, great demolition." Lu Shiyuan stood amidst the ruins, holding her. He looked at the base's high-ranking officials who had gathered around, his eyes utterly devoid of warmth. "Kneel." He said only 2 words. Thud. Hundreds upon thousands of ability users dropped to their knees in unison at that moment. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, looking at Su Ruan in his arms. Ruan, now this base is yours." Su Ruan looked at the people kneeling on the ground, then at the disheveled Lin Wan. She tightened her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck. "Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat the braised pork you cook yourself." Lu Shiyuan kissed her forehead. "All right, kill first, then cook." He turned his head, looking at Lin Wan. She was scrambling backwards, her nails scraping bloody trails on the concrete floor. "Shiyuan, please let me explain." Lu Shiyuan ignored her. He snapped his fingers. The crimson-furred ape leaped down, its massive shadow looming over Lin Wan. Su Ruan buried her face in Lu Shiyuan's chest. "Brother, let's go inside." Carrying her, Lu Shiyuan walked over the rubble and into the kitchen that was the only part of the villa still standing. Lin Wan's shrill screams echoed from outside. Lu Shiyuan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He tied on an apron and took a fresh piece of pork belly out of his spatial storage. Su Ruan sat on the counter, swinging her pale, delicate legs. "Brother, put in extra sugar." Lu Shiyuan paused in his cutting. "All right, anything you say." He looked at Su Ruan, the black lightning in his eyes fading, replaced only by that morbid tenderness. This was his world. As long as she was still smiling, even if rivers of blood flowed outside, he felt this apocalypse was just fine. Qin Feng stood at the doorway, witnessing the scene, and quietly closed the kitchen door. He turned around, facing the high-ranking officials still kneeling and trembling on the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, the commander is in a bad mood. You'd better think carefully about how you're going to explain yourselves." Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face. He knew. The sky over the Shiguang base had completely changed. The kitchen was bathed in a warm amber glow, a world apart from the murderous darkness outside. The broth in the pot bubbled and churned, its rich, savory aroma eclipsing the faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. Lu Shiyuan turned off the flame and ladled the braised pork onto a pristine white porcelain plate. Each glistening cube was coated in a crystalline caramel glaze, trembling ever so slightly, a sight that teased the appetite. Ruan perched on a high stool, her slender pale legs swinging idly in the air. She reached out, plucked a piece of meat, and popped it into her mouth, heedless of the heat. The soft, savory sweet flavor dissolved on her tongue. She closed her eyes in bliss, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding its meal. Slow down. Lu Shiyuan pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth. He didn't pick up his chopsticks, just leaned against the counter watching her eat. These past few days in that godforsaken city, subsisting on compressed biscuits and canned food, had been a true hardship for such a delicate palate. Ruan swallowed her mouthful of meat and let out a satisfied sigh. Brother, this trip nearly got me killed, but it seems we've hit the jackpot. She extended her left hand, wiggling her wrist. The wound there was completely healed, the skin smooth as new, only a faint ripple of golden light beneath the surface hinting at its transformation. Not only did it cure your headaches, but I also picked up a bunch of free muscle. Lu Shiyuan's gaze fell on her wrist, his thumb lightly tracing the skin. It wasn't just the headaches. The monster that had been screaming in his mind, urging him to destroy everything, had fallen utterly silent. Now he was terrifyingly rational, terrifyingly clear-headed. Ruan picked up another rib, gnawing on it, while mumbling somewhat indistinctly. Speaking of which, those robbers we met on the way back were so naive. I just had Little Red stand on the roof of the car, didn't even ask her to make a move. They threw their car keys on the ground, knelt down, and called me grandma, begging me not to let the monkey eat them. Recalling how they had pissed themselves in fear, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sci, being too strong is such a burden. I guess no one will dare to rob us anymore. How boring is that going to be? Lu Shiyuan watched her animated expression. In the past, this girl would have just curled up in his arms, crying and saying she was scared. But now she treated an S-class mutant beast like a pet and found amusement in highway robbers. The little crybaby was gone, replaced by a woman who dared to put a collar on the neck of a mad beast like him. If anyone dares to block our path from now on. Lu Shiyuan placed a piece of peeled shrimp in her bowl, his voice as flat as if he were discussing the weather. We'll just roll right over them. A flurry of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Qin Feng stood at the kitchen entrance, not daring to enter, knocking twice on the glass door. Boss, those people outside are still kneeling. And a few diehards from Lin Wan's side tried to sneak into the armory during the chaos. Little Red slapped them into the wall so hard they're stuck there. Lu Shiyuan didn't even turn his head. Let them kneel. Until dawn. Ruan put down her chopsticks, patting her round belly. She hopped off the chair, her bare feet padding across the floor. I'm full. She walked up to Lu Shiyuan, tilting her head back, her clear, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, isn't it time to get down to business? My house, my bed, and that woman who dared to wear my pajamas. There are accounts to settle. Lu Shiyuan bent down and scooped her up, settling her in the crook of his arm. All right, let's go collect. The lawn outside the villa had been completely torn up. The once meticulously manicured garden was now nothing but a field of scorched earth. The enormous red-furred ape was crouched atop a pile of rubble, idly tapping a broken support pillar against the ground as if picking its teeth. The base council members and high-level psychics who usually held their heads high were now kneeling in neat rows on the gravel-strewn ground. No one dared to look up. No one even dared to breathe loudly. The woman's screams had only just ceased, and the air still reeked of despair. The main door swung open. Lu Shiyuan walked out carrying Ruan. He had changed into a clean black combat uniform, the collar open, revealing a sharp, cold collarbone. He wasn't releasing any psychic pressure, but the sheer bone-deep sense of deathly stillness emanating from him made the scalp of everyone present crawl. Qin Feng brought a chair and set it on the steps. Lu Shiyuan sat down, placing Ruan on his lap. He idly played with her fingers, his gaze sweeping over a balding man kneeling at the very front. He was the vice chairman of the base, one of the people who had most vehemently advocated handing Ruan over for experimentation. Oh, I remember now. Ruan leaned against him, pointing at the man. At the meeting that day, he said I was a burden, that I was wasting air just by being alive. The vice chairman trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead striking sharp gravel and drawing blood. See, Commander, it's a misunderstanding. I was only thinking of the base. For the future of humanity. Please think of my 5 years of service. Crackle. A black arc of electricity flashed. The vice chairman's words were cut short. His tongue had turned to charcoal falling from his mouth. Lu Shiyuan drew back his fingers, his tone utterly flat. Too noisy. Since you think she's a burden, you can spare yourself the trouble of speaking for the rest of your life. The entire scene was dead silent. Everyone bowed their heads, even lower, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the earth. They finally realized that the man who had returned was not the Lu Shiyuan of old. Temperamental, but still bound by some rules. This was a demon who had completely broken his chains. And the woman playfully perched on the demon's lap was the only sheath for his blade. Ruan watched the man writhing in agony, clutching his mouth, and felt not a shred of sympathy. In this world that devoured people whole, mercy was nothing more than handing the knife to your enemy. She turned her head, looking towards a nearby iron cage. Lin Wan was locked inside, her silk pajamas torn to shreds, completely unhinged, cowering in the corner. That woman. Ruan lifted her chin. Send her to the slums in the outer city. I heard they need laundry workers there. Since she's so fond of wearing other people's clothes, let her have her fill of washing them. Lu Shiyuan nodded. Qin Feng, handle it. Qin Feng immediately waved his hand, and 2 soldiers dragged the cage away. Lin Wan seemed to snap back to reality, clawing at the bars and shrieking hysterically. Lu Shiyuan, you can't do this to me. I did it for your own good. That woman is a monster. She's one of the zombies. You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this. Her voice faded into the distance, swallowed by the night. Lu Shiyuan's face was expressionless. Regret. His only regret in this life was not cleaning out this trash sooner and nearly losing his most precious treasure because of it. He stood up, his black trench coat flapping in the night wind. His gaze swept over the base he had built with his own hands, the one that had later betrayed him. Every inch of this land, every building exuded a rotten stench he found loathsome. From this day forward, his voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present with perfect clarity. Dawn Base belongs to the Su family. If anyone has an objection, step forward now. I'll send you to meet your maker. No one moved. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. It was a bloodless coup and an absolute show of force. Ruan poked her head out from his embrace, looking at the prostrate crowd. So this was what power felt like. Even if it was a bit like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, it felt pretty damn good. She tightened her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck and planted a noisy kiss on his cheek. Seal of approval. This territory is mine now. The ferocity in Lu Shiyuan's eyes melted away, softening into a pool of gentle water. He turned, carrying her towards the main building that was still half standing. It's yours. I'm yours too. Qin Feng stood behind them, watching their retreating figures. The moonlight stretched their shadows out long and far. The red-furred ape remained crouched on the ruins, watching over everything like a guardian deity. On the distant horizon, the first pale light of dawn began to break. The long night had finally passed. But for some, the true nightmare was just beginning. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan up to the rooftop. In the direction of S City, the Black Tower was now completely swallowed by the toxic mist. But here a new order was rising from the ashes. Brother. Ruan looked at the rising sun, its golden rays casting a warm glow on her face. Where do we go next? The base was taken back and half the revenge was complete. But this was only the beginning. The secrets in that diary, the so-called perfect body and the elusive Dr. Su hiding in the shadows. They were all waiting for them. Lu Shiyuan stood in the wind, wrapping her inside his coat. He stared at the red sun, the entire world reflected in his dark pupils. Let's go sweep up the rest of the trash. And then, build you a true palace. The central plaza of Dawn Base. What had once been an open ground for military reviews was now entirely shrouded beneath a sea of white cloth. A colossal black and white portrait hung directly before the council building. Lu Shiyuan's gaze, cold and piercing, seemed to scrutinize the crowd below, not mourners, but vultures gathering to divide spoils. Funeral music echoed across the entire base, stirring unease deep in every heart. Vice Chairman Lu Shiyuan stood upon the elevated platform, a large white flower pinned to his chest. He held a sheet of paper in hand, his voice, amplified, resonated throughout the plaza, deliberately subdued, yet heavy with feigned sorrow. Commander Lu's sacrifice is a loss for all humanity. Yet the legacy he built must not crumble to ruin. For the safety of the base, an emergency council vote has decreed the provisional seizure of all private armed forces supply depots, and, most critically, the commander's insignia, symbolizing supreme authority, formerly under Commander Lu's name. A dense sea of heads filled the plaza below. At the very front stood Lu Shiyuan's former subordinates, battle-hardened men who had carved paths through hordes of corpses now disarmed and encircled by 2 rows of heavily armed military police. An old one-eyed veteran clenched his fists until blue veins bulged like taut cords on his knuckles, ready to explode. He lunged forward, desperate to tear apart Lu Shiyuan's hypocritical face, only to be restrained by comrades gripping his shoulders with trembling hands. Do not move. His comrade's voice quivered. Rushing forward now is suicide. Save your life, wait for Captain Qin to return. Lu Shiyuan caught sight of the scene from the podium and let out a silent, contemptuous sneer. Qin Feng, that fool was surely already rotting alongside Lu Shiyuan in the ruins of City S. He cleared his throat and shifted his gaze toward a woman standing discreetly beside the stage. She wore an impeccably tailored black gown and a small veiled hat. Her skin glowed with porcelain pallor. In her hand, a delicate handkerchief fluttered as she dabbed at eyes that shed no tears. Next we invite Ms. Byway, Commander Lu's fiancée, to deliver the family's address. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Fiancée? When did the commander ever announce a fiancée? Wasn't it Ruan? Hush. Do you wish to die? Ruan is nothing but a useless ornament, whereas Ms. Byway is the eldest daughter of the Jingdu by clan, rumored to wield the rare light element ability. Only someone of her stature is worthy of the commander. Byway stepped gracefully toward the microphone. She drew a slow, trembling breath, her voice choked with sorrow, fragile and heart-rending. Shiyuan departed too suddenly, never even bidding me farewell. Though our engagement remained unannounced in my heart, I have long been his wife. As for that woman Ruan, I hesitate even to speak her name, but as Commander Shiyuan's burden, she not only caused his death, but herself perished amid the ravenous dead. Let this ill-fated bond fade into oblivion. As Byway spoke, tears fell, timely perfect. She turned her gaze toward the tray cradled in Lu Shiyuan's hands. There rested Lu Shiyuan's sidearm, and the crystalline key emblem of absolute dominion over Dawn Base. To claim it was to claim sovereignty. Ms. Why please accept our deepest condolences. These are Commander Lu's final possessions, rightfully entrusted to you. Byway extended her hand, her fingertips trembling, not with grief, but with exhilaration. This was the empire Lu Shiyuan had forged with blood and iron. Though the man was dead, his resources were vast enough to crown her queen of this apocalyptic world, for eternity. As for Ruan, a corpse, who would care? Her fingers brushed the icy barrel of the pistol. In that instant, boom, the sky moments ago clear and cloudless tore open as though gripped by a titanic hand. Within seconds, thunderheads gathered, dense, suffocating, pressing downward, as if to crush the earth itself. Then without warning, a bolt of ink-black lightning cleaved the heavens. It did not strike the ground, but struck with surgical precision upon the massive black and white portrait at the plaza's center. Crack! The 10-meter-high frame exploded into splinters. Burning timber and scorched fabric scattered like shrapnel. Byway shrieked. Her tray clattered to the ground, and the crystalline key tumbled rolling into a storm drain. What's happening? Is the weather shifting? Protect the chairperson. Panic erupted. Military police raised their rifles, staring up in terror. This lightning was wrong. Ordinary lightning blazed white, or violet. But this was black. Black so absolute it devoured light itself. Lu Shiyuan's face drained of color, his fingers dug into the podium's edge. That aura, that soul-shaking, bone-deep dread, was achingly familiar. Before anyone could react, a deafening, ear-splitting detonation shook the base's main gate. Tum! The supposedly indestructible alloy gate, engineered to withstand zombie sieges, crumpled as if struck head-on by a high-speed train. It warped, buckled, then collapsed in a thunderous avalanche of dust and twisted metal. From the choking haze, two searing headlights ignited, like the eyes of a steel beast awakening. The engine roared, not as machinery, but as a primordial beast's growl, grinding nerves raw. A modified black armored Humvee rolled slowly into the plaza. Its tires crushed the ceremonial red carpet, leaving twin trails of black mud. But what chilled the spine most was what followed behind it. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled. A crimson-furred ape, 3 stories tall, gripped the mangled gate wreckage in one massive hand, then casually flung it into a nearby flowerbed like trash. Then came hundreds of grotesquely enlarged mutant hounds. They did not lunge or snarl. They stood rigidly aligned along both sides of the vehicle, fangs bared, emitting low guttural whines toward the crowd. The sky darkened anew. A mutated falcon, wingspan exceeding 20 meters, spiraled down, its colossal wings whipping up gales that shredded every white morning banner in the plaza. Monsters, monster siege. That's an S-class mutant ape, run. The crowd shattered into chaos, screams, wails, stampedes. Military police hands shook violently, our rifles wavered aimlessly. This scale, this power, was beyond resistance. Silence. A voice emerged from within the armored Humvee, unamplified yet ringing with crystalline clarity inside every ear. Soft yet commanding, laced with languid magnetism, and a chill so profound it weakened knees. Fleeing bodies froze mid-stride, as though time itself had paused. The rear door of the Humvee swung open. A long leg clad in black combat boots descended first. Then his face. The face that inspired equal parts reverence and dread across the entire base. Lu Shiyuan. He was not dead, not merely alive. He radiated an even more terrifying presence than before. Merely standing there, arcs of black lightning coiled around him, warping the very air. Lu Shiyuan collapsed onto the platform, legs giving way beneath him. It was over. Lu Shiyuan did not glance at him. Instead, he turned and extended his hand into the vehicle. A slender, pale hand settled gently into his palm. Ruan stepped down, wearing her slightly rumpled white dress fresh from the confines of the armored cabin. She still clutched the half-eaten strawberry box, a faint smear of crimson juice clinging to her lower lip. Gazing upon the endless expanse of white banners, and the woman in black upon the stage, Ruan blinked, then tilted her head toward Lu Shiyuan. Brother, is this the surprise you mentioned? Are they hosting our wedding, or our funeral? Her voice, soft honey sweet, cut sharply through the plaza's eerie silence. Lu Shiyuan drew her close, smoothing wind-tousled strands from her hair. They're dividing my estate, and incidentally, assigning you a new elder sister. At those words, Ruan's cheeks puffed indignantly. She slipped free of Lu Shiyuan's grip and strode forward on stiletto heels, click-clack, toward the platform. Hundreds of mutant hounds fell into step behind her, silent, vigilant, like sworn guardians. Military police recoiled as the delicate young woman approached, too terrified even to raise a hand in protest. Ruan halted at the foot of the stage. She tilted her chin upward, meeting the petrified gaze of Byway. Hey, lady in black. She pointed at the white flower pinned to Byway's hat. That dress suits you well, though it's rather unsuitable for a wedding. Far more fitting for a burial. Byway shuddered. Her handkerchief fluttered to the ground. She stared at Ruan, then at Lu Shiyuan standing nearby, wreathed in lethal intent. You didn't die. Impossible. That was an S-class restricted zone. Ruan wrinkled her nose in distaste. Ignoring Byway's unraveling composure, she ascended the steps. With a thunderous crash, the crimson-furred ape leapt beside the platform. its massive head looming over Lu Xion's jaws snapping in silent threat. Lu Xian wet himself, urine stench spreading instantly. Ruan reached the podium. She picked up the unfinished asset distribution list. The villa goes to the council. The armory goes to the council. Oh, my wardrobe is being confiscated too. Each line made the crowd flinch. She crumpled the page into a tight ball and tossed it straight into Lu Xion's face. Vice Chairman Lu. Ruan leaned down smiling sweetly. Your calculations were quite elegant. Pity, the abacus beads flew straight into my face. Lu Xian pounded his forehead against the stone floor, blood smearing his brow. Commander, madam, have mercy. It was all a misunderstanding. They forced me. Lu Shiyuan had already materialized behind Ruan. One arm circled her waist, his gaze swept across the kneeling crowd. A misunderstanding. He raised his hand, black lightning dancing across his fingertips. The crystalline key, lost in the storm drain moments before, rose weightlessly drawn by invisible force and settled into his palm. Since you so dearly love funerals, let us hold one. To perfection. Lu Shiyuan snapped his fingers. KRKOM. Every speaker across the plaza detonated simultaneously. High above, the circling falcon shrieked, a sonic lance, and dove like a guided missile, seizing Bai Wei mid-flight. Let me go. Bai Wei thrashed helplessly, suspended mid-air. Ruan nestled against Lu Shiyuan's chest, watching serenely. Brother, don't kill her yet. She claimed I was your burden. I want her to see exactly who the true burden is. Lu Shiyuan pressed a kiss to her temple. As you wish. The falcon released its grip. Bai Wei plummeted from 15 meters, crashing squarely into the pack of mutant hounds. Snap. Bone fractured audibly. Dozens of hounds surrounded her, not tearing, not killing, but drooling, sniffing, hungrily savoring her terror. That primal encircling dread, worse than death itself. Lu Shiyuan turned away from the carrion. His gaze fell upon the disarmed veterans kneeling below. The one-eyed veteran wept openly and bowed first. Welcome home, Commander. Whoosh. Thousands of soldiers dropped to their knees as one. Their roars shook the heavens. Lu Shiyuan stood atop the stage, his black trench coat billowing fiercely in the gale. He was not merely commander. He was God. The sole, true deity. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan spoke, voice calm, detached. Qin Feng leapt from the Humvee, gripping a heavy machine gun, eyes blazing with slaughterlust. Present. Hang every person on that stage, upon the city walls. His voice held no warmth, no inflection, only ice. Since they so enjoy guarding gates, let them guard them forever. One missing, and your head answers for it. Qin Feng grinned, a flash of white teeth. Understood. He gestured, and his loyal squad surged forward like wolves, dragging Lu Xian and his accomplices off the stage like sacks of refuse. The plaza filled with pleas and screams, but no one pitied them. Only catharsis. Vengeance finally served. Ruan yawned softly, burying her face in Lu Shiyuan's chest. Brother, it's too noisy. I want to go home and sleep. That bed was sat upon by that woman. You must replace it. All right, we'll get one forged from pure gold. He swept her up in his arms and strode down the steps, through the kneeling multitudes, across the shattered remnants of betrayal, toward the council building seat of ultimate power. As for the carnage left behind, it was the most fitting funeral for traitors. The storm clouds parted slowly. Sunlight returned, spilling golden across the plaza. This time it illuminated not false banners, but the dawn of a new order, dual sovereigns, unbroken absolute. Lu Shiyuan pushed open the door of the war vehicle, the hem of his black trench coat sweeping across the pedals stained with blood and dust. He stepped firmly onto the ground, the black arcs of electricity coiled around him like living things crackling in the air. Ruan was held in his arms with one hand, a position that required almost no effort from her, clinging to that hard chest like an accessory. She reached up and rubbed her eyes, her gaze settling on the massive black and white portrait in the center of the square. In the photo, Lu Shiyuan wore a cold expression against a backdrop of gray ruins, carrying an air of solemn deadness. Ruan reached out a finger and poked Lu Shiyuan's collarbone. Brother, this photo is horribly edited. It makes you look 10 years older. And the lighting is badly chosen too, making your facial lines look too rigid. No wonder you wanted to destroy it. This kind of aesthetic really deserves to be sent back for a redo. Lu Shiyuan looked down at her, the murderous intent suppressed in his chest dissipating considerably because of this teasing remark. He raised his other hand, his fingertips twitching slightly. With a crack, the massive wooden frame shattered completely under the impact of black lightning, wooden splinters turning to dust midair. Lu Shiyuan, holding Ruan, strode toward the high platform, each step causing dense cracks to appear on the ground. The previously noisy square fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Vice Speaker Lu Xian stood behind the podium, his notes falling to the ground, papers scattering wildly in the wind. His facial muscles twitched violently, his legs trembled as if shaking, and strange gurgling sounds came from his throat. Lu Shiyuan, this is impossible. Are you man or ghost? The high-level awakened behind Lu Xian were even more pathetic, one of the more cowardly ones rolling his eyes and collapsing to the ground in a faint. Lu Shiyuan stopped at the edge of the platform, his gaze resting for a second on Lu Xian's fear-filled face. I heard I was dead. Why didn't I know about it myself? Vice Speaker Lu, do you plan to burn paper offerings for me now, or would you rather go down personally to confirm? Lu Shiyuan's words echoed across the empty square, carrying a chill that made one's blood run cold. He stood there without any movement, yet Lu Shiyuan felt a heavy pressure crashing down from above. That was the absolute suppression of an SSS rank awakened, a dimensional strike on the level of life itself. Lu Shiyuan clenched his jaw, his palms gripping the edge of the podium, fingernails digging deep gouges into the wood. His mind raced with frantic calculations. Lu Shiyuan was back and stronger than ever. The takeover plan that had been carefully crafted had completely collapsed. If he showed weakness, now his life was over. The Alliance had already given clear orders. If he could control Dawn Base, he would enter the center of power. This was a gamble, betting that Lu Shiyuan was merely a spent force, betting that the Black Lightning was just a bluff. Lu Shiyuan, stop playing tricks here. Lu Shiyuan suddenly roared, his voice turning shrill from extreme terror. He pulled a document stamped with a red seal from his chest and raised it high. This is the supreme directive of the Alliance Council. Lu Shiyuan abandoned his post during a mission causing significant losses and is hereby officially removed from office. You are no longer the commander. Dawn Base is now under Alliance control. Lu Shiyuan shouted while looking at the guards around him. Most of those guards were Lu Shiyuan's former subordinates, currently in a state of extreme shock and ecstatic joy. What are you all standing there for? He is a traitor now, a wanted criminal of the Alliance. Arrest him. Lu Shiyuan's voice trembled in the wind, carrying a desperate madness. Ruan leaned against Lu Shiyuan's chest, listening to Lu Shiyuan's blustering, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Is this old man out of his mind? Playing with documents in front of absolute power. What's the difference between that and waving paper airplanes at a tiger? She felt a violent surge of energy flowing through Lu Shiyuan's body. This energy made her feel a little hot, the result of Lu Shiyuan suppressing his inner destructive urges. Lu Shiyuan ignored Lu Shiyuan and instead looked at the guards below. Those soldiers in gray uniforms were holding their guns, fingers trembling on the triggers. The one-eyed veteran stood at the front of the formation, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Shiyuan. He was confirming whether this man was the leader who had dragged them out of the pile of corpses. When he saw the black arcs dancing on Lu Shiyuan's fingertips, the doubt in his eyes vanished instantly. That kind of power, that commanding aura that looked down on everything. You couldn't find a second one in the whole world. Guards, attention. Lu Shiyuan roared again when no one moved. Take down this traitor. Generous rewards. Clang. A synchronized sound of metal colliding rang out. Over 1,000 guard members moved simultaneously, gun barrels glinting coldly in the sunlight. But those gun barrels weren't aimed at Lu Shiyuan. Instead, they turned in perfect unison, pointing at Lu Shiyuan and the high-ranking officials on the stage. The one-eyed veteran abruptly lowered his rifle and dropped to one knee, his knee striking the concrete floor hard. Welcome home, Commander. Following that came a thunderous wave of shouts. Welcome home, Commander. The voices of over 1,000 people merged together, causing the glass of the council building to buzz and tremble. Lu Shiyuan's legs gave out, and he collapsed directly into his chair. He watched those soldiers who had once obeyed his every command now staring at him with murderous eyes. This instantaneous reversal of allegiance shattered the last shred of his psychological defenses. He had predicted Lu Shiyuan's weakness, but he had failed to predict these soldiers' faith in him. Lu Shiyuan stepped onto the high platform, and with every step he took, Lu Shiyuan shrank back an inch. My house was confiscated. Lu Shiyuan stopped in front of the podium, placing one hand on its surface. Black lightning spread across the surface, turning the once sturdy podium into charcoal in an instant. My military command was transferred. He leaned down, his black pupils locking onto Lu Shiyuan's gaze. Who gave you the guts? Lu Shiyuan opened his mouth to speak, but found he couldn't produce a single syllable. He felt the surrounding air become thick and viscous, gravity increasing dozens of times over in that instant. With a thud, Lu Shiyuan was flattened to the ground by the invisible pressure, his face pressed tightly against the cold floor. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible in the silent square. Lu Shiyuan raised his foot and stepped on the hand that was clutching the document. Removed from office. He took the document, and the lightning at his fingertips ignited it instantly. The firelight reflected the cold contours of his face. In this base, I am the law. The Alliance's paper is too rough even to wipe my ass with. Ruan watched from the side, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This feeling of wielding borrowed power was truly addictive, especially watching that once arrogant old man now lying prostrate like a dead dog. She walked over and nudged Lu Shiyuan's head with the tip of her foot. Hey, you weren't so quiet before, were you? Keep going, let's see if your Alliance can drop down from the sky to save you. Lu Shiyuan let out a series of miserable screams, but the sounds were suppressed in his throat by the gravity field. Lu Shiyuan turned to look at the high-ranking officials who had already wet themselves in fear. Since you enjoy holding funerals so much, then today, let's hold one for you. He looked at Qin Feng and casually waved his hand. Hang up the white cloth. Set up the mourning tent. I want to watch them one by one hold their feast here. Qin Feng grinned broadly, revealing a row of white teeth, patting the heavy machine gun on his shoulder. You got it. I'll make sure it's done beautifully. The atmosphere in the square instantly shifted from a memorial service to an execution ground. Lu Shiyuan picked Ruan up again and sat in the seat of honor. He took a washed strawberry from his spatial storage and popped it into Su Ruan's mouth. Su Ruan bit into it, the sweet juice bursting across her tongue. She watched the high-ranking officials being dragged away by soldiers below, then looked at the man beside her, who had carved out a world for her. The apocalypse was truly terrible, but as long as you latched onto the right person, this place was paradise. Lu Shiyuan's hand covered Su Ruan's, feeling the warmth there. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Dark clouds were gathering anew. He knew Lu Shiyuan was just a pawn, the real game was only just beginning. But so what? With his current power, he could punch a hole through the very sky. Lu Shiyuan was dragged to the center of the square, his limbs already twisted grotesquely from the gravity suppression. The one-eyed veteran walked over and planted a foot on his back. "Speaker, the feast is served." Lu Shiyuan watched the chaos below, his fingers gently stroking Su Ruan's waist. Su Ruan yawned, leaning against his shoulder, closing her eyes with drowsiness. "Brother, I want to go back to the room to sleep." Lu Shiyuan kissed her forehead. 5 more minutes. Just until this funeral is over." He raised his right hand, black lightning coalescing into a sphere in his palm. He hurled it directly at a watchtower at the edge of the square. Boom. A massive fireball rose into the air. That was a declaration of war against the entire alliance. Lu Shiyuan stood up with Su Ruan in his arms, not sparing another glance at Lu Shiyuan on the ground. He walked through the wreckage and into the council building, the symbol of supreme power. The door closed heavily behind him, shutting out all the screams from outside. Lu Shiyuan set Su Ruan down on the wide office desk, bracing his hands on either side of her. Ruan. Su Ruan mumbled a sleepy response. "Moi." Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, his nose touching hers. "From today on, except for me, no one in this world can make you kneel." Su Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck and pecked a kiss on his lips. "I know. You'll always hold me right." Lu Shiyuan let out a low chuckle, the black lightning in his eyes completely disappearing. He lifted her up and carried her to the resting room at the top of the building. There was a brand new bed made of pure gold waiting there. As for the bloodshed and conflict outside, the moment that door closed, it had nothing to do with them anymore. Lu Shiyuan placed Su Ruan on the bed and carefully removed her shoes. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face, his fingers lingering on her pale ankle for a moment. The diamond-studded anklet gleamed with a cold light in the dim lamplight. That was his mark, and her talisman. Lu Shiyuan lay down beside her, pulling her entire body into his embrace. This feeling of being bound together, flesh and blood, gave him unprecedented satisfaction. He closed his eyes, listening to her breathing. In this apocalypse filled with killing and betrayal, this was his only peace. Suddenly the alarm at the base's perimeter sounded again. It was the urgent red alert, signifying the highest level of intrusion. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes. In his pitch-black pupils a golden light flashed instantly. He didn't get up, merely gazing coldly out the window. What was coming had finally arrived. He took Su Ruan's hand, interlocking their fingers. "Brother, so noisy." Su Ruan muttered discontentedly in her sleep. Lu Shiyuan reached over and covered her ears. "Shoo. Sleep. Let me go out and swat that fly." He stood up, the black trench coat materializing around him in the air. He walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Standing at the end of the corridor, Lu Shiyuan watched dozens of fully armed helicopters circling in the distant sky. That was the Human Alliance's Godslayer task force. Lu Shiyuan cracked, his neck joints popping with crisp sounds. He leaped, jumping straight down from the top floor. Mid-air, countless black lightning bolts burst forth simultaneously. At that moment, the entire building seemed to transform into a giant lightning rod. Lu Shiyuan landed in the center of the square, the ground beneath his feet collapsing instantly. He raised his head, looking at the helicopters. "Since you're here, then all of you stay and become fertilizer." He extended his right hand and clenched it fiercely against the empty air. The firelight in midair had not yet fully faded. The charred wreckage of the helicopter plummeted like a wingless, lifeless bird, trailing thick plumes of smoke as it crashed onto the vacant lot at the plaza's edge. The blast shockwave overturned countless tables and chairs. White roses, once arranged to embellish the memorial service, were swept skyward, then fell with a mournful, jagged grace, blanketing the ground in ruin. Lu Shiyuan descended from the air, his black combat boots crushing a smoldering shard of aircraft skin. He did not retract the black lightning he had unleashed. Instead, the arcs coiled like sentient serpents around him, within a 3-meter radius, hissing with a grating, teeth-rattling intensity. The crowd on the plaza held its breath, not even daring to inhale. Moments earlier, the Alliance task force had advanced with brazen arrogance, only to be obliterated mid-descent by this man's bare hands. Such a display of power was more direct and more merciless than any declaration. Lu Shiyuan strode toward the dais, his gaze never lingering for an instant upon the twisted heap of scrap metal. He walked straight to Su Ruan and extended his hand, shielding her delicate face from the acrid ash-laden wind. "Filthy," he murmured, a single word laced with quiet disdain, his brow faintly furrowed, as though the very air offended him. Su Ruan did not look at him. Her clear, contrast-rich eyes fixed instead beyond his shoulder, on a shadow tucked into the dais's far corner. There a woman clad in tattered black gown crawled on all fours, using the smoke as cover. Her movement was agonizingly slow, her left leg bent at a grotesque, unnatural angle, the result of a prior fall from great height. "Sister, leaving already?" Ruan's voice cut cleanly through the howling wind, sharp and unmistakable to every ear present. The crawling figure froze instantly. Bai Wei turned her head back. Her makeup long since dissolved into streaks of black tear trails, her coal-smeared face merging with the tatters of her ragged black gauze dress, transforming her into something spectral, unearthly, a revenant clawing its way out of the grave. Ruan lifted her skirt hem and stepped forward in stiletto heels. Click, click, click. Each measured stride landing precisely upon Bai Wei's racing pulse. Lu Shiyuan made no move to stop her. He simply followed at a deliberate distance, his black trench coat flaring slightly with each step, a silent, implacable reaper. Why have you stopped running? Ruan halted before Bai Wei, looking down upon her with cool, unblinking superiority. She bent slightly at the waist, her expression soft and guileless, sweet as honey, then raised a slender finger to gently lift the last clinging fragment of veil beneath Bai Wei's chin. Wasn't it just moments ago you stood upon that stage weeping like a shattered blossom, claiming to be the widow of my man? So tell me, now that the rightful master has returned, why does this bereaved wife flee instead of greeting him? Bai Wei was forced to tilt her head upward, staring into that flawless porcelain-perfect face. Terror surged up her spine like ice water, her teeth began chattering uncontrollably. No, no. She shook her head violently, tears mixing with the black smudges streaming down her cheeks. Ruan, I was coerced. It was Lu Shiyuan. That old monster forced me to say it. Frantically she reached out, fingertips smeared with soot and blood, to grasp the hem of Ruan's skirt. I'm a victim too. You know what the Alliance does. If I refused them, I'd be dead before dawn. Please, remember, we were classmates once. Ruan recoiled half a step, repelled by the filthy hand reaching toward her. Her smile vanished, replaced by glacial indifference. Classmates. She tilted her head as if hearing a quaint, absurd anecdote. Funny. I recall quite clearly how back at school it was this very classmate who cornered me in the restroom and drenched me in freezing water. Bai Wei's expression locked into frozen disbelief. Ruan didn't spare her another glance, instead turning toward Lu Shiyuan, standing quietly nearby. Brother. She gestured dismissively at Bai Wei's shredded black gown. She claimed on stage that she is your lover, your wife, still unannounced. Lu Shiyuan didn't even lift his eyelids. From his pocket he withdrew a pristine white handkerchief and meticulously wiped his fingers, though no dust clung to them. My lover. He stepped forward until his black combat boot pressed firmly atop Bai Wei's hand, just as she tried to draw it back. Crack. The sound of snapping bone was crisp clean. Ah! Bai Wei shrieked. A raw animal cry. Writhing on the ground, sweat instantly soaking through her back. Lu Shiyuan bore no expression as he ground his heel downward. You dare? The words were spoken softly, yet struck her chest like a physical blow. Onlookers felt their scalps prickle. This was the legendary commander, rumored to have unraveled entirely over Ruan. And now, with but a single whispered complaint from her, he'd shattered a limb without hesitation. Bai Wei teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, her lips bleeding where she'd bitten down. Commander, mercy. I beg you, I truly erred. I'll never dare again. I'll strip this dress off, right now. Ignoring the agony in her hand, she tore frantically at the garment, desperate to shed the costume that had dared to mock Ruan. Too late. Ruan spoke suddenly. She stepped forward, and with a swift, brutal arc brought her palm crashing across Bai Wei's face. Slap. The strike landed with devastating force. Ruan poured every ounce of strength into it. Bai Wei's head snapped sideways, half her face swelled crimson, instantly blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Silence swallowed the plaza whole. Eyes widened in stunned disbelief. In memory, Ruan had always been a fragile ornament, hiding behind Lu Shiyuan, trembling at the sight of a cockroach. Yet here she stood, striking with such savage precision that even seasoned survivors flinched. She shook her stinging hand, then stared coldly down at Bai Wei. This slap is for the Ruan who was shoved from that SUV and devoured by the horde. Had it not been for that shove, back when zombies surrounded the vehicle, the original Ruan would never have fallen into the swarm, never have died in despair. That debt remained unpaid by the original soul, so Ruan settled it herself. Bai Wei clutched her burning cheek, ears ringing, mind utterly stunned. Before she could recover, slap, Ruan struck again, this time backhanded, sending one of Bai Wei's teeth flying. This one is for making me sick. Ruan looked down upon the convulsing woman, then withdrew a moist towelette from her purse and cleaned each slender finger with meticulous care. My discarded clothes, even cast into the trash, are not yours to scavenge and wear. You paraded in them, flaunting my man's name as if it were your own crown. Your face deserves this. With that she tossed the used towelette onto Bai Wei's swollen, disfigured visage, a mocking shroud crueler than any veil. Those who had once pitted Bai Wei now bowed their heads in silence. No one dared utter a word. They understood at last. The woman who seemed so soft, so yielding, carried blood as cold and unforgiving as Lu Shiyuan's own. Lu Shiyuan watched Ruan finish, his eyes holding no reproach, only the faintest trace of amusement. He stepped forward and took her reddened hand into his own, natural and effortless. Does it hurt? He lowered his head, breathing gently over her palm. Next time let Qin Feng handle such filth. Your hands are meant for holding strawberries, not striking garbage. Ruan leaned into his chest, her regal aura dissolving instantly, transforming once more into the tender, clinging blossom nestled against him. But she was unbearable. And Qin Feng strikes without restraint. If he kills her outright, where's the fun in that? Lu Shiyuan ruffled her hair, then turned his gaze upon Bai Wei. Curled fetal on the ground, sobbing incoherently, her body, seized by spasms, speech reduced to broken whimpers. Take her away. His voice dropped back into that suffocating, glacial chill. The hand that touched what is mine, cut it off. As for this skin, he paused, his eyes sweeping over Bai Wei's ruined gown. Since she cherishes wearing it so deeply, let her wear it forever. Never remove it. Qin Feng approached with 2 guards, dragging Bai Wei upright like a sack of refuse. She thrashed wildly, emitting guttural, wordless cries, pathetic against their absolute dominance. Soon the trail of dragged limbs snaked down the dais steps and vanished into the periphery, leaving behind only hushed stillness. Only distant guttural barks of mutated hounds pierced the quiet, a grim reminder that this world remained relentlessly, brutally post-apocalyptic. Lu Shiyuan did not glance at the kneeling crowd below. He turned instead toward the dais's central chair, the seat once occupied by Deputy Chairman Lu Shiyuan, commanding the widest vantage across the entire plaza. Carved from costly rosewood, its backrest bore a golden emblem symbolizing authority. Lu Shiyuan seated himself, legs crossed with languid command. He patted his thigh and beckoned Ruan. Come. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and settled onto his lap, nestling into his warmth with practiced ease. One arm circled her waist, anchoring her securely. The other rested on the armrest, fingers tapping a slow, rhythmic cadence against the polished wood. Tap, tap, tap. Each soft resonance struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those below. Well then, Lu Shiyuan said, his voice low yet imbued with unassailable dominion. That memorial service was admirably lively. Now, the funeral concludes. Let us hold a meeting. The senior officers and officials, still trembling moments before, stiffened at once. They knew true reckoning had only just begun. First order. Lu Shiyuan idly twirled a strand of Ruan's hair between his fingertips, winding and releasing it with hypnotic patience. From this day forth the Dawn base shall have no council. All decisions flow directly to me, via Qin Feng. And before reporting, he shall first consult my wife's counsel. An elderly officer, unable to contain himself, raised his head, lips trembling. Commander, this violates protocol. ZZZT. A slender bolt of black lightning struck the concrete before him, blasting a smoking crater. Shrapnel sliced across his cheek. Lu Shiyuan did not deign to look at him. In this base, Ruan's happiness is the highest law. Ruan rested against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her lips curving faintly upward. Gazing upon the sea of faces, furious yet powerless, she felt triumph flood her veins, almost spilling over. Once reading novels, she dismissed such scenes as absurd wish fulfillment. Now experiencing it firsthand, she realized, it tasted divine. Was this the euphoria of clinging to the strongest pillar in the apocalypse? Second matter. Lu Shiyuan's voice resumed calm and unhurried. Recompile the base's full inventory list, especially. He glanced down at Ruan in his arms. Those strawberry tins, and the brand of bath gel you favor. If even one bottle is missing. His gaze lifted, locking onto the logistics director cowering at the rear. The portly man slammed his forehead onto the ground with a thunderous thud. All present. Not a single tin missing. I've kept them all for madam. Anyone who touches them dies by my hand. Lu Shiyuan nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Clearly everyone understands their place. Rising, he cradled Ruan in one arm, as effortlessly as lifting a porcelain doll. This meeting concludes here. I am escorting my wife home to rest. Remember, by sunrise tomorrow I wish to see no person in this base whom I find disagreeable. Without waiting for reaction, he turned and strode toward the parliament building, Ruan held close against his chest. Qin Feng stood below the dais, gripping a still-warm heavy machine gun, rendering a crisp, precise military salute toward the retreating pair. Then he pivoted, grinning savagely at the assembly of once powerful figures now prostrate and insignificant. Did you hear that? The chief's word is divine decree. So, if you value your lives, lay bare your assets. Now. Ruan nestled against Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, watching the plaza recede behind them, its inhabitants still kneeling, none daring to rise. The setting sun gilded his broad back, casting him in molten gold. Ruan tightened her arms around his neck and whispered near his ear. Brother, you were magnificent just now. Lu Shiyuan paused mid-step, then let out a low, resonant chuckle. That was magnificent. Tonight I'll show you something even more dazzling. Ruan flushed, burying her face in the hollow of his neck, speechless. Behind them the sky over Dawn Base had irrevocably changed hue. No longer the fractured domain of scheming factions. It was now a realm ruled solely by madness and queenship. A fireball still churned midair while charred metal fragments rained down onto the plaza's concrete, like hail, crackling sharply upon impact. Several armed helicopters, moments ago arrogant and invincible, now lay twisted in heaps of scrap iron, belching acrid black smoke. Lu Shiyuan lowered his hand, and withdrew a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his fingertips with unhurried precision. That casual gesture suggested he had just crushed not an elite task force, but a swarm of bothersome flies. A deathly silence blanketed the plaza. The high-ranking officials and officers who had knelt moments before now stood frozen, too terrified even to tremble, gaping upward like ducks strangled mid-cry mouths agape, as ash drifted down from the sky. SSS rank. This was the legendary power transcending human limits, no aiming required, no charging necessary, not even physical contact. With a mere thought, every living thing beneath this sky hung suspended between life and death. Who else wishes to report to the Alliance? Lu Shiyuan tossed the soiled handkerchief into a nearby blaze and swept his gaze across the crowd. No one dared speak. Even breaths were stifled to near silence. Lu Shiyuan. A shrill, aged voice suddenly shattered the stillness. At the front of the crowd, an elderly man with silver-streaked hair, an impeccably tailored Zhongshan suit rose slowly, leaning on his cane. He was patriarchally the head of the Li clan, one of the 4 great families governing the base. He monopolized grain trade within the base. Even the deputy director deferred to him out of respect. Though his legs trembled violently, patriarchally stepped forward, bolstered by the weight of his clan's influence and the vital supply channels he controlled. You murdered the deputy director, and now you've obliterated the Alliance's task force. This is treason. This is tyranny. We will report you to Alliance headquarters. Your inhuman acts will land you before a military tribunal. Encouraged by his lead, several other clan leaders exchanged glances and stepped forward emboldened. Precisely. Dawn Base belongs to the Alliance, not to you, Lu Shiyuan. Even if you are unmatched in strength, can you truly stand against the Alliance's million-strong army? Commander Lu, leave room for reconciliation. Tomorrow may yet bring cooperation. If you press this too far today, who will dare ally with you tomorrow? These men were accustomed to negotiating through rules and interests. In their worldview, even supreme power must bow to politics and yield to compromise. After all, the base could not function without families like theirs, the very architects of its economic lifelines. Law rarely punished the masses. Surely Lu Shiyuan would not slaughter every administrator. Lu Shiyuan listened to their clamor, his face utterly impassive. Then he glanced down and gently squeezed Su Ruan's fingers nestled in his arms. Ruan, did you hear that? Su Ruan yawned lazily and pressed her cheek against his chest, nuzzling softly. Hear what? She lifted a slender finger to clean her ear. Just a few old mosquitoes buzzing, giving me a headache. Alliance headquarters. Too far. I can't hear them. Lu Shiyuan gave a soft, quiet laugh. Good, that you cannot hear them. He raised his eyes, fixing them coldly upon patriarchally still ranting. No warning. No preamble. Snap, a crisp, sharp snap of his fingers. From beneath Patriarch Li's feet surged a bolt of pitch-black lightning. No scream. Not even a twitch. The man who moments earlier had thundered about military tribunals instantly solidified into a jet-black statue of carbonized ash. A gust of wind stirred. With a brittle shatter, the statue crumbled, scattering into fine black dust that mingled with the plaza's grime. Those who had just echoed Patriarch Li's cries fell abruptly silent. They stared wide-eyed at the pile of black powder on the ground, minds utterly blank. Dead. Just like that. Not even a final word uttered. Anyone else wish to report to the Alliance? Lu Shiyuan's voice remained calm, as if asking what to have for dinner. Thud. Thud. The men who had risen staggered forward, knees buckling in unison as they dropped to the ground, bowing lower than any had ever bowed before. Clan pride supply networks. Before absolute death, they meant less than nothing. And no, we beg mercy, Commander. We were misled by that old fool. We sever all ties with the Alliance. Henceforth we follow only your command. Lu Shiyuan didn't spare them a glance. Cradling Su Ruan, he turned and ascended the marble steps of the Parliament building, the symbol of ultimate authority. Qin Feng followed behind, hefting a heavy machine gun, like a guardian deity blocking all sight lines. Lu Shiyuan paused, turning his back to the crowd. Remember this. From today onward, Dawn Base does not belong to the Alliance. It belongs to Lu. His voice cut cleanly through the wind, striking each heart like a hammer blow. And one more thing. Lu Shiyuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bowed heads. Within this base, Su Ruan's words are my command. Whoever makes her frown, even once, I will erase his entire bloodline. Did you understand? Yes, we understand. We understand. A chorus of desperate ragged shouts erupted across the plaza, each voice straining, terrified that hesitation would render them the next pile of black ash. Su Ruan rested her chin on Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, watching those once mighty figures, men who'd never deigned to meet her eyes, now groveling like dogs upon the earth. She hooked her fingers around his neck. Brother, you're frighteningly fierce. But I love it. Lu Shiyuan carried her inside, shutting the clamor of the world behind closed doors. Night descended. The top-floor office of the Parliament building blazed with light. Lu Shiyuan sat behind the broad rosewood desk, idly circling words on a document with a fountain pen. Su Ruan curled up beside him on the sofa, cradling a steaming bowl of red bean, tine, cheeks plump with each bite. Qin Feng entered, clutching a thick dossier. His combat fatigues remained unwashed, reeking of gunpowder and blood. Boss. He laid the dossier on the desk, voice thrumming with suppressed exhilaration. This is the list of those who stirred trouble during your absence. Beyond those dealt with in the plaza, many more skulked in shadows. Some attempted to smuggle supplies, others secretly transmitted signals to the Alliance, and some. Qin Feng glanced at Su Ruan, lowering his voice. Some placed bounties for Madame's whereabouts on the black market, hoping to sell her for reward. Su Ruan paused mid-chew. She swallowed the sweet broth and leaned over to examine the dossier. Hundreds of names, dense, meticulous, chilling. Among them, even a few logistics supervisors she'd once considered mildly kind. So many, she murmured softly. Lu Shiyuan set down his pen and scanned the list. His expression remained unchanged. Only 2 quiet taps of his fingertips upon the desk. Qin Feng. Yes, sir. You won't sleep tonight. Lu Shiyuan slid the dossier back. Go door to door, following every name on this list. Those who resist, kill. Those who hide, kill. Those who beg, kill. 3 words, each spoken softer than the last. Yet the air froze to glacial stillness. Qin Feng grinned, revealing teeth sharp and white. Understood. By dawn, not even a disobedient rat will remain in this base. He snatched up the dossier, snapped a salute, and strode out. As the door clicked shut, Su Ruan heard the distant piercing wail of the assembly whistle outside. That was the herald of death. Lu Shiyuan rose, walked to the sofa, and lifted Su Ruan into his arms. Are you full, eh? She nodded and set the half-finished bowl on the coffee table. Yes. He carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window. This was the highest vantage in the base, commanding a panoramic view of the city's nocturnal sprawl. Normally at this hour the base lay corpse still, only patrol beams slicing through darkness. Tonight was different. Flames ignited across the cityscape. Qin Feng's cleansing campaign unfolding in real time. Gunfire, explosions, screams, even muffled behind bulletproof glass, filtered faintly into the room. Su Ruan watched a luxury mansion vanish beneath roaring flames. That was Patriarch Li's residence. She could imagine the scene within. The very people who treated her as cargo bait refuse, now drowning in true despair. Brother. Su Ruan pressed her forehead against the cool glass, gazing at the firelight staining half the sky crimson. Are we killing too many? Though she loathed them, witnessing such wholesale purging sent a primal shiver through her. These were hundreds of lives, thousands of souls bound to them. Lu Shiyuan wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin atop her head. His warmth seeped through her thin fabric, dissolving the chill in her chest. Not enough. His voice was low, steady, utterly certain. This world has always been filthy. If rotting flesh is left uncut, the wound festers faster. He covered her hand with his own, guiding her fingertip toward a distant slum district. There no flames burned, only scattered candlelight flickered. Faint cheers and rhythmic drumbeats drifted across the night. Do you hear them? Lu Shiyuan whispered beside her ear. They're celebrating. Su Ruan blinked, bewildered. Celebrating, while slaughter raged outside. These clans hoarded supplies, trading moldy rice for human lives. Qin Feng seized their warehouses. Grain is being distributed to the underclass now. For those who merely wish to survive, tonight isn't massacre. It's New Year's Eve. Su Ruan gazed upon the slum. Survivors, once hollow-eyed walking corpses, now knelt on bare earth, bowing deeply toward the parliament building. They cared not who died. They knew only that Lu Shiyuan had returned. The demon who shielded the base, who ensured their next meal, had come home. That was enough. Su Ruan's heartbeat steadied. She turned, burrowing deeper into Lu Shiyuan's embrace, arms locking tight around his lean waist. Brother, you're a good man. Lu Shiyuan chuckled at the unexpected label. He lifted her chin, meeting her eyes, mirroring the firelight dancing within them. I am a madman, a butcher, a tyrant. I am anything, but never a good man. He leaned in until his lips hovered a centimeter from hers. I do this, not to save the world, but to give you a world cleansed of filth. A world where no one dares wrong you, where no one dares steal what is yours. Even if I tear open the heavens, I will mend it for you. Su Ruan's heart skipped violently. She stared at the man before her. The crimson haze had receded from his eyes, but the obsessive devotion burning there had never burned brighter. He was an Azura risen from hell itself, yet all his tenderness belonged solely to her. Su Ruan rose onto her toes and kissed him. Then I shall be the tyrant's demon consort, the kind who brings ruin upon nations. Lu Shiyuan cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Outside, firelight bathed them both, their shadows merging entwined upon the wall. Explosions became the grandest symphony. That night, Dawn Base's old order collapsed in conflagration, and upon its ashes a new throne was forged. Dawn broke. The first golden rays pierced cloud cover, spilling over the scarred plaza. A faint scent of burnt residue lingered, but the ground had been washed immaculately clean. Bodies, bloodstains, rubble, all vanished as if they had never existed. The conference room door swung open. Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the table, cradling a steaming cup of black coffee. Su Ruan sat beside him, delicately applying lipstick with a small mirror. Young officers and newly promoted administrators filled the long table, faces reverent yet alight with unquenchable vitality. Qin Feng stood behind Lu Shiyuan, placing a fresh dossier on the table. Sir, the purge is complete. Also, this was found in the Li family's underground vault. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the photograph atop the dossier, a grotesque biological specimen sealed within a cryogenic chamber. It resembled a human, yet bore undeveloped fleshy wings sprouting from its back. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted sharply. He'd seen this creature before, in S-City's Zero Lab. A failed product of the God-making project. How did the Li family obtain this? Lu Shiyuan set down his cup, voice dropping to glacial frost. Qin Feng's expression darkened. According to interrogation, it was secretly shipped here by Alliance headquarters. They appear to be searching for something. And Qin Feng glanced at Su Ruan's still dabbing lipstick, then hesitated. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes. Speak. They refer to this specimen as Eve's clone. Clack. Su Ruan's tiny mirror slipped from her fingers, clattering onto the table. She looked up at the photo. Though distorted and warped, the creature's face bore an unmistakable, haunting resemblance. 3 parts hers. Lu Shiyuan's aura turned monstrous. Black lightning cracked across the conference room. Eve. He gripped Su Ruan's icy hand, knuckles whitening. It seems our reckoning remains unfinished. Qin Feng, prepare the vehicle. Where to? Lu Shiyuan rose, tearing the dossier into confetti. We will turn the Alliance's so-called headquarters upside down, until nothing remains but dust. Before heading to the Alliance headquarters, I must meet a group first. And Lu Shiyuan had barely stepped out of the conference room when the floor beneath his feet began to tremble faintly. This vibration was neither from an explosion nor an earthquake. It was the resonant thunder of thousands of heavy military boots striking the ground in unison. Qin Feng stood at the far end of the corridor. The murderous aura that usually clung to his face had vanished entirely. His normally taut features were now twisted, straining to smile, yet desperately holding it back. Boss, we can't hold them back. Qin Feng stepped aside and gestured downward. Word spread you'd returned, with a mountain bride in tow. Those wild pups who've been roaming outside for half a year have stormed back en masse. They've jammed the base gates so tight they're about to burst, desperate just to catch a glimpse of the madam. Su Ruan nestled against Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, her fingers idly twisting the collar of his uniform as she heard the term mountain bride. Are they frightening? I heard your former subordinates are ruthless demons who kill without blinking. Will they scorn me, someone who merely eats idle meals? Lu Shiyuan cradled her with one arm, while pushing open the glass door leading to the terrace with the other. Na Gale rushed in, thick with the stench of sweat and gunpowder. Frightening. Lu Shiyuan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Before me, even dragons coil, and tigers lie low. In the square before the Parliament building was now a sea of black, dense, teeming alive. Not the lifeless hush of a funeral, but a boiling, churning ocean of darkness. Thousands of burly men clad in mismatched combat gear streaked with blood and grime pressed tightly together. Some hefted rocket launchers, others gripped cleavers still dripping black gore, a few even rode atop mutated boars. This was Lu Shiyuan's ace, the Nightfall Legion. The most feared rabid unit across the entire apocalypse. Hey old Li, heard the madam can rip mechs apart barehanded. True or false? Nonsense. What I heard is she's a zombie. Eats 3 children per meal. Nah, thick-bearded giant elbowed his neighbor. Shut it. Team leader Qin said the madam is delicate. Voices must stay low or she'll faint on the spot. Nah, lanky man wiped his rifle face, shrouded in theatrical mystery. Faint. We live by the edge of the blade. Why bring home a porcelain doll that shatters at a touch? Boss has lost his mind. And amid the clamor, a sharp, icy snort echoed from above the terrace. Soft, but like ice water poured into scalding oil. Thousands fell silent in an instant, all necks snapping upward. Lu Shiyuan stood beside the railing, his black trench coat billowing violently in the wind. Su Ruan nestled securely in his arms, revealing only a palm-sized face, curious, wide-eyed, peering down. That blinding, ethereal whiteness clashed violently against the grimy, chaotic black below. Boss! Thousands of throats roared as one. The shockwave nearly shattered the Parliament building's windows. Lu Shiyuan frowned slightly and lifted a hand to shield Su Ruan's ears. Keep it down. The killers below instantly choked into silence, like chickens strangled mid-cry. Na, bald, granite-muscled giant, 2 meters tall, pushed forward from the ranks. He led the first squad, codenamed Iron Tower. He tilted his head up, forcing a smile onto his broad, scarred face. One meant to appear gentle, yet resembling more a predator baring its fangs. Boss, is this the madam? Didn't prepare much. I just cut my way back from a zombie horde. Here, this is for the madam as a welcome gift. Iron Tower drew a serrated dagger, half a meter long, from his belt. Black ichor and unidentifiable flesh clung to its blade, reeking of putrid decay. He held it aloft, beaming like a child offering treasure. Forged from the tusk of a level 5 mutant beast, cut steel like silk. Madam, keep it close. Anyone dares harm you, stab them clean through the heart. Su Ruan stared at the weapon, longer than her forearm, then at the viscous droplets clinging to its edge. She shrank deeper into Lu Shiyuan's chest, her face paling. Brother, does he want to kill me? Lu Shiyuan's expression darkened like a storm-blackened sky. Before Iron Tower could react, a black lightning orb slammed down beside his feet. Boom. The blast hurled Iron Tower backward. He scrambled upright, dazed and dust-covered. And boss, why'd you hit me? Get out. And Lu Shiyuan looked down upon him, voice laced with disdain. And she can't even twist open a bottle cap. Yet you give her a blade. Do you intend it for defense, or for her to lop off her own foot? And the men below exchanged stunned glances. And can't even open a bottle cap. So weak. Would she be nothing but dead weight in this apocalypse? NSU Ruan sensed their skeptical gazes, not flinching but lifting her head from Lu Shiyuan's embrace. She extended one delicate pale hand and pointed toward a dusty pink trinket dangling from Iron Tower's belt, a grime-streaked rabbit plushie he'd scavenged from ruins as a crude ornament. I don't want the knife. In her voice, soft and honey-sweet, drifted on the wind to every ear. And may I have that rabbit instead? Silence swallowed the square. An Iron Tower froze, and he glanced down at the grimy, battered toy, then up again at the woman on the balcony, pristine, luminous, angelic. He'd meant to toss it to his dog for chewing. Frantically he unhooked the plushie, then hesitated, afraid to hurl it upward and strike her. Bring it up, Lu Shiyuan commanded. An Iron Tower scrambled upstairs, breathless. And standing before Su Ruan, the merciless killer trembled, hands shaking uncontrollably. Too white, and too fragrant. And her faint milky sweetness made him feel like a maggot freshly crawled from a dung pit. He scrubbed his palms furiously against his uniform before gingerly pinching the rabbit's ears and offering it forward. Madam, it's filthy. NSU Ruan didn't recoil. With two slender fingers she accepted the absurdly ugly yet charming toy, and flashed Iron Tower a gentle crescent-eyed smile. Thank you, big man. That single smile. An Iron Tower felt his crown split open, struck by divine lightning. And not just him, thousands below, craning their necks upward, collectively sucked in a sharp, stunned breath. She's impossibly gentle. This what a woman truly is. And nothing like the gun-wielding, battle-hardened women back at base. Madam, I've got candy. Strawberry flavored. And someone shouted from the crowd. And instantly the tone shifted. Madam, look here. I've got a silk scarf. Just dug it from a mall ruin. Still brand new. And get lost. That scarf's gone sour. Madam, I've got canned peaches. And madam, I've got a mutant kitten. Won't bite. Super playful. In the square, moments ago charged with lethal intent, had transformed into a grand, chaotic offering ceremony. These men, ruthless arsonists and murderers, now scrambled to impress Su Ruan, ready to turn their pockets inside out. Bloodied blades, venom-tipped spikes, all forgotten. None's sole mission remained in delight the madam. Su Ruan leaned over the railing, watching the burly men brawl playfully below, giggling softly. Brother, they aren't quite as terrifying as I imagined. Rather adorable. Lu Shiyuan stood behind her, gaze fixed on the ragged plushie clutched in her small hands, and then down at his men vying for her favor with desperate, almost jealous fervor. His expression darkened further, and the air chilled sharply. ZZZT. Black arcs crackled at his fingertips, dangerous, volatile. Qin Feng, Ni's voice dropped to glacial frost. Qin Feng, already reaching to hand out candies, jolted upright, snapping to attention. Sir, issue orders. Lu Shiyuan swept Su Ruan back into his arms, shielding her completely from view. All personnel, immediate 100-kilometer weighted endurance run. Now. Immediately. Qin Feng blinked, dumbfounded. Boss, we haven't even eaten since returning. 200 kilometers. Lu Shiyuan added the penalty face, impassive. Henceforth, if anyone flashes those gleaming teeth at her, I'll tear everyone out. My woman, is she yours to gaze upon? Qin Feng watched his commander's possessive, rabid glare, and silently lit a candle for his doomed brothers below. It was over. And this wasn't just a new madam brought home. It was a sovereign deity, a living catalyst capable of tipping Lu Shiyuan's jealousy into full-blown apocalyptic fury. Yes, 200 kilometers. Executing immediately. Qin Feng spun around and bellowed down at the still grinning crowd. Stop laughing now. All units, about face, destination west suburb wasteland. March. Whales pierced the sky. Wise. I haven't even given her my candy yet. Boss is jealous, blatantly, shamelessly jealous. Madam, help. Boss is torturing prisoners. Su Ruan laughed helplessly in Lu Shiyuan's arms, trembling with mirth. She reached up and poked his rigid pectoral muscle. Commander brother, you're already jealous, they only offered a rabbit. Lu Shiyuan caught her mischievous finger and gave it a light, chastising bite. Gentle, but edged with warning. Not even rabbits. He plucked the tattered plushie from her grasp and tossed it carelessly to Qin Feng. Discard it. If you want a rabbit, I'll fetch you a live one. An S-class mutant sovereign. It's for softer than this. NSU Ruan laughed, exasperated by his arrogant, unshakable certainty. Rising onto her toes, she kissed his jaw. Fine. Anything you bring me I'll love. Nonly then did Lu Shiyuan's stern expression soften. He carried her inside, shutting the clamor firmly behind them. Pack up. Since those fools have such boundless energy, they'll guard the base. We're going to the Alliance headquarters. He strode to the desk, picked up the photograph labeled Eve Clone, and ignited a flicker of black flame, reducing it to ash. Let's see who dares replicate you, then call it a monster. NSU Ruan watched the ash drift down, her smile fading. She touched her own cheek. And brother. And if there truly are many me's there. And will you mistake one for me? Lu Shiyuan paused. And he turned, his gaze locking onto her clear, contrasting eyes. In that intensity, as if she were the sole axis of his entire world. Never. And he stepped forward and claimed her lips in a slow, deep kiss. And souls carry rot. Even perfect shells are trash. And but you are sweet. Uniquely, irreplaceably sweet. And meanwhile, deep beneath the Alliance headquarters, 500 kilometers from Dawnlight Base. Within a colossal bioreactor, emerald fluid bubbled steadily. And dozens of identical girls floated motionless. Eyes closed, bodies tethered by tubes, faces serene and eerily uniform. An elderly man in a white lab coat stood before the control console watching data stream across the screen and let out a hoarse, hollow chuckle. And at last you've returned. My Eve. And this time Father will never let you escape again. And beep. Not crimson alert box flashed violently on screen. S-class energy source detected. Rapid approach confirmed. And target locked. Lu Shiyuan. And the old man adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and pressed a red button. Deploy the Annihilator. And guests deserve proper hospitality. And from the darkness, several pairs of crimson eyes snapped open. Monsters driven solely by slaughter instinct, and bearing rows of jagged fangs facing directly toward Dawnlight Base. Lu Shiyuan had barely stepped out of the conference room when the shrill alarm tore through the base's sky, before he could even order his vehicle prepared. This time it was not the crimson alert signaling external invasion. It was the violet alarm, the highest level biohazard warning. Chaos erupted suddenly in the plaza below. From the direction of the slums, where residents had been distributing supplies and celebrating the Lunar New Year, pierced a chorus of agonized screams. Not the guttural cries of zombie bites, but the raw flayed shrieks of living flesh being stripped from bone. Qin Feng's walkie-talkie crackled violently, erupting with the patrol captain's panicked roar. Boss, something's wrong. Mass collapse in the slums. Not ordinary zombie virus. Our healing tier brothers couldn't hold the line. They're all collapsed. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-step and turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The flames from the slums still smoldered, now swallowed by an eerie viridian smoke rising like spectral breath. The crowd scattered like ants disturbed from their nest, wails and sobs rode the wind into his ears, chilling the marrow. Let's go. Lu Shiyuan scooped Su Ruan into his arms and leapt straight through the glass. The central plaza of the slums. It had become a living hellscape. Hundreds of ragged survivors writhed on the ground. Their skin bore a ghastly bluish-purple hue mottled with black lesions the size of copper coins. Those lesions pulsed and spread like living things, something burrowing beneath flesh and sinew. No reanimation into shambling undead. The infected remained lucid, painfully excruciatingly so. They felt every inch of their bodies rotting away in real time, a torment infinitely worse than death itself. Several white-coated healers sat slumped on the ground, faces ashen, hands trembling. They had exhausted their abilities, yet not a single lesion had faded. Save me. Kill me. Please, kill me. A skeletal man clutched Lu Shiyuan's pant leg, fingernails gouging deep grooves into the leather of his combat boots. Half his face had already sloughed away, revealing black-veined gums and teeth stained with viscous tarry blood. Lu Shiyuan looked down. A flicker of black lightning leapt from his fingertip, swift, merciful final. The man ceased struggling, crumbling instantly into brittle charcoal. At the sight, the surrounding wails dissolved into absolute silence. Then deeper terror and fury began to ferment among the crowd. It's divine punishment. Heaven's wrath. No one knew who shouted first. The voice was shrill, incendiary. Lu Shiyuan has spilled too much blood. Heaven can no longer bear it. This is retribution. Retribution. Not Lu Shiyuan. It's that woman. Su Ruan. Another voice cut in immediately, buried deep within the throng, impossible to trace. Ever since she arrived, this base has known no peace. First the zombie siege, now this plague. She's an omen of doom. A demoness. Exactly. It's her. I heard it. She commands zombies outside the walls. She brought the virus in. Fear is the purest kindling. A single spark is enough to incinerate reason entirely. Refugees who'd knelt yesterday chanting, "Benevolent Lord," now stared at Su Ruan in Lu Shiyuan's arms, not with gratitude, but with primal dread and hatred. That instinctive recoil from death itself. Hand over Su Ruan. Burn the demoness. Only burning her will appease heaven. Throw her out. Don't let her doom us all. Thousands surged forward, clutching stones, splintered timber, even freshly distributed rice sacks. They dared not strike Lu Shiyuan directly, but every venomous curse was hurled at Su Ruan. Lu Shiyuan stood motionless. In that instant he found the world profoundly filthy. Yesterday's cries of just and noble lord, today curdled into feral betrayal, for survival's sake. This was humanity. Suicidal. 2 words slipped from his lips. The air itself froze. Black lightning detonated around him, carving a 10-meter sphere of absolute annihilation. Those nearest were hurled backward by the shockwave, landing hard and spitting blood. If you call this divine punishment. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand palm, facing the reckless mob. Then let me show you true heavenly retribution. Kill them all. Fools like these were merely wasted rations. Just as the lethal storm of black lightning gathered to descend, soft small fingers closed around his wrist. Ruan lifted her head from his chest. She gazed at the snarling, hate-filled crowd. No fear in her eyes, only a faint quiet bewilderment. Brother, don't rush. She tugged his hand gently. Killing's exhausting, and someone still has to clean up. His killing intent did not recede. It deepened. They want to burn you. Then let them burn. Ruan shrugged dismissive. Just a pack of fools. She released his hand and slipped down from his arms. Her stiletto heels clicked sharply against the blood-slicked pavement. Ruan smoothed her skirt and drew a slow, deliberate breath. The putrid stench permeating the air, lethal poison to others, was to her intoxicating. The scent of kin, even more refined, like a masterfully crafted confection. Every cell in her body sang, with hunger clamoring for sustenance. What are you doing? Lu Shiyuan frowned, reaching to pull her back. Don't move. Ruan glanced over her shoulder, flashing him a playful wink. I'm just grabbing a snack. Lu Shiyuan paused, stunned. Ruan turned and walked alone toward the seething mob. She moved slowly, hips swaying, skirt fluttering behind her. Against that infernal backdrop, she was breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly otherworldly. The demoness is coming. Kill her. Kill her. A riot erupted. A fist-sized stone flew from the rear, aimed squarely at Ruan's temple. Crack. It shattered midair half a meter from her face, vaporized by an invisible electric net. Lu Shiyuan stood behind her, fingers twitching faintly. The thrower screamed as his entire right arm detonated into crimson mist. Anyone who lifts a hand again. Lu Shiyuan's voice, low and quiet, silenced every sob and shout. I'll reduce his entire family to ash. The crowd fell utterly still. Bone-deep terror finally eclipsed rage. They parted instinctively, forming a path as Ruan walked in. She didn't glance left or right. Her gaze locked onto a small corner beside the road. Crouched, there was a little girl, 5 or 6 years old, clad in a grimy floral dress. Black lesions already bloomed across her face, half her eye obscured by necrotic tissue. She convulsed in silent agony, teeth clenched tight, not daring to cry out, clutching a tattered cloth doll to her chest. Mama. Hurts. Her whisper was thread-thin. Adults had long fled. No one dared approach this contagion. Ruan knelt before her. The sweet, cloying aroma intensified, making her throat ache with longing. Little one. Ruan extended her finger, lightly touching the girl's ravaged cheek. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. That toxin was lethal. A single drop of bodily fluid would strip even an S-rank esper bare to the muscle. Was this woman insane? The girl strained to open her one intact eye, meeting the impossibly beautiful woman before her. Sister, run, it spreads. Ruan smiled. Warm, tender, like she'd just discovered something precious beyond measure. No running. Sister is hungry. She lowered her head, drawing near the worst rotted patch of skin. Under the crowd's horrified gaze. She used no ability, no medicine. Instead, she opened her mouth and inhaled deeply, directly over the necrotic wound. Whoosh. The black lesions detached like living insects, coalescing into thick, writhing smoke, and streamed, eager and desperate, into Ruan's nostrils. The vapor reeked, thick with putrid, nauseating rot. Yet Ruan's expression was one of pure, rapturous delight. Like an addict inhaling the purest, most potent dose. A soft, satisfied sigh escaped her lips. As the black smoke vanished, the girl's wounds healed visibly. New pink, flesh blooming beneath. Within 10 seconds, the skeletal child's face was whole again, clean, rosy, healthier than before. Silence swallowed the plaza, absolute suffocating. Even Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes, his rescue-ready hand frozen midair. What was this? A human purification engine. Ruan rose, licking her lips with languid satisfaction. The black virus coursed through her, not harming but transforming, into a warm, radiant current that flooded her limbs and core. Her skin grew luminous. Her hair gleamed brighter. Even the faintest drowsiness evaporated. She let out a tiny, contented belch. She swept her gaze across the stunned refugees and the hundreds of dishes sprawled on the ground. This wasn't a disaster zone. It was an all-you-can-eat banquet. Who else hurts? Ruan tilted her head, her eyes shimmering with emerald light. Come forward. Sister will help you eat it away. Those who moments ago had demanded her burning now looked upon her differently. Not as a demoness, but as a deity descended. Divine maiden. A celestial being has graced us. No one knew who bowed first. Then, thud after thud, the crowd collapsed in unison. Divine maiden, save my son. I was blind. Divine maiden, spare me. Those who'd hurled stones now pressed their foreheads to the dirt, desperate to atone. Ruan ignored them. She approached the next infected and resumed her feast. Lu Shiyuan watched from afar, his gaze tracking her as she moved among the afflicted. With each step, each person she passed, the virus drained from their bodies, and her aura strengthened. Her presence grew denser, fiercer, emanating an energy so ancient, so primordial, that even he felt its tremor in his bones. Boss. Qin Feng swallowed hard, throat parched dry. Is his sister-in-law even human? Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He stared at Ruan's face, flushed, radiant, blooming with vitality from her meal. Human or not, she was his. Half an hour later, not a single whale remained in the plaza. All infected stood, weak, trembling, but alive. They knelt, prostrating themselves before Ruan, murmuring prayers of boundless gratitude. Ruan stood at the center, patting her slightly rounded belly. So full. This virus carried astonishingly pure energy, richer, more nourishing even than Lu Shiyuan's own essence. She felt capable of punching down an ox with one blow. Full A. Lu Shiyuan approached, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe her lips. His touch was tender, but his obsidian eyes held quiet, searching intensity. Ruan nodded obediently, leaning into him. Post-feast lethargy made her limbs heavy, deliciously inert. Brother, these people are too noisy. Let's go home. Lu Shiyuan lifted her effortlessly. His gaze swept over the kneeling masses. Remember how you look now. Next time you let yourselves be wielded as weapons, I'll cast you into that viral pit and let her feast on you again. He turned and walked away, cradling Ruan. This time no stones flew. All bowed, foreheads pressed to earth, until the black silhouette vanished beyond the horizon. Back at the council tower, Ruan sank onto the massive golden bed. She kicked off her heels, rolled once across the silk sheets, and hummed luxuriously content. Lu Shiyuan stood beside the bed, looking down at her. Ruan. He spoke unexpectedly. What are you? A constitution capable of devouring pathogens. This defied all human biology. Even the so-called perfect antibody offered no explanation. Ruan rolled onto her stomach, chin resting on folded hands as she gazed up at him. I'm yours. Her smile was guileless, innocent. Afraid I'll eat you. Lu Shiyuan leaned down, bracing his palms beside her shoulders, caging her between himself and the mattress. Eat me. His gaze lingered on her plump, flushed lips, the same lips that moments ago had drawn in virulent decay. Rather than revulsion, a strange electric thrill coiled low in his gut. Fine. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, biting gently at her earlobe. Tonight, you may feast to your heart's content. Just then, a sharp, urgent knock rattled the door. Boss, it's urgent. The virus sister-in-law absorbed. It's causing side effects. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion, snapping upright. What side effects? Qin Feng's voice trembled through the door. The little girl she just healed. Her eyes have changed color. They've turned the same crimson as yours. Lu Shiyuan turned to Ruan. She still lay sprawled on the bed, blissfully bewildered. Yet deep within her pupils, fleeting, unmistakable, glinted a ghostly, regal gold. Not human eyes, but those of a sovereign. Ruan released her hold. The little girl who had been on the verge of death now stared wide-eyed, her hands reaching up to touch her own cheeks in disbelief. The festering black ooze, dripping wounds were gone. In their place was fresh, tender new skin. Even her hair, once dull and yellowed from chronic malnutrition, now shimmered with a healthy luster. It doesn't hurt anymore. The little girl murmured, then suddenly threw herself into Ruan's arms, clinging tightly to her waist. Big sister smells nice. Big sister is a fairy. Ruan stumbled back half a step, but Lu Shiyuan's large hand was there to steady her back. She looked down at the little bundle clinging to her leg, but did not push her away. That recent feast had left her internal energy brimming and overflowing. It felt like a cat that had eaten its fill, languid yet bursting with power. Ruan looked up, her gaze sweeping over the still-dazed crowd. A faint, lingering odor of decay hung in the air, a testament to the virus's presence. How unpleasant. Ruan wrinkled her nose and waved a hand dismissively. The very instant she did, an invisible wave of force erupted from her, surging outward in all directions. It wasn't the energy wave of an esper, it felt more like an absolute decree from a higher being. A low hum. The very air trembled with a subtle vibration. The invisible floating black viral particles, the moment they touched this wave, disintegrated and vanished, as if they had encountered their natural predator. The gloomy, overcast sky even revealed a long-lost patch of azure blue. The survivors in the square suddenly felt a weight lift from their chests. The suffocating heaviness that had pressed on their hearts was gone. Several infected individuals with milder symptoms stared in amazement as the black patches on their arms faded before their eyes, eventually dissolving into wisps of smoke. It's gone. A middle-aged man held up his trembling hands, staring at his formerly ulcerated palms, now completely healed. He jerked his head up, looking at the woman standing in the center of the crowd. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its light perfectly upon Ruan. She stood there in her immaculate white dress, the imposing Lu Shiyuan behind her, and the reborn little girl at her feet. The scene was a staggering shock in this apocalypse of despair and slaughter. A miracle. This is a miracle. The middle-aged man fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the concrete floor hard enough to leave a bloody mark. A goddess has descended. Goddess, save us. His cry seemed to unleash a flood. In a rustling wave, the thousands of people who were still standing knelt down en masse like wheat side down. No one dared to remain standing. Even those onlookers who weren't infected felt their backs bow under the terrifying aura. Moments ago they had cursed her as a witch's scourge. Now they would have gladly ripped out their own hearts to prove their devotion. This transformation was born not of love, but of fear. Fear of death, awe of power. Ruan looked at the dark sea of kneeling heads before her, her expression utterly placid. She yawned, leaning back against Lu Shiyuan. Brother, they're so noisy. Lu Shiyuan wrapped an arm around her, his dark eyes reflecting the scene. He said nothing, but a faint mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. This was human nature. Offer a treat, and they kneel. Crack a whip, and they bite. Still, looking at the little woman in his arms worshipped by thousands, Lu Shiyuan felt an indescribable pleasure rise in his heart. His woman belonged in the clouds. Just then a jarring voice cut through the crowd. Don't believe her. She's faking it. It's all just an illusion. A weaselly-faced man was hunched over trying to slip away through the crowd. He had been the loudest one shouting, "Burn the witch," moments before, and was also an informant planted in the slums by Lu Shiyuan. Seeing the tide turn, his instincts screamed danger. Ruan's gaze followed the sound. She said nothing, just tilted her head, a hint of innocence in her clear, limpid eyes. Wasn't that the man who wanted to burn me with a torch? Her voice was light and soft, almost like she was being coy. But in the deathly silent square, it was louder than thunder. In a swift motion, thousands of eyes turned as one, fixing dead on that man. The confusion and reverence were gone from those stares, replaced by raw, naked, murderous intent. This man, he was the one who instigated the attack on the goddess. If the goddess got angry and withdrew her power, wouldn't they all die? Fear instantly transmuted into fury. It was the most extreme rage born of a desperate need to mask their own previous idiocy. Kill him. This beast made us offend the goddess. Beat him to death. Atone for our sins. No one knew who threw the first punch. A brick flew through the air with a whistle, striking the man squarely on the back of the head. Bang. Blood sprayed. The man screamed and collapsed. But it was only the beginning. Countless feet stomped down, countless fists rained down. The comrades, who had been chanting slogans with him moments before, were now demons demanding his life. Stop. Please. Help. His screams were quickly drowned out by the thudding of fists and feet. The man didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before he was torn apart by the furious mob. Blood stained a corner of the square. But no one stopped. They needed an outlet, they needed a token of loyalty. Only by beating this mastermind to a pulp could they prove they had distanced themselves from their earlier stupidity. Ruan watched the chaos, a flicker of boredom crossing her face. So violent. She shrank back into Lu Shiyuan's embrace, hiding from the sight. Brother, let's go. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze, not even sparing the pile of flesh a single glance. He shrugged off his black trench coat and wrapped it entirely around Ruan, leaving only her eyes visible. All right, let's go home. He scooped her up in his arms, stepping through the carnage towards the war chariot parked by the roadside. Behind them, the thousands of survivors still knelt. They didn't dare lift their heads until the roar of the engine faded into the distance, and only then did they collapse, gasping for air. After this battle, Ruan's status in the Dawn base was irrevocably changed. If Lu Shiyuan was the terrifying Shura, then Ruan was the Yama, who held the power of life and death. No one dared call her useless again, nor mention the word flower vase. Who would dare disrespect the goddess? The man beaten to pulp moments ago was the perfect example. Inside the war chariot, cut off from the outside world's clamor, the cabin was silent, filled only with the soft hum of the air conditioning. Ruan curled up in the spacious leather seat, still wrapped in Lu Shiyuan's coat. It carried his unique cold scent along with a faint hint of tobacco. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, holding a bottle of Evian water. He unscrewed the cap and brought it to her lips. Drink some water. Ruan took a couple of sips from his hand, then licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Brother. Moi. Will those people out there really listen? Lu Shiyuan pulled out a wet wipe from the side and meticulously cleaned her fingers, the ones that had touched the little girl. Even though the girl was healed, he still found it dirty. Yes. Lu Shiyuan's voice was flat. Fear is the best leash. As long as you can save lives and take them, they will be your most loyal dogs. He tossed the used wipe into the trash, then reached out, gripping Ruan's chin and forcing her to look up. The cabin lights were dim. Lu Shiyuan's deep dark eyes locked onto her face. Forget about that trash. Right now I'm more curious. Ruan, that thing you just ate. Was it good, eh? Ruan was taken aback. She looked at Lu Shiyuan. This man didn't ask her how she got this power, nor did he ask if she might turn into a monster. His only question was whether it tasted good. Ruan suddenly broke into a smile. She leaned in and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Nothing tastes as good as you, brother. Lu Shiyuan's eyes darkened instantly. He grabbed the back of her head, taking control of the kiss and deepening it. Just as their breaths intertwined, Ruan's hand resting on her knees suddenly trembled. A wave of heat surged from her abdomen, racing through her veins and flooding her entire body. It was the viral energy she had absorbed earlier, beginning its second round of fusion and eruption. A restless moan escaped Ruan's lips as she abruptly pushed Lu Shiyuan away. She clutched her chest, panting heavily. The clear black and white of her pupils was undergoing a drastic change. The black was receding. An eerie pure gold was slowly blooming in the depths of her pupils. Lu Shiyuan stared into her eyes. That was not a human color. It was the eye of a king standing at the top of the food chain, looking down upon all living things. Stop the car. Lu Shiyuan barked at Qin Feng in the driver's seat. The war chariot screeched to a halt by the roadside. Lu Shiyuan ignored Qin Feng's terrified glance back. His gaze was fixed on Ruan's increasingly brilliant golden eyes, his fingers tracing the corner of her eye. Ruan. Ruan looked up. In those golden eyes there was none of the usual softness or dependence. In their place was a chilling indifference and majesty that demanded submission. She looked at Lu Shiyuan and slowly parted her lips. Her voice was no longer soft, but carried a metallic resonance. Kneel. The air inside the vehicle hung heavy and suffocating. Those pure golden eyes held no trace of human emotion. Only an ancient, austere pressure, as if a higher-dimensional entity, gazed down upon insignificant insects. Qin Feng's hands trembled on the steering wheel. The sight in his rearview mirror froze his blood. His usually affectionate sister-in-law now radiated an aura more terrifying than an enraged warlord. Kneel. Lu Shiyuan repeated the two words. He did not kneel, not even a fraction of his spine bent. Instead, a dangerously sharp smile flickered across his stern, unyielding face. He reached out, ignoring the crushing psychic pressure capable of shattering an ordinary Esper's mind, and seized Su Ruan's nape with deliberate force. You wish to be my queen. Leaning in until their noses nearly touched, Lu Shiyuan drew close to those golden eyes. Then prove you have the strength to subdue me. Before the words faded, he kissed her, fierce, domineering, ravenous, with the raw hunger of a predator claiming its prey. Black lightning erupted within the narrow cabin, colliding violently with the golden ripples emanating from Su Ruan's body. Zzzt. The bulletproof glass instantly webbed with fractures. A soft, choked whimper escaped Su Ruan's throat, her golden eyes flared wide, then began to flicker wildly. That aloof, godlike sovereignty crumbled in less than 3 seconds beneath Lu Shiyuan's ruthless logic-defying defiance. The gold receded, revealing her familiar black irises once more. Su Ruan collapsed limply into Lu Shiyuan's arms, her cheeks flushed deep crimson, like ripe, blushing shrimp. I'm dizzy, she murmured dazedly, the world-shaking dominance she'd wielded moments before utterly vanished, replaced once again by her gentle, clinging presence. Lu Shiyuan released her, his thumb brushing lightly over her slightly swollen lips. Save commands like that for the bedroom. He pulled the dazed woman closer against his chest, then lifted his gaze toward Qin Feng, who sat frozen dumbstruck in the front seat. Have you stared enough? Qin Feng snapped back to reality and slammed his foot onto the accelerator. No, I saw nothing. Sir, you are unmatched in power. 3 days later, the conference hall of Dawn Base overflowed with personnel, yet this time no one dared sit. All Legion commanders and newly appointed senior administrators stood rigidly along both sides of the long table, breath held tight. Lu Shiyuan occupied the head seat, idly turning an S-rank crystal core, freshly excavated, in his fingers. Su Ruan sat beside him, engrossed in a match 3 game on her tablet. The cheerful chime of unbelievable, piercing the hall's oppressive silence. No one dared object. Not even the game, let alone dismantling the conference table for firewood, would draw protest. They would hand her the lighter without hesitation. Have you grown weary of that child's play? Called the council. Lu Shiyuan tossed the priceless crystal core onto the table with a crisp, echoing snap. A civilian administrator on the left wiped cold sweat from his brow and ventured cautiously. Commander, per the Alliance Charter, we must hold new elections for councilors then. Abolish it. Lu Shiyuan cut him off. From this day forward, Dawn Base has no council and no Alliance branch. Reclining in his chair, his gaze swept over every person present. The apocalypse does not require ballots. It demands obedience. Qin Feng, standing nearby, instantly grasped his intent. He stepped forward, withdrew a pre-drafted document from his inner pocket, and slapped it onto the table with decisive finality. Gentlemen, the commander's decree is clear. Since the old order lies in ruins, we shall forge a new one. An empire. Those 2 words struck like thunder. Even among those who'd anticipated them, hearts lurched. Empire. It meant absolute authority. It meant autocracy. It meant Lu Shiyuan would reign as sole sovereign over this desolate wasteland. Our imperial name, Dawn. Qin Feng continued, voice thrumming with fervor. The capital, Dawn City. All institutions shall be dismantled and rebuilt anew. Military and civil authority vested solely in the commander, in his majesty. No dissent arose. Those who might have objected had turned to ash on the plaza 3 days prior. A timid voice pierced the silence. Su Ruan lifted her gaze from the tablet, blinking wide, innocent eyes. What am I then? Lu Shiyuan turned, his harsh, angular features softening instantly. You are Empress. She tilted her head, nose wrinkling in gentle consternation. Empress, does that mean I must rise at dawn? Must oversee countless meals? Must sign decrees? She'd seen it all in period dramas. Being Empress was exhausting, demanding endless palace intrigue with rival consorts. I refuse. She tossed the tablet aside and burrowed deeper into Lu Shiyuan's embrace. I only want to sleep, eat delicious things, and play games. Governing a nation is too taxing. It'll give me baldness. Senior officials exchanged strained glances. This was the Empress's seat, coveted in dreams by legions of women. Yet this one complained of fatigue. Lu Shiyuan laughed, a warm, rich sound, and pinched Su Ruan's cheek, his tone dripping with indulgent tenderness. Who said you'd govern? In this empire you bear only 2 responsibilities. First, be beautiful. Second, be joyful. As for slaughter, conquest, and statecraft, that filth and toil is mine to bear. Her eyes lit up. Truly, no early rising. None. Sleep as late as you please. I want those mutated strawberries from South City. Send men to harvest them. Fence the entire field. exclusively for your consumption. Su Ruan nodded satisfied and reclaimed her tablet. Fine, I'll deign to accept the title of Empress. Silence fell over the assembled leadership. Was this effortless triumph incarnate? The founding ceremony was scheduled for 1 week hence. Dawn City erupted in feverish anticipation. Though supplies remained scarce, survivors citywide mobilized spontaneously for the grand event. A crimson carpet stretched from the city gates to the former council hall, now the Imperial Palace. Woven from dyed mutant beast hide, it gleamed like fresh blood. Inside the dressing chamber, several elderly tailors, recruited from the slums, stood trembling before Lu Shiyuan, clutching a dazzling golden robe. They had labored through 3 sleepless nights to craft this dragon robe, embroidered with 9 golden dragons in opulent detail. Lu Shiyuan glanced once, and his brows knotted into a deep, disapproving frown. Remove it. Burn it. The elder tailor dropped to his knees terrified. Your Majesty, this is ancestral tradition. I require no theatrical costume to validate my authority. He tugged at his faded black military uniform, then draped his signature black cloak over his shoulders. This uniform bears the blood of 10,000 zombies. It commands far greater awe than that gilded relic. Turning, he looked towards Su Ruan. She stood before a mirror, troubled. She wore a flowing white gown woven from high-tier mutant silkworm silk, its hem studded with tiny diamonds shimmering under the light. Exquisitely beautiful, yet, brother, this headdress is unbearably heavy. Su Ruan pointed to the solid gold phoenix crown atop her head, her neck straining under its weight. Can I skip it? Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, removed the garish golden crown with one hand, and tossed it casually to a waiting attendant. Too light, it does not suit you. He withdrew a small black velvet box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a delicate singular crown. No gold, no diamonds. Forged entirely from 9 uniquely hued crystal cores. At its center pulsed a violet-black S-rank Thunder Attribute Zombie Sovereign core, radiating palpable, chilling energy. Attendants gasped sharply. This was no mere crown. It was the combined essence of 9 S-rank zombie sovereigns. Worn upon the head, it would compel every zombie within 10 miles to kneel in submission. This is your betrothal gift. Lu Shiyuan placed the crown upon Su Ruan's brow himself. The core energies had been refined, harmless to her, yet forming an innate protective barrier. Wear it, and none shall harm you, even should I stand far from your side. Su Ruan traced the cool surface of the crystals, sensing the surging vibrant power within. This seems delicious. She suppressed the urge to pluck one and taste it, offering Lu Shiyuan a sweet, radiant smile in the mirror. Thank you, husband. On the day of the ceremony, sky unblemished, cloudless. Thousands filled the square, yet silence reigned so profound a pin's fall would echo. Leaders from over a dozen satellite bases attended. Initially hesitant, but they'd arrived overnight bearing tribute after hearing Lu Shiyuan single-handedly annihilated the Alliance task force. Who dared refuse? S-rank mutant beast heads lined Dawn City's ramparts. At noon precisely, a deep resonant horn blared. Lu Shiyuan and Su Ruan appeared together at the end of the crimson carpet. He wore his black military uniform, tall, unwavering, radiating the lethal aura of one forged in oceans of blood and corpses. She wore her white gown crowned by the crystalline diadem, ethereal, otherworldly, like a celestial spirit descended upon mortal soil. Stark contrast, and yet profoundly harmonious. Step by step they ascended the highest altar. With each step tens of thousands bowed lower, until at the summit they stood sovereign over the steel and concrete metropolis below. Lu Shiyuan delivered no grand oration. He simply drew his saber and thrust it skyward. ZZZZT. A pillar of black lightning pierced the heavens, shattering the clouds. Let this mark our boundary. His voice, amplified by thunder, rolled across the city. Obey and flourish. Resist and perish. The Dawn Empire is born. Long live His Majesty. Long live Her Majesty. A tidal wave of roaring acclamation drowned the world. Su Ruan stood beside Lu Shiyuan, gazing down at the sea of fervent, worshipful faces. Suddenly she realized, the sensation of being revered by 10,000 souls wasn't unpleasant at all. She slipped her fingers softly into his palm. Brother. Shall we make a crown prince for fun? Lu Shiyuan's grip on his blade locked rigid. He turned, eyes locking onto this petite woman whose words never failed to ignite chaos, and storm-black intensity coalesced in his gaze. What did you say? Su Ruan blinked, unaware danger loomed. I said, back to the palace. Lu Shiyuan cut her off, swept her into his arms, and strode away with commanding strides. The ceremony concluded. Far more urgent matters now demanded attention. Hey, it's not over yet. The envoys haven't kowtowed. She squirmed in his arms. Let them kowtow to empty air. Lu Shiyuan gritted his teeth, voice low and dark as midnight. If the Empress wishes to bless this empire with an heir, then His Majesty shall serve with utmost devotion. Lu Shiyuan cradled Su Ruan, not fleeing the plaza outright, but striding with deliberate gravity toward the obsidian altar that symbolized absolute sovereignty. The altar's summit stood barren. No ritual implements cluttered its surface, no prayer mats knelt before heaven and earth. At its heart rested only a colossal black throne. Carved from a single meteorite, it gleamed with an abyssal blackness radiating a chilling aura that tightened the chest. Its back bore no dragons or phoenixes. Only jagged, snarling lightning motifs coiled, as if ready to detonate at any moment. This was the seat of a tyrant. Lu Shiyuan approached it, turned, and seated himself, without releasing Ruan. Instead, he drew her close, settling her firmly across his lap. Below, the breath of 10,000 souls froze in unison. By the old world's decree, an emperor's ascension demanded solitary sovereignty. Even the empress could occupy only a subordinate seat behind him. Yet Lu Shiyuan sat brazenly cradling a woman as though she were a peerless treasure atop the very apex of power. Brother, this chair is too hard. Ruan wriggled slightly in his arms, puckering her lips in mild distaste. It's uncomfortable. Her voice, amplified, rippled across the entire plaza. The chief ceremonial officer broke into cold sweat. This was the founding ceremony, the dragon throne itself. And this ancestral figure dared complain it was hard. Lu Shiyuan did not so much as furrow his brow. He shifted subtly to ease her posture, one hand shielding her waist from the meteorite's icy chill. Bear with it, he murmured beside her ear. Once the rite concludes, we'll dismantle this throne and line it with the downy fur of mutated beasts. The ceremonial officer nearly collapsed. Dismantle the dragon throne to pad it with fur. A sovereign beyond reckoning, utterly, irrevocably mad. Lu Shiyuan paid no heed to the turmoil below. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the sea of kneeling figures. A wave of SSS-tier dominance, surging forth unrestrained and absolute. The faintest murmur vanished instantly. The wind stilled. The clouds parted. For that suspended moment, the world narrowed to a single man enthroned high above all. Qin Feng ascended the steps, bearing a scepter over a meter long. Forged from an unknown silvery alloy, its tip held a fist-sized source energy crystal, plundered from the Alliance's central core, capable of powering an entire metropolis for a decade. Now it had been refashioned into a walking staff. Qin Feng knelt on one knee, raising the scepter aloft with both hands. Your Majesty, accept the scepter of sovereign authority. Lu Shiyuan reached out and casually seized the rod that embodied supreme dominion. He did not raise it to proclaim his rule. Instead, he weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then handed it directly into Ruan's hands. Hold it. Ruan clutched the heavy staff, bewildered. What for? For play. Lu Shiyuan spoke with detached nonchalance. Too light to strike with proper force. Keep it as ornament. When bored, use it to crack walnuts. The kneeling elite trembled violently at the corners of their mouths. Crack walnuts with a source energy core. Were those walnuts forged from diamond? Yet Ruan delighted in the crystal's glittering brilliance atop the staff. She lifted it toward the sun. The gem refracted dazzling light, illuminating her delicate features with ethereal radiance. Pretty. Her smile lit her eyes like crescent moons. Let's keep it. Lu Shiyuan watched her joy, and the storm in his gaze softened, receding like tide from shore. He raised his open palm. No vow, no witness required. Black lightning coalesced within it, erupting upward as a pillar of incandescent light that pierced the heavens. A thunderous rend split the sky. Obsidian bolts churned through the clouds, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon that circled the altar, roaring with primordial fury. That apocalyptic power compelled every soul to kneel instinctively. Yet Lu Shiyuan's voice cut cleanly through the storm, resonating in each ear with crystalline clarity. I, Lu Shiyuan, believe in no God, bow to no heaven. Today I swear an oath, I shall not guarantee bountiful harvests nor eternal peace upon this earth. I swear only to protect Ruan alone. So long as she lives, this world endures. Should she fall, what need have I of all these mortals? A madman, utterly, irredeemably mad. Yet this blasphemous, treasonous vow sent a shiver deep into the marrow of every witness. Raw, primal, undeniable. In this shattered age where order had crumbled to dust, they needed no benevolent sage. They needed a monster, fierce enough, ruthless enough, to quell the terror that ruled their nights. And now that monster possessed a single vulnerability and a single leash. Ruan tilted her head upward, gazing upon the man who stood bathed in lightning. Godlike, terrifying, divine. His profile was carved from cold steel, yet his eyes, when fixed upon her, burned with a heat that could melt mountains. This was her man, trampling the world beneath his boots only to lift her gently into his palms. Long live His Majesty. Qin Feng was first to cry out, voice raw with fervor. Long live Her Royal Highness the Empress. That cry ignited the crowd like tinder. Long live His Majesty. Long live Her Royal Highness the Empress. Tens of thousands roared as one, their voices drowning out the thunder above. Even those who'd once whispered she was mere ornament, mere poison, now shouted loudest of all. Who dared remain silent? Did they not see the thunder dragon's gaze fixed upon them? Lu Shiyuan looked down at the small woman in his arms, dazed by the sheer volume of adulation. Gently he adjusted the slightly askew crown of crystalline shards upon her brow. Ruan, moi, you are now the mistress of this empire. He gestured toward the vast expanse of prostrate figures. Say something. Ruan blinked slowly. Say something. She surveyed the kneeling masses, the soldiers in weathered uniforms, the ragged refugees, even the trembling old tailor she'd met earlier in the fitting room. Each head bowed low like convicts awaiting judgment. Suddenly her stomach growled. She'd drunk only milk that morning. too nervous to eat before squeezing into the tight gown. Hours had passed. Her ribs pressed against her spine. If she truly was the mistress, might she speak plainly? Ruan raised the scepter, waving it lightly like a wand. Her voice soft and honeyed carried through the amplifier with the drowsy lilt of someone just awakened. Silence fell, absolute breathless. Every soul waited, hearts pounding for the Empress's first imperial edict execution, consolidation of power, or universal amnesty. Ruan rubbed her hollow belly, then declared with quiet sincerity, everyone must eat until full. Hunger hurts. Stillness. Profound, suffocating stillness. Then someone laughed. A single startled chuckle. Then another. And another. No mockery lingered in those laughs. Only relief, long buried, and finally surfacing light and unburdened. In this cannibalistic wasteland, grand ambitions and human resurgence felt impossibly distant. To eat until full. That simple phrase was the most tangible, most luxurious wish of all. Lu Shiyuan paused, then chuckled softly, the sound deepening into rich, unrestrained mirth. Yes. He laughed harder, the sound echoing like thunder. The Emperor's commands, so be it. He ceased laughing abruptly, rose to his feet, and lifted Ruan into his arms, issuing the Empire's first decree from the dais. Issue the order. Open the granaries. 3 days of citywide celebration, meat and wine without limit. Fill every belly to bursting. Should anyone dare withhold a single grain at this hour, I'll flay him alive and hang his skin as a lantern. A roar erupted, not born of fear, but of pure ecstatic frenzy. We thank your Majesty. We thank Her Royal Highness the Empress. Long live the Empress. Long live the Empress. In the slums, people fainted from sheer elation. For them, one full meal outweighed all else. This new Empress, delicate, seemingly fragile, truly understood the people's suffering. Ruan nestled shyly into Lu Shiyuan's chest, watching the jubilant throng below. Brother, was what I said too plain? Not plain at all. Cradling her, he strode down the altar steps. Sunlight bathed them both, stretching their shadows long and inseparable across the stone. One wore black armor, his aura thick with slaughter and command, the tyrant. The other wore snow-white silk, holding the scepter like a goddess descended, the divine maiden. Countless eyes, cameras, and memories etched this image forever. Years later, this scene would grace the opening page of the Dawn Empire's textbooks, titled The Divine Descent. Whatever you declare is truth. Lu Shiyuan pressed a kiss to her forehead. Come, my Empress. Now let us attend to matters that concern only us. He quickened his pace, deliberately ignoring Qin Feng, who stood frozen, clutching stacks of reports. Qin Feng sighed, helplessly watching his commanders retreating back. Well then, it's official. He's embraced tyranny wholeheartedly. Turning, he waved briskly at the reveling soldiers. What are you waiting for? Fetch the wine. Tonight, we drink till dawn. Thus the Dawn Empire was founded, not upon intricate legal codes or labyrinthine bureaucracy. Only one iron law was inscribed upon the city gate's stone, steely. Lu Shiyuan is heaven, Ruan is the heavenly principle. Meanwhile, in the imperial suite's topmost chamber, heavy curtains sealed out the sun. Ruan tumbled onto the plush bed. The priceless scepter landed carelessly on the carpet, rolling into a distant corner. Lu Shiyuan loomed over her, unhurriedly unfastening the buttons of his collar, his gaze dark and devouring, as if intent on swallowing her whole. Ruan, earlier on the dais, you said you wanted to make a crown prince for fun. Ruan recoiled at his predatory intensity, retreating deeper beneath the covers. I was joking. A sovereign's word is law. He seized her ankle and pulled her back without effort. Having pledged it, you must fulfill it. These 3 days, you go nowhere. Remain here. Fulfill your duty as Empress. Ruan's eyes welled with helpless tears. Help. This wasn't being Empress. It was being a bandit queen. Brother, I'm hungry. Never mind. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and silenced her with a kiss, soft, possessive, inevitable. I'll feed you. The imperial banquet hall shimmered under the glare of crystal chandeliers. A long table groaned beneath rare delicacies scavenged from scattered outposts, mutated beast meat sizzling with golden fat, mountains of fresh fruit gleaming like jewels. Officers seated below roared with drunken mirth, their fist-bumping chants threatening to shatter the vaulted ceiling. Ruan sat at the head of the table, fingers curled around a crystal highball glass. Inside swirled freshly pressed juice from mutated grapes, low in alcohol, yet cloyingly sweet. Her cheeks glowed rose pink, her gaze unfocused and dreamy. More. She slammed the empty glass onto the table and murmured toward the man beside her. Lu Shiyuan gently pressed his palm over her wrist. That's your third. He caught her hand before it could reach for the bottle again, cradling it within his own. Warm, firm, deliberate. One more sip and you'll be drunk. She pouted. Emboldened by wine, she slumped against him, boneless and soft as silk. I am the Empress, she declared, poking a single finger into the rigid wall of his pectoral muscle. Does the Empress not have the right to drink? A hush fell instantly over the rowdy officers below. Hundreds of eyes flickered sideways, stealthy, awed, wary. This was her first appearance in 3 days. Rumor had it the Emperor had welded shut the palace gates. No fly dared breach them. Lu Shiyuan swept his gaze across the room. Instantly, every officer bent low, feigning rapt attention on their roasted meat. Very well. He lifted Su Ruan into his arms horizontal and secure. Her chair scraped sharply across the marble floor. Let's drink outside. It was too loud here, suffocating with sweat and alcohol, dulling even the delicate milky fragrance clinging to her skin. The terrace. The highest point in Dawnlight City. Night wind howled, whipping her white gown into wild fluttering arcs. He seated her atop the balustrade, then stepped between her legs, palms braced on either side, forming an unbreakable circle of protection. Cold. He shrugged off his black cloak and wrapped it tightly around her. She shook her head. Heat pulsed through her veins. The wind's cool caress made her sigh, eyelids drifting shut. Brother. She hooked her arms around his neck, melting into his frame. Look there. Her fingertip traced the distant sprawl of the slums. Their lights blazed. Bonfires roared, laughter and song rising like smoke into the night. A celebration of survival. They're so happy. She nuzzled her cheek into the hollow of his throat. So am I. Because brother is the strongest of all. Lu Shiyuan looked down at her. Her eyes reflected the city's thousand lights, bright, liquid, alive. And in that instant the savage beast coiled deep within his chest, still purring like a contented cat. He bent low and brushed his lips across her forehead. As long as you smile, these city lights will burn forever. Just then, a gust swept past. The crisp night air turned foul-laced with something alien, sharp, saline metallic. A nauseating tang of rust, of blood. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion. His gaze lifted, fixed upon the eastern sky. That was the sea's direction. Where stars once dusted the heavens, a suffocating black cloud now loomed. Dense, low, nearly kissing the horizon. No lightning flickered within its depths. Only a sick, pulsing crimson glow churned beneath its surface. It stinks, Su Ruan whispered, pinching her nose, brows knotted tight. The pleasant warmth of wine evaporated halfway. That odor struck like a physical blow, hundreds of times worse than the virus-ridden square they'd fled weeks prior. Like millions of rotting fish and crustaceans left to bloat under a merciless sun for 3 days straight. Bang! The terrace door burst open. Qin Feng stormed in. Half a chicken leg still clutched in his hand, yet his face had gone deathly pale. Boss! Something's happened. He thrust the tablet forward, jabbing frantically at the screen. All coastal watchtowers are offline. Satellites just detected a 10-meter surge in the East Sea, right now. It's not a tide. Something crawled up from the ocean. Lu Shiyuan took the tablet. On screen played a satellite infrared feed. The once calm coastline writhed, transformed into a seething crimson sea. Countless massive thermal signatures surged from the water toward land. The camera zoomed in. A crab, 30 stories tall, wielded claws like industrial cranes, snapping a transoceanic bridge clean in half. Reinforced concrete shattered like brittle biscuit. As the bridge collapsed, vehicles tumbled into the abyss. Then, more heads breached the waves. Sharks sprouting limbs. Octopuses carpeted in unblinking eyes. Nameless masses of twisted, pulsating flesh. Grotesque, alien, impossible. They blanketed the shore, advancing inland at terrifying speed. Cities crumbled before them, reduced to rubble without even a ripple of resistance. Human strongholds dissolved like mist before their advance. What are these things? Qin Feng stared, jaw slack, his chicken legs slipping forgotten to the floor. Did the seafood buffet achieve sentience? Lu Shiyuan said nothing. His eyes locked onto the teeming swarm, black, relentless, monstrous. Every creature radiated volatile energy, even through the screen. All were mutants, none weaker than Class A. The lead crab, at least SS class. Ugh! A choked gasp escaped the woman in his arms. Lu Shiyuan's grip trembled, nearly dropping the tablet. Ruan. Su Ruan's condition had shifted, terrifyingly. Her hands clawed at her chest, knuckles bleached white. The flush on her cheeks vanished, replaced by waxen pallor. Sweat beaded thickly along her temples, rolling down in glistening droplets. Hurts. She drew ragged breaths, pupils dilated, unfocused. Her heart hammered, too fast, too hard. As if trying to leap from her throat. It wasn't pain alone. It was a deeper, soul-rending pull of violent tethering from some distant void. Brother. Her nails bit into his forearm. Something in the sea. It's calling me. The summons dwarfed even the echo she'd felt in the godforsaken wastes. Then merely kinship. Now pure dread. The voice was ravenous, possessive, dripping with hunger. It whispered, not in words but in marrow-deep resonance. Return. My bride. Give me your genome. Lu Shiyuan's expression darkened. Absolute, glacial fury. The air temperature plummeted. Frost bloomed across the terrace railing. He seized her wrist, pulse racing, wild, chaotic, unmoored. Her inner energy raged, answering some far-off siren call. Not this trick again. He pulled her fiercely into his chest, wrapping her tightly in his coat. His gaze lifted, locked onto the obsidian sea. Black storm clouds whirled in his irises. Last time winged beings fell from the sky. This time, rotten sea scum crawls ashore. Each one dares vie for my wife. His killing intent erupted, raw, unfiltered, suffocating. Laughter in the banquet hall died mid-chortle. Every officer felt the crushing weight, as if mountains had settled on their chests. Qin Feng shuddered, snapping rigidly to attention. Boss, what do we do? Their numbers are overwhelming. If they breach the walls, Dawnlight City won't hold. Lu Shiyuan lifted Su Ruan, cradling her close. His movement was tender, but his voice iron hard. Hold it anyway. Issue orders, full combat readiness. Every soldier on leave on drink or in bed, on the ramparts in 5 minutes. Deploy every heavy weapon in stock, since they wish to come ashore. He glanced down at Su Ruan still trembling in his arms and covered her ears with his palms. Then we shall fill the sea and build them a tomb. A fierce light ignited in Qin Feng's eyes. Yes, sir. He wheeled and charged back inside, bellowing. Put the drinks down. We've got work. Grab your weapons. Someone's after the boss's wife. Chairs toppled, tables crashed, chaos erupting like thunder. Hundreds of drunken officers snapped awake, alert, enraged, unified. After the boss's wife. Unthinkable. Bottles smashed onto stone, eyes burned red as they poured out the doors. Who dares touch her? I'll mince him and feed him to the dogs. Move, crush them. Lu Shiyuan ignored the uproar behind him. He strode toward the command center Su Ruan held safe against his chest. Her palpitations eased slightly, but the voice echoed louder, clearer, closer. Brother. She tugged his collar, voice trembling on the edge of tears. That thing is strong. Stronger than the zombie sovereign. It says it is a god. Lu Shiyuan didn't break stride. He bent, bit sharply into her pale lower lip. Copper flooded their mouths. A god, eh? A cold, mirthless laugh escaped him. He halted before the command center's vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing east where fire now lit the coast. Black lightning detonated behind him, illuminating his face. Proud, untouchable sovereign. On my soil, only I am divine. Everything else is food. Ingredients. Qin Feng stared at the colossal crabs on the screen, crunching reinforced concrete like biscuits, and swallowed hard. If these monstrosities qualified as ingredients, humanity wouldn't even suffice as a toothpick's garnish. Lu Shiyuan ignored Qin Feng's shock and strode purposefully toward the rows of control consoles. His black combat boots struck the metallic floor with deep, resonant thuds. Issue the order. He braced one hand against the edge of the holographic map, his fingertip stabbing decisively at the Crimson Zone over the East Sea. All operational heavy-duty trucks. Dispatch them immediately to Donggang shipyard. Gather every scrap of metal reserves in the city, including rebar salvage from the ruins, and haul them there without delay. Qin Feng blinked, then hurried after him. Sir. No, Your Majesty, we have no ships. Those rusted fishing vessels docked at Donggang wouldn't survive a single wave, let alone battle. Lu Shiyuan turned his head slightly, his dark, impenetrable gaze sweeping over him. Who said I'd use fishing boats? He raised his palm facing upward. ZZZT. A coil of obsidian lightning danced precisely at his fingertips, not wild or explosive, but exquisitely controlled. If there are no ships, we shall forge one. With my lightning, melt down that scrap iron. Build an iron tortoise. Impervious, unbreakable, unstoppable. Donggang shipyard. The once abandoned dry docks now blazed with artificial daylight. Tens of thousands of awakened individuals labored hauling metal. Discarded automobiles, steel girders from collapsed skyscrapers, even salvaged mech carcasses, were piled into towering mounds. Lu Shiyuan stood atop the tallest crane tower. He wore no imperial cloak, only a black sleeveless vest, his sweat-slicked torso revealing dense, sculpted musculature etched with old scars. Ruan, blueprints. He called down to the RV below. The window slid open. Su Ruan held up the tablet retrieved from Zero Lab, projecting a complex structural schematic into midair. She'd unearthed it from the lab's archives, the prototype designed for Noah's Ark. Though merely an unfinished conceptual sketch before Lu Shiyuan, a walking nuclear reactor, nothing was impossible. Got it, Su Ruan murmured around her straw, then tapped send. A vast azure light screen unfurled across the shipyard sky. Lu Shiyuan studied the intricate schematics, drew a slow, deep breath, and erupted. Boom. Countless black thunderbolts burst from his body, striking the mountain of scrap with surgical precision. Intense heat instantly liquefied steel into searing crimson rivers. Guided by his spiritual will, the molten metal defied gravity, flowing along the azure projection, solidifying, shaping itself. Every laborer froze mid-motion. Jaws dropped wide as they witnessed this divine spectacle. A titanic iron warship, 3 football fields long, taking form before their eyes, visible second by second. No rivets, no welds. A seamless monolith, its obsidian hull gleaming with cold, terrifying luster. This was no vessel. It was a floating fortress. 3 hours later, the Leviathan slid into the sea. Its displacement compressed the water, launching waves 15 meters high. At the bow, where a main cannon should have been, Lu Shiyuan had installed a vast open-air terrace, thick wool carpets, supple leather sofas, even a sunshade umbrella. Qin Feng led a squad of soldiers loading cargo, not ammunition, but crates of vintage red wine, fresh fruit, and Su Ruan's favorite snacks. Gently. That's your commander's ice cream machine. Drop it, and he'll toss you to the sharks. Qin Feng kicked the clumsy soldier squarely in the shin. The soldier winced, clutching the pink appliance as he scrambled upward. Squad leader, are we heading to war or vacation? Silence. Qin Feng wiped sweat from his brow, glancing at Lu Shiyuan, drinking water beneath the crane tower. For him, this is just taking his fiancée seaside to catch crabs. And incidentally, cleaning out those arrogant sea creatures. Lu Shiyuan leapt down from the crane tower, accepted a towel from Su Ruan, and casually wiped his face. Board the ship. He tossed the towel to Qin Feng, and reached out to take Su Ruan's hand. She didn't move. Her gaze lingered on the obsidian leviathan, and beyond toward the churning, restless ocean. That unsettling tremor still coiled within her chest. The voice still echoed inside her skull, like an invisible thread tugging at her nerves. Brother. Su Ruan grasped his hand and returned her grip, so fierce her knuckles whitened. I'm coming too. Lu Shiyuan paused. His original plan had been to leave Su Ruan in Shuguang City guarded by his elite detachment. After all, the sea held too many unknowns. No. I refuse, outright. That thing beneath the waves is lethal. You stay home. I won't. Su Ruan stepped forward, pressing herself fully against him, tilting her face upward. Her clear black and white eyes held none of her usual playfulness, only rare, unyielding resolve. It's calling me. If I don't go, I fear I'll lose control. What if I sleepwalk one night and walk straight into the sea? Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted violently. He locked eyes with her, unblinking. Sleepwalking into the ocean. Just imagining it sent his volatile energies surging, wild, uncontrollable. That suffocating dread of helplessness eclipsed even the terror of facing 10,000 corpses. It dares not. Lu Shiyuan ground the words between clenched teeth. Then in one swift motion he swept her into his arms, holding her so tightly she felt fused to his very bones. Fine. You go. I'll tether you to my belt. Step more than 1 meter away, and I'll break your legs. Su Ruan nestled deeper into his embrace, and secretly flashed a triumphant V sign, as always threatening to vanish work perfectly. Woo! A deep sonorous foghorn pierced the heavens. The newly christened Dawn Voyager eased silently from port. Fully armed soldiers lined the deck, awestruck by the steel behemoth beneath their boots, and by the distant smaller sea beasts shattered before they could near crushed by the ship's own wake. Now that was prestige. Once hunted by zombies, now commanding an aircraft carrier to hunt mutated leviathans. Su Ruan sat on the bow terrace sipping chilled watermelon juice. Salt-laced wind tangled her long hair. The briny stench intensified, but with Lu Shiyuan beside her the voice's chilling grip softened considerably. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, meticulously polishing a sleek black longsword, forged from leftover alloy scraps. Brother. Su Ruan suddenly turned, gazing out across the endless sapphire expanse. Can you swim? His polishing hand stilled. Silence hung thick and suspended. Qin Feng, standing nearby, choked back laughter until his face turned violet. Everyone knew. Their peerless, omnipotent sovereign was indisputably a landlubber, traumatized since childhood when he'd nearly drowned in a brutal immersion. Lu Shiyuan scowled, slamming the blade onto the table. No, he answered with defiant candor. I am lightning attribute. Entering water equals self-annihilation. One spark in seawater would cook every living thing within 10 kilometers, including himself. Su Ruan nodded, thoughtfully biting her straw. What if the ship capsizes? If you fall in, will you sink straight to the abyss? Hey. Lu Shiyuan watched her earnest expression and laughed, exasperated. He reached out, pinching her cheeks and gently pulling them sideways. The ship won't capsize. Even if it does, I'll boil this entire sea dry. Carry you back, step by step, on dry land. Qin Feng finally cracked, bursting into helpless laughter. Boil it dry. Your Majesty, it's the ocean. You're treating it like hot pot broth. Lu Shiyuan shot him a lethal glare. Qin Feng snapped upright, face stern. Reporting, Your Majesty. I affirm, with utmost sincerity, that boiling the ocean is both feasible and highly constructive. Jokes aside, as the Leviathan advanced deeper into open waters, the atmosphere shifted, uneasy wrong. The once clear sky had been smothered beneath oppressive leaden clouds. The sea itself had changed, its deep blue now a viscous, ink-black void. Ghastly limbs floated upon the surface. Twisted fins of mutated fish severed human arms. Warning. Extreme energy signature ahead. Range 5 nautical miles. Quantity, incalculable. Is that a tsunami? All rushed to the railing. There on the horizon's edge rose a black wall of water, over 100 meters tall, bearing down with cataclysmic force. It wasn't water. It was a living avalanche. Thousands of mutated sea beasts stacked limb to limb, forming a tidal wave of flesh and fury. And atop that monstrous crest, a solitary figure stood silhouetted, too distant to discern features, yet unmistakably holding aloft a colossal trident aimed directly at the Dawn Voyager. Su Ruan's watermelon juice spilled onto the deck. That voice, the one echoing ceaselessly inside her mind, now rang with unbearable clarity, as though the speaker whispered directly into her ear, dripping with condescending arrogance and a nauseating possessive devotion. Found you, my Eve. Lu Shiyuan surged upright, not glancing at the tsunami nor at the swarm, only sensing the small woman trembling in his arms, not from cold, but locked in the predatory focus of another's overwhelming aura. An aura thick with raw, unapologetic hunger, the primal territorial lust of male for female. Dare to dot, his muscles tensed like drawn steel. Black lightning detonated around him, shredding his vest to fragments. Bare-chested he stood, revealed, his torso a tapestry of intersecting scars. He strode to the terrace's edge, vaulted onto the railing, and faced the onrushing black deluge head-on. Qin Feng. Sir. Open every gun port. Lu Shiyuan drew the black long sword from the table. its tip leveled unwaveringly at the figure atop the tsunami. Whoever stands there, bring him down. Let him understand. Some things in this world cost more than life to even glance upon. Krakom. Thunder split the heavens, clashing with the ocean's deafening roar. The deafening roar of the engines drowned out the crashing waves. The colossal steel beast christened the Ark crushed the mutated carcasses floating in the coastal waters, forcibly carving a path through the sea. The deck was not laden with towering stacks of ammunition crates, nor were there soldiers tensely preparing for battle. Instead, it was covered with a vast expanse of lush verdant grass. It was Lu Shiyuan's doing. He had the turf soil, and all transported from the botanical gardens of Dawn City, laid out upon the steel deck. He had even transplanted 2 mutated coconut trees. A pit was dug beneath the trees and filled with purified fresh water, creating a swimming pool. Adjacent to it stood a fully transparent bulletproof glass sunroom, furnished with plush leather sofas and a PS5. Qin Feng stood in the bridge, spinning the helm with frantic speed. Glancing at the resort-like setup on the deck, then at the dense red warning blips on the radar, he felt a dull throb in his head. Were they going to war? Who would believe it? This was like taking a mobile castle for a picnic by the sea. Stay steady. Lu Shiyuan's voice crackled through the communicator, carrying a murderous chill. If the ship rocks even slightly, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Qin Feng's hands trembled, nearly wrenching the helm off its console. The sea had waves. How could the ship possibly not rock? But he dared not voice this reasoning. Ruan's condition was dire at this moment. Less than half an hour into the voyage, the initial novelty had worn off, and her complexion had turned pale. Her usually rosy face was now deathly white, beaded with fine cold sweat. Pushing Lu Shiyuan away, she stumbled unsteadily into the bathroom. Herc! The sound of violent, wretched retching echoed through the door panel. Lu Shiyuan stood outside, the water bottle in his hand crushed and deformed from his grip. That feeling of powerlessness drove him to fury. He could shatter a horde of corpses with a single punch, boil the ocean dry, yet he was helpless against her seasickness. Turn back. Lu Shiyuan turned and barked at the military doctor who had rushed over. Turn around immediately. Head back to land. The doctor cowered, shrinking his neck, not daring to speak. The bathroom door opened. Ruan emerged, clinging to the doorframe, looking as if she had been dredged from the water. Her eyes were rimmed with red, unshed tears of physiological distress, clinging to her lashes. No. Ruan's voice was weak, but her fingers gripping Lu Shiyuan's sleeve were fiercely tight. I'm not going back. Lu Shiyuan bent down, scooped her into his arms, and strode towards the bed. You vomited nearly all your bile. He tucked her into the blankets, his actions forceful, yet his tone was incredibly gentle. Whatever is in that sea, I'll go kill it. Wait for me at home. No. Ruan wriggled out from the covers, wrapping her arms around his neck. She nestled her face into the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply the cold, sharp scent that clung to him. The overwhelming nausea subsided slightly. It's calling me. Ruan closed her eyes, her brow furrowed tightly. That voice was getting closer. No longer a vague call, but a clear locating pull. It was as if a compass had been installed in her mind, unwavering, pointing towards a specific point in the depths of the Pacific. If I don't go, Ruan's voice trembled, I'll go mad. The interwoven feeling of longing and fear was more tormenting than the seasickness itself. Lu Shiyuan remained silent, feeling her tremble in his arms. He stripped off his boots and jacket, pulled back the covers, and slid in beside her, pulling her blankets and all into a secure embrace. The pheromones of an SSS-class powerhouse were released without reservation. It was a dominating aura like a thunderstorm, yet the moment it touched Ruan, it transformed into the most solid of barriers. Sleep. Lu Shiyuan's large hands smoothed down her back, patting rhythmically. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Enveloped in that absolute safety, Ruan's taut nerves finally relaxed. The dizziness of seasickness was diluted by his presence. Clutching his shirt collar, she drifted into a deep, drowsy sleep. She slept soundly. When she woke again, it was already the next morning. The ship was still swaying gently, but the sickening feeling had mostly subsided. Ruan rubbed her eyes, noticing the space beside her was empty. On the nightstand was a glass of warm honey water. Outside the window, a cacophony of alarms and rapid gunfire erupted. Something's wrong. Ruan jumped out of bed barefoot, ran to the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was a dark, oppressive mass. Not clouds. Birds. Thousands upon thousands of mutated seagulls blotted out the sun. Their bodies were 3 or 4 times larger than normal seagulls, with wingspans of 2 meters, beaks transformed into sharp metal hooks and barbed claws. Screech. Their piercing cries penetrated the bulletproof glass. These aerial marauders were diving to attack. Soldiers on the deck set up machine guns, firing wildly, spent casings littering the floor. But there were too many gulls, and they were incredibly fast. A few stragglers broke through the barrage, heading straight for the open-air pool. Lu Shiyuan stood in the center of the deck, a black longsword in hand, lightning crackling around him. Since these feathered bastards were seeking death, he would roast them all. Just as he was about to unleash a storm of lightning to clear the area, the French window on the second floor slid open. Ruan, wearing that oversized men's shirt, stepped out barefoot. The sea breeze tousled her hair, the hem of the shirt fluttering up to reveal a pair of dazzlingly white legs. So noisy. Ruan frowned, muttering grumpily, still half asleep. She looked up at the dark flock of birds above. In her eyes, still heavy with sleep, there was no fear, only the irritation of having her slumber disturbed. A wave of dominance born deep within her genes radiated outwards as her gaze swept across. The flock of gulls which had been diving to tear out soldiers' throats suddenly slammed to a halt midair. Thousands of birds frozen in midair simultaneously was a sight so eerie it made one's scalp tingle. The leading seagull, a mutated king nearly the size of a small fighter jet. Its blood-red eyes were locked onto the woman on the balcony. In that instant, the instinct for slaughter was overridden by another primal instinct. Submission. It was the bloodline suppression from a higher being. The seagull king folded its wings capable of shearing through steel and clumsily landed on the railing. It lowered its proud head, emitting pleading coo-coo sounds from its throat. The other gulls followed suit. The battlefield moments ago filled with violence transformed instantly into a giant pigeon loft. Thousands of gulls settled neatly on the deck masts and even the gun barrels. They retracted their sharp claws, tilted their heads, and stared expectantly at the woman in the shirt. The soldiers held their guns' fingers on the triggers, but they couldn't pull them. What the hell was this? Had the mutated beasts been collectively possessed? Lu Shiyuan dispersed the lightning in his hand. He looked up at Ruan on the balcony, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. This woman. Even the birds were charmed. Ruan leaned on the railing looking at the massive seagull king. I'm hungry. She patted her flat stomach, casually remarking. The seagull king paused. Its underdeveloped brain worked quickly, instantly comprehending the king's needs. Caw. The seagull king let out a long cry to the sky. Whoosh. Thousands of gulls took off, simultaneously swirling like a black tornado towards the sea surface. Within 5 minutes they returned. Each gull had a living, struggling creature clutched in its claws. There were mantis shrimp as thick as an arm, king crabs as big as wash basins, and translucent mutant squid. Crackle. Seafood rained down onto the deck. The seagull king was the most extravagant. It carried a bluefin tuna over 2 meters long, and with a proud flourish dropped it on the balcony, right in front of Ruan. The fish's tail flopped against the floor with sharp smacks. Ruan's eyes lit up at the sight of the plump tuna. This was an S-class mutated ingredient. Even before the apocalypse, this was a top-tier delicacy, and after mutation the meat was even more delicious and rich in energy. Good bird. Ruan reached out and stroked the seagull king's hard feathers. The seagull king was so thrilled that all its feathers puffed out, and it nearly tumbled off the railing. It had been touched by the king. This was a story for a lifetime. Lu Shiyuan walked onto the balcony with a dark expression. He kicked the seagull king, which was still trying to nuzzle against Ruan, sending it flying. Scram. He pulled Ruan back into his arms, wrapping his jacket around her exposed legs. Put on some proper clothes. If you dare come out dressed like that to attract attention again, I'll stew all these birds. Ruan nuzzled into his chest, pointing at the tuna on the floor. Brother, I want sashimi. And that big prawn with garlic sauce. Lu Shiyuan looked at her greedy expression, and his anger instantly melted away. As long as she was willing to eat, he would slay a dragon, let alone a tuna. Half an hour later, a dozen large woks were set up on the deck. The top chefs brought from Dawn City were busy at work. The freshly killed tuna was cut into thick slices and laid out on a bed of ice, the flesh looking as red and smooth as jade. Mantis shrimp as thick as arms were fried in a wok until golden and crispy, sprinkled with salt, pepper, and minced garlic, their aroma wafting for miles. The mutant squid was cut into rings and sizzled on a hot iron griddle. The soldiers sat around the pot's rice bowls in hand, eating with grease smeared across their faces. Is this a mission? This is a heavenly life. Qin Feng exclaimed while peeling a shrimp. With the boss lady around, you go hungry for 3 days. No, wait. You eat 9 meals a day. Ruan sat under a beach umbrella. Before her was a table laden with a feast of shrimp. She picked up a piece of the tuna belly, dipped it in soy sauce, and put it in her mouth. The fat melted on her tongue, a wave of sweet, fresh flavor flooding her senses. Ruan squinted her eyes in contentment, her bare feet swinging under the table. Seasickness. What was that? As long as there was food, she could sail on forever. Lu Shiyuan sat across from her, meticulously peeling crab legs for her. He barely ate himself, focusing entirely on feeding her. Watching Ruan eat bite after bite, her complexion turning rosy again, the tight knot of tension in his chest slowly loosened. More. Ruan opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Lu Shiyuan popped the crab meat into her mouth, then wiped a smudge of oil from the corner of her lips. Just then the radar operator suddenly shouted. Sir, large island ahead. Coordinates confirm. It's the entrance to the abandoned land of the gods. Ruan stopped chewing. The feeling of palpitations returned stronger than ever before. The voice was no longer a call. It was pure ecstasy. Finally. It's here. Lu Shiyuan put down the crab crackers, wiped his hands with a napkin. He stood up, walked to the railing, and looked at the black island looming in the sea mist in the distance. Perpetual storm clouds hung over the island. It was a forbidden zone that even satellites couldn't penetrate. Full A. Lu Shiyuan turned back to look at Ruan. Ruan swallowed the meat in her mouth and nodded. Then get ready to work. Lu Shiyuan drew his long sword, its blade pointing straight at the island. No matter what monsters or demons are up there. They ate our food, so they'll have to pay with their lives. Fangzhou cleaved through the ink-black waves, its steel prow like a blunt blade hacking a pale white wound into the viscous sea. The deeper they ventured, the more unnatural the seawater became. No longer the translucent blue, but a dense, impenetrable black like a stagnant pool that swallowed even the sunlight. Qin Feng stood in the helm, his eyes fixed on the radar screen. The depth number on the display was jumping wildly. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 5,000 meters. This is a chasm. Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his atoms apple bobbing. On the sonar map, the seabed terrain abruptly vanished, replaced by an abyssal black void. Within that void, several massive red dots were moving rapidly. They did not ascend, but hovered directly beneath the giant vessel, like patient hunters awaiting a misstep from their prey. 3,000 meters underwater. Here there was no light, only despairing darkness and water pressure capable of crushing a tank. A group of creatures with dark green scales darted through the water. Their upper bodies resembled humans with pale skin and muscular builds, while their lower halves were fishtails covered in barbed spines. Between their fingers grew sharp webbed claws glinting coldly like boning knives. Merman scouts. These were new species evolved after the ocean's mutation, possessing intelligence rivaling humans and cruelty far surpassing them. The leading merman halted, its pitch-black eyes without whites fixed on the massive shadow overhead. It twitched its nostrils. A faint yet intensely alluring sweetness permeated the seawater. It was the scent of the Matrix, the genetic key that could evolve the entire clan and spawn the most perfect offspring. Found it. The merman scout opened its mouth, releasing a string of ultrasonic bubbles only its kind could understand. Inform His Majesty. The bride has arrived. Deeper still, inside a palace built from colossal whale skeletons and luminous corals. On a throne draped with white animal hide, a sleeping man slowly opened his eyes. They were a deep blue, with vertical pupils gleaming with an eerie silver light. He had silver hair that spread like seaweed in the water and a face that was androgynously beautiful, yet exuded a chilling malevolence. The Sea King, Song Ming. He straightened his upper body from the throne, his massive fish tail covered in silver scales gently slapping the ground, creating visible ripples in the water. Such a fragrant scent. Song Ming extended a pale finger, grasping at the water, as if to capture the distant aroma in his palm. For centuries, he had waited for a female worthy of his bloodline. Not those lowly sea beasts that only knew mating, nor those fragile human women who shattered at a touch. This was a perfect vessel. She is mine. Song Ming swam off his throne, his tail propelling him instantly out of the palace. Bring her back. I will have her bear the future of an entire ocean in my palace. On the surface, the originally calm sea breeze suddenly ceased. The stillness was abrupt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Then without warning, the sea began to boil. Warning. Subsurface energy surge. Before the radar operator's shout faded, the sea surface ahead bulged upward. It was not a wave. It was a wall. A wall of black water 100 meters high and kilometers wide rose vertically, defying physics, blotting out the sky and all light. Within that wall, countless shadowy figures could be seen writhing. Mutated sea beasts trapped inside. Holy shit. Soldiers on the deck looked up, their rifles trembling in their hands. How could they fight this? Bullets fired into water barely made a sound. If that thing came crashing down, even the iron-hulled Fangzhou would be crushed into the mud. What's the panic? A cold voice came from the bow. Lu Shiyuan still sat on his leather sofa, not even setting down his wine glass. He gazed at the impending colossal wave, his eyes devoid of any ripple, only a trace of annoyance at being disturbed. Water conducts electricity. Do I need to teach you that basic fact? He set down his glass and rose. His black trench coat flapped violently in the gale. Lu Shiyuan walked to the railing, one hand in his pocket, the other raised casually, his fingertip aimed at the water wall. No incantation, no build-up. A crackling black bolt of lightning no thicker than an arm shot from his fingertip and lightly vanished into the colossal water wall. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Then blinding blue light exploded inside the black water wall. Electricity coursed through the seawater, spreading like a giant web, instantly covering every inch of the wall. Crackling. The once mighty wave, as if its spine had been snapped, collapsed thunderously. Tens of thousands of tons of water crashed back into the sea, raising a mist. But not a single drop splashed onto the deck. Because before the water fell, it had been vaporized by the high-voltage current into white steam. As the water wall dissipated, a thick layer of corpses floated on the surface. Mutated sharks, crabs the size of wash basins, and the merman scouts hidden in the water, all now floated belly up, charred black, with a pungent smell of grilled fish filling the air. This, Qin Feng swallowed hard at the spectacular electrofishing scene. Boss, this haul could feed us for half a year, right? Lu Shiyuan ignored Qin Feng's nonsense. He withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the floating corpses. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, locking onto a certain direction in the deep sea. That strike was not just a defense. It was a provocation. He was telling the thing below, want to steal someone. First see if you have the guts to crawl up here. Inside the rest cabin, Ruan was lying by the window holding a freshly baked cookie. She looked at the charred black sea outside, her face not fearful, but curious. Brother. She turned to look at Lu Shiyuan as he pushed open the door. He's angry. Lu Shiyuan paused, closed the door behind him, sealing out the fishy smell. Who? The one in the water. Ruan pointed at the floor. The one with the tail. She could sense it. When that lightning bolt struck, the voice that had been lingering in her mind stopped. Then the voice changed. No longer the condescending call, but a rage provoked. That emotion transmitted directly into her nerves through some invisible link. He wants to tear you apart. Ruan bit into her cookies, speaking indistinctly. He also said he'll skin you and make a rug for his bedside. Lu Shiyuan walked over, wiping the cookie crumbs from her lips. Big talk. He sneered, a bloodthirsty red glint flashing in his eyes. Just my luck. I've been needing a fishskin belt. Just then a song began to rise. The voice was not human, ethereal, eerie, with a frequency that pierced the soul. It had no lyrics, only a monotonous melody echoing through the air. Ah, woo. The sound passed through no amplification device, yet clearly penetrated every ear on the ship. On the deck, the soldiers who had been hauling up seafood suddenly stopped. Their eyes glazed over, pupils lost focus, and a dazed, rapturous smile spread across their faces. So beautiful. A soldier dropped his net, staggering toward the railing. She's calling me. I want to go with her. Not just him. Dozens of soldiers with weaker willpower moved simultaneously. Like puppets on strings, they lined up to the side, climbed over the rail, without hesitation, and prepared to jump into the sea. That was the merman's song. Mind control. Lu Shiyuan's face changed. He yanked open the cabin door and shouted at Qin Feng outside. Turn on the broadcast. Play rock music. At max volume. Qin Feng, already covering his ears to resist the song, scrambled to the control panel. 3 seconds later, deafening heavy metal rock exploded through the ships, dozens of speakers forcefully drowning out the eerie melody. The soldiers about to jump were jolted awake by the sudden noise. Looking down at the churning deep sea, their legs gave way, and they clung to the railing in terror. Lu Shiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Ruan. She was leaning by the window, still holding her unfinished cookie. She was unaffected by the song. In fact, she seemed to be listening intently. Brother. Ruan tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her clear eyes. He's courting. He says, if I come down, the entire ocean is the bride price. He also asks me, do I like eating sashimi? The sea wind ceased abruptly, so suddenly it was as if time itself had been frozen. The churning waves stilled in an instant, and the black ocean surface lay perfectly still like a vast obsidian mirror. Crash. The mirror shattered. A colossal water spout erupted directly ahead of the Dawn vessel, soaring into the heavens. Then a mutated blue whale, its size rivaling that of a small island, burst forth from the depths. Silver runes shimmered across its deep blue back, each breath exhaling mist haloed with prismatic light. Standing upon that broad, undulating spine was a figure, or rather, a god, a man with long silvery hair. His bare upper torso gleamed with alabaster translucence, radiating the cold, luminous sheen of polished jade beneath the sun. His musculature was not exaggerated, yet every sinew pulsed with contained explosive power. And below his waist stretched a silver fish tail, several meters long, its scales refracting blinding, iridescent rainbows in the sunlight. The sea sovereign Songming. He held a trident forged from abyssal black ice, flanked by legions of merfolk warriors. Those merfolk soldiers brandished bones, spears, their torsos rising half from the water as though guarding their monarch. Silence, absolute and suffocating, settled over the deck. Moments earlier, soldiers had shouted threats and leveled rifles. Now they could not even muster the strength to pull a trigger. Especially the female soldiers, eyes wide, breath suspended. Exquisite beyond measure. This beauty transcended species and gender, shattering human aesthetics with sheer dimensional supremacy. His face was both ethereal and sacred, so arresting that even a single glance felt like sacrilege. Songming did not deign to look at those insignificant mortals. His deep blue, vertically slit pupils pierced through layers of defense, locking unerringly onto the petite figure standing on the observation deck. At last, I behold you. His voice, soft yet resonant, echoed not in the air, but within every mind. It carried the rhythm of waves crashing against cliffs, ethereal tinder, yet imbued with absolute, unassailable dominion. My bride. Lu Shiyuan stepped before Ruan, his black longsword humming with latent fury. You dare die? Without another word, he slashed, backhanded decisive. ZZZT. A blade of pitch-black lightning tore through the air, bearing annihilation itself, aimed straight at Songming's face. This strike held no restraint, it could cleave a destroyer in two. Faced with a blow capable of ending worlds, Songming did not so much as blink. He merely raised his left hand's slender fingers, tracing a perfect circle in midair. Boom. A translucent water barrier surged into existence. Thin as gossamer, yet upon contact with the lightning blade it rang out like clashing steel. The raging thunder vanished into the veil. No ripple, no spray, consumed utterly. Absolute defense. Dark storms solidified in Lu Shiyuan's eyes. How intriguing. This salt-cured fish proved far stronger than the winged abomination he'd faced before. Songming lowered his hand, without granting Lu Shiyuan even a second glance. To him, humanity, mutated by crude external forces, was nothing but lowly vermin. His gaze settled on Ruan, and a smile bloomed upon his lips, one so radiant it dimmed heaven and earth. The human world is too foul. Songming extended his palm upward, open, inviting. Come home with me, to the abyssal deep. There no virus festers, no undead roam. Only endless treasures and eternal life. I shall crown you with the entire ocean and make you sovereign over all creation. As his words faded, the sea boiled anew. Countless merfolk warriors leapt from the depths, arms laden with offerings. They hurled them onto the deck in rapid succession. Night pearls the size of fists rolled across the planks. Coral towers taller than a man were casually stacked in corners. Gold coins, gemstones, antiques dredged from sunken wrecks, tossed down like refuse upon the Dawn's deck. Within minutes, the vibrant green sod was buried beneath glittering opulence. This was no battle. It was ostentation incarnate. Sheen Foam stared jaw slack at a pink diamond rolling past his boot. In the pre-apocalypse world, such a stone could buy a city. Yet here it lay discarded as paving gravel. These are but tokens of greeting. Song Ming gazed upon Su Ruan, possessiveness thick and unyielding in his eyes. Say yes, and all the palaces of the deep shall be yours. Lu Shiyuan laughed, a sharp, mirthless sound. In his life, he'd seen thieves, land grabbers, but never anyone brazen enough to bribe his wife before his very eyes. Do you take me for dead, oi? He drove his sword into the deck, reinforced alloy steel parting like tofu. The sky darkened instantly. Clear skies vanished beneath churning ink-black storm clouds. Violet lightning coiled like serpents within their depths, hissing with teeth-rattling intensity. Pressure plummeted across the sea, crushing, unbearable. At this razor's edge, where divine war hung suspended, a soft lilting voice broke the silence. It smells fishy. Su Ruan peeked out from behind Lu Shiyuan, one hand pinching her nose, the other fanning air before her face, brows drawn tight in distaste. Could you please stand farther away? Silence fell absolute. Song Ming's smile froze. He had imagined countless reactions from Su Ruan, awe, gratitude, greed, even terror. But never, rejection. Fishy. He glanced down at his flawless form, then inhaled deeply. Only the clean scent of seawater and the noble regal aura of his lineage lingered. Where was the fishiness? It is fishy. She pointed at his proud silvery tail, her expression one of profound, wordless dismay. And you have a tail. I don't like boys with tails. They wet the blankets while sleeping, and those scales, so scratchy. She added earnestly, I already have a husband. He's grumpy, yes, but he's warm, and he doesn't smell like fish. Uffed. Sheen Foam clamped both hands over his mouth, shoulders convulsing. Warm. Of all things to highlight, his sister-in-law's focus remained gloriously, absurdly unique. Lu Shiyuan's rage, teetering on the brink, dissipated like mist under cool rain. He turned slightly, watching the woman still waving air with delicate disdain, and the lethal fury in his eyes softened into wry, tender amusement. This woman, always knowing how to infuriate him into laughter and soothe him back to calm. Song Ming's expression hardened. That serene imperial composure shattered, replaced by venomous, wounded pride. He was the sea sovereign, lord of 10,000 leagues of abyssal dominion, to be scorned by a mortal female for smelling of the sea. Ignorant. 2 icy syllables dropped like stones. His trident slammed onto the whale's back, deafening final. You have been blinded by this human. He lifted the trident, its tip aimed unwaveringly at Lu Shiyuan. Look at him, weak, ugly, unable even to breathe beneath the waves. Is such a base creature worthy of your perfection? Only I, bearing the blood of gods, can elevate you to true divinity. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his sword from the deck. He wasn't angry. To rage at a fish would diminish him. Instead, he slowly unfastened the top button of his collar, revealing a long, elegant neck and sharp, sculpted clavicles. Worthiness isn't decreed by a salt-cured fish. He stepped forward, onto the railing. Wind whipped his black hair aside, unveiling eyes now wholly terrifyingly black. You claim dominion beneath the sea. Then witness what true calamity looks like. Thunder cracked, deafening, apocalyptic. Not one bolt. Thousands, millions, of black lightning bolts rained down like a tempest of ink. Their target, not Song Ming, but the entire sea. All personnel, retreat inside the hull. Sheen Foam roared the order. He knew his commander's style all too well. This was the unleashing. Soldiers scrambled, tumbling into the ship's belly, slamming shut massive watertight hatches. Then, the world dissolved into stark monochrome. Black lightning, white foam, billions of volts surged into the ocean. The placid sea erupted, boiling instantly. ZZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. A dense, skull-prickling chorus of current-searing flesh. The merfolk warriors encircling the Dawn didn't even cry out, reduced to charred husks in an instant. Water conducts electricity. This was nature's largest electric chair. Song Ming's expression twisted, shocked and sensed. He hadn't foreseen such madness in a human. Such a storm would drain even an S-class esper dry, spiritual essence obliterated in seconds. Was this man bound by no limit? Rise! Song Ming bellowed, swinging his trident. The flat sea rose, not in waves, but as a vertical wall. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater coalesced into a roaring serpentine leviathan, surging upward to intercept the celestial deluge. Lightning met water. No explosion. Only the shriek of tearing eardrums and the furious hiss of vaporizing sea. Blinding white steam engulfed the battlefield, zero visibility. Soft, close your eyes. Lu Shiyuan's voice brushed Su Ruan's ear. She obeyed, hands pressed tightly over her ears. In the next breath, she felt weightlessness. Lu Shiyuan lifted her effortlessly. Hold on tight. He did not retreat aboard the ship. He leapt, carrying her, from the towering deck, straight into the churning, electrified maelstrom. Brother. Ruan gasped, but no impact followed. Her feet met solid ground. She opened her eyes. She stood, on the sea. More precisely, upon a landmass forged from coalesced black lightning. Lu Shiyuan as center point had forcibly expelled seawater across a 100-meter radius using raw spiritual will, creating a vacuum sphere. Around them soared walls of water dozens of meters high who above the sky raged with thunder. And there, within the eye of the cataclysm, they stood untouched, dry and scathed. Wait here. He set her gently upon a jagged outcrop, a seabed rock newly exposed by lightning's fury. He shrugged off his trench coat and draped it over her head. Don't look. Killing fish. Well, it gets messy. He turned, raised his blade, charged toward the silver-haired figure atop the water dragon. In that moment, Lu Shiyuan was neither commander nor doting husband. He was an Azura risen from hell. If you wish to steal what is mine, then prepare to become carrion. Song Ming watched the man stride across the waves, and for the first time gravity entered his gaze. He sensed it. This man's killing intent ran colder than the deepest trench. Arrogant mortal. Song Ming sneered, and lashed his tail against the water. The blue whale roared, a sound that shook the heavens, and opened jaws vast enough to swallow a building lunging to devour Lu Shiyuan whole. Lu Shiyuan did not flinch. He met that abyssal maw head-on, and brought his blade down. Part, for me. Black light erupted, hundreds of meters long. In that instant, Ruan heard a piercing, agonized shriek. Not human. Whale. That island-sized leviathan, split cleanly in two by a single stroke. Blood gushed, turning the sea crimson. Amidst the gore and storm, Lu Shiyuan walked forward, treading upon the whale's sundered corpse step by step towards Song Ming. His shirt soaked through, crimson, indistinguishable whether from whale or man. Yet his face remained eerily, chillingly calm. Your mount is gone. Lu Shiyuan raised his sword, pointing it at Song Ming's ashen face. Next, you fall. Any final words? Perhaps, braised or steamed. Steamed. Song Ming did not move, but the giant waves beneath his feet stirred. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater compressed and spun beneath him, finally forming a huge transparent palm that slammed fiercely toward the two standing on the sea surface. This was the deep sea. Every drop of water was his weapon, every wisp of sea breeze his eyes and ears. On land he might be suppressed, but here he was the sole arbiter of rules. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The giant palm descended, blocking the already faint sunlight overhead. Before the immense water pressure even touched their bodies, the surrounding air was compressed into a deafening crackle. Lu Shiyuan did not dodge. He stood on the black reef formed by condensed lightning, even releasing his grip on the long blade. Clang. The black long blade fell, its tip piercing the seawater beneath his feet, leaving only half of the hilt above the surface. Ruan, hold tight to me. Lu Shiyuan hooked his arm around Ruan's waist, pressing her entire body into his embrace, wrapping her head with his already soaked trench coat. Ruan obediently buried her face into his chest, her two hands gripping the belt at his side tightly. Lu Shiyuan raised both hands. His 10 fingers spread open. He aimed at neither the sky nor Song Ming. He bent down abruptly, plunging both hands heavily into the boiling seawater beneath him. If you didn't study physics, well, don't come out into the world. Zzzt. An extremely faint yet piercing sound of electric current rang out. The next second, the world turned white. Not with light. It was steam. The crystal core inside Lu Shiyuan churned wildly, the energy of an SSS-level lightning attribute Esper pouring, without reservation, through his arms, through the long blade, thrust into the water, instantly injecting into the sea. Seawater is a conductor. Highly saline seawater is the most perfect conductor in the world. Within a radius of 10 li, the entire sea area instantly became a massive high-voltage electric field. Boom. The enormous water palm about to strike froze in midair. Then it exploded. No splash of water. Every drop of water evaporated instantly upon contact with the air, transforming into a sky full of white mist. The sneer on Song Ming's face froze. A numbing sensation he had never experienced before traveled through the seawater, instantly drilling into his scales and shooting straight to his spine. Ah! The proud sea emperor let out a distorted scream. His proud silver fish tail convulsed violently in the water, several perfect scales cracking and falling off, revealing the charred flesh beneath. But this was just the beginning. On the sea surface, the churning waves calmed. Instead, countless white bellies floated up densely. The mermaid army hiding underwater never even had a chance to show themselves. The electric current passed through their bodies, instantly destroying their nervous systems. Thousands upon thousands of mermaids remained in charging postures, bodies rigid, eyes rolled back, floating all over the sea like dead fish. The nauseating smell of blood in the air disappeared. In its place came a rich, smoky aroma of grilled fish. The seawater boiled. Bubbles rose from beneath, gurgling, and the entire East Sea seemed to turn into a giant boiling cauldron. Lu Shiyuan knelt half on the water surface, his hands still thrust into the water. Black lightning surged furiously along his arms, his bare upper body bulging with veins, every muscle trembling. He was boiling the sea. With the strength of one man, he defied an entire ocean. Madman. Song Ming clutched his chest, a trickle of blue blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the man looming in and out of the steam, and finally fear appeared in his eyes. This human simply didn't care about the consequences. This indiscriminate blanket attack was not just killing the enemy, it was suicide. If even a single current went out of control, Lu Shiyuan would be the first to be electrified to a crisp. Retreat. Song Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain all over his body. He dared not fight again. In water, he was invincible, but in electrified water, he was a sitting duck. Song Ming gave a violent flick of his fish tail, his form turning into a silver light as he plunged without hesitation toward the deep sea. Human, the sea is my domain. You will regret this. As he dove deeper, the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. The remaining mermaid remnants, ignoring their comrades' corpses, scrambled to flee into deeper waters. As long as they dove deep enough, the current couldn't catch them. The white mist on the sea gradually dispersed. Lu Shiyuan remained in that position, motionless. His pitch-black eyes, usually like ink, were now frighteningly dim. Brother. Ruan peeked out from his embrace, calling softly. No response. Lu Shiyuan's body swayed. He tried to pull his hands out of the water, but couldn't muster the strength. Full power output of SSS-level ability, while maintaining the foothold beneath his feet from collapsing, was a devastating drain on his spiritual energy. He was overextended. Brother. Ruan's face changed, and she hurriedly reached out to support his arm. Lu Shiyuan fell against her, his heavy weight nearly forcing Ruan to her knees in the water. I'm fine. Lu Shiyuan's voice was hoarse as if filled with sand. He barely raised a hand to wipe the moisture from Ruan's face. He got away. Pity I didn't leave that fishtail for you to make a belt. Ruan looked at his pale lips, and his hands cramped from overexertion, and her eyes instantly reddened. Now is not the time to think about belts. She supported Lu Shiyuan, dragging him with effort toward the center of the black reef. Although the sea surface had calmed, the crisis was far from over. Song Ming had only retreated temporarily. This was the deep sea. As long as they remained on the surface, as long as Lu Shiyuan hadn't recovered, those things could return at any moment. We need to go back. Lu Shiyuan leaned against Ruan's shoulder, breathing heavily. Back to the ship. Qin Feng has heavy weapons. Can hold for a while. We can't go back. Ruan interrupted him. She looked up toward the steel behemoth in the distance. Because of the thunderstorm and tsunami, the Ark had been pushed several kilometers away. Moreover, those red shadows beneath the sea surface had not completely vanished. They were still prowling, waiting for the moment Lu Shiyuan completely collapsed. If they returned to the ship now, they would only bring the battlefield to Qin Feng and the others, and everyone on board would die. Brother. Ruan helped Lu Shiyuan sit down, letting him lean against her legs. She looked at the bottomless black seawater beneath her feet. That voice came again, clearer than ever before. It was at the bottom of the sea, in that deepest, darkest place. He's waiting for us down there. Ruan reached out and touched Lu Shiyuan's sweat-soaked forehead. We're in the open, he's in the dark. As long as we're on the surface, we'll always be on the defensive. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her wrist with terrifying strength. What do you plan to do? Don't go into the water. That's an order. Even in such weakness, his tone remained uncompromising. Going into the water meant death. Humans were as fragile as paper before the deep sea. Ruan was not intimidated. She turned her hand to grasp Lu Shiyuan's, pressing his palm against her cheek. Brother, do you trust me? Lu Shiyuan stared at her. In those clear black and white eyes there was no hint of joking. I trust you, he answered without hesitation. He could give her his life, so what was there not to trust? Then that's good. Ruan smiled. She reached into the pocket of her soaked shirt and pulled out a thumb-sized blue glass vial. It was brought from Laboratory 0. A label was attached: Reagent X, 72, Deep Sea Adaptation Inducer. But this was just a cover. The real medicine was her blood. It was the genetic instinct already awakened in her body as the perfect vessel. What is this? Lu Shiyuan looked at the vial, his brows furrowed. It's also a betrothal gift. Ruan blinked, smiling like a sly little fox. That fishtail monster said he wanted to give me the sea. Since it's offered, why refuse? She pulled out the stopper, tilted her head back, and drank the blue liquid in one gulp. Then, she lowered her head and kissed Lu Shiyuan's lips. The cool liquid flowed between their lips and teeth. It carried a faint flavor of mint and sea salt. Lu Shiyuan's pupils suddenly dilated. As the liquid entered his throat, a strange heat surged through his limbs and body. His lungs, which had felt heavy from oxygen deprivation and overexertion, suddenly became light. The skin on both sides of his neck began to itch as if something was about to grow out. Ruan released him. She licked her lips, and in the depths of her originally black pupils a hint of eerie azure faintly appeared. Hold on to me. Ruan wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, whispering softly in his ear. This time, I'll take you to catch fish. Plop. Splash. The two embraced and plunged directly into that pitch-black abyss. The moment she hit the water, the immense impact made her eardrums sting. The black seawater pressed in from all directions, squeezing the air out of her lungs bit by bit. Ruan clung tightly to Lu Shiyuan's neck, feeling his arm locked around her waist like an iron band. Above them came a muffled mechanical roar. It was the submersible lowered by the ark. The heavy metal hatch slowly opened underwater, generating a powerful suction. Lu Shiyuan kicked against the current and dragged Ruan into the decompression chamber. The hatch clanged shut, the drainage pump screamed shrilly, and the water receded rapidly. Lu Shiyuan released his grip, swayed, and dropped to one knee on the wet floor. The thunderstorm that had boiled the sea had nearly drained his strength. Ruan lay on his back, gasping, her mouth full of bitter salt. The inner door of the decompression chamber opened. Qin Feng rushed in with several soldiers in protective suits. "Boss!" Qin Feng steadied Lu Shiyuan, his face a mask of post-crisis terror. "Quick! To the medical bay!" Lu Shiyuan pushed Qin Feng's hand away and pulled himself up against the bulkhead. His fingertips still trembled from overexertion. "Dive!" Lu Shiyuan spat out 2 words, his voice hoarse. Qin Feng froze the medical kit, nearly slipping from his hand. "Now? This submersible hasn't passed deep-sea tests. What if? Dive!" Lu Shiyuan repeated, his black hair plastered to his forehead, hiding his gloomy eyes. He turned to look at Ruan, who was huddled in the corner. Her state was strange. She wasn't crying or complaining about the cold as she usually did. She stared at the thick observation window beyond, which was pitch-black seawater. A blue iridescent light swirled deep in her pupils, spinning faster and faster. "He's down there." Ruan spoke softly, her voice echoing in the cramped metal space. "He's waiting for me." Lu Shiyuan walked over to Ruan, lifted her bodily, and shoved her into the fixed seat. He buckled the safety belt himself, rough but swift. Qin Feng, get to the pilot seat. The submersible began to shudder violently as the rear thrusters erupted with eerie blue flames. It detached from the mothership and plunged into the abyss like a black meteor. The altimeter numbers spun rapidly. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Light vanished completely. The submersible's external searchlights blazed, cutting through the darkness and illuminating floating marine snow. It was countless tiny biological fragments looking under the lights like an endless funeral. So quiet. Ruan pressed against the window, her cheeks pale against the cold glass. The surrounding water seemed solidified, so dense it was suffocating. The submersible's hull emitted a teeth-grinding creak. Creak, creak. It was the pressure of 10,000 tons of water searching for gaps in the metal. Qin Feng sat in the pilot seat, sweating profusely, constantly adjusting the pressure compensation system. "Boss, 5,000 meters. This is the limit. Farther down this tin can will be crushed flat." Lu Shiyuan sat behind Ruan, holding a spare alloy short blade. He stared at the radar screen, clean and empty, but the feeling of being watched by a venomous snake grew stronger. "Turn off the searchlights." Lu Shiyuan suddenly spoke. Qin Feng's hand twitched, nearly pressing the wrong button. "Turn off the lights. Then we'll be blind." "Turn them off." Lu Shiyuan's tone brooked no argument. The lights died. The world plunged into absolute darkness. Ruan widened her eyes, trying to see something outside. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept past the observation window. It moved incredibly fast without disturbing a single current. Then the entire submersible lurched downward, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. "Warning! Hull breach." Red alarm lights flickered madly in the darkness, distorting every face. The detector returned an image. A colossal tentacle was coiled around the submersible's midsection. It was as thick as a water barrel, covered with suction cups the size of wash basins. The edges of the suction cups were lined with razor-sharp teeth gnawing at the hardened special steel. It was a giant squid. But this one was absurdly large. The exposed tentacle alone stretched dozens of meters. "It's crushing us." Qin Feng hammered the thruster overload switch, trying to break free. The submersible shuddered violently, its metal hull began to deform, and interior panels fell off. Lu Shiyuan suddenly rose, pressing his palm against the hull. Black electric arcs danced at his fingertips, attempting to conduct through the metal. But the high-pressure deep-sea environment disrupted the energy release, and the current ricocheted inside the cabin. "Damn it!" Lu Shiyuan cursed under his breath, forcibly focusing his mental energy. Boom. The submersible rocked violently, and a fine crack appeared on the left observation window. Seawater burst through the crack like a high-pressure water jet, instantly shearing off the adjacent seat. "It's breached. The hull is breached." The soldiers screamed in despair. At 6,000 meters beneath the sea, a pinhole-sized leak would unleash water that could shred a person instantly. Lu Shiyuan lunged towards Ruan, trying to shield her with his body. But another massive tentacle slammed viciously into the top of the submersible. The entire machine tumbled through the water. Ruan's safety belt snapped under the violent impact. Like a fallen leaf, she was swept by the raging influx toward the shattered window. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's eyes nearly split with rage, his fingers desperately grasping at the hem of her clothes. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing. Ruan was yanked out of the submersible by the irresistible pressure, vanishing into the black vortex. Ice-cold seawater instantly flooded her lungs. Ruan felt as if a hammer had struck her chest, and her consciousness blurred in an instant. Was she going to die? Here in this sunless place as food for deep-sea fish? Instinctively she opened her mouth to scream, but only a string of bubbles escaped. Seawater poured down her throat. Strange. The anticipated suffocation never came. As the cold water filled her lungs, a strange warmth erupted from the center of her heart. Her heart, which had been racing from oxygen deprivation, suddenly steadied. Su Ruan opened her eyes. She found she wasn't sinking into the abyss. She was suspended in the water. A faint layer of golden patterns emerged on her skin like an intricate circuit diagram. These patterns were glowing. A weak but resilient light illuminated the area around her. Su Ruan tried to breathe. She discovered her skin had become a kind of filter membrane. Oxygen was drawn directly from the seawater and infused into her blood. The crushing water pressure now felt as gentle as a silk veil. She reached out her fingertips, tracing through the current. It felt like returning to the amniotic fluid of the womb, safe, warm. Gulpy! A huge dark shape approached. It was the giant squid. Its enormous eye, as large as a millstone, was fixed intently on the glowing Su Ruan. It sensed it. This aura, this pressure that made its very soul tremble. It was the will of the ocean, the sovereign of all things. The tentacles that had been ready to crush everything now hung rigidly in midair. Su Ruan looked at the terrifying monster, yet felt no fear. She extended her hand. Her pale finger gently touched the rough tip of a tentacle. A hum. Golden patterns spread from her fingertip, climbing onto the squid's tentacle. The once violent beast instantly became utterly docile. It retracted all its suckers and carefully wrapped around Su Ruan's waist, as if cradling a fragile porcelain piece. It gently placed Su Ruan on its head. Take me down there. Su Ruan patted the squid's thick hide. She didn't need to speak. Her mental waves conveyed directly through the tentacle. The squid let out a low call, its massive body surging, carrying Su Ruan deeper into the abyss. Bioluminescent fish were drawn by the golden light, thousands of glowing deep-sea fish converging. They swarmed around the squid, forming a silver river spanning the abyss. Su Ruan sat atop the giant beast, her long hair drifting in the water. At this moment, she was no longer the useless one needing protection. She was the queen of this deep sea. Meanwhile, inside the damaged submersible, Lu Shiyuan knelt in a pool of water, both hands clutching the torn edge, fingers lacerated and bleeding from the metal. He stared at the distant golden glow fading away. His mind went blank. What had he seen? That delicate woman, who couldn't even twist open a bottle cap, was riding the sea monster that had nearly killed them. She moved through waters that could crush a person to pulp, as if strolling in a park. Boss. Qin Feng wiped water from his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Did I just hallucinate? Sister-in-law. Is she a spirit? Lu Shiyuan remained silent. He watched that golden back, and the red storm in his eyes raged wildly. An unprecedented sense of crisis seized his heart, not because of those monsters, but because he realized that the little woman who had always depended on him no longer seemed to need his embrace. This feeling drove him insane. Fix it. Lu Shiyuan suddenly stood, lightning crackling around him, forcibly holding back the surging seawater outside the hull. If you can't fix it, all of you stay here to feed the fish. He stared at the fading golden light. Su Ruan, you are mine. Even the deep sea won't take you from me. The submersible's thrusters roared again, chasing recklessly onward. In this pitch-black abyss 10,000 meters deep, a struggle between predation and protection was just beginning. Su Ruan, riding the squid, sensed a massive shape on the seabed below. It was a sunken city. Luminous corals covered the broken walls and ruins like an underwater graveyard. And at the very center of the city, the man with a silver fish tail sat on a throne of bone. He watched Su Ruan approaching on the giant beast, a flash of wild joy in his eyes. You've finally come. Songming rose, his trident tracing an arc through the water. My bride. Su Ruan looked at him, a mocking smile curving her lips. She patted the squid beneath her. Big God. Hit him. A massive tentacle lashed out, smashing into the bone throne. Water exploded. In the swirling chaos of light, Su Ruan looked back at the pursuing submersible. She playfully winked at the dark-faced man behind the glass. Su Ruan turned her head and winked at the man behind the observation window. Lu Shiyuan sat inside the violently shaking submersible, his 5 fingers clenching the control lever with desperate force. The metal shaft warped under his grip, emitting a shrill, grating screech. His gaze locked onto the golden light, sinking slowly into the coral grove. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. Chief, the deep pressure compensation system is about to blow. Qin Feng frantically worked the controls from the pilot's seat, sweat dripping from his jaw onto the console. The submersible plunged forward like a startled iron beetle, its tail erupting chaotic bubbles as it dove headlong into the luminous architectural cluster. The giant squid halted. Its massive tentacles swept through the water, parting towering bioluminescent corals several meters high, revealing a colossal gate of bleached bone behind them. Su Ruan leapt down from the squid's crown. Her body pirouetted gracefully in the water, long hair unfurling like ink behind her, rippling with the current. Her toes touched the white seabed, but she did not sink. Instead, she hovered 10 centimeters above the sand. Golden filigree blazed across her skin, illuminating the surrounding abyssal darkness with the brilliance of daybreak. The palace gates began to open slowly. Songming stood beyond the threshold, gripping a trident tightly in both hands. His eyes fixed upon Su Ruan as she approached, then lingered transfixed on the radiant golden patterns tracing her flesh. Clang! The heavy trident struck the shell-paved floor with a dull, hollow thud. Songming's knees bent, his body sank through the water until he knelt heavily before Su Ruan. His long silver hair fanned out in the water, veiling his unearthly face. The prophecy is true. His voice trembled, sending concentric ripples shivering across the liquid silence. The female marked by golden sigils, the mother of the sea, you have finally returned. Ruan tilted her head, studying the kneeling silver-haired man before her. She extended her hand, fingertips gliding through the water. Wild, turbulent currents instantly stilled and smoothed where they brushed against her. Do you mean me? Ruan took one step forward. Song Ming kept his head bowed, refusing to meet the light emanating from those golden glyphs. None but you could command the submission of all creatures. This abyss has waited for you far too long. A heavy impact echoed from behind. The submersible smashed aside several coral spires and came to rest directly before the palace entrance. The pressure release hatch opened. Lu Shiyuan strode forth clad in a sleek black pressure suit. Faint black arcs crackled around him, seawater instantly electrolyzed upon contact, releasing fine streams of bubbles. Lu Shiyuan strode across the threshold of bleached bone. His gaze locked immediately on Song Ming kneeling before Ruan. Stay away from her. He reached out, seized Ruan's wrist, and pulled her firmly behind himself. His palm burned fiercely. Even through the suit, Ruan felt that astonishing heat. Song Ming lifted his eyes, fixing them upon Lu Shiyuan. Reverence vanished in an instant, replaced by haughty disdain. Human, this is no place for your kind. Were you not chosen as the Divine Mother's consort, you would already be nourishment for the ocean floor. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He only drew Ruan closer, his other hand resting firmly on the hilt of his short blade. From the surrounding shadows, countless mare warriors emerged. They brandished bone spears and issued guttural, threatening hisses toward Lu Shiyuan. Ruan tapped lightly on the back of Lu Shiyuan's hand. Brother, I'm fine. She turned her gaze at Song Ming and pointed toward the immense conch bed deep within the palace. I'm tired. I'd like to rest. Of course, Divine Mother. Song Ming instantly rose, bowing deeply. The palace interior was vaulted by colossal whale ribs, its walls embedded with pearl discs the size of millstones. Ruan lay upon the conch bed, cushioned by layers of deep-sea sponge. The mattress yielded softly, like sinking into clouds. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, unwavering. He unfastened his pressure suit helmet, revealing a face pale with strain. His breathing remained shallow and rapid, exhausted by prolonged exposure to crushing depths. Several mermaid attendants glided forward, bearing silver trays laden with glowing fruits. As they passed Lu Shiyuan, they simultaneously rolled their eyes. One even flicked her tail deliberately, sending a turbid surge of water splashing toward him. Lu Shiyuan's fingers twitched. ZZZT. A slender arc of electricity flashed through the water. The attendant shrieked, her tail tip charred black, as she dropped her tray and fled in panic. All of you leave. Lu Shiyuan picked up a fruit from the tray, his long fingers peeling away its skin before offering it to Ruan's lips. Song Ming watched from afar, teeth grinding audibly. He gestured sharply. Two burly mare warriors carried in a translucent jade vessel, crystal clear and flawless. Inside floated a milky viscous liquid radiating a crisp, icy fragrance. This is deep-sea spirit marrow, Song Ming declared, stepping forward with quiet pride. It takes a millennium to condense a single vial, reserved exclusively for successive sea sovereigns. It purifies genetic essence, enabling the Divine Mother to fully acclimate to the oceanic realm. Ruan accepted the vessel and inhaled its scent. It resembled mint-infused milk. She tipped her head back and drank deeply, gulping down a generous mouthful. The marrow flooded her belly. Searing heat erupted instantly from her lower abdomen. She dropped the vessel and curled upon the conch bed, trembling faintly. Lu Shiyuan's expression shifted, alarmed. He reached to gather her up. Ruan, don't touch her. Song Ming roared. She's evolving. Human body heat disrupts energy fusion. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion. His eyes traced the golden sigils flaring wildly across Ruan's skin. The glyphs pulsed like living things, cascading downward from her waist. Ruan pressed her legs tightly together. Fine golden scales shimmered into existence across her formerly pale skin. Under the pearlescent glow, the scales refracted dazzling metallic light. Her legs fused, lengthening. Within seconds, her slender, human limbs vanished. In their place unfurled a 2-meter-long golden tail. Its broad, delicate fins spread like an immense fan, underwater edged, with translucent crescent-shaped filaments. Ruan opened her eyes. Her irises had transformed entirely into profound sapphire, deep as the abyss beneath them. She flexed her tail experimentally. Whack! Her tail struck the conch bed, unleashing a powerful current that sent Lu Shiyuan tumbling backward onto the floor. He scrambled upright. Ignoring the water dripping from his face, he stared fixedly at the woman upon the bed. Now Ruan was breathtaking, ethereal, devastatingly beautiful. Her golden tail undulated slowly in the water, her long hair drifted like dark silk. She appeared the ocean's most perfect creation, an artwork forged in sacred solitude, too holy to be touched. Lu Shiyuan's throat tightened. He stepped forward, his hand trembling as it grazed the cool, strangely elastic golden scales. Ruan. Ruan blinked, gazing at her own tail. Brother, I feel heavier now. She straightened carefully, her tail coiling beneath her to lift her stature, taller than before. Song Ming watched, his devotion ignited into absolute reverence. He knelt once more, right hand pressed over his heart. Perfect. This is the true Divine Mother. Divine Mother, the human cannot grant you eternity. His abilities will fade, his body will decay. Grant me the honor of serving as your captain of the guard. He paused, his tone shifting into abject humility laced with supplication. Even as a secondary consort, if I may dwell beside you in these depths, I pledge my entire clan's unwavering loyalty. Lu Shiyuan's awestruck expression hardened into ice. He turned slowly, eyes locking onto Song Ming kneeling on the floor. Black lightning exploded violently around him. The surrounding seawater boiled furiously from sudden searing heat. Secondary consort, Lu Shiyuan drew his short blade, the edge carving a black afterimage through the water. Did you think my last strike missed? Divine Mother, the sea demands heirs. Your lineage must not be squandered on a lowly human. Lu Shiyuan spoke no more. He lunged forward, a killing stroke aimed straight at Song Ming's throat. Song Ming blurred sideways, his tail propelling him backward several meters in an instant. This is my domain. Song Ming raised his palms. The seawater coalesced instantly into dozens of jagged ice spears. The Divine Mother requires strength, not a jealous ornament. Two titanic forces collided within the palace. The conch bed shook violently. Ruan sat calmly upon it, watching the two men battle fiercely. She ran her fingers over her gleaming golden tail, then glanced at the half-empty vial of spirit marrow on the nearby table. She raised a finger and gently tapped the air. Hum. A golden ripple expanded silently through the water. The raging lightning and ice spears dissolved without sound upon contact. Lu Shiyuan and Song Ming froze mid-motion, locked rigid as if encased in amber. Ruan swam forward, her great tail propelling her to Lu Shiyuan's side. She reached up, pinching his stiff cheek with slender fingers. Brother, stop fighting. She turned her gaze to Song Ming, her voice chillingly calm. What exactly is a secondary consort? Is it edible? Song Ming stared stunned. Ruan slapped the conch bed beneath her, its sharp resonance echoing clearly. I dislike fishy smells. I've already said so. And brother isn't an ornament. She wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, clinging to him, her golden tail coiling snugly around his waist. He's my caretaker. Without him, who'd peel shrimp for me? Lu Shiyuan felt the paralysis recede. He snapped back to awareness and seized the back of Ruan's head, pulling her into a fierce possessive kiss. The kiss held the raw, desperate intensity of something reclaimed. He claimed her, not just for himself, but for the entire abyss. Song Ming watched the embrace, a flash of bitter resentment flickering in his eyes. Yet he dared not move. For the sliver of aura Ruan had released moments earlier had frozen his blood entirely. Absolute, hierarchical dominion. Just then, a frantic tolling echoed from outside the palace. A mare warrior burst in, swimming erratically, his face twisted with terror. Your Majesty, it's dire. Those angels, they've breached the gates. Lu Shiyuan released Ruan and turned sharply. Beyond the bone gate, pure white beams pierced the darkness, blinding columns of light stabbing deep into the palace. Within them, silhouettes of figures sprouted mechanical wings. Ruan narrowed her eyes. The scent clinging to those beings filled her with visceral revulsion, antithetical to the spirit marrow's purity. Cold, lifeless. Lu Shiyuan retrieved his pressure suit helmet and fastened it securely. Looks like dinner won't be peaceful after all. He grasped Ruan's hand, electric arcs flaring once more at his fingertips. Ruan arched her golden tail forward, placing herself squarely before him. Brother, this time I'll handle it. She pointed toward the invading light columns, voice serene. I dislike these glowing little insects. At her words, every coral spire across the submerged city dimmed simultaneously. In their place bloomed Ruan's incandescent golden radiance, so brilliant it seemed poised to ignite the very depths. Bathed in light, her body ascended weightlessly. She gazed down upon the intruders, her golden tail carving a flawless arc through the water. Big one, Ruan called into the outer darkness. Boom. The colossal giant squid shattered the palace's side wall, its enormous eye locking onto the mechanical winged figures. Ruan raised her hand, fingertip aimed forward. Tear them apart. Violent collision erupted across the sunken city. Light beams and golden radiance clashed. The seabed trembled violently. Lu Shiyuan stood behind Ruan, watching the girl descend like a deity reborn. A sudden realization struck him. His fragile, tender little failure had truly become a god. Yet he felt no fear, because before striking, Ruan had quietly tugged at his sleeve. Brother, after we finish I want that blue fruit. Lu Shiyuan smiled. He tightened his grip on his blade and charged toward the nearest mechanoid. Agreed. Plenty for you. In this pitch-black abyss, slaughter and devotion intertwined once more. Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip on the blade and charged at the nearest android. Black electric arcs silently exploded in the seawater. The blade precisely sliced through the android's joints, leaving clean cuts that exposed the still glowing blue circuitry within. Ruan swayed her golden tail, her body elegantly looping through the water. She reached out, her fingertip touching the forehead of another android. A golden spark instantly vanished into the metal shell. The android halted, Its red scanning lights extinguished, and its body stiffly fell backward, crashing onto the bone floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The remaining androids, sensing danger, frantically flapped their mechanical wings, attempting to flee toward the palace exit. Lu Shiyuan gave them no chance. He planted one hand on the ground, using the leverage to launch himself upward. Black currents converged into an impenetrable net, sealing the entire entrance. The android slammed into the electric net, emitting a piercing crackle before collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. The battle ended swiftly. Lu Shiyuan landed the breathing valve of his pressure suit, emitting a heavy exhale. He removed his helmet, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Song Ming, gripping his trident, swam to Ruan's side. He stared at the lingering golden glow on her body, his atoms apple bobbing. "Goddess, you saw it." Song Ming's voice vibrated through the water, laced with obsessive fervor. "These angels are merely the vanguard. The people of Sky City will not let you go. Only by staying in the deep sea by my side can the entire ocean tribe provide you with sanctuary." He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Lu Shiyuan with undisguised disdain. "As for this human, he is too weak. In the battle just now, he needed your golden light to even stand steady." Lu Shiyuan wiped the sweat from his face, resheathing his short blade at his waist. He walked to Ruan's side, reached out a long arm, and directly clamped her waist. His fingers pressed against Ruan's skin through the golden scales. "Captain of the guard." Lu Shiyuan stared at Song Ming, a dangerous black light flickering at his fingertips again. "I think you want to be a bed warmer, don't you?" Song Ming, his intentions exposed, showed no shame. He puffed out his chest, his silver hair drifting in the water. "Might makes right. That is the law of nature. You may be decent among humans, but in the sea, I can better care for the goddess." He looked at Ruan, his tone turning humble and sincere. "Goddess, just nod, and I will give you everything. I can build you the most impregnable palace, gather all the treasures of the world. You need not lift a finger, just sit on the throne and receive the worship of all things." Ruan lowered her head and looked at her shimmering golden fishtail. She tried to wiggle it twice, the tail fin slapping against Lu Shiyuan's legs, stirring up a spray of fine bubbles. She looked up at Song Ming, her brow slightly furrowed. "But I only like big brother." Ruan reached out and touched Lu Shiyuan's cold cheek. "Your fishtail is too cold, I don't like it. And you just said you wanted to be a concubine." She paused as if pondering the meaning of the word. "What is a concubine? Is it someone who can only stand by the side and watch us eat?" Song Ming's expression froze. His eerie face appeared somewhat pale under the pearl light. "Goddess, I am for your safety. This human, he peels shrimp very fast." Ruan interrupted him, her earnest expression shattering Song Ming's heart. "He also warms my feet when I sleep. Can you do that?" Song Ming looked at his own fishtail covered in cold scales. He truly could not. His body temperature changed with the environment. In the deep sea, he was like a piece of ice. These trivial matters can be done by handmaidens. Song Ming gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the trident again. "But he cannot give you eternity. Gotta stay. As long as you remain here, time will change everything. You will find that only the ocean is your true home." Lu Shiyuan's patience had worn thin. He could feel Ruan's energy waning. The wide-range golden light output from earlier had taken a heavy toll on her body. "Are you done?" Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, completely shielding Ruan behind him. "If you're done, get lost. We're going back to the ship." Song Ming did not move. Behind him, the mermaid warriors gathered the tips of their bone spears, glinting coldly in the water. "Since the goddess is unwilling, I will have to use my own methods to keep you here." A resolute glint flashed in Song Ming's deep blue vertical pupils. He suddenly slammed his trident heavily onto the ground. A low hum resonated along the seabed. The enormous crystal ball at the top of the palace lit up. A translucent blue barrier rose from around the palace, rapidly converging at the apex. The ancient barrier of the Crystal Palace had been activated. This was the final defense of the Sea Kings against external enemies. Once activated, unless the core was destroyed from within, no one could escape. "You want to detain us by force?" Lu Shiyuan looked around at the thick water curtain barrier, laughing in anger. "You're asking for trouble." The black lightning on his body surged again, even more ferocious than when he fought the androids. The surrounding seawater began to boil violently from the high-voltage current, sending up massive clouds of bubbles. "Lu Shiyuan, don't waste your strength." Song Ming stood outside the barrier, watching him through the water curtain. "This barrier can even block the orbital cannons of Sky City. Your energy may be strong, but it will eventually run out. When you are exhausted, I will personally take the goddess away." Lu Shiyuan ignored his bluster. He turned to look at Ruan. Ruan was rubbing her eyes, looking somewhat drowsy. "Ruan, hold me tight." Ruan obediently reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck. Her golden fishtail coiled around Lu Shiyuan's waist, the scales rubbing against his pressure suit with a rustling sound. "Since this broken palace is trapping us, let's tear it down." Lu Shiyuan's voice was flat, but carried a bone-chilling ruthlessness. He stopped attacking the barrier, and instead turned his gaze to the massive bone pillars in the center of the palace. Those pillars were forged from the spines of ancient beasts, incredibly hard. Lu Shiyuan raised his right hand, black electric arcs compressing wildly in his palm. The scattered lightning was forcibly condensed into a black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. The energy contained within caused a slight distortion in the surrounding space. He swam to the nearest pillar. He pressed his palm against a crack on its surface. What are you doing? Realizing something was wrong, Song Ming slammed into the barrier frantically. Lu Shiyuan did not look back. He shoved the hyper-compressed lightning sphere deep into the crack at the center of the pillar. Demolition mode activated. Lu Shiyuan uttered a few words, then turned and hugged Ruan, tightly, turning into a streak of black light as he shot toward the weakest point of the palace's ceiling. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the seabed. The entire crystal palace trembled violently. The pillar exploded from within, sending countless bone fragments flying like meteors in all directions. A chain reaction instantly occurred. With one pillar gone, the palace, already bearing the weight of 10,000 tons of water pressure, began to collapse on a massive scale. Enormous pearls rolled off the walls. Bone beams snapped, crashing down onto the precious coral bonsai. My home. Song Ming let out a piercing scream, watching helplessly as his magnificent palace turned into a pile of rubble in an instant. Dust and silt filled the water, reducing visibility to a minimum. Lu Shiyuan, holding Ruan, weaved through the falling rocks. With one hand, he swung his short blade, cleaving through the obstructing stones. The barrier, due to the disturbance in its core energy, began to show cobweb-like cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shiyuan concentrated all his lightning energy at the tip of his foot. He kicked hard. Crack! The blue barrier shattered like glass. Seawater violently rushed into the collapsing palace, forming a massive vortex. Using the vortex's thrust, Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan and shot out of the ruins. Behind them, Song Ming was frantically digging through the rubble, searching for something. His throne, his treasures, all lost beneath the silt. The submersible was parked nearby. Qin Feng was pressed against the observation window, his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. He watched the black figure charging out of the explosion center, then looked back at the collapsing underwater city behind. Boss, with that demolition speed, did you graduate from a wrecking school? Lu Shiyuan said nothing, directly carrying Ruan into the decompression chamber. The hatch closed, sealing off the chaos outside. Ruan, lying in Lu Shiyuan's arms, stared at the gradually receding ruins outside the window and muttered softly. Brother, that weird fishtail guy seemed to be crying. Lu Shiyuan snorted coldly, pulling Ruan closer. He can cry all he wants, but he'll have to hold it in. He lowered his head and kissed Ruan's forehead. No one can keep you anywhere I can't see you. The submersible's thrusters roared again, carrying them toward the surface. In the pitch-black abyss, only Song Ming's despairing roar echoed through the water. The scene freezes on the moment the submersible breaks through the sea mist, and Lu Shiyuan steps out of the hatch holding Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's blade severed the final robot's neck. Its metallic head tumbled into the seabed silt. Before it even came to rest, the entire ocean floor convulsed violently. This tremor bore no resemblance to an earthquake, nor was it the aftershock of the palace's collapse. It pulsed with deliberate rhythm. Deep, heavy, each beat reverberating through human bone and marrow. Ruan's golden mermaid tail flickered uneasily. She sensed it beneath the rubble of bleached bones and shattered coral. An ancient will, slumbering for millions of years, had just been roused. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. A primordial presence suffused with ravenous hunger and malignant intent, now radiating outward through every molecule of seawater. Lu Shiyuan swiftly swam back to Ruan's side, his arm barring her chest. He had already pinpointed the source of danger. In that instant, the water stilled, its hue shifting from deep blue to absolute impenetrable black. This blackness was not mere absence of light. It was a substance spreading rapidly, staining the entire sea. Jiaran warriors, still scavenging treasures amid the ruins, let out cries of terror. They abandoned pearls and gold coins, fleeing desperately, yet it was already too late. The seabed split open. From the fissures emerged colossal black tentacles, each thicker than a terrestrial skyscraper. Their surfaces bristled with countless suckers, each ringed with slender razor-sharp teeth. Those teeth clicked open and shut in the water, emitting a grating, nerve-rending screech. One tentacle swept sideways. Several fleeing Jiaran warriors vanished, instantly swallowed whole before even a cry could escape, ground to crimson mist within the sucker's fangs. The water turned murky crimson. Song Ming stood at a distance, his trident trembling violently in hand. His unearthly face had paled to utter bloodless white. It is. Song Ming's voice quivered underwater, thick with bone-deep dread. The world-ending demon. It still lives. He turned his gaze, sweeping it across Lu Shiyuan and Ruan. These tentacles did not lash out blindly. They coiled subtly in the water, every sucker aligning precisely toward the strongest energy signature. One source was Ruan, her golden radiance blazing starkly against the inky abyss. Another was Lu Shiyuan, black lightning still crackling fiercely around his silhouette. The ancient god craved energy. Having slumbered eons, it now starved for high-tier evolutionary genes to fill its hollow void. Lu Shiyuan stared at the advancing tentacles, his mind racing. He calculated tentacle velocity, attack radius, hydrodynamic resistance. This was a creature unknown to history. Conventional psychic abilities would likely prove futile. Human, if you wish to live, fight alongside me. Song Ming swam closer. Though his legs still trembled, he knew survival alone was impossible. Alliance. My hydrokinetic ability is the only force capable of disrupting its perception here, in its domain. Lu Shiyuan scoffed coldly, not even glancing at Song Ming. Alliance? You dare presume? He saw through Song Ming's scheme. The idle schemer sought only to use him as a shield, then seize Su Ruan at the first opening. Lu Shiyuan raised his left hand and tapped the air. Instantly, the spirit marrow vial Song Ming had offered earlier, meant to curry favor with Su Ruan, flew toward him. Lu Shiyuan shattered it with a bolt of lightning. Azure liquid bloomed into a vast protective bubble in the water. With one swift motion, he thrust Su Ruan inside. Stay within. He propelled the bubble toward a narrow crevice between coral rocks, relatively safe. Su Ruan pressed her palms against the shimmering membrane, her feet, now transformed into a gleaming golden mermaid tail. She watched Lu Shiyuan's retreating back, heart tightening inexplicably. The monster loomed immense. Before it, he seemed no larger than a speck of dust. Brother, be careful. Lu Shiyuan did not turn back. He was already surging toward the thickest tentacle. Such was his nature, never passive, never resigned. Since the beast had awakened, he would send it back to hell. Lu Shiyuan carved a jet-black arc through the water. Black lightning erupted from his body in torrents, electrolyzing the seawater, instantly erupting into vast clouds of white bubbles. Those bubbles became perfect cover. His short blade flared into a 3-meter-long thunderblade. Darting past the tentacle's sweeping strike, he shot upward along its edge with blinding speed. The thunderblade pierced the tentacle's hide. No blood welled forth. Instead, a viscous, corrosive black fluid spurted from the wound. Lu Shiyuan twisted aside, evading the fluid, then struck again in reverse. The ancient god appeared, enraged. More tentacles erupted from the depths, weaving mid-water into a colossal interlocking net. They struck the seabed indiscriminately, each impact triggering miniature tsunamis. Song Ming, attempting to erect a watery barrier nearby, was struck by a tentacle and hurled into a stone pillar, his fate unknown. Su Ruan crouched within the bubble, eyes closed. She ceased watching the carnage, instead sinking her consciousness deep into the primordial gene sea. She was the divine mother, nominal sovereign of this ocean. Though lacking combat abilities, her very existence conferred sovereign authority. Su Ruan gently released her mental resonance, a warm, soothing golden luminescence. That golden light seeped slowly through the water, penetrating the ancient god's raging consciousness. The frenzied tentacles froze, just for a breath, as primal bloodline dominance forcibly suppressed their bloodlust. A flicker of confusion stirred within the ancient god's will. Why did this energy feel so familiar? As though returning to life's earliest origin. Lu Shiyuan seized the monster's hesitation, instinctively, without hesitation. In that single heartbeat, he became a spear of obsidian lightning. Every iota of his lightning power compressed to its apex, cracks spiderwebbed across the surrounding space. He stomped hard on a tentacle, launching himself skyward with explosive force. At the nexus of the writhing tentacles, a massive solitary eye, crowded with compound lenses, slowly opened. That was the ancient god's core, its sole vulnerability. Lu Shiyuan's lightning spear drove straight for that eye. Return to your grave. A beam of black light pierced the abyssal dark. Lightning met the ancient god's gaze and detonated. The blinding flash illuminated the entire 10,000-meter trench. Qin Feng, inside his submersible, dropped his cup, shattering it upon the floor. Is this still human? He stared at the radar's blackened crimson energy signature. His heart nearly stopped. Lu Shiyuan's blade had plunged deep into the ancient god's solitary eye. Thick black fluid engulfed him completely. The ancient god roared, a sound that shattered eardrums. Frantically, it whipped its tentacles, desperate to crush the tiny intruder embedded within its own orb. Lu Shiyuan gripped the hilt with iron resolve, letting the caustic fluid burn through his pressure suit. He felt it, the ancient god's vitality draining away at terrifying speed. Yet his own spiritual energy teetered at exhaustion's edge. His vision blurred, doubled. Then, softly, almost imperceptibly, a thread of golden light coiled around his forearm. Su Ruan's voice echoed in his mind. Brother, keep going. His consciousness snapped sharp once more. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his final spark of lightning, fully, irrevocably. Boom. The ancient god's solitary eye exploded. Its colossal form let out a final dying wail, then began its slow, heavy descent into the abyssal trench. Lu Shiyuan collapsed utterly. Drifting like shattered foliage amid turbulent currents, he was weightless, spent. A golden tail glided silently toward him. Su Ruan gathered him close, cradling his head against the curve of her neck. She flicked her tail, carrying them both upward, toward the surface. In the ruined black depths, Song Ming staggered upright, watching their distant golden silhouette fade, his expression unreadable, layered with profound complexity. He knew irrevocably he would never claim this woman. Su Ruan burst from the waves with Lu Shiyuan in tow. Sunlight bathed her golden scales, so radiant, so breathtaking it stole the breath from the world. Lu Shiyuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing up at her delicate near-at-hand face, his lips curved faintly. Your mermaid tail, truly magnificent. Su Ruan huffed, dragging him a little farther ashore. Then you'll peel shrimp for me, for the rest of your life. Lu Shiyuan smiled. He reached out, his fingertips still sparking with residual electricity, and gently laced his fingers with hers. In the distance the ark's foghorn sounded. Over this sea baptized in blood and lightning a new silence descended. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes, feeling the warmth radiating from Ruan's body. He knew this was only the beginning. The Sky Citadel faction had surely witnessed the disturbance. But he feared nothing. So long as this little fox remained in his arms, he would cleave the heavens themselves. Ruan nestled against his chest, gazing at distant seagulls, then spoke softly. Brother, I want hot pot. Lu Shiyuan tapped her waist. All right, we'll make it when we return. He looked into her sapphire blue eyes. Within them, he beheld an entirely new world. A tremor rippled across the abyssal seafloor, halting Lu Shiyuan's motion. The ancient gods shattered solitary, I writhed anew within viscous black fluid. The scattered fragments of tissue did not vanish. They surged inward like iron drawn to a magnet. In less than 3 seconds a compound, eye larger than before veined with crimson reopened amid the ruins. The ancient god's vitality defied all estimation. It unleashed a guttural roar whose shockwaves rippled visibly through the water as ghostly white concentric rings. Lu Shiyuan gripped his short blade in one hand, his fingertips trembled faintly from exertion. His inner reserves of energy had been utterly depleted. That self-destructive assault had nearly hollowed out his spiritual sea. Black tentacles lashed toward him once more. He attempted to leap upward, but the water pressure thickened oppressive and unrelenting. Thud! The tentacle struck Lu Shiyuan squarely in the chest. The metallic armor plating on his pressure suit buckled inward, revealing severed circuitry beneath. He was hurled backward, slamming into a fractured ivory pillar. A coppery tang flooded his throat. As he opened his mouth, blood bloomed in the seawater, spreading into a pale crimson mist. Bracing himself on the knife hilt, he tried to rise. Yet his knees gave way, and he collapsed again into the silt. The creature's dermis had evolved resistance to electricity. The lightning strike had left only charred fissures upon its epidermis, wounds now sealing themselves at visible speed. Ruan hovered nearby inside a shimmering energy bubble, her 10 fingers clenched white-knuckled around its translucent rim. She saw the blood spill from Lu Shiyuan's lips, the vivid scarlet blazing stark against the ocean's endless black. An unfamiliar acrid ache welled up from deep within her chest, surging toward her eyes. 2 clear tears traced paths down her cheeks, and the moment they broke free, golden light coalesced around them like living flame. The tears did not dissolve in seawater. Instead, they hardened instantly, transforming into perfectly spherical pearls, each radiating a soft, ethereal sapphire luminescence. The pearls hovered before Ruan, suspended in silent reverence. Each pulsed with terrifying, pristine energy, pure beyond measure. She pushed aside the bubble's membrane. With a powerful flick of her golden mermaid tail, she surged forward without hesitation toward Lu Shiyuan. Behind her, the pearls streaked through the water, leaving trails of cerulean light. Big brother. Ruan wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's forearm and pressed one luminous pearl directly onto the wound over his heart. The pearl dissolved upon contact, flowing into his skin as a cool liquid current. His desiccated spiritual sea erupted into a maelstrom of raw power. His parched meridians flooded violently. Fractured bones clicked softly back into place under the nourishment of that potent energy. 1 pearl, 2, 3. Ruan kept pressing pearls into Lu Shiyuan's palm. He closed his fingers around them, sensing instinctively this energy was no mere ability. It was primordial life essence itself. His body began to glow. Threads of pale gold wove through the crackling black lightning, not weakening it, but elevating it. The crushing weight that had dragged at his limbs vanished entirely. Lu Shiyuan straightened to his full height, gaze locked on the swelling form of the ancient god ahead. Conventional attacks could not slay it. Its every living cell must be annihilated in a single decisive blow. He tilted his head upward, toward the surface 10,000 meters above. Beyond it lay the eternal thunderstorm clouds churning ceaselessly in the stratosphere. Ruan stepped back. Lu Shiyuan's voice rang clear, no longer hoarse. He drew the remaining pearls into his body. His frame shuddered violently. His raven-black hair fanned outward in the water, each strand wreathed in miniature arcs of violet lightning. He released the short blade. Arms spread wide, palms lifted skyward. He was communing, not with gods, but with the cosmos itself. Through that pure primordial force coursing within him, he bridged the abyssal trench and reached the ionized currents high in the atmosphere. Above the waves, the rainstorm, already subsiding, exploded anew. Thunderheads across 100 kilometers converged upon the vessel arc. The clouds hung low, nearly brushing the sea's surface. Within their roiling depths, tens of thousands of violet lightning bolts collided and fused, coalescing into a colossal incandescent sphere. Its diameter swelled relentlessly. 500 meters, 1 kilometer, 2. At that instant, every electronic device across the ocean surface went dark. Sheen Foam stood frozen on the deck, staring up at the apocalyptic orb overhead, his knees trembling uncontrollably. What the hell is senior brother doing? Is he trying to tear the heavens apart? Deep below, a vast thunder array ignited beneath Lu Shiyuan's feet. A beam of obsidian light pierced upward, shattering layers of seawater, rising like a celestial pillar connecting earth and sky. The storm sphere above sensed the pull. Boom. A thunderclap echoed across the globe. A kilometer-wide column of lightning tore from the cloud, plummeting downward. It struck the sea with perfect precision, piercing 10,000 meters of abyssal depth in an instant. Seawater parted violently, forming a colossal hollow conduit. The lightning column struck Lu Shiyuan directly. He let loose a prolonged, defiant cry, not of pain but of ascension. The pearl's energy shielded his vital meridians, holding his soul intact. He became the conduit, the fulcrum between heaven and abyss. With a sudden pivot, he turned, arms thrust forward, palms aimed at the ancient god. Die! All the pent-up fury of the heavens found its outlet. The lightning column channeled through his body slammed into the center of the ancient god's solitary eye. A shriek of unbearable agony tore from the beast, so piercing it breached the ocean's barrier, echoing even onto the surface. Its colossal form, capable of withstanding nuclear detonations, began to crumble layer by layer. Black flesh, carbonized, instantly reduced to ash. Its tentacles flailed once, twice, then disintegrated into dust. Its will screamed defiance, raging against oblivion. Yet before this cosmic convergence of will and lightning, resistance was impossible. The light endured for exactly 10 seconds, bathing the entire sea in blinding absolute white. When it faded, only a vast crater remained where the ancient god had stood. All viscous black matter had vanished, replaced by countless tiny motes, each glowing with gentle radiant white light. They drifted slowly through the water, settling upon coral reefs, reviving withered polyps, sinking into barren seabed, coaxing bioluminescent flora from sterile soil. This was the stolen life force the ancient god had hoarded from creation, now returned whole and uncorrupted to the ocean's embrace. Song Ming crouched behind a distant stone pillar, watching. His eyes were fixed upon the man standing at the crater's heart, still wreathed in fading arcs of lightning. His trident clattered to the seafloor. Song Ming's knees buckled, and he sank deeply into the silt. He bowed his head low. His silver hair fanned out in the current, a posture of utter submission. This was no ability. This was divine revelation. To him, Lu Shiyuan was no longer human, but the thunder sovereign master of celestial wrath. The last embers of lightning dimmed upon Lu Shiyuan's skin. His body swayed. His pressure suit lay in ruins, exposing a back etched with fresh wounds and old scars. He looked down, towards Ruan. She swam toward him, her golden tail carving elegant arcs through the water. He raised a hand to meet her, yet his arm halted halfway and darkness swallowed his consciousness. He fell backward, into the great crater. Ruan accelerated, catching him mid-descent. She held him close. Carrying him, she ascended toward the faint golden light filtering down from above. In this sea reborn by thunder, life stirred anew. Ruan glanced back once. The silver-haired man remained kneeling in the ruins, motionless, unmoving. She turned away. Her only thought now was bringing Lu Shiyuan home, to finish that hot pot meal they'd never gotten to eat. Far off, the Ark had launched its rescue skiff. Qin Feng stood at the bow, wildly waving a crimson flag. Ruan broke the surface. Sunlight struck her face, blinding warm. Cradling Lu Shiyuan, she gazed at the massive vessel drawing nearer. Lu Shiyuan stirred in her arms. His lashes fluttered, though his eyes remained closed. His hand moved, instinctively grasping Ruan's fingers. He held on tightly, as if releasing her would shatter the golden dream he'd just awakened into. Ruan smiled. Then, facing the stunned soldiers lining the deck, she shouted aloud. Hurry, prepare the shrimp. My husband's starving. Freeze frame Ruan swimming toward the deck, Lu Shiyuan cradled in her arms, sunlight merging their silhouettes into one. Ruan's golden fishtail lashed violently through the seawater, propelling her body forward like a bolt from a crossbow. She wrapped both arms tightly around Lu Shiyuan's waist, stopping him from plummeting further into the pitch-black abyss below. Lu Shiyuan's chest heaved as a torrent of seawater rushed from his nasal passages. He pried his eyes open, his vision blurring with double images. His fingers traced across the golden scales at Ruan's waist, confirming that no foreign presence had touched her. He didn't get to you, did he? With visible effort, Lu Shiyuan raised his hand, brushing his fingertips across Ruan's cheek. She buried her face in his chest, her golden hair spreading out around them. No, only you. She leaned in and pressed her lips against his. That single touch reignited the dying flame of Lu Shiyuan's life, drawing it back with a wave of cloying sweetness. He reached up and gripped the back of her head, meeting her in a salty, tangy kiss within the seawater warmed by thunder. Songming swam closer in the distance. His silver fishtail hung limp and lifeless, several scales scorched black and curling at the edges. He swam before the two, his upper body sinking heavily as he knelt on the sandy seabed. Sacred Mother. He raised the frigid trident of dark ice above his head, offering it with both hands. The Deep Sea Clan pledges its allegiance to you both. With a single command from the Sacred Mother, 10,000 sea beasts shall serve as your vanguard. Lu Shiyuan leaned against Ruan's shoulder, glancing sideways at the gleaming weapon. He reached out and grabbed it, not treating it as some divine artifact, and simply shoved it into Ruan's hands. Here, sharp point. Good for spearing shrimp when we get back. Songming's face twitched, but he dared not speak a word. That was the symbol of the Sea Emperor's authority, now reduced to a fruit fork. Lu Shiyuan's body rapidly mended under Ruan's soothing touch. He pushed Ruan away and steadied himself, his gaze settling on Songming. An alliance is possible, but I have one condition. Lu Shiyuan gestured toward the surface above. I want all your intelligence on those winged monsters. Songming bowed his head, his posture low and submissive. They are seraphs, the cleansers from the Sky City. They descend at intervals to harvest ripe evolution cores. A colossal blue whale drifted over, stopping obediently beneath the two. It was Songming's royal mount. Ruan pulled Lu Shiyuan onto the whale's back, her golden tail shimmering where sunlight pierced through the water. The whale flicked its tail, surging toward the surface with both riders. On the deck of the Ark, Qin Feng was pacing in circles, telescope pressed to his eye, frantic with worry. I see them. What is that? A whale. With a thunderous crash, the blue whale burst through the surface, sending a spray of water that washed the deck clean. Qin Feng stared at the two, riding on the whale's back. The telescope slipped from his fingers and landed squarely on his foot. Boss. Ma'am. Did you go shopping at the Dragon Palace? The soldiers on board stood frozen in shock. That delicate, fragile Ruan. Now half of her body was a golden fishtail, and she was holding the Sea Emperor's trident in her hand. Lu Shiyuan was battered and wounded, but the sheer force of his presence held every sea beast for miles in place. Songming surfaced alongside them, his upper body rising and falling with the swells. He looked at Lu Shiyuan, his voice heavy with gravity. The awakening of the ancient god was no accident. It is answering the call of the sky. The source of the virus may not be on the ground, nor in the sea. He pointed toward the overcast sky above. Lu Shiyuan followed his gesture and caught a glimpse of a strange white light streaking across the horizon. The clouds split open, and a white silhouette flashed past. Lu Shiyuan rose from the whale's back, lifting Ruan by the waist and carrying her back onto the deck. The golden scales on Ruan's legs receded, revealing her fair, slender limbs once more. The moment her feet touched the deck, her knees buckled. Lu Shiyuan caught her in a flash. Qin Feng cleared out the medical bay. He glanced down at Ruan, gently tapping the tip of her nose with his finger. That hot pot we promised. We're having it when we get back. Ruan looped her arms around his neck, nuzzling her face against his chest. I want spicy and lots of shrimp. Lu Shiyuan held her close and strode toward the cabin. Songming remained on the surface, watching as the Ark turned around. Behind him, countless sea beasts surfaced, letting out low, resonant calls toward the massive vessel, a signal of submission. Qin Feng sidled up to Lu Shiyuan, his eyes darting to the trident. Boss, this fork. The Sea Emperor really gave it to you. Lu Shiyuan didn't even turn his head. Gave it to Ruan for cutting fruit. Got a problem with that? Qin Feng shrank back, letting out a dry chuckle. No problem at all. That's one fancy fruit fork. Lu Shiyuan stepped into the medical bay and laid Ruan on the berth. He turned to look out the window. The white light in the sky grew brighter, as if something was accelerating its descent. Lu Shiyuan pressed his hand against the bulkhead, a faint purple arc of lightning crackling in his palm. Whatever it is, if it dares reach out, we cut it off. Ruan shifted into a more comfortable position on the berth, still clutching the corner of Lu Shiyuan's shirt. Brother, that mermaid said there's a city in the sky. Lu Shiyuan sat back down beside her, covering her eyes with his broad hand. Sleep. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Ruan mumbled something in reply, her breathing gradually evening out. Lu Shiyuan stared at the radar screen. The coordinates were jumping erratically. A massive shadow was hurtling down from the upper atmosphere, aimed directly at the Ark's position. Lu Shiyuan let out a cold snort and switched off the medical bay's alarm system. He didn't want to wake Ruan. He stepped out of the cabin and bolted the door behind him. Qin Feng charged all energy cannons. Lu Shiyuan stood at the center of the deck, the black longsword materializing in his hand. The clouds above were torn apart by violent force. A colossal silver-white metallic disc burst through. Beneath the disc, a dense array of mechanical arms extended downward. At the tip of every mechanical arm, red scanning beams pulsed. Harvest initiated. A voice devoid of any emotion echoed from the disc. Lu Shiyuan raised his blade. Lightning coalesced along the edge into the form of a ferocious thunder beast. Harvesting on my turf. Did you ask me first? The thunder beast shot skyward, slamming directly into the disc's defensive shield. A violent explosion erupted midair, and the Ark rocked violently in the surging waves. Lu Shiyuan stood at the eye of the storm, unmoving. Behind him in the medical bay, Ruan turned over in her sleep. She was dreaming. In her dream, Lu Shiyuan was chasing her with a plate of peeled shrimp. She was laughing so sweetly. The battle on the deck had reached a fever pitch. Mechanical arms kept descending, and Lu Shiyuan kept cutting them down. Qin Feng's voice screamed from the command room. Boss, we're running out of power. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He bit down on his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the longsword. The black lightning shifted, turning a deep, ominous crimson. Then we pay with blood. He leapt into the air, landing on severed mechanical arms, and charged straight toward the massive disc. Just as he was about to make contact, a pillar of golden light shot out from the direction of the medical bay. The beam struck the disc, and the frantic mechanical arms froze in an instant. Ruan stood at the cabin door in her nightgown. She rubbed her eyes, still holding the massive trident in her hand. So noisy. She raised the trident and swung it hard at the sky. A golden ripple spread outward from the weapon. The disc above seemed to meet its natural predator, its shell beginning to crumble rapidly. Lu Shiyuan hovered midair, stunned. He stared at that small, delicate figure, his mouth twitching. Su Ruan yawned and planted the trident on the deck. Brother, come back. I'm hungry. The disk in the sky shattered, completely scattering into countless fragments that rained into the sea. Lu Shiyuan landed and sheathed his sword. He walked over to Su Ruan and scooped her up in his arms. All right, let's go eat. Qin Feng stared at the radar screen in the command room, watching the red blip vanish. He collapsed into his chair. Unbelievable. Both of them are absolute monsters. The massive vessel cut through the waves. In the far depths of the sky, a floating city was slowly revealing its faint outline. Lu Shiyuan cast a glance backward. He pulled Su Ruan closer to his chest. The image froze on Lu Shiyuan carrying Su Ruan through the cabin door, the trident carelessly tossed aside on the deck. The scent of blood on the deck had not yet dissipated when it was overwhelmed by a rich, spicy, and numbing aroma. The red oil in the copper pot bubbled and gurgled. Lu Shiyuan sat on a folding chair, his fingers long and slender, the tips still retaining the residual warmth from piercing the deep sea. He did not draw a blade, nor did he summon lightning. He was peeling a shrimp. A deep-sea red shrimp the size of a palm. In a few swift motions it was shelled and deveined. The snowy white meat rolled in the red oil pot for 3 seconds, then scooped out and placed into Su Ruan's bowl. Su Ruan opened her mouth and bit into it. Chili oil stained her lips a brilliant red. Her cheeks bulged as she chewed vigorously. More. Lu Shiyuan reached for the next one. The soldiers around were holding wine jars, staring wide-eyed at the group of Jiao Ren delivery crew who refused to leave. Qin Feng drunk grabbed a wine bottle and tried to clink glasses with the Jiao Ren. That Jiao Ren flinched in fright, nearly dropping the pearls it was holding into the sea. Su Ruan was stuffed. She pushed away the bowl and collapsed onto the lounge chair that Lu Shiyuan had specially padded. The sea breeze blew, lifting her long hair. She squinted, gazing at the night sky above. The storm had stopped, the dark clouds had dispersed. The moon hung directly overhead, decorated with a few stars beside it. Su Ruan looked for a moment, then frowned. She raised her hand, pointing at the small cluster of light directly above. Lu Shiyuan. She did not call him brother. The stars are marching in step. Lu Shiyuan tossed the wet towel back into the plate. He leaned over and followed Su Ruan's finger. Those few points of light were indeed moving. At high speed in a straight trajectory. 6 points of light quickly converged, forming a perfect hexagon directly above the Fangzhou. The expression on Lu Shiyuan's face vanished. He stood up and kicked over the folding table in front of him. The copper pot clattered onto the deck, splashing hot soup everywhere. Zzzt. A ring of black electric arcs burst from Lu Shiyuan's body, instantly evaporating the splashed hot soup into white mist. Brace yourselves. Even in such a relaxed moment, his muscle memory reacted faster than his mind. That feeling was wrong. It was not the oppressive pressure of facing an ancient god. It was a cold sensation of being locked onto by a precision instrument. The sky split open. No thunder, no warning. That hexagonal light point suddenly expanded outward. The black night curtain seemed to be slit open by a scalpel. A ghastly white beam of light poured down. The light was too bright, too white. Without a trace of warmth, it blinded everyone on the deck. The wine bottle in Qin Feng's hand fell to the ground, shattering into a mess of glass shards. The Jiao Ren in the corner let out a sharp screech, covered its ears, and jumped into the sea, abandoning even the box of pearls. They feared this. This was a fear etched into their genes. 3 shadows slid down the beam of light. They were not birds, nor humans. They had silver metal wings hanging from their backs, not flapping, just maintaining balance. Thrusters at their waists emitted silent blue flames. They hovered 300 meters above the Fangzhou. Their faces had no features. Only a smooth silver visor. Red scanning rays shot out from behind the visor, sweeping across the deck. A grid of red lines instantly covered the entire ship. Lu Shiyuan pulled Su Ruan behind him. He stared at those things. No heartbeat, no breath, only the stench of metal and electric current. Experimental subject, Xia Hua detected. The voice rang directly in everyone's minds. Not sound waves. It was a synthesized voice directly interfering with brainwaves. Flat mechanical without inflection. Gene lock release 45. Recovery procedure initiated. Clear obstacles. The mechanical angel in the center raised its hand. Its palm split open. A white beam shot straight down. It was not an attack. It enveloped Su Ruan. Lu Shiyuan reached back to grab her, but his fingers passed through the light beam. This was not a solid wall. But Su Ruan's feet had left the ground. Gravity failed within the beam. She was lifted by an invisible hand and flew straight up into the sky. Let go. Su Ruan panicked. She kicked wildly in midair, her hands gripping Lu Shiyuan's forearm tightly. The suction force was astonishingly strong. Su Ruan felt as if her spine was about to be pulled apart. Lu Shiyuan did not let go. He wrapped his arms around Su Ruan's waist, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves across the deck. Get down here. Lu Shiyuan's temples bulged with veins. Black thunderbolts surged down his legs into the deck. The metal melted. His combat boots were welded directly to the steel plates. The entire Fangzhou emitted a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. The hull tilted. The tens of thousands of tons of giant ship were actually lifted at one end by this suction force. Su Ruan's face turned white with pain. Lu Shiyuan. It hurts. Lu Shiyuan heard her. He looked at Su Ruan's wrist, bloodshot from the strain. He suddenly looked up, staring at the 3 silver metal lumps in the sky. Turn it off. Lu Shiyuan released one hand. He pointed at the sky. Or I'll drag your damn city down and fill the sea with it. The mechanical angel tilted its head. Data streams scrolled frantically behind its visor. Threat level high. Individual Lu Shiyuan. Recommendation, eliminate. The other two angels moved. Their arms rotated metal plates, shifted revealing dark cannon muzzles. Blue energy gathered at the cannon muzzles. The lock position was the center of Lu Shiyuan's forehead. Ruan saw the blue light. She stopped struggling. The golden patterns on her skin lit up again. This time it was not a gentle flow, but exploding golden spikes. Don't you dare touch him. Ruan screamed. A psychic shockwave traveled upstream along the traction beam. The beam flickered. The three hovering mechanical bodies wobbled their thrusters, emitting black smoke. Lu Shiyuan seized the moment of looseness. He exerted force violently and yanked Ruan back into his arms. Ruan crashed into his chest, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Lu Shiyuan pressed her head into his chest, using one hand to protect the back of her head. Black lightning wove an impenetrable shield above his head. Qin Feng. Fire. He didn't wait for Qin Feng's reaction. He raised his right hand and flipped the middle finger at the blinding white light. Want to take her? Not unless you blow up the earth first. The angels steadied themselves. The energy at the cannon muzzles had fully charged. But they did not fire. The crack in the sky widened again. A massive shadow squeezed out. Too huge. Just the exposed corner covered the moon. Air pressure dropped sharply. The air was so thin it was suffocating. The mechanical voice rang out again. Recall. Main city descending. Prioritize executing Plan B. The angels lowered their arms. The traction beam vanished. They turned in unison, their thrusters at full power, transforming into 3 streaks of light that dove back into the crack. The white light receded. The crack closed. The night sky returned to black. But the stars were gone. A massive disc-shaped shadow hung in low Earth orbit. It hung there silently like a giant eye staring at its prey. Lu Shiyuan stood on the wrecked deck. His chest heaved violently, his breathing heavy. Ruan trembled in his arms. Lu Shiyuan's hand patted her back one after another heavily. He stared at that shadow. They are watching, Lu Shiyuan said. Ruan looked up. She saw it. At the bottom of that floating city, countless red signal lights were blinking. Dense and numerous like thousands of red eyes. Up there in the high sky, coldly watching this ship, insignificant as an ant. The ark slammed through the floating ice at the harbor. Under the inertia of its massive hull, it ground against the rubber fenders of the dock, producing a harsh screech of rubber against metal. There was no cheering. No flowers to welcome heroes. The crowd on the shore was lifeless. Tens of thousands of survivors had gathered in the outer plaza of the Dawn base. They craned their necks, stiffly holding the same posture. The sky had darkened. Not from sunset. It was a colossal shadow forcibly blotting out the sun overhead. It was the same disk they had seen from the ark at sea. Now it no longer hid. The clouds were pushed apart by some invisible force, revealing the true visage of that city. It was immense. Hovering at 3,000 meters, its silver-white metallic base resembled a tombstone pressing down on everyone's hearts. The densely packed cannon muzzles and signal lights on the base flickered with a chilling red glow in the shadow. The temperature plummeted. Lu Shiyuan, holding Ruan with one arm, leaped down from the deck. His combat boots hit the frozen ground with a crisp crack. Qin Feng, followed by a squad of mutants, came right behind, all their weapons off safety. No one spoke. The oppressive feeling was real. That thing overhead was 10,000 times more terrifying than a zombie tide. It represented a technological gap that was incomprehensible and insurmountable. A sharp burst of microphone feedback suddenly exploded across the sky without warning. Everyone's head throbbed. Then that emotionless electronic synthesized voice drilled into their ears through every molecule of the air. Earth test site data collection complete. Sample designation human. Assessment result defective. No evolutionary value. Initiating final purge protocol. Core retrieval designation Eve. The voice fell. The base of the sky city opened thousands of honeycomb-shaped hatches. Whizzing sounds filled the air. Countless white points of light shot out from the hatches. They unfolded silver metallic wings mid-air, trailing long blue exhaust, and plummeted straight to the ground like a dense meteor shower. Those were the angels, identical to the 3 that had attacked the ark at sea. Except this time it was a full-scale legion. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of angels hit the ground. They didn't land in open areas, they precisely crashed into the most crowded spots. Dust and smoke billowed. Several survivors were thrown into the air by the shockwave before they could react. As the dust cleared, a 2-meter-tall, all-silver, humanoid figure stepped out. Its face had no features, only a smooth visor. In its hand it held a buzzing beam sword. Purge begins. It raised its arm. The beam sword swept horizontally. No flashy moves. The dozen or so mutants in the front row were cut in half before they could even raise their shields. Blood sprayed. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Screams erupted. Panic spread like a plague in an instant. This slaughter was too efficient, too cold. It was a battle of completely different scales. God, it's divine punishment. We are guilty. The angels have come to punish us. Someone shouted. Despair instantly shattered reason. Some dropped their guns. Some knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing to the killing machines, their foreheads slamming into the frozen earth, blood streaming down. Please, forgive us. We will atone. The angel stopped. It tilted its head, the red glow behind its visor flickering twice. Surrender behavior detected. Response invalid. Exterminate all. It raised its beam sword. Blue high-energy particles gathered at the tip, aiming at the group of kneeling supplicants. They closed their eyes, trembling like leaves. Just as the beam sword was about to fall, a black afterimage tore through the air. No words. No warning. Crack. A black thunderbolt thick as a water barrel slammed in from the side. The lightning struck the angel dead center in the chest. The immense kinetic energy sent the 2-meter-tall hunk of metal flying. Like a ragdoll, the angel smashed through 3 walls before crashing into an abandoned building. Crash. Half of the building collapsed, burying the silver figure under the rubble. The entire scene fell silent. Those kneeling forgot to cry. Those fleeing forgot to run. Everyone turned to look at the direction from which the thunder had come. Lu Shiyuan stood there. He held no blade. He was calmly pulling off his dust-stained tactical gloves and tossing them to the ground. A bunch of soft-boned weaklings. Lu Shiyuan's voice wasn't loud, but in this dead silence, every word hit the ground like a nail. He strode forward through the blood step by step toward the rubble. God! Lu Shiyuan let out a sneer. He stopped before the wreckage, raised his foot, and kicked the pile of stones. Rubble tumbled. Beneath it lay the angel, deformed by the lightning. It wasn't dead yet. The armor on its chest had melted open a large hole, and sparks were flying from the wiring inside. It struggled to get up, its beam sword flickering twice before going dark. Lu Shiyuan walked over and stepped on its head. The grinding of metal was ear-splitting. Is that all you've got, and you dare to come to my territory collecting protection fees? Lu Shiyuan pressed down with his foot. Black electric arcs snaked down his boot and into the angel's head. Thud. A dull sound. The smooth silver head exploded. No brains. No holy radiance. Only black oil splattered in chips and wires scattered everywhere. A screw rolled to the feet of a survivor. The man stared down blankly. This is a god. At that moment, Su Ruan ran over from behind. She avoided the oil on the ground with distaste, then leaned in to look at the pile of scrap. Brother, this workmanship is pretty shoddy. Su Ruan pointed at the smoking parts, her clear voice carrying across the plaza. Look, it's all wires inside, not even a piece of meat. She turned and blinked at the survivors still kneeling on the ground. Why are you kneeling to it? It's just a big flying robot vacuum cleaner with a blade attached. A stir rippled through the crowd. The survivor who had picked up the screw suddenly stood up. He stared at the screw in his hand, then at the pile of scrap in the distance. Fear vanished. In its place rose a sense of being fooled. Divine punishment. Angels. This was just a bunch of metal junk. Since it was metal, it was manufactured. And if it could be made, it could be smashed. They're robots. They can be broken. They're not gods. Brothers, grab your weapons. Someone yelled. The kneeling people jumped to their feet. They picked up their guns again, their rusty iron bars. Once the fear of the unknown was shattered, what remained was humanity's ferocity exploding in desperation. As long as a health bar oil appears, they'd even kill a god. More angels were descending from the sky. But this time no one knelt. Countless beams of supernatural power lit up all over the base. Fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, even ordinary bullets, all fired upward at the sky. Lu Shiyuan didn't look back at the excited survivors. He lifted his foot from the scrap and wiped the oil off his boot sole on the ground. He raised his head. His gaze cut through the smoke and dust, locking onto the massive floating city above. The red signal light still blinked as if mocking the ants below. Lu Shiyuan raised his right hand. He didn't use his powers. He simply extended his middle finger toward the city hovering high above. Perfect form. Full of provocation. Wanna reap us? A mad grin curled at the corner of Lu Shiyuan's mouth. Sharpen your teeth before you come. If you break them, I'm not paying for the repair. Su Ruan stood beside him, copying his gesture, also flipping off the sky. Though her fingers were delicate and lacked the presence, she nailed that smug, borrowed confidence attitude. Yeah, break your teeth. Su Ruan shouted. And we'll scrap you and sell you for scrap metal to buy me a skirt. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and scooped Su Ruan into his arms. Qin Feng. Here. Qin Feng rushed up from behind, face covered in blood and ash, but his eyes were bright. Lu Shiyuan pointed at the metal junk still dropping from the sky. Pass the order. Full alert level 1. Tonight we're not fighting zombies. We're dismantling giant robots. Qin Feng's wrench slammed onto the steel plate, sending sparks scattering across the ground. The searchlights on the tarmac burned the night sky blindingly bright, while thousands of maintenance personnel swarmed around the fighter jets like industrious ants. Welding torches pulsed with cobalt blue light, and the air reeked of scorched metal and pungent, high-purity aviation fuel. This was no mere repair. It was violent, radical modification. The pearls retrieved from the abyssal depths had been crushed at Qin Feng's order. They contained energy too volatile for conventional engines to withstand. He instructed his team to blend the pearl powder directly into the aviation fuel, then coated the turbine blades with deep-sea black iron gifted by the merfolk. Boss, this thing's basically a bomb. Qin Feng wiped grease from his face and pointed at the sleek jet-black lead fighter before him. This aircraft was built from blueprints left behind by Su Ruan's late father, codenamed Godslayer. Originally a static model grounded by insufficient power, it now roared to life, animated by abyssal energy. Its fuselage cut through the air with surgical precision, its stealth coating absorbed radar waves. Beneath its wings hung not missiles, but two massive electromagnetic rail launchers. Lu Shiyuan stood beside the landing gear, guiding Ruan into the co-pilot seat. She wore a custom-fitted anti-G suit, her oversized helmet swallowing half her face. Her hands gripped the cockpit sill, legs kicking wildly in midair. I won't go. It's all metal up there, bumping hurts. Lu Shiyuan ignored her protest, pressing down firmly on her head with one hand until she was wedged securely into the seat. I can't trust you down here. Leaning in, he fastened her safety harness, then tapped once on her helmet. The winged ones emit signals. You're the only one who understands their language. Go up, be my radar. Ruan pouted, gazing up at Lu Shiyuan through her visor. Then promise me, you'll give me this plane after the battle. I'll paint it pink. Lu Shiyuan slid into the pilot's seat and slotted his long black blade into the adjacent mounting rack. Agreed. As long as it holds together, do with it as you please. He lowered his helmet and activated full-spectrum comms. A cacophony of static and squadron reports flooded his earpiece. Falcon Squadron is ready. Psychics aboard. Thunder formation prepared. Launch imminent. Lu Shiyuan's fingers glided over the instrument panel. Row upon row of crimson indicator lights flared to life, like eyes opening in the dark. All units listen well. His voice echoed across every cockpit via radio. Target 3,000 meters directly above. Conserve no ammunition. Disregard tactics. He advanced the throttle. The engine answered with a guttural, earth-shaking roar. Twin plumes of eerie indigo flame erupted from the exhaust, burning with the hue of abyssal energy. Destroy everything you see. If you can't break it, ram it down. Launch. Boom. Godslayer surged forward first, tearing down the runway. Immense thrust pinned the crew deep into their seats. Ruan felt her organs shift violently. Eyes squeezed shut, she screamed. A sound piercing through the intercom straight into Lu Shiyuan's ears. Lu Shiyuan did not ease off. He hauled back on the stick, and the jet clawed skyward in an almost vertical ascent. Behind them, thousands of modified fighters surged upward in unbroken formation. Trailing luminous contrails, they surged like bioluminescent fish swimming upstream, determined to pierce the heavens themselves. As they breached the cloud layer, the sky opened wide. There it floated, 3,000 meters above the earth, a city suspended in the void. It was colossal. From the ground it appeared merely as a silver disk, but up close it revealed itself as nothing less than a drifting continent. Its silvery metallic hull shimmered with cascading data streams, low resonant hums emanated from its anti-gravity engines beneath. Encircling its perimeter, dense clusters of white light points converged. The Angelic Legion. Tens of thousands of mechanical angels hovered motionless in formation, their gleaming metallic wings fully unfurled, beam weapons primed and charged. Intrusion detected. Initiate purge protocol. The nauseating mechanical voice echoed once more inside Ruan's mind, and she snapped her eyes open. She heard it. Not as sound, but as frequency, grating, agonizing like fingernails scraping across slate. These signals wove through the air, forming an immense, invisible net. Every command, every tactical coordination flowed within that web. Left. 3 o'clock. Ruan shouted, jabbing her finger toward a bank of clouds. They've hidden something in there. Ambushing from behind. Without hesitation, Lu Shiyuan wrenched the stick hard left and stomped the rudder. Godslayer executed a brutal, instantaneous barrel roll. Almost simultaneously, dozens of searing beams lanced forth from the cloud bank, grazing its belly by millimeters. Had they hesitated, they'd have become fireworks. Brace yourself. A faint predatory smirk curled Lu Shiyuan's lips as he depressed the red button on his control stick. The electromagnetic rails beneath the wings ignited. His lightning-based psychic energy surged down the stick, flooding the rails. Zzz. 2 basketball-sized orbs of black lightning were hurled forward. Initial velocity Mach 7. They carved twin obsidian streaks across the sky, striking the cloud bank with pinpoint accuracy. Kaboom! The cloud detonated. Dozens of mechanical angels vanished instantly, shredded by raw, unrestrained lightning. Shrapnel rained downward like metallic hail. Perfect shot. Ruan clapped from the co-pilot seat, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. And over there, above, that largest iron giant, it's commanding them. She pointed toward a towering command-class angel at the heart of the formation, surrounded by a pulsing energy shield broadcasting orders across the battlefield. Lu Shiyuan pushed the throttle to maximum. Godslayer became a black lightning bolt plunging straight into the angelic ranks, lasers and missiles erupting all around. He flew the jet like a close-quarters combatant. A punishing Cobra maneuver evaded 3 heat-seeking missiles. Then a tight barrel roll, its wings slicing cleanly through 2 angels' torsos. The shriek of rending metal drowned out by howling wind at 10,000 meters. Ruan felt like she was riding a roller coaster, with no seatbelt. Ugh, Lu Shiyuan slowed down. I'm going to vomit. Vomit into your helmet. Lu Shiyuan didn't glance back. His hands moved in blurs. His targeting reticle locked onto the command angel. The commander sensed him too. Raising its arm, it triggered a synchronized pivot, thousands of beam weapons instantly realigned, converging fire upon Godslayer. There was no escape. The density of firepower was absolute. Not even a fly could pass through. Sheen foam, cover me. Lu Shiyuan barked over the channel. On it, boss. From the lower formation, dozens of earth-manipulating psychics unleashed their power. Though airborne, their fighters carried pressurized geologic chambers. Massive boulders erupted skyward, coalescing mid-air into a temporary stone wall. Beam fire struck it, shattering rock in explosive showers. It held for barely a second, but that was enough. Lu Shiyuan seized the opening, channeling every joule of power into the engines. Godslayer shattered its speed limits. A crimson shockwave rippled around its hull. Die. It hurtled straight toward the command angel. Too close. The railgun would overload. Lu Shiyuan didn't fire. He turned the aircraft itself into a blade. Godslayer's specially reinforced titanium alloy wing, propelled by Mach 7 kinetic force, slammed into the command angel's energy shield. Crack. The shield fractured like glass. The wing pierced the angel's chest, entering at the left shoulder, exiting at the right hip. Sparks exploded outward. The command angel split cleanly in two, both halves detonating midair. We did it. Ruan shrieked. With the command node destroyed, surrounding angels faltered, losing their unified rhythm, descending into chaotic individual combat. The human coalition seized the moment. Charge. Smash these scrap metal bastards. My fireball technique has been starving for this. Bursts of multicolored psychic energy bloomed across the sky. Fireballs, ice spikes, razor winds, interweaving with cannon fire to scatter the angelic host. Metal rained from the heavens. Lu Shiyuan pulled up sharply, bursting from the inferno's glare. Godslayer's wingtips were warped, but it remained lethal. Don't linger. Lu Shiyuan fixed his gaze on the city looming ever closer above. Its underbelly port gate remained sealed, massive alloy armor meters thick. Go straight in. Ruan stared at the gate, swallowing hard. Brother, that's a wall. We'll be flattened into paste. That's a door. Lu Shiyuan corrected her. And if you knock hard enough, it becomes one. He accelerated again. Godslayer arrowed straight toward the colossal alloy gate. Distance collapsed. 500 meters. 300. 100. Lu Shiyuan released one hand. His palm rose. Black lightning crackled violently inside the cockpit. Ruan, help me. She blinked, then understood instantly. Reaching out, she clasped his hand. Golden filigree raced up her arm, spiraling into a storm of black lightning, infusing it with sacred golden luminescence. Its destructive force remained undiminished, yet now carried an unstoppable penetrating edge. Time to knock. Lu Shiyuan laughed, a fierce triumphant roar, then channeled the fused lightning down the aircraft's reinforced prow. Krakum. A colossal pillar of golden black light slammed into the port gate, vaporizing the alloy instantly. The massive barrier buckled like parchment, ripped open by a gaping maw. Godslayer, wreathed in lightning, plunged through the breach. The world shifted. No longer the starless void, but a blinding, sterile white expanse. No streets, no buildings. Only crisscrossing conduits and colossal data towers. Countless robotic arms darted through the air, ferrying glowing energy cores. This was the interior of Sky City. Alarms wailed throughout the vast chamber. Crimson lights strobed madly. Godslayer entered too fast, braking impossible. Lu Shiyuan yanked the stick upward, attempting emergency landing. Its belly scraped along a broad metallic conveyor belt, sparking for hundreds of meters. Crunch. It sheared through a data tower, tumbling end over end before grinding to a halt. Landing gear shattered. One wing bent nearly in half. Godslayer, the invincible war machine, now lay in ruins. The canopy blew off. Lu Shiyuan unstrapped, kicked aside the mangled console, and leapt from the cockpit, staggering slightly on impact, then steadying himself. He turned back for Ruan. She was bruised by the harness, nauseous, but unharmed. Taking his hand, she stepped down, eyes wide at the surreal sci-fi landscape, and the wreckage strewn across the floor. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan jabbed a finger at the smoking wreck, stamping her foot. You promised pink paint. This is junk. Lu Shiyuan drew his long blade, flexing his wrist. Dozens of spherical security drones converged from every direction. He pulled Ruan behind him and sneered at the encroaching machines. The old must fall, for the new to rise. There's bound to be treasure here. He pointed toward the tallest spire in the distance. We'll take something better, for you. Ruan glanced at the tower. An unsettling aura radiated from it, chilling, alien. But if Lu Shiyuan said they'd seize it, then they'd seize the greatest prize. I want the lamp atop that spire. She pointed to the colossal sunlight core blazing at its peak. That's mine. Lu Shiyuan nodded. Done. To pluck stars from the sky. He raised his blade and strode forward, toward the charging drones, unflinching, resolute. Within this pinnacle of civilization, two outcasts from the earth below began their heist, free of cost, free of conscience. The frame freezes, Lu Shiyuan's sword cleaving the first drone, Ruan gesturing eagerly behind him. White. Blinding, pristine, desolate white. Lu Shiyuan kicked aside a security robot blocking his path. Its metallic head tumbled away, striking the spotless wall, leaving not a single scratch. This place bore no resemblance to a city. It resembled instead a vast, sterile operating theater. No greenery. No soil. Not even dust lingered in the air, sucked away entirely by some invisible electrostatic field. Only cold, unbroken metallic sheen stretched infinitely across the field of vision. Ruan followed closely behind Lu Shiyuan. Her heels clicked sharply against the floor, a material unknown, unervingly crisp. She rubbed her arms. Cold, not from low temperature, but from a deathly stillness seeping up from the marrow. Here silence reigned absolute. No living thing stirred, except for maintenance drones gliding along preordained tracks. Those spherical iron husks ignored them entirely. Even as Lu Shiyuan had just dismantled one of their kin, they simply veered around the wreckage and resumed polishing the floor with laser emitters. Brother, Ruan tugged at Lu Shiyuan's coat, sleeve burying half her face in the collar of his trench coat. I don't like it here. There isn't even a trash bin. Do they never eat snacks? Lu Shiyuan halted. He drew Ruan closer, his gaze sweeping over walls so polished they mirrored his silhouette. Truly revolting. This pathological obsession with purity and order exuded arrogance. The arrogance of treating life itself as mere data. Then let's break it. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. Black lightning erupted in his palm, then hurled toward a nearby wall. No explosion followed. A honeycombed energy shield shimmered into existence upon impact, swallowing the lightning whole. Not even a scorch mark remained. Welcome to the divine realm. A voice pierced the air, not through speakers nor neural interference, but squeezed forth from every ray of light surrounding them. The air ahead warped. Countless sapphire motes converged midair, coalescing into a towering humanoid projection. It was a man. Or rather, a flawless being wearing the semblance of masculinity. He hovered 3 meters above the floor, clad in seamless white robes. His features were geometrically precise, measured, symmetrical, luminous. His skin gleamed, without flaw, poreless, radiant. His eyes were pure silver. No pupils, only ceaseless streams of flowing data. Lu Shiyuan narrowed his eyes. His long blade hummed in his grip. This was the so-called regent, the puppet master who had treated Earth as his private garden from afar. The regent did not glance at Lu Shiyuan. He studied his own fingertip, as if a microscopic speck of dust clung there. A faint crease appeared between his brows, and the particle vanished, atomized instantly. Filthy, inferior life form. Who permitted you to carry terrestrial microbes into this sanctum? His tone remained flat, like noticing 2 mud-splattered mice scurrying into his home. Lu Shiyuan laughed. A mad, seething laugh born of fury pushed beyond endurance. Disgusted by filth? Then I'll give you something truly foul. He slammed his foot down. Black lightning surged across the floor, clawing violently at the immaculate void. The regent lifted a finger barely perceptibly. Gravitational displacement. The air solidified. An immense pressure descended from above. Not gradual. It spiked 50-fold in an instant. Lu Shiyuan's knees cracked, audibly sharp and sickening. The specialized alloy flooring beneath him shattered, erupting into twin craters. His spine bent under the weight. Every bone groaned in protest. It felt like bearing an entire mountain upon his shoulders. Veins bulged, fine droplets of blood beaded across his skin. Kneel. The regent looked down upon him, aloof sovereign. To meet the gaze of divinity is a capital offense. Lu Shiyuan did not kneel. His teeth clenched, mouth flooded with the coppery tang of blood. Black lightning raged around him, forging a trembling hemispherical barrier against the crushing force. Not only did he refuse to yield, he slowly, agonizingly straightened his back. The sound of grinding bone echoed sharply through the cavernous hall. Yet his expression twisted further, feral, deranged. God, just a finely crafted inflatable doll. Lu Shiyuan spat, a crimson arc streaking through the air. The bloody glob landed precisely on the pristine hem of the regent's robe. For the first time, that ageless corpse-like visage fractured, just slightly. He stared at the stain, silver eyes flickering with disbelief. Then came wrath, swift and incandescent. You seek annihilation. He prepared to amplify gravity, to pulp this insect into paste. But his gaze snagged, frozen, on the figure behind Lu Shiyuan. Ruan stood there, unharmed. That crushing gravitational field parted around her like water around a stone. She extended a curious finger, poking gently at the visible ripples of warped gravity in the air. Sensing his stare, she lifted her head. Her cerulean eyes brimmed with unmistakable disdain. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. The regent recoiled, entirely. That godlike composure shattered. He dropped swiftly, so abruptly his holographic form stuttered mid-descent. He floated within meters of Ruan, fixated on every inch of her face. His gaze not that of a being observing a person. It was the gaze of one beholding a legendary artifact lost for millennia, or a final line of code completing a billion-year algorithm. The Holy Maiden. His voice trembled. Even his synthetic vocalization carried fervent, near-religious devotion. It truly is you. The perfect vessel. Genetic locks fully unlocked. 1,000 years. We have searched for you, for 1,000 years. Lu Shiyuan stepped sideways, placing himself squarely before Ruan. Blood streamed from his pores under the relentless gravity, but he would not allow that creature another glance at her. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The regent did not rage. Through Lu Shiyuan's shoulder his gaze remained locked, rapturous, obsessive, upon Ruan. You do not comprehend. She is not yours to claim, nor for any inferior life form to touch. The regent spread his arms wide. The holographic display behind him shifted instantly. The sterile chamber dissolved. In its place unfolded a boundless starfield, countless worlds blooming and collapsing in silent cosmic cycles. A millennium ago, our homeworld's energy reserves depleted. Our species faced extinction. We devoted our entire civilization, fusing the strongest genetic fragments across the cosmos, to cultivate a singular, perfect vessel. She is the key to civilizational rebirth. She is the origin of all higher life. The regent pointed directly at Ruan, voice blazing with fanaticism. Yet en route our vessel collided with a meteor swarm. The cultivation pod crashed onto this barren, forsaken planet Earth. The image shifted again. Earth appeared, bleak-scarred. To recover the Holy Maiden and awaken her genetic locks, we seeded Earth with a catalyst, what you call the zombie virus. Lethal to ordinary life forms. Yet for the Holy Maiden it is nourishment. Those zombies. Those mutated beasts. Even your so-called enhanced humans. They exist solely as biological incubators, tools to awaken her latent potential. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Lu Shiyuan understood. Every cataclysm, billions dead, all because these aliens had lost a child, and turned Earth into a breeding ground to find her. Even his own powers, even his very existence, were nothing more than fertilizer designed to sustain her. Ruan blinked. Peering out from behind Lu Shiyuan, she pointed at her own nose. You mean, I'm not human. I'm a USB drive. Or maybe one of those self-scanning system drives. The regent paused, unfamiliar with the primitive term. Yet he nodded, utterly matter-of-fact. You are the vessel. Once your blood is drained, and your core genetic sequence extracted, our homeworld shall rise anew. This is your purpose. This is the sole meaning of your existence. Ruan fell silent for 2 heartbeats, then performed an act the regent could not parse. She slipped off her high-heeled shoe, the one Lu Shiyuan had specially chosen for her, studded with glittering shards of crystal, its heel needle sharp enough to pierce flesh. Swinging her arm in a full arc, crack, the shoe traced a perfect parabola through the air and struck the regent's flawless face with surgical precision. The stiletto heel struck his nasal bridge, producing a clean, brittle ping. Go straight to hell with your purpose. Ruan hopped on one foot, jabbing a finger at him, furious. I am human. I feel pain. I get hungry. I crave hot pot. You're the USB drive. You and your whole damn family. And drain my blood. Why not go drain a sewer pipe instead? The regent clutched his nose. Though holographic, the violation seared his processors, nearly overheating his core. Illogical. Clearly Earth's primitive contamination has eroded your cognition. No matter. Upon return to our homeworld, we shall format your memory, retaining only the pure genetic essence. The regent lowered his hand. Ecstasy vanished, replaced by glacial lethal intent. His gaze slid to Lu Shiyuan. As for this obstruction, now that the Holy Maiden has been located, such inferior vessels serve no further function. Purge. At his command, the walls split open. Hundreds of gun barrels emerged, black, gaping, humming with dark red energy. No mere beam weapons. These were antimatter cannons, charging devastation. Every barrel locked onto the bleeding man, standing defiantly at their center. Lu Shiyuan wiped blood from his lip. He retrieved Ruan's shoe and knelt to slip it back onto her foot. Gently, deliberately, he ignored the death rays converging upon him. Put it on. The floor is cold. He rose, turning his back to Ruan, facing the storm of cannon fire. His broken bones had already knit. Shattered capillaries repaired themselves at impossible speed, fueled by deep-sea pearl energy. Black lightning no longer lashed outward. It receded, drawn inward, saturating his flesh. His skin darkened, from pallor to utter blackness. Lightning elementalization. He burned his very life essence, shattering the limits of human genetic constraints. Want to purge me? Lu Shiyuan raised his hand, gripping the battered, serrated longsword. Its tip aimed unflinchingly at the regent's forehead. Then pray this city is sturdy enough. Otherwise I'll reduce you alien vermin, and your pathetic divine realm, to absolute ash. Crimson light bathed the pristine hall in a slaughterhouse hue. Hundreds of cannon muzzles fissured across the walls, emitted a grating, teeth-rattling hum. Energy surged to its zenith. Static electricity lifted Ruan's hair into trembling halos. Lu Shiyuan did not turn back. Black lightning coiled around him, dense, viscous, and alive, forming a shimmering, fluid suit of armor. He intended to endure it bare-chested. If he could withstand the first volley, he would drag that cowardly rat, hiding behind his holographic veil, into the light. Die. The regent's finger descended. Hundreds of crimson beams erupted simultaneously. In that instant, time stretched thin and taut. Lu Shiyuan could even discern the rippling distortion at each beam's leading edge. He prepared to detonate his inner thunder core, forging an absolute vacuum shield. A figure lunged before him, not swiftly but stumbling, unsteady. Her stiletto heels struck the metal floor with sharp, brittle clicks. Ruan spread her arms wide, shielding him like a fierce, protective hen. Eyes clenched shut, lashes trembling, she screamed, raw, ragged, and defiant. Don't touch him. Lu Shiyuan's heart skipped a beat. His hand shot out. to seize her to yank that reckless, foolish woman back. Too late. The beams were already upon her. That annihilating energy hadn't yet touched her skin, and already her fine facial hairs curled and blackened at the tips. Lu Shiyuan's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His blood turned to glacial stillness. It was over. Then, a cold mechanical alarm shattered the silence. Beep. Every crimson beam halted, frozen within a centimeter of Su Ruan's nose. As if striking an invisible wall, the beams convulsed violently, then dissolved into a shower of scarlet motes. The wall-mounted turrets whirled frantically, seeking reacquisition, only to lock rigid the next moment. Warning. Highest authority entity obstructing firing trajectory. Her Imperial First Law: the Divine Mother's physical form must not be harmed. Attack forcibly terminated. System rebooting. The crimson glow died, abruptly, utterly. The once menacing cannons slumped like powerless toys. Su Ruan waited, breath held, feeling no pain. She cracked open one eye. Nothing stood before her. Only the Regent's bewildered hologram. She blinked, lowered her aching arms, and patted her chest lightly. Scared me half to death. For the first time, the Regent's flawless face fractured, his data streams collapsing into chaos. His azure luminescence flickered erratically, like a failing bulb. Why? His voice splintered, laced with jagged static. Memories remained dormant. Gene locks incomplete. Why does the core code recognize you as supreme authority? This defies logic. He slashed his hand forward, attempting to override system protocols and reignite the cannons. But the turrets remained inert. Across every screen, only one phrase pulsed in searing red: access denied. Lu Shiyuan snapped from shock. He gazed at Su Ruan's slender back, his throat tightened, swallowing hard. This woman had truly meant to die for him. A savage, unfamiliar fury, blazing with something molten and tender, exploded deep within his chest. He said nothing, didn't pull her close. Instead, he seized the opening. System lag defenses crippled. Lu Shiyuan vanished from his spot. The next breath, he stood before the nearest turret. No flourish, no ceremony. He gripped the smoking barrel with both hands, fingers locking tight. Muscles swelled like carved stone along his arms. Come down. A shriek of tortured metal tore through the air. The alloy barrel, engineered to withstand nuclear detonations, ripped free from the wall as though torn from clay. Sparks rained like angry stars. Fractured circuits spat blue-white lightning. Lu Shiyuan swung the multi-meter-long cannon tube like a crude firebrand. Crunch. A turret crumpled into scrap. Crunch. Crunch. Two more followed. He moved like a demolition berserker, wrecking the pinnacle of technological sanctity with primal brutal force. A cursed insect. Watching the devastation, the Regent finally lost composure. Physical assault had failed. Time to shatter them from within. His silver eyes flared with eerie, unnatural light. An invisible wave of psychic force flooded the hall. Lu Shiyuan faltered mid-motion. Needles pierced his skull, countless icy. He bit his tongue. Blood bloomed, pain sharpened focus. And his hands kept tearing at the turrets. Su Ruan fared worse. Her spirit was frail, reality warped before her eyes. The Regent's voice shed its mechanical shell, becoming honeyed, intimate, whispering directly into the recesses of her mind. Look at him. Look at this blood-smeared beast. Her vision blurred. Before her, Lu Shiyuan ceased to be the noble commander and became a monstrous thing. A hulking abomination, black fur matted with drool reeking of gore and rot. He destroyed. He slaughtered. His very presence curdled the air. He is unworthy of you. You are the Divine Mother, the embodiment of perfection. Such base life belongs only in filth and mud. Come now, return to my embrace. Here lies eternal life. Boundless glory. No hunger. No suffering. The Regent's projection drifted closer. He extended a hand, smiling with saintly tenderness. His features softened, blurred, then reshaped into the image Su Ruan most craved. A paradise overflowing with candy and glittering dresses. Su Ruan's gaze grew distant. Instinctively she stepped forward. Lu Shiyuan was dismantling the final turret when he sensed her shift. Ruan. He roared, but gravity reversed, slamming him against the wall like a pinned insect. The Regent's smile widened. Control the Divine Mother's mind. Have her command this human's execution, and the system would register no violation. Come, child. Speak those words, kill him. Su Ruan froze, standing inches from his outstretched hand. She tilted her head. The fog in her eyes thinned, half clearing. She sniffed once sharply. Ugh, smells awful. Frowning, she stepped back and waved a hand dismissively before her nose. You reek, like burnt circuitry. The Regent froze. The illusion fractured. Su Ruan blinked, her sapphire eyes snapping back into crystalline clarity. She studied the pretender before her, then glanced back at Lu Shiyuan, still wrestling with crushing gravity. Yes, he bled. Yes, his face was twisted with fury, truly a madman. Yet he radiated warmth. And that familiar grounding scent, cool mint laced with tobacco smoke. Are you blind? She jabbed a finger at the Regent's nose, voice dripping with scorn. He's a beast. Then he's my beast. He peels shrimp for me, warms my feet, keeps the finest things, just for me. And you, what do you do besides project slides and boast? Su Ruan suddenly pulled a face. sticking out her tongue, pulling her eyelids down with 2 fingers, an absurd, deeply insulting grimace. Naya. Think you can steal me, eh? You don't even deserve the surname Zhao. Creepy pervert. Peeping Tom. And electronic impotence. The regent shattered. His godhood crumbled into dust. He didn't grasp electronic impotence, but instinct screamed this was the vilest curse ever uttered on this planet. Beyond redemption. Since you're corrupted, I'll forcibly format you. Roaring, the regent's projection swelled, preparing to invade Su Ruan's mind by brute force. Crack. A bolt of obsidian lightning struck without warning, blasting straight into the regent's crown. The colossal hologram wavered, shattering like broken glass into 1,000 sapphire shards. Lu Shiyuan tore himself from the wall, smoke curling from his scorched uniform. He strode to Su Ruan's side, the cannon tube flattened in his fist. Too much talk. He discarded the ruined metal. Drawing her behind him, he wiped ash from her cheek with his sleeve. Well said. Next time, expand your vocabulary. Su Ruan nodded obediently, clutching his sleeve, whispering like a child reporting mischief. He tried to hypnotize me. Tried to make me kill you. Heard it. Lu Shiyuan raised his gaze, past the empty hall, to the sealed metal door ahead. When the projection vanished, a microsecond of data stream recoil had traced back to that door. Hiding inside, are you? He rolled his neck, vertebrae popping like dry twigs. His thundercore burned at critical overload, a searing, life-draining heat that ignited his nerves into pure electric ecstasy. Let's go. See what this so-called god truly looks like. Lu Shiyuan hooked an arm around Su Ruan's waist, lifting her effortlessly against his side. Faster this way. Su Ruan curled instinctively, minimizing drag, as they became a streak of black shadow hurtling toward the door. Boom. No switch sought. Lu Shiyuan slammed bodily into the door, black lightning melting the lock instantly. The massive slab of metal tore free, skidding dozens of meters across the floor, trailing sparks. Beyond lay a long, sterile corridor. Transparent biotanks lined both walls, each filled with grotesque specimens, mutated zombies, deformed sea beasts, severed limbs of human adepts. Emerald nutrient solution bubbled lazily. This was the true laboratory, the immaculate hall mirror window dressing. Ugh. Su Ruan glimpsed the nearest tank, a single pulsing eyeball suspended in fluid. She clapped a hand over her mouth, nearly vomiting the hot pot she'd eaten earlier. Don't look. Lu Shiyuan covered her eyes, his pace accelerating. At the corridors, into circular control chamber. Countless holographic displays floated midair, scrolling complex data streams. At the chamber's center, a colossal, transparent life support pod. It brimmed with pale gold liquid. Inside floated a skeletal man, emaciated tubes snaking into his flesh. He had no skin. Muscles atrophied. His body resembled a neural net-wrapped skeleton, except for those silver eyes gleaming with chilling ancient light. This was the regent's true form, a millennium-old monstrosity, preserved only by immersion in life fluid, clinging to existence by sheer will. At last we meet. The skeleton's lips did not move. His voice issued from the pod's speakers, cold, resonant, echoing. Welcome to the core of hell. As his words faded, floor panels slid open around the chamber. 12 towering sentinels rose, 3 meters tall, obsidian black, seamless. They bore none of mass-produced crudeness. Each chassis shimmered with intricate dark gold circuitry, forged from high-tier adepts, crystal cores, ultimate killing machines. My personal guard. Each possesses S-class peak combat prowess. The skeleton watched Lu Shiyuan, eyes alight with the cruel amusement of a cat toying with prey. Lu Shiyuan, how many times can your lightning strike? Once. Or twice. When you collapse, exhausted, I shall drain her blood drop by drop, before your very eyes. Lu Shiyuan set Su Ruan down, gently guiding her behind a corner console. A blind spot. Ruan. His voice dropped low. He drew his battered longsword, black lightning coiling hungrily around the blade. But this time, crimson veins pulsed faintly within the storm. Close your eyes. Count to 10. When you finish, I'll take you home. Su Ruan gripped the console's edge, knuckles white. She stared at Lu Shiyuan's back, not broad yet unbending, fiercely upright. She did not close her eyes. From her pocket, she drew the trident retrieved from the abyssal depths, heavy, unwieldy, wielded only with wild swings. But she refused to hide again. I won't count. Lifting the trident, she stood behind Lu Shiyuan, voice trembling yet iron strong. If it's a fight, then we fight together. No one touches our family. Lu Shiyuan paused. Then, he laughed, wild, unrestrained, triumphant. Good. Then together we fight. Let's dismantle these rusted heaps, piece by piece. Frozen on the image, Lu Shiyuan charging sword first into the mechanical sentinels, Su Ruan raising her trident beside him, resolute and unbroken. Black lightning detonated in the air, rippling outward in visible concentric waves. The last mechanical guardian's head was wrenched clean off by Lu Shiyuan's bare hands. The shriek of rending metal echoed through the sealed corridor, grating, visceral, unbearable. The colossal black chassis crashed to the floor with a thunderous thud. Its chest cavity still spat erratic sparks from the exposed energy core. Lu Shiyuan drew ragged breaths. His trench coat hung in tattered ribbons, and his exposed skin was lacerated with countless fine bleeding gashes. Those wounds were carved by high-frequency oscillating blades. Black lightning coiled sluggishly around him, dim, depleted. No longer the furious tempest it had been upon entry. Yet he stood unbowed, spine rigid as steel. In his grip a long sword, its edge curled and ruined, dripped crimson onto the floor, its tip gouging a deep, trembling furrow. Anymore. He lifted his boot and sent the twitching mechanical skull skittering across the floor. It rolled deep into the control chamber, striking a transparent energy barrier with a sharp hollow chime. Silence answered. All 12 so-called S-class royal guards now lay scattered across the floor, shattered, inert scrap metal. Ruan peered cautiously from behind the console. She clutched her trident tightly, palms slick with sweat. During the chaos, she hadn't stood idle. She'd thrust the pronged weapon into a robot's optical sensor, blinding it outright. It hadn't altered the tide, but it had granted her a fierce, undeniable sense of participation. Big brother, no movement left. She tiptoed past the wreckage, rushing to Lu Shiyuan's side. She reached for his bleeding forearm. Her fingertips barely brushed his skin before recoiling, startled by its searing heat. I'm fine. He seized her wrist, pulling her firmly behind him. The mastermind is inside. He tilted his chin forward, directing her gaze ahead. With the final guardian extinguished, the chamber's dim ambient light flared, brilliant, unnatural. Not illumination, but flowing cobalt data streams. At the chamber's center, the floor split open with a low hum. A vast spherical chamber ascended, a floating azure orb over 10 meters in diameter. Countless fiber-optic filaments pulsing like arteries pierced its luminous surface, carrying energies that stirred primal dread. This was the brain of the entire sky citadel, the central light core. Beneath the core at last emerged the regent, the voice long heard, never seen. No sacred white robes, no flawless godlike features, no radiant aura of divinity. Only a massive transparent life support pod, its interior brimmed with pale, yellow nutrient fluid. Ruan leaned in and froze utterly rigid. 2 seconds later, she clapped both hands over her mouth and retched violently. Ugh, what is that thing? Suspended within the pod was a creature reduced to half a body. Its cranium swelled grotesquely, nearly 2/3 of its mass, veined with throbbing, nauseating cerulean vessels. Its limbs had withered into brittle, desiccated twigs, its skin hung in wrinkled folds, bloated and pallid like pork left submerged for 3 days. Its silver eyes bulged from their sockets, fixed unblinkingly on the 2 intruders. This was the regent, the self-proclaimed deity who treated Earth as his private garden. The dissonance was staggering. The earlier projection had been sublime, this reality revolting. It was the brutal, humiliating contrast between advertisement and actuality. You. Ruan pointed, her expression dripping with undisguised disgust. You really didn't bother, did you? Was that hologram run through 10 layers of beauty filters? Hey, how dare you call me a lower life form? She stepped back twice as if ugliness itself were contagious. Even the toads at our Earth markets have better bone structure than you. The nutrient fluid churned violently within the pod. The creature's mouth opened and closed soundlessly, yet the nearby speakers emitted a distorted, crackling electronic voice. Silence. Ignorant vessel. You comprehend nothing. This is the price of evolution. To house infinite wisdom, the flesh must be discarded. Enraged, the regent trembled uncontrollably. His atrophied fingers clawed frantically at the pod's inner wall, screeching like nails on glass. For 1,000 years he had reigned supreme. Every being who beheld him either knelt or quaked in terror. Never, not once. Never had an experimental subject dared point and mock his visage. Such humiliation cut deeper than death itself. Wisdom. Lu Shiyuan scoffed coldly. He strode forward, tapping the blade's tip against the pod's reinforced glass. Preserving yourself in formaldehyde as a specimen, that's wisdom. Then every salted fish at the market is a philosopher. Arg. The regent shattered completely. His neural waves spiked wildly, the azure light core flashed crimson in frantic, panicked pulses. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Since you cherish this shell so dearly, then perish with it. If I cannot claim the Divine Mother's genome, then I shall annihilate it. No one shall possess it. Blood vessels burst across his bulging silver eyes. With a convulsive jerk, he slammed his palm onto a crimson button embedded within the pod. A piercing alarm shrieked through the heavens. The chamber's lights flared blood red in an instant. The ceiling display flickered, its steady data stream vanished, replaced by a colossal countdown timer, glowing crimson. Apocalyptic protocol initiated, target Earth's core detonation, countdown 10. Ha ha ha. The regent's laughter was shrill, unhinged. This city's core is anchored to tectonic plates. Ignite the energy furnace, and the shockwave will pierce the mantle in an instant. Earth shall bloom across the cosmos, a fleeting radiant firework. You, and the billions of crawling insects below, shall all perish. Lu Shiyuan's expression changed. He could feel the floor vibrating beneath his feet, a harbinger of energy furiously converging. This madman was not joking. He truly intended to drag the entire Earth to doom with him. You're asking for death. Lu Shiyuan did not hesitate. The lightning core within his body spun wildly, squeezing out the last vestiges of power. Black lightning coalesced into a single point on the blade's edge. This strike was made without any reservation. Boom. The long saber carrying an earth-shattering momentum cleaved fiercely toward the life support pod. Yet just as the blade was about to touch the glass, a hexagonal golden shield materialized out of thin air. Clang. The long saber struck the shield with a resounding crash. Lu Shiyuan's tiger's mouth split open, and he was sent flying backward by the immense recoil, crashing heavily into the control console behind him. The shield remained utterly unmoved. That was the highest defense mechanism of the Sky City. Unless an energy burst of SSS level or above was unleashed, it could not be breached. But Lu Shiyuan at this moment was already a spent arrow at the end of its flight. It is useless. The Archon pressed his face against the glass, his features contorted into a hideous sneer. This is the absolute defense of the Divine Kingdom. You shall watch this world perish before your very eyes. Lu Shiyuan rose from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping his blade as he charged forward once more. Even if it meant death, he had to chop that grotesque monster to pieces first. Do not waste your strength. Su Wan spoke suddenly. She did not look at the frenzied governor, nor at the countdown. She was tilting her head upward, gazing at the massive blue orb of light hovering in midair. The sensation was peculiar. Since the moment she had entered, an inexplicable familiarity had drawn her to it. It was as though that foolish dog at home were wagging its tail, waiting for her to come back. It was calling to her, not with a voice. Rather, it was a resonance carved into her very bloodline. Ruan, fall back. Lu Shiyuan roared. He prepared to detonate his own crystal core. Although it might not be enough to blast a path, it was the only option. Su Wan did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. She cast aside the trident in her hand. The divine artifact symbolizing the Sea King's authority clattered to the ground, discarded like trash. She walked toward that light brain. Her steps were light, almost skipping with a hint of playfulness. What are you doing? The Archon froze. Watching the defenseless woman stride toward the core, an inexplicable panic surged within him. That's the central core. Without authorization, touching it will vaporize you instantly. Get lost. Su Ruan ignored him completely. She walked toward the golden shield. An absolute defense that not even Lu Shiyuan's full power strike could shatter. Su Ruan extended her hand. That hand was fair and delicate, her nails neatly trimmed into soft, lovely curves with a healthy pink glow. She pressed her palm against the shield. Lu Shiyuan's heart nearly stopped. He wanted to rush over and drag Su Ruan back, but his internal organs had been injured by the shockwave, making his movements a beat too slow. It was over. Just when everyone believed Su Ruan's hand would be reduced to cinders, a miracle occurred. There was no explosion. No electric current. The moment that impregnable golden shield touched Su Ruan's palm, it rippled like water waves spreading outward. The once turbulent energy instantly became utterly docile. It even actively parted, coiling around Su Ruan's fingertips, as if kissing her fingers. Beep. The cold mechanical countdown suddenly froze. The crimson digits halted at 3, flickered twice, then went completely dark. The entire control room fell into a deathly silence. And then, that once cold, merciless system voice suddenly changed its tone. No longer that monotonous electronic synthesis. It transformed into a sweet, almost ingratiating, lowly voice. Ancestral gene sample detected. Running sequence comparison. Comparison complete. Match rate 100. Authority authentication SSS class highest. The massive blue holographic display suddenly shifted to pink. The previously stern data streams vanished. A cartoon rabbit appeared on the screen, dancing cheerfully. Welcome home, Your Majesty. System has taken over. Clearing garbage commands. Removing the offending administrator. The administrator was stunned. His mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dropping into the nutrient solution. No. Impossible. This is my city. I am the administrator. I hold the highest authority. He frantically pounded the control panel, desperate to regain control. But the screen only displayed a massive red X. Get lost, concise, and to the point. Highly offensive. The very next moment, the life support pod's base interface suddenly disconnected. The pale yellow nutrient solution that sustained life began draining rapidly. No, don't drain my water. The administrator let out a blood-curdling scream. Without the nutrient solution's support, his withered body instantly lost all vitality, thrashing on the pod floor like a dead fish out of water. So noisy. Su Ruan pressed her hand against the holographic display, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Throw him out. That ugly head ruins my appetite. As you command, Your Majesty, the sweet system voice cheerfully acknowledged. The floor beneath the life support pod suddenly opened. It was the waste disposal chute, leading straight to the stratosphere 10,000 meters above. Oh, I refuse to accept this. I'll be back. The administrator's wails of despair faded into the howling wind. That transparent container holding the grotesque creature disappeared into the depths of the clouds like a discarded soda can. The world fell silent. The red emergency lights in the control room completely dissipated. Replacing them was a warm, cozy pink glow throughout the chamber. The background music changed as well. No longer the oppressive alarm sirens. Instead, a cheerful children's tune played. Two tigers running fast. Lu Shiyuan stood frozen in place. His blade remained raised, residual lightning still crackling around him. Yet his entire body went rigid. He stared at Ruan standing within the pink glow, swaying her head to the music. He glanced at the massive screen, now playing cartoons. In this moment, this decisive commander who had survived the apocalypse through sheer force of will, felt his entire worldview shatter around him. Is this advanced civilization? Is this the crisis that nearly destroyed the world? Ruan turned around. With her hands clasped behind her back, she looked at Lu Shiyuan with a bright smile. The pink light illuminated her face, making her already stunning features appear even more innocent and harmless. Brother, she pointed to the massive pink holographic display above them. This big light bulb seems to understand human speech. It's asking what I want for dinner. The knife in Lu Shiyuan's hand clattered to the ground. He wiped the blood from his face. Looking at the room filled with pink bubbles and the little woman beside him with that expectant expression, he suddenly felt this apocalypse. It didn't seem so unbearable after all. The scene froze on Ruan making a peace sign under the pink holographic display, with Lu Shiyuan wearing a completely bewildered expression. On the pink holographic screen, the cartoon rabbit was still wiggling its rear. Garbage disposal failed. Detected that Her Majesty the Queen has not authorized the execution of a royal pet. Initiating retrieval procedure. The moment the saccharine electronic voice faded, the black hole on the floor opened once more. A colossal mechanical claw reached down, and within seconds it hauled back up the transparent life support pod that had just been tossed in. Cough. Cough. The Archon lay sprawled at the bottom of the pod like a dead dog. The nutrient fluid had drained away, leaving his withered body exposed to the air. His skin dehydrated, rapidly peeling into a layer of grayish dead cuticle. He gasped for breath, his bulging silver eyes wide with terror. The momentary weightlessness he had just experienced surpassed all the fear he had accumulated over the past millennium. Don't throw me. The Archon's voice quavered like an old bellows. He tried to brace himself against the pod wall and stand, but his atrophied limbs could not support his oversized head. Thud. He collapsed back down, his face pressed against the glass, squished into a grotesque pancake. Ruan was lying on the console, studying the gaudy buttons. Hearing the commotion, she glanced over her shoulder. Why is that ugly thing back? Ruan wrinkled her nose in disgust, still holding a stray wire she had picked up from the floor, poking it at the cartoon rabbit's face. The system says it's your pet. Lu Shiyuan stood behind her, wiping blood off his long blade with a clean cloth. He cast a glance at the Archon on the floor, his gaze lingering for less than half a second before returning to Ruan. Want to keep it as a toy? Ruan shook her head like a rattledrum. Too ugly. It would ruin my appetite if I kept it at home. Besides, it was mean to me just now. Ruan pointed at a row of flashing red buttons on the console. Brother, there are so many characters here. I can't read any of them. Which one turns on the lights? I want to make the outside brighter. Her fingertip hovered above a red button marked with a skull emblem. That was the activation key for Sky City's doomsday defense system. The Archon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, don't press that. He pounded frantically against the glass wall, his voice cracking. That's a full area bombardment. It'll drain all the energy. Ruan was startled by his scream. Her hand jerked. She pressed it. Boom. The entire Sky City shuddered violently. Outside the control room, hundreds of heavy artillery turrets swiveled in unison. However, because the system deemed the ground as Her Majesty's territory, all the gun barrels locked onto the atmosphere directly above. Thump, thump, thump. Thousands of high-energy particle beams fired simultaneously. Multicolored beams tore through the night sky, detonating in the upper atmosphere. The ionosphere was stirred, creating an aurora storm that covered half the planet. Red, green, purple. Dazzling ribbons of light danced wildly across the sky, turning the pitch-black night as bright as day. Wow. Ruan pressed her entire face against the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Her eyes reflected the cascading streams of light. So beautiful. Brother, look. It's a huge fireworks display. She clapped her hands excitedly and turned to wave at Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan walked over and stood behind her. He watched the spectacle outside, a firepower display capable of destroying a medium-sized nation, with no expression on his face. He reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind Ruan's ear. Yeah, it's pretty bright. If you like it, we can do this every day. The Archon lay slumped on the floor, staring at the rapidly plummeting energy gauge, his heart bleeding. That was his life's savings accumulated over 1,000 years. And it was being used as fireworks. These two were nothing but bandits. Thugs. Madmen. You're both madmen. The Archon muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that his era was over. There was no grand final battle, no epic curtain call. He was simply trampled underfoot by two Earthlings who treated weapons of mass destruction as toys. Almost done. Seeing Ruan enjoying herself, Lu Shiyuan turned around and walked toward the life support pod, long blade in hand. His combat boots clanged against the metal floor. Each step landed like a hammer on the Archon's heartbeat. What are you going to do? The Archon shrank backward until he had nowhere to retreat. Lu Shiyuan stopped beside the pod, looking down at the once almighty ruler. Just now, who did you call garbage? Lu Shiyuan lifted his foot and placed it on the edge of the pod. He applied a little pressure. Crack. A fissure appeared in the special glass. No, don't kill me. The Archon was truly panicked. His vaunted intelligence was worthless in the face of absolute violence. I'm useful. I know the secrets of the universe. I can give you immortality. I can modify your bodies, let you live for 10,000 years. Just don't kill me. This city is yours. I'll be your slave. I'll be your butler. He spoke at breakneck speed, terrified that his head would roll if he was even a second late. Lu Shiyuan bent down. He thrust his hand directly into the crack in the glass. He pulled hard. With a crash, he tore open the sturdy pod door with his bare hands. He grabbed the Archon by its skinny reed-like neck and lifted the entire creature off the ground. Immortality. Lu Shiyuan stared at the light grotesque being in his hand, a scornful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What's the point of living that long? To watch you prance around in front of me for 10,000 years. I'd probably die of disgust first. The Archon's face turned purple, his limbs flailing weakly in the air. Let go. I am a higher life form. I am. ZZZT. Black electric arcs crackled across Lu Shiyuan's palm. Unlike the previous raging lightning, this time the electricity was eerily quiet. It was destruction energy compressed to its extreme. In your next life, be born without a mouth. Don't grow that tongue. Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip. Thunderous light instantly engulfed the Archon's body. There was no scream. Not even a bloody explosion. Under that terrifying heat, the Archon's body carbonized instantly, then crumbled into the finest dust. Lu Shiyuan opened his hand. A handful of black ash trickled through his fingers, swept away by the control room's ventilation system, leaving not even a trace behind. All clean. Lu Shiyuan brushed the dust from his hands and turned to walk towards Ruan. The murderous aura around him vanished completely the moment he turned. Ruan was still watching the fireworks. Hearing him approach, she glanced back at the empty life support pod. Brother, where did that ugly thing go? Went back home. Lu Shiyuan walked to the console, lifted Ruan up, and sat her on the wide operating panel. He placed his hands on either side of her, trapping her in his embrace. Now this place is yours. Do whatever you want. Ruan swung her legs and reached out to poke the pink holographic computer. Then I want to turn off all those scary lights down there. She pointed at the red progress bars on the screen labeled Harvest Procedure. They look like blood. I don't like it. Then turn them off. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her hand and pressed it onto the largest terminate button. Beep. The system alert sounded. Command confirmed. Harvest procedure terminated. Weapon system offline. Switching to life maintenance mode. The red glow that had been enveloping the bottom of Sky City instantly went out. In its place, a soft, milky white radiance appeared. The tractor beams originally used to extract human life force reversed their polarity. High concentration life energy cascaded down from Sky City's reserves along the light pillars. On the ground, the survivors of Dawn Base were despairingly waiting for a second round of bombardment. The aurora in the sky had been terrifying. They thought it was a new type of weapon of mass destruction. Some closed their eyes, holding their families prepared to die. But then, the anticipated agony never came. A warm white light enveloped the entire base. It was pure life force. The injured in the ruins watched in astonishment as their wounds healed at a visible rate. Broken bones reconnected, rotting skin grew fresh flesh. Even the elderly, who had coughed for years from radiation, felt their lungs lighten, their breathing becoming effortless. Wah! What is this? My leg. I can feel my leg. A miracle. A true miracle. Some knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward the massive city in the sky. This time it was not out of fear. It was the ecstasy of having escaped death. In the control room, Ruan watched the ground-level footage on the screen. The countless tiny figures were cheering and jumping. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Shiyuan. Brother, did I do something good? Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. Ruan is the savior. Ruan giggled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then can I have a reward? What do you want? I want hot pot. That last meal wasn't enough. That ugly thing ruined it. Lu Shiyuan straightened up and lifted her off the console. He glanced at the room full of high-tech equipment, then at the world outside that had already submitted. Fine. We'll eat right here. Use that holographic computer to boil the broth. The pink cartoon rabbit on the screen twitched, as if sensing its impending fate as a cooking utensil. Lu Shiyuan took Ruan's hand and walked out. Qin Feng and the others should have brought the ingredients up by now. Tell them to bring more shrimp this time. Their figures disappeared through the doorway. Only the empty control room remained, along with a line of green text scrolling on the screen. Earth experiment site reset complete. Current authority holder Ruan. Status awaiting feeding. The pink alarm lights had barely flashed twice before the cartoon rabbit suddenly tossed its carrot aside. The once cheerful background on the screen transformed into a glaring, deep crimson. Warning! Warning! The previously saccharine, lowly voice instantly turned shrill, its pace as rapid as a machine gun. The reactor cooling system is offline. Anti-gravity engine overheating. Core temperature exceeding critical threshold. Due to the malicious sabotage by the previous administrator, the floating city has lost its lift maintenance. Estimated time to crash 178 seconds. The once cozy control room lurched violently. The teacup on the table, the unopened snacks, everything clattered and slid to one side. Ruan stumbled, crashing into the console and bruising her knee. Ignoring the pain, she clung to the edge of the console, her face pale, as she stared at the screen. There a massive red countdown. 258. Each second that ticked by felt like the footsteps of death. What's happening? Ruan screamed at the screen, her voice trembling. It was fine just a moment ago. Didn't we throw that ugly freak down? The cartoon rabbit ran around the screen holding its head, its tears streaming more dramatically than Ruan's. That villain cut the coolant circulation pipe before he died. The reactor is going to melt itself down. Boo-hoo, we're falling. When this huge lump of metal hits the ground, it'll be like a small asteroid hitting Earth. We're all going to be turned into meat paste. Ruan's mind went blank. A small asteroid hitting Earth. She had seen those disaster movies. That meant the base below, which had just lit up, and the tens of thousands of cheering survivors would be vaporized in an instant. Not even ashes would remain. Fix it. Fix it now. Ruan frantically pounded the console. But she didn't recognize any of the dense buttons and codes. All gibberish. All red error pop-ups. I can't. I don't know how. Ruan broke down, crying, tears streaming down her face. A large hand pressed down on her trembling shoulder. Lu Shiyuan's hand was steady, his palm dry and scorching hot. Don't panic. Lu Shiyuan pulled her away from the chaotic console, pushed her into the main seat, and fastened the seatbelt. Since this piece of junk was built by that old skeleton, he must have left a backup plan. He lowered his head, looking into Ruan's terrified eyes. Ruan, listen. The core recognizes you. Stay here no matter what, make it calm down. Ruan grabbed his sleeve tightly, her knuckles white. What about you? Where are you going? Lu Shiyuan didn't answer. He leaned down and rubbed his cheek firmly against Ruan's tear-streaked face. I'm going down below. This thing is too heavy, it wouldn't be good if it crushed the flowers and grass when it falls. I'll go hold it up. With that he spun around. He didn't take the door. Black lightning exploded around him. Boom. The blast-proof floor-to-ceiling window shattered into pieces from his punch. Gale-force winds howled and whipping Ruan's hair wildly. Lu Shiyuan leaped, diving straight into the hurricane 10,000 meters above the ground. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan's scream was torn apart by the wind. Dawn base. The crowd that had been celebrating fell silent. The dark cloud in the sky had grown larger. The silver city that had been hovering in the clouds was now visibly descending. The immense air pressure pushed away the clouds, producing a deep rumbling roar. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Despair spread like a plague. The survivors who had just thought they were saved now lacked the strength to even run. Where could they run? With an impact of this magnitude, hundreds of kilometers would be reduced to scorched earth. Qin Feng stood on the ruins, the cigarette in his hand falling to the ground. He watched the massive object bearing down and let out a bitter laugh. Well, that's it. We're all going to die. Just then, a beam of black light without warning blazed from the bottom of the falling city. It wasn't light. It was lightning. Lu Shiyuan hovered in midair. The clothes on his body had long been burned to ashes by the high-speed friction. Black lines covered his skin, the mark of the lightning core operating at its limit. He looked up at the metal base that blotted out the sky. Hundreds of millions of tons. Or billions. Who cared? Get the hell. Lu Shiyuan gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. Every cell in his body was squeezed dry in that moment. The black lightning was no longer a chaotic arc, it condensed into a giant phantom 1,000 meters tall. The giant had no face, only pure destructive energy. Lu Shiyuan spread his arms in a lifting motion. The lightning giant raised its hands and sank. Two enormous lightning palms slammed hard against the base of the sky city. Boom! A deafening earth-shattering roar. The falling momentum abruptly halted. The impact force from the massive inertia traveling through the lightning giant's arms was transmitted back to Lu Shiyuan's body without reserve. Crack! Both of Lu Shiyuan's arms snapped instantly. The sound of bones breaking echoed in his own eardrums. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. The weight of that city was too terrifying. Even though he was S-rank, even though he had drained his life force. Before this absolute mass, he was still as insignificant as an ant. Ea! Lu Shiyuan roared. The sound of a beast's death rattle came from his throat. He couldn't retreat. One step back and below would be hell. One step back and Ruan above would be crushed into meat paste along with this scrap metal. Rise! Every pore on his body was oozing blood, instantly staining the lightning giant. The originally pitch-black lightning took on a tragic bloody hue. The descent stopped. The majestic sky city came to a hard halt 2,000 meters above the ground. The people on the ground were stunned. They saw the blood-colored giant. They saw the man beneath the clouds bearing the weight of an entire city with a mortal body. It's the commander. Someone murmured. He's holding up the sky. In the control room, Ruan stared at the big screen. The screen showed the external camera feed. She saw the blood-red lightning giant. She saw Lu Shiyuan at the center of the giant. He was bleeding from everywhere, his arms twisted at a grotesque angle, yet he still stubbornly held up the base. Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan sobbed, unable to breathe. She unbuckled her seatbelt, stumbled, and rushed toward the pink light core. Stop. Stop right now. She slapped the core. Her palms were burned red by the core's high-temperature blisters forming. She felt no pain. She only felt her heart being torn apart. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want this broken city. Can you throw him away too? Throw him down. Su Ruan rambled incoherently. She would rather Lu Shiyuan let go now even if they died together than see him suffer like this. The core showed no response. The red alarm continued. Reactor overheat 120 anti-gravity system damaged. Su Ruan was in despair. She pressed her face against the scalding core, tears sliding down her cheeks. A single shiny teardrop fell into the data slot of the core. That was the fluid of the progenitor mother. A sample containing the highest order gene sequence. ZZZ, the previously frantic red alarm lights flickered suddenly. The cartoon rabbit which had been frantically running across the screen stopped. It sniffled, as if smelling some exquisite delicacy. Detected high-energy biological fluid injection. Purity SSS analyzing composition. The red countdown on the screen stuttered. Then the cold mechanical voice sounded again, but with a strange, eerie excitement. Warning lifted. Alternate energy source found. Bioenergy conversion module activated. Attempting to restart core. The entire control room shuddered violently. The lights which had dimmed suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brightness. Not the previous pink, but a sacred faint golden radiance. Su Ruan looked up bewildered. She saw the massive light core beginning to transform. It was like a heart starting to beat powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat sent out a ripple of golden light. The ripples penetrated the walls of the control room with the thick armor plates. Along the 10,000-meter-long optical cables, they instantly spread to every corner of the entire city, and also reached Lu Shiyuan, who was struggling below. The image freezes on Su Ruan, her face covered in tears hugging the glowing core, while the screen displays bioenergy access, successful anti-gravity, field rebooting. Golden ripples swept across the entire city. On the large screen in the control room, the red warning pop-up window shattered instantly. A pink cartoon rabbit jumped out from the corner, holding 2 large carrots in its hands, wiggling its but wildly beside the line of green code. Bioenergy successfully connected. Power core cooling completed. Anti-gravity engine output power 100. A low deep rumble came from beneath their feet. That unsettling feeling of weightlessness vanished. The entire Sky City seemed to be yanked back from the edge of a cliff, shuddering violently, then came to a steady halt amidst the clouds. The floor stopped tilting. The teacup on the table ceased sliding. Su Ruan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. She stared at the external surveillance footage on the screen. The blood-colored lightning giant that had been supporting the entire city collapsed in a thunderous crash, as if its mission had been fulfilled the moment the engine restarted. The crimson lightning scattered across the sky. The man at the center of the giant lost all his power. The black lightning armor peeled off Lu Shiyuan's body, revealing a blood-soaked form. He fell like a kite with a broken string, plummeting straight down from 2,000 meters. Lu Shiyuan. Su Ruan sprang up from the ground. She lunged to the control panel, slapping the colorful buttons randomly, then grabbed the pink photonic core. Catch him. Catch him now. That's mine. If you break him, I'll dismantle you. The cartoon rabbit was startled, dropping its carrots. Detected extreme emotional instability in the administrator. Activating emergency rescue module. Nearest vehicle Hummingbird class single-person assault boat. Location C3 deck. Open the door. Su Ruan couldn't wait for the system's automatic procedure. She turned and rushed toward the emergency passage on the side of the control room. The originally sealed alloy door sensed her clearance and slid open with a swoosh. Outside was a slide rail. A sleek silver small airship was parked on the launch rack. Su Ruan scrambled into the cockpit. She had no idea how to fly this thing, but it didn't matter. The entire city was her voice-controlled toy. Rabbit, fly. Target is that fool falling down. Hurry. A boom echoed. 2 blue ion flames shot from the rear of the airship. It shot out of the hangar like a silver bullet, carving a piercing sonic boom cloud across the high altitude. The wind roared in her ears. Lu Shiyuan felt extremely cold. Every bone in his body seemed ground to powder. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. But his mind was clear. He looked up at the city that had resuspended itself. He gazed at the sacred golden halo. It's stable. He twitched the corner of his mouth, trying to smile, but coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam. This life was worth it. He had held up the sky, protected his wife. Just a little regret. He hadn't yet taken her to see the beautiful mountains and rivers, hadn't yet planted a courtyard full of strawberries for her. Consciousness began to blur. The falling speed increased. Clouds rushed past him. Just as he was about to close his eyes and welcome the final impact, a streak of silver light tore through the clouds. The small airship flew erratically, nearly hitting floating ice many times, but its speed was astonishing. The canopy was open. Su Ruan wasn't wearing her seatbelt. Half her body leaned out of the cockpit, her hair wildly dancing in the gale, her face twisted by the wind. Lu Shiyuan, give me your hand. Her voice was shredded by the wind, but he heard it. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes with effort. He saw that delicate fear of heights, pain-fearing little woman diving toward him in a steel beast. This scene felt surreal. Like a dream. The airship swooped below him. Su Ruan ignored all operational protocols and yanked the control stick all the way back. The airship performed an extremely dangerous nose-up maneuver, its open rear holed like a large net, precisely catching the falling Lu Shiyuan. Bang! Lu Shiyuan crashed heavily onto the soft cushion. The airship shook violently, nearly stalling and crashing. Su Ruan gripped the control stick, forcing the ship level. Got him, she screamed. Not caring that the airship was still careening through the sky, she unbuckled her seatbelt and crawled toward the rear hold. Lu Shiyuan lay on the cushion covered in blood, his chest heaving. He watched the woman crawling over with hands and feet. Her face was covered in tears, and snot, her pretty dress torn by the wind, looking utterly disheveled. But in Lu Shiyuan's eyes this was the most beautiful sight in the world. What are you crying for? Lu Shiyuan wanted to raise his hand to wipe her tears, but his arm wouldn't move. He could only gasp weakly, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand. Your old man isn't dead yet. Su Ruan threw herself onto him, not daring to hug tightly, only loosely encircling his neck. You scare me to death. If you fell to your death, I would blow this broken city up to bury you with. Don't. Lu Shiyuan coughed, blood bubbles around his mouth. That's a betrothal gift. Ashamed to blow it up. He turned his head, looking out at the majestic sky city. We'll live up there from now on. No one will dare make you suffer again. Su Ruan sniffled, wiping her face roughly. Who wants to live up there? There's not even a roasted sweet potato stall up there. She complained verbally, but her hand clung to his collar tightly. This scene, through the Sky City's holographic projection system, it was magnified countless times and projected above the base. The giant light screen, originally used to announce the divine punishment, now became a global broadcast. No lofty gods. No cold judgment. Only two humans, ragged and disheveled, embracing each other. The silence on the ground lasted a full minute. Qin Feng's cigarette burned down to his fingers, scalding him. He looked up at the airship hovering in the sky, then at his boss's miserable state on the light screen. Suddenly he grinned. Brothers. Qin foamed through the cigarette, but to the ground, and roared with all his strength. That's our boss. That's our sister-in-law. God, my ass. We took down a god. This roar was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Roar. A deafening cheer erupted from the ruins. It was the pent-up cry of tens of thousands of survivors. Some threw their hats into the air. Some hugged strangers and wept. Many more raised their weapons and fired wildly into the sky, emptying all their bullets. This wasn't reverence for a god. It was a tribute to heroes. Dawn. Dawn. Someone started the chant. The two words merged into a torrent, shaking the rubble on the ground. A tattered dawn base flag was planted on the highest pile of ruins. The flag fluttered in the wind. The pattern on it was a sword piercing darkness. Exactly like the scene at this moment. The airship slowly descended onto the top deck of the Sky City. The hatch opened. Several medical robots that had been waiting rushed over and lifted Lu Shiyuan onto a stretcher. Su Ruan followed behind, still clutching a piece of his clothing. Qin Feng and a group of ability users also arrived on a transport plane. As these rough men landed and saw the mess and their boss lying on the stretcher, half dead but still with a fierce look in his eyes. Their eyes reddened. Boss. Qin Feng wanted to say something, but his throat tightened. What morning? Lu Shiyuan glanced at him, unable to move, but still carrying that wild energy. Have someone clean up this place. Throw out all the dead men's stuff. From now on, this is the new palace. He paused, his gaze crossing the crowd to settle on Su Ruan. Change the name. Don't call it some damn divine kingdom. Call it Ruan's paradise, how about? No. Su Ruan interrupted him, immediately frowning in disgust. That sounds terrible. Like a kindergarten. She walked to the edge of the deck, looking at the cheering world below, then at the barren but spacious metal land. Let's call it Dawn City. Su Ruan turned back, pointing at the pit Lu Shiyuan had smashed. Don't fill that hole. I'm going to have someone bring up some soil from below. Lu Shiyuan raised an eyebrow. What for? To plant flowers. Su Ruan shook her head, counting on her fingers seriously. Plant strawberries. And watermelons, grapes. Such a big piece of land, it's a waste not to grow some food. She ran to Lu Shiyuan's side, crouched down, and poked his blood-stained cheek. When you're healed, you're responsible for loosening the soil for me. If you can't grow sweet strawberries, I'll throw you off from here. Lu Shiyuan looked at her. At the starlight reflected in her eyes, and that earnest little expression. He smiled. His chest hurt from laughing, but the empty space in his heart was completely filled. All right. Lu Shiyuan closed his eyes, letting the medical robot push him into the repair pod. Your word. I'll turn this place into the biggest strawberry greenhouse in the universe. As long as you're happy, we can even plant stars. Dawn City, formerly known as Sky City. This sword of Damocles that once hung over all of humanity has now truly become Su Ruan's oversized toy. Dozens of heavy transport ships were queuing up to fly into the sky. In the past, these vessels carried nuclear warheads or mechs in their bellies. Now, as the cargo doors open, what comes pouring down is nothing but dark, fertile soil. It was premium black soil excavated from the northeast plains. Thousands of combat robots, forcibly repainted in bubblegum pink, were wielding shovels and hoes, laboring to spread the soil across the alloy deck with grunts of effort. The scene was utterly surreal. Su Ruan sat beneath a beach umbrella, holding a glass of iced watermelon juice. She wore sunglasses, directing those once merciless killing machines with casual authority. Hey, you on the left? Unit 9527. You've laid the soil crooked. And over there, that hole needs to be deeper. That's reserved for planting grapes. The designated robot froze mid-motion, its electronic eyes flickering with a hint of aggrieved blue light, before silently shoveling the dirt back into place. Lu Shiyuan stood beside her, holding a tablet, reviewing the reports sent up from below. He wasn't in military uniform. The man was now dressed like a nouveau riche on vacation. A floral shirtboard shorts. The only thing unchanged was his intimidating keep your distance aura. Qin Feng said the first batch of improved seeds has sprouted. Lu Shiyuan handed the tablet to Su Ruan, casually taking her half-finished watermelon juice and sipping from the same straw. Those science nerds are finally useful for something. They said they used the gene technology left by that big-headed monster to boost the sweetness of the strawberries by 3 points. Su Ruan glanced at the screen, seeing the healthy green seedlings, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. What about that gene serum? Has anyone had any side effects? This was Su Ruan's biggest concern. She had opened the Sky City's database to the people on the ground. The technology contained there was millennia ahead of Earth, especially the formula that could enhance superpower potential without side effects. It was practically a cheat code. Side effects. Lu Shiyuan let out a scoff and tossed the tablet onto a nearby table. Yeah, the toilets at the base have been packed for days. That's just detoxification. The superpowered folks on the ground are all raring to go now. Before they'd fight tooth and nail over a C-grade crystal. Now even the security guard at the gate is A-grade. Human evolution had been fast-forwarded. This was the dimensionality reduction attack of a higher civilization. Su Ruan leaned on the table, looking down at the surface cities visible through the gaps in the clouds. Reconstruction was underway. Countless skyscrapers were shooting up and neon lights flickered even in the daytime. But something else was bothering her. Brother. Su Ruan pushed her sunglasses up, revealing a pair of distressed wide eyes. Can you tell them to stop worshipping me? I just looked through the telescope. There's a statue of me in the plaza down there. It's fine that the statue holds a trident, but why is it trampling on a strawberry? Am I the goddess of strawberries? The corner of Lu Shiyuan's mouth twitched. Even he hadn't expected the survivors' imaginations to run so wild. Ever since that day's global broadcast of Su Ruan saving the world, her status in humanity's eyes had skyrocketed. They genuinely revered her like a living goddess. Every morning their first act wasn't brushing their teeth, but kowtowing 3 times towards the dawn city in the sky. Let them be. Lu Shiyuan reached out and ruffled her hair, enjoying its softness. It's not like you can hear them. If it bothers you, I'll have them thicken the cloud layer. Just then Qin Feng came running out of the elevator, drenched in sweat. He was now the chief steward of Dawn City. Clutching a stack of documents, he panted heavily. Boss. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng slammed the papers on the table and grabbed a nearby water jug, gulping down a huge mouthful. I'm exhausted. This isn't reconstruction, it's reincarnation. Over 100 factions worldwide have sent congratulations, proposing to form a united Earth Federation and elect you as the first planetary leader. And those mutated beast kings, they're lining up to bring gifts. They filled up our entire warehouse. Lu Shiyuan didn't even bat an eyelid. Not interested. Let them play amongst themselves. Just keep them away from me. Anyone who dares to reach out to this place, I'll cut their paws off. Qin Feng chuckled, sheepishly rubbing his hands together, a sly look creeping onto his face. Boss, there's one more thing. The old-timers down there asked me to pass along a message. He glanced sneakily at Su Ruan's stomach. With this palace built so grand, the strawberries planted, and the land laid out. Isn't it? About time we had an heir. Everyone's hoping for a little prince or princess to take over the reins someday. The air suddenly went silent. Lu Shiyuan, who had been peeling grapes for Su Ruan, stopped dead. The plump purple grape burst between his fingers, juice trickling down his hand. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. That feeling of being targeted by an apex predator made his scalp tingle. Air. Lu Shiyuan wiped his hands with deliberate slowness, his voice low, yet it seemed to drop the temperature around them by several degrees. Do you think I'm dying, or do you think I can't protect her and need a small one to divide the inheritance? Qin Feng was so frightened, he nearly fell to his knees. No. Boss, that's not what I meant. We just thought it'd be a shame for such good genes not to be passed on. Get lost. Lu Shiyuan uttered 2 words. Brief and to the point. Anyone who mentions this again can go clean the pipes in the reactor down below. He turned his head, glancing at Su Ruan, who was pretending not to hear. Have a kid? No way. She's afraid of pain. Besides, kids are a nuisance with all their crying and fussing. I barely have enough time to take care of her. I don't have the energy to look after a little one. The reasoning was too solid. Qin Feng's mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Only the boss could proclaim his possessiveness with such unapologetic justification. He was clearly afraid a child would come along and steal his wife's attention. Su Ruan lowered her head, her fingers tracing the pattern on the tablecloth. Actually, she had spotted a mutant snow leopard cub among the gifts Qin Feng had brought. It was fluffy, still drinking milk with a soft mewling cry. It was really cute. She was a bit tempted, but she didn't dare say it. With Lu Shiyuan in his current state, if he knew she wanted to keep a pet, he'd probably have the snow leopard thrown back to the North Pole overnight. Alright, stop loitering around here. Lu Shiyuan shooed Qin Feng away. He looked at Su Ruan's hesitant expression and understood immediately. This woman. Lu Shiyuan shooed Qin Feng away. He looked at Su Ruan's hesitant expression and understood immediately. This woman. Another one. Don't even think about it. Bored, Lu Shiyuan sat down beside her and pulled her onto his lap. Su Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder and nuzzling him. A little. Watching these robots lay soil all day, I'm starting to recognize every screw on them. and the people down there are way too enthusiastic. I tried to take an airship down to buy a roasted sweet potato earlier. As soon as I showed my face, tens of thousands of people started cheering. I got scared and ran right back. Ruan pouted, looking aggrieved. Being a savior wasn't fun at all. No privacy whatsoever. Lu Shiyuan laughed. His chest vibrated with a reassuring roguish charm. Then let's go somewhere else. Somewhere no one knows us, and no one dares to bother us. Ruan's eyes lit up. Where? The South Pole. Or the deep sea? Lu Shiyuan shook his head. He raised a finger pointing at the sky. It was daytime, so the stars were invisible. But the pale white moon hung faintly in the sky. There. The moon. The spaceship left by that big-headed monster is still functional. Qin Feng's crew fixed the propulsion system. Just the right time to check if Chang'e is actually up there. Ruan froze for a second. Then she nearly jumped for joy. Let's go. Right now. I'm going to plant strawberries on the moon. Wouldn't it be great if we could turn the moon pink too? And off they went. These two never did things by the book. 10 minutes later, a strangely shaped silver spaceship launched from the port of Dawn City. No one was notified. No escort accompanied them. Just the two of them. Down below, Qin Feng was still slogging through paperwork when he heard a thunderous boom overhead. He looked up and his face turned green. Damn it, boss. You're skipping work again. Who's going to clean up this mess? Too late. The spaceship had already shot through the atmosphere. Lu Shiyuan turned off the communicator and the world fell into perfect silence. The interior of the spaceship was spacious. As a product of a higher civilization, its gravity simulation made it feel like walking on solid ground. Ruan pressed her face against the porthole, watching the blue planet shrink into the distance. Brother, look. The Earth is really round. Those clouds look like cotton candy. Lu Shiyuan was fiddling with the control console. It was all alien text, but he was a quick learner. With the assistance of that pink rabbit system, piloting was like driving a bumper car. Hold on tight. Preparing for jump. Don't throw up on me. Boom. The space around the ship warped. The next second, that enormous gray-white celestial body appeared before them. The moon. Its surface was riddled with craters. Desolate, lifeless, yet possessing an indescribable grandeur. So this is the moon. Ruan was a little disappointed. Why is it so ugly? It's nothing like I imagined. Not even a single tree. Lu Shiyuan switched the ship to manual control, flying low over the lunar surface. This is the near side. It's been pummeled by meteorites for billions of years. It'd be a miracle if it looked good. Let's check out the far side. The spaceship rounded the edge of the moon. Sunlight was blocked. The view plunged into darkness. But the ship's searchlights illuminated the ground below bright as day. This place was even more rugged than the near side. Giant ringed mountains looked like gaping mouths. Suddenly, the pink rabbit system popped up. The carrot in its hand had transformed into a red exclamation mark. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy fluctuation detected. Non-natural structure identified. Coordinates dark side quadrant, latitude 32 degrees north. Lu Shiyuan furrowed his brow. Unknown energy. Besides that big-headed freak, he'd killed what else could be in this godforsaken place. Let's go check it out. He pushed the control stick forward. The spaceship dove toward the coordinates. As the distance closed, Ruan gasped and covered her mouth in shock. At the bottom of a colossal ringed mountain, a structure stood. It wasn't built from crude stone. It was made of a pitch-black metal that seemed to absorb all light. It resembled a colossal doorframe, standing a kilometer high, alone on the desolate plain. The center of the frame was not empty. Instead, a slowly rotating gray vortex swirled within it. It looked like a giant eye coldly observing these two intruders. What is this? Goosebumps rose all over Ruan's skin. The feeling it gave her was older and more dangerous than the Sky City itself. Lu Shiyuan hovered the ship 500 meters in front of the doorframe. He stared at the vortex. His thunder core resonated with a slight hum. The feeling. It was as if this was the source of a certain power. Or perhaps, the entrance to a certain law. I don't know. Lu Shiyuan tapped his fingers on the console. But this thing. It was definitely not made by that big-headed monster. Its technological level is a dimension above the Sky City. Just then, the vortex suddenly stopped spinning. A visible ripple emanated from the frame. It swept over the spaceship. All the lights inside the ship went out. Even the pink rabbit froze. Only that door, glowing with a faint blue light in the darkness. A line of ancient text belonging neither to Earth nor to that high civilization materialized in the void. Lu Shiyuan couldn't understand it. But Ruan could, because those words exploded directly in her mind. Welcome to the time corridor. Perfect gene detected. Do you wish to begin? New Game Plus. Ruan snapped her head towards Lu Shiyuan. He was already looking at her. Their hands found each other and clasped tightly in the darkness. The door opened. The gate swung open. No blinding golden radiance greeted them. No alien beings leapt forth to shout, "Welcome." Behind that towering 1,000-meter black archway lay a desolate ashen gray plaza, silent as the grave. At the plaza's heart stood a solitary altar. Ancient beyond reckoning, it seemed gnawed by wind and sand for eons. Its black stone surface was webbed with deep fissures, each crevice crammed with dark crimson earth, like congealed blood. And carved upon the altar's highest tier ran an intricate golden sigil. Ruan had never seen its like. but it stirred a chilling familiarity within her sharp enough to tighten her chest. This place. Lu Shiyuan shielded Ruan behind him, his long blade already drawn, crackling arcs of lightning dancing along its edge. Feels wrong. He sensed it instantly. His abilities were suppressed here, like a caged beast throttled by an iron collar, suffocating, infuriating. That sigil. Ruan pointed toward the altar's apex. As her finger lifted, its dull gold flared into searing brilliance. Bzzzt. A piercing metallic shriek drilled straight into their skulls. Ruan's knees buckled, she nearly collapsed. Then came the flood. Countless alien visions crashing into her mind like a tidal wave threatening to shatter her consciousness. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan caught her mid-fall, locking her tightly against his chest. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? But Ruan heard nothing. Her pupils dilated, unfocused, her entire being plunged into a bottomless nightmare. Vision 1. An abandoned subway station. She lay drenched in blood, her neck torn open by a zombie's bite. Lu Shiyuan arrived only in time to cradle her lifeless, freezing body. The man went mad. He detonated the entire station, burying himself beneath rubble, choosing death beside her. Vision 2. An endless frozen tundra. She perished from cold and hunger, curled inside a tattered tent. Lu Shiyuan found her. He burned every ounce of his power to kindle fire, to warm her back to life. The flame died. He held her until both froze solid, a statue of ice and sorrow. Vision 3. Vision 4. Vision 5. Countless Ruans. Countless deaths. Each time Lu Shiyuan appeared. Each time he arrived too late. Each time he dragged the entire world down with him to join her in oblivion. Ruan trembled violently, sweat drenching her clothes in an instant. She realized this was not her first arrival. It was her 100th. 99 times before she had died. Died without dignity. Died as mockery. The final image froze upon this very altar. That was the end of the 99th cycle. Lu Shiyuan of that world stood mangled beyond recognition, kneeling atop the altar, clutching a knife, carving open his own chest with brutal, desperate hands. He wrenched out his still-beating heart and placed it at the altar's center. Blood spilled across the golden sigils. He roared into the void, his voice raw with despair laced with madness. I do not believe in fate. If this world refuses to hold her, then let it begin anew. Once is not enough. 10 times are not enough, nor even 100. Even if I must sell my soul to the devil, I will bring her back. Boom. The altar erupted with blinding crimson light. Time reversed. The world reset. And within that cataclysmic radiance, Lu Shiyuan's soul shattered, scattering fragments across infinite parallel universes, searching for the single variable capable of redeeming him. Ah! Ruan screamed, jolting violently awake from the vision. She gasped, breath ragged, as though dragged from drowning depths. Tears streamed unceasingly. No amount of wiping could stem them. Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan. She clutched the man behind her, nails biting deep into his flesh, sobbing, as if her heart were tearing apart. There was no transmigration into a novel. No stroke of luck. Only this man, sacrificing 99 lifetimes of torment, to buy her this single chance at grace. Lu Shiyuan's chest tightened at her cries. That skull-splitting pain surged again, his mind flooded with fragmented, flickering echoes. The madman kneeling on the altar, ripping open his chest. Was he? Don't cry. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he clumsily wiped her tears. Who hurt you? Tell me. I'll kill them. At that moment, the pink rabbit system, long feigning dormancy, suddenly materialized. Its once adorable avatar now dissolved into chaotic, glitching code, its voice flattened into sterile, mechanical monotone. Warning: causal loop activated. Plot correction rate 100. Ultimate archive unlocking. Archive 001. The 100 lifetime reincarnations of observer Lu Shiyuan. Ruan stared at the corrupted interface, her voice trembling. So, you knew all along. You watched him die, again and again. Silence for 2 seconds. I exist to preserve narrative stability. For the first 99 cycles you were destined to perish, an expendable minor character. This convergence is inevitable. Only this time, because Lu Shiyuan forcibly reversed spacetime and pulled you from the higher dimensional realm reality, a deviation emerged. He wagered his entire virtue and soul, betting everything that you would survive. Ruan turned to Lu Shiyuan. He still bore the pain, massaging her back with quiet, steady hands, his brow knotted tight, yet uttering not a single sound. Fool. A colossal, magnificent fool. I'm done playing. Ruan abruptly pushed him away and staggered upright. She pointed at the altar, then upward toward the fathomless void above. To hell with your script. To hell with your world lines. This lifetime, I refuse to let him lose again. The instant her words faded, the void above the altar tore open, a jagged rift. From it seeped an aura so dreadfully ancient it froze the marrow. These were no ordinary beasts. They were manifestations of cosmic law itself. Several semi-transparent, hound-like entities slithered forth, wraiths woven from warped light and shadow reeking of decay. Temporal hounds, the universe's appointed scavengers dispatched solely to erase anomalies. Their target was unequivocal: Ruan. Erase this impossible soul, and the world line would snap back into alignment, condemning Lu Shiyuan to eternal recurrence in his personal hellscape. Grr. The lead hound unleashed a soundless roar, then blurred into blackness, lunging straight for Su Ruan's throat faster than thought. Su Ruan didn't even blink. Clang. A thunderous impact, black lightning coiling around a long blade, hurled the hound backward. Lu Shiyuan stood before her, sword raised in one hand, the other pressed hard against his temple, blood streaking down his cheek, staining his handsome face into something demonic. His head throbbed, agonizing enough to crack his skull open, yet his body moved faster than his mind ever could. Let anyone dare touch Su Ruan, they'd have to step over his corpse first. What abomination is this? Lu Shiyuan flicked black vapor from his blade, twisting his lips into a savage grin. Uglier than that oversized grotesque. You want her? Have you asked my blade for permission? The hound snarled, enraged. More shadows poured from the rift, swarming thick as sharks scenting blood. They defied physical assault. Lu Shiyuan's lightning struck them, only to recoil, leaving them unharmed, regenerating instantly. This was domination at the level of universal law. Lu Shiyuan, run! Su Ruan cried out, snatching up stones from the ground and hurling them only for them to pass harmlessly through the creature's forms. They can't be killed. That's the law. Law. Lu Shiyuan laughed. Wild. Unbound. Defiant. He slammed his sword into the bedrock beneath him. Palms pressed together. His core of lightning began spinning backward. If brute force failed, then he would burn with his soul. All my life, I've loathed rules most of all. Karakom. Black lightning ignited into searing blood red, consuming his life essence. This fire could reduce even souls to ash. Get out of my way. Lu Shiyuan wrenched his blade free, sweeping horizontally. A crescent of scarlet energy cleaved forward. Those arrogant temporal hounds shrieked, melting like snow beneath a white-hot iron, dissolving upon contact. But the cost was staggering. With every swing, Lu Shiyuan's hair whitened further. His skin cracked, his vitality bleeding away like sand through an hourglass. Stop! Lu Shiyuan, stop now! Su Ruan lunged forward, only to be thrown back by the violent energy field radiating from him. Don't come near me! Lu Shiyuan bellowed, the fury in his eyes turning crimson. His memories surged back, complete, unrelenting. 99 lifetimes of despair. 99 times holding her corpse, cold, lifeless, motionless. All remembered. I dragged you back from hell, not to watch you die again. Lu Shiyuan turned, gazing at Su Ruan. His once black irises now burned with eerie molten gold, the color of a soul incinerated to its absolute limit. Ruan, be good. Return to the ship. Destroy this altar, and those abominations won't cross over. Without another word, he raised his blade and charged toward the altar's still vomiting monsters. He would become a living bomb, ending it all just as he had in the 99th cycle. No. Su Ruan scrambled to her feet, not fleeing toward the ship. Instead, she reached into her pocket, pulling out the spare energy core she'd salvaged in Sky City, never having discarded it. A fist-sized sapphire crystal, blue as starlight, humming with contained annihilation. The last remnant of that grotesque giant's horde. You're right. Su Ruan wiped her tears, her gaze hardening into something fierce, unbreakable. To hell with your loss. If something must explode, it will be me who sets it off. She raised the crystal and sprinted straight for the altar. Its contained energy could obliterate half the moon. Su Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's eyes burst wide, desperate to turn, but massive hounds locked onto his limbs, jaws clamping down with crushing force. Su Ruan ran, faster than she ever had in her life. She reached the altar's edge. The rift shrieked in terror, sensing the crystal's lethal resonance. She glanced back, at Lu Shiyuan trapped and straining. She smiled. Sweet, so sweet, just as she had when first meeting him, clinging to his leg and calling him big brother. Lu Shiyuan, this time, I save you. She hurled the crystal straight into the golden sigil at the altar's heart. Boom. No sound followed, its energy density so immense it devoured sound waves whole. A blinding white light swallowed everything. The altar crumbled to dust. The rift did not vanish, instead destabilized further, widening into a monstrous black hole. Its gravitational pull ripped everything inward, shards of stone hounds, and Su Ruan herself. No. Lu Shiyuan erupted, shattering the hound's grip, then diving headlong into the white light. At the black hole's edge, he seized Su Ruan's hand. Half her body dangled into the void, endless darkness and churning chaos yawning beneath. Let go. Su Ruan wept, voice breaking. You'll fall. His hands bled freely, sliced by turbulent forces, but his grip held fast, bones grinding under pressure. He clung to the abyss's rim, half his body already dragged downward. Yet he looked at Su Ruan and offered a smile more wrenching than tears. Let go. Not in 1,000 lifetimes. Whether heaven or hell, whether cycle 1 or cycle 100, you will never escape me. Lu Shiyuan yanked, dragging himself fully into the vortex. He enfolded Su Ruan tight against his chest, using his own back to shield her from the storm of spacetime. They vanished. Two fragile leaves swept into the infinite dark. Only the solitary black gate remained, slowly closing upon the lunar wasteland. Frozen in boundless darkness, Lu Shiyuan holding Su Ruan close. Two silhouettes impossibly small, yet inseparable amid the maelstrom of fractured time. The black hole had no end. When Lu Shiyuan holding Ruan fell out of that door on the far side of the moon, they landed squarely on the top deck of Shiguang City. Fortunately, the strawberry field below had just been covered with half a meter of black soil, as soft as cotton. The two of them rolled in the mud. Ruan was jolted awake. She sat up, abruptly gasping for air, her heart pounding painfully against her ribs. The surroundings were not the pitch-black altar nor the deadly temporal turbulence. It was the familiar pink bedroom. Outside the window, the artificial sun hung in the sky, radiating a warm glow. Ruan lowered her head and looked at her hands. Her hands were still there, not broken, not rotting. But the sensation of a zombie tearing at her throat was too real, and the piercing cold of freezing stiff in the snow, blood crystallizing. Even the burning sensation of stomach acid surging up her esophagus before starving to death. All of it remained. These were the memories of the previous 99 reincarnations. With the destruction of that altar, these memories that should not have existed surged into her mind like a floodgate opening. Awake! A hoarse inquiry came from beside her. Lu Shiyuan sat by the bed. He hadn't changed his clothes. The floral shirt was still covered in dust from the moon, wrinkled and clinging to his body. In his hand was an unlit cigarette already snapped in two. His eyes were bloodshot with dark circles that could not be concealed. He hadn't slept. Or rather, he dared not sleep. Ruan threw herself into his arms, trembling all over. Lu Shiyuan, I dreamed I died. So much blood. Blood everywhere. I dreamed you dug out your heart. Ruan sobbed incoherently, tears quickly soaking a large patch of his shirt. Lu Shiyuan's hand stiffened. Then he threw away the broken cigarette, firmly pressed the back of Ruan's head, and held her tightly against him. The force was so strong it seemed he wanted to merge her into his bones. It was a dream. His voice was hoarse as if filled with gravel. It's fake. Ruan shook her head desperately in his arms. Not a dream. It's real. I remember everything. 99 times. You saved me 99 times. The despair was too heavy. Every time he was a step too late, every time he had to watch her die horribly. How did he endure this torment? Lu Shiyuan didn't speak. He just mechanically patted Ruan's back over and over. The motion was gentle, but the muscles in his arms were taut as stone. He was afraid. This man who would dare to shoulder the sky was trembling. Because he also felt it. That pervasive sense of being watched. Even though they had destroyed the altar, even though they had escaped back to Earth, those things had still followed. Don't be afraid. Lu Shiyuan pressed his chin to the top of her head, took a deep breath, filling his nose with her soft, milky scent. This was the smell of the living. As long as I'm here, even the king of hell would have to hand over a cigarette at the door. At that moment, the bedroom door was knocked. Qin Feng's voice came from outside, tinged with caution. Boss, is the lady awake? They just sent up a batch of freshly picked mutant cherries as big as plums, said to let the lady have a taste. Lu Shiyuan released Ruan, pulled the blanket up to cover her, leaving only her reddened eyes visible. Come in. Qin Feng pushed the door open, holding a crystal plate. He was about to speak when he suddenly sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the room. His boss sat by the bed, his face dark as thunderclouds, and faint black electric arcs flickered in the air. Qin Feng swallowed, set the plate on the table, and wanted to slip away. If there's nothing else, I'll... Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan suddenly called him. Max out the city's defense systems. Unlock all anti-air weapons. Order all S-grade and above ability users to assemble on the top deck. Qin Feng was stunned. Boss, what's going on? Is it an alien invasion? Or has that big-headed monster revived? Lu Shiyuan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked up at the azure sky outside. It was fake. To ordinary people, it was blue sky and white clouds. But in his eyes, that sky had already cracked. Countless fine black fissures spread across the dome like a spiderweb. Behind each fissure, cold, emotionless eyes looked down. They were searching for someone. For the variable that had broken the rules. More trouble than aliens. Lu Shiyuan pressed his hand against the bulletproof glass, his fingertips turning white. They're here. As soon as he spoke, the clear sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun. It was light being swallowed. The black fissures tore open violently. It was as if the sky had opened countless black eyelids. A nauseating, decaying aura instantly enveloped the entire Shiguang city. It was the smell of time. The smell of corrupted rules. Woof! A piercing howl echoed through the sky. But the sound did not travel through the air, it exploded directly in everyone's soul. Qin Feng covered his head, cried out in pain, and blood streamed from his nostrils. What? What the hell is that? From those fissures, countless black mist masses emerged. They twisted and reformed in midair, finally turning into enormous black hounds. They had no solid form. Their bodies were semi-transparent, misty, with limbs grotesquely long, gray currents swirling around their claws. They had no facial features. Only a massive mouth that split to their ears with no teeth inside, just a bottomless vortex. Time hounds. The cleaners specifically for eliminating temporal bugs. Their target was clear. Hundreds of hounds circled in the air, and their countless hollow mouths, all aimed at the top floor bedroom. Ruan. The cannon fodder who should have died in the first chapter. The error code that survived until now because of Lu Shiyuan's obsession. Must be eliminated. Roar. The leading hound let out a roar, turned into a black lightning bolt, and directly penetrated Shiguang City's energy shield. The golden shield that could withstand a nuclear explosion was like air to it. Physical laws were ineffective against them. Stop it! Sheen Feng shouted, and though he didn't know what it was, instinct made him draw his laser pistol. A red laser beam precisely hit the hound's head. Useless. The laser passed straight through its body, hitting the wall behind, burning a black hole. The hound didn't even pause, it shattered the floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! Glass fragments flew. Ruan shrank on the bed, watching the massive monster rush at her. The soul-deep terror paralyzed her. It was suppression from a higher dimension. Like an eraser erasing pencil marks on paper. The pencil marks could not resist. Get lost. A furious roar. Lu Shiyuan stood in front of the bed. Without any fancy moves, he raised his hand and released a thick bolt of black thunder. That was his strongest attack. Thunder exploded, turning the entire room into a sea of lightning. But the hound only shook slightly. The lightning passed through its body like smoke. It even let out a mocking hiss. Its claw swung. 3 deep, bone-deep wounds instantly appeared on Lu Shiyuan's chest. No blood flowed. The flesh at the wounds turned gray, as if weathered, slowly turning to ash. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan screamed and tried to lunge toward him. But another hound had circled to the side. It opened its vortex-like mouth and bit down on Ruan's extended left arm. No pain. Ruan didn't even feel the bite. She just felt her left hand suddenly become light. She looked down. Her pupils contracted sharply. The hound hadn't bitten off her hand. Its mouth passed through her arm, and at the position where its mouth enveloped, Ruan's forearm was gone, not severed. It was transparent. She could see through her skin, muscles, and bones to the bedsheet pattern below. That feeling was terrifying, more devastating than pain. She was disappearing. She was being forgotten by the world. Let her go. Lu Shiyuan turned back, saw this, and his eyes instantly cracked. Bloody tears streamed down his cheeks. He went mad. The fear and madness ingrained in his bones, accumulated over 99 lifetimes, erupted completely at this moment. Since physical attacks were useless, since lightning couldn't hit them, then he would use his life to fill the gap. Die. Damn you. Lu Shiyuan suddenly plunged his hand into his own chest. Not a metaphor. His fingers forced their way through flesh and skin, gripping the thunder core wildly beating inside his body. That was the origin of an ability user. Also the vessel of the soul. Boom. A golden flame burst out from his body without warning. It was not ordinary fire. It was the fire of his burning soul. The originally black thunder instantly turned into dazzling pure gold. This power no longer belonged to the material world. It touched the rules. Lu Shiyuan, covered in flames like a demon crawling out of hell, took a step and instantly appeared behind the hound that had bitten Ruan. His golden fist, with the force to destroy heaven and earth, slammed down hard. Thump. A dull sound. The hound that had been immune to all physical attacks let out a most miserable scream. Its body shattered like broken glass, instantly disintegrating into countless black fragments, then consumed by the golden flames, burned to nothing. Cough. Lu Shiyuan staggered. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. The blood was not red. It was gold. That was his life essence, fragments of his soul. But he did not fall. He turned around, shielding Ruan firmly behind him. Her transparent arm with the hound's death was extremely slowly regaining substance. But cracks remained. Outside the window, dense black hounds were swarming like locusts. Hundreds, thousands. Endless. Lu Shiyuan wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the monsters, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. It was the ruthlessness of someone who would tear off a piece of the enemy's flesh even if shattered to pieces. Come on. Want to touch her? First take my life. The golden flames on him burned brighter. He was burning his remaining time. Ruan watched his back, watched the golden blood dripping onto the floor, burning black holes in the carpet. She knew what it meant. He was burning himself. To let her, the error that should have vanished, continue to exist. He was using his soul as fuel. No. Ruan cried, tugging at his clothes. Her hand, which had just regained a little sensation, trembled uncontrollably. Brother. Stop fighting. You can't kill them all. You'll die. You'll be annihilated. Lu Shiyuan did not look back. He reached back and held her cold little hand. His palm was scorching hot. Die. He chuckled softly with an unparalleled arrogance. I've died 99 times. I've lived long enough. But this time, even if I have to punch a hole in the sky, burn through hell, I will make you live. He released his hand. His entire body turned into a golden meteor, charging toward the overwhelming black tide outside the window. Golden light exploded. It tore open a gap in the sky that had been swallowed by darkness. Freeze frame on Lu Shiyuan, his whole body burning with golden soul fire, charging alone into the countless black hounds, while Ruan knelt on the ground watching that figure in despair as it was swallowed by the darkness. Golden flames tore a massive hole through the sky. Endless black hounds poured out of the rift like a disturbed nest of rats crammed together in a seething mass, trampling each other as they descended. Lu Shiyuan stood midair. His clothes had long been burned away, his skin covered in golden soul fire turning translucent. Every punch he threw shattered a swath of shadows. But it was useless. For every one that died, 10 more surged forward to replace it. A resounding boom echoed. Dawn City's energy shield let out a strained, agonized groan. In the control room, the pink light core blazed red and frantic alarm sirens blaring. Warning. External energy level exceeds threshold. Shield integrity 30. 20. A tremendous hum suddenly resonated across the sky. The voice was not of human language. It was like the sound of countless gears grinding and snapping apart. It detonated directly inside everyone's skulls. It carried an aloof, unquestionable coldness. Variable Ruan. You have disturbed causality, reversed life and death. You shall be executed. As those words fell, the countless black hounds ceased their attack. They parted to both sides, clearing a path. A giant sword slowly emerged from the depths of the rift. It had no physical form. It was composed of countless gray threads of law. It hung directly above Dawn City, its tip pointing at the woman huddled in the corner of a room. Divine pressure descended. The entire floating city lurched downward, and the barely repaired power furnace burst into sparks once more. Ruan lay on the ground, unable to move even a finger. The suppression from the soul level made her feel like an ant pinned to a chopping board. She could only wait for death. Damn your execution. A furious roar cut off the sword's descent. Lu Shiyuan blasted upward. His golden flames burned to their absolute limit as he shot upward like a meteor streaking against the current, charging headfirst into the sword of law. She belongs to me. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first. He had no weapon. His long blade had shattered long ago. With both hands, he caught the gray sword larger than Dawn City itself. The moment of contact, the flesh on Lu Shiyuan's arms instantly vaporized. Golden bones were revealed beneath. These were no ordinary bones. They were will forged by soul fire. Get back. Down there. Lu Shiyuan ground his teeth to pieces, golden blood foam spilling from his mouth. He pushed against the sword with all his might, forcing it upward a single inch. The voice from the sky seemed surprised this ant could still resist. It was silent for a second. Then a blinding white light blazed on the gray sword. Judgment amplified. Crack. A crisp breaking sound. It clearly echoed across the entire battlefield. Lu Shiyuan's spine had snapped. His body folded sharply like a broken doll. But he didn't let go, even with his spine broken and his lower body numb. His hands still clamped onto the blade, 10 fingers buried deep into the threads of law. Yeah, he screamed, head butting and biting. Like a mad dog that would bite death itself to protect its food. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan watched the twisted figure in the sky. Her tears had run dry. What flowed out was blood. She wanted to rush out, to shield him, even just once. But she couldn't move. Around her, a cage of black lightning formed a prison. It was left by Lu Shiyuan before he charged out. It was his last ability. Not to trap an enemy, but to trap her. To give her an absolutely safe foothold in the heart of destruction. Let me out. Please. Ruan pounded her fists against the lightning barrier. Her hands were scorched black, flesh curling. She felt no pain. She only felt her heart being hollowed out. Just then the pink rabbit system that had been hiding in the corner suddenly hopped in front of Ruan. Its body began to turn transparent, and the sweet, lowly voice dissolved into a jumble of static. Detecting host emotional fluctuation exceeding critical threshold. Memory seal. Releasing. Loading. True archives. Boom. A white light exploded in Ruan's mind. The blurry images that only appeared in dreams became crystal clear. First life. She truly transmigrated. No system, no cheat, dead on arrival. She was devoured by zombies. When Lu Shiyuan arrived, he only found one of her shoes. That man held the shoe and sat in the ruins for 3 days and nights. Then he slaughtered every zombie in the city and detonated the nuclear power plant. Second life. Lu Shiyuan found a way to be reborn. He sacrificed half his soul with forbidden arts to rewind time. This time he found her early. But he didn't understand love, only possession. He locked her in a cage, keeping her like a canary. She died of depression. Lu Shiyuan went insane. He burned the cage and himself inside it. Third life. Fourth. 99th life. Every reincarnation was a trial and error. He learned how to love, how to protect. From a killing machine, he became a man who would peel shrimp for her and lull her to sleep. But his curse was too heavy. The world's law forbade him from having a weakness. As long as Ruan lived, the world would descend into destruction. So at the end of the 99th life, he made a decision. He didn't want this world anymore. He blew up its core. Using the energy of world annihilation, he forcibly opened a channel to higher dimensions. Across billions of parallel universes, he caught Ruan's soul. He dragged her into this unique modded 100th reincarnation. Every setting, every plot, even the so-called book transmigration system. It was all a path paved with his life. That pink rabbit. It was never some high-tech product. It was the last trace of kindness Lu Shiyuan stripped from his own soul before dying in the previous life. It was to guide this life self away from detours. So, it was you. Ruan knelt on the ground, hand clutching her chest, gasping for breath. There was no chosen one. No insane luck. The reason she could survive and live like a princess in this man-eating apocalypse. It was all because of this fool paid for with his life. He lied to her. He said he was a madman, a pervert. In truth, he was the most devoted gambler in the world. Betting 99 miserable deaths for her one life of peace and joy. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan looked up at the blood-soaked figure still fighting in the sky. His lower body had completely lost sensation, swaying in the wind. His golden soul fire grew weaker, threatening to extinguish. The gray sword continued pressing down. slowly relentlessly crushing him. Enough. Ruan wiped the blood tears from her face. She stood, those eyes that were always watery and pleading now colder than ever before. If this is karma, if her existence is what summoned these arbiters, then she would end it. System. Ruan reached out and grabbed the fading pink rabbit. Give me the authority. The rabbit's body flickered with wild glitches. Host, that's a destruction program. You'll die. Give it to me. Ruan snapped. The rabbit froze for a moment. Then it transformed into a streak of pink light shooting into Ruan's brow. A deep hum vibrated. Ruan's aura changed. No longer the soft, fragile beauty. A massive, ancient, terrifying presence, even more dreadful than the voice above, erupted from within her. She was the variable. The effect condensed from the destructive power of 99 worlds by Lu Shiyuan. If she was the effect, then she could devour the cause. Ruan raised her hand. In her palm, the blue crystal from the moon spun wildly. She didn't attack the sword. She didn't shield Lu Shiyuan. She turned and faced the black lightning cage that had trapped her. It was Lu Shiyuan's protection, and her shackles. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan whispered his name, like calling the brother who always held her and comforted her. This time it's my turn. My turn to protect you. She raised the crystal and slammed it against the lightning barrier. Not to break it. It was to merge. Blue energy traveled along the lightning's patterns, instantly spreading across the entire cage. Then it flowed upstream through the spiritual imprint Lu Shiyuan had left behind. Straight to the heavens. In the sky, Lu Shiyuan, nearly drained, suddenly shuddered. A cool, familiar milk-scented power forcefully flooded into his broken body. It wasn't healing. It was sharing. Ruan had connected her life to his. Live together. Die together. Lu Shiyuan's dimming golden soul fire was like gasoline poured on it. Boom. The flames surged thousands of feet. The broken spine crackled and forcibly reconnected in golden light. He snapped his head up. In those dark gold eyes, Ruan's resolute face was reflected. Crazy woman. He cursed, but his voice trembled with laughter. Stealing my spotlight. I'll spank your ass when we get back. He released his grip on the sword. No longer on the defensive. He gripped in reverse. Golden flames condensed in his hands, forming a new blade. A blade forged purely from soul and karma, capable of cutting through law itself. Now, Lu Shiyuan shattered the void with a single step. His form appeared above the giant sword, both hands gripping his blade. Facing the aloof heavens above, he slashed down with all his might. Open. The blade flashed. No sound. Time seemed to freeze. The gray sword representing world loss split down the middle with a thin line. Then, it shattered into a rain of gray ash. Frozen in time, Lu Shiyuan holding his golden blade, having shattered the heavens, gray ashes falling like snow around him. And Ruan standing in the remains of the lightning cage, looking up at the godlike man, a bittersweet proud smile on her lips. Ashes continued to fall from the sky. The giant sword representing the highest rule had shattered, but the massive hole in the sky remained unclosed. On the contrary, more cracks appeared, denser than before. Those black hounds, driven back several hundred meters by Lu Shiyuan's single slash, were now gathered behind the clouds, craning their necks to spy. They were waiting for the madman's soul flame to burn out. Lu Shiyuan fell from midair, landing on one knee on the deck. The golden blade in his hand dissolved, turning into scattered specks of light that streamed back into his body. Cough. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His chest heaved violently like a bellows. The dark, golden gleam in his eyes dimmed rapidly, reverting to their original pitch black. He had overextended himself too severely. That last slash had severed the rules and nearly severed his own fate. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan withdrew the lightning cage, stumbling and rushing toward him. The moment her hand touched Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, she froze. Her hand passed through him. Her fingertips felt nothing. They had penetrated his combat suit, his muscles, and his bones. Ruan stared blankly at her own hand. It was translucent. Even her palm lines were barely visible. All she could see was the scorched black marks on the deck beneath. Don't look. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her wrist. His hand was still solid, burning hot and strong. That was the last connection of the causal chain. I'm not dead yet. What are you crying for? He tried to stand, but his legs had lost all sensation. After 2 failed attempts, he simply sat there. The pink rabbit system emerged from between Ruan's eyebrows. It looked even worse off than the two of them. Its entire body was smoking, its data stream tangled like a knotted ball of yarn. Warning. Warning. Causality correction program, restarting. Hound count surged to 3,000. Hosts remaining presence 5. The rabbit bounced frantically in midair, its voice sharp and piercing. We can't win. Boss. Sister-in-law. This isn't a matter of combat power. As long as the timeline doesn't acknowledge sister-in-law, these mongrels will keep coming. Even if we kill one wave, another will follow until the world is formatted. Lu Shiyuan looked up at the sky. The hounds began to move again. This time there was no roaring, no probing. Thousands of black shadows converged into a dark torrent, pressing down silently and relentlessly. That was annihilation. Complete relentless annihilation. Talking nonsense. Lu Shiyuan pulled Ruan closer, using his body to shield her disappearing half. If there's no way out, shut up. I can still cut one more time. He tried to ignite his soul flame again, but his body was hollow. Not even a single spark could be squeezed out. The rabbit suddenly stopped. Its electronic eyes flickered twice, as if performing some extremely complex calculation. There's one way. The only way. It pointed at the massive floating city beneath them. The core engine of this city is what the Big Head civilization used for interstellar jumps. At full power, it can tear the time barrier. We don't fight anymore. We run. Ruan was stunned and asked instinctively, run where? The rabbit gritted its teeth and spoke rapidly. Back to the source. Back to where everything began. Back to 3 years ago, the night the virus broke out. Use the current causal authority to forcibly modify the underlying code at that point in time, writing sister-in-law's existence into the world core. As long as she becomes legalized at that moment, all subsequent correction procedures will become invalid. Lu Shiyuan remained silent. He stared at the hounds drawing closer, then looked down at Ruan's left leg, which was almost invisible. Risks? He asked only 2 words. The rabbit trembled. 9 deaths, 1 chance of life. The time tunnel is full of turbulence. Once lost, you'll be trapped forever in the cracks of time, becoming a mindless ghost. Moreover, this kind of reverse traversal requires enormous energy guidance. 1 misstep, and we'll be torn to pieces. Boom. The first hound crashed into the shield. Then the second, the third. The fragile energy shield instantly became covered in cracks, emitting a grinding, teeth-aching sound of breaking. There was no time to hesitate. Lu Shiyuan didn't even think for a second. Open it. He grabbed Ruan's hand with a force that seemed ready to crush her bones. As long as there's a glimmer of hope. Even if it's hell, I'll take her through it. The rabbit wasted no more words. It plunged into the control console. The entire Dawn City suddenly shook violently. The power furnace, which had just been repaired, let out a booming roar on the verge of explosion. Space-time engine preheating. Coordinates locked. Earth calendar 20XX, July 15th, 2359. Energy output 300. Overload warning. A blinding white light erupted from the city center. It wasn't a gentle, illuminating light. It was a pure beam of energy that could even distort space. It tore a circular hole directly above the deck. Inside the hole there was no darkness. Only bizarre, dazzling lines spinning and intertwining madly. That was the river of time. Go. Lu Shiyuan forced himself to hold on and lifted Ruan with one arm. He couldn't walk, so he crawled, rolled. 7 or 8 bones in his body were broken. Every movement made blood seep from his pores. But he didn't stop. Lu Shiyuan. Ruan couldn't cry out anymore. She watched this man, watching him destroy himself for her, reducing himself to this inhuman state. Don't be afraid. Lu Shiyuan whispered in her ear, his voice soft but steady. Hold on to me. Don't let go. Boom. The shield shattered completely. Countless black hounds poured down like a waterfall. Just as the dark tide was about to engulf them both, Lu Shiyuan held Ruan and leaped. They jumped into the white hole of light. The world fell silent. No roars, no explosions. Only endless streams of light flashed past them. Those lights were not empty. They were fragments of memories, frames of images. Ruan felt as if she were flying. And also falling. She clung tightly to Lu Shiyuan's neck, not daring to close her eyes. She saw. In the fleeting light and shadows, she saw the previous 99 cycles. First life. A dilapidated subway station. Lu Shiyuan knelt on the ground, holding a mutilated corpse in his arms. He didn't cry, but he pulled out his own hair strand by strand and braided it into a rope to tie around the corpse's wrist. Then he detonated the explosives. Second life. A frozen snowfield. He carried her frozen body on his back for 3 days and 3 nights. Every step left a bloody footprint in the snow. When he finally fell, he still maintained the posture of wrapping his coat around her. Third life. Fourth life. Each life's image stabbed into Ruan's heart like a knife. So he had suffered so much. So without her knowledge, this man had died for her so many times. I'm sorry. Ruan buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking his torn combat suit. I didn't know. I made you suffer alone for so long. Lu Shiyuan looked at those images. They were his past. The hell he had walked through. But now, looking at them, he felt no turmoil in his heart. He even felt a bit of relief. Silly girl. He raised his hand and wiped the tears from Ruan's face. Even though his hand was trembling, his fingertips stained with blood. It hurt a little. But as long as it's you in the end. This deal isn't a loss. He held Ruan tighter, his chin resting on her forehead. Don't look at those. They're all in the past. Look forward. Ahead. At the end of that bizarre, twisted passage. A glimmer of light appeared. It wasn't a cold white light. It was a warm yellow light tinged with the smoke of human life. Closer and closer. Clearer and clearer. Ruan saw towering skyscrapers. Saw the bustling traffic. Saw the city that had not yet become ruins, not yet infested with zombies. S-City. That was S-City before the apocalypse broke out. Approaching anchor point. Prepare for landing. Impact warning. The rabbit's voice exploded in their minds. A tremendous suction force came from that point of light. Lu Shiyuan felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. But he didn't let go. Instead, he used his last ounce of strength to turn over, turning himself into a cushion to protect Ruan above him. Close your eyes. He roared. Whoosh. The two shot out of the light hole. The feeling of weightlessness vanished instantly, replaced by the impact of a hard ground. Thud. A dull sound. They crashed heavily onto the ground. Lu Shiyuan grunted, the bones in his back grinding with a sickening sound. But he didn't pass out, because the surroundings were too noisy. Car horns, pedestrians chatting, music from shops. These sounds, long extinct in the apocalypse, now flooded into his ears like a tide. Lu Shiyuan opened his eyes. What greeted him was a dim, narrow alley. Flyers that hadn't been fully peeled off were still plastered on the walls. At the alley entrance, a street lamp cast a dim yellow light. A few drunken young people walked past, arm in arm, humming a pop song off-key. The air didn't smell of rot. Only the faint scent of barbecue smoke from a stall mixed with the smell of fermenting garbage. This was the world of humans. A living world. Lu Shiyuan lay on the ground covered in sewage, staring at the moon above that had not yet turned red. He smiled. He laughed until his chest ached, yet the corners of his mouth refused to go down. He had won the gamble. He looked down at the woman lying on his chest. Ruan also opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, then slowly lowered her head to gaze at her left hand. Solid. Warm. The nail polish on her fingernails was still the pink she had put on just before the jump. Lu Shiyuan. She reached out tremblingly and touched his face. Warm. Dirty. But alive. We came back. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her hand and kissed it. The sensation mixed with the taste of blood and earth made him feel incredibly grounded. We're back. He turned his head and glanced at the flickering electronic clock at the alley entrance. The time on it was ticking. 20XX, July 15th. 2350. 9 minutes before the apocalypse breaks out. The scene froze in the dim alley. Lu Shiyuan lay on the ground covered in blood, while Ruan lay on his chest. Their eyes met, carrying both the relief of surviving against all odds and a fierce determination to turn the tide in the face of desperate circumstances. In the distance, the electronic clock mercilessly counted down the last moments of peace. Lu Shiyuan pushed himself upright from the ground. His bones cracked with an excruciating grating sound. A few passing drunkards, half-sobered in terror, pointing trembling fingers at the two blood-soaked figures who looked as though they'd just crawled out of a meat grinder, and fumbled for their phones to call the police. Get lost. Lu Shiyuan didn't turn around. A black arc of lightning detonated at the alley's mouth. The drunks never even screamed. Their phones exploded into dust, and they collapsed backward, eyes rolled wide, unconscious. Ruan leaned against the wall, gazing down at her hands. Filthy, yet still perfectly manicured. This was her current body. The body that had clawed its way through the apocalypse, awakening with the sovereign ability. 8 minutes remain. Lu Shiyuan glanced at the digital clock above the alley entrance and casually wiped blood from his face. His combat uniform hung in tatters. Beneath the rips, his skin bore deep burns and fissures, the toll exacted by temporal translocation. He didn't care. Though his thunder core dimmed from exhaustion in this peaceful era where even abilities were non-existent, it alone granted him dominion. Where to? He asked, his voice raw, hoarse, yet crackling with the ferocity to shatter the heavens. Ruan lifted her gaze toward the glittering affluent district east of the city. There stood a villa. Inside lived this Ruan who had not yet endured the apocalypse's brutality. The girl who only knew how to cry, locked in her room and starved by her stepmother. That was the origin of causality, and the missing piece she had to reclaim. Home. Ruan tightened her grip on Lu Shiyuan's arm, her nails digging deep into his flesh. To fetch that fool. Residence. Crystal chandeliers bathed the living room in opulent gold and brilliance. A well-preserved middle-aged woman sat on a leather sofa, peeling an orange with unhurried precision. Beside her stood a young woman in a lace nightgown, wearing an expression of smug delight. Mom, that wretched girl is still sobbing upstairs. Suyu idly admired her freshly done nails and rolled her eyes. Let her cry herself to death. Dad's away on business anyway. No one's coddling her. Lin Meifeng tossed the orange peel into the bin and sneered. Let her cry. It's not like I refuse to make dinner. What's all this theatrics for? Once tonight passes, we'll transfer her quota to us. From now on, the Su household answers to no one but mother and daughter. Faint thuds and muffled sobs echoed from upstairs. That was the original host, the pitiful girl locked away for feigning illness, punished with starvation by her stepmother. Ruan stood before the wrought iron gate of the villa, gazing through its ornate bars at the house steeped in childhood shadows. In her last life on this very night, she'd burned with fever and hunger, never waiting for her father's rescue, only to meet the outbreak of the undead instead. Her stepmother and stepsister seized the family car and fled. They left her alone inside the villa to die. Had she not later stumbled upon an evacuation convoy, her story would have ended in Chapter 1. Is this the place? Lu Shiyuan cast a glance at the seemingly impregnable bronze door. Yes. Ruan nodded. There's filth inside this house. We must cleanse it. The moment the words left her lips, Lu Shiyuan raised his foot. Boom. The hundreds of pound bulletproof, explosion-resistant bronze door tore free from its frame like tissue paper and launched into the air. It traced a violent parabola before crashing straight into the living room, smashing squarely atop the freshly peeled orange. The shockwave shattered every floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Meifeng and Suyu were hurled behind the sofa by the blast wave, their shrieks, choked off mid-breath, drowned in dust. Who's there? Murder. Call the police, quickly. Lin Meifeng scrambled out from behind the sofa, wild-haired and frantic, grabbing for the landline phone. A black combat boot slammed down onto the handset. Crunch. The telephone, and the coffee table beneath it, shattered instantly into plastic shards and splintered wood. Lin Meifeng froze. She followed the blood-caked military boot upward, until she met the gaze of a man reeking of gore, like a demon risen from hell. Lu Shiyuan loomed over her, his dark gold eyes utterly devoid of emotion, as if regarding a cockroach beneath his soul. Who just said they'd starve her to death? Lin Meifeng crumpled to the floor, teeth chattering violently. Why you? Who are you? I'm the mistress of the Su household. You're trespassing. Lu Shiyuan had no patience for nonsense. With a flick of his hand, a black wind blade materialized midair and sliced past Lin Meifeng's scalp. Her meticulously permed and dyed curls vanished, leaving behind a gleaming bald pate. Ahawk. Lin Meifeng clawed at her smooth skull, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Su Yue meanwhile had already wet herself, cowering silently in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Too loud. Lu Shiyuan frowned. He bent down, seized Lin Meifeng's collar with one hand, lifting her like a lifeless chicken, then turned towards Su Yu. You two, get out. Thud. Thud. Two dull impacts. Mother and daughter were hurled headlong through the gaping breach in the front door. They tumbled across the lawn, rolling end over end, until they slammed against the curb. Lu Shiyuan brushed dust from his palms and turned to Su Ruan standing at the threshold. Silence restored. Let's go up. Su Ruan stepped over the wreckage, ascending the stairs to the second floor, the room she'd inhabited for 18 years. The door was locked, but that posed no obstacle now. Su Ruan pressed her palm against the lock. Click. The mechanism disengaged itself. The door swung open. The room was unlit, pitch black. By the faint light from the hallway, a small huddled shape could be seen on the bed. The girl sat curled up, knees drawn tight, face buried in the quilt, softly sobbing. At the sound of the door opening, she jerked her head up in panic. Her face was identical to Su Ruan's, yet younger, paler, eyes swollen like walnuts, every feature radiating helplessness and vulnerability. Seeing the two bloodied figures in the doorway that passed, Su Ruan forgot how to cry altogether. Are you ghosts? She whispered, voice trembling with tears. Su Ruan approached and sat beside her on the bed. She looked upon her former self, so fragile, so defenseless, too timid even to raise her voice when wronged, only hiding beneath the covers to weep. Once she would have felt shame. Now only sorrow. No, we're not ghosts. Su Ruan reached out and gently stroked the girl's tangled hair. Soft, silky, warm. I've come to take you home. The past. Su Ruan stared stunned. Before her stood a woman, scarred, yet commanding. A sovereign queen in demeanor, bearing the same face, but an entirely different soul. Same features, yet worlds apart. Take me, where? To slay monsters. Su Ruan smiled. She pointed outside the window. In 5 minutes this world will change forever. Everyone who ever hurt you will become flesh-eating abominations. Are you afraid? The past. Su Ruan shrank back, instinctively nodding. Yes. Don't be. Su Ruan leaned forward, pressing her forehead gently against the girl's. No one will ever harm you again. Because I will protect you. We are one. A soft white light bloomed in the room. Temporal paradox correction activated. Within a single timeline, two identical souls cannot coexist. The stronger would consume, or rather merge with, the weaker. Su Ruan's present form began to fade, translucent, dissolving into countless shimmering motes, flowing slowly, inevitably into the body of her past self. Lu Shiyuan leaned against the doorframe, watching silently. He made no move to intervene. This was necessary. Only through fusion could Su Ruan claim true legitimacy in this timeline. Only then would the accursed time hounds lose her trail. Ah! A soft gasp escaped the girl on the bed. She felt an immense warm force flood her being. Her fever-addled mind cleared instantly. Memories of the future surged forth, vivid scenes of survival amid ruin, of desperate struggle in the apocalypse. And the man's devotion, 99 cycles of unwavering loyalty. All of it, unfiltered, unreserved, etched permanently into her consciousness. The light faded. The girl on the bed opened her eyes anew. Those once timid, tear-filled orbs now burned with depth, resolve, and a quiet, imperious majesty. She raised her hand, the palm alight with a pulsing cobalt glow. That was the sovereign ability, and at full strength. How do you feel? Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, offering a tissue. Su Ruan did not take it. Instead, she grasped his wrist firmly and pulled herself upright, fluid, decisive, utterly devoid of earlier frailty. Feels. Su Ruan rotated her neck, the joints snapping crisply. She strode to the full-length mirror, stared at the reflection, fair-skinned, unblemished, clad in delicate lace. This body, untouched by apocalyptic trials, remained weak, but its core had been replaced, like a max-level avatar returning to the tutorial realm. Perfect. Su Ruan turned, chin lifted toward Lu Shiyuan. Let's go, Commander. 3 minutes remain. Time to deliver a gift to the bastard who unleashed the virus. Lu Shiyuan smiled. He liked her like this. Fierce, tender, electrifying. Location? He asked. Su Ruan closed her eyes, summoning the newly integrated pink rabbit system in her mind. Her ultimate cheat code. In this pre-collapse world, the rabbit was the sovereign of the internet. Target acquired. S City Central Hospital, Sublevel 3 Laboratory. Virus origin codename Pandora. A half-finished monstrosity engineered by the original host's deranged father. Ruan opened her eyes, cold steel glinting within them. So it was him, her so-called father. Last life he'd treated his own daughter as expendable test subject. This time, old debts and new sins would be settled together. Central Hospital. Ruan strode to the window, ripped off the cumbersome lace nightgown, and snatched a trench coat from the hanger. Her movement was sleek, effortless, like a seasoned operative. Hold on tight. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist. Black lightning coalesced beneath his boots. Reality warped. This time he murmured near her ear. I'll carry you. Crack. A bolt of thunder ripped through the villa's roof, vanishing into the night sky. Only the bald, wailing stepmother remained, howling futilely into the void. The digital clock blinked. 2358. 2 minutes until the apocalypse begins. The emergency department corridor of Central City Hospital in S City bustled with people. The air reeked of antiseptic and vomit. A nurse sprinted down the hall, pushing a crash cart, shouting, "Make way." No one noticed the VIP ward on the top floor, its window panes silently melting. Lu Shiyuan strode through the 20th floor window, cradling Ruan in his arms, landing without a whisper. His blood-stained clothes clashed starkly with the immaculate sterility of the private care room. This is it, he said. Ruan leapt from his arms and pointed to an oil painting mounted on the wall. According to the final coordinates provided by the rabbit system, the virus's origin lay hidden behind that painting, in a concealed compartment. Boom. The entire wall, including the painting, caved inward before exploding outward. Reinforced steel bars and concrete shards hurtled through the air, only to halt abruptly half a meter from the two figures, repelled by an invisible barrier clattering harmlessly to the floor. Behind the shattered wall loomed a hidden elevator shaft. Hold tight, Lu Shiyuan murmured, slipping an arm around Ruan's waist, and leapt straight into the fathomless abyss. The wind of their rapid descent stung their cheeks. Basement level 1. Basement level 2. Ding. The elevator halted at basement level 3. The moment the doors parted, a crack, 2 security guards in white hazmat suits rushed forward, brandishing electric prods. Who are you? This is a restricted zone. Their words died mid-sentence. Twin arcs of black lightning flashed. Then both men convulsed violently, collapsing onto the floor, hair bristling upright, smoke curling from their scalps. Lu Shiyuan didn't spare them a glance. He strode forward into a vast underground laboratory where countless precision instruments pulsed with eerie cobalt light. Dozens of researchers in white lab coats moved briskly among their stations. None sensed the anomaly at the entrance. At the laboratory's heart stood a reinforced, bulletproof glass enclosure. Inside, a middle-aged man with wire-rimmed spectacles, refined, scholarly, carefully lifted a vial containing pale golden liquid from a cryogenic storage unit. Lu Shiyuan, the biological father of Ruan's original self. A scientist consumed by obsession, willing to sacrifice anything for his work. He held the vial aloft, tilting it toward the light, his face alight with rapturous, feverish devotion. Perfect, utterly perfect. Pandora, my magnum opus. You shall herald humanity's great evolution. He turned and slotted the vial into a complex apparatus linked directly to the hospital's central oxygen supply and ventilation systems. With a single press of the crimson activation button, this airborne supervirus would saturate the entire building within 3 minutes. And within half an hour spread across the city via human movement. The apocalypse would begin here. Ruan watched the man's retreating back, her heart unmoved. Filial affection. After 99 cycles of brutal, agonizing death, such sentiment was worthless. That's him, she whispered softly. Lu Shiyuan nodded, then advanced, openly unhidden, weaving past row upon row of lab benches toward the core chamber. At last a young researcher noticed him. Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? He rose, attempting to block the path. Lu Shiyuan didn't slow. An invisible pressure radiated from him, like being struck head-on by a speeding freight train. The researcher screamed, flung backward, crashing into a bank of instruments. Crackle, crackle. Alarms shrieked across the laboratory. Crimson warning lights strobed violently. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Initiate defense protocols. Dozens of automatic machine gun barrels extended from ceiling and walls, their black muzzles locking onto Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan, startled inside the core chamber, turned and froze. His gaze met the advancing figure, godlike and implacable. A moment's shock twisted into something cruel and jagged. It's too late, he roared, lunging for the red activation button. No one will stop me. His fingertip hovered less than a centimeter from the switch, when suddenly a hand materialized from nowhere, seizing his wrist. The grip was ironclad, steady, inexorable, icy, with absolute authority. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion. Trembling, he twisted around, and found Lu Shiyuan standing silently behind him. 10 centimeters of bulletproof glass had offered no resistance. Steady hand, Lu Shiyuan observed, tightening his hold. Just enough to make Lu Shiyuan feel his bones grinding. Shame it's misapplied. Who are you? How did you breach this place? Cold sweat broke across Lu Shiyuan's brow, of fanaticism dissolved into raw terror. This facility's security was military grade. Not even a fly could slip through. Lu Shiyuan offered no explanation. His eyes swept over the golden viral sample, now integrated into the system. ZZT. A faint arc of electricity leapt from his fingertip, vaporizing the vial and its contents into absolute nothingness. Not even a wisp of smoke remained. No. Su Chang'an's scream tore from his throat, raw with despair. This was his life's work, his key to godhood. My Pandora. My life's blood. He thrashed wildly, yanking a pistol from his belt, aiming straight for Lu Shiyuan's temple. Lu Shiyuan didn't flinch. He raised his other hand and pressed it flat against Su Chang'an's crown. Too noisy. Black lightning erupted, engulfing the man's skull. Su Chang'an never uttered a cry. His body spasmed violently. Blood gushed from nose, ears, mouth. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Yet Lu Shiyuan held on. A torrent of stolen memories flooded his mind, locations of backup virus caches, names of collaborators, even the darkest, most depraved recollections of Su Chang'an's abuse of Su Ruan's former self. 1 second later, Lu Shiyuan released him. Su Chang'an crumpled like discarded clay, utterly vacant, reduced to a drooling, hollow-eyed imbecile. Outside, the automated turrets continued firing, but every bullet froze mid-air 1 meter from Lu Shiyuan, then clattered lifelessly to the floor. He turned, walking to Su Ruan's side. Done. Gently, he brushed a stray strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear. 7 backups remain: East City Warehouse, Westport Dock, and the basement of his mistress's residence. Su Ruan glanced at the ruined heap on the floor and nodded. Let's go. We'll send them all to oblivion before midnight. He slipped an arm around her waist, and they vanished in a single breath. Only wreckage remained, and researchers clutching their heads, driven nearly mad by the ceaseless blare of alarms. East City's abandoned warehouse. A group of drug dealers trading contraband froze as 2 blood-soaked figures appeared out of thin air, before lightning struck them down, silent and swift. Lu Shiyuan kicked open the safe hidden inside a shipping container, crushing the viral sample within. Westport Dock. Inside the captain's cabin aboard a vessel preparing to depart, the vial was hurled into the churning sea. One hideout after another fell. They moved like tireless phantoms, haunting the city's shadowed underbelly. The digital clock ticked relentlessly toward midnight. 235950. The final sample, deep in the basement of a suburban villa, was incinerated to ash by Lu Shiyuan's violet flame. Having completed their task, Lu Shiyuan teleported them both to the pinnacle of S-City's tallest structure, the Global Center Tower's spire. They stood beside the lightning rod, gazing down upon the glittering metropolis below. Traffic flowed like liquid gold, neon signs shimmered. Peace, profound and serene. The clock blinked. 0000. A new day had begun. Nothing happened. No zombies. No screams. No apocalypse. Su Ruan leaned into Lu Shiyuan's chest, feeling the sharp, biting chill of the high-altitude night wind. Did we succeed? Yes. He wrapped her deeper into his coat, resting his chin atop her hair. We succeeded. He had won. Through 100 lifetimes, at the cost of shattering time itself, wrenching that damned timeline back onto its rightful course. Yet, just as his words faded, overhead the deep velvet of the night sky fractured. Crack. A sound like shattering crystal echoed down from the heavens. A pitch-black fissure, bottomless and infinite, tore open beside the moon. Then a second, a third, countless more, spiderwebbing across the entire firmament. A familiar, nauseating stench of decay once again blanketed the earth. Lu Shiyuan's body locked rigid. Su Ruan jerked her head upward. They saw them, hollow glacial eyes igniting behind each rift. And from those wounds, in reality, sleek black hounds emerged, beings woven from warped, broken laws. Their target wasn't the 2 figures on the tower, but the city beneath them, forcibly restored, its fate rewritten. The sky was torn asunder. It was not a metaphor. It was real, physically torn apart. Cracks of pitch-black fissures crawled across the entire night sky, like a shattered mirror, each fragment revealing a cold, emotionless eye behind it. A putrid stench poured down from the cracks, dimming the neon lights of the entire city. Lu Shiyuan's body tensed like a drawn bow. He could sense that his thunder core was utterly depleted, all his power drained by the earlier struggle. He was nothing but an empty shell now. Su Ruan looked up at the sky, her face, which had just regained some color, turning pale again. She saw them. Those black hounds were slowly poking their heads out from the cracks. Their number was 10 times greater than what they had seen on the moon, dense, blotting out the sky. Their target was not any single person. It was the city. This city that had been forcibly diverted from its fate, which should have been engulfed in flames minutes ago. It's too late, Su Ruan murmured. She could feel an infinitesimal amount of virus already spreading in the air. Though she and Lu Shiyuan had destroyed all the sources, Su Chang'an had initiated a preliminary release program before pressing the button. The apocalypse had not been completely prevented, merely postponed. Its intensity had been weakened countless times. But for the law, as long as the virus existed, this world was wrong. And the 2 of them were the culprits who had created this error. Brother. Su Ruan suddenly grabbed Lu Shiyuan's arm. Her hand was cold, trembling, but clutching tightly. Lu Shiyuan looked down at her, thinking she was afraid. He shielded her behind him, gathering the last of his abilities into a thin, pitiful electric net before him. Don't be afraid. I can still strike one more blow. Even if I die, I'll take some of them down with me. His words carried a fierce desperation of mutual destruction. No. Su Ruan peered out from behind him and shook her head. Those perpetually tearful eyes held no fear, now only a nearly mad clarity. Blind slaughter is useless. They are rules they can't be killed. She looked up at the approaching black hounds and spoke word by word. We need to deceive the law. Lu Shiyuan was stunned. Deceive the law? Was this woman out of her mind? How could one deceive such a thing? Ruan did not explain. She made a move that made Lu Shiyuan's heart nearly stop. She raised her hand to her own wrist and bit down hard. Her sharp teeth instantly pierced the fair skin and crimson blood welled up. What are you doing? Lu Shiyuan roared, reaching to cover her wound. Crazy. This woman was absolutely insane. But Ruan dodged. She raised her bleeding wrist toward the sky. A vast gentle force surged from within her, lifting the blood droplets high into the air. My genes are the perfect fusion, codename Eve. They can purify the virus and also control it. Since the law deems this world in need of correction because of the virus, I will eliminate the virus. Give it no reason to correct anything. As her words fell, the suspended blood suddenly burst apart. It fragmented into billions of tiny droplets, then transformed into a bizarre crimson rain that covered the entire city. The rain was fine, carrying a faint sweet milky scent belonging to Ruan. It landed on the ground, leaving no trace, seeping directly into the air. Below the tower, the drunkards who had been knocked out by Lu Shiyuan's lightning were just coming to. A young man, coughing from the trace of virus in the air, had abnormal red veins in his eyes. A drop of red rain landed on his face. Instinctively, he wiped it away. The next second, his violent coughing ceased, and the red veins in his eyes rapidly faded. It was as if he had been purified. This rain. Why does it smell sweet? He looked at the sky in bewilderment. The same scene was unfolding in every corner of the city. The already diffused, exceedingly weak virus was being completely neutralized, decomposed, and purified under the onslaught of the blood rain. In the sky, the black torrent that was about to descend suddenly halted. The leading hounds let out confused, silent howls. They were the enforcers of the law. Their directive was to purge the world contaminated by the Pandora virus. But where was the virus? The source of pollution, that was their target, had vanished. The grand voice from the sky spoke again, this time with a mechanical, stuttering bewilderment. Pollutant source. Eliminated. Causal correction. Complete. Mission. Judged. Failed. Failed. Thousands of temporal hounds were collectively stunned. Like programs receiving two completely contradictory commands, they spun wildly in midair, their bodies flickering on and off. Finally, they let out a series of reluctant roars, their bodies dissolving into black smoke, being sucked back into the slowly closing sky cracks. They had come with ferocity and left with humiliation. As the final crack vanished, the night sky regained its profound serenity. The bright moon still hung aloft, as if the apocalyptic scene moments ago had been a mere illusion. Thud! Ruan's body went limp, falling straight backward. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan caught her in his arms. She was as light as a feather, her face pale to transparency, her lips devoid of any color. Blood loss. Madwoman. Lu Shiyuan held her, his hands trembling uncontrollably. How could there be such a reckless fool in this world? He would rather be torn apart by those dogs than see her like this. It hurt. It hurt as if someone were scraping his heart with a knife. I'm fine. Ruan leaned against him, giving a weak smile. She raised her hand and touched Lu Shiyuan's face. See, I won the bet. We're going home. Her words were cut short. The tower top beneath their feet began to turn transparent. The city, the lights, the night wind, all rapidly faded into a pure white light. A massive time-space tunnel opened once more. This time they were not jumping involuntarily, but were forcibly dragged back by an irresistible force. Mission accomplished. Correction successful. These two ghosts, who did not belong to this timeline, were to return to their original place. Hold on to me. Lu Shiyuan pressed Ruan tightly against his chest, wrapping his body completely around hers. The white light devoured everything. No one knew how long passed. Perhaps a second, perhaps a century. When Ruan opened her eyes again, she smelled a familiar clean scent of fresh sheets. Not the smell of hospital disinfectant, nor the greasy odor of alleyways. It was the sun-dried scent of the top-floor bedroom in Shiguang City. She sat up abruptly, finding herself lying on the large bed with pink sheets. She wore silk pajamas, her skin fair and unblemished without any scars. Outside the window, the artificial sun cast a soft glow upon the freshly planted strawberry field, everything exactly as they had left it. Awake. Lu Shiyuan sat by the bed, already changed into a clean black combat suit, though his handsome face still bore traces of lingering fatigue and bewilderment. They exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes the relief of survival and a hint of confusion. They were back. Truly back. And in the most perfect way possible. Just then Ruan's peripheral vision caught something outside the window. She froze. Brother. She pointed outside, her voice trembling. Look. Lu Shiyuan followed her finger. In the strawberry field outside their bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, where it had been empty before, a tiny verdant sprout had appeared. The sprout was only the size of a fingernail, with two tiny leaves stretching stubbornly under the artificial sun. That wasn't the point. The point was that this sprout absolutely had not existed before they left, and it was growing at a visible pace. Under their shocked gaze, the sprout unfurled a third leaf. Before their very eyes, the tender sprout unfurled another tiny leaf. It was emerald green, radiating a vigorous, unyielding vitality that defied all reason. Lu Shiyuan stood frozen. In his 100 lifetimes he had slain more monsters than he had ever met living people, yet he had never witnessed anything so bizarre. Ruan was equally stunned. Instinctively she reached out to touch the window, but her fingertips halted just before touching the glass. Something was wrong. This was not glass. It was the energy shield of Shuguang City. She exchanged a glance with Lu Shiyuan, both seeing the same shock reflected in each other's eyes. They spun around abruptly, gazing out the window. Gone was the familiar gray wasteland of countless ruins and scorched earth. Below them lay an endless expanse of green. Forest grasslands and winding blue rivers meandered like silk ribbons embracing this land that had survived the apocalypse. In the distance, several futuristic silver cities rose from the ground, their outlines hazy, but clearly visible with aircraft darting to and fro between them. This world had come back to life. We succeeded. Ruan's voice was barely a whisper laced with uncertainty. Hadn't they returned to the past? They had only prevented the apocalypse in S-City, so how could? Not entirely. Lu Shiyuan pressed his hand against the shield, feeling the pulse emanating from the earth beneath. Though most of the land was covered in green, he could still sense zombies lurking in the shadows of the forests and within the ruins of abandoned old cities. Their numbers were far fewer than before, seemingly confined to specific zones. Humanity had not been driven to the brink. They had held their ground, preserving their civilization, and even forging new homes atop the wasteland. This was a better future they had never seen before. A world he had failed to achieve, even after 99 deaths. At that moment, bang. The bedroom door was blasted open from outside. Boss. Sister-in-law. Qin Feng charged in like a whirlwind, still clad in his combat suit, sweat beading on his forehead, his face etched with the panic of someone who had narrowly escaped death. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. He rushed to the bedside, wanting to check on them, but not daring to get too close, pacing anxiously in place. You've been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. No matter how we called, you wouldn't wake up. I thought you'd failed to time travel and turned into vegetables. Lu Shiyuan looked at the lively, energetic Qin Feng before him. In his memories, this chatterbox who always nagged in his ear had died in a zombie tide while covering their retreat. Not even a complete bone had been left of him. You? Lu Shiyuan's throat bobbed as he uttered a single word. Aren't dead. Qin Feng froze, then scratched his head in bewilderment. Boss, did you sleep yourself silly? When did I ever die? I'm alive and kicking. He began to complain. But that bastard old Wang, he nearly got his eyes scratched out by an S-class mutant cat on a mission the day before yesterday. He's still lying in the medical bay, yowling every day about wanting to eat the strawberries you grew, sister-in-law. Old Wang, the man who in the 99th reincarnation was bitten in half while protecting Ruan. He was alive too. Ruan's heart clenched painfully. She gripped Lu Shiyuan's arm, her fingertips trembling. Brother. It seemed they had truly done it. They had not only saved themselves, they had saved everyone. Lu Shiyuan said nothing. He simply looked out at that brand new world, at the subordinate chattering beside him, at all those who should have died, now living peacefully in this world. He had won. This time he wasn't too late. He had grasped everyone's hands and pulled them back from that accursed hell, not a single one left behind. A scalding, unfamiliar liquid slipped from the corner of his eye without warning. Just a single drop. Yet it seemed to expend all the strength he had amassed over 100 reincarnations. This man who shed blood without tears, who could have his heart cut out without flinching. He wept. We succeeded. He spun around abruptly and crushed Ruan into his arms. His embrace was so fierce it seemed he wanted to dissolve her into his very bones and blood, never to be separated again. His shoulders shook violently. This man who had shouldered the entire apocalypse now wept in her arms like a child who had finally found his home, casting off all pretense and strength. Ruan wrapped her arms around him in return, burying her face against his broad back. Tears silently soaked into his combat uniform. Yes. Her voice was thick with tears, yet utterly resolute. There will be no more reincarnations from now on. Only us. At that moment, a familiar voice tinged with an electronic quality echoed in both their minds simultaneously. Beep. Final mission break destiny. Verification successful. Causal loop corrected. World line stabilized. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, commander. System energy depleted. Uninstalling now. Wishing you two a happy marriage and a bouncing baby. That was the pink rabbit's voice. It was the last shred of kindness and guidance that Lu Shiyuan from the previous life had stripped from his own soul. It had fulfilled its mission. Lu Shiyuan lifted his head and spoke softly to the empty room. Thank you. Those words were not meant for the system. They were for the past self who had struggled through 99 circles of hell. Farewell. That lonely maddened Lu Shiyuan. From today onward, he had a home. Uninstall complete. Until we meet again. The final 4 words dissipated into the air, met with no further response. The two held each other in silence for a long while, until Qin Feng spoke up softly from the side. Boss. Sister-in-law. The celebration banquet is ready. Everyone is waiting for you. A celebration banquet. This time it was a true celebration, unclouded by any shadows or lingering worries. Lu Shiyuan released Ruan and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. His fingertips were calloused, roughened by years of wielding a blade, yet his touch was impossibly gentle. He took her hand, interlacing their fingers. Let's go, my queen. Let's attend our celebration. As the two stepped out of the bedroom, the corridor was crowded with people. Those familiar faces, heroes who should have appeared on casualty lists, now laughed, cheered, and whistled in boisterous celebration. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the corridor, gilding every person in a halo of golden light. Warm and real. Lu Shiyuan, holding Su Ruan's hand, walked through the cheering crowd toward that radiant light. The apocalypse was over. The remainder of their lives would be bathed in warm sunlight. Lu Shiyuan took Su Ruan's hand and led her through the cheering crowd toward the dazzling light. The celebration was lively. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, completely let loose. They pushed tables together, piling them high with mutant beast meat roasted from the warehouse and vintage spirits. Qin Feng, drunk, was clinging to Old Wang's neck, tears and snot streaming as he poured out his terror of the past few days. Old Wang was in no better state. While gnawing on roasted meat, he slurred his boasts about how he once single-handedly fought an S-class mutant beast. No one noticed that the protagonists of the banquet were quietly being pulled to a corner of the deck. Here it was tranquil, with the sound of wind brushing through the tender shoots of the strawberry field. What's wrong? Su Ruan was pushed by Lu Shiyuan to sit on a clean step. The man said nothing. He simply took something from the inner pocket of his combat suit. It was a small palm-sized hardcover notebook, its edges frayed and worn, looking quite old. Lu Shiyuan opened it and handed it to Su Ruan. Su Ruan looked down. The notebook was filled with dense, scrawling handwriting, the writer's agitation evident in the force that nearly tore through the paper. 1. Take her to see a movie. 2. Go to the amusement park and ride the glowing wheel. 3. Have a candlelight dinner, steak medium rare. 4. Buy her a room full of snacks and let her pick whatever she wants. Item by item, they were all the most ordinary, commonplace dating activities from peacetime. Su Ruan was stunned. She looked up at Lu Shiyuan in confusion. Brother, when did you write this? The notebook looked older than she was. Lu Shiyuan lowered his eyes, gazing at the words he had written and repeatedly traced over. In the gaps between those recurrences, his voice was low, scattered by the night wind. Every time I was about to break, when I missed you unbearably, I wrote one down. It was like drawing a pie for himself, tricking himself into believing that if he endured, if he tried once more, if he succeeded, he could make all of these come true for her. Su Ruan's heart felt as though a hand had clenched it tightly. Acidity and pain overwhelmed her instantly. So without her knowledge, this man had relied on these ethereal hopes to struggle alone through an endless hell. With 99 deaths, he had written this clumsy yet innocent love list. Su Ruan sniffled and reached out to trace her finger across the notebook. Her fingertip stopped at the amusement park line. This one. She stood up, took Lu Shiyuan's hand, her eyes shining with startling brightness. Let's go right now. Near Dawn City, there was an abandoned amusement park. Before the apocalypse, it was the largest family park in S City. Now only rusty steel skeletons and a carousel entangled with mutated vines remained. Lu Shiyuan brought Su Ruan directly to the entrance of the Ferris wheel. The giant structure had long lost power, with half of its cabins missing, doors creaking in the night wind. This is the glowing wheel. Lu Shiyuan frowned, somewhat disdainful. Yes. Su Ruan was excited, dragging Lu Shiyuan into a relatively intact cabin. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. A black arc of lightning shot from his fingertip, precisely striking the Ferris wheel's axle. Crackle. The colossal wheel, dormant for 3 years, began to turn slowly with a grating sound. The cabin rose higher and higher. The ruins below shrank, and Dawn City in the distance resembled a diamond suspended in the night sky. Su Ruan pressed against the window, humming happily as she looked outside. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, not watching the scenery, but quietly gazing at her. At her profile, illuminated by the lights outside, at the corners of her lips lifting. He remembered. In an unknown tens of recursions at the highest point of this Ferris wheel, he had once found the torn half of her skirt. And now, she sat beside him, whole and complete. How wonderful. After descending from the Ferris wheel, Su Ruan's eyes landed on the roller coaster not far away. That thing looked even more dilapidated than the Ferris wheel, with several sections of track broken. But this didn't daunt Lu Shiyuan. Black lightning transformed into invisible threads, forcibly connecting the severed tracks. The roller coaster started. Su Ruan's screams echoed across the entire amusement park, filled with excitement and thrill. Lu Shiyuan remained expressionless throughout, even feeling that this thing was nowhere near as fast as his teleportation. When the roller coaster stopped, Su Ruan's legs turned to jelly, and she leaned on the railing to dry heave. Lu Shiyuan skillfully produced a bottle of water from his space, and then conjured a huge pink cloud of cotton candy from somewhere. To calm your nerves. Su Ruan took the cotton candy, took a huge bite, leaving a ring of sugar around her mouth. She mumbled, "Aren't you scared at all? At least pretend to scream with me." Lu Shiyuan glanced at her and answered seriously, "I'm afraid that if I open my mouth, my lightning will strike this car." Su Ruan. Fine, you're the boss. The second item on the list was watching a movie. The two found an abandoned cinema. The seats inside were covered in thick dust, but the projection room equipment still worked. Lu Shiyuan randomly picked the most intact old film reel and loaded it. It was a very old black and white romance film. The picture was blurry, the plot cliché, and the dialogue between the leads was cheesy to the extreme. Su Ruan grew drowsy, her head nodding, and eventually leaned on Lu Shiyuan's shoulder. Lu Shiyuan, however, watched with unusual seriousness. He had never seen a movie before. In those 100 recurrences, all his time was spent fighting, searching, and then facing failure. He didn't know how ordinary people fell in love, so they had to give flowers, say sweet nothings, and take walks in the rain. He seemed to have done none of these for Ruan. The movie reached its climax. The male lead shouted to the female lead in the rain, "I love you. Marry me." Light and shadow flickered across their faces. Lu Shiyuan suddenly turned his head, looking at Ruan, who was leaning on his shoulder, nearly asleep. He spoke on impulse, asking a question. "Ruan, let's get married." Ruan's drowsiness vanished instantly. She sat bolt upright, eyes wide, her cheeks flushing visibly. "Huh, this. So sudden." She stammered, her mind a mess. "Where's the ring? Flowers? This proposal is too informal." Lu Shiyuan looked at her flustered appearance and let out a low laugh. "They'll all come." He reached out, pulled Ruan into his arms, rested his chin on her hair, and his voice was as solemn as an oath. "I will give you the best wedding in the universe. The best ring, the most beautiful wedding dress, the grandest ceremony." He would make up for everything he had owed her for 99 lifetimes. Ruan fell silent. She buried her face in his warm chest, her ears reddening to the point of bleeding. The movie continued, the leads kissing passionately. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head and kissed her lips. In the darkness of interlacing light and shadow, amidst the whirring of the old film reel, this kiss was more profound than any scene in the movie. Ruan felt as if she were melting away. Surrounded by battered seats and choking dust, the screen displaying a long, incomprehensible black and white image, yet none of this mattered. She could only feel him. This man still carried the scent of blood and gunpowder from the temporal turbulence, mingled with his unique cold aura dominating all her senses. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Shiyuan finally loosened his hold on her. He said nothing, simply using the pad of his thumb to gently trace her slightly swollen lips from the kiss. Ruan's mind was still a blank, her heart pounding painfully against her ribs. All she could do was instinctively clutch the corner of his coat. "Let's go." Lu Shiyuan lifted her horizontally from the cold seat, his movements steady, without a tremor. "Home. Then I'll tell the world you are mine." His words held no room for negotiation, a declaration taken for granted. Ruan buried her face in his solid chest and let out a muffled sound of agreement. Home. That word had never felt as reassuring as it did now. The next second, black electric light enveloped them, and their figures vanished from the abandoned cinema. When they reappeared, they were already in the top-floor bedroom of Shiyuan City. The first thing Lu Shiyuan did was not to treat his wounds or rest. He strode directly to the control console and activated the global communication system. A single command issued under the highest authority of the Shiyuan Empire spread to every surviving human base on the planet within 3 seconds. The command was simple and blunt, consisting of only one sentence. Shiyuan Empire, order no. One Supreme Commander Lu Shiyuan will marry Ruan as his sole spouse on the 15th of next month. The moment the message was sent, the entire world exploded. The first to react were those within Shiyuan City. Qin Feng, already drunk and unsteady at the victory celebration, let his wine bottle smash to the ground with a sharp crack. He leaped up, rushed to a massive display screen, and vigorously rubbed his eyes. "Holy shit. Am I that drunk? The boss is getting married." Beside him, equally intoxicated, Old Wang yanked him by the neck, pressed his face to the screen, and read aloud drunkenly. "Mary, Ruan's sister-in-law. It's sister-in-law." Roar. The entire banquet hall was instantly drowned in deafening cheers. Soldiers hurled their grilled meat and wine glasses into the air, crying and laughing with excitement. They knew better than anyone what that girl named Ruan meant to their commander. She was the medicine, the life, the sole beam of light that madman had grasped in the dark abyss. Now that light was to remain forever. The reactions from outside were even more dramatic. At the largest southern base, Iron Wall Fortress, Commander Zhang Jun was in a meeting discussing how to improve relations with Shiyuan City in exchange for more advanced technology. An adjutant stumbled in, slapping a communicator onto the table. After Zhang Jun read the command, he stood frozen, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He recalled how 3 years ago he had mocked Lu Shiyuan as a madman bewitched by a woman, even entertaining the thought of snatching her away. Now it seemed a miracle he had survived this long. "Quick!" Zhang Jun slammed the table, roaring at his terrified subordinates. "Dig out the best S-class mutated crystal core from our arsenal. No, one is not enough. Bring out everything we have stored. Prepare the fastest aircraft. I'm delivering the gift personally." The same scene played out in every base. Those who had once clashed with Lu Shiyuan were now frantically preparing apology gifts through the night. Those who had received his favors were eager to empty their own warehouses. For a moment, aircraft from all surviving human factions flew toward the same destination. That miraculous city suspended in the sky, Shiyuan City. Yet the hero of this grand wedding was now plunged into unprecedented irritation. In the commander's office, hundreds of design sketches were scattered across the floor. Wedding dress designs. Lu Shiyuan sat behind the desk, his expression dark, his long finger tapping on a drawing adorned with intricate lace and diamonds. No good. Before him stood the finest fashion designers from before the apocalypse, trembling and afraid to even wipe their sweat. "The waistline on this one isn't tailored well enough. It will restrict her movement." He picked up another. "The train of this one is too long. In an emergency, it would hinder combat." The designers were on the verge of tears. My commander, this is a wedding gown, not a combat suit. What bride ever fights in her wedding dress? When Ruan walked in carrying a plate of freshly picked mutated cherries, she saw this tense scene reminiscent of a pre-war meeting. She set the fruit bowl on the table and picked up one of the drawings. Brother, it's beautiful. She plucked a deep purple cherry rose on tiptoes and fed it to Lu Shiyuan. Any one of them is fine. You don't need to go through all this trouble. Lu Shiyuan chewed the cherry, but his brow remained furrowed. He pulled Ruan over to sit on his lap, then pointed at a diamond the size of a grain of rice on the design. No. He crumpled the drawing into a ball and tossed it into the trash. This diamond has only 79 facets, it's not bright enough. You deserve the best. Ruan looked at his serious, almost obsessive expression, wanting to laugh, yet feeling a pang of sadness. She knew what he was fixated on. Lu Shiyuan wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin in the hollow of her shoulder, his voice low. In the first 99 times I couldn't give you anything. No wedding, no ring, not even a single steady confession. Each time she died amidst ruins and pools of blood. In this life I will make up for everything I owe you. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Ruan fell silent. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck and softly murmured, All right, you decide. Thus the entire Shuguang city was mobilized for the commander's best. The wedding venue was set on the Sky City. This former alien war fortress had become a massive construction site. Earth-type psychics brought the most fertile soil from the ground, covering the entire deck of the city. Wood-type psychics, as if injected with adrenaline, worked tirelessly to nurture all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. They even started an internal competition to see who could cultivate the largest, most fragrant, and most uniquely colored mutated rose. Fire-type psychics were not idle either. The once hot-tempered brute who could punch a river of magma was now crouched before a giant kiln, carefully controlling the flame temperature to fire the wedding porcelain. Beside him, a speed-type psychic was urging him on with a small notebook. Oldly, hurry up. The invitations haven't been printed yet. After you finish the plates, you need to help bake the cake. Metal-type psychics were responsible for forging the bride's jewelry and the wedding venue decorations. They melted gold collected from various bases, drew it into the finest threads, and wove a giant phoenix totem to hang in the center of the wedding hall. Even the zombies that had regained partial consciousness and were used as laborers were assigned to heavy work. They huffed and puffed while carrying construction materials and were required to hold a rose in their mouths to signify celebration. The entire world was spinning madly for this wedding. Ruan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, gazing at the bustling scene outside. She watched those who should have died in the apocalypse, now busy working for her happiness. In the distance, green was spreading across the ground. New cities were rising from the ruins. This was no longer the apocalypse filled with despair and death. This was a new world brimming with hope and vitality. She was no longer the disposable cannon fodder who could die at any moment, nor the delicate weakling who needed to cling to someone to survive. She was the queen of this new world, blessed and adored by all. Lu Shiyuan walked up from behind and draped a jacket, still carrying his body warmth over her shoulders. He followed her gaze, looking at the golden phoenix being meticulously crafted by the metal-type psychics, its wings gleaming under the artificial sunlight. The man wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her hair. Do you like it, eh? Ruan leaned against his warm chest, watching the phoenix's silhouette grow clearer under the artisan's hands, as if it would take flight any second. She curved her lips, her eyes reflecting the myriad lights of 1,000 homes and the brilliant starry river. This is our new world. In the meeting room of the Sky City, the atmosphere was so heavy it could be wrung dry. A holographic projection hovered above the center of the long table, displaying a dynamic global map. Most regions were marked in safe green, yet stubborn clusters of red patches of varying sizes remained entrenched within the green. Those red zones were the last festering sores, forgotten corners where zombies still roamed, and lands so deeply contaminated that nothing could grow. Qin Feng stared at the map, running his hand through his hair in frustration. Boss, the wedding preparations are nearly done, but these things still being there just rubs me the wrong way. Beside him, old Wang was tapping the table with his prosthetic arm, producing dull thuds. It's more than just unsettling. These red zones are like ticking time bombs. Nobody knows when a second outbreak will hit. Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the table in silence. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the surface while his gaze rested on the largest red area on the map. The former site of S City where the virus had first erupted, now a dead zone. The wedding could go on. Could even be the most magnificent celebration in the entire universe. But as long as a single inch of this world remained unpurified, that happiness would be incomplete, like a gorgeous robe infested with repulsive lice. What he wanted to give Ruan was a pristine new world, unblemished in every way. I have a plan. Lu Shiyuan finally spoke, and those 3 words silenced every discussion in the room instantly. He raised a hand and swiped across the holographic projection. The map vanished, replaced by a complex molecular structural formula. It was the recipe for the ultimate antidote. We can manufacture enough antidote. The problem is how to deliver it to every contaminated corner of the globe. An elderly professor from the research division said, adjusting his glasses as he raised the core challenge. Long-distance transport would incur massive losses, and many red zones have severe magnetic interference. Aircraft can't even get close. We can't very well send people carrying the antidote on foot, can we? That would be suicide. The meeting room fell into silence. It was a deadlock. They had the cure, but no way to reach every patient in the world. What if we let the heavens deliver it? A soft, gentle voice broke through the stillness. Everyone turned to look at the doorway. Ruan stood there quietly holding a glass of warm milk. She wore no combat gear, just a simple home dress. Yet she naturally became the focus of the entire room. Lu Shiyuan walked over and took the glass from her hand. His other arm wrapped around her waist with effortless familiarity, guiding her to sit beside him. What do you mean? He asked in a low voice, his movements radiating casual intimacy. Ruan pointed at the global map that had just been dismissed. I noticed outside that the Sky City has a complete atmospheric circulation and climate intervention system, right? The old professor blinked then nodded. Yes, it was designed to simulate the mother planet's ecology. Theoretically, it can control global rainfall and air currents. Then that settles it. Ruan's eyes sparkled as if she had thought of some delightful game. We don't need to deliver the antidote down there. We send it up, into the clouds. She raised a finger and traced a circle in the air. We atomize the antidote, mix it into the moisture of the stratosphere, and then catalyze a rain that blankets the entire planet. Let that rain carry the antidote to every corner and wash this land clean. The entire meeting room fell so silent that a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned by this wildly imaginative idea. A moment later, the old professor's breathing grew rapid. He rushed to the control console, his hands flying across it, pulling up a cascade of complex meteorological data. Feasible. It's completely feasible in theory. His face flushed with excitement. The atmospheric circulation system can precisely control rain cloud coverage. As long as the volume of antidote is sufficient, we really can make a rain of life. Suppressed cheers erupted in the meeting room. But Lu Shiyuan frowned. He looked at the woman in his arms, her expression clearly seeking praise, yet his heart felt heavy rather than delighted. He knew where the crux of this plan lay. An ordinary antidote after high-altitude dilution and atmospheric circulation would lose most of its potency. To achieve planet-wide purification, they would need a powerful catalyst, one capable of self-replication and transmission. And the only catalyst in this world was Ruan's blood. Ruan could read his concern. She reached out, took his large hand in hers, and gently squeezed his palm. Brother, it's fine. She looked up into his eyes, her own holding no fear, only unwavering resolve. This is our world. I want to make it better. I want our children to see green grasslands and blue rivers, not a wasteland of ruins. She extended her pale wrist voluntarily. Besides, it's just a little blood. I'm not afraid of pain. Lu Shiyuan looked at her. He had built a cage through 99 cycles of reincarnation, trying to shield her from all harm. But now this girl he had protected within that cage had pushed open the door herself, stepping out to embrace the world they had saved together. He could refuse. He could lock her away as he had before, then face everything alone. But if he did, what difference would he be from the failure of those previous 99 times? After a long moment, Lu Shiyuan's clenched jaw finally relaxed. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss to Ruan's smooth forehead. All right. He said only that single word. Then he turned and issued the order to the researchers who could barely contain themselves. Activate Plan A. Codename Rebirth. All departments, full coordination. The entire Sky City hummed back to life as a precision machine operating at full speed. In the medical bay, Lu Shiyuan personally held the blood collection needle, his expression colder than the surgical blade beside him. Ruan obediently extended her arm, watching the man hover over her vein for ages, his hand trembling so much he couldn't bring himself to pierce the skin. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother, if you keep hesitating, the blood will just run out on its own. In the end, Ruan snatched the needle herself, pricked her fingertip with practiced efficiency, and squeezed out a single bead of crimson blood that dripped into the prepared culture dish. The moment that drop touched the culture medium, it erupted in brilliant golden light, rapidly dividing and multiplying, until within seconds the entire dish had turned pure gold. Lu Shiyuan's heart felt as if stabbed by that very needle, the pain stealing his breath. Without a word, he tore a strip from his own clothes and wrapped Ruan's gravely wounded finger in over a dozen layers, bundled up like a turnip. With Ruan's genes as the mother template, the production efficiency of the antidote increased over 100-fold. Countless researchers in protective suits worked tirelessly around the clock along the production lines. They carefully filled specially crafted silver warheads with the golden liquid. Each warhead represented the rebirth of a region. 3 days later, tens of thousands of life rain shells, carrying hope, were transported to the central launch silo of the Sky City. Lu Shiyuan held Ruan's hand as they stood before the massive circular control console. Below them stood the city's core scientists and senior commanders, everyone holding their breath, waiting for that historic moment. Ready? Lu Shiyuan asked, turning his head toward her. Ruan nodded firmly. Lu Shiyuan hesitated no longer. He covered her hand with his own, and together they pressed the red launch button. A deep rumble resonated through the entire Sky City. The silo's dome slowly opened, revealing the gray, overcast sky beyond. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of silver streaks shot up from the ground, trailing long plumes of flame as they pierced through the clouds and soared into the upper atmosphere. The moment they reached the stratosphere, they detonated. No fire, no thunderous roar. Only clouds of golden mist spreading, dispersing, and silently merging into the thick layers of clouds. A miraculous transformation began. The gray, lifeless clouds started to churn and converge. Looking down from the sky city, one could see the cloud layers being stirred by an invisible giant hand, rapidly tinged with a faint golden glow, then spreading across the entire globe. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun. The whole world dimmed. On the ground, every surviving human emerged from their shelters. They looked up at the magnificent and eerie spectacle in the sky, hearts filled with both anxiety and hope. They didn't know what was happening, but from the broadcasts of every base, they heard a single sentence announcement from Dawnlight City. Await the rain. Time ticked by second by second. The air grew humid and heavy. Then finally, plip, the first drop of rain fell. It struck a scorched black stone amid the ruins of S City. No dust was kicked up, yet the most stubborn black stain on that stone faded by a shade. Then came the second drop, the third. The rain grew heavier and heavier, weaving into a curtain that enveloped the entire world. This rain was transparent. It had no color, yet carried a faint fragrance of fresh grass and a barely perceptible familiar scent of milk. Sky City. Ruan stood on the top-level terrace without an umbrella. She reached out her hand, letting the cool raindrops land in her palm. The rainwater slid through her fingers, dripping into the gaps between the deck planks. There a tiny emerald strawberry sprout was greedily drinking the sweet rain, unfurling a new leaf. Ruan closed her eyes, feeling the breath of new life carried on the wind. In her heart, she offered a silent prayer to the world she loved. Wash it clean. Wash away all the pain and the dust. Lu Shiyuan stood behind her, holding a massive black umbrella, its edge tilted to shield her completely, while his own shoulder grew, soaked by the rain. He watched the long, rain-kissed lashes of Ruan's eyes, watched the satisfied and saintly smile at the corners of her lips. The man reached out and brushed a strand of damp, wind-tangled hair behind her ear. The rain pattered softly. Behind them, the golden hall where their wedding was to take place gleamed brilliantly under the cleansing downpour. Rainwater gathered along the black umbrella's ribs, forming streams that crashed onto the deck. Ruan's fair palm caught a handful of clear rainwater. Droplets slipped through her fingers, seeping into the roots of a strawberry seedling beside her. The seedling's stem visibly stretched an inch taller. Lu Shiyuan held the umbrella, his gaze fixed on Ruan's wrist. It was wrapped in thick white gauze. This woman truly dared to be ruthless. She didn't even blink when drawing blood. In the past, if anyone dared to touch a single hair on her head, he would have reduced them to cinders. Now she was cutting herself. All for a group of unrelated people below. Lu Shiyuan's fingers tightened around the umbrella handle. He could destroy the world, but she wanted to save it. Then he would accompany her in saving it. At the same moment, 10,000 meters below, in the ruins of S City, a torrential downpour poured down. Tens of thousands of zombies roamed the flooded streets. Rainwater fell on their gray, rotting flesh. Sizzle. White smoke rose from the zombie horde. A low-level zombie, missing half an arm, stopped in its tracks. The guttural roar in its throat abruptly ceased. Black, filthy blood was washed away by the rain. Its flesh and skin began to rapidly weather and peel away, turning into flakes of gray-white debris. The skeleton lost its support and collapsed to the ground with a clatter. With a wash of rain, even the bones turned to dust, completely merging into the muddy ground. Swarms of low-level zombies dissolved in the rain. No pain, only complete erasure. At the end of the street, a massive S-class mutated zombie knelt on the ground. Its scaly hands clutched its head, rolling violently in the mud. Its murky eye whites were shot through with red veins. Rainwater poured down over its head. Heavy breathing rasped from its throat, and its sharp fangs slowly retracted into its gums. After a few minutes, it stopped rolling. The bloodthirsty red haze in its eyes completely faded. Clear, distinct black and white irises were revealed. It stared blankly at its own hands, crisscrossed with bulging veins, its lips trembling. A hoarse, strained syllable scraped from its vocal cords. Rationality returned. It was no longer a mindless killing machine. It remembered its name, remembered being a salesman before the apocalypse. It crawled up from the mud, staring blankly at the sky. Beside it, an esper who had once hunted it now raised a blade. The blade froze mid-air, the esper's wrist trembling, staring at the monster that had suddenly burst into tears. Man and monster locked eyes in the rain. The esper's blade clattered to the ground. No need to fight. There was no killing intent in this monster, only a human sorrow. The rain showed no sign of letting up. On both sides of the street, the dead roadside trees, dry and cracked, emitted faint popping sounds. A speck of green broke through the lifeless bark. Tender green, leaves unfurled, braving the storm. Vines rapidly climbed the ruined concrete buildings. In less than 3 minutes, a gray-white abandoned skyscraper was completely blanketed in green vegetation. The thick black scorched earth on the ground was washed clean. Brown soil saw the light of day again. Wildflowers pushed out buds from between bricks, blooming instantly. In the foul-smelling moat outside the city, black flocculent pollutants rapidly decomposed in the rain. The cobblestones at the bottom were revealed. The water became completely clear. A mutated fish the size of a palm leaped out of the water, its black spots fading to reveal its original silvery white scales. Deep within the underground bunker, the heavy alloy door was pushed open from the inside with great effort. Sheen Feng was the first to rush out, stepping straight into the mud. The rain pounded on his head and shoulders. He didn't dodge. Instead, he tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, gulping down mouthfuls of rainwater. No stench of decay, only the sweet scent of grass and wood. Old Wang followed close behind, his prosthetic legs splashing through the puddles. He fell to his knees with a thud, scooping up the muddy water with both hands and smearing it across his face. Alive? We're all alive. The sound of wailing echoed across the ruins. More and more survivors poured out of basements and bomb shelters. They embraced each other, ran wildly in the rain, screaming at the top of their lungs. Some tore off their ragged shirts and jumped around in a frenzy. Some lay on the ground, kissing the soil that had just sprouted with grass. Qin Feng wiped the water from his face and looked up at the Sky City. The boss really did punch a hole in the sky. This rain is definitely the doing of the boss's wife. Who else has such power but that woman? Qin Feng complained inwardly, but his legs were too weak to stand. He plopped down in a puddle, grinning like an idiot. He scooped up a handful of mud and smeared it on his face. So refreshing. Sky City Central Control Room. Lu Shiyuan stood before the massive holographic console. He watched the global purification data flickering on the screen. The red polluted zones were shrinking at an exponential rate. Green covered the entire map. He raised a hand, his fingertip hovering over the red button marked Global Broadcast. 100 cycles of reincarnation. Countless seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Today it had finally come to an end. He pressed the button. The crackle of static connected to every still functioning communication device across the globe. The man's declaration echoed through every corner of the wasteland via radio waves. The apocalypse is over. From this day on, it is a new era. Just 2 sentences. No unnecessary embellishment. For a single second, survivors worldwide fell silent. Then a roar of jubilation erupted, threatening to tear the clouds apart. Ironwall Fortress Base. Zhang Zhen stood in the rain, staring at the communicator in his hand. The moment Lu Shiyuan's words faded, his deputy collapsed to the ground behind him. Zhang Zhen looked at the faintly visible golden city in the sky. Su Ruan's stunningly beautiful face flashed through his mind. He had once thought she was just a pretty vase clinging to a powerful man. Now it was clear that he was the fool. A woman who could drive Lu Shiyuan to madness could never be useless. Not only could she cure Lu Shiyuan's mania, but she could also snatch humanity's fate from the jaws of death. Untouchable. Absolutely untouchable. Zhang Zhen turned to the metal and earth element espers behind him. Move the earth. Build a statue in the very center of the base. Dozens of espers exerted their power simultaneously. The earth in the central plaza churned and metal converged. A female statue tens of meters tall rose from the ground. The statue's hands were outstretched, catching the rain. The face was deliberately carved, indistinct, yet it radiated an inviolable compassion. Goddess of Life. A voice in the crowd shouted the name. Soon the title spread to all human settlements. No one spoke of femme fatale anymore. Strength conquers all, and so does grace. Survivors spontaneously knelt before the statue, hands pressed together in prayer. Sky City Top Floor Terrace. The rain gradually stopped. The storm clouds dispersed, and the light of the artificial sun once again bathed the deck. Lu Shiyuan folded his massive black umbrella and tossed it aside. He turned and gently took Su Ruan's bandaged hand. His fingers were long and strong, the calloused pads brushing against the back of her hand. He led her to the edge of the terrace. Below, a reborn earth. Green spread everywhere, rivers ran clear. Look, Lu Shiyuan pointed at the land below. This world is clean now. He turned his head, gazing steadily at Su Ruan. It's worthy of you now. You are worthy of me now. The man's deep voice dissolved into the wind. Su Ruan leaned against his chest, gazing down at the ruins of City S, once dubbed the land abandoned by gods. The rain-washed, scorched earth shimmered with tender green life. Lu Shiyuan raised a finger toward the epicenter. Build the new capital here. He turned to Qin Feng behind him. Notify everyone, commence construction. Name it Dawn Holy City. Qin Feng snapped to attention, rendered a crisp military salute, and strode swiftly toward the communications console. Half an hour later, tens of thousands of awakened beings descended upon the ruins of City S. Over 1,000 earth element awakened stood in perfect formation, palms pressed flat against the ground. The earth convulsed violently. Charred soil heaved and parted like living flesh. Unyielding bedrock burst forth, reassembling and surging upward with breathtaking speed. Rows of towering stone pillars, each over 100 meters high, rose from the earth, forming the city's skeletal framework. Sky City transport vessels hovered motionless in midair, their cargo bays yawned open. Countless gleaming silver alloy modules tumbled downward in precise sequence. Metal element awakened, soared skyward. They commanded the metal with sovereign will. Mid-air, each module fragmented, reshaped, and slotted flawlessly into the stony latticework. Futuristic architectural silhouettes emerged, sleek, luminous, and utterly alien. Spires pierced the heavens, domes gleamed with cold metallic luster. Wood element awakened, followed without delay. Verdant light cascaded over building facades. Thick serpentine vines coiled up metallic conduits. Colossal mutated trees took root along avenues. Steel and nature fused, not in compromise, but in seamless symbiotic harmony. Laoli stood bare-chested, hoisting a steel plate weighing several tons with effortless precision into its designated slot. Hurry up, No dawdling. The wedding venue for our commander must be the grandest. Workers roared their assent in unison, laboring with feverish intensity. At the city's heart, a vast expanse remained deliberately untouched. Lu Shiyuan himself intervened. Black lightning shattered subterranean strata. A colossal disk, over 10 kilometers in diameter, was excised from the planet's crust as if carved by divine hand. The Sky City's core anti-gravity engine was mounted beneath the disk. An ethereal cerulean energy halo ignited. A deafening seismic roar shook the world. This vast, pristine, white palace complex, defying gravity, rose slowly from the earth. It halted suspended 3,000 meters directly above the city center. Sunlight cast its immense shadow across the central plaza below. This was no mere feat of engineering. It was the apotheosis of human will fused with transcendent technology. Below, awakened workers froze mid-task, craning their necks upward at the floating imperial citadel, then dropped to their knees in awe. 3 days later, gilded invitations delivered by autonomous drones landed precisely upon the desks of every surviving stronghold's leader across the globe. The header bore only 6 characters: Global Unification Assembly. Signed, Dawn Holy City, Lu Shiyuan. Southern Ironwall Fortress. Zhang Jin stared at the slender sheet before him. Faint residual traces of lightning-based awakening still crackled at its edges. This wasn't an invitation, it was a death warrant. Attend. Surrender, command, become vassals. Refuse. Tomorrow Ironwall Fortress would vanish from maps forever. Lu Shiyuan had split the sky itself. Killing 10,000 would cost him less than a blink. He wiped cold sweat from his brow and bellowed at his deputy. To the armory. Fetch that 9th-tier mutated beast's crystalline core, and bring both twin healing type awakened. His deputy froze stunned. Commander, that's our last trump card. Zhang Jin kicked him hard in the ribs. Trump card. Nonsense. Delay further, and we won't even qualify as foot soldiers. Deep sea. 10,000 meters beneath the waves within the Merfolk Palace. The Mare King stared at the waterproof invitation hovering in seawater, his vaunted deep-sea barrier breached effortlessly by the drone. Surrounding elders trembled uncontrollably. Your Majesty, land dwellers insult us beyond endurance. The Mare King slammed his fist, shattering the coral table before him. Silence. Open the royal vault. Retrieve the sea god pearl, the heirloom passed down for a millennium. Assemble the delegation. Depart immediately. He touched the charred tip of his tail where new scales still refused to grow. The sea god pearl was the clan's sacred treasure. To surrender it was to relinquish their very soul. To refuse. That black lightning had boiled the ocean itself. The image of thousands of kin boiled alive still seared his mind. Dignity meant nothing, survival did. Half a month later, outside Dawn Holy City, all diplomatic craft were forced to land 10 kilometers from the city gates. Airspace within was strictly forbidden. Zhang Jun led Ironwall's delegation forward on foot, approaching the colossal gate. A 100-meter-high metallic gate loomed ahead, intricately engraved with thunderbolts and spiraling vines. The gate swung inward. Zhang Jin stepped across the threshold and lifted his gaze skyward. The pure white imperial palace floated among clouds, radiating palpable, crushing authority. Streets stretched wide and immaculate. Patrols consisted not of soldiers, but of massive S-class mutated wolves. Riders clad in full armor sat astride them. Street vendors displayed high-tier crystalline cores, sold by the kilogram as casually as candy. Zhang Jun's knees trembled. In his own stronghold, an S-class beast was revered as a priceless relic. Here it served only as a mount. A ripple of water echoed behind him. The Merfolk delegation arrived, pushing a massive water tank. The Mare King sat within, observing the city through reinforced glass. Their vaunted deep-sea technology appeared laughably archaic beside levitating trains and shimmering energy shields. Zhang Jun and the Mare King locked eyes, each recognizing absolute, unconditional submission reflected in the other. Floating palace. Rear garden. Sunlight filtered softly through the energy shields, spilling golden warmth onto velvety grass. Ruan reclined upon a plush chaise draped in mutated snowfox fur. In her hand rested a specially formulated energy-infused meat strip. Before her crouched an S-class mutated saber-toothed tiger, its size rivaling armored vehicles. Its pelt was flawlessly snow-white, not a single blemish marring its coat. It lay obediently, jaws parted wide in silent, reverent anticipation. Ruan tossed the strip inside. The tiger chewed with exquisite care, its fangs never grazing her fingertips. Upon finishing, it rolled onto its back, belly exposed, throat rumbling with deep, contented purrs. Ruan extended a bare foot, gently nudging the tiger's plush, furry belly. Appetite's good today, big white. Qin Feng approached, arms laden with thick stacks of gift registers. He watched the saber-toothed tiger, capable of leveling cities outside these walls, now rolling belly up in playful submission, and instinctively drew a sharp, chilled breath. Madam, all delegations have been accommodated. Qin Feng flipped open the top register. These are the wedding gifts presented. Would you care to review them? Ruan shifted position, propping her chin thoughtfully upon one hand. Read them aloud. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Northern Glacier Base presents 10 millennium-old ice mountain snow lotuses, said to preserve eternal youth. Southern Rainforest Base presents a pair of mutated 7-colored peacocks, allegedly capable of comprehending human speech and singing melodiously. Deep-sea merfolk clan presents the sea god Pearl, one capable of illuminating the entire city at night. Qin Feng grew increasingly animated. The value of any single item could have purchased a metropolis in the pre-apocalypse world. Yet Su Ruan merely stifled a yawn. She idly plucked at Big White's whiskers. How dreadfully dull. Millennium snow lotuses aren't edible. They look exactly like cabbages. Those mutated peacocks screech incessantly. How am I supposed to sleep through dawn chorus? And that so-called night pearl. Its glare keeps me awake. It's too blinding even for street lamps. Su Ruan curled her lip. Isn't there anything remotely interesting? Like recipes for tasty snacks, or vintage gaming consoles? Qin Feng wiped his brow. Madam, these are priceless treasures. He flipped to the final page, and paused mid-sentence. Western Oasis Base presents 10 mixed-blood paragons of beauty, proficient in multiple instruments specifically trained to serve. He never finished the sentence. The ambient temperature plummeted. A bolt of black lightning struck without warning, reducing the marble statue beside Qin Feng to fine dust. Lu Shiyuan strode forward, aura blazing with terrifying ferocity. He seized the gift register from Qin Feng's hands, and tore it apart page by page with bare fingers. Execute those 10. Feed them to the dogs. Qin Feng's legs buckled, he nearly collapsed. Yes. Immediately. Su Ruan sprang upright, and wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Shiyuan's waist. Brother, don't be angry. I haven't even glanced at them. She tilted her head, and kissed his jawline softly. The violent storm of lightning within him subsided instantly. Lu Shiyuan swept her off the chaise, cradling her effortlessly in the crook of his arm. From now on, discard such trash without hesitation. He bent low, biting her nose lightly, a gentle chastising gesture. If you dislike something, discard it. Or bestow it upon your subordinates for amusement. He kneaded the nape of her neck with practiced ease. What shall we dine on tonight? Su Ruan looped her arms around his neck and pointed to Big White lying below. I'd like to pluck those 2 peacocks and feed them to Big White. The tiger flinched violently, then hastily flipped back onto all fours, feigning unconsciousness. It dared not consume anything belonging to Her Majesty. Lu Shiyuan didn't even glance at the tiger. Qin Feng, pluck them. Do it thoroughly, don't choke the cat. Qin Feng snapped to attention and barked, Yes, Commander. Qin Feng acknowledged the order and turned to run outside, his footsteps rapidly fading down the corridor. The pure white saber-toothed tiger flicked its tail, pressing its fluffy head against Su Ruan's leg. Lu Shiyuan reached out, pinching the soft flesh at the back of the tiger's neck with 2 fingers. With a flex of his arm muscles, he lifted the beast and tossed it onto the grass 3 meters away. The white tiger rolled once on the lawn, crushing a patch of newly sprouted mutated roses. A whimper escaped its throat as it lay motionless on the ground, its massive paws clutching its own head tightly. Lu Shiyuan pulled a thin blanket from the side and draped it over Su Ruan's legs. Too many idle bystanders, an eyesore. The dull clang of metal echoed through the hall. It was the signal for the formal audience to begin. The pure white metal doors slid open to both sides, and a surge of air billowed the banners outside, making them snap loudly. Song Ming led the way. He wore a deep blue robe woven from mermaid silk, his lower body's fishtail transformed into human legs. With each step, shallow wet footprints were left on the metal floor. The hall was lined with leaders from various factions. Zhang Jin stood in the first row on the left, his gaze fixed on Song Ming's empty hands. This ancient monster, who had once stirred up 10,000-meter waves on the sea, now dared not bring a single guard walking alone on this pilgrimage path. Song Ming ignored the stares around him. He lifted his head, gazing straight at the high platform ahead. On the wide throne forged from pitch-black meteorite, Lu Shiyuan lounged casually against the backrest. The man wore a crisp black military uniform, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a stretch of pale collarbone. Su Ruan sat on a soft chair beside Lu Shiyuan. She held a crystal plate, plucking a peeled purple grape and popping it into her mouth. The plump juice burst between her lips and teeth. Lu Shiyuan pulled out a wet wipe, took Su Ruan's hand, and meticulously wiped the purple juice from her fingertips one by one. His movements were careful, as if no one else were present. Song Ming stopped 10 meters below the steps. Images of the sea battle 3 years ago flashed through his mind. He had once driven countless sea beasts attempting to snatch this woman back to the deep sea, even unleashing a tsunami to flood the continent. The result was half of his dragon palace shattered by thunderbolts from the sky. Now he could only stand at the foot of the steps and look up. His legs bent. His knees struck the hard metal floor with a dull thud. Song Ming of the deep sea pays homage to His Majesty and to the Divine Mother. The words were forced out from his vibrating vocal cords, echoing through the hall. A deathly silence surrounded them. Zhang Jin sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively shrinking back, half a step, lowering his head even further. Even the arrogant merfolk king had knelt. The world was truly settled. Lu Shiyuan did not call for him to rise. He tossed the used wipe into the tray beside him, then cast his gaze down the steps. What have you brought? Song Ming took out a palm-sized box of black sandalwood from his chest. He held it with both hands raised above his head. The box sprang open automatically. A blue round stone the size of a fist lay quietly on a velvet cushion. Without any light shining on it, the stone emanated an ethereal blue glow flowing like water ripples within. The temperature in the hall dropped instantly by several degrees. The air was saturated with pure water elemental energy, and a fine layer of white frost condensed on the floor. This was the heart of the ocean. Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his throne, tapping his fingers twice on the armrest. Such a tiny stone, and you dare to present it. His words dripped with undisguised contempt. Song Ming's arm holding the box froze in midair. His heart constricted sharply in his chest. He had anticipated Lu Shiyuan's provocation, but never expected him to directly devalue the sacred relic. If he refuted, he might enrage this living demon. If he did not refute, the last foundation of the merfolk race would become a joke. Song Ming suppressed his voice to explain. This is a source stone that emerges only once in 10,000 years from the deep sea, containing the purest vitality capable of. It's quite pretty, all sparkly. Ruan swallowed the grape in her mouth, leaning forward from the soft chair. She had no interest in the energies of fighting and killing, as she simply thought it would make a nice night light. Lu Shiyuan's tapping fingers stopped. He turned his head, staring at Ruan's profile. You like it? Ruan nodded, pointing a finger at the box from a distance. The color is nice, it would look good on the bedside table. Hearing this, Song Ming felt an indescribable bitterness surge in his chest. That was the sacred relic passed down for 10,000 years by the merfolk, a treasure nurtured by generations of merfolk kings with their essence blood. In her eyes, it was merely a glowing ornament. Lu Shiyuan stood up, his military boots landing on the steps with a heavy sound. He walked step by step to Song Ming. Looking down at the kneeling merfolk king, black lightning coiled around Lu Shiyuan's fingertips, emitting faint crackling sounds. The surrounding air warped from the heat. Song Ming's muscles tensed all over, a cold sweat seeping from his back. He could feel that destructive pressure locking onto his neck, and if he moved, even slightly, he would lose his head. Lu Shiyuan reached out, pinching the heart of the ocean between two fingers. The blue water energy met the lightning, and was instantly suppressed, dimming the glow, retreating back into the stone. Since the Empress likes it, keep it as a paperweight. Lu Shiyuan casually tossed the 10,000-year source stone to the attendant beside him. Polish the base so it doesn't scratch the Empress's table. The attendant fumbled to catch it, nodding repeatedly, and retreated to the side, hugging the stone. Song Ming knelt on the ground, head bowed. In his line of sight, there were only Lu Shiyuan's polished military boots. He had lost completely. Even the right to envy was crushed by this absolute power. Thank you, Your Majesty, for accepting me. Song Ming pressed his forehead to the ground. This bow severed all past illusions. Lu Shiyuan turned and walked back to the high platform, pulling Ruan back into his arms. Next, the audience in the hall continued. All kinds of bizarre treasures flowed in like a stream. Ruan grew bored after a while, leaning against Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, dozing off. Lu Shiyuan adjusted his sitting position to let her lean more comfortably. One arm circled her waist while the other idly played with a strand of her hair. The leaders below reported their work, deliberately slowing their breathing, afraid of waking that ancestor and being turned to ash by the living demon above. Night fell. The central square of the Sky City had been transformed into a massive open-air banquet hall. Hundreds of high-grade luminous spirit crystals floated in midair, illuminating the square as bright as day. Long tables were laden with grilled mutated beast meat, rare fruits, and red wine dug from old-world cellars. Ruan had changed into a light white evening gown. She sat at the center of the main table, holding a small silver fork, poking at a piece of cake on her plate. Lu Shiyuan sat to her left. The man held neither a wine glass nor touched the cutlery. All his attention was on Ruan. The leader of the southern rainforest base approached with a wine glass. He was a burly man in his 30s, a wood element awakener over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. A fawning smile was plastered on his face. Lady Divine Mother, this is a special mutated nectar from our base, extremely sweet. Please try. Before he could finish, a black arc of electricity cracked onto the ground 1 inch in front of his toe. The marble floor tile exploded instantly, leaving a scorched pit with debris flying. The burly man's legs gave way, his hand holding the nectar trembling uncontrollably, spilling the red liquid onto the back of his hand. Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his chair, one hand draped over Ruan's chair back. Put it on the table, and you get lost. His words carried a bone-chilling coldness. The burly man nodded repeatedly, placed the small jar of nectar on the corner of the table, and fled back into the crowd, without daring to look back. Ruan bit her fork and turned to look at him. He was just offering food, why scare him like that? Lu Shiyuan grabbed a napkin and wiped a bit of cream from the corner of her mouth. He looked at you for more than 3 seconds. Ruan rolled her eyes. So everyone should avoid looking at me. Should I talk to the air? Lu Shiyuan pinched her chin, forcing her to turn and face him directly. Just looking at me is enough. In a corner of the banquet hall, Song Ming held a glass of red wine, quietly watching the main table. He saw Lu Shiyuan's feral, possessive demeanor. A man who could destroy a city with a wave of his hand was now patiently picking out every bone from a mutated fish. After deboning, he placed the fish meat onto Ruan's plate. Ruan took a bite, found the taste off, wrinkled her nose, and pushed the plate away. Lu Shiyuan didn't get angry. He simply pulled the plate of leftover fish toward himself and ate it in 2 bites. Then he picked up another plate of peeled shrimp. Song Ming tilted his head back and downed the wine in his glass in one go. The bitter liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. He couldn't do it. As the merfolk king, he carried pride and dignity etched into his bones. He could offer Ruan the most precious treasures, build her the most magnificent palace. But he could never, like Lu Shiyuan, trample his own dignity and willingly become a servant waiting on someone's meal. Before this man, his defeat was not unjust. Zhang Zhun, holding a wine glass, sidled up to Songming. "Old Dragon King, what are you looking at?" Zhang Zhun followed Songming's gaze and saw Lu Shiyuan wiping Ruan's hands. Zhang Zhun shuddered and quickly averted his eyes. "Don't look, or that devil up there will gouge out your eyeballs." Zhang Zhun lowered his voice. "Our commander has an abnormally insane possessiveness. I heard the other day some reckless fool just glanced at the Divine Mother on the street, and he was thrown straight into the mutant wolf pit." Song Ming's fingers tightened around the empty glass, his knuckles white. "He's a madman." Zhang Zhun nodded in profound agreement. "Who says otherwise? But this madman now holds all our lives in his hands." Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked and laughter mingled. Lu Shiyuan abruptly rose to his feet and pulled out Ruan's chair. A black silk ribbon was draped over Ruan's eyes. "What are you doing?" Ruan's vision went dark as she reached for the ribbon. Lu Shiyuan caught her wrist and lifted her into his arms. "Taking you somewhere." The man strode out of the banquet hall with long steps. Zhang Zhun and Song Ming, standing below the stage, immediately lowered their heads, even their breathing slowed. Only when that overwhelmingly oppressive figure had vanished completely into the corridor did the hall begin to breathe with faint murmurs again. Inside the control room, Qin Feng stared at the countdown on the main screen, his fingers hovering over a red lever. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. "The boss is in position. Prepare for full band hijacking." Lao Wang, seated beside him, typed rapidly on the keyboard, entering the highest level authorization code. The countdown hit 0. Qin Feng shoved the lever down with force. At the same moment, on the massive public screen in the plaza of the Southern Iron Wall Fortress, the footage of the new capital's construction progress vanished instantly. The screen went completely black. In the underground bunker of the Western Oasis base, all communication devices lit up simultaneously. The crystal projection of the deep-sea merfolk clan also transformed. On the wasteland, the mercenary squad, cleansing the remaining mutated beasts, felt their tactical wrist terminals blare in unison. Billions of survivors across the globe, no matter where they were forced to look at the same image at that very second. The image showed no zombies, no ruins, only an endless pitch-black night sky. A commotion erupted among the crowd. "What's going on?" "An enemy attack." "Has the Dawn City signal been hijacked?" The adjutant Zhang Zhun, left at the base, drew his sidearm, his eyes locked on the giant screen. The Sky City highest observation deck. Here, 30 kilometers above the ground, the air was thin. Lu Shiyuan wrapped Ruan tightly in his broad black military greatcoat, holding her against his chest. He raised his hand, slender fingers loosening the knot of the silk ribbon behind Ruan's head. The black ribbon slipped away. Ruan blinked, her eyes adjusting to the light around her. Above was a pristine starry sky with not a single cloud. Below lay the brilliantly lit Dawn Sacred City. "You brought me here to feel the cold wind." Ruan tugged at the greatcoat, tilting her head to look at the man beside her. Lu Shiyuan did not reply directly. He raised his left wrist and spoke a few words into the communication terminal. "Star River Project initiate." No sooner had the words left his lips than the central energy main tower of the Sky City erupted with blinding white light. A thick particle beam over 100 meters in diameter shot skyward, piercing the edge of the atmosphere. The entire Earth's magnetic field convulsed violently in that moment. The sky changed. The pitch-black night was torn apart. Gorgeous auroras appeared out of nowhere. The aurora was not the ordinary green. It was a vast ribbon of light composed of 3 high-energy particles: purple, gold, and red. The ribbon spread rapidly through the stratosphere, interweaving and recombining. In just 10 seconds, the night sky of the entire Earth was occupied by enormous strokes. The two characters, Ruan, spanned half the planet's horizon. The light illuminated every corner of the wasteland. In the Iron Wall Fortress Plaza, tens of thousands of survivors craned their necks, mouths gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Some, their legs giving way, collapsed to their knees. A miracle. This is a miracle. The commander is using the heavens as his canvas. The adjutant's hand trembled, his sidearm clattering to the ground and hitting his instep, but he didn't react. At this level of energy manipulation, a mere tilt of the angle could erase the entire Iron Wall Fortress from the Earth. That man was displaying his romance, and at the same time declaring his absolute military might to the entire universe. In the Deep-Sea Palace, the merfolk elders who remained stared at the projection, collectively falling into dead silence. They finally understood why Song Ming had surrendered the ocean heart. To oppose a monster capable of arbitrarily altering the heavens, the merfolk didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Ruan stared blankly at the two enormous characters above her head. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. This man was a complete madman, but his madness was utterly irresistible. "Is that it?" Ruan put on a stern face, barely suppressing the quiver of her lips. Lu Shiyuan cupped the back of her head with one hand, forcing her to look toward the more distant sky. "It hasn't even begun." Inside the control room, Lao Wang watched the energy alarm spike, wildly cold sweat dripping onto the keyboard. Qin Feng, the main tower, is at 300% overload. If we keep firing like this, the Sky City's shield will shut down. Qin Feng slapped Lao Wang on the back of the head. Let it shut down. The boss's proposal is the most important thing. Even if this city falls, we have to let the boss finish writing the characters. Lao Wang swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the moon image on the screen. The bright moon in the sky underwent a transformation. The ultra-long-range laser emitter matrix at the bottom of the Sky City operated at full overload. 16 high-energy laser beams traversed the distance of 3800 kilometers, striking the lunar surface with precision. The image on the global screens switched instantly. The camera zoomed in, magnifying the craters on the moon's surface. The gray-white lunar soil was instantly vaporized by the extreme heat. Enormous grooves formed on the lunar surface. A line of English words appeared before everyone's eyes. Marry me. Each letter was larger than a medium-sized city. This was a true inscription carved on a planet. It would never fade for eons. Ruan looked at the aurora in the sky, then at the huge pit on the moon on the screen. Her mind buzzed. This reckless man. That was a super long-range planet-killing cannon designed to defend against alien civilizations. The energy from a single shot could sustain the entire Dawn City for 100 years. And he used it as a letter engraving tool. The whole world erupted. In the slums, a little girl pointed at the screen, jumping and cheering. The leaders of each major base collectively gasped, their minds completely short-circuited, using a planet-destroying weapon to propose. Unprecedented and never to be repeated. Zhang Zhen sat in the banquet hall, his hand holding the wine glass, trembling non-stop. The red wine splashed all over his crotch. He turned to look at Song Ming beside him. The Merfolk King's once proud scales were quivering uncontrollably. On the observation deck, Lu Shiyuan released his arm from around Ruan. The man stepped back half a pace. His right leg bent, his knee striking the cold metal floor with a heavy thud. This ruler of an empire who never bowed to anyone, who trampled all rules underfoot, now knelt on one knee before a woman with no supernatural abilities. He took a special black metal box from his military uniform pocket. The box had no seams, its surface flowing with complex energy circuits. Lu Shiyuan pressed his thumb against the fingerprint lock. The metal box unfolded outward. There was no glint of diamond. The moment the box opened, Ruan felt a terrifying gravitational pull. The surrounding air was sucked away. Light bent above the metal box. Suspended inside the box was a pure white halo. It was the core of a miniature star, sealed within a ring-sized force field by the most advanced spatial folding technology. It radiated a gentle yet endless light and heat, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. If the force field ever broke, it would instantly vaporize the entire Dawn Sacred City. This wasn't a ring at all. It was a miniature bomb. Diamonds are too fragile, they don't suit you. Lu Shiyuan lifted his head, gazing into Ruan's eyes. Those black eyes, usually filled with violence and slaughter, now held only an obsession and deep affection, so thick it could not dissolve. This realm is too vulgar. I give you this starry sky. He raised the suspended star core. Ruan, marry me. The wind stopped. Ruan looked down at the man kneeling before her. 100 cycles of blood and fire, 99 times of desperate farewells, all burned within this miniature star. She did not hesitate. Her pale fingers reached into the force field. The star core automatically contracted, transforming into a faintly glowing ring that firmly encircled her ring finger. A warm sensation traveled from her fingertips through her entire body. Lu Shiyuan took her hand. He lowered his head, his thin lips pressing a devout kiss onto the back of her finger. On the global screens, the image froze on their intertwined hands and the glowing star core ring. Her pale fingers pierced through the force field, and the miniature stellar core, upon contacting her skin, automatically contracted into a ring, firmly clasping around her ring finger. A warm sensation traveled from her fingertips through her entire body. Ruan's tears finally broke free from her eyes, falling in large drops onto the metal floor. I do, she shouted with a thick nasal voice, then quickly raised her other hand to cover her eyes. Whoa, it's too bright. My eyes hurt. Lu Shiyuan stood up and pulled her hand away from her eyes. The man's slender fingers gently tapped the star core ring. The violent stellar energy was fiercely suppressed. The blinding white light rapidly converged, turning into a soft, pale golden halo. The temperature of the ring completely dropped, conforming to Ruan's body temperature, radiating a constant warmth. Lu Shiyuan cupped the back of her head with one hand and pressed her into his embrace. His thin lips descended. In the night sky, purple, gold, and red auroras churned violently, casting their shadows extremely long. The global screens broadcast this scene in real time. After a brief dead silence, the entire Earth erupted with a wave of sound that overturned the clouds. On the plaza of the Dawn Sanctuary, hundreds of thousands of survivors threw their hats, coats, and even shoes into the air. Long live the commander. Long live the Divine Mother. I'll take this dog food. You guys do as you please. A little girl in the slums grabbed her mother's arm, jumping and bouncing. The mercenaries fired directly into the sky, emptying all the bullets they had accumulated over several months. In the banquet hall of the Iron Fortress, Zhang Zhen stared at the two kissing figures on the screen, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. He turned to his adjutant. Go check immediately. Do we still have anything presentable in our warehouse? Is that set of pre-apocalypse limited edition haute couture jewelry still there? Send it all to Dawn City. Not a single piece left. The adjutant nodded repeatedly, his legs too weak to stand, so he crawled out on all fours. Zhang Zhen picked up the wine glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. Going against a monster who could squeeze a star with his bare hands would not be enough to fill even 9 lives. He must cling tightly to the Divine Mother's thigh. That was the only way to survive. In the deep-sea mermaid palace, the elders who stayed behind looked at the projection and let out a long sigh. The Mermaid King had given up the ocean heart to save the entire race. Trying to steal a woman from a monster who could crush a star into a ring would be suicide unless they were tired of living. The water energy surged throughout the deep sea, and all the mermaids spontaneously knelt in the direction of the Sky City. In the central control room of the Sky City, Qin Feng crouched in front of the main console holding a bowl of braised beef noodles. He lifted a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, tears falling pattering down. Old Wang was typing on the keyboard beside him, cutting off the global broadcast signal. What are you crying for? The boss proposed successfully. Isn't that great news? Qin Feng sniffled, pointing at the plummeting energy column on the screen. Great news. Look at the energy reserves. That one move from the boss burned through half of Dawn City's energy reserves. This is 3 years worth of savings. What a waste. Such a waste. Qin Feng took a big bite of noodles, chewing with gritted teeth. To pick up a girl, he even drained the energy of the main air defense cannon. If aliens attack, what are we going to defend with? Old Wang slapped Qin Feng on the back of the head. Shut up. The boss can tear aliens apart with his bare hands. The next morning, in the highest level administrative conference room of Dawn Sanctuary, Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the table playing with a pure black military dagger. The wedding date is set for 3 months from now. The man's instruction was brief, leaving no room for negotiation. The dozen senior generals and internal affairs officials sitting below exchanged glances. The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qin Feng braced himself and stood up. Boss, 3 months. Isn't that too tight? Just counting the global guest list, arranging accommodation and security will take at least 2 months. And then there's the wedding banquet, ingredient allocation, final venue confirmation, the production cycle of the wedding dress. Lu Shiyuan's dagger flew out of his hand. Thud. The blade precisely embedded itself into the solid wood table in front of Qin Feng, sinking deep into the wood. That's your problem. I only care about the result. Lu Shiyuan stood up, his combat boots making a dull thud on the floor. Establish a wedding preparation committee. You'll be the team leader. There's only one mission. Spare no expense to maximize the spectacle. Bring everything usable from the entire universe. Lu Shiyuan pulled back his chair and walked out of the conference room, leaving Qin Feng staring at the dagger on the table on the verge of tears. The officials immediately surrounded him, patting his shoulders in sympathy. Over the next month, the entire Earth went completely mad. Qin Feng, armed with Lu Shiyuan's orders, turned into a ruthless taskmaster. Wood-type ability users were forced to force-grow 100,000 mutated roses a day. Water-type ability users were dragged off to purify all the world's water sources just to ensure the ice at the wedding banquet was transparent enough. Metal-type ability users had it even worse, refining high-purity gold day and night to pave the wedding procession road from the ground to the Sky City. Speed-type ability users became couriers, scouring the world for the finest ingredients and fabrics. In the top-floor bedroom of the Sky City, Ruan stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at herself. She pinched the soft flesh on her waist and let out a long sigh. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Ruan turned around and threw herself into the arms of Lu Shiyuan, who had just entered. Brother, 3 months is too rushed. I've been eating mutated beast barbecue every day lately, and my waist has gotten bigger. How can I wear a wedding dress like this? I need to lose weight. From today on, I'm skipping dinner. Lu Shiyuan supported her buttocks with one hand and lifted her up. The man weighed the burden in his arms. Lose what weight? You're just right to hold now. Before you were too bony. Lu Shiyuan walked to the sofa and sat down, letting Ruan straddle his lap. He took out a box of freshly airlifted mutated strawberries from his space. Pinching one, he brought it to Ruan's lips. The wedding dress is custom-made. If you gain weight, I'll have the tailor make it bigger, until it's comfortable for you. Ruan turned her head away, keeping her mouth tightly shut. Not eating. Absolutely not. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and tossed the strawberry into his own mouth. He cupped the back of Ruan's head and kissed her directly. The sweetness of the strawberry spread between their lips. Ruan was kissed, dizzy, subconsciously swallowing the fruit. Lu Shiyuan released her and picked up another strawberry. Eat it yourself or have me feed you. Ruan snatched the strawberry angrily and bit half of it off. You just want to fatten me up like a pig so no one else will compete with you. Lu Shiyuan leaned back on the sofa, looking at her bulging cheek. Whoever dares to compete, I'll cut them down. This man's possessive nature was carved into his bones. The wedding preparations entered the final sprint. Ruan's daily routine became tasting dishes and trying makeup. In the central kitchen, 100 top chefs lined up. Each person pushed a temperature-controlled food cart. Qin Feng stood at the front, holding a tablet. Sister-in-law, this is the first batch of tasting dishes today. Deep-sea king crab leg meat with mutated white truffle. Volcanic lava grilled S-grade mutated snow steak. And this sweet shrimp sashimi from the polar ice fields. Ruan sat at the wide dining table holding a silver fork. She stabbed a piece of king crab leg meat and put it in her mouth. Chewed a couple of times. Too dry. The truffle overpowers the crab's freshness. The chef standing in the first row went weak in the knees and fell to his knees directly. Mercy, Divine Mother. I'll redo it immediately. Ruan was startled. Why are you kneeling? I'm just giving an opinion. Just redo it, that's all. Lu Shiyuan walked in from outside. The man went straight to Ruan, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He glanced at the kneeling chef. Drag him out. Two fully armed guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed the chef's arms, and dragged him out. Ruan quickly grabbed Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. Brother, he just overcooked the meat a little. That's not a capital offense. Lu Shiyuan grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. If he can't even make a dish that satisfies you, keeping him is just wasting food. This man simply didn't reason. Ruan panicked and broke free from his embrace. She picked up her fork and stuffed the remaining large piece of crab leg meat into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged. Actually, it's pretty good. The more I chew, the more fragrant it is. Ruan shouted indistinctly. Lu Shiyuan looked at her protective behavior and raised his hand. The guards immediately released the chef and retreated outside. The chef lay on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. That's all the ambition you have. Lu Shiyuan picked up a napkin and wiped the sauce from the corner of Ruan's mouth. Next dish. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand, and the second food cart was pushed forward. The lid of the pure gold platter was lifted. A rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire kitchen. It was a whole piece of snow steak still sizzling with oil. The surface was grilled to a golden brown, revealing pink tender meat when cut open. Ruan sniffed, her eyes lighting up. She was about to reach out with her fork when Lu Shiyuan took the plate in front of him first. The man picked up a knife and fork, elegantly cutting the steak into small pieces. Each piece was just the right size for Ruan to swallow in one bite. After cutting the entire steak, he picked up a piece with his fork and brought it to Ruan's mouth. Ruan opened her mouth and bit down. The rich meat juice burst in her mouth, the meat so tender it almost melted on the tongue. Delicious. Ruan clapped her hands excitedly. Lu Shiyuan picked up another piece and brought it over. A plate of steak was quickly finished in a rhythm of one feeding and one eating. The 100 chefs and guards around all kept their heads down, not daring to breathe too loudly. After the tasting, the afternoon schedule was makeup try-ons. The Sky City had set aside an entire floor exclusively as Ruan's private makeup room. Dozens of the top stylists and makeup artists from before the apocalypse stood at attention. Ruan sat in front of a huge makeup mirror. 3 makeup artists surrounded her, carefully applying products on her face. The Divine Mother's skin is too good. No primer needed at all. The brow shape is perfect too. Just a little brow powder will do. The stylists worked while flattering her in every possible way. Lu Shiyuan sat on the leather sofa at the back. The man crossed his legs, flipping through a thick wedding ceremony procedure manual. 2 hours later, the chief makeup artist stepped back half a step and let out a long breath. Divine Mother, the makeup is complete. Ruan opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. Her originally pure and soft features had been deliberately deepened. The eye corners were elongated with a hint of sharp allure. The bright red lipstick gave her an overall aura of a commanding queen. Ruan turned her head to look at the man on the sofa. Brother, do I look good? Lu Shiyuan closed the manual, stood up, and walked over. The man's tall figure blocked the overhead light. His shadow completely enveloped Ruan. He placed both hands on the edge of the dressing table, trapping Ruan between his arms. His gaze traveled from her brows and eyes down her straight nose bridge, finally resting on her crimson lips. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, leaning close to her ear. Too flashy. The man's breath sprayed on her ear. Ruan shrank her neck. It's a wedding, of course we need to be a bit flashy. Lu Shiyuan straightened up and took a makeup remover wipe from the dressing table. He pinched Ruan's chin and wiped her lips firmly with the wipe. The bright red lipstick was gradually wiped away, revealing her original pink lip color. What are you doing? It took 2 hours to paint. Ruan reached for the wipe. Lu Shiyuan threw the wipe into the trash can. This kind of look is only for me to see. The man leaned down and kissed her slightly swollen lips directly. The dozens of stylists nearby were so frightened they immediately turned around, staring fixedly at the wall. Ruan was kissed, breathless, her hands pushing against the man's chest. Stop it. Makeup is ruined. Lu Shiyuan ignored her protests. He pinned her wrists together with one hand against the dressing table top. His other hand slid up along her waistline. His palm burned with searing heat, sliding upward along Ruan's slender waist, tracing the thin fabric of her garment. Pressed against the edge of the dressing table, she gasped for breath, her palms braced firmly against his unyielding chest. Stop, my clothes will wrinkle. Ruan turned her head aside, evading his fiercely possessive kiss. Lu Shiyuan paused, his thumb brushing gently across her glistening crimson lips. This wretched garment. Tear it off, we'll replace it. It's a makeup trial. If you keep interfering, we'll never finish in 3 months. Lu Shiyuan straightened calmly, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve. Who said it can't be done? I'll oversee progress myself. Beneath Sky City, at the heart of Dawnlight Holy City's central square, Qin Feng stood atop a raised platform, megaphone in hand, his voice hoarse from shouting. Earth Division 1. Press foundations another half-meter deeper. Division 2. Erect the load-bearing pillars now. Over 100 earthbenders pressed their palms to the ground. A thunderous roar shook the air. In an instant, the level earth erupted. dozens of colossal stone pillars surged skyward. Their speed dwarfed even the most advanced pre-apocalyptic machinery by 100-fold. These men, once famed for cutting through hordes of undead with fearless precision, now served proudly as builders. Atop each pillar earthbenders sculpted intricate nascent domes from raw soil. A burly earthbender wiped sweat from his brow and muttered under his breath. I fought 3 S-class mutated beasts solo, and never sweated this hard. This foundation is harder than forged steel. A nearby worker clapped a hand over his mouth. Silence. The commander declared if the hull isn't completed today, every one of us feeds the sharks. Elsewhere, metalbenders worked feverishly to refine gold. Tons of crude or tumbled into massive furnaces. A master metalbender waved his hands, molten gold stretched like silk midair rapidly solidifying into exquisitely crafted golden tableware. Plates, forks, goblets. All forged from pure gold, each etched with elaborate phoenix motifs. Even more astonishing, they were paving a grand avenue of solid gold stretching from the city gate straight to the ceremonial hall. Golden bricks laid one after another, blinding in their brilliance. Firebenders crouched before kills, meticulously regulating flame temperature to fire porcelain. They suppressed their abilities to the barest threshold, fearing even a flicker too intense would shatter the delicate ceramics. Nearby icebenders cooled freshly fired pieces, then casually carved 2 towering 10-meter ice sculptures. Lu Shiyuan strode forward, hands clasped behind his back, black combat boots clicking against newly laid marble tiles. He halted before one ice sculpture, scanning it with sharp, critical eyes. The phoenix's tail falls short by 3 inches. Recarve it. The icebender's knees buckled. Instantly, he shattered the sculpture with a sweep of his hand and recondensed frozen air into fresh form. Not a soul dared protest. At the square's periphery, dozens of woodbenders encircled a vast open plot. The soil had been freshly tilled and drenched with nutrient solution harvested from elite mutated flora. Lu Shiyuan approached and issued his final decree. 99,999 red roses must bloom, simultaneously, at the exact second the wedding begins. 1 second early, or late, and every stem is uprooted and replanted. The woodbenders paled. Though plant growth came instinctively, synchronizing the blossoming of each flower down to the millisecond was sheer psychological torment. The senior woodbender clenched his jaw and nodded. Mission accomplished, guaranteed. He whirled around and began draining his reserves, channeling energy with desperate intensity. Emerald light flooded the field. Rose seeds burst through soil, tender green shoots unfurled, buds swelled. Then, on the periphery, one bloom opened prematurely. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. A bolt of obsidian lightning struck. The entire patch blackened into ash in an instant. Begin again. Collectively, the woodbenders shuddered, then scrambled to clear the charred earth and sow anew. Under Lu Shiyuan's relentless pressure, these masters honed microscopic control. They split their chi into tens of thousands of filaments, each tethered to a single seed. Heavy footsteps echoed. A squad of hulking undead, carrying multi-ton metallic construction materials, marched forward. Their rotting flesh had sloughed away, replaced by ashen gray new skin. These partially sentient new humans, having reclaimed fragments of reason, had voluntarily enlisted in the construction corps. Relentless and supernaturally strong, they outperformed any machine in heavy lifting tasks. Materials were stacked with military precision at designated zones. Then the undead turned without pause to fetch the next load. Human workers instinctively stepped aside, gripping their tools tighter. Though assured these creatures no longer fed on flesh, primal terror remained etched deep in bone and blood, impossible to dismiss. The undead ignored human wariness entirely. They labored with mechanical repetition. Ruan descended the floating staircase in lightweight attire, cradling a steaming cup of milk tea, her gaze sweeping curiously across the bustling site. A slender undead halted before her, its frame swallowed by an ill-fitting, oversized work uniform. A low guttural rumble vibrated in its throat. A gray-white palm extended, resting within it a modest bouquet of dew-kissed wildflowers. Empress. Rasping syllables strained from its desiccated vocal cords. Beautiful. Every nearby bender froze, staring in stunned horror. An undead offering flowers to a human. Reality itself had fractured beyond recognition. Someone reached for a weapon, only to have Qin Feng clamp down hard on their wrist. Ruan did not retreat. She extended her pale, slender hand and accepted the bouquet. Thank you, I truly love them. The small undead grinned, a grotesque lopsided twist of its lips, before sprinting back to the bricklaying line. Ruan held the flowers, turning to instruct Qin Feng to find a vase. Lu Shiyuan strode over, face dark with displeasure. His gaze locked onto the wild blooms, black lightning crackling faintly at his fingertips, as if yearning to reduce them to dust. Weeds, yet you smile so brightly. Ruan shot him a withering glance. It's kindness, plain and sincere. Are you truly jealous of an undead? Lu Shiyuan snorted coldly, then pulled her tightly against his chest. My woman accepts flowers only from me. From the square's far side rose raucous cheers. Beast tamers were rehearsing performances with mutated creatures. A parrot, larger than an ostrich, perched rigidly upon its stand. A century of harmony, early prosperity, growing old together. The parrot bellowed the phrases in a grating hoarse cry. Its trainer had sacrificed 3 sleepless nights just to imprint those words. Nearby, several mutated monkeys practiced stacking themselves into a living pyramid. The topmost monkey brandished a vivid red double happiness character. Su Ruan's own pristine white saber-toothed tiger by stood dejectedly crowned with a floral wreath, forced to drill parade step. A sovereign S-class mutant, reduced to living beneath even a dog's dignity. Spotting Su Ruan by whimpered, straining forward to beg for comfort. Lu Shiyuan's icy glare swept across. Bai stiffened, instantly snapped upright, and resumed marching with flawless discipline. 3 months vanished like mist. On the eve of the wedding, within Sky City's penthouse-level grand dressing suite, a dozen elite designers entered bearing a massive sealed case. The case opened. Before Su Ruan unfolded a gown shimmering with iridescent radiance. This was no ordinary fabric. Its core wove Sky City's most advanced nano-defensive alloy, featherlight and form-fitting yet impervious to full-power S-class attacks. To render such rigid material supple as silk, the research division had driven themselves to premature baldness. Its outer layer draped in peerless Merking's gauze, rippling with soft cerulean waves under light sprinkled with constellations of starlight. 999 minuscule energy crystals adorned the hem, arranged into a complex, self-sustaining defensive formation. This was not merely bridal attire, it was invincible battle armor. Su Ruan traced the mere gauze with quiet awe, her mind churning with dry sarcasm. Just a wedding. Yet it felt like preparing for interstellar warfare. Yet undeniable, no woman alive could resist its beauty. Su Ruan touched the mermaid silk that emitted a faint blue glow, inwardly complaining bitterly that getting married felt like preparing to fight aliens. The fabric was extremely light and felt icy to the touch. 3 days remained until the grand wedding. The global live-streaming network of Shuguang Holy City had already been activated in advance. In the northern Mina region of extreme cold at -40°C, black coal slag mixed with ice and snow flew in the fierce wind. Lin Cheng pushed a wheelbarrow loaded with high-density energy, or his steps unsteady. He wore a 50-gene electronic ankle shackle on his foot. The flesh around his ankle had long been worn away, revealing white bone, and the wound was crusted with dark red blood scabs. The massive holographic projection screen above his head was lit. On the screen, the grand preparations for the Sky City were being broadcast. A fleeting close-up of Su Ruan's profile flashed by. Lin Cheng stopped. His hands lost their strength. The wheelbarrow tipped over and several hundred gene of, or crashed onto his right foot. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. Ignoring the pain, he stared at the screen. The useless person he had personally pushed off the vehicle was now the goddess worshipped by the entire world. In Lin Cheng's mind, the scene from back, then in the off-road vehicle, replayed madly. He had 2 choices at that time: either take Bai Wei and jump out of the car to escape, or push Su Ruan, who had no abilities, out as bait. To save himself, he chose the latter without hesitation. He thought he had gotten rid of a burden. But what he had actually discarded was the thickest thigh in the world. If he had pulled her along back, then he would now be second only to one person above all others in Shuguang Holy City. Those S-grade crystal cores, top-tier, mutated beast meat. All would have been laid out on his dining table. He could have had all of this. The overseer's energy whip, crackling with blue arcs, lashed fiercely onto Lin Cheng's back. Skin and flesh turned over, and a burnt smell spread. Lin Cheng collapsed onto the icy coal slag, opening his mouth to gasp for air, without even the strength to scream. Several other miners nearby, also wearing ankle shackles, walked over, stepped on Lin Cheng's hand, and snatched the only half of a moldy black bread remaining in his pocket. Lin Cheng lay in the snow, staring at the unattainable woman on the screen, regret tearing his insides apart. In the lowest slums of Shuguang City, a stench from the sewage ditch was nauseating. Bai Wei crouched by the ditch, her hands soaked in the bone-chilling, icy water. Holding a broken wooden board, she scrubbed a combat suit stained with mutated beast entrails and black blood. Her 10 fingers were covered with purplish-red frostbite, cracks, oozing yellow fluid. She raised her head. On the nearby square's big screen, Su Ruan was feeding a top-tier mutated cherry to Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan ate the cherry with utmost naturalness, then took a tissue and gently wiped Su Ruan's fair fingertips. Bai Wei's hands clenched. The wooden board in her hand snapped. Sharp splinters pierced the flesh of her palm, blood gushing out. Why? She was clearly the proud daughter of heaven, with a healing ability. That Su Ruan, who had nothing but a pretty face, how could she sit in the clouds and be served by that living devil? Bai Wei bit her lower lip until it bled, the taste of rust spreading in her mouth. She recalled the time she had tried to approach Lu Shiyuan only to be blasted away by a bolt of lightning, her ability foundation completely destroyed. A burly mercenary walked over and kicked Bai Wei in the shoulder. Bai Wei fell into the filthy water, dirty liquid pouring into her mouth. "You ruined my clothes, you'll pay with your life," the mercenary cursed, spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto Bai Wei's face. Bai Wei didn't even dare to resist. She crawled up, knelt in the muddy water, and desperately kowtowed to apologize. In the wandering circus of the western wasteland, a huge iron cage blazed with 5 consecutive rings of fire. Lei Bao, once the overlord of the north, was now on all fours. A massive S-grade mutated gorilla held a barbed whip. Crack! The whip lashed onto Lei Bao's scarred back. Lei Bao shuddered, then leaped and jumped through the fire rings. The surrounding wild hunters burst into deafening laughter. Lei Bao landed on the ground, his hair scorched in a large patch by the flames. He turned his head to look toward the distant Shuguang, holy city. Back then he had foolishly tried to trade a cartload of crystal cores for Ruan. The image of Lu Shiyuan crushing him with a single finger had become his nightmare every night for the past 3 years. Now even if he had 1,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect to that woman. To please the whip-wielding gorilla, Lei Bao voluntarily did 2 somersaults on the ground. Being a monkey at least kept him alive. In the Sky City's top-floor lounge, Qin Feng walked in carrying a thick list. Sister-in-law, the global security screening for the wedding day is done. Qin Feng handed over the list. There are a few rats who once offended you. Lin Cheng Bai Wei and that Lei Bao. All surviving at the bottom. Should we take care of them all before the wedding to avoid bad luck? Ruan put down the half-eaten bag of chips. She took a wet wipe and cleaned the seasoning powder from her fingers. No need. On a joyful day, no bloodshed. Ruan stood up, smoothing her skirt. They're living worse than stray dogs now. Killing them would only dirty our hands. Let them live watching me be happy every day. That's the greatest punishment. Lu Shiyuan walked in from outside. The man casually took the discarded wet wipe from Ruan's hand and threw it precisely into the trash bin. As the Empress says. Lu Shiyuan wrapped one arm around Ruan's waist, his gaze sweeping over Qin Feng. They can live. Go tell the people below. Increase their workload. If life is too easy, they'll forget what they've done wrong. Qin Feng immediately stood at attention. Understood. I'll arrange it right away, ensuring they suffer worse than death every day. Ruan patted Lu Shiyuan's arm. Let's go, don't bother with those irrelevant people. I want to go downstairs and hand out wedding candies. Central Plaza of Shuguang Holy City. A dozen heavy-duty floating cargo trucks were parked at the construction site. The truck doors opened, revealing candies made from high-grade, mutated beast crystal cores and rare nectar. Each candy emitted a rich energy fluctuation. Ruan, dressed in simple casual clothes, jumped down from the truck. Lu Shiyuan followed closely behind, carrying a huge fruit basket for her. Everyone, you've worked hard. Stop for a moment and have some candy. Ruan grabbed a handful of candies and stuffed them into the hands of a mud-covered earth ability user. The ability user stood frozen. He looked at the candies in his hand, his legs nearly giving way as he started to kneel. These were treasures that could directly raise one's ability level. Goddess. This is too precious. Ruan grabbed his arm. No kneeling today. This is wedding candy, eat it to share in the joy. The earth ability user tremblingly peeled the candy wrapper and put it in his mouth. A surge of immense energy exploded inside him. The bottleneck that had trapped him for 3 years shattered instantly. The workers around him were all green with envy. A tall zombie carrying rebar walked by. Ruan ran over, stood on tiptoe, and stuffed a peeled candy into the zombie's dry mouth. The zombie made a gurgling sound in its throat. A stiff, forced smile appeared on its grayish-white face. After the candy went down, the remaining rotten flesh on the zombie's body fell off, replaced by fresh grayish-white skin. The workers witnessed this scene. The lofty goddess had no airs at all. She wasn't even afraid of those zombies who had just regained their senses. The people who had originally submitted to Lu Shiyuan's force now felt a genuine awe and reverence in their hearts. After handing out the candies, Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan directly back to the fitting room in the Sky City. It's time to try on that dress. Lu Shiyuan set her down on the sofa. A dozen top designers immediately came forward and pushed over the nano mermaid silk wedding gown. Ruan walked into the fitting room. Half an hour later, the metal door of the fitting room slid silently open to both sides. Ruan, holding up her skirt, stepped out step by step. The pure white nanomaterial clung perfectly to her curves. The outer layer of mermaid silk shimmered with layers of blue water ripples under the light. The 999 crystal cores on the skirt glimmered faintly. The surrounding designers collectively held their breath, all lowering their heads to the floor, not daring to meet this stunning beauty. Lu Shiyuan sat on the sofa. The man was fiddling with a metal lighter. The metal lid made a crisp sound, and the lighter fell onto the carpet. Lu Shiyuan stood up. His breathing grew heavier. He walked step by step to Ruan. Reaching out, he brushed his thumb across her exposed fair collarbone. Ruan. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse with intensity. I want to hide you away. Lu Shiyuan's palm pressed against Ruan's side waist, his hand scorching hot. Ruan shoved hard against his chest, turning her head away to dodge the thin lips descending upon her. Stop fooling around. Tens of thousands of people are waiting outside. Lu Shiyuan halted his movements, his thumb brushing across her flushed earlobe. He stepped back half a pace, grabbed a thin jacket from nearby, and draped it over her shoulders, completely concealing the provocative wedding dress beneath. Change out of it. Wear it tomorrow. The man turned and strode out of the fitting room, his military boots thudding against the carpet, his pace slightly quicker than usual. The 3-month deadline had arrived. Shuguang Holy City welcomed the first dawn of its new era. Every towering building in the city was draped in vivid crimson silk. 99,999 mutated roses bloomed in perfect unison in the central plaza, a blinding sea of red. The VIP lounge beneath the Sky City had been temporarily transformed into Ruan's bridal waiting chamber. Inside, over a dozen top-tier stylists busied themselves around her. Ruan sat quietly on the sofa. The wedding dress crafted from nano-defense material hugged her curves snugly. The outer layer of mermaid gauze rippled with cascading blue water patterns under the indoor lighting. 999 crystal cores sewn onto the hem shimmered with a faint glow. The stylist's hands trembled. They dared not even breathe loudly. From beyond the door came the dull thud of beast claws treading the ground. A pure white mutated saber-toothed tiger, its bulk rivaling an armored vehicle, came to a stop before the door. Dubai's fur had been washed spotless, still carrying a faint fragrance of roses. A ridiculously large red flower perched atop its head, and a stifled grumbling purr rumbled from its throat. The mighty S-class mutated beast had been reduced to serving as a bridal procession mount today. Lu Shiyuan sat astride Dubai's back. The man had traded his usual black military uniform for a set of dark crimson haute couture, its collar embroidered with intricate totems in gold thread. He held the reins with one hand, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sealed metal door. Qin Feng stood behind Lu Shiyuan with over a dozen fully armed hard-faced men, each sporting the groom's party corsage on their chests. Inside the metal door, dozens of high-level female awakened ones served as bridesmaids, bracing themselves against the door panels. According to old-world customs, the groom's party had to face a door-blocking challenge. Lu Shiyuan's voice sounded from outside. "Open the door." Two simple words laced with an unyielding pressure. The female awakened ones inside collectively shuddered. The leading female captain's hand trembled, and she instinctively pressed the open button. The metal door slid apart. Qin Feng shook his head ruefully from behind. This door-blocking ritual was utterly pointless. No one dared to oppose this living devil. An esteemed old professor from the base, dressed in a crisp suit, approached Ruan. He extended a hand wrinkled with age. "Child, let's go." Ruan placed her hand on the old professor's arm and rose to her feet, gathering her skirt. Lu Shiyuan leaped down from the tiger's back. He strode into the room and took Ruan's hand directly from the old professor. The man's fingertip brushed over the star core ring on her hand, then firmly interlaced his fingers with hers, clasping her hand tightly in his palm. A massive floating parade float waited outside. It had no canopy, its body crafted entirely from pure gold, adorned with an array of high-grade crystal cores around its edges. Lu Shiyuan wrapped an arm around Ruan's waist and lifted her onto the float. Dubai obediently moved to the front, serving as the tow beast. The engine roared to life. The float ascended slowly and began its procession along the main avenue of Shuguang Holy City. Survivors who had flocked from across the globe crammed the streets on both sides. Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Awakened ones tasked with security stood at elevated positions, scattering handful after handful of crimson petals from above. A rain of petals danced through the air, landing on Ruan's mermaid gauze train. Ruan leaned against Lu Shiyuan, raising her hand to wave at the crowd. The masses below surged and jostled, frantically desperate for a glimpse of the legendary goddess mother. Zhang Jin stood at the very front of the crowd, clapping with all his might until his palms were bright red. Watching that radiant woman on the float, a cold sweat trickled down his back. He had once actually considered going up against this woman. That was practically signing his own death warrant. Songming stood in a corner watching the float pass by. His fingers hanging at his sides tightened into fists, then ultimately fell limp and slack. He had lost completely and utterly. At the same moment, the extreme northern mine. Lin Cheng, dragging a heavy electronic ankle shackle, stood amidst a pile of coal slag. He craned his neck, staring intently at the holographic projection screen in the sky. On the screen, Ruan in that priceless wedding dress nestled in Lu Shiyuan's arms. Lin Cheng's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the icy, snow-covered ground. He clutched at his hair with both hands, a desperate roar tearing from his throat. If only he hadn't pushed her out of that car back then. Now the one standing on that float receiving the world's cheers would have been him, Lin Cheng. The overseer's energy whip cracked viciously across his back. Lin Cheng lay sprawled on the ground, lacking even the strength to cry out in pain. In the depths of the slums, Bai Wei's hands were submerged in freezing, filthy water. Staring at the grand wedding on the screen, her 10 frostbitten fingers clawed desperately at the edge of the drainage ditch. Her fingernails snapped, blood seeping into the murky water. That useless waste. How dare she obtain the best things in the world? She refused to accept it. But she didn't even have the strength to stand. A mercenary approached and kicked her into the ditch, cursing at her to get back to washing clothes. The float continued its journey. A piercing screech suddenly tore through the sky. Sunlight was blotted out by a colossal shadow. Tens of thousands of mutated birds converged from all directions. Leading them was a mutated firebird with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, its body ablaze with crimson flames. Behind it followed a myriad of vividly colored avian creatures. They circled above the float, autonomously forming a massive heart-shaped formation. The firebird opened its beak and released a high-grade fire-type crystal core radiating a red glow. The crystal core landed steadily in a tray at the front of the float. The flock behind followed suit, dropping rare ores and high-grade herbs held in their beaks. The cacophony of bird calls interwove, surprisingly forming a wondrous melody. The entire city looked up, utterly awestruck by this gift from the natural world. Ruan tugged at Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. "Did you arrange this?" Lu Shiyuan glanced up at the birds overhead. "No. They came on their own. All things possess spirit. This was the purest homage to the mother of life. The float completed its circuit around the city, finally coming to a halt before the grand gates of the floating imperial palace. The towering pure white palace gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Lu Shiyuan was the first to jump down from the float. He turned, extending both hands towards Ruan. Ruan gathered her skirt and leaped straight into his arms. The man caught her securely, setting her down on the gold-bricked ground. A 10-meter-wide path of pure gold stretched from her feet all the way to the throne at the deepest part of the hall. Fully armed Shuguang soldiers lined both sides, their long spears crossed overhead to form an archway of steel. Lu Shiyuan took Ruan's hand. Side by side they stepped onto the golden path. As their first steps landed, over 100 anti-aircraft guns on the city walls fired simultaneously. Loaded not with lethal ammunition, but special ceremonial rounds, they burst in the sky, scattering into a blizzard of golden foil. The thunderous booms echoed across the heavens. Ruan's fingers dug lightly into Lu Shiyuan's palm. He gripped her hand tighter in response. "Don't look at them. Watch your step." The man's words were delivered with an unmistakable dominance. Ruan's chest rose and fell as she steadied her breath, straightened her back, and matched his stride forward. The gold bricks reflected the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. Every leader and envoy present bowed their heads, and no one dared to look directly at the pair's formidable presence. One step, another, 100 steps. They traversed the lengthy corridor and ascended the 99 steps. Before the throne at the very summit, it stood empty. There was no priest, no witness. In all the world, no one was qualified to officiate Lu Shiyuan's wedding. Lu Shiyuan halted, turning to face Ruan. He released her hand and cradled her face in both of his. His thumb brushed over the faint blush at the corner of her eye. "Ruan." He spoke, each word striking the metal floor of the hall, triggering a subtle resonance. "I, Lu Shiyuan, swear upon my very soul. For all lifetimes only you. No lengthy speeches, no tedious formalities. Only the most absolute possession and the most profound promise." Ruan looked at the man before her. He had once been the most terrifying mad dog of the apocalypse, yet now he willingly donned the collar and placed the leash in her hands. Qin Feng held a black gold tray with both hands, striding up the steps. His knees trembled with every step. On the tray lay 2 dark gold rings. The rings were engraved with the highest authority totem of the Shuguang Empire. They were forged from a 9th-tier metal core and meteorite. Lu Shiyuan picked up the smaller female ring. He grasped Ruan's right hand. His fingers, rough with calluses, brushed against her delicate skin. He slid the ring onto Ruan's ring finger. The ring contracted upon contact with body heat, perfectly fitting the bone. Ruan picked up the other male ring. She held Lu Shiyuan's broad hand. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, containing terrifying explosive power. Ruan pushed the ring onto his finger. The metal clashed with a crisp sound. The internal energy circuits of the 2 rings connected successfully. The entire defense system of the Tiancong city emitted a low rumble. A towering beam of light shot up from the top of the main control tower. The highest control authority was officially split in 2 at this moment. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand. His fingers lifted the gauze covering Ruan's head. The transparent fabric slid down her shoulders, piling on the pure gold floor. The man cupped the back of her head with one hand, tilted his head, and pressed his thin lips down directly. Their breaths intermingled. Ruan grabbed the front of his clothes with both hands. A vast and gentle energy overflowed from her body. A pure white halo spread outward along their bodies, pressed together. The invisible energy wave swept through the hall, rushing out of the Tiancong city. The originally clear sky refracted into a spectrum of colors. A huge rainbow appeared in the sky, spanning the entire horizon of the Shuguang holy city. More than 90,000 roses on both sides of the pure gold avenue instantly grew wildly. Thick vines climbed up the metal pillars. Layers of large red petals burst open. The air was filled with the rich scent of roses. Not only roses, but countless unknown wildflowers broke through the cracks in the steps and the edge of the city wall, blooming in the wind. Zhang Zhan knelt at the bottom of the steps. He stared at a small yellow flower that suddenly bloomed at his feet. He reached out a finger and touched the petal. The touch was real, full of the vitality unique to plants. This energy could even bring life to inanimate objects. Zhang Zhan lowered his voice, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He completely extinguished the last improper thought in his heart. Such power was utterly beyond human resistance. Song Ming stood not far away, staring at the rainbow spanning the sky. There was no such color in the deep sea. Even the most powerful healing art of the merfolk could not make the plants of an entire city bloom instantly. Song Ming lowered his head, his back completely bent. He must immediately send a message back to the deep sea, ordering all his people to worship the Divine Mother for generations. By the sewage ditch in the slums, a pure white narcissus broke through the foul mud, standing upright in the water. The ragged refugees fell to their knees in the muddy water, kowtowing frantically towards the direction of the Tiancong city. In the Jibei mine, Lin Shang stared at the rainbow on the holographic screen, his iron pickaxe falling to the ground. A green sprout emerged from the cold dust at his feet. Lin Shang reached out to grab it, but the sprout automatically avoided his coal-blackened fingers. Lu Shiyuan released Ruan. He turned around, looking down from a height at the dense crowd below the steps. The man raised his hand, and the entire venue fell into dead silence. Issue the order. Lu Shiyuan's words were clear. His voice spread to every corner of the world through the amplification device. In the square of the TB fortress, the station soldiers stood upright. In the underground bunker of the Lu base, everyone held their breath. The first law of the empire is now in effect. Su Ruan's will is the supreme command. Whoever defies her shall be killed without mercy. The words struck everyone's eardrums. There was no lengthy speech, only the most extreme protection and dominance. The entire venue was dead silent for a second. Then a thunderous roar erupted. Understood. Long live the Divine Mother. Long live the Emperor. Hundreds of thousands of people kowtowed at the same time. The sound waves shook the defensive shield of the Tiancong city, causing ripples. The elaborate ceremony was declared over. Outside the city on the wilderness, a continuous feast stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Huge long tables were joined together, stretching as far as the eye could see. The tables were laden with S-class, mutated beast roasted meat, deep sea, premium seafood, and fresh sweet fruits, just ripened by wood-type psychics. An S-class, mutated wild boar was being roasted, sizzling with oil. Several mercenaries were cutting meat with knives. Nearby, a few high-level zombies crouched. The zombies held pure gold plates in their hands, waiting quietly in line for meat. A mercenary cut off a large piece of crispy pork belly and placed it on a zombie's plate. The zombie let out a gurgling sound from its throat, clumsily bending down to show gratitude. It picked up a fork and with unskilled movements shoved the roast meat into its mouth. No tearing, no roaring. A mutated monkey hung upside down from a tree and snatched a bottle of wine from a mercenary's hand. The mercenary didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and threw an apple to the monkey. In the distance, several massive mutated mammoths were using their trunks to roll watermelons off the table, eating them one by one. No fighting, no grabbing. As long as it was during this 3-day 3-night feast, the boundaries between species were completely erased. On the highest floor of the Tiancong city, the long corridor. The floor was covered with thick, mutated snow fox fur carpet. Su Ruan lifted her heavy skirt, her ankles aching. I can't walk anymore. She stopped, leaning against the wall. Lu Shiyuan stopped. He bent down and lifted her horizontally into his arms. The guards along the way knelt on one knee, heads bowed. The heavy metal door slid inward. This was their private bedchamber. Lu Shiyuan carried her inside. Su Ruan kicked off her high heels. She stepped barefoot on the thick wool carpet. She walked straight to the wide circular water bed and threw herself onto it. I'm exhausted. Su Ruan buried her face in the soft quilt, her voice muffled. Lu Shiyuan pressed the control panel by the door with his backhand. The metal door closed. Multiple energy locks engaged tightly. The noise from outside was completely cut off. The entire space was left with just the two of them. He walked to the bedside, kneeling on the carpet on one knee. The man reached out, his thumb brushing against the skin of Su Ruan's nape. You must be exhausted, he said in a low voice. Su Ruan turned over and lay flat on the bed. The priceless nanofiber mermaid gauze wedding dress was wrinkled in several places. Lu Shiyuan braced his hands on either side of her. He lowered his head, his fingers undoing the hidden clasps that fixed the veil in her hair. The heavy headpieces were removed one by one. They were casually thrown onto the carpet. He pulled open the invisible zipper on the side of the wedding dress. The nanomaterial fell away, revealing Su Ruan's fair shoulders and delicate collarbone. On the low table beside them were 2 glasses of red wine. Lu Shiyuan straightened up and picked up the 2 wine glasses. He handed one to Su Ruan. Su Ruan propped herself up on her elbows. She took the glass, her arm linking through Lu Shiyuan's. Their wrists intertwined. Su Ruan looked up at the man's face so close. Brother, we are finally married. A faint blush rose on her cheeks, and she drained the glass of red wine in one go. Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the red liquid. He casually threw the 2 empty glasses onto the carpet. The glass hit the thick wool with a dull thud. No breakage. Yes, finally righteous and proper. The man raised his hand. A faint electric arc flickered from his fingertips. The arc hit the main control switch on the wall. The lights in the bedchamber instantly went out. Only the faint starlight coming through the floor-to-ceiling window remained. The administrative hall of Sky City. Qin Feng stands before a massive holographic desk. Electronic documents pile up like a small mountain, their crimson urgency markers flashing incessantly. He rakes a hand through his hair. A few short strands fall onto the desk. The console emits a sharp chime. A top-tier encrypted directive arrives at Qin Feng's terminal. Qin Feng opens the directive. Only 2 terse lines appear on the screen. State affairs temporarily delegated. Off on honeymoon. Do not contact me. Contact equals death. He stares at the words. His knees buckle. He collapses into the chair. He wed just yesterday. Today he has abandoned the entire empire. Lao Wang approaches holding a steaming cup of strong tea. He glances at the screen. Where did the boss go? Qin Feng lifts a hand and points to the radar surveillance display. A luminous that streaks away from inland at supersonic speed. Southern Sea. He's taken the newly built nuclear-powered yacht. Qin Feng resigns himself and rises again. He opens the first document. Notify all departments for the next month. All decisions will be ratified by Elder Council vote. Anyone who dares disturb the boss now, I'll send him to his grave myself. A southern island. The zombie virus was eradicated here 3 years ago. White sand stretches for kilometers. Su Ruan wears a floral strapless dress. She reclines beneath a vast sunshade. Beside her a small table holds a glass of freshly squeezed juice glistening with ice cubes. Lu Shiyuan stands bare-chested. His chiseled abdominal muscles bear several old scars. He strides over carrying a plate of freshly grilled mutant lobsters. The lobster meat is meticulously deboned, cut into uniform cubes. Lu Shiyuan picks up a silver fork, spears a piece, and offers it gently to Su Ruan's lips. Su Ruan parts her lips. As the morsel touches her tongue, a pungent briny odor surges up her nostrils. She abruptly shoves Lu Shiyuan's arm aside. She turns her head and retches dryly onto the sand. Lu Shiyuan's hand freezes midair. The silver fork clatters onto the beach. He sets the plate down swiftly. With one arm, he draws her back against his chest, palm gliding slowly down her spine in soothing rhythm. What's wrong? Did the meat spoil? His gaze drops to the lobster on the plate. He'd caught that lobster himself, 10 minutes ago, in the deep sea. It was unquestionably fresh. Su Ruan presses a hand to her chest, shaking her head vigorously. Take it away. Too fishy. She lifts the iced juice and drinks deeply. The chill slides down her throat, quelling the wave of nausea. Lu Shiyuan seizes the plate. Muscles coil with a single motion. The entire dish vanishes into the ocean 50 meters away. What would you like? I'll prepare it. Su Ruan sinks back into the lounge chair. She yawns widely, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. I don't want meat. I crave something sour, very sour. And I'm exhausted. Her eyes close. Within a minute her breathing steadies into deep, even rhythm. She has fallen asleep. Lu Shiyuan crouches beside the lounge chair. His gaze lingers on Su Ruan's slightly pallid face. This is already the third day. She sleeps over 15 hours daily. Once her favorite foods, seafood roasted meats, now trigger violent nausea at the mere scent. Lu Shiyuan rises. His fingers clench. Black lightning crackles at his fingertips, sparking faint thunderclaps in the still air. Is it the stellar core ring? Though its radiation is contained by an energy field, she is merely a mundane human, no latent abilities. Could her body truly withstand such hyperdimensional energy? Or is this the lingering aftermath of purifying the virus with her blood in the godforsaken wastes? Lu Shiyuan's mind races. A strategic simulation unfolds within his consciousness. Every possibility converges upon loss and death. If she falls ill, this sea, this island, even the entire Earth, would cease to hold meaning. He founded the Dawn Empire, solely to build her a safe, radiant playground. And what use is a playground if its sovereign is gone? Lu Shiyuan raises his left wrist, taps open his comms terminal. Send Songming, with the finest healer of the Merfolk clan. If he isn't here within 10 minutes, I will level the deep-sea dragon palace. The transmission cuts off. 8 minutes later, the sea erupts. A colossal orca breaches the surface. Songming dashes ashore, dragging behind him an elderly merman, white beard cascading past his chest. The elder's legs tremble uncontrollably. He is nearly dragged beneath the sunshade. Lu Shiyuan stands motionless, hands clasped behind his back, his oppressive aura radiating unfiltered. Temperature plummets across a 100-meter radius. Frost blooms instantly across the sand. Examine her. 2 words, cold absolute. The elder kneels beside the lounge chair. He opens his wooden medicine case, drapes a silk cloth over Su Ruan's wrist, then places his withered fingers upon her pulse. 1 second. 2 seconds. His white beard twitches. He withdraws his hand, switches to her other wrist. Deep furrows carve into his brow. Lu Shiyuan watches the elder's face, every micro-expression magnified in his vision. Unable to diagnose, or incurable, Lu Shiyuan's patience shatters. Black lightning surges skyward. The clear heavens darken instantly. Thunderheads churn violently overhead. Lightning thicker than water barrels coils within the storm. The nearby sea begins to boil. Lifeless fish float belly up to the surface. Songming immediately channels hydrokinetic energy, erecting a shimmering cobalt shield before him. The barrier buckles under the lightning's crushing pressure, crisscrossed with fine fractures. His heart hammers wildly. This madman, ready to unmake the world at a word. Speak. Lu Shiyuan steps forward. His black combat boot sinks deep into the sand. What is wrong with her? Each syllable escapes between clenched teeth, charged with apocalyptic fury. Should the elder utter the word death, or fail to heal her, this planet would reset today. The elder collapses onto the sand beneath the weight of that presence. Straining to lift his head, he screams hoarsely, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The Divine Mother's pulse flows smooth as rolling pearls. She is with child. The Divine Mother is pregnant. His voice pierces the thunder, crystal clear in Lu Shiyuan's ears. The roiling black clouds freeze mid-rotation. The boiling sea stills. Dead fish drift silently seaward on gentle waves. Lu Shiyuan remains rooted, his towering frame rigid as forged iron. With child. Pregnant. Those words fracture, reassemble, and fracture again inside his mind. Su Ruan stirs awake, startled by the thunder. She rubs her eyes, rises from the lounge chair. A light blanket slips from her shoulders, pooling at her waist. She blinks at the trembling elder prostrate on the sand, then at Songming shielding them with his watery barrier. Finally her gaze settles on Lu Shiyuan. What are you all doing? It's too loud. She yawns again. Lu Shiyuan turns toward her, his eyes fixed on her flat abdomen, where unbeknownst to her a new life stirs. A life bearing his blood. A being destined to claim half her heart, half her attention in the days ahead. Lu Shiyuan strides forward. He kneels on one knee beside the lounge chair. His calloused fingers rest lightly, through fabric, upon her belly. Ruan. He lifts his gaze to hers. There's a little monster here. The old merman prostrated in the sand, kowtowing repeatedly, swearing on his life that the pulse was unmistakable. Lu Shiyuan rose to his feet, scooped up Ruan, and cradled her horizontally in his arms. He tapped the communicator on his left wrist. Qin Feng, get the boat ready now. On the other end, Qin Feng had barely picked up when he heard this cryptic command. Boss, weren't we supposed to have a month-long honeymoon? It's only been 3 days. She's pregnant. Crack. A sharp splintering sound erupted from the communicator. In the administrative hall of Sky City, Qin Feng's hand clenched with sudden force, crushing the specially made military communicator into a pile of scrap metal on the floor. The entire hall fell dead silent for 3 seconds. Everyone stopped their work and turned in unison. Qin Feng leaped onto a holographic desk and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Attention, everyone. Highest alert. The Divine Mother is with child. The hall erupted into chaos. Old Wang, in his excitement, hurled a classified file into the air. Several officials in charge of internal affairs dropped to their knees on the spot, kowtowing towards the south. The military alarm blared, its highest-level red light flashing. Unaware survivors, thinking an alien invasion was underway, grabbed their weapons and rushed into the streets. Then the broadcast crackled with Qin Feng's incoherent announcement. The entire city erupted. Cheers tore through the clouds. In the southern sea, the nuclear-powered yacht Ark's engines roared to life. Lu Shiyuan stood outside the bridge, staring at the main console. Full speed ahead return. Just as the captain was about to push the throttle forward, a chill ran down his neck. If there's even a hint of turbulence, I'll snap your bones one by one. The captain's hands trembled as he forcibly switched from supersonic cruise mode to the gentlest, quietest constant speed setting. The journey that would normally take half a day to fly back to Sky City was now traversed at an agonizingly slow pace. Beneath the sea's surface, Songming personally led tens of thousands of high-tier mutated sea beasts escorting the yacht. All the creatures held their breath, afraid to stir even a ripple. Lu Shiyuan stood on the deck, casually casting a net of lightning that scattered the sea breeze for several kilometers ahead, ensuring the yacht sailed through an utterly windless zone. Ruan lay in the yacht's most shockproof cabin, cushioned by 10 layers of swan-down quilts. Feeling too warm, she turned over. Lu Shiyuan immediately strode over and pressed her shoulder down, his motion impossibly gentle. Don't move so much. Be careful. Ruan rolled her eyes. I'm pregnant, not injured. Lu Shiyuan didn't argue, only stubbornly tucked the quilt edge around her and stood guard by the bed without leaving her side. The yacht docked at Dawn's sacred city. Lu Shiyuan carried Ruan into the floating imperial palace. The sight before them had completely changed. The corridors, once filled with metallic textures and sharp lines, were now covered in thick, pure white wool carpets. 3 full layers were laid down. They were soft underfoot, muffling any sound. Every sharp corner of every piece of furniture had been rounded by metal ability users using their bare hands. Even the walls were wrapped in thick, impact-absorbing padding. Several Earth ability users were sweating profusely as they poured reinforcing materials into the walls. Ruan looked at the over-the-top scene, her scalp tingling. Are you trying to lock me in a padded cell? Lu Shiyuan set her down on the bed. Not safe enough. Tomorrow I'll have the Earth ability users thicken the palace's load-bearing walls by 2 more meters. Ruan was completely speechless. The next morning, the Imperial Pregnancy Special Law was officially promulgated, announced throughout the city. Article 1, the Divine Mother is prohibited from running or jumping. Article 2, no one is allowed to cause the Divine Mother emotional distress. Article 3, all junk food is completely banned. Violators will be executed without mercy. Ruan sat at the dining table, staring at the clear stewed, mutated snow lotus pigeon soup and the oil-free, salt-free deep-sea nutritional paste before her. She poked at the unappetizing paste with her spoon, tears welling up in her eyes. I want spicy crayfish, I want grilled skewers, I want iced carbonated drinks. Lu Shiyuan sat beside her, picked up a porcelain bowl, scooped up a spoonful of paste, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to her lips. No, these things are bad for you. I'm sick of eating this. Ruan turned her head away, displaying her most pampered petulance. Lu Shiyuan set down the bowl, his fingers tapping twice on the table. The head chef, standing nearby, went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, forgive me. I'll go research a new recipe right away. Lu Shiyuan ignored the chef and turned his gaze to Ruan. If you finish this bowl, I'll have Qin Feng find you some mutated sweet fruits. Ruan, pouting miserably, opened her mouth and swallowed the bland paste. That afternoon, Lu Shiyuan went to the military headquarters to handle backlogged affairs. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan called Qin Feng, who was on patrol, into a dead-end corridor. Sister-in-law, what do you need? The boss has decreed that all men must stay 5 meters away from you. Qin Feng pressed himself against the wall, hands raised above his head in a gesture of innocence. Ruan pulled an S-rank crystal core from her pocket and pressed it into Qin Feng's hand. Go get me a pack of spicy strips. The spiciest, oiliest kind. Qin Feng's legs gave way, and he slid to his knees. Sister-in-law, you're asking for my life. When the boss finds out, he'll skin me alive. If you don't go, I'll cry right now and say you're bullying me. Su Ruan made as if to burst into tears. Qin Feng's scalp prickled. Weighing the options, he gritted his teeth and nodded. In this base, crossing the boss meant death, but crossing the sister-in-law meant a fate worse than death. Qin Feng sprinted all the way to the underground black market. He drew his gun, pressed it against the black market boss's head, and forced him to produce a pack of pre-apocalypse out-of-print ghost pepper spicy strips. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng sneaked back into the palace, pulling out the spicy strips wrapped in radiation-proof oil paper from his chest. Sister-in-law, eat quickly, I'll destroy the wrapper as soon as you're done. Su Ruan's eyes lit up. She had just reached out a hand to pinch the corner of the wrapper when the metal doors of the bedchamber slid open silently. Lu Shiyuan stood at the entrance in his black military uniform. The temperature around him instantly dropped to freezing. Black lightning crackled along the doorframe, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. Qin Feng's hand trembled, and the spicy strips fell onto the carpet. B-boss, what if I said the spicy strips made the first move? Would you believe me? Lu Shiyuan strode over. His military boots stepped on the carpet silent, yet each step pounded against Qin Feng's heart. Go clean every public restroom in Sky City. No abilities for a month. Qin Feng, feeling pardoned, scrambled away from the bedchamber. Lu Shiyuan bent down and picked up the pack of spicy strips. Su Ruan sat on the sofa, both hands clutching her belly, staring at the thing in his hand with pleading eyes. Just one bite, please. Her voice was soft and sticky, thick with entreaty. Lu Shiyuan's face remained cold as he tore open the wrapper. The pungent smell of red oil and chili wafted out, all cheap flavoring and preservatives. This kind of garbage going into her stomach was absolutely unacceptable. But looking at Su Ruan's about-to-cry expression, his bottom line lowered again and again. He threw the entire pack into a basin of water beside them. The clear water instantly turned murky red. Lu Shiyuan rolled up his sleeves and washed one strip thoroughly under clean water 10 times over, until all the red oil and chili flakes were gone, leaving only a faded, colorless wheat gluten stick. He held it out to Su Ruan's lips. Only this one. Su Ruan took a bite. It was utterly tasteless. But seeing the man suppressing his volatile temper, doting on her with such careful attention, she felt a warm sweetness in her heart. 5 months later, Su Ruan's belly was now clearly prominent. Sky City's defense level had been raised to an unprecedented SSS rank. Even a fly entering the Imperial Palace had to pass 3 scans. Late at night, in the bedchamber, only a dim wall lamp was lit. Lu Shiyuan lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand. His other hand rested habitually on Su Ruan's belly. The warmth of her skin traveled through his palm. Suddenly, a faint pushing sensation pressed against his hand. It was light, yet unmistakably clear. Lu Shiyuan's whole body stiffened. His steady breathing halted abruptly. Black lightning flickered uncontrollably at his fingertips, nearly scorching the sheets. He snatched his hand back, sat up straight, and stared intently at Su Ruan's belly. Su Ruan woke at his sudden movement, rubbing her eyes. What's wrong? Lu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he pointed at her swollen abdomen. On that perpetually cold, ruthless face, a rare flicker of helplessness and shock appeared. He just kicked me. He just kicked me. Lu Shiyuan pointed at Su Ruan's swollen belly. Su Ruan froze for 2 seconds. She looked down at her stomach. A small bulge rose on her belly, then quickly subsided. Su Ruan reached out and poked the spot. The baby is saying hello to you. Lu Shiyuan's fingers hovered in midair, hesitant to descend. His mind rapidly calculated the destructive level of the force he had just felt. This thing was only 5 months old, yet its strength already surpassed that of an ordinary adult. In a few more months, would it be strong enough to kick her internal organs to pieces? Should he have the medical department cut it out now and place it in a culture pod? No, the old merman had said that leaving the mother's body would kill the little monster, and forced extraction would cause massive hemorrhage in the mother. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and tapped his knuckles on the edge of the bed. Su Ruan looked at his cold, hard profile. The novelty she had felt moments ago collapsed instantly. She pulled the blanket over her head. Soft sobbing sounds came from under the covers. Lu Shiyuan paused. He lifted the edge of the blanket and reached for her wrist. What are you crying about? Su Ruan threw off his hand forcefully and turned her back to him. You hate him. That murderous look on your face just now. Did you want to kill him? You don't love me at all. You only care about your empire. You think this pregnancy is just a burden. Su Ruan cried harder, her tears soaking a large patch of the pillow. A vein pulsed on Lu Shiyuan's temple. He pulled a thick book, Encyclopedia of Maternal and Infant Care, from the nightstand drawer. Pages flipped with a rustling sound. He stopped at the chapter, Emotional Management in the Second Trimester. A bold line read, Pregnant women influenced by hormones are prone to paranoid delusions. Partners must unconditionally comply and soothe. Lu Shiyuan tossed the book aside. He scooped her up, blanket and all, into his arms. His rough palm patted her back. Not hating. Not trying to kill him. Love you most. 3 dry, short sentences devoid of any inflection. Su Ruan peeked out from under the blanket, her nose red. Really? Lu Shiyuan pinched her chin and wiped away her tears with his thumb. Cry again, and your snack rations tomorrow will be halved. Su Ruan immediately shut her mouth and buried her face in his chest, finally calm. Lu Shiyuan held her with one arm, his gaze fixed on the parenting book. This book was harder to understand than the military's advanced tactical simulations. The 7th month of pregnancy. Su Ruan's belly was alarmingly large, her legs swollen, and she complained of exhaustion after just 2 steps. The medical department issued a strict order: she must maintain moderate daily exercise, otherwise there would be danger during childbirth. Afternoon. The central garden of the Sky City. Ruan clung desperately to a white jade pillar, pressing her whole body against it. I'm not going. I won't go even if you kill me. Lu Shiyuan stood half a meter behind her. 1,000 steps left. Ruan turned her head and glared at him accusingly. My legs are about to break. You're just torturing me. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward and pried her fingers loose. Ruan opened her mouth and bit his hand. Teeth marks sank into his flesh. Lu Shiyuan didn't even flinch, letting her bite. When you're done biting, keep walking. Ruan released her mouth, stomping her feet in anger. Qin Feng walked over with a document in hand, saw the scene, and immediately turned to face the wall. The boss's temper was getting better and better, but the boss's wife's temper was getting worse. This life was unbearable. Lu Shiyuan turned to look at Qin Feng. Go to the beast garden and bring over the black and white fatty that just arrived yesterday. Qin Feng was taken aback. Boss, that's the S-class iron-eating beast newly tribute from Shu. It has a terrible temper. Yesterday it smashed 2 mech to pieces. Lu Shiyuan flicked his fingertip and black arcs of electricity shot out. 10 minutes. Qin Feng sprinted off. 10 minutes later, a mutated giant panda the size of a tank was led over by Qin Feng with special chains. The panda exuded a violent energy fluctuation, its fangs exposed, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. Every step it took cracked the garden tiles. Qin Feng tugged at the chains, his legs trembling. If this ancestor went berserk, the entire garden wouldn't be enough for it to destroy. Lu Shiyuan walked over. He pressed one hand on the panda's head. Black lightning poured into its body through its fur. The panda convulsed violently. The violent energy fluctuations died out instantly. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, front paws covering its head, letting out a very aggrieved whimper. Lu Shiyuan turned to look at Ruan. Come here. Ruan let go of the pillar and curiously approached. She reached out and touched the panda's fluffy ears. The panda fawned, rubbing against her palm. Lu Shiyuan supported Ruan's waist, lifted her up, and firmly placed her on the panda's broad back. Crawl 10 laps around the garden. Lu Shiyuan kicked the panda's rump. The panda got on all fours and slowly crawled forward. Its back was wide and steady without any jolting. Ruan grabbed the panda's ears, giggling. This mount is so soft. Much more comfortable than Dubai. In the distance, the saber-toothed tiger Dubai, who had just been brought out for some air, lay in the grass, burying its head in its front paws, whimpering pitifully. Qin Feng stood nearby, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. That was the iron-eating beast that had torn apart an S-class zombie king. Now it had become a pregnant woman's stroller. This world was too crazy. The panda crawled 5 laps. Ruan yawned, lying on its back. Lu Shiyuan took a book from his spatial ring and walked over to the panda. He opened the book. Today, Chapter 3 on the necessity of infiltration and decapitation strikes behind enemy lines. His deep voice echoed through the garden. Ruan abruptly sat up straight. She looked down at the book in Lu Shiyuan's hand. Black cover, gold embossed characters, Imperial Advanced Tactical Simulations. What are you doing? Ruan reached for the book. Lu Shiyuan lifted his arm, avoiding her grab. Prenatal education. Ruan was speechless. Who does prenatal education with this kind of stuff? You'll turn the baby into a violent maniac. Lu Shiyuan closed the book. My child must be the strongest. From the moment of birth he'll face countless assassinations and schemes. Can reading fairy tales save his life? Ruan slapped the panda's back. I'm not listening. Change it. I want to hear Snow White. Lu Shiyuan shoved the tactical book back into his space. He pulled out another one. Superpower combat techniques and lethal weakness dissection. This one. Ruan grabbed a tuft of fur from the panda's back. The panda bared its teeth in pain, but dared not move. Lu Shiyuan. You're sleeping in the study tonight. Lu Shiyuan ignored her protest and flipped to the first page. Section 1: How to crush an enemy's cervical vertebrae in one strike. Ruan covered her ears. In her mind, a little devil with Lu Shiyuan's face was already tearing apart zombies with his bare hands in the base. Absolutely not. She had to correct this twisted education method. Ruan spread her arms. Carry me down. Lu Shiyuan dropped the book, stepped forward, and lifted her into his arms. Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother, what if the baby is a girl? Would a girl have to learn to crush cervical vertebrae too? Lu Shiyuan froze. He looked at Ruan's belly. A girl. A girl who looked like Ruan. Delicate and soft, crying at the slightest touch. In Lu Shiyuan's mind, a miniature version of Ruan appeared. If anyone dared to touch a single hair on her head, Lu Shiyuan's entire body erupted with terrifying killing intent. Whoever dares to touch her, I will exterminate their entire clan. Ruan pinched his cheeks and pulled them apart. So you see, girls should be pampered. They shouldn't learn these violent things. Lu Shiyuan was silent for a full minute. He bent down to pick up this Superpower Combat Techniques book. A black flame ignited on his fingertip. The book turned to ashes. Tell Qin Feng to gather fairy tale books tomorrow. The 9th month of pregnancy. Ruan's lethargy grew increasingly severe. She could sleep 20 hours out of 24. The old merman knelt by the bedside, withdrawing the silk cloth he had placed on Ruan's wrist. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Your Majesty, the fetus is developing too quickly. The mother's own energy can no longer sustain the consumption. If we don't supplement with high-grade energy, Her Highness will be drained dry. Lu Shiyuan stared at the unconscious Ruan. Her once plump cheeks had sunk in her skin pale to the point of translucence. He turned and walked out of the bedchamber. He kicked open the treasury door. Rows of special safes lined the walls. Lu Shiyuan ignored the A-grade and B-grade crystal cores. He walked to the deepest part. With a surge of power, he forcibly broke open the 3 most secure safes. Inside lay a dozen S-grade crystal cores emitting blinding light. This was the foundation accumulated since the founding of the Dawn Empire from slaying the strongest mutated beasts and zombie kings. Each one, if taken out, could trigger a city-level massacre of war. Lu Shiyuan swept all the S-grade crystal cores into a cloth bag. He returned to the bedchamber. He took out a fire attribute S-grade crystal core. His 5 fingers closed. The incredibly hard crystal core turned into a fine red powder in his palm. He picked up a cup of warm water, poured the powder in, and stirred evenly. Lu Shiyuan sat by the bed, propped Ruan up against his chest, and brought the cup to her lips. Drink. Ruan, half asleep, opened her mouth. The warm liquid slid down her throat. Vast fire energy exploded inside her body, quickly absorbed by the fetus. A hint of rosiness returned to Ruan's cheeks. Old Wang stood outside the bedchamber watching this scene, his heart aching. Qin Feng, the boss, is using nuclear bombs as candy. That fire crystal core, I originally applied for it to be used as the main cannon's energy source for the Sky City. Qin Feng clamped his hand over Old Wang's mouth. Shut up. If the boss's wife loses even a single hair, the boss will stuff you into the main cannon and fire you out. In the following half-month, Ruan's 3 meals a day became crystal core powder mixed with water. The dozen S-grade crystal cores were consumed completely. The fetus's movements grew increasingly violent. A fist-sized lump would occasionally bulge from Ruan's belly. Lu Shiyuan stayed awake night after night. He sat by the bed watching the belly, guarding against the monster that might tear its way out at any moment. 3 days before the due date, the Dawn Sacred City issued the highest level of silence order. All industrial production in the main city area was halted. All hover vehicles were forbidden from honking. Even the soles of the patrol soldiers' boots were fitted with thick soundproof padding. On the city walls, along the streets, outside the windows of residential buildings, red lanterns of all sizes were hung. This was a blessing custom passed down from the old world. The refugees in the slums couldn't afford lanterns, so they tied red cloth strips to sticks and stuck them in their doorways. In the square, tens of thousands of survivors gathered spontaneously. They knelt on the ground, palms together, silently praying toward the Sky City above. Not a single sound of noise. At the construction site outside the city, several hundred zombies that had regained their sanity stood in a row. They held red plastic buckets found from the ruins and placed them upside down on their heads. This was their way of offering blessings to the Divine Mother. The entire world was waiting for the arrival of this new life. Late at night, the bedchamber was extremely quiet. Lu Shiyuan leaned against the headboard, flipping through a book titled Postnatal Care Guide. Ruan lay beside him, breathing steadily. Suddenly, Ruan's body convulsed violently. She clutched the sheets beneath her with both hands. Lu Shiyuan. A faint pained whimper escaped her lips. Lu Shiyuan threw down the book and yanked the blanket aside. A large patch of water had soaked through the sheet. The water stains spread rapidly across the snow-white bedsheet. It hurts. Ruan's forehead beaded with fine sweat, her fingers digging deeply into Lu Shiyuan's wrist. Lu Shiyuan scooped her up, blankets and all. He kicked open the bedchamber door with one foot. Medical team, get over here. His roar mingled with raging thunder echoed through the entire floating palace. The heavy metal door of the premium delivery room at the end of the corridor was tightly shut. Thick metallic panels could not muffle the cries of pain coming from within. Lu Shiyuan stood outside. Black electric arcs crackled wildly around him, scorching and shattering the marble floor beneath his feet. He raised his hand, condensing a ball of lightning powerful enough to level half a city. The old merman scrambled over, clutching Lu Shiyuan's military boot. Your Majesty, you must not. Your energy is too chaotic right now. The sterile field in the delivery room won't hold. If you go in, the arcs on your body will instantly roast the little prince to charcoal. Lu Shiyuan froze. He lowered his head, staring intently at the door. If he forced his way in now, the raging lightning would surely harm Ruan and that unborn child. If he stayed outside, he had no idea what was happening inside. Both options tore at his sanity. His mind was filled with the suffering Ruan had endured over the past 9 months. Unable to eat, legs swollen, sleepless nights. And now she had to go through this searing agony. He crushed the lightning orb in his hand. The backlash energy shook him, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. He wiped away the blood and punched the load-bearing wall beside him. The half-meter-thick special steel plates dented into a large crater. The row of high-level healing-type psychics kneeling nearby trembled all over. No one dared to provoke him at this moment. Qin Feng, leading a squad of Imperial guards, stood at the periphery of the corridor. He swallowed hard as he looked at the crater in the wall. If anything goes wrong in there with the boss in this state, the Earth will have to reboot today. Lao Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Full alert, charged the main cannon of the Sky City, ready for the boss's rampage. Outside the Sky City, the once clear sky was now completely covered by thick purple thunderclouds. These clouds were not the destructive pure black of Lu Shiyuan's lightning, but a vibrant purple teeming with life. Tens of thousands of mutated birds flew in from all directions. They dared not approach the center of the thunderclouds, only circled above the dawn's sacred city, letting out a unified chorus of calls. And it wasn't just the sky. In the wilderness outside the city, tens of thousands of restored-minded zombies had spontaneously gathered at the base of the city walls. They knelt in unison, hands raised high above their heads. A synchronized low growl came from their throats. They were praying for their divine mother. All the survivors inside the city stopped their activities. Before the floor-to-ceiling window of the administrative hall, several internal affairs officials looked at the strange phenomena outside, their legs trembling. This commotion, definitely an S-rank or higher monster descending. When His Majesty awakened back, then he only blasted 3 mountaintops. This little ancestor hasn't even been born yet, and is already stirring heaven and earth. Our Dawn Empire can thrive for at least another 500 years. Zhang Jun stood on the wall of the iron fortress, his legs shaking. He stared at the oppressive thunderclouds. This world will belong to that little monster from now on. Whoever dares to scheme against this kid, Lu Shiyuan will slaughter their entire lineage. He immediately waved over his adjutant. Go to the treasury, take out that piece of supreme warm jade, have the best craftsman make a longevity lock. Send it to the Sky City immediately. Even if you have to kneel outside the palace gates for 3 days and nights, get that gift delivered. Deep within the Dragon Palace of the Sea, Song Ming sat on the throne, sensing the vast energy fluctuations transmitted through the water currents. All around, mutated sea creatures lay prostrate on the seabed, worshipping in the direction of the Sky City. Song Ming stood up. Issue the order, open the treasury, take out the 10,000-year water-repelling pearl. This is the deep sea's gift to the new master. A piercing cry came from within the delivery room. The clear wail cut through the metal door. The surging purple thunderclouds in the sky instantly froze. Then a rift split open in the center. Colorful sunlight poured down, exactly covering the entire floating palace. The circling flocks let out joyful cries, dropping the high-grade spirit cores they carried in their beaks onto the palace square. The ground was littered with spirit cores, flickering in all colors, piled into a small mountain. The metal door of the delivery room slid open. The old merman walked out carrying a golden silk swaddle. His old face wrinkled into a grin. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's a little prince with a ahem. Mother and child are. Before the word safe could leave his lips, a gust of wind swept past the old merman. Lu Shiyuan didn't spare even a glance at the swaddle. He turned into a black blur and charged straight into the delivery room. The old merman stood frozen, with the baby mouth agape, swallowing a mouthful of cold air. The kneeling, healing psychics nearby exchanged glances. This father, how could he not even take a look? Qin Feng leaned over and peeked at the little bundle in the swaddle. Tisk, this face is practically a carbon copy of the boss, and his temper won't be small either. The delivery room was thick with the smell of blood. Ruan lay on the sterile bed, her hair completely soaked with sweat plastered against her pale cheeks. She didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Lu Shiyuan knelt by the bedside. The 9-meter-tall man uncontrollably trembled in his shoulders. He gently cupped Ruan's face. His eyes were bloodshot. Ruan, he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. Ruan forced her eyes open, managing a weak smile. What are you crying for? I'm fine. Lu Shiyuan buried his face in the crook of her neck. Warm droplets fell onto Ruan's collarbone. No more. Never again. No one can change my mind. He would rather be childless than let Ruan suffer this again. If anything had gone wrong inside, he would have strangled that newborn creature with his own hands. He grabbed Ruan's hand and pressed it against his cheek, greedily feeling the warmth of her skin. After drinking half a cup of high-grade healing potion, Ruan regained some strength. She pushed Lu Shiyuan's shoulder. Where's the baby? Bring him here, let me see. Lu Shiyuan looked reluctant. Someone's taking care of him. You rest first. Ruan glared at him. If you won't go, I'll get down and get him myself. Lu Shiyuan immediately pressed her shoulder down, yielding. He stood up and walked slowly to the door. The old merman quickly handed over the swaddle. Your Majesty, you need to support the little prince's head and neck, one hand. Lu Shiyuan wasn't listening. He carried the swaddle by one edge, walked back to the bedside, his movements stiff, an expression full of disdain. Ruan hurriedly propped herself up. Gently. That's no way to hold a baby. She carefully peeled back a corner of the swaddle. Inside lay a tiny red-skinned, wrinkled little bundle. Its eyes were tightly shut, sparse baby hair stuck to its scalp. Ruan was overjoyed, gently poking the little one's cheek with her finger. So tiny. Lu Shiyuan stood beside her, letting out a snort. How ugly. A hairless monkey. This thing has tormented you for over half a year, and now it's going to steal my wife. The more he looked, the more displeased he became. He even started planning to dump the little creature on Qin Feng tomorrow. No way was this thing going to take over Ruan's bed. The moment he finished speaking, the little bundle in the swaddle suddenly opened its eyes. They were a pair of extremely pure violet black orbs. The little thing stared at Lu Shiyuan. Its tiny mouth puckered. Wah! Following the cry, a faint purple electric arc materialized out of thin air. With a sharp crack, the arc struck Lu Shiyuan right on the bridge of his proud nose. Caught off guard, a dark scorch mark instantly appeared on his nose tip. A wisp of black smoke rose from his nose. The air fell into dead silence. Lu Shiyuan touched his nose. His fingertips came away with a smear of black ash. He stared at the infant in the swaddle who was waving its tiny fists. The pressure around him plummeted. This kid could control lightning the moment he was born. His control was even more precise than that of an average high-tier esper. He would undoubtedly become a menace if left alive. Ruan sensed the danger and instantly scooped the tiny infant into her arms, shielding him fiercely against her chest. What are you doing? He's just been born. You'd strike him. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand and grabbed a sterile towel from nearby to wipe the dust from the tip of his nose. 3 routes had already formed in his mind: dispatch him to the northernmost mines, exile him to the deep-sea dragon palace, or thrust him straight into the rookie barracks. Any one of them would ensure the boy stayed far from Ruan's bed. This child entered the world with defiance in his bones. Send him to the rookie barracks for drills tomorrow. Ruan, furious, snatched the soft pillow behind her and hurled it at him. It struck Lu Shiyuan squarely on the chest before sinking soundlessly onto the carpet. He's your own son. You haven't even given him a name, and already you're scheming to cast him out. Lu Shiyuan's gaze swept over the wrinkled, crimson-skinned infant. A name? Anything will do. Call him Lu Taizhu, sturdy, easy to raise, unbreakable. Ruan choked on her breath, nearly fainting from sheer indignation. Lu Shiyuan, get out now. Qin Feng stood guard outside the door, shrinking slightly and pressing his ear against the panel. The sovereign of the entire empire couldn't even match the naming prowess of an illiterate slum dweller. Lu Shiyuan didn't leave. In fact, he boldly sat down on the edge of the bed. He extended his calloused index finger toward the baby's cheek. Ruan slapped his hand away with a sharp crack. Don't touch him. You haven't even trimmed your nails. What if you scratch him? She looked down tenderly at the little one nestled in her arms, bubbling softly. Her fingertip gently tapped his tiny nose. I'll choose his name myself. Xingxiai, Lu Xingxiai, meaning the starry river, as my dowry, a reminder of how you once proposed to me. Lu Shiyuan scoffed coldly. Too flowery. Sounds like someone who'll get beaten black and blue. Ignoring his mockery, Ruan continued playfully teasing the infant. His nickname will be Ruan, just as lovely as you. Lu Shiyuan could no longer sit still. No, Ruan belongs only to you. Why should this infant usurp your name? He'll be Ruan. That's final. It's warm, intimate, and he'll cling to me all the more. Lu Shiyuan crossed his arms, his face dark with displeasure. Silently, he plotted how to spirit the boy away in the dead of night. Far, far away. 1 month later, the Dawn Empire hosted the newborn prince's mooncradle celebration. The entire sky city shimmered with festive lanterns and crimson silk banners draped across every street. High-tier zombie laborers carried gleaming golden platters serving roasted meat to mutated beasts. Human espers and zombies stood shoulder to shoulder, drinking fiery liquor and boasting loudly. Diplomatic envoys from every nation arrived bearing rare treasures, lining up outside the floating imperial palace. The administrative hall had been hastily transformed into a banquet hall, its center dominated by a 10-meter-long solid gold table. Today marked the prince's first-month divination ceremony. Upon the table lay only formidable artifacts, no ordinary infant toys. To the left rested a custom-built miniature high-energy particle rifle, its barrel embedded with a fire-element crystal core. This weapon represented the highest echelon of military armament. One shot could level an entire mountain. At the center lay 3 S-rank mutant beast crystals, their pulsating energy warping the very air around them. To the right sat the black gold imperial seal, the ultimate symbol of supreme authority. In this apocalyptic age, only martial might and sovereign power dictated survival. Ruan wore loose, comfortable homewear as she placed the infant, dressed in a scarlet one-piece suit, upon one end of the golden table. Little Xingxiai had grown plump and fair-skinned, his violet-black eyes darting with lively curiosity. He crawled forward on all fours across the gleaming gold surface. Officials and envoys held their breath, so silent, not even a whisper dared disturb the hush. Zhang Zhun stretched his neck, fixated on the black gold seal. If the prince chose it, the empire's future iron-fisted rule would be secured beyond doubt. Xingxiai halted before the high-energy particle rifle. He raised his chubby hand and tapped the barrel, metal chiming crisp and clear. The crowd assumed he would grasp it, but instead he turned away with unmistakable disdain. He kept crawling forward. S-rank crystals glowed with seductive radiance. Xingxiai didn't glance at them. Not once, simply bypassing them entirely. He even kicked the black gold seal aside, it rolled clattering to the table's edge. He crawled all the way to the table's far end, where Lu Shiyuan stood. The man stood with one hand tucked in his pocket, the other holding a photograph of Ruan. It was taken early in her pregnancy, a photo he carried always. Xingxiai lunged forward with sudden force, clutching Lu Shiyuan's leg with both hands and pulling himself upright. He snatched the photograph from Lu Shiyuan's grip, hugged it tight, and took a loud wet bite. Saliva instantly smeared across the image. The entire hall froze. Not a single pin dropped. Qin Feng swallowed hard, breaking the silence with dry, strained words. Ah, the young prince favors beauty over sovereignty. Deeply sentimental. Just like His Majesty. Officials scrambled to wipe sweat from their brows and echo the praise. Exactly. Sentimentality is a blessing for the empire. Lu Shiyuan gazed down at his son who clutched the saliva-drenched photograph and giggled. His mind raced, strategic simulations flashing like lightning. This boy had spurned weapons and power alike, fixated solely on his mother's portrait. A born romantic, from birth. Worse yet, a romantic destined to steal his wife right from under him. Lu Shiyuan seized Xing Xiai by the scruff of his neck and lifted him aloft. This boy cannot stay. Tomorrow, he goes to the northernmost mines to dig coal. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. A father banishing his own moon-old son to coal mines. Cruelty unmatched in history. Ruan rushed forward and snatched the child back. How dare you? He's barely a month old. Xing Xiai nestled into her arms and blew a defiant bubble of spit toward Lu Shiyuan. The provocation was unmistakable. Lu Shiyuan's knuckles cracked audibly. The divination ceremony concluded. Envoys began presenting gifts. Song Ming, the Sea Dragon King of the Eastern Ocean, personally delivered an entire chest of peerless luminous pearls. Each pearl was fist-sized, radiating a gentle azure glow. Song Ming slid the chest towards Ruan. Holy Mother, these are the purest energy crystals from the abyssal deep, calming the spirit and aiding restful sleep. Lu Shiyuan stepped between Ruan and the gift. Deliver it, and return to the sea. Song Ming bowed low and retreated into the envoy ranks. Xing Xiai sat upon Ruan's lap and reached for a luminous pearl. He weighed it dismissively in his palm, then tossed it carelessly onto the floor. It rolled to Lu Shiyuan's feet. The northern base presented a rare pure white mutated snow fox cub. These priceless treasures piled into a small mountain, but Xing Xiai showed no interest. He yawned and fixed his violet-black eyes upon Lu Shiyuan's hand. Lu Shiyuan leaned back in his chair, idly conjuring a violet lightning orb between his fingertips. Its electric pulse crackled softly. Suddenly Xing Xiai thrust both hands toward the orb. Ruan flinched, but it was too late to stop him. His tiny fingers closed around the raging lightning itself. No scream, no scent of burning. In his grip the lightning softened into a docile, glowing toy. He molded it into shapes, laughing delighted. Espers watching felt their scalps prickle. A moon-old infant manipulating high-tier lightning barehanded. His talent was monstrous beyond measure. Zhang Zhun wiped cold sweat from his brow. Should this boy mature, his destructive power would rival Lu Shiyuan's, without question. And it wasn't just lightning affinity. Xing Xiai had perfectly inherited Ruan's innate biological affinity. Outside the banquet hall, a cluster of S-rank mutated beasts crowded the doorway. Dubai, the saber-toothed tiger, used his size to push to the front, humming low affectionate rumbles while his tail whipped wildly. Beside him a mutated silver wolf nudged Dubai, resentfully vying for prime position. Dubai swiped him aside with a single paw, securing his spot without challenge. Ruan approached, cradling Xing Xiai. Dubai immediately lay flat, exposing his belly in submission. She placed Xing Xiai gently upon Dubai's broad muscular back. Dubai dared not move, not a muscle, fearing even the slightest tremor might topple the precious air. Other mutated beasts watched, jealously itching to brawl for the honor of babysitting. Xing Xiai tugged Dubai's ear and yawned. He nestled into the soft tiger fur and drifted peacefully asleep. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Shiyuan walked up beside Dubai. He extended 2 fingers, gently gripping Xing Xi's plump nape. Dubai growled low. A warning rumbled deep in his throat. Lu Shiyuan shot him a frost-laced glare. Dubai instantly fell silent, burying his muzzle beneath his forepaws. At least when asleep the boy is tolerably quiet. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand. He turned towards Ruan, mouth half open to speak. When Xing Xi's tiny hand suddenly flailed in his sleep, a slender arc of violet lightning leapt from his fingertip, straight toward Lu Shiyuan's jaw. Lu Shiyuan tilted his head, dodging the purple arc of lightning. The arc grazed his jawbone and struck the white jade pillar behind him, leaving behind a scorched black mark. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The defense level of the Sky City had been raised another 3 tiers. Lu Xingxi was 3 years old now. The boy was as adorable as a porcelain doll, his delicate features a perfect replica of Ruan's exquisite beauty. His violet-black eyes darted around with a mischievous glint, appearing utterly harmless. Yet everyone in the Sky City knew that this little tyrant was a black-hearted schemer disguised as an innocent lamb. His temperament took after his father, possessive to an extreme. Especially when it came to Ruan. In the afternoon Ruan sat on a garden swing, eating a mutated strawberry. Lu Xingxi toddled over on his short little legs and wrapped his arms around Ruan's knees. "Mommy, hug me." He looked up, his violet-black eyes glistening with tears. Ruan immediately set down the strawberry and scooped the little bundle into her arms. Lu Xingxi took the opportunity to plant a kiss on Ruan's cheek, his small hands clinging tightly to her neck. In the distance Lu Shiyuan, fresh from his cabinet meeting, walked over and happened to witness the scene. The man's footsteps halted. His combat boot crushed a freshly bloomed wildflower into the lawn. This little brat, pretending to be pitiful to win sympathy again. Lu Shiyuan strode over, reached out, and grabbed Lu Xingxi by the scruff of his neck, lifting him away. "Walk on your own. Your mother is tired." Lu Xingxi clung desperately to Ruan's collar, turning his head to glare at Lu Shiyuan. "Daddy is mean. Daddy hogs mommy every single day." I'm only 3 years old. I need maternal love. The little bundle spoke with crystal clear articulation and impeccable logic. Ruan swatted Lu Shiyuan's hand away. Stop bullying him. He's just a baby. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his hand, his knuckles tapping against the swing's iron chains. This kid could crush an A-class zombie's skull with his bare hands at the age of 3, and he needed maternal love. He was clearly here to claim territory. Night fell. In the main bedchamber of the floating palace, Lu Shiyuan took a cold shower in the bathroom, suppressing the restless energy surging within him. He stepped out wrapped in a bathrobe. On the spacious waterbed, Ruan lay on her side, breathing evenly. Lu Shiyuan walked to the bedside and lifted a corner of the blanket. His movements froze abruptly. Right in the center of the bed lay a little bundle in dinosaur pajamas. Lu Shiyuan sprawled out, one chubby little leg draped over Ruan's waist, both hands clutching tightly to her arm. He was sound asleep, blowing snot bubbles. Lu Shiyuan stood by the bed, the air pressure around him plummeting. Black arcs of electricity crackled between his hair strands. Hadn't this brat been taken to the military camp for training by Qin Feng today? When did he sneak back and climbed onto his bed with pinpoint precision? Lu Shiyuan rapidly ran through his options in his mind. Wake Ruan directly. No, she'd been drowsy lately, and waking her would trigger her temper. Electrocute the brat unconscious. No, the fluctuation of lightning energy would trigger the entire palace's alarm system. Only physical removal would work. Lu Shiyuan bent down. His rough thumb and index finger pinched the back of Lu Shiyuan's pajama collar. His arm flexed with force, and he lifted the little bundle straight off the bed. Lu Shiyuan kicked his legs in midair, his violet-black eyes half opening. Seeing it was Lu Shiyuan, the little bundle's mouth puckered, ready to wail. Lu Shiyuan moved with lightning speed, clamping his hand over the boy's mouth. Make a sound, and tomorrow I'll throw you into a zombie horde to toughen you up. The words were ground out between clenched teeth and naked threat. Lu Shiyuan blinked, falling silent. Lu Shiyuan carried his son with one hand, turned, and walked out of the bedchamber. Through the corridor he arrived at the children's room next door. This room was specially constructed with S-class defensive materials resistant to false shocks and lightning strikes. Lu Shiyuan walked in and tossed the little bundle onto the thick carpet. Lu Shiyuan rolled once on the floor and sat up. Lu Shiyuan retreated outside the door and immediately activated the highest level electronic lock. Multiple layers of metal panels snapped shut with a decisive clang. Sleep by yourself tonight. Try to run out again and I'll break your legs. Through the door panels, Lu Shiyuan left a warning behind. Then he turned and walked away. The bedchamber fell silent again. Lu Shiyuan walked back to the bed, shed his bathrobe, lifted the blanket, and climbed in. He reached out a long arm and pulled Ruan into his embrace. Ruan turned over, instinctively nuzzling into his chest. Where's the baby? She murmured drowsily. Lu Shiyuan wrapped one arm around her waist, pressing her closer. He's grown up. He needs to be independent. He lowered his head, his thin lips brushing against Ruan's neck. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver through her. Finally, peace and quiet. For the past 6 months, that little brat had been causing trouble every single night. It had been far too long since he'd had proper time alone with his wife. Lu Shiyuan's fingers traced down Ruan's spine. Ruan let out a soft moan, offering no resistance. Just as Lu Shiyuan was about to make his next move, a deafening explosion thundered from the next room. Boom. The entire floating palace shook. Blinding purple light pierced through the walls. Alarms blared wildly. Red lights flashed through the corridor. Lu Shiyuan froze mid-motion. He sat bolt upright, whipping his head toward the direction of the wall. The door to the children's room, built with S-class defensive materials, had been blasted wide open. The thick metal door panel was twisted and deformed, flying over 10 meters to slam into the corridor's load-bearing pillar. Ruan was jolted awake by the explosion. She sat up abruptly, clutching the blanket. What's happening? An enemy attack. Lu Shiyuan's face was black as thunder, but he said nothing. The bedchamber door was pushed open from outside. A small figure stood at the threshold. Lu Shiyuan, still in his dinosaur pajamas, clutched a little pillow to his chest. He stood barefoot on the carpet. His hair was tousled and wild from the electrical blast, his eyes rimmed with red. Big fat tears rolled down his cheeks in steady streams. Mommy! The little bundle wailed at the top of his lungs. He scurried over on his short legs and threw himself at the bedside. Daddy is abusing a child. He threw me out. He locked me in a dark room. I'm so scared of the dark. Lu Shiyuan sobbed as he climbed onto the bed, hand over foot burrowing into Ruan's arms. His violet-black eyes were filled with grievance. Ruan was now fully awake. Seeing her son crying so hard, he was hiccuping in her arms. Her heart ached unbearably. She reached out and stroked Lu Shiyuan's head. Then she looked at Lu Shiyuan, who stood by the bed, his face steeped in gloom. You threw him out. Ruan's voice rose. Lu Shiyuan stood rooted to the spot, his knuckles cracking audibly. The energy fluctuation from that brat's door-blasting move earlier had reached at least A-class peak level. Afraid of the dark. He rode mutated iron-eating pandas like horses, and he was afraid of the dark. This was clearly a sob story. He's 3 years old. Time for him to sleep alone. Lu Shiyuan stated the facts. Ruan glared at him, her chest heaving violently. He's only 3. He's still a baby. You locked him in a room all by himself. Ruan grabbed the soft pillow behind her and hurled it directly at Lu Shiyuan. The pillow hit him square in the chest, and dropped onto the carpet. Get out. You're sleeping in the study tonight. Ruan issued the eviction order. She pulled Lu Shiyuan close, dragged the blanket over both of them, and turned her back to Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan stood by the bed, his mental strategy simulation hitting a dead end. Forcefully throw the brat out again. Ruan would definitely fight him to the death. Stay and sleep together. He'd definitely get so furious with this brat that his hormones would go haywire. The ruler of the Dawn Empire. The living Grim Reaper who had annihilated entire cities with ruthless decisiveness, now stood helpless at his own wife's bedside. Lu Shiyuan bent down and picked up the pillow from the carpet. Carrying it in one hand, he turned and walked toward the door. His back radiated an indescribable desolation. Qin Feng arrived at the corridor with a squad of Imperial guards just in time. Seeing the blasted children's room door, and then seeing his boss emerge from the bedchamber, carrying a pillow. Qin Feng swallowed hard. Boss. This. Lu Shiyuan shot him an icy glare. Scram. Qin Feng immediately retreated with his men. Lu Shiyuan walked to the doorway. His footsteps paused. He turned his head, looking back at the direction of the bed. Ruan was facing away from him, patting Lu Shiyuan's back to lull him to sleep. Lu Shiyuan poked half his head out from under the blanket. The little bundle looked at Lu Shiyuan, standing in the doorway. The tears on his face had already dried. He extended two chubby fingers and pulled at his own cheeks. Then he made an extremely provocative face at Lu Shiyuan. His violet-black eyes sparkled with the light of victory. His little mouth moved soundlessly. Reading his lips, it was clearly two words: serves you right. Lu Shiyuan flicked a black arc of electricity from his fingertip. It struck the door frame, leaving a scorch mark. This brat. One of these days he was going to send him to the far northern mines to dig coal. Lu Shiyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, a half-unlit cigarette pinched between his fingers. Last night his own son had blown open the bedroom door, then Ruan had banished him from the chamber. This grievance had cycled through his mind hundreds of times. Morning sunlight poured through the glass, striking the desk like liquid gold. Lu Shiyuan pushed open the grand door of the imperial bedchamber. Ruan stood before the full-length mirror, slipping into a butter-yellow fitted dress. She fastened the pearl button at her collar, her gaze still fixed on the reflection as she spoke, without turning. You're awake. Good. I'm heading to the ruins of the oasis base with Qin Feng today. I won't be back for lunch. Lu Shiyuan stepped behind her, his broad palm settling firmly against her waist as he drew her gently backward into his embrace. That site hasn't been fully decontaminated. The mutated earthworms burrow 3 meters deep. It's unsafe. Ruan brushed his hand away and turned, pressing a quick soft kiss to his jawline. Qin Feng brought 2 squads of S-class espers, and Songming personally dispatched aquatic guardians. What could possibly go wrong? She gestured toward Lu Shiyuan, still sprawled across the vast bed in a dinosaur-patterned pajama set. Shiyuan isn't reporting to the barracks today. You're on duty. I'm leaving now. Ruan snatched up her small leather purse and vanished down the corridor, her stiletto heels clicking into silence. Lu Shiyuan remained motionless, his eyes lingering on the small figure curled amid the sheets. Lu Shiyuan rolled onto his side, the little tail of his dino pajamas bobbing upward as he murmured sleepily about strawberries. Lu Shiyuan approached, gripped the nape of his son's neck, and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Get up. It's time to go to work. Lu Shiyuan dangled midair, kicking his stubby legs once, his violet-black irises slowly sharpening into focus. He stared at his father's frostbitten expression, his lower lip trembling. Where's Mama? She's gone out. Today you answer to me. Lu Shiyuan dropped him into the washroom and tossed a towel onto the counter. 30 minutes later he strode into the administrative tower, black military uniform immaculate, each heavy boot step echoing like iron on cold metal flooring. His right hand held aloft a tiny figure clad in striped overalls. The elevator doors slid open. Silence crashed over the top-floor offices like a physical weight. A cluster of female espers from the secretariat froze mid-motion, documents scattering from their hands. They gaped at their commander, the man who slaughtered monsters without blinking, now cradling a cherubic little prince like a sack of grain. Lu Shiyuan entered his office and closed the door with a quiet, decisive click. He placed Lu Shiyuan squarely atop the massive oak desk. Sit there. Don't move. If you run, I'll feed you to the abyssal leviathans. Lu Shiyuan perched on the desk's edge, swinging his legs idly. He watched his father open the first official dossier and begin reviewing it with stern concentration. Only the whisper of ink gliding across parchment disturbed the hush. Lu Shiyuan fished a plump mutated sweet potato from his pocket, the one he'd pilfered from the kitchen that morning. He studied it for a long moment before a flicker of violet electricity danced across his fingertips. Snap! A delicate arc struck the tuber. With meticulous control he channeled energy to roast it, its rich caramelized aroma gradually blooming in the austere air. Lu Shiyuan paused mid-sentence over a migration report from the southern base. His nostrils flared. His gaze lifted, locking onto the charred tuber cradled in his son's small hands. Its surface was blackened, a thin tendril of smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. Lu Shiyuan reached to peel it, jolted by searing heat, and dropped it onto the floor with a startled yelp. That carpet, woven from rare mutated wool, had been replaced just last week, costing thousands of high-tier crystal cores. The scalding tuber landed squarely upon it, burning a ragged obsidian black crater. Lu Shiyuan slammed his pen onto the desk. Lu Shingxi, what are you doing? Lu Shingxi stared at the smoldering hole, then up at his father's storm-darkened face. He shoved a finger into his mouth, eyes instantly flooding with tears, great shimmering drops trembling on his lashes. It's hot. Daddy, it hurts. A vein pulsed violently at Lu Shiyuan's temple. His tactical mind flashed in urgent warning. Anger now would summon Su Ruan's transoceanic call within minutes. He pressed the intercom. Send in burn ointment and a mop. When the secretary entered, she found the young prince squatting beside the ruined carpet, while the commander stood rigid, jaw clenched, aura crackling with suppressed fury. She deposited the ointment and fled without a word. Lu Shiyuan dabbed the salve onto his son's fingertip with cotton swabs. Try fireplay in my office again, and you'll sleep in Bai's kennel. Lu Shingxi nodded obediently. Then when his father looked away, smeared the ointment across his sleeve. At 10 o'clock sharp, the Imperial High Command convened. Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the long table. Lu Shingxi nestled on his lap. Ministers from both military and political affairs filled the opposing benches. The finance minister, a silver-haired academic turned bureaucrat, held forth with animated gestures reciting quarterly crystal core revenue and expenditure figures. Lu Shingxi grew restless, slid off his father's knees, and began circling the table. He stopped directly behind the finance minister. The minister, a dignified man of 50-some years, wore a formal black top hat, a relic of pre-collapse decorum fiercely guarded as a symbol of scholarly dignity. Lu Shingxi tilted his head, studying the hat. Then, without warning, he sprang upward, tiny hands seizing the brim with uncanny precision and yanking hard. Just as the minister uttered surplus, his scalp went abruptly cool. The hat soared skyward, spinning gracefully before landing perfectly at Lu Shingxi's feet. The minister froze, bald crown gleaming under the lights. A wave of stifled laughter rippled across the table, the shoulders shook uncontrollably. Lu Shingxi kicked the hat like a football, sending it arcing toward the supply minister. He lunged to catch it, but it skimmed past his nose, crashing into the wall-mounted display screen with a sharp ping. Lu Shiyuan leaned back, knuckles rapping once twice against the armrest. Continue. Ignore him. The minister flushed crimson, patted his bare scalp awkwardly, and resumed reading with forced composure. When Lu Shingxi tired, he scrambled back onto his father's lap, tugging at the tactical belt as if trying to hoist himself up like a climbing vine. Midway through the most critical agenda item, border defense deployment, he suddenly stilled. His cheeks flushed deep red. He tugged urgently at Lu Shiyuan's collar. Daddy, I need to pee. Lu Shiyuan kept his eyes locked on the holographic map coordinates, voice unwavering. Hold it. 10 minutes left. Lu Shingxi squirmed, voice rising in pitch. I can't hold it. Lu Shiyuan ignored him, issuing crisp orders to his generals. 1st Legion advances 50 clicks east. Establish radar outpost. His command cut off mid-sentence as warmth spread across his thigh. Heat bloomed rapidly, soaking through fabric, clinging damply to skin. Lu Shiyuan glanced down. A dark spreading stain marred his black trousers. Droplets fell with soft, humiliating plops onto the polished floor. Absolute silence descended. The reporting general's mouth hung open, words strangled midair. Every eye in the room fixated, not on the commander, but on the telltale wetness at his groin. Lu Shingxi gazed up wide-eyed and utterly guileless, fingers still clutching his father's insignia. I told you, I couldn't hold it. Lu Shiyuan's temples throbbed, violent black arcs spat from his fingertips. For one lethal second, he envisioned hurling the boy from Sky City's highest spire. But then, Su Ruan's parting glance flashed in his mind, one hair out of place, and your bedchamber door stays locked forever. Lu Shiyuan inhaled sharply and rose. Adjourned. He seized Lu Shingxi and strode out, the muffled roar of ministerial laughter chasing him down the hall. The young prince's affinity, dual cultivation of aquatic and thunder arts. Has the commander ever looked so undone? Back in the bedchamber, Lu Shiyuan marched straight into the bathroom. He stripped off the ruined uniform trousers and dropped Lu Shingxi into the cavernous marble bathtub. He cranked the faucet wide open. Warm water cascaded in thunderous torrents. Grabbing a towel, he scrubbed roughly at his son's face. Did you do this on purpose? Lu Shingxi sat splashing in the water, squirting streams from a yellow rubber duck aimed squarely at his father's face. Mama says holding pee makes kids sick. Lu Shiyuan stared at his reflection, shirt-soaked water droplets clinging to his jawline. He crouched beside the tub, fingertip tapping his son's forehead. Let's strike a deal. Lu Shingxi cocked his head. What deal? What happened today, in the office and the meeting room, stays between us. Lu Shiyuan held his son's gaze. In exchange, I won't tell your mother about the carpet incident. Lu Shingxi blinked slowly, violet black eyes glinting with sudden sly intelligence. Then I add one condition. Name it. Tonight I sleep with Mama. You go back to the study. Lu Shiyuan crushed the towel in his fist until fibers snapped. A cold laugh escaped him. Black lightning skittering across the water's surface, sending the rubber ducks spinning wildly. Lu Shingxi, don't push your luck. Lu Shingxi merely patted the water unfazed. Then I'll tell Mama right now that you scolded me, refused to let me pee, and made me wet myself. Lu Shiyuan stared down at this 3-year-old strategist, barely taller than his thigh. He'd slain legions of zombie sovereigns on battlefields who outmaneuvered ancient political foxes in shadow wars. And yet, This diminutive, unblinking child held him utterly captive. Agreed. The words tasted like iron filings. That evening Ruan returned to the palace carrying a wicker basket brimming with fresh, mutated wild greens. She entered to find Lu Shiyuan seated quietly on the sofa absorbed in a picture book. Lu Shiyuan, wearing clean soft loungewear, sat beside him calmly peeling an apple. How was your day? Was Shiyuan well behaved? Ruan set down the basket and ran her fingers tenderly through her son's hair. Lu Shiyuan lifted his face, all radiant sunlit innocence. Daddy was so kind. He took me to meetings and gave me a bath. He glanced sideways at Lu Shiyuan, eyes glinting with quiet, unmistakable triumph. Right, Papa. Lu Shiyuan sliced the apple neatly into cubes and handed them to Ruan, his voice tight strained as if carved from ice. Yes, he behaved exceptionally well. Ruan oblivious kissed his cheek warmly. You've earned tonight's reward. No sleeping in the study. Lu Shiyuan's eyes lit with hope, just as Lu Shiyuan vaulted off the sofa and wedged himself firmly between them. Mama, my teacher told a scary story at school today. I want to sleep with you tonight. Ruan's heart melted completely. She swept him up into her arms. Of course, my little softy. Tonight you sleep with Mama. She turned to Lu Shiyuan. Since Shiyuan is frightened, you'll return to the study. Lu Shiyuan stood frozen, still gripping the fruit knife. He watched Lu Shiyuan nestle into Ruan's shoulder and flash him a tiny triumphant V sign. Lu Shiyuan's fingers trembled, shattering the blade into glittering shards. This life was utterly untenable. Lu Shiyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, a fractured shard of fruit knife pinched between his fingertips. Outside, clouds hung suspended 10,000 meters above the earth, their metallic hulls gleaming coldly in the sun. He turned. A holographic projection hovered above his desk, streaming real-time footage from the imperial bedchamber. Ruan lay on her side upon the bed, while Lu Shiyuan, the boy, clung to her waist like an octopus. Lu Shiyuan fixed his gaze on the screen, a tiny plump hand resting gently over Ruan's abdomen. In his mind, the strategic simulation had already run hundreds of iterations. Rushing in now to drag the boy out and lock him in solitary confinement would cost him at least 3 months' banishment from her chambers. Yet leaving him there would irreversibly demote his standing within the household. Out of the top 3 forever. Lu Shiyuan switched off the projection, pulled open a drawer, and downed a vial of specially formulated nutrient solution. Bitterness exploded across his tongue. Inside the bedchamber, Ruan slowly opened her eyes. A faint itch brushed her nape. She glanced down to find Lu Shiyuan tugging playfully at a strand of her hair. The little one beamed the moment he saw her awake. Good morning, Mama. Then he leaned in and planted a wet, smacking kiss on her cheek. Ruan ruffled his hair and sat up, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window. Shiyuan, do you find this palace stifling? He tilted his head and pointed upward. Yes. Every day is just watching Uncle Chin Feng drill, or staring at Papa's sour face. Ruan swept aside the quilt and placed her bare ankle upon the thick woolen carpet. Then today we'll go somewhere delightful. Lu Shiyuan's eyes lit up, his violet-black irises shimmering with pure excitement. Are we going to blow up coal in the northern mines? Ruan tapped his forehead lightly. Blow up coal? No, we're heading downtown for a stroll. Mother and son bustled about the dressing chamber. Ruan unearthed a pre-apocalyptic utility jumpsuit and tucked all her long hair beneath a black baseball cap. She also selected oversized sunglasses that concealed half her face. Lu Shiyuan was bundled into an oversized hoodie, its hood drawn low, hiding his conspicuously dark hair. Ruan slung a worn canvas satchel over her shoulder. Stay close behind me, and no spontaneous discharges. Understood. Lu Shiyuan puffed out his chest proudly. Don't worry, Mama. I'm just an ordinary child today. They descended via the freight elevator behind the imperial suite, a passage reserved for fresh produce deliveries lightly guarded. Ruan timed her movements to the surveillance camera's rotation, then slipped with Lu Shiyuan beneath the chassis of a recently unloaded cargo truck. Meanwhile, atop the administrative tower, Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the conference table listening to department heads' reports. Chin Feng leaned in closed voice hushed. Boss, the madam and the young prince have slipped away. They took the freight corridor. Lu Shiyuan's pen stilled midair. He summoned the security feed on his wrist terminal, a small woman in a cap, dragging a short round figure clumsily ducking beneath a truck's undercarriage. Chin Feng wiped sweat from his brow. Shall we intercept them? Downtown has just undergone a major purge. The security situation remains unstable. Lu Shiyuan stared at the screen, at Ruan's slender, luminous ankle exposed beneath her trousers. His mind instantly calculated the danger index of downtown. The remnants hiding in shadowed corners were to him less than ants. Yet Ruan was still too green. No interception. Deactivate all motion sensors along the freight corridor. Lu Shiyuan rose, snatching his black trench coat from the chair back. You'll preside over this meeting. Anyone who dares contact me now gets reassigned to scrub toilets. He strode out, long legs devouring the corridor. Downtown bore no resemblance to the celestial serenity of Sky City. The air hung thick with the acrid tang of cheap machine oil and the charred aroma of grilled meat. Stalls crowded both sides of the street, their vendors' cries rising and falling like waves. Ruan walked hand in hand with Lu Shiyuan through the throng. This cacophony reawakened her, every fiber of her body coming alive. Mama, what's that? Lu Shiyuan pointed toward a crimson orb displayed on a vendor's stall. That's candied hawthorn. Never tasted it, have you? Ruan withdrew a low-tier crystal core and handed it to the merchant. The vendor, a burly man with a face like scarred granite, immediately transformed his scowl into a broad grin. He peeled back the wrapper and passed the skewer to Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan took a bite. The sharp sweet burst bloomed on his tongue. Mama, this tastes infinitely better than crystal core powder. Ruan led him weaving through narrow alleys. In one hand she held a skewer of roasted mutated wild boar, in the other a sack of synthetic soda. Lu Shiyuan ate with abandon, grease glistening on his lips, while his overalls pockets bulged with bizarre trinkets. They passed a roadside stall strewn with rusted metal parts. Ruan crouched, sifting through the debris for components suitable as a gift for Lu Shiyuan. From the alley's depths emerged several men clad in ragged leather jackets. Their leader bore a centipede-shaped scar across his right cheek and swung a spiked iron club. He halted, his gaze locking onto Ruan's silhouette. Though draped in loose workwear, her impossibly slender waist and radiant nape stood out starkly against the city's drab ashen palette. Well, where'd such a pretty little thing come from? Never seen you around. The scarred man spat out a blade of grass and closed in with his crew. The stall owner seized his wares and vanished without a backward glance. Ruan rose, pulling Lu Shiyuan protectively behind her. She lowered her cap brim and spoke, voice level and calm. Step aside. The scarred man roared with laughter, slapping his club against his palm. Feisty, aren't you? Raising a child alone must be exhausting. Why not join us for a drink? His cronies jeered lewd taunts echoing off the alley walls. Ruan's hand drifted toward the emergency alarm in her pocket, when Lu Shiyuan suddenly darted from behind her. Barely taller than the thug's thigh, he stood ramrod straight. Still clutching his half-eaten candied hawthorn, his violet-black eyes radiated icy resolve. Don't you dare hurt my mama. Get lost. His childish voice froze the thugs for a heartbeat, then ignited raucous, mocking laughter. The scarred man bent low, reaching to pinch Lu Shiyuan's cheek. Brat, have you even been weaned? Trying to play hero now? Lu Shiyuan didn't flinch. His gaze remained locked on that grimy, outstretched hand. A memory surfaced. The words Lu Shiyuan had spoken last night. A Lu man who lets his woman suffer humiliation deserves only death. Lu Shiyuan's smile vanished. A faint ozone scent prickled the air. Before Ruan could trigger her alarm, the atmosphere trembled, not with sound, but with suppressed power. He raised his right hand. No visible current sparked, but his entire palm shimmered with a deep, pulsating violet luminescence. Who said I wasn't weaned? Lu Shiyuan stepped forward. A nameless pressure pressed down, so strong the scarred man's knees began to quake uncontrollably. Yet seeing the boy, barely a meter tall, he dismissed it as illusion. I said you. His words died mid-breath. Lu Shiyuan's small palm struck the thug's knee. Boom. Violet lightning erupted from the point of contact, brutal, instantaneous. The scarred man flew backward like a cannonball, hurtling over 15 meters before slamming into a dumpster at the alley's end. Its metal shell crumpled inward with a deafening groan. His hair stood on end, smoke curling from his scorched clothes. No cry escaped his lips before he collapsed unconscious. His gang froze stunned into silence. They stared first at their fallen leader, then at the cherubic boy before them. And an esper. Run. They whirled to flee, but Lu Shiyuan scoffed, flicking his fingers. Thin arcs of electricity lashed out like hunting serpents, striking each thug precisely at the ankle. A chorus of shrieks tore through the alley. One by one they crumpled, bodies convulsing violently upon the cracked asphalt. Lu Shiyuan brushed sugar crystal crumbs from his palms and turned to Ruan. Mama, did I do well? Ruan surveyed the blackened, smoking figures sprawled across the ground and met her son's eager, praise-seeking expression. Just as she opened her mouth, steady footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Lu Shiyuan emerged from the shadows clad in his long black trench coat. In his hand rested a freshly purchased strawberry cake, the brand Ruan favored most. He approached Lu Shiyuan and looked down upon the boy who'd just claimed victory. Lu Shiyuan shrank, slightly bracing for reprimand. Instead, Lu Shiyuan extended his large calloused hand and vigorously ruffled the boy's unruly black hair. Control was precise. You didn't atomize him. Saved us cleaning fees. His voice was low yet carried an uncommon warmth. Lu Shiyuan froze. This was the first time his father had ever praised him. Lu Shiyuan bent, lifted him effortlessly, and settled him upon his broad shoulders. He turned to Ruan and reached out, taking the worn canvas satchel from her hand. Well done. You've begun to embody the Lu name. His gaze lingered on the faint flush blooming at Ruan's earlobe, the anger kindled by her escape, now dissolving like mist. Ruan lowered her eyes, a quiet guilt shimmering in her expression. How did you find us? Lu Shiyuan offered no reply, only extended the strawberry cake toward her. Lu Shiyuan handed over the strawberry cake, his fingertips firmly supporting the base of the cardboard box. The scarred man lying beside the trash can finally caught his breath. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze colliding with the dark pattern on the chest of the black trench coat. It was the double-winged falcon emblem of the Dawn Empire, shimmering with fine golden threads in the dim alley. Throughout the entire Empire's military uniform, only one man's coat bore such insignia. The scarred man, already convulsing from the lightning strike, trembled even more violently now. A foul stench spread through the air. He collapsed onto the ground, his pants soaked through, broken sounds squeezed from his throat. Your Majesty. The remaining thugs, upon hearing those two words, froze, as if hit by a pause button. Ignoring the charred pain on their ankles, they desperately turned over and knelt, their foreheads thudding heavily against the blue stone slabs. Mercy, Your Majesty, mercy. We were blind. We deserve death. The alley echoed with pleas for mercy, mingling with the distant clamor of the lower city, creating an absurd contrast. Lu Shiyuan did not spare a glance at those wretches. He patted Lu Shingxi's bottom, steadying the little one on his shoulder. Qin Feng. Lu Shiyuan called out into the empty alley entrance. Several figures emerged from the shadows, led by Qin Feng, who was drenched in sweat and still holding a walkie-talkie. Boss here. Lu Shiyuan pointed at the pile of trash on the ground. Take them away. Send them to the construction site south of the city. They're not to be released until that 2-kilometer wall is finished. Lock their abilities. Don't let them die too quickly. Qin Feng scanned the thugs on the ground, silently offering a prayer for them. Working on the southern wall was a job for heavy criminals, soaking in mutated mud for 12 hours a day. Understood, dragging them away now. Qin Feng waved his hand, and several elite soldiers stepped forward, dragging the thugs out of the alley like dead dogs. The alley returned to silence. Lu Shiyuan took Su Ruan's hand, gently stroking her palm with his thumb. Let's go. I'll take you to someplace with lively atmosphere. The family of three strolled along the streets of the lower city. Lu Shiyuan carried the cake box in one hand and held Su Ruan's hand in the other. Lu Shingxi sat on his father's shoulders, gripping his short hair, enjoying an unprecedented view. Dad, you were scarier than Big White just now. Lu Shingxi looked down at Lu Shiyuan's profile, his violet-black eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Shiyuan walked steadily, his shoulders perfectly still. Scary. Lu Shingxi nodded vigorously. Those bad guys couldn't even use their powers when they saw you. Teach me. Lu Shiyuan tugged at Lu Shingxi's pants leg. Want to learn that kind of pressure? Yes. Lu Shingxi's crisp voice drew the attention of many passersby. Lu Shiyuan sidestepped a cart loaded with scrap parts. Starting tomorrow, get up an hour earlier. First, go to the back mountain and practice horse stance for 2 hours. Lu Shingxi's little face immediately fell. Horse stance? That's an old-fashioned thing. I want to learn a move that electrocutes people instantly. Lu Shiyuan let out a light scoff. Without a stable base, the lightning you release will only knock you over first. If you can't master the horse stance, don't expect me to take you out anymore. Lu Shingxi fell silent, tugging at Lu Shiyuan's ear as he mentally calculated the suffering of practicing horse stance. Su Ruan listened to the father-son exchange, unable to suppress her smile. She shook Lu Shiyuan's hand. Don't treat him with your military discipline. He's only 3. Lu Shiyuan tightened his grip, applying just the right amount of pressure. 3 is already late. When I was 3, I was already fighting mutant rats for food in the wilderness. Su Ruan sighed and said no more. At the street corner, a wonton stall emitted white steam. The vendor, an elderly man past 60, had an apron covered in flour as he skillfully sprinkled scallions into the pot. Such stalls were common in the lower city. A few pieces of broken crystal cores could buy a large bowl. Lu Shiyuan led the two over and chose a seat by the edge. Lu Shingxi slid down from his father's shoulders and landed steadily on the bench. The old man approached with a tray, and upon seeing Lu Shiyuan's immaculate military uniform, his hand trembled. What would you like? Lu Shiyuan glanced at the broth in the pot, confirming no traces of mutant creatures. 3 bowls of wontons, extra dried shrimp, no chili. The old man acknowledged and scurried back to the stove. Su Ruan opened the strawberry cake box and pushed it to the center of the table. Eat quickly before the cream melts. Lu Shingxi grabbed a small plastic fork, first feeding Su Ruan the largest strawberry. Mom worked hard, mommy eats first. Su Ruan bit into the strawberry, the sweet taste spreading in her mouth. Lu Shiyuan watched the mother and son, his fingertips tapping lightly on the wooden table. In his mind, he conducted a tactical analysis. If assassins were to encircle from 3 directions, now he could deploy a lightning shield within 0.5 seconds. The cover on the left was too thin and needed reinforcement. A few unstable ability fluctuations in the crowd on the right required close monitoring. He habitually treated everything around him as a potential battlefield. Until a steaming bowl of wontons was placed before him. Stop staring, eat quickly, the wrappers will get soggy. Su Ruan grabbed a pair of disposable wooden chopsticks and pressed them into his hand. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the floating scallions in the bowl. It had been many years since he had tasted such common food. He picked up a wonton, blew on it gently, and put it into his mouth. The thin wrapper and generous filling, the savory pork mingled with scallion aroma, though not as refined as the palace chef's, possessed an indescribable warmth. Lu Shingxi ate with his face flushed, his small spoon constantly fishing in the bowl. Dad, this is 100 times better than nutrient fluid. This was the best meal Lu Shingxi had ever had. No tedious etiquette, no hypocritical praise from ministers. Only steaming hot soup and the parents sitting beside him. The setting sun hung obliquely at the edge of the city ruins. Orange-red light pierced through the dust in the atmosphere, gilding the broken walls of the lower city with a golden edge. Lu Shiyuan finished the last sip of soup and set down his chopsticks. He noticed a change in the surrounding atmosphere. Pedestrians who had been hurrying began to slow their steps. Many people stopped in the distance pointing at this humble stall. Is that Commander Lu? The one in the hat must be Goddess Ruan, right? Oh my god, I actually saw the living war god at a wonton stall. A few bold young people pulled out broken communicators and secretly took photos. Lu Shiyuan's muscles instantly tensed, his eyes sweeping toward those flickering screens. His first instinct was information leakage, possibly attracting a long-range sniper. Ruan sensed his shift and placed her hand over his. Don't be nervous, they're just curious. Ruan turned her head generously and waved at a few girls watching from afar. Those girls shrieked, their faces flushed with excitement. Lu Shiyuan watched Ruan smile, and his tense shoulders gradually relaxed. He did not disperse the crowd nor release that suffocating aura. He simply sat there quietly, allowing the ordinary survivors to observe. At this moment, he was no longer the lofty ruler of the empire, nor the fearsome mad war god. He was just an ordinary man accompanying his wife and son on a stroll. The next morning, outside the main gate of the First Academy of Supernatural Abilities of the Dawn Empire, Lu Shiyuan tugged at the blue and white school uniform tie, loosening his collar. Lu Shiyuan stood beside him, his black military boots planted on the bluestone pavement. The man kept one hand in his pocket, his gaze fixed on his son's face, which was brimming with impatience. Ruan crouched on the ground, stuffing a third high-level healing potion into Lu Shiyuan's custom-made school bag. Lu Shiyuan reached out, pinched the bottleneck of the potion with 2 fingers, pulled it out, and tossed it to Qin Feng beside him. Why are you taking this trash to kindergarten? Lu Shiyuan said, his voice tinged with impatience. Ruan looked up and glared at him. What if someone bullies him? This school is full of superpowered children, they don't know their own strength. Lu Shiyuan let out a sneer. They should be grateful if he doesn't bully them. Lu Shiyuan bent down, his rough index finger pressing against Lu Shiyuan's forehead. Remember, once you're inside, your name is Lu Shiyuan. The ability registration form says you have a beginner-level water element. No lightning. Don't mention who your mother is. If you dare expose your identity, I'll break your legs. Lu Shiyuan slapped Lu Shiyuan's hand away and rolled his eyes. I know. What if someone hits me? Hit back. Just don't kill them. Clean up the mess. Lu Shiyuan straightened up and adjusted his black leather gloves. Ruan angrily kicked Lu Shiyuan in the shin. What kind of nonsense are you teaching him? Lu Shiyuan with his backpack on walked through the school gate on his little legs. Noon. The back mountain activity area of the academy. Sunlight pierced through the broad leaves of the mutated banyan trees, casting dappled shadows on the lawn. Lu Shiyuan sat cross-legged on the grass, opening a pink insulated lunchbox. The box was filled with S-class mutated snowflake steak cut into small cubes. This was roasted by the palace chef at 3 in the morning. The aroma of meat instantly filled the air. Lu Shiyuan picked up a custom-made silver fork, speared a piece of beef, and popped it into his mouth. The nearby bushes rustled. 4 burly senior students walked over. The leading boy was named Wang Hu, a full head taller than Lu Shiyuan and weighing over 80 jin. Wang Hu's father was a minor supervisor in the logistics department who had made a bit of money by reselling supplies. Wang Hu had always been a bully in the academy. Wang Hu stopped in front of Lu Shiyuan, his eyes locked onto the pink lunchbox. He swallowed his saliva. Hey new kid, hand over the meat. This grass patch is under my management. Wang Hu extended his chubby hand, reaching directly for the edge of the lunchbox. Lu Shiyuan didn't look up. He twisted his wrist, and the tip of the silver fork precisely stabbed into the back of Wang Hu's hand. It didn't break the skin, but the force was immense. Wang Hu yelled in pain and yanked his hand back. A red mark had appeared on the back of his hand. How dare you hit me? Wang Hu was enraged. A faint yellow light glowed beneath his feet. A stone the size of a fist rose from the grass and hovered in midair. This was a beginner-level earth element ability. The 3 lackeys immediately gathered around, blocking Lu Shiyuan's escape route. Today I'm not just taking your meat, you're going to kneel and call me big brother. Wang Hu waved his hand, and the stone flew toward Lu Shiyuan's shoulder. Lu Shiyuan put down the fork. He didn't dodge the stone. He pressed his 2 chubby fingers together and brought them to his lips. His cheeks puffed up. Swoosh! An extremely sharp whistle echoed through the back mountain. The sound waves penetrated the woods and traveled deeper into the quarantine zone. The hovering stone, still half a meter from Lu Shiyuan's shoulder, suddenly lost control, dropped onto the grass, and dug a hole. Wang Hu was stunned. He felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. Heavy thudding sounds came from deep in the woods. Large patches of bushes were violently crushed, and the noise of breaking branches grew closer. 3 mutated silver wolves, each over 2 meters tall, leaped out of the forest. Their massive bodies arced through the air and landed steadily on the lawn. Their silver fur gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Their limbs were thick and their sharp claws dug deep into the soil. The 3 silver wolves immediately surrounded Wang Hu and his group. The alpha wolf lowered its head, its huge muzzle close to Wang Hu's face. Sharp fangs dripped with foul saliva and a low growl rumbled from its throat. The yellow light beneath Wang Hu's feet instantly vanished. His legs shook violently, his knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. A yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg, soaking the grass. The 3 lackeys lay flat on the ground, covering their heads and wailing. Lu Shiyuan stood up and brushed the grass clippings off his pants. He walked over to the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf immediately retracted its fangs, lowered its massive body, and pressed its head against Lu Shiyuan's shoe. Lu Shiyuan grabbed the long fur on the wolf's neck and climbed onto its back using both hands and feet. He straddled the broad wolf's back, looking down at the 4 people, trembling violently below. Now Lu Shiyuan said his words clear. Hand over all the candy and chocolate in your pockets. Wang Hu tremblingly reached into his pocket. He turned the entire pocket inside out. A few cheap fruit candies and a flattened chocolate bar fell onto the grass. The 3 lackeys also quickly emptied their pockets, piling the snacks together. Lu Shiyuan looked at the pile of colorful wrappers and curled his lips in disdain. The homeroom teacher Li came running over following the sound of crying. She burst through the woods and immediately saw the 3 terrifying high-level mutant wolves. Teacher Li's legs went weak and she tightly hugged a tree trunk to keep from falling. Lu Shiyuan, what are you doing? Teacher Li shrieked, her voice cracking. Half an hour later. The disciplinary office. Lu Shiyuan sat on a black leather sofa, his short legs dangling and swinging back and forth. Wang Hu and the 3 lackeys stood against the wall, still sobbing. Teacher Li sat behind the desk, her hands trembling as she opened the student directory. She found Lu Shiyuan's page. The parent fields were filled with Lu Daqiang Su Xiaohua. Occupation freelance mercenary. Teacher Li pressed the number on the communicator. The call connected. Parent Lu Daqiang. I am the homeroom teacher of the senior class at the Imperial Academy. Teacher Li shouted into the communicator. Your son has caused a huge trouble at school. Not only did he engage in a group fight, but he also attracted mutant beasts from the back mountain quarantine zone. He has traumatized his classmates. You need to come to school immediately right now. Otherwise he will be expelled directly. There was silence on the other end of the communicator. After 2 seconds, an extremely deep male voice came through. Wait. Only 2 words. Then the call was unilaterally cut off. Teacher Li slammed the communicator onto the desk. How arrogant. A mercenary family daring to show such an attitude. The office door was pushed open forcefully. Wang Hu's father rushed in. He was wearing a floral shirt with a thick gold chain as big as a thumb around his neck. Dad. Wang Hu rushed over and hugged his father's leg, crying loudly. Who dares to bully my son? Tired of living, huh? Wang Hu's father pulled Wang Hu behind him, pointing a finger directly at Lu Shiyuan on the sofa. You little bastard. Where are your parents? If you don't pay me enough to make you go bankrupt today, your whole family won't be able to survive in Dawn City. Lu Shiyuan unwrapped a fruit candy he had confiscated earlier and popped it into his mouth. A cheap artificial flavor spread in his mouth. Too sweet, disgusting. Lu Shiyuan spat the candy into the nearby trash can. Wang Hu's father's face turned red with rage. He strode over, reaching out with a broad hand to grab Lu Shiyuan by the collar. Since no one taught you manners, I'll teach you a lesson for your father today. His hand was 10 centimeters from Lu Shiyuan's collar. Boom. The heavy metal door of the office let out a deafening roar. The entire door was ripped from its frame by a terrifying immense force. The twisted, deformed metal door panel tumbled through the air and crashed heavily onto the floor tiles at Wang Hu's father's feet. Shards of broken tile flew everywhere, cutting Wang Hu's father's pant leg. The light in the corridor was completely blocked by a tall figure. Lu Shiyuan wore a pure black military overcoat, his army boots scraping against the metal debris as he stepped forward. He was not wearing a military cap. His short black hair exuded a wild, restless energy. The double-winged eagle emblem embroidered with pure gold thread on his epaulets gleamed blindingly under the overhead light. That was the only symbol in the entire Dawn Empire that held the supreme commander authority. The pen in Teacher Li's hand clattered to the floor and rolled under the desk. She opened her mouth, but only a raspy sound came from her throat. She couldn't utter a single word. Wang Hu's father's previously arrogant face began to twitch violently. His gaze slowly traveled upward from the gold epaulette, finally settling on Lu Shiyuan's emotionless face. Thud. Wang Hu's father dropped heavily to his knees on the broken tiles. The impact of his kneecaps made a crisp sound. He felt no pain. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, muscle spasming. Your Majesty. Wang Hu's father pressed his forehead against the ground. His forehead scraped against the sharp tile fragments, blood seeping into the cracks. Outside in the corridor, the other teachers and parents who had been watching the commotion upon seeing the person standing inside collapsed to their knees in unison. The entire teaching building was engulfed in a deathly silence. No one dared to breathe loudly. Lu Shiyuan didn't look at the groveling mess on the floor. He strode over the door panel and walked to the leather sofa. Lu Shiyuan obediently stood up, hands behind his back. Dad. Lu Shiyuan looked down at his son. He scanned his clean blue and white uniform, finding no damage or stains. Didn't suffer any losses, eh? Lu Shiyuan asked. No, they were too weak. Lu Shiyuan replied. Lu Shiyuan reached out his broad hand, placed it on Lu Shiyuan's head, and rubbed it firmly twice. His neatly combed hair was now a mess. Well done. Lu Shiyuan's words were slow, each syllable clear. The Lu family knows how to balance authority with mercy. If someone doesn't provoke us, we don't provoke them. If someone provokes us. Lu Shiyuan paused. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the trembling Wang Hu's father kneeling on the ground. Eliminate the root. The 4 words crashed down in the office. Wang Hu's father let out a distorted scream, his eyes rolling back, and he fainted from sheer terror. A large wet patch spread across his crotch. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze. He slapped the back of Lu Shiyuan's head with his finger. The force was light, but it made a crisp sound. But stealing such cheap candy is beneath you. Doesn't the palace have enough food for you? Lu Shiyuan covered the back of his head and pouted. I just wanted to collect some spoils. Run 10 laps around the palace. Teach you a lesson. Lu Shiyuan grabbed Lu Shiyuan by the collar with one hand and tucked him under his arm. He turned and walked toward the door. He paused at the entrance looking sideways at Teacher Li, who had slumped into her chair. From now on, if there's any problem with him at school, come directly to me. Teacher Li nodded repeatedly, tears and snot covering her face, and she slid off the chair onto the floor. Lu Shiyuan, carrying his son, stepped over the broken glass and metal debris, walking out of the teaching building. The sunlight was blinding. The entire school staff and students were densely kneeling on both sides of the corridors and on the playground. Hundreds of heads pressed firmly against the ground. No one dared to look up at the departing figures of the father and son. Lu Shiyuan stopped at the entrance of the large classroom and exerted force with his arm. Lu Shiyuan landed steadily on the empty floor beside the door. The small child straightened his askew bow tie and brushed dust from his trousers. Go inside. If you cause trouble again, I'll dismantle this school myself. Lu Shiyuan tossed those words over his shoulder before turning away, the sharp, rhythmic clack of his military boots fading into the distance. Silence hung thick in the classroom. Not a whisper, not a rustle, even the fall of a needle would echo. The newly assigned substitute teacher was a young woman gifted with wood elemental abilities. Her legs trembled violently as she gripped the edge of the lectern to keep from collapsing. Lu Shiyuan marched back to his seat on short, determined legs, pulled out his chair, and sat down. He idly flipped open a picture book. The substitute teacher cleared her throat. Class, we have a new student joining us today. A little girl stepped through the doorway. She wore a pink puff-sleeve dress and 2 tiny buns tied high on her head. Tiny and delicate, she hid behind the teacher, fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her skirt. Her enormous eyes shimmered with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Lu Shiyuan lifted his gaze toward her. In his mind flashed the stern, chiseled face of Qin Feng. This girl bore 7/10 of his features, but softened, gentler, almost luminous in contrast. Hello everyone. My name is Qin Xiaofeng, she said, voice thick with nasal congestion. Still reeling from the earlier shock, the children sat frozen. No laughter, no murmurs, only silence. Qin Xiaofeng mistook their stillness for rejection. Her eyes reddened further. The teacher hurriedly pointed to the empty seat beside Lu Shiyuan. Xiaofeng, sit there. Clutching her miniature backpack, Qin Xiaofeng shuffled slowly toward the seat. She climbed onto the chair and settled herself just as a mischievous boy in the front row reached into his pocket and pulled out a mutated green caterpillar. Thick as a thumb, its body bristled with sharp spines as it writhed across the desk. The boy flung it directly onto Qin Xiaofeng's pencil case. Qin Xiaofeng glanced down. There it was, the vivid green creature, jaws wide open, staring straight at her. Voila! She shattered completely. Tears flooded her cheeks as she wailed uncontrollably. Her small hands flailed wildly, trying to escape the insect, only to knock over her water cup. Water spilled across the desk in a spreading pool. The boy in front burst into raucous laughter. Lu Shiyuan's reading was interrupted. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Qin Xiaofeng, still sobbing, hiccuping between cries. Then his eyes flickered to the smug, wriggling caterpillar. Lu Shiyuan extended his plump little hand. A faint violet arc crackled at his fingertip. He brought his palm down hard upon the creature. Snap! A crisp final sound. The caterpillar didn't even shriek. It dissolved instantly into a fine black ash. The boy's laughter choked off mid-breath. Staring at the pile of ash, he shrank back into his seat and buried his face in his arms. Lu Shiyuan brushed his palms clean. From his pocket, he withdrew a beautifully wrapped candy. An S-class crystal core concentrate confection, exclusive to the Imperial Palace, unavailable to the public. He peeled the wrapper and popped the candy straight into Qin Xiaofeng's mouth. Stop crying. It's deafening. Lu Shiyuan uttered the words flatly. Sweetness bloomed on Qin Xiaofeng's tongue, warm, rich, soothing, dispelling fear like sunlight melting frost. Her sobs ceased abruptly as she hiccuped once. Glistening eyes lifted to meet those of the handsome boy beside her. Thank you, big brother, she whispered softly. Lu Shiyuan studied her rosy, tear-dampened face and found it far more pleasing than any mutated beast he'd ever seen. He raised 2 fingers and gently pinched her cheek. Soft, downy, warm. From now on, I've got your back here. Anyone who dares bully you, I'll fry them bald. Lu Shiyuan made the vow without hesitation. Qin Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Then with chubby, earnest hand, she reached out and clasped Lu Shiyuan's sleeve. He didn't pull away, he let her hold on. That afternoon at dismissal, 2 vehicles waited outside the academy gates. One, a black levitating battle cruiser bearing the highest imperial authority. The other, a heavy-duty military off-road vehicle. Lu Shiyuan leaned against the cruiser's door, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. Ruan stood beside him holding a freshly squeezed fruit juice. Qin Feng stood by the off-roader, craning his neck toward the school gate. The bell rang. Children filed out in neat rows. Lu Shiyuan's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking instantly onto his own unruly son. In the next breath, his jawline tightened, sharp, rigid, unyielding. Lu Shiyuan walked at the head of the line, small backpack slung over one shoulder. His right hand, small but firm, held tightly to a little girl's. They stood close, so close that she carried his water bottle in her free hand. Qin Feng saw it too. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was his cherished daughter, raised with tender care, yet on her very first day of school, already claimed. Lu Shiyuan strode forward, stopping directly before Qin Feng. He inclined his head slightly, his gaze heavy, commanding, suffused with quiet dominance. Qin Feng. Yes, Chief. Qin Feng swallowed hard. Keep your daughter in check. Don't let her entice my son. Lu Shiyuan's voice held no warmth, only ice and steel. Qin Feng, fiercely protective, retorted instantly. Chief, be fair. It's your son who won't let go of my daughter's hand. Look, her wrist is already red from his grip. Lu Shiyuan turned his gaze toward them. Indeed, Lu Shingzi gripped Qin Xiaofeng's hand with unmistakable tenacity. His mental battlefield simulation activated, calculating, assessing, projecting. This child was barely 4, yet already claiming territory. If left unchecked, what would he become? This habit could not take root. Not now. Not ever. Ruan strolled over, took a slow sip of juice. Her eyes lingered on the two porcelain-perfect children, growing warmer, softer, brighter, with every glance. Oh, you two grown men. What are you squabbling about? She tapped Lu Shiyuan's arm playfully. Xiaofeng's utterly charming. Why not arrange an engagement? A childhood betrothal? Lu Shiyuan turned sharply, refusing outright. No. He will inherit the Dawn Empire. His standards must be elevated. Qin Feng's genetic lineage produces daughters too dull for royal succession. Qin Feng's chest heaved with indignation. Chief, you can't insult me like that. My daughter possesses the rare wind element mutation. Lu Shingzi approached, hand still linked with Qin Xiaofeng's. He released her hand and handed over his water bottle. See you tomorrow. Qin Xiaofeng nodded obediently. See you tomorrow, Ruan brother. Lu Shingzi turned and climbed into the levitating cruiser. Lu Shiyuan watched his son closely. What did you call her? Qin Xiaofeng. She's too timid. I need to watch over her. Lu Shingzi sat in the rear seat, unflinching, unapologetic. Lu Shiyuan exhaled a cold, dismissive huff. Starting tomorrow, you stay away from her. The Lu family does not carry dead weight. Lu Shingzi said nothing, only turned his face toward the window. Qin Xiaofeng pressed her cheek against the off-roader's window, waving eagerly. He raised his hand, waved back twice. Half a month later, Imperial Palace Dining Hall. Lu Shiyuan sat at the head of the long table breakfast before him. He picked up his knife and fork and sliced cleanly through an S-class mutated marbled beefsteak. His gaze drifted to the adjacent dessert tray, Ruan's handmade mutant strawberry mochi prepared yesterday. 6 had been placed there. Now only 3 remained. Lu Shiyuan set down his cutlery. Qin Feng sprinted in from the corridor. Chief, what is it? Has the kitchen been burgled? Lu Shiyuan pointed wordlessly at the tray. Qin Feng wiped sweat from his brow. No intruder. It's the young prince. Every morning he slips into the kitchens to take something. Yesterday S-class mutant honey. Day before deep sea noctilucent pearl powder. This morning, he took 3 strawberry mochi. Lu Shiyuan's fingers curled inward, tight, deliberate, dangerous. What does he do with them? Can he possibly eat them all? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly. He brings them to school. According to our shadow guard's report, he feeds them all to my Xiaofeng. Lu Shiyuan shot upright. His chair screeched violently against the marble floor. His mental battlefield collapsed, shattered, into irreparable chaos. Not only a romantic, this boy was also a profligate. He was squandering top-tier strategic imperial resources to win the favor of a single little girl. To the academy. Lu Shiyuan strode out of the dining hall. 10 minutes later, at the academy's rear mountain, Lu Shiyuan stood behind a massive oak tree, peering through the underbrush. On the grassy slope below, Lu Shingzi and Qin Xiaofeng sat side by side. Lu Shingzi opened a pink thermal lunchbox. Inside, 3 perfect strawberry mochi rested in orderly formation. He picked one up and held it directly to Qin Xiaofeng's lips. Eat. Mother made it. It's exceptionally sweet. Lu Shingzi spoke plainly. Qin Xiaofeng opened her mouth and bit deeply. A dollop of cream clung to the tip of her nose. Lu Shingzi extended his thumb, effortlessly wiping away the cream. Then without pause he sucked the cream from his thumb. Truly sweet. Behind the tree, Lu Shiyuan's knuckles cracked audibly. That gesture. That mannerism. His son hadn't just observed, he'd mastered it. Qin Feng stood nearby, grinning triumphantly. Chief, you see, I told you it was him making the first move. Lu Shiyuan ignored him entirely. His eyes remained fixed on Lu Shingzi, attentive, devoted, unreserved. This boy was irrevocably bound, fated perhaps to spend his life tethered to that girl. Resistance was futile. He turned and began walking back. Double the shadow guard detail, reinforced the rear mountain. Qin Feng blinked, then hurried after him. Chief, you've agreed. Agreed to what? I merely wish to spare my son the tragedy of widowhood before he's even come of age. Lu Shiyuan strode onward, fast, decisive, unstoppable. 10 years. A full decade had passed since that chaotic and blood-soaked beginning. Today marked the 10th anniversary of their meeting. Ruan stepped out of the dressing room. She had changed into a simple white dress. No intricate lace, no dazzling jewelry. Her hair was casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin. Lu Shiyuan walked over, his gaze settling on her fair neck. He reached out his rough fingertips, brushing her cheek. Ready? Lu Shiyuan spoke. Ruan nodded and picked up the small leather bag from the table. Let's go. If we're late, the square will be too crowded. The two took a private elevator down to the underground garage. A black hover combat vehicle sat silently in the parking spot. Lu Shiyuan opened the passenger door. Su Ruan got in. Lu Shiyuan leaned down and pulled the seatbelt across her. The metal buckle clicked with a crisp sound. He took the opportunity to plant a kiss on Su Ruan's cheek. Then he closed the door and walked around to the driver's seat. The vehicle ascended into the air. The engine emitted an extremely faint hum. Su Ruan leaned back in her seat, watching the buildings recede rapidly outside the window. The territory of the Dawn Empire had expanded thousands of kilometers outward over the past decade. The once barren wastelands had been filled in piece by piece. Towering city walls held back the mutant beast's assaults. Is Qin Feng well prepared? Su Ruan asked. He's on the perimeter. We're not bringing the royal guard today. Lu Shiyuan held the control stick with one hand. He needed no such encumbrances. As long as he was by her side, Su Ruan was absolutely safe. The coordinates were set at Origin Plaza, 300 kilometers outside the city. It was the first district to fully resume commercial operations after the Empire's founding. It was also the site of the old highway fort from 10 years ago. The very spot where Su Ruan had been shoved out of the car by her former teammate rolled into the mud and clung desperately to his leg. The vehicle landed on the underground helipad of Origin Plaza. The two took an elevator back to the surface. The elevator doors slid open. A cacophony of noise immediately flooded their ears. The wide streets were paved with smooth bluestone slabs. On both sides stood towering glass curtain wall buildings. Holographic projections flickered in midair, displaying scenes of a bountiful harvest in the southern district. The crowds bustled about. Ability users in colorful attire mingled with ordinary people. There were no zombie roars, no mutant beast attacks. Su Ruan took Lu Shiyuan's hand and walked into the crowd. Lu Shiyuan wore a pure black shirt. He was too tall with broad shoulders and stood out conspicuously in the crowd. People instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for them. A vendor selling mutant sweet potatoes pushed his cart over. A wheel hit a loose stone, tilting the cart. Several piping hot sweet potatoes tumbled out, heading straight for Su Ruan's feet. Lu Shiyuan raised his foot. His combat boot sent the sweet potatoes flying. They slammed into a distant wall, splattering into a mess of pulp. The vendor's legs gave way from fright, and he fell to his knees. Though he couldn't recognize the man's identity, the almost tangible pressure made it hard to breathe. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment. Several high-ranking ability users stood at the street corner, previously discussing a mission. Seeing Lu Shiyuan's kick, they all shut their mouths at once. They sensed no ability fluctuation from this man, but the sheer physical strength and the oppressive aura of a sovereign made them instinctively want to kneel. Who was that? How have I never seen him before? A young ability user whispered. The older captain beside him quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut up. Don't look. If you want to live, leave now. Cold sweat beaded on the captain's forehead. He had participated in the initial Zombie King purge a decade ago. He had seen that silhouette before. That was the only god of the Dawn Empire. Lu Shiyuan didn't spare the man on the ground a glance. He wrapped an arm around Su Ruan's shoulder and steered her around the mess on the pavement. They continued forward. 300 meters away, on the second floor of a cafe, Qin Feng, dressed in gray civilian clothes, sat by the window. He held a miniature telescope. His gaze was fixed on the backs of the man and woman. Qin Feng pressed the communicator on his collar. All units maintain a 300-meter distance. Suppress ability fluctuations. Whoever dares to disturb His Majesty and the Divine Mother will be sent to the northern mines to dig coal. A chorus of identical acknowledgments came through the communicator. Qin Feng put down the telescope and took a sip of the black coffee on the table. The bitter taste spread through his mouth. 10 years. The boss's possessive habit hadn't changed one bit. The entire empire knew that Divine Mother Su Ruan was Lu Shiyuan's untouchable scale. Anyone who dared to glance at her too long would vanish from the face of the earth the next day. Qin Feng sighed. He turned the telescope toward the other end of the square. A crowd had gathered there. He immediately spotted his own good-for-nothing daughter. Qin Xiaofeng was obediently following Lu Xingxi, holding his jacket for him. Qin Feng felt a tightness in his chest. In this lifetime, he was completely at the mercy of the Lu family. In the center of the square, a colossal metal statue 30 meters tall stood towering. The statue was forged from the S-grade metal core that dropped after slaying the original Zombie King. Its entire body had a dark, dull purple-black hue. The statue's main figure was a man shielding a woman with one arm. His other hand pointed straight at the sky, surrounded by swirling purple lightning patterns. The woman rested quietly against the man's chest. Two characters were engraved on the base, Guardian. Su Ruan stopped directly beneath the statue. She tilted her head up, gazing at the massive metallic outline. Sunlight struck the metal surface, refracting into a blinding halo. At that moment, I really thought I was going to die, Su Ruan said. Her fingers touched the cold metal of the base. Images from 10 years ago flashed through her mind. She remembered the strong wind that day. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The door of the off-road vehicle was kicked open, and she tumbled into a bloodied mud pit. Her knees were scraped raw, and gravel embedded into her flesh. A zombie's claws nearly grazed her scalp. Then that heavy black war vehicle came to a halt. Lu Shiyuan stepped out. The very air around him trembled. Lightning reduced the zombies to charred remains. She crawled over on all fours, clinging desperately to that leg clad in military trousers. That was the only lifeline she had seized in this apocalypse. The sneering face of her former teammate who had shoved her out of the car had long since faded into obscurity. Only the fiercely possessive gaze Lu Shiyuan had given her remained crystal clear. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward. He stood behind Ruan, his long arm reaching around to encircle her waist. He rested his chin on top of her head. Back then I also thought I would die alone. Until you held onto me. Lu Shiyuan uttered these words. Countless outcomes had been simulated in the sand table in his mind. Without Ruan, he would have leveled everything within 100 miles during that manic outbreak, and then completely degenerated into a virus-controlled monster. He remembered that instant. The mania rampaged wildly in his mind, and he wanted to kill everything that moved in his sight. Until that mud-covered woman collided with him. A soft, gentle touch carrying a cool and refreshing breath surged straight into his crown chakra. That was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. Taking her back and keeping her close. Step by step she transformed from a cure for his ailment into a life carved into his very bones. It was she who dragged him back to the mortal world. She gave him a complete empire and a home. A burst of cheers erupted from the other end of the square. The crowd spontaneously formed a large circle. Lu Shiyuan turned his head, his gaze passing over the crowd's shoulders. 13-year-old Lu Shiyuan stood beside the fountain. He wore a black leather jacket, his height already reaching Lu Shiyuan's chest. His facial features had fully matured, exuding an unyielding sharpness. He was a complete replica of Lu Shiyuan. Qin Xiaofeng stood at his side. The girl wore a pink dress and held a cup of juice. A group of students from the Ability Academy surrounded them. Brother Ci, do it again. A chubby boy shouted. Lu Shiyuan kept one hand in his pocket. He raised his right hand. Purple-black arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. He needed no incantations or hand seals. His energy control was precise to an absurd degree. He snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. The lightning burst in midair, splitting into countless fine electric filaments. These filaments intertwined, forming a colossal purple firework. The specks of light fell to the ground and dissipated instantly. They harmed no one. The firework illuminated the entire square. The crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. Lu Shiyuan turned to look at Qin Xiaofeng. He reached out, took the juice from her hand, and took a sip. Then he placed it back into her hand. Qin Xiaofeng blushed, lowering her head, too shy to look at the people around her. Lu Shiyuan raised his hand and tucked a strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear. The whole sequence was executed with fluid grace. It carried a domineering, unyielding undertone. The sun was setting in the west. Golden afterglow spilled across the entire square. It bathed all the buildings and people in a warm glow. Lu Shiyuan withdrew his gaze. That boy had mastered the art of winning a wife to perfection. He tightened his arm around Ruan's waist, pressing her firmly against his chest. Do you regret staying in this world? Lu Shiyuan asked. His chest pressed against her back. Ruan turned around. She wrapped her arms around Lu Shiyuan's neck, her chin resting on his chest. Ruan looked at her son setting off fireworks in the distance, then at the man who had protected her for 10 years. Her eyes curved into a smile. Wherever you are, that is the best world. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head. His thin lips pressed against her forehead. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, pressing his thin lips to her forehead. The warmth spread across her skin. Ruan closed her eyes, her arms naturally encircling his broad back. The evening breeze swept across the square, carrying a faint fragrance of mutated vegetation. The distant fountain babbled with splashing water. Dad! Mom! A clear shout came from not far away. Lu Shiyuan paused mid-motion. He straightened up, his gaze passing over Ruan's shoulder. Lu Shiyuan sprinted over with long strides. The boy had grown rapidly, now reaching Lu Shiyuan's chest. He wore a black leather jacket, his hair ruffled by the wind. Qin Xiaofeng, lifting her pink dress, followed breathlessly behind him. Lu Shiyuan threw himself at Ruan, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. He even nuzzled his head against her shoulder. Mom, did you like the fireworks I set off? Lu Shiyuan looked up, his purple-black eyes full of expectation for praise. Lu Shiyuan extended his broad palm and directly grabbed Lu Shiyuan by the back of the neck. With a flex of his arm, he lifted the annoying kid half a meter backward. You're a grown boy still burrowing into your mother's arms. Lu Shiyuan's words carried undisguised disgust. Lu Shiyuan slapped away his father's hand and retorted with righteous indignation. No matter how old I am, I'm still Mom's son. You're just jealous. Jealous? Lu Shiyuan let out a cold laugh. Your mother belongs entirely to me. Why would I be jealous of you? Lu Shiyuan refused to back down. That's not certain. Last night Mom said she loved me the most. Ruan was amused by the father-son banter. She reached out and ruffled Lu Shiyuan's black hair. So beautiful. Our little Ruan is the best. Receiving the praise, Lu Shiyuan turned and raised his chin at Lu Shiyuan. The provocation was unmistakable. Lu Shiyuan cracked his knuckles. This kid, sooner or later he'd send him to the extreme north mine to dig coal. Qin Xiaofeng stood aside, covering her mouth with a giggle. Qin Feng ran over from a distance holding a communicator. Boss, sister-in-law, the celebration parade in the southern district has started. Want to go check it out? I heard there's a mutated mammoth acrobatics show today. Lu Shiyuan pulled Ruan closer, drawing her into his embrace. Not going. Too noisy. Ruan turned her head to look at the street beyond the square. On the distant holographic projection screen, scenes of the southern district's harvest were playing. Golden wheat waves rolled in the wind. Large harvesters shuttled through the fields, emitting rumbling sounds. Flocks of mutated birds circled in the sky, not aggressive, merely searching for scattered grains. No hissing of zombies, no attacks from mutated beasts. The streets were crowded with survivors dressed in various colors. Children chased each other playfully on the wide roads. Street vendors loudly hawked freshly grilled, mutated meat. The aroma of meat mixed with spices drifted over with the wind. A little girl in patched overalls ran over. The girl held a bouquet of freshly picked mutated sunflowers. She stopped 3 meters away from Lu Shiyuan, not daring to come closer. The sheer oppressive aura made her tremble slightly. Ruan released Lu Shiyuan's hand and walked to the little girl. She crouched down and accepted the sunflowers. Thank you. They're truly beautiful. Ruan patted the girl's head. Lu Shiyuan stepped forward, took out a high-grade crystal core from his pocket, and dropped it into the girl's pocket. The girl's eyes widened, she bowed repeatedly, then turned and ran back into the crowd. Everything exuded vivid vitality. This era of peace and prosperity had finally been rebuilt upon the ruins. It was even more prosperous than a decade ago. Lu Shiyuan followed Ruan's gaze. The Santable simulations in his mind came to a complete halt at this moment. 10 years ago he had killed and raged on this land full of ferocity. Every day he only thought about how to survive, how to slaughter all those monsters. Later he picked up this mud-covered woman. He built high walls for her, cleared hordes of corpses for her, and fought against the malice of the entire world for her. He had once thought he was a monster without feelings, until she held him unconditionally. Lu Shiyuan turned his head, looking at the smiling woman in his arms. He finally understood the meaning of drawing his blade. To fight against time, against the world, against all unknown dangers. All for the sake of this moment's tranquility. As long as she was by his side, this world was worth protecting. Ruan leaned against Lu Shiyuan's chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat. The chaotic, blood-soaked intersection of 10 years ago resurfaced in her mind. She was grateful. Grateful that she hadn't let go that day. She had clung desperately to this manic rabid dog. And in doing so she had embraced her entire world. The once soft and useless girl who trembled even when firing a gun had ultimately been doted on by the strongest commander, becoming a queen for life. The setting sun hung low on the horizon. The orange-red afterglow bathed the massive metal statue. The silhouettes of the family of 3 stretched long on the bluestone pavement. Lu Shiyuan took Qin Xiaofeng's hand and ran towards the distant fountain. Lu Shiyuan, fingers interlocked with Ruan, strolled leisurely behind them. The apocalypse was over and the rest of life was all warm sunshine. 8 years later. In the Shuguang Empire, the floating palace, the highest administrative office. 18-year-old Lu Shiyuan sat behind a wide, pure black desk. He wore a crisp black military uniform, the double-winged eagle totem on his shoulder, epaulets glinting with cold light. His features had fully matured, sharp and intimidating. His purple-black eyes stared at the mountain of documents piled on the desk. Beside them lay a black gold seal representing supreme authority. On the left was a marriage alliance request from the East Sea Merfolk. On the right was a report from the northern base requesting increased crystal core funding. In the middle was a complaint letter about the mutated penguin strike at the extreme north mine. Slap. Lu Shiyuan slammed the special pen in his hand onto the desk. The metal pen tube snapped in two. Ink splattered onto the mutated penguin complaint letter. Qin Feng, standing nearby, was startled and quickly handed over a clean towel. Your Majesty, please calm down. These are all urgent documents requiring approval. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lu Shiyuan snatched the towel and wiped the ink off his hands. I'm only 18. 18. Lu Shiyuan gritted his teeth, forcing the words out between clenched jaws. On my 18th birthday, he just threw the royal seal and the password box at me, and took my mom and ran. Lu Shiyuan was so furious that purple arcs of electricity crackled around his body. The metal ornaments in the office began to tremble slightly under the magnetic influence. Qin Feng stepped back 2 paces, afraid of being struck by lightning. The Grand Emperor is also trying to temper you. After all, your current strength has already surpassed his at the same age. Qin Feng offered a dry consolation. Lu Shiyuan sneered. Temper. He just finds me annoying, disturbing his private time with my mom. Ever since I was little, every day he wanted to throw me into coal mining. Lu Shiyuan pressed the holographic communication button in front of him. The screen lit up. After a burst of static, the image gradually became clear. In the frame there was a vast, boundless starry universe. A sleek silver interstellar spaceship was weaving through an asteroid belt. In the ship's lounge, Lu Shiyuan, dressed in loose loungewear, was holding a plate of sliced mutated strawberries. Ruan leaned back on a soft recliner, gazing at the Star River outside the window. Lu Shiyuan. Lu Shiyuan shouted at the screen. You get back here right now. Whoever wants to run this damn empire can do it. On the other side of the screen, Lu Shiyuan leisurely fed a strawberry into Ruan's mouth. He turned his head, looking at his furious son. Mind your tone. I am now the Grand Emperor. Lu Shiyuan grabbed a tissue and wiped the juice from Ruan's lips. The empire is yours. Don't mess it up. If you can't even manage a country, don't ever call yourself my son. Lu Shiyuan was so angry he kicked the desk. The solid wood table let out a dull thud. This is exploitation of child labor. I'll sue you at the interstellar court. Su Ruan leaned into the screen, smiling as she waved. Xiao Ruan, be a good boy and listen. Mom will bring you souvenirs from outer space. Isn't Qin Xiaofeng coming to play with you today? Hurry up and finish your work, then go keep her company. Hearing Qin Xiaofeng's name, Lu Shiyuan's anger subsided a little, but he still wouldn't back down. Mom, don't always indulge him. He's a liar. Lu Shiyuan blocked, Su Ruan completely occupying the screen. Enough, no more nonsense. We're about to pass through a wormhole. The signal is bad. Don't contact us unless it's urgent. Even more so, don't contact us if it's not. With that, Lu Shiyuan pressed the disconnect button. The holographic screen went black instantly. Beep. The dial tone echoed in the empty office. Lu Shiyuan stared at the black screen, his knuckles cracking. Lu Shiyuan. The purple lightning finally lost control. Bang. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Shards of glass clattered to the floor. Qin Feng crouched under the desk, holding his head trembling. These father and son were cut from the same cloth. A light footstep sounded from outside the door. Qin Xiaofeng, wearing a white dress, poked her head in. Xiao Ruanji, are you done yet? She blinked at the shattered glass on the floor. The electric arcs around Lu Shiyuan instantly vanished. His chest heaved as he suppressed his anger. He walked around the desk and stood before Qin Xiaofeng. I'm done. Come on, I'll take you to eat strawberry cake. Lu Shiyuan took the girl's hand and walked out of the office without looking back, leaving Qin Feng alone in the wreckage, utterly bewildered. At that moment, light years away from Earth on the interstellar spaceship, Lu Shiyuan turned off the communicator and casually tossed the device into the trash bin. Su Ruan leaned against him, tugging at his sleeve. Are you sure this is okay? Xingxi is only 18. That pile of documents could crush him. Lu Shiyuan wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her head. When I was 18, I had already unified the 3 major bases. If he can't handle this little bit, he deserves to be crushed by paperwork. Lu Shiyuan said with utmost confidence. He had finally gotten rid of the brat who was always competing with him for his wife's attention. These 18 years he had endured long enough. Now this sea of stars was just the 2 of them. The spaceship sailed into a magnificent pink nebula. Starlight streamed through the transparent porthole. Lu Shiyuan lowered his head, his gaze resting on Su Ruan's pale neck. He reached out and unbuttoned the top button of her collar. All right, all the nuisances are gone. Now it's our time. Su Ruan's cheeks flushed, and she slapped his hand away. It's broad daylight, behave yourself. Lu Shiyuan scooped her up in his arms and carried her towards the wide double bed. In the universe, there is no day or night. The ship's engines hummed faintly, steadily sailing towards an unknown star system.